Chapter 1. The Supreme Upgrade System. Are you dead? If not, hurry and get to work. Those chickens and ducks in the kitchen must be prepared for lunch today. If you fail to clean them in time, don't even think about eating. The scolding voice faintly echoed in Chen Xiao's ears, coaxing him to slowly open his tightly shut eyes. In the haze of his surroundings, Chen Xiao discerned the figure of a stout, middle-aged man turning away from the doorway. At that moment, a subdued voice simultaneously resonated in his ears. Chen Xiao, are you all right? Get up quickly, or else Steward Lin will see you and scold you again. Turning his head, Chen Xiao recognized the speaker as a youth clad in a black long robe, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Before him stood a somewhat dilapidated woodshed, and at his feet lay a pile of neatly chopped firewood. A dull ache pervaded his body, and upon inspection, he discovered an array of mottled bruises marked by shades of purple and blue. Am I not at home? Where's this place? Chen Xiao gazed bewilderedly at his surroundings. Just then, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his youthful visage to turn ashen. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it arrived, and his complexion soon returned to normal. The youth remained unchanged. Yet, Chen Xiao was no longer the same Chen Xiao. Have I actually traversed to another world? Alas, this unfortunate fellow is in such dire straits. Not only has he lost his status as the heir of his family, but his cultivation resources have also been siphoned away, and even the servants dare to treat him with disdain. After sifting through the memories in his mind, Chen Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This transition was far too casual. What happened to the promised prodigy? What about the assurance of standing tall in a foreign realm? Where's the fundamental trust that ought to exist between individuals? Chen Xiao, are you all right? The youth, noticing Chen Xiao's dazed expression after regaining consciousness, approached with evident concern. I'm fine, let us go. Chen Xiao replied with a wry smile, having sorted through the memories in his mind, shaking his head. Seeing this, the youth sighed in relief and swiftly guided Chen Xiao toward the kitchen. According to the memories of this body, his parents had perished at a young age, and even his beloved grandfather had mysteriously vanished, leaving the family entirely under the control of his second uncle's lineage. To make matters worse, he was born without any innate talent for cultivation, rendering him a complete failure. This unfortunate fate had led to the forcible stripping of his only protective charm, the status of the family's young master. Deprived of this safeguard and lacking the ability to survive independently, this body could only endure humiliation and bear burdens within the family. Due to his limited cultivation, even the former servants had grown far more formidable than Chen Xiao. Those servants, upon witnessing someone who once towered above them now being scolded, naturally reveled in their newfound authority, resulting in the earlier scene. Before that incident unfolded, this body had endured a severe beating from the rotund figure in his hazy memories, which was how Chen Xiao found himself in this new world. Having unraveled the threads of his thoughts, a fierce glint flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. As a former inhabitant of Earth, Chen Xiao was not one to passively accept his fate. If someone sought to end his life, his principle was to eliminate his adversary first. However, the thought of his feeble physical state elicited only a wry smile from him. This world revered martial prowess, governed by the law of the jungle where the strong preyed upon the weak. Only the powerful could survive and wield authority over wealth. As a talentless individual lacking any martial aptitude, Chen Xiao knew that upon departing from the Chen family, his chances of survival would be dismally slim. He could easily fall victim to the whims of others outside. This was also the reason why his previous incarnation, despite enduring the humiliation at the hands of lower servants, had never dared to leave. Reflecting on these thoughts, Chen Xiao followed a young boy into the kitchen of the Chen household. Why are you so late? Stop dawdling. Those outside are the chickens and ducks for today's slaughter. Get moving, or you won't eat lunch. A sharp reprimand rang out before Chen Xiao and the boy even crossed the threshold. Moments later, two gleaming kitchen knives were tossed at their feet. Chen Xiao understood that this was an order for him to slaughter the fowl. Seeing Chen Xiao frown, the boy grew anxious, fearing that something might go awry. He quickly urged Chen Xiao to pick up a knife and hurry to the location of the chickens and ducks. What the former young master. Now you have no choice but to obey me sneered a youth with beady eyes and a malicious grin, watching Chen Xiao from behind. The Chen family was one of the 4 prominent clans in Qingyang town, boasting a lineage of hundreds. Each meal required substantial provisions, and the chickens and ducks awaiting slaughter numbered in the dozens. Handing Chen Xiao a knife, the boy stepped forward, expertly seizing a rooster and swiftly dispatching it. Chen Xiao frowned as he observed the scene. Truth be told, he was reluctant to partake in such a task, yet the prospect of starvation compelled him to endure this indignity. Casting a few glances at the boy, Chen Xiao mimicked his actions, grasping a rooster and bringing the knife down decisively. Ding! System notification. Supreme upgrade system activating. Ding! Supreme upgrade system activation complete. Binding host. Ding! Supreme upgrade system binding complete. Host, Chen Xiao. Level 0 in the realm of Fengyue. Ranks are categorized as Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Martial General, Martial King, Martial Emperor, etc., with each level further divided from 1 star to 9 stars. Cultivation technique. None. Gold coins. 0. A series of crisp system notifications echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Before he could ponder further, another set of notifications began to emerge. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Supreme Upgrade System. A beginner's gift pack has been awarded, along with 1 chance to spin the grand prize wheel. The gift pack includes Cultivation Technique Starfire Decision, 10 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the wild creature, the black-boned chicken, earning 50 experience points and acquiring the level 0 golden rooster bloodline. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion. Your level has increased by 1, and you are now a 3-star martial apprentice. A series of system notifications echoed incessantly in Chen Xiao's mind, leaving him momentarily frozen in place, even though the black-boned chicken in his hand lay utterly still. After a long pause, Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, his face alight with barely contained excitement. This must be my golden finger. Novels truly do not deceive. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Chen Xiao could hardly think of continuing to hunt. He hastily connected with the Supreme Upgrade System in his mind, eager to explore its features. System, what functions do you possess? No sooner had Chen Xiao spoken than a melodious notification chimed in response. The Supreme Upgrade System can continuously and effectively provide the host with a plethora of exchangeable skills, elixirs, weapons, and bloodline talents, thereby assisting the host in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 2. The Gluttonous Bloodline Hiss. Chen Xiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The tone of this system was indeed domineering. However, Chen Xiao found himself rather enamored by this trait. After some exploration, he finally grasped the system's myriad functionalities, which not only included a redemption feature, but also encompassed various attribute panels and skills. Most importantly, this Supreme Upgrade System allowed him to level up much like in an online game. As long as he accumulated enough experience points, he could automatically ascend in rank. The so-called cultivation talent and diligent practice were, in Chen Xiao's eyes, mere illusions. The Starfire technique? Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon a golden leaf quietly resting within the system's inventory. Ding! System prompt. Discovered cultivation method. Starfire technique. Would you like to practice it? Without hesitation, Chen Xiao chose to cultivate. Ding! System prompt. Host has successfully learned the cultivation method. Starfire technique. Current proficiency 100. How remarkably simple. A smile crept upon Chen Xiao's lips as he continued to peruse the other options within the system. The Panga bloodline, God-tier techniques, divine weapons. As he beheld the array of items presented in the system, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Yet, upon seeing the exorbitant exchange prices, often in the millions or even tens of millions of gold coins, his heart plummeted. After all, he currently possessed a mere 10 gold coins. Oh, but I still have a chance to spin the grand wheel. Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up as he hastily summoned the lottery interface. God-tier bloodlines, celestial techniques, great experience pills. Upon seeing the great experience pill, his eyes sparkled. Consuming just one would grant him a staggering 10,000 experience points. What a magnificent treasure. And what was this thank you for your patronage? Chen Xiao's lips twitched involuntarily at the sight of that option on the wheel. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to spin the lottery wheel. As Chen Xiao concentrated, The grand wheel before him began to spin rapidly, the items transforming into mere phantoms before ultimately vanishing. His eyes were firmly fixed on the pointer above, knowing that whatever it landed on would be his prize. This lottery opportunity, he had seen, required 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a spin, making it exceedingly rare. He certainly did not wish for his first draw to yield something utterly worthless. As the wheel gradually slowed, items that made Chen Xiao's heart race began to disappear. What on earth is a random item? As he beheld the pointer finally settling on the wheel's options, Chen Xiao was utterly speechless. For adjacent to the random item was a white tiger bloodline and a celestial technique. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the random item. Gluttonous, Taotie bloodline. Gluttonous bloodline. Devour all things under heaven. Nothing is beyond your grasp. By consuming other entities, you can rapidly enhance your own power, current level 100. As the system's prompt faded, the grand wheel before him abruptly transformed into a myriad of luminous points and vanished. Concurrently, a spectral figure surged forth from the void, plunging directly into Chen Xiao's forehead, disappearing in an instant. An intense sensation of tearing invaded Chen Xiao's mind. Subsequently, he discovered that within his dantian, a palm-sized exquisite creature had materialized. This small beast possessed the horns of a goat, the body of a sheep, and a back adorned with dense Qilan scales. Its eyes were as dark as ink, and most strikingly, its mouth occupied a third of its head, appearing quite large. Was this the bloodline of the Taotie? Curiosity filled Chen Xiao's gaze. He had heard much about this entity on Earth, a genuine member of the dragon lineage. Notably, its insatiable appetite was legendary. What utility would the Taotie bloodline provide for him now? Attempting to communicate through thought proved futile. He struggled to even sense its presence. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Xiao noticed another palm-sized creature nestled in the corner of his dantian, a golden pheasant. Before he could observe it further, the Taotie abruptly turned its head and glared fiercely at the golden pheasant. Then, to Chen Xiao's astonishment, it opened its mouth wide and directly devoured the bloodline of the pheasant. Goodness, it just consumed it? Chen Xiao was left bewildered. Although the Taotie was reputed to consume anything, could it truly consume bloodlines? After assimilating the memories, Chen Xiao understood the significance of these bloodlines. In the Wind Moon continent, martial artists relied not only on the energies of heaven and earth, but also, more importantly, on bloodlines. Generally, such bloodlines were inherited by birth, and acquiring them later was nearly impossible. Possessing a bloodline not only enhanced a martial artist's combat prowess, but certain innate bloodlines could even influence their cultivation speed, rendering them exceptionally rare. This body, originally devoid of any bloodline talent, had thus perpetually lingered at the 2-star martial apprentice realm. Eventually, even the medicinal herbs required for cultivation had been systematically withheld, stalling his progress entirely. Were it not for the supreme upgrade system, even breaking through to the 3-star martial apprentice realm would have seemed a distant dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully merging with the golden pheasant bloodline. The system's prompt resounded once more. Chen Xiao quickly glanced, and to his delight, the Taotie bloodline had risen from 100 to 200. Did this not imply that the Taotie bloodline could grow and evolve? Though it appeared diminutive now, once it matured, it could become a fearsome existence rivaling the most formidable beings. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiao hastily seized a nearby kitchen knife and swiftly began to slaughter chickens and ducks. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the host for slaying a wild black-boned chicken, earning 25 experience points and 1 gold coin. Ding! The system notification chimes, congratulating the host for vanquishing a wild beast. A series of system alerts follows, resonating incessantly. Beside him, a bewildered youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, gazes at Chen Xiao in confusion. Just moments ago, Chen Xiao was idly standing by, yet now he is fervently slaughtering chickens and ducks. What could possibly be happening? Nevertheless, Chen Xiao's actions suggest that their task for the day may be completed ahead of schedule, prompting the youth to refrain from voicing any inquiries. As for Chen Xiao, the initial excitement painted across his face gradually fades, eventually transforming into a frown of concern. He realizes that during his first slaughter of a black-boned chicken, he garnered 50 experience points, but by the second, it dwindled to a mere 25. By the third, it plummeted to a pitiful 10 points, and thereafter, It remained static at 10, offering no gold as recompense. After dispatching over 20 black-boned chickens, Chen Xiao accumulated just over 200 experience points, barely elevating his cultivation to the early stage of a 4-star martial apprentice, nearing the mid-stage. In addition, after the slaughtering spree, he unexpectedly acquired another lineage of the broiler chicken bloodline. However, this time, the growth of his appetite was only marginally enhanced by 0.5 points, leaving Chen Xiao feeling profoundly disheartened, though he considered it better than nothing. Following this, he methodically exterminated the black ducks, barely reaching the pinnacle of a 4-star martial apprentice, still just shy of breaking through to the 5-star level. Regrettably, this time, no bloodline was revealed. At that moment, a somewhat oppressive, booming voice echoed from within. Chen Xiao, we are out of firewood in the kitchen. Go chop some more, or there will be no lunch. Chapter 3. A minute to teach you how to be human. Chen Xiao, filled with rage, abruptly turned around. Before him stood a portly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, garbed in the attire of a servant of the Chen family. His rotundity made it evident that he was likely a steward. According to Chen Xiao's recollections, this man was named Lin Songhai, a mere underling responsible for managing the servants. However, Lin had recently taken a keen interest in making Chen Xiao's life difficult. In fact, it seemed that the injuries Chen Xiao bore today were a direct result of this man's violent actions. What do you mean by what? I ordered you to work. So get moving. Do you wish to forego lunch? Or do you dare defy my orders? Lin Songhai glared, pointing at Chen Xiao and unleashing a torrent of insults. His face bore a sinister grin. To him, belittling the former young master of the Chen family was a source of great satisfaction. Didn't you just finish chopping wood? I've slaughtered so many chickens and ducks. You should have completed your tasks by now. Shouldn't you? Chen Xiao's expression darkened as well. Even though he had faced punishment and was now relegated to servant duties, his daily workload was not excessively burdensome. Yet now, the tasks assigned by this man were increasing day by day. Today, he had already fulfilled all his responsibilities, even taking on additional work, but Lin demanded even more. Chen Xiao was no longer the naive young master he once was, and even if he were, he would not foolishly endure this treatment any longer. Humph, I told you to work, and you still have the audacity to chatter so much? Are you seeking death? Lin Songhai's demeanor shifted to one of fury. The thought that Chen Xiao, who typically acquiesced to authority, would dare to retort infuriated him. Without hesitation, he lunged at Chen Xiao, attempting to strike him. At that moment, a youth of around 16 or 17 stepped forward, his expression changing drastically. He positioned himself between Lin Songhai and Chen Xiao, grasping Lin's arm and smiling nervously. Manager Lin. Chen Xiao did not mean any disrespect. It's just that today's tasks were indeed a bit overwhelming, and he was slower than usual. Please, calm down. I will take Chen Xiao to finish the work shortly. How does that sound? Humph. I instructed him to work alone, not you. Get out of my way. Lin Songhai's face darkened, and with a swift kick, he sent the youth sprawling to the ground, advancing furiously toward Chen Xiao. Clearly, he was deeply incensed. Chen Xiao's eyes glinted coldly. How dare Lin Songhai brazenly humiliate him in such a manner? It was inconceivable that he acted without the backing of some higher authority. After all, despite being deemed a disgrace by the Chen family, he still bore the semblance of a disciple of the clan. How could a mere servant possess such audacity? At that moment, Lin Songhai finally reached Chen Xiao, raising his hand to deliver another strike. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Beside him, the youth of 16 or 17 underwent a change in expression, yet he refrained from raising his gaze. For he knew all too well that Chen Xiao had once again faced a beating. You dare strike me? Lin Songhai's incredulous voice suddenly rang out, trembling with disbelief. The youth was momentarily taken aback and raised his head in confusion. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. For on Lin Guanshir's face were 5 bright red handprints. Shouldn't those marks have been on Chen Xiao's face? What could possibly explain this? In response to Lin Guanshir's words, Chen Xiao paid little heed. Instead, he found himself momentarily dazed, utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slapped Lin Guanshir's face, earning 100 experience points and 50 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Rank increased by 1. Current rank. Initial stage of a 5-star martial artist. Is this truly possible? A twitch played at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth, but the thought that this method could lead to advancement filled him with a sense of astonishment. Could it be that in the future, he need only to continue flaunting his prowess and slapping faces to progress, without the need for rigorous training? The mere thought ignited a spark of excitement in Chen Xiao's eyes as he looked at Lin Songhai, and a broader smile began to form on his lips. While Chen Xiao smiled, to Lin Songhai, it appeared as though Chen Xiao was mocking him. The realization that a mere two-star martial artist, devoid of any inherent talent, had managed to strike down someone of his own three-star martial artist pinnacle provoked a wave of fury that surged through Lin Songhai's mind. At that moment, he could no longer afford to regard Chen Xiao's status. All he desired was vengeance. Regardless of Chen Xiao's affiliation with the Chen family, what of it? He was merely a worthless individual, disregarded by all. As long as he handled the matter discreetly, no one would trace it back to him. With this thought, a violent intent surged in Lin Songhai's eyes as he struck out with a palm aimed directly at Chen Xiao's chest. This strike was executed with all his might, with the power of a three-star martial artist at its peak. Should it connect, Chen Xiao would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. If not face death, he actually dares to strike? Chen Xiao's own murderous intent intensified. As Lin Songhai approached, Chen Xiao suddenly shouted, "How audacious! I am the young master of the Chen family. You, a mere servant, dare to lay hands on me? What punishment do you deserve?" His voice boomed like thunder, leaving Lin Songhai momentarily stunned in his tracks. Yet, after this moment of shock, his face flushed crimson, for he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao could no longer be considered a member of the Chen family. In fact, due to the deliberate exclusion by those in the family, his status had sunk lower than that of the ordinary servants. Just as Lin Songhai prepared to strike again, it was already too late, for the ever-determined Chen Xiao had launched his own counterattack. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed against Lin Songhai's face, leaving the nearby youth with his mouth agape, staring in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The other servants, drawn by the commotion, stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed and reluctant to intervene. Following the trio of slaps, a smile crept onto Chen Xiao's face, for the system notification had arrived as anticipated. However, this time, the rewards in experience points and gold had significantly diminished, indicating that the system only grants its most generous rewards upon the initial completion of a task. Yet, this was still sufficient. With Lin Songhai momentarily dazed from the consecutive blows, Chen Xiao had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He swiftly delivered a powerful strike to Lin's chest. With a dull thud, Lin Songhai was sent crashing to the ground, akin to a lifeless swine, and remained there, unable to rise for an extended period. Am I hallucinating? Chen Xiao actually dared to strike Manager Lin? This is serious. Chen Xiao has audaciously assaulted Manager Lin, and it seems he is in grave trouble. Who would have thought that this usually submissive individual would erupt with such ferocity today? Has he been provoked? Surrounded by murmurs and whispers, Chen Xiao found himself too engrossed to pay attention, for the system notification chimed once more. Chapter 4. The Bloodline of the Savage Bullding. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for defeating the 3-star martial artist Lin Songhai, earning 100 experience points and 50 gold coins." What a delight. A broad smile adorned Chen Xiao's face. From Lin Songhai alone, he had amassed nearly 1,000 experience points, and even received a generous offering of 100 gold coins. Truly, he was akin to a plump sheep ready for the slaughter. "Ah, I will kill you. You shall die." Lin Songhai's furious roar echoed once more. The onlookers raised their heads, only to find Lin Songhai had risen from the ground. At that moment, his face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, presenting a most pitiful sight. Witnessing this scene, many felt their hearts clench in distress, utterly astonished that this fellow had been so thoroughly beaten by Chen Xiao. How could Chen Xiao, known as the waste of the Chen family, possibly triumph over the steward Lin? Lin Songhai was clearly engulfed in rage. Even as doubts swirled in the minds of the spectators, they could not voice their questions and were left to suppress their curiosity. Meanwhile, Lin Songhai remained oblivious to the reasons behind his defeat at Chen Xiao's hands. His mind was consumed by fury, convinced that Chen Xiao's victory was solely due to trickery. Otherwise, how could a mere 2-star martial artist, deemed useless, ever bring him down? Die? You will die? Lin Songhai's enraged voice reverberated as he charged at Chen Xiao once more, his disheveled hair a testament to his wrath. This time, however, a faint red aura enveloped him. And within that glow, the ethereal silhouette of a beast resembling a wild bull emerged, his bloodline talent. The battle was set. Lin Songhai, renowned for his tremendous strength, possessed the first-level bloodline of the savage bull, reputed to be unparalleled in might. Even those of the same tier could not hope to match him in power. And subduing Chen Xiao would be a mere formality. To the side, an onlooker, upon seeing the red aura surrounding Lin Songhai, could not help but display a trace of envy. Others hastily turned their gazes to the arena, all believing that Chen Xiao's fate was sealed. Even the youth who had been working alongside Chen Xiao a moment ago closed his eyes in reluctant resignation. Yet, Chen Xiao himself remained unfazed. While Lin Songhai's bull bloodline might indeed be formidable, one must not forget that Chen Xiao had achieved the level of a 5-star martial artist. Even with his bloodline talent, Lin Songhai's strength could not exceed 500 pounds, while Chen Xiao had already reached that very threshold. Choosing not to evade, Chen Xiao retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting Lin Songhai's force head-on. Witnessing Chen Xiao's audacious decision to confront him directly, Lin Songhai's lips twisted into a sinister grin, envisioning the scene where Chen Xiao's arm shattered beneath his blow. Boom! A violent gust of wind swept through the surroundings, and a figure was sent hurtling backward amidst a thunderous crash, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. I had a feeling that Chen Xiao could never be a match for Lin Guan. Among the onlookers, a young man, with a faint smile gracing his lips, turned his back to the scene and spoke to those behind him. Yet, his words elicited no responses. Everyone was wide-eyed, fixated on what lay behind him, as though witnessing something utterly astonishing. The young man was momentarily taken aback, presuming that Chen Xiao had met a dire fate. He turned to look, only for his smile to freeze in disbelief. The figure sprawled on the ground was not Chen Xiao, but Lin Songhai. How could this be? Not only the young man, but the others as well harbored a feeling of incredulity. Was this truly the same Chen Xiao? How could he have suddenly grown so formidable? In stark contrast to their astonishment, Chen Xiao's spirits soared, for at that moment, the system's alert chimed once more. Ding! System notification. A primal bull bloodline has been detected nearby. Would you like to absorb it? Could one truly absorb another's bloodline? Chen Xiao was taken aback. The supreme upgrading system was not designed to consume others' bloodlines, but due to the host possessing the all-devouring Taotie bloodline, the system could utilize it to absorb the bloodlines of others. The system's crisp notification echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. How could he absorb it? He inquired eagerly, truly intrigued. As long as the host places a hand upon the dantian of the one to be absorbed, the system could initiate the process. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao strode purposefully towards the prone Lin Songhai. At that moment, Lin Songhai lay in tatters. His right arm grotesquely contorted, his complexion pale and ghastly, disbelief etched across his face. Upon seeing Chen Xiao approach, Lin Songhai was startled and attempted to rise. However, Chen Xiao was quicker. He delivered a kick to Lin Songhai's abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground. Once assured there was no threat, Chen Xiao spoke. Speak. Who sent you to do this? How do you know? Lin Songhai's expression shifted, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Yet, he quickly adopted a menacing demeanor, gazing at Chen Xiao with a cold smirk. Even if you know, it matters not. The young master will not let you off. He will surely seek vengeance for me. The young master? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that the young master referred to was none other than Chen Ning, the newly appointed heir of the Chen family. Technically speaking, Chen Ning was his cousin. Yet it was unfathomable that he would dispatch someone to deliberately target him. This revelation darkened Chen Xiao's expression, a glint of coldness intensifying in his eyes. Now you know fear? Let me tell you, it is of no use. Not only will you face misfortune, but even your sister, Chen Lan, shall pay the price for your actions today. Lin Songhai seemed to have completely abandoned all restraint, unabashedly uttering his words despite the presence of over a dozen onlookers. This only deepened the gloom on Chen Xiao's countenance, particularly the final remark from his adversary, which ignited a flicker of murderous intent in Chen Xiao's eyes. Death! With that declaration, Chen Xiao's right fist surged forth, aimed squarely at Lin Songhai's dantian. Boom! A dull sound reverberated as Lin Songhai's voice was abruptly silenced, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Chen Xiao truly dared to take his life. Ding! A system notification sounded, indicating that the host had successfully slain the 3-star martial apprentice Lin Songhai, earning 500 experience points, 50 gold coins, and the first level of the barbarian bull bloodline. As the system prompt echoed, a radiant smile spread across Chen Xiao's face. The barbarian bull bloodline was finally within his grasp. Chapter 5. Crisis emerges, system task moreover. After vanquishing Lin Songhai, Chen Xiao's cultivation had remarkably surged to the late stage of a 5-star warrior, mere steps away from reaching the pinnacle and ascending to the realm of a 6-star warrior. In contrast, the so-called young master Lin spoke of was merely at the 6-star warrior level. Within Chen Xiao's dantian, a small beast resembling a wild bull suddenly materialized, thrashing wildly in the space of his dantian. However, before it could unleash its power, the languid Taotie, lying nearby, abruptly opened its eyes and directed its gaze towards the creature. Just a single glance was enough to send the mighty wild bull bloodline trembling in fear. Yet, this did not deter the Taotie's bloodline from rising to devour it. Chen Xiao watched in astonishment as the Taotie bloodline devoured the wild bull, which was of comparable size, in a single gulp, vanishing in an instant. Previously, when it had consumed the phoenix bloodline, Chen Xiao had felt nothing unusual. But now, after absorbing the wild bull bloodline, he distinctly sensed a nascent connection forming with the Taotie residing within his dantian. After a brief moment of perception, a look of delight spread across Chen Xiao's face. For he realized that although the wild bull bloodline had been consumed, the immense strength it harbored had been entirely preserved by the Taotie. As long as he wished, he could summon the wild bull's power to augment his own. This effectively meant that Chen Xiao possessed both the Taotie and wild bull bloodlines, an extraordinary dual bloodline. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare across the entire Fengyue continent. As for the phoenix bloodline, Chen Xiao surmised that it was due to its zero-level nature, which rendered it unremarkable. In other words, it was merely an inconsequential addition. After dispatching Lin Songhai, Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings. The onlookers, who had previously been spectators, recoiled in fear, with some timid souls turning tail to flee, pretending not to have witnessed the scene. Nearby, a young man hesitated momentarily before approaching Chen Xiao, saying, "Chen Xiao, having slain manager Lin, I believe you should make a hasty exit, lest it be too late." The young man's name was Li Yan, a servant of the Chen family, and he maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Chen Xiao. Upon seeing him approach, Chen Xiao offered a faint smile, displaying no overt concern as he reassured, "Do not worry, everything is fine." However, Li Yan opened his mouth as if to say more, yet upon observing Chen Xiao's demeanor, he swallowed his words. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd, followed by a squad of guards approaching from a distance. The onlookers immediately parted to create a path, as a group of 4 warriors clad in the Chen family's guard attire strode forward. The leader, upon spotting the fallen Lin Songhai, felt his pupils constrict, and then his gaze shifted sharply to Chen Xiao, demanding in a stern voice, "What has transpired?" Chen Xiao was about to speak when a young man among the onlookers suddenly interjected. The events unfolded as follows. Steward Lin approached Chen Xiao, instructing him to work. But instead of complying, Chen Xiao ended up killing Steward Lin. "Is that so?" The guard nodded slightly, casting not a glance at Chen Xiao, and waved his hand, declaring, "Seize him and deliver him to the master for judgment." The other 3 guards promptly advanced towards Chen Xiao, while the surrounding crowd watched with eager anticipation. Li Yan, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "That's not true. Steward Lin was the one who attacked first. Step aside, this is not your concern." One guard bellowed, brusquely pushing Li Yan aside. Li Yan, being an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, stood no chance against the guards and could only obediently remain silent. Meanwhile, the 3 guards continued their approach towards Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally spoke up again. "Is it your custom to indiscriminately seize individuals without discernment?" Upon hearing this, those nearby regarded Chen Xiao with astonished expressions, completely taken aback that he dared to retort in the presence of the family guards. It is well known that the Chen family's guards are notoriously strict. Anyone who errs is met with punishment, including those of direct lineage. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the guards hesitated, instinctively glancing back at their leader. The leader furrowed his brow slightly and admonished in a low voice. Matters of right and wrong shall be determined by the master. Take him away. At this pronouncement, Chen Xiao was both incensed and amused. He was acutely aware that the current master of the family was aligned with his second uncle's faction, and these guards were eager to see him eliminated. If he were to comply and go with them, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Just as Chen Xiao prepared to resist, a figure rushed in from outside in a state of panic. Everyone paused and turned to observe the newcomer, only to find it was merely a maid from the Chen residence, and they quickly lost interest. However, the next moment, all heads turned in unison. This is bad. Chen Lan has been taken by someone outside. What did you say? Chen Xiao spun around to face the maid. And not only he, but even the guards and other family members focused their attention on her. The maid, startled by the sudden attention, stammered as she recounted the events. It turned out that while they were returning, Chen Lan had been suddenly abducted by two men in black, and she had hurried back to deliver the news, having no knowledge of who had taken her. Ding! A system notification chimed unexpectedly. Task system activated. Task: Rescue Chen Lan. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins. Failure: level decreased by 1. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. Even in the absence of a system task, he felt an unwavering resolve to rescue Chen Lan, not for any other reason, but because she was the closest person to him in this world, having inherited all the memories of this body. Chen Xiao naturally developed a profound connection to Chen Lan. Now that the system had issued a task, it was fortuitous. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao charged towards the maid, demanding, "What does the assailant look like? What is their cultivation level? Where was Chen Lan abducted from?" Halt! His commanding voice echoed abruptly. Chapter 6. The covert mission. Chen Xiao's countenance darkened instantaneously. He cast a frigid glare at the guard before him and coldly stated, "I intend to rescue my sister. Do you have any objections?" Under the intensity of Chen Xiao's gaze, the guard felt a chill run through him. However, recalling Chen Xiao's current state of disgrace, he quickly regained his composure and retorted harshly, "Chen Xiao, you are in no position to act. You must return with us to see the family head and await his judgment. As for Chen Lan, there are other family members who will come to her aid. Besides, you are but a mere waste of potential, a 2-star martial apprentice. Although I am unsure of how you dispatched Steward Lin, do you truly believe you possess the strength to save anyone?" These words were devoid of mercy, particularly the term waste, which he emphasized with palpable disdain. Yet, the other 3 guards exhibited no intention of rescuing Chen Lan, further chilling Chen Xiao's demeanor and provoking contemplation within him. In his previous life on Earth, Chen Xiao had become well acquainted with treachery and deceit. The timing of these guards' appearance was unmistakably suspicious, particularly as Lin Songhai had imposed a multitude of tasks upon him today. Was it merely a diversion? Typically, when a clan member was in peril, these guards would be the first to act. Yet today they showed no inclination to assist, instead hastily seeking to return him to the family head. From these observations, Chen Xiao discerned numerous irregularities, and it became increasingly apparent that his sister Chen Lan's abduction was likely intertwined with these individuals. With this realization, he resolved to cease any further futile discourse and launched a powerful punch toward the guard before him. Seeking death, the guard, taken aback by Chen Xiao's audacity, manifested a glint of coldness in his eyes and met the attack with a palm strike of his own. Seeing that the opponent was prepared to engage in a direct confrontation, Chen Xiao decided to unleash the formidable power contained within his Taotie bloodline, channeling it into his arm. A terrifying strength exceeding 600 pounds surged forth, and even a simple punch bore the sound of whistling wind. Not good. The guard's heart raced with alarm, but it was too late to alter his technique. A resounding thud echoed as the guard's body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. Hissing sounds of drawn breath filled the air, and the 3 guards who had been trailing behind widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Chen Xiao had effortlessly defeated a family guard. It was well known that those selected as family guards were at least 4-star martial apprentices. Ding! System notification. Host has defeated a 4-star martial guard. Reward: 100 experience points, 20 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully leveled up. Current level: 6-star martial apprentice. 2 successive notifications echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, yet he found himself too preoccupied to pay them any heed. As the other 3 guards stood momentarily stunned, they swiftly closed in on Chen Xiao. Among them, 2 were 4-star martial disciples, while the other was a mid-level 5-star disciple. Chen Xiao observed their ranks with clarity. He felt no fear in a one-on-one confrontation, yet he lacked experience in dealing with a coordinated assault. Thus, before they could encircle him, Chen Xiao took the initiative, charging towards the nearest 4-star guard. With a thunderous crash, a violent energy surged forth. The 4-star disciple, aware of Chen Xiao's prowess, opted not to engage directly but retreated towards his compatriots. However, he underestimated Chen Xiao's speed. Before he could join the others, Chen Xiao had already caught up, delivering a powerful punch to his dantian. The guard was sent flying, startling the remaining 2, who hesitated to advance. Is this truly Chen Xiao? How could he defeat 2 family guards in succession? This fellow was once considered a waste. Was he merely pretending to be weak? Whispers and speculations began to ripple through the crowd, even causing a stir among the guards, their minds tumultuous like a raging sea. Chen Xiao's reputation was well known within the family. Once the esteemed young master, he had fallen from grace and was regarded as a disgrace by the Qin clan, having stagnated at the level of a 2-star martial disciple. Yet now, who would dare to claim that Chen Xiao remained a mere 2-star disciple? The onlookers could surely drown such a claim in their own spittle. Observing that the other 2 guards were not advancing, Chen Xiao chose not to relent. He charged forward and, catching one off guard, swiftly incapacitated the 4-star disciple. Shortly thereafter, he dealt with the final 5-star disciple in a remarkably brief time. Ding. System notification. Host has defeated a 4-star martial guard, earning 200 experience points and 50 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host has defeated a 5-star martial guard, earning 200 experience points and 50 gold coins. With an additional 400 experience points secured, Chen Xiao exhibited no signs of joy. Instead, he dashed towards a nearby maid, swiftly inquiring about the location of Chen Lan's abduction before racing outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only the stunned crowd remained, exchanging bewildered glances, alongside the 4 guards writhing on the ground in agony. Had it not been for the lifeless body on the ground, no one would have believed that the once feeble and easy-to-bully Chen Xiao could suddenly transform into such a formidable force, especially for those who had previously humiliated him. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Today, they realized they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Chen Yuan was in high spirits today, for he had grown quite close to the young master, Chen Ning. Chen Ning, the designated heir of the Qin family, was destined to become the future head of the clan. Once he ascended to that position, Chen Yuan, as Chen Ning's right-hand man, would undoubtedly secure a role as an elder in the family's enforcement, a prospect that seemed entirely within reach. Especially today. Having completed the clandestine task assigned by Chen Ning, he felt an unwavering solidarity with Chen Ning. Even if Chen Ning wished to distance himself, it was no longer feasible. As Chen Yuan envisioned a promising future, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a slender youth at the end of the street, clad in a slightly wrinkled black long robe. Chen Xiao? A radiant smile spread across Chen Yuan's face, particularly as he recalled the previous task. He wondered what expression Chen Xiao would wear the following day. As Chen Xiao drew nearer, Chen Yuan eagerly called out, "Ah, is that not Chen Xiao? What is this? Have you finished your work already? How do you find the leisure to stroll about?" Chen Xiao halted abruptly, furrowing his brow as he turned to regard the youthful voice that had called out to him. Chapter 7. The disappearance of Chen Lan. Chen Yuan? Is there something you need? This individual, once a mere shadow in Chen Xiao's memory, had been a subordinate. However, after the revocation of his status as the young master, he grew particularly close to Chen Ning and even bullied Chen Xiao on several occasions. Yet, at this moment, Chen Xiao had no time to dwell on past grievances. He intended to proceed towards the location where Chen Lan had been abducted. Suddenly, Chen Yuan stepped forward and obstructed Chen Xiao's path, wearing a smirk. "What is the rush? It has been ages since we last conversed. After all, we were childhood companions. Why not sit down for a moment?" "I'm not interested," Chen Xiao replied curtly, attempting to bypass him. However, Chen Yuan clung to his shoulder like an unyielding pest, coldly retorting, "Still acting as if you are the young master of the Qin family? How audacious! My invitation was a courtesy, yet you demonstrate such ingratitude. You are nothing but a useless waste now. You will come with me, whether you like it or not." At these words, Chen Xiao's brows furrowed, halting his advance. He pivoted and seized Chen Yuan's shoulder, pinning him against the wall with a steely grip. Speak. Where have you taken Chen Lan? You dare lay a hand on me? You're courting death. The smile vanished from Chen Yuan's face as he summoned his internal energy, preparing to retaliate. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he could not break free from Chen Xiao's grasp. How could this be? He was already at the mid-level of a 4-star martial apprentice, while Chen Xiao was merely a 2-star martial apprentice. Doubtful, he prepared to resist once more, but Chen Xiao's frigid voice, laced with menace, interrupted him. Tell me, where is Chen Lan? What are you talking about? I haven't seen that girl today at all. Chen Yuan's voice was filled with indignation, yet there was a barely perceptible flicker in his eyes. This minuscule gesture did not escape Chen Xiao's keen observation, intensifying his suspicions. It was evident that Chen Yuan was lying. With little time to spare, Chen Xiao launched a powerful punch into Chen Yuan's abdomen, instantly draining the color from his face. The tremendous force compelled him to bend over, yet Chen Xiao restricted his movements, leaving him to endure the excruciating pain. You're finished. I will make you pay. Chen Yuan glared at Chen Xiao with a malevolent expression. Yet, the only response he received was another punch from Chen Xiao. Speak. Chen Xiao commanded icily. I've already told you, I haven't seen Chen Lan. What do you want me to say? Chen Yuan shouted hoarsely. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao disregarded further pleasantries, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon Chen Yuan. With the prowess of a 6-star martial artist, even without utilizing his bloodline talent, Chen Xiao knew that Chen Yuan could scarcely endure the immense force of his strikes. After just a few punches, Chen Yuan's visage had turned ashen. His gaze towards Chen Xiao was infused with a chilling malice, yet he remained obstinately silent. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. Chen Xiao's eyes glinted coldly, an icy murderous intent enveloping Chen Yuan as he unleashed a fist directly aimed at the heart region of Chen Yuan's chest. Wait. I'll speak. I'll tell you, just stop. Sensing the frigid aura emanating from Chen Xiao, Chen Yuan was finally gripped by fear. The fist halted a mere inch from Chen Yuan's chest, the violent wind from the strike causing him painful sensations. Fortunately, Chen Xiao finally ceased his assault. Without further ado, Chen Yuan hastily declared, I saw Chen Lan on a street not long ago. If you go now, you might still find her. Do not dare deceive me. Chen Xiao's murderous intent surged dramatically, and without uttering another word, he struck Chen Yuan's dantian with a fierce blow. Bang! A deep sound echoed abruptly. In an instant, Chen Yuan's face paled, his gaze towards Chen Xiao now filled with not only resentment, but also astonishment at Chen Xiao's willingness to act so decisively. Ding! A system notification sounded. Host has successfully defeated 4-star martial artist Chen Yuan, earning 200 experience points, 50 gold coins, and acquiring level 1 black spine serpent bloodline. Ignoring the system's chime, Chen Xiao fixed his gaze intently on Chen Yuan and coldly commanded, Speak quickly, or I shall end your life immediately. A potent aura of menace continued to emanate from Chen Xiao. In truth, he was becoming increasingly anxious. Nearly a tea's worth of time had passed since leaving the Chen family, and if he delayed further, should anything happen to Chen Lan, he would likely bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Furthermore, failing to complete the system's task could result in his demotion. You have crippled my cultivation? Chen Yuan stammered, his eyes reflecting both murderous intent and despair. The destruction of a martial artist's dantian typically meant a lifetime devoid of the possibility of cultivation. Crack! Chen Xiao, devoid of any inclination for further conversation, interrupted Chen Yuan by breaking one of his arms. It was not out of cruelty, but rather a culmination of the long-standing resentment he harbored after inheriting the memories of this body. The Chen family had thoroughly disappointed him, and his pent-up hatred erupted violently at that moment. Even after taking lives, he felt no remorse. I shall kill you. I will certainly kill you. Chen Yuan screamed in a frenzy, fortunate that no one was nearby to hear him. Crack! Another sound echoed as Chen Xiao broke the other arm. Just as he intended to shatter Chen Yuan's legs, Chen Yuan's tone softened, and he quickly pleaded, Stop. I will tell you everything. It was Chen Ning. Yes, it was Chen Ning who instructed me to do this. A chilling light suddenly surged in Chen Xiao's eyes as he sharply rebuked, Where is Chen Lan now? Chen Lan is in the Tianzi room of the Zuiyue Tower. Chen Yuan hastily interjected, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, he might incur Chen Xiao's wrath and suffer a broken leg. Without further inquiry, Chen Xiao abandoned Chen Yuan and swiftly made his way towards the Zuiyue Tower, though an increasing sense of unease gnawed at his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan glared resentfully at Chen Xiao's retreating figure, his face etched with a fierce coldness. Ultimately, he suppressed the pain coursing through his body and hurried back to his family. The Zuiyue Tower, the largest tavern in Qingyang town, catered to both dining and lodging, frequently offering exquisite items for sale, which contributed to its booming business. The affluent and noble often chose this establishment for revelry and indulgence. The previous owner of Chen Xiao's body had frequented the Zuiyue Tower, albeit infrequently. Nevertheless, he was not unfamiliar with the place and dashed towards it with purpose. At this moment, on the third floor of the Zuiyue Tower, within the opulently adorned Tianzi private room, a breathtaking young woman clad in a green silk gown found herself bound to a lavishly wide bed, struggling against the ropes that restrained her. Chapter 8. Remove your filthy hands from me. The young girl, with delicate brows and bright almond-shaped eyes, possessed a charming and petite figure. Though she had not yet fully matured, she undeniably bore the visage of a budding beauty. However, her exquisite and flawless face was marred by tear stains. In that moment, the girl looked on in sheer terror at the unfamiliar man standing by her bed. The man, adorned in luxurious brocade robes, appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Yet, the aura he exuded revealed that he had already attained the pinnacle of a 6-star martial apprentice. At that moment, the young man gazed at the girl, who lay weeping on the bed, with a lewd grin, teasingly saying, "What is there to weep about? For a person of my stature to take notice of you is a blessing from your past life. As long as you serve me well, I would not mind considering you as a concubine. Is that not far better than being a maid in that wretched Chen family? My brother will not let you go unpunished," the girl retorted, though her voice was laced with trepidation, and the fear on her face intensified. "Oh, I almost forgot about your brother. Isn't he that useless Chen Xiao from the Chen family? A mere waste without any bloodline talent. Do you truly expect him to rescue you? Even if he were to come, what could he possibly do to save you?" As he spoke, the young man's grin grew ever more pronounced, as if he reveled in his own superiority. A shadowy image flickered around him, a black and white patterned leopard, though it appeared somewhat ethereal. An overwhelming aura emanated from it, instilling dread. Upon witnessing this, Chen Lan's complexion turned ashen. How well she knew her brother. It was precisely due to his lack of bloodline talent that they had fallen into such dire straits. Although she could not ascertain the young man's precise level of cultivation, she was certain he far surpassed her brother. What could her brother do, even if he knew of her predicament? Rush here to meet his demise? In that moment, Chen Lan found herself wishing her brother would not come to this place. Yet, an overwhelming desire for death began to surge within her. After casting a defiant glance at the finely dressed young man, she resolutely decided to bite her tongue. "Hmph, do you think you can take such drastic measures in my presence? Have you consulted me?" The young man's expression flickered with mockery as he instantly appeared before Chen Lan, grasping her chin with a firm grip. With a slight push, her jaw dislocated. Now, even if Chen Lan wished to end her own life, she was rendered incapable. You are not afraid of my brother? Do you not fear the retribution of the Chen family?" Despair etched on her face. She sought to make one final attempt. "The Chen family? Huh. What are they to me? I am already a designated disciple of the Heavenly Martial Academy. What can the Chen family do to me? Moreover, do you know who brought you here? It was none other than your family's esteemed young master." The young man looked at Chen Lan with derision, his words ruthlessly shattering her fragile mental defenses. Indeed, upon hearing the youth reveal that it was the Chen family who had sent him, Chen Lan fell silent, her tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Observing her psychological defenses crumbling, the youth seized the moment with unrelenting fervor. "Do you truly believe the Chen family sent you here for any noble reason? Their eldest scion, Chen Ning, seeks admission to the Heavenly Martial Academy. Without my recommendation, given his talent, he may well fail to gain entry. You are merely a discarded plaything, cast aside by the Chen family. Do you understand?" Upon uttering these words, the youth wasted no time, lunging towards the bound Chen Lan. As he did, he frantically began to tear off his own garments. The sound of ripping fabric suddenly echoed through the room. A corner of Chen Lan's clothing was torn away, exposing her flawless, ivory arm, igniting the youth's covetous gaze. "No, get away from me. Please leave." Chen Lan began to struggle violently. However, She was merely an ordinary person with little cultivation, no match for a youth who had already reached the pinnacle of a 6-star martial apprentice. Haha. Today, even if you scream to the heavens, no one will come to your aid. Accept your fate. The youth laughed maniacally, intent on continuing to tear at Chen Lan's clothing. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted. The once closed door was kicked open, splintering into shards that scattered across the floor. Outside the room, a young boy, clad in black and around 15 or 16 years of age, stormed in, his face a mask of fury. Upon seeing Chen Lan bound to the bed, with the youth poised to remove her clothing, Chen Xiao's expression darkened instantly. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged from him uncontrollably. Remove your filthy hands from her. His voice was icy as he took in the scene before him, his anger boiling over. Hearing the commotion, the youth was compelled to rise. However, when he turned, his countenance darkened at the sight of none other than Chen Xiao standing in the doorway, and he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it's just you, the waste. Do you honestly think you can thwart me, Lin Yu? Chen Xiao coldly uttered the name of the youth before him. Meanwhile, Chen Lan, still bound to the bed, felt a rush of tears at the sight of her brother Chen Xiao. Yet, upon hearing Chen Xiao call out the youth's name, her face drained of color. For Lin Yu was a direct descendant of the Lin family, a formidable rival to the Chen family in Qingyang Town, and among the few geniuses of that clan. Even though Chen Lan seldom practiced martial arts, she often heard discussions in the streets about the talented individuals within Qingyang Town. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the names most frequently mentioned were those of Chen Ning from the Chen family and Lin Yu from the Lin family, alongside a few others. The extent of their discussion serves to illustrate just how formidable Lin Yu truly is. Brother, run. This Lin Yu is a 6-star martial apprentice. You cannot defeat him. Hurry. Don't worry about me. Chen Lan's anxious voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing Chen Lan's words, Chen Xiao felt a warmth spread through his heart. It is no wonder that, despite having taken over this unfamiliar body, he harbored an extraordinarily deep affection for the essentially estranged Chen Lan. It seems that their bond, forged through years of mutual reliance, has left an indelible imprint on this body's consciousness. Chapter 9. The genius Lin, you trust me. This trash poses no threat to me. Chen Xiaoshan's cold voice resonated slowly, each word distinctly articulated. As he spoke, he stepped into the room and strode directly towards Chen Lan, who lay on the bed. Haha, trash. You, a worthless fool, dare to call me trash? I am one of the few geniuses in Qingyang Town, endowed with the bloodline of the 3rd-tier variegated leopard. And what about you? You possess neither bloodline talent, nor do you even exceed the rank of a 3-star martial apprentice, correct? If I am trash, then what are you? Ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous. Lin Yu's mocking voice rang out. Despite Chen Xiaoshan advancing towards him, Lin Yu showed no intention of retreating, standing coldly in place and watching Chen Xiaoshan approach. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closer. Even closer. Chen Xiaoshan could sense an ominous energy emanating from Lin Yu, clearly intending to unleash a devastating blow once Chen Xiaoshan drew near. However, Chen Xiaoshan did not falter in his stride. His gaze fixated not on Lin Yu, but rather on the tearful Chen Lan behind him, particularly upon noticing the torn sections of Chen Lan's dress. A surge of murderous rage flooded his heart. Today, you shall witness how I indulge with your sister Yun Yu. I am eager to see what you, a worthless fool, can do about it. Lin Yu's taunting voice echoed. Before he could finish, Lin Yu launched a punch directly at Chen Xiaoshan's face. This strike was devoid of any flamboyance. In fact, Lin Yu did not even utilize his inner energy or bloodline, relying solely on his physical strength to attack Chen Xiaoshan. In his view, dealing with a 2-star martial apprentice like Chen Xiaoshan was beneath the need for such resources. Nevertheless, even this raw physical power had reached nearly 700 pounds, rendering Chen Xiaoshan utterly defenseless. Lin Yu assumed that Chen Xiaoshan would immediately retreat to evade the blow. He had already prepared to pursue and disable Chen Xiaoshan's limbs, leaving him unable to do anything but watch as his sister was defiled. However, to his astonishment, Chen Xiaoshan chose not to evade. Not only did he stand his ground, but he also unexpectedly swung his own fist, launching an attack towards Lin Yu. Did Chen Xiaoshan truly believe that he could withstand Lin Yu's strike with the capabilities of a 2-star martial apprentice? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. A cruel glimmer danced across Lin Yu's face as he accelerated his speed. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the two figures collided fiercely, only to separate immediately afterward. Lin Yu stumbled backward several steps, while Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to maneuver behind Lin Yu. Instead of continuing his assault on Lin Yu, Chen Xiao swiftly lifted his black long robe and draped it over the unconscious Chen Lan on the bed. In an instant, he severed the ropes binding her. However, upon noticing Chen Lan's dislocated jaw, the murderous intent on Chen Xiao's face intensified. After painstakingly realigning her jaw, he turned to fix a somber gaze upon Lin Yu, who stood behind him. All of this transpired in the briefest of moments. As Chen Lan was rescued, Lin Yu's expression darkened. His eyes filled with malice as they fixed upon Chen Xiao. A heavy aura began to emanate from Lin Yu, and a spectral image of a black and white spotted leopard subtly materialized around him, baring its fangs at Chen Xiao. Clearly, Lin Yu was genuinely enraged. Fully awakening the bloodline of the leopard within him, "I will ensure your demise." Lin Yu's voice was ominous. Yet, Chen Xiao merely scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. Such a loquacious fool. With that, he vanished in a flash, charging towards Lin Yu with remarkable speed. "Wait, aren't you merely a two-star martial apprentice?" Lin Yu was taken aback by Chen Xiao's velocity, quickly realizing the impossibility of a two-star martial apprentice exhibiting such swiftness. However, he soon found himself chuckling again, for he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Chen Xiao, indicating a 6-star martial apprentice level. It appeared that he had only just reached this tier. Although perplexed by the discrepancy between Chen Xiao's actual prowess and the rumors about him, he could scarcely be labeled as inept. Chen Xiao exhibited no signs of any bloodline talent despite exerting himself to the fullest. Could it be that he truly is just a talentless fool? Lin Yu smirked. While not every martial artist possessed bloodline talent, those who did were undoubtedly far superior to their counterparts without such gifts. It could be asserted that, within the same realm, martial artists endowed with bloodline talent were invincible. Among the elite, at least 9 out of 10 possessed such gifts, leaving the remaining 1 as an anomaly. Lin Yu certainly did not consider Chen Xiao to be that exception. In terms of both cultivation and bloodline talent, Lin Yu far surpassed Chen Xiao, making it implausible for him to fear such a foe. As Chen Xiao charged once more, Lin Yu's right hand clenched into a fist, striking towards Chen Xiao's chest with ferocity. Simultaneously, his left hand unfurled into a claw, aiming directly for Chen Xiao's throat. Both strikes targeted vital points and were executed simultaneously. Regardless of which one Chen Xiao chose to evade, the other would deliver a fatal blow. Should he attempt to turn and dodge, he would be met with a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving him with no means of escape. In either scenario, Chen Xiao was doomed. Hmph. Chen Xiao's gaze suddenly turned icy, and his mind swiftly communicated with the bloodline of the Taotie within his dantian. He summoned the power of the barbarian bull bloodline and directly infused its strength into his being. However, after being devoured by the Taotie, the barbarian bull bloodline, even when Chen Xiao activated its power, appeared no different from an ordinary martial artist to the outside observer, lacking any visible traits of a bloodline talent. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao could distinctly feel his strength surge by nearly 200 pounds, and combined with his inherent power, he had thoroughly surpassed the ranks of a 7-star martial apprentice. Boom! A tempestuous force erupted, and the two figures collided instantaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Both retreated 3 steps, and astonishingly, it appeared they were evenly matched. How could this be? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was currently at the pinnacle of the 6-star martial apprentice level, with power nearly reaching 700 pounds. The colorful leopard, while only augmenting speed, nonetheless contributed some strength as well, and with the bloodline enhancement, his power must have exceeded 800 pounds. Yet, Chen Xiao, a mere novice of the 6-star level, devoid of any bloodline talent, was somehow able to contend with him equally? It was utterly impossible for Lin Yu to remain unfazed by this revelation. Chapter 10. A leg disabled before he could continue to be astonished. Chen Xiao had already regained his composure and charged forward once more. Lin Yu, disregarding the fatigue in his arms, hastened to meet him. However, this time Lin Yu had learned his lesson, recognizing Chen Xiao's formidable strength, which was evidently a testament to his innate power. He understood that engaging in hand-to-hand combat with such a person was merely courting danger. Thus, as he advanced, a shimmering long sword appeared in Lin Yu's hand, radiating a chilling gleam. As the sword emerged, it swept toward Chen Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. Should Chen Xiao persist in his advance, he would undoubtedly have to endure this onslaught of sharp attacks. Naturally, Chen Xiao was not foolish enough to do so. Yet, he did not retreat outright. Instead, he executed an unusual twist of his body, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Lin Yu from the side. To Chen Xiao's bewilderment, Lin Yu was remarkably faster than him, moving with a grace that allowed him to create distance between them, denying Chen Xiao any opportunity to close in. After attempting to strike twice and being repelled by Lin Yu's sword, Chen Xiao finally furrowed his brow in frustration. Engaging in combat with Lin Yu while unarmed was merely an exercise in folly. System, do you have any recommended weapons? Chen Xiao finally halted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu in the distance, while his mind rapidly communicated with the Supreme Upgrade System. Within the Supreme Upgrade System's exchange shop, there existed a plethora of techniques, martial skills, weapons, and even elixirs available for the host to redeem. Given the host's current predicament, the system had thoughtfully selected 4 weapons for expedient choice. As the prompt sounded, a semi-transparent system interface appeared before Chen Xiao, displaying 4 exquisitely crafted weapons. The first was a 6-foot spear, its dark shaft intricately engraved with complex runes, priced at 100 gold coins. With a total of 430 gold coins at his disposal, Chen Xiao could afford it. However, upon a brief glance, he dismissed it, realizing that the spear could not be effectively wielded in the confines of the room. The second weapon was a broad saber, its silver blade glinting with a chilling light, exuding an aura of sharpness. Yet, Chen Xiao also chose to forego this option, as he held no affinity for large sabers. The remaining 2 options were a 3-foot-long sword and a 2-foot short sword. The short sword was particularly exquisite, priced at 120 gold coins, which Chen Xiao could afford, yet its length did not appeal to him either. Thus, the only weapon left was the final long sword. Chen Xiao's gaze settled upon it. This was a pitch-black long sword, save for its blade, which shimmered with a sinister cold light. Apart from its color, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, upon noticing its price, Chen Xiao's lips twitched slightly. It was a staggering 150 gold coins. This made it the most expensive of the 4 weapons. As Lin Yu lunged towards him once more, Chen Xiao urgently exclaimed, "Exchange." A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for a level 1 iron sword. It has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a vast expanse, measuring hundreds of square feet, manifested in Chen Xiao's consciousness. This space was eerily vacant, save for a solitary black, long sword gracefully suspended in midair. It was evident that this was the backpack bestowed upon him by the system. With a mere thought, the black sword vanished from that space. In an instant, it reappeared in Chen Xiao's grasp, and he swung it down decisively towards the advancing Lin Yu. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, recognized that the sword in his own hand had been retrieved from a storage ring, an item of considerable expense. Even as a direct descendant of the Lin family, such a luxury was beyond his means. It was a rare treasure he had fortuitously acquired from another. Yet now, Chen Xiao wielded a long sword as if conjured from thin air. It was simply inconceivable that Chen Xiao lacked a storage ring. But had he not been regarded as a waste, possessing merely the cultivation of a 2-star martial apprentice? Had he not been cast aside by the Chen family? What could possibly explain this situation? Not only was he not a failure, but he now appeared to be a formidable genius. This revelation left Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment, his mind racing with questions. However, Chen Xiao paid no heed to Lin Yu's confusion. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced, bringing his long sword down with ferocity, deflecting Lin Yu's incoming strike. Furthermore, this action closed the distance between them significantly. Chen Xiao had intended to continue his assault, but Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and began to retreat. Chen Xiao, slightly slower, realized that if Lin Yu escaped, seizing this opportunity would become increasingly difficult. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to change his approach. With a sudden surge of determination, Chen Xiao lifted his left foot and delivered a swift kick towards Lin Yu's lower region. This unexpected maneuver caught Lin Yu off guard. Combat among warriors is typically straightforward, adhering to an unspoken code of honor. Yet, Chen Xiao's audacious strike aimed at a crucial area was utterly unforeseen. A dull thud reverberated through the air, reminiscent of something shattering. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the atmosphere. "Ah, I will kill you." Lin Yu's face contorted in agony as he uttered those words, his expression twisted into a grotesque visage. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and the sheer pain rendered him incapable of continuing his assault on Chen Xiao. Curved over in distress, one hand clutched his sword in a protective stance while the other shielded his wounded area, retreating rapidly. However, along the way, the ground was stained with blood, a testament to the severity of Chen Xiao's recent kick. "Oh dear, did I apply too much force? Are you all right?" Chen Xiao inquired with a hint of surprise, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, whose expression was contorted with rage. "Get lost." Lin Yu, at that moment, was utterly disinclined to engage in conversation. Even uttering that single phrase caused him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. If glances could kill, Chen Xiao would have been slain by Lin Yu hundreds of times over. For that kick had been excessively ruthless. Chapter 11. One strike after another. Chen Lan remained silently leaning against the bed, her face initially marked by deep concern, tears cascading down uncontrollably. However, upon witnessing the sheer force of Chen Xiao's kick, even she could not help but feel a flush of color rise to her cheeks. As for Chen Xiao, he exhibited no sense of remorse for his actions. Not only that, but he even denied Lin Yu any opportunity to recuperate or rest. The moment he saw Lin Yu hurriedly retrieving a medicinal pill, Chen Xiao sprang into action once more. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he was determined to strike decisively. Chen Xiao was not foolish enough to bide his time waiting for Lin Yu to regain his strength for a fair confrontation. The sequence of events, from Chen Xiao's surprise attack to their brief separation, followed by his relentless pursuit, transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Yu struggling to catch his breath. Sweat streamed down his forehead like water. As he watched Chen Xiao approach, Lin Yu hastily retreated to the side. Yet, with that movement, his expression shifted painfully, causing him to falter momentarily, allowing Chen Xiao to close the distance. A crisp clang echoed as their swords met. It was evident to any observer that Chen Xiao wielded his sword with formidable strength, while Lin Yu's efforts were merely a desperate attempt to fend off the assault. Indeed, the two swords parted swiftly, Lin Yu's weapon nearly being knocked from his grasp by Chen Xiao's might. Despite this, Lin Yu staggered backward several paces. However, Chen Xiao showed no intention of relenting, his sword swinging ferociously towards Lin Yu without a hint of strategy. Initially, Lin Yu managed to hold his ground, but as time wore on and exhaustion set in, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Ultimately, Chen Xiao seized yet another opportunity, effortlessly disarming Lin Yu. With a swift thrust, Chen Xiao's blade pierced Lin Yu's shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Xiao's sword showed no sign of hesitation as it aimed directly for Lin Yu's throat. "Please, you cannot kill me," Lin Yu exclaimed, his voice strained and desperate. "I am a direct descendant of the Lin family, soon to become the heir. I am also a student designated by the Tianwu Academy. If you take my life, neither the Lin family nor the academy will spare you." "Is that so?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, his sword halting just before Lin Yu. Observing the pause, Lin Yu's expression shifted, a glimmer of hope igniting as he perceived Chen Xiao's hesitation. A mocking smile crept onto his face as he declared, "Indeed. In no more than 3 days, representatives from the Tianwu Academy will arrive to recruit disciples. At that point, I will enter the academy. If you kneel and apologize, and offer Chen Lan as compensation, I might consider sparing you." Otherwise, though his words trailed off, the underlying threat was unmistakably palpable. Chen Lan stood by with a face full of worry. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, she fell silent, uncertain of what to do next. If Chen Xiao truly killed Lin Yu, there would undoubtedly be no sanctuary left for them here. Though perplexed by how Chen Xiao had become so formidable in such a short span, she felt a sense of relief, regardless of the choices Chen Xiao made henceforth. Her only option was to comply. "Fool," Chen Xiao muttered under his breath, an odd expression crossing his face. Then, before Lin Yu's wide eyes, he plunged his sword directly into Lin Yu's throat. Even in death, Lin Yu could not fathom that after revealing so much of his identity, Chen Xiao would still execute him without hesitation. Was it possible that Chen Xiao truly feared nothing? Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 6-star martial apprentice Lin Yu. Reward: 500 experience points, 100 gold coins, and 1 storage ring. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Save Chen Lan. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully leveled up. Now at the 7-star martial apprentice level. Ding. System notification. A level 3 unclaimed bloodline of a patterned leopard has been detected nearby. The host should collect it promptly. As a series of system notifications echoed, Chen Xiao felt a surge of mysterious power within him. Soon after, a more potent sensation enveloped his perception. If Chen Xiao were to face Lin Yu again at this moment, he was confident he could eliminate him within 3 moves. Brother, what shall we do now? Chen Lan approached, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at the bloodied Lin Yu on the ground. Chen Xiao's act of killing Lin Yu would surely send shockwaves throughout Qingyang town. Should the Lin family become aware, their escape from the town would be impossible. Chen Xiao was acutely aware of this, yet he felt no remorse for slaying the man. Do not fret just yet, Chen Xiao replied, his tone calming as he reassured Chen Lan while placing his hand upon Lin Yu's lifeless chest. Immediately, a strange pulling force manifested, acting upon Lin Yu's body. In mere moments, a fist-sized patterned leopard, adorned with black and white spots, materialized within Chen Xiao's dantian. The unfortunate little beast, still bewildered by the situation, was suddenly pounced upon by the ravenous creature quietly resting in the dantian, which opened its eyes wide and lunged forward. Within mere breaths, the small patterned beast vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Chen Xiao sensed a heightened connection to the bloodline of the ravenous creature. Upon checking the growth of the bloodline, he discovered it had reached 6100. According to this calculation, Chen Xiao surmised that a level 3 bloodline would contribute 3 points to growth, while a level 1 would yield 1 point. Having absorbed the vibrant bloodline of the spotted leopard, Chen Xiao resolved that he could no longer remain in this place. The fierce battle that had just ensued had already attracted a considerable number of onlookers, who were now gathered outside, eager to witness the commotion. Some had even rushed out, shouting in excitement. Amidst this throng of spectators, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. Make way, clear the path. The crowd, startled, was about to retaliate with indignation. But upon seeing the newcomer, they fell silent, suppressing their displeasure and obediently stepping aside. The arrival was none other than the guards of the Lin family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Qingyang town. Why would the Lin family guards appear here at such a moment? Many in the crowd felt a twinge of confusion, for the Lin family guards typically did not roam about freely. Why does that figure lying on the ground seem somewhat familiar? A collective gasp echoed as onlookers instinctively turned their gazes toward the fallen individual, their eyes widening in disbelief. One among them exclaimed, "That looks like Lin Yu, the young prodigy of the Lin family. How could he have met his demise here?" Chapter 12. The master martial artist. Another figure appeared, strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the once-renowned prodigy of the Chen family, Chen Xiao. A voice of uncertainty echoed among the crowd, indicating that some individuals were indeed well-versed in the matters at hand. The Lin family guard, who had just arrived, underwent a swift transformation in demeanor upon hearing the discussions. Losing his composure entirely, he hastily maneuvered through the throng of people, rushing towards the Tianzi room. Zhaoxing's heart was heavy with unease. Earlier, the young master of his family had mentioned dining at the Zuiyue pavilion and instructed him not to accompany him. However, upon learning of this from the family head, he was promptly reprimanded and immediately set off to follow. After inquiring with the waiter, he discovered that his young master was in the Tianzi private room on the 3rd floor. Yet, before he could ascend, a cacophony erupted in the air. As he approached, he was struck by the pervasive scent of blood, causing his heart to plummet. He fervently prayed for the safety of young Master Lin Yu. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tianzi private room and witnessing the door shattered to fragments, his ominous premonition intensified. "Master, are you unharmed?" Before he could step inside, his voice faltered. There, on the ground, lay the lifeless body of his young master, Lin Yu. "Did you do this?" Zhaoxing's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Xiao and the figure draped in Chen Xiao's garments, Chen Lan. In an instant, he surmised the unfolding of events. For such tragedies had transpired before. Yet, previously, no unforeseen incidents had marred their outcomes. Even when complications arose, the Lin family swiftly resolved them. As a mere servant, he had no right to intervene. Yet, today, his young master had fallen victim. Regardless of Lin Yu's actions, he remained a member of the Lin family. and it was Zhao Xing's duty to protect him. Now, with Lin Yu gone and he himself unscathed, he knew that if the perpetrator remained at large, his return to the family would spell certain doom. Even if Chen Xiao were apprehended, Zhao Xing's standing within the Lin family would undoubtedly plummet, and severe punishment would be inevitable. However, this fate was far preferable to immediate death. Thus, his singular thought was to capture Chen Xiao. Die. A terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Zhao Xing. As a guard accompanying Lin Yu, Zhao Xing possessed formidable prowess, having attained the rank of a 2-star martial artist. In contrast, Chen Xiao, by Zhao Xing's assessment, was merely a martial apprentice. In the eyes of a martial artist, regardless of the apprentice's star rating, the outcome remained unchanged, for they posed no real threat. Unless, of course, they were overly complacent. Chen Xiao's ability to slay Lin Yu undoubtedly indicated that his cultivation level was no less than that of a 7-star martial disciple. Thus, when Zhao Xing made his move, he exerted his utmost effort. Even Chen Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically in response to this assault. The moment Zhao Xing appeared, he locked onto Chen Xiao with the ferocity of a tiger. The speed with which he charged was astonishing. Chen Xiao found himself with neither the time nor the means to evade, especially with Chen Lan standing behind him. Left with no alternative, he braced himself and swung his longsword directly at Zhao Xing. Hmph, overestimating oneself. Zhao Xing scoffed, his right hand suddenly accelerating as he delivered a powerful punch to the blade of Chen Xiao's sword. A clear ringing sound resonated as Chen Xiao's sword was forcefully repelled, its tip trembling in the air. Moreover, the immense force exerted upon Chen Xiao sent him hurtling backwards, crashing through a table before he managed to come to a halt. Coughing, Chen Xiao felt as though his very bones were on the verge of disintegrating. Was this the power of a martial master? He estimated that the impact of that blow must have been at least 1,200 pounds. Fortunately, his cultivation had already risen to the 7-star martial disciple level. Otherwise, that single strike could have claimed his life. After defeating Chen Xiao with that blow, Zhao Xing did not linger, nor did he afford Chen Xiao any time to recover, charging straight at him, with a punch aimed directly at Chen Xiao's dantian. It was evident that Zhao Xing intended to incapacitate Chen Xiao's cultivation and take him back to face the family head. After all, with Lin Yu dead, this incident would likely escalate significantly, and Chen Xiao was no longer a subordinate that could be easily dealt with. Of course, should Chen Xiao choose to resist, bringing back his corpse would suffice for Zhao Xing to fulfill his obligations. Chen Xiao recognized this predicament and sought to evade, but felt utterly powerless due to Zhao Xing's extraordinary speed. Then it struck him. He could harness the power of the bloodline of the spotted leopard. His eyes gleaming, Chen Xiao immediately connected with the bloodline of the Taotie within him. As his consciousness brushed against this bloodline, a pitch-black space unfolded before his eyes. Within this dark realm floated 4 orbs, each emanating a hazy glow, one representing the golden pheasant, another the black-spined snake, and the third the spotted leopard, with a languid Taotie cub resting in their midst. After casting a brief, astonished glance at the black-spined snake, Chen Xiao wasted no time in selecting the spotted leopard. Quickly channeling the power of the spotted leopard's bloodline, his body twisted in an uncanny fashion as he rolled to the side. Thud! Despite his best efforts to dodge, he was unable to avoid the attack completely. Zhao Xing's strike landed squarely on his shoulder, sending him staggering backward once more. This fellow, it seemed, was in dire straits. It is said that he is merely an individual devoid of any innate bloodline talent. How could he possibly stand against a guardian of the Lin family at the martial master level? Indeed, he must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare to lay hands on a member of the Lin family, especially one of their 2 prodigious talents. It seems that Qingyang town is on the brink of upheaval. Whispers and murmurs echoed in his ears incessantly. A bitter smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. The leap from martial apprentice to martial master is an entirely different realm. The notion of battling beyond one's rank, as depicted in novels, had become utterly illusory in his case. It was simply unattainable. The disparity in strength between the 2 levels was insurmountably vast. What should he do? What course of action should he take now? Chen Xiao incessantly pondered strategies in his mind, yet the more anxious he became, the less he could conjure up an effective response. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed in. Dangerous environment detected. It is advisable for the host to immediately exchange for a life-preserving manual. The The crisp and melodious tone of the system's prompt resonated in Chen Xiao's mind like a celestial melody at that moment. Chapter 13. The slaughtering martial artist. As the voice faded, a sudden interface materialized before Chen Xiao, revealing 3 options for exchange. These were 3 forms of secret techniques. One sword ascending to the heavens, a fearsome and enigmatic sword maneuver, once mastered, enables the wielder to unleash their full strength to execute this technique. Capable of instantaneously vanquishing foes even within 5 levels above the host zone. Note: exchange cost, 400 gold coins. Phantom Step, an instantaneous increase of 30% in speed, allowing the host to unleash their full potential for the duration of a tea's brewing time, facilitating an immediate escape. Exchange cost, 450 gold coins. Level 1 Inscription Talisman, capable of slaying martial artists below the martial master rank with a single strike. Even martial masters can be severely injured if caught off guard. Exchange cost, 480 gold coins. Note: this is a one-time consumable. The Level 1 Inscription Talisman holds no lethality against those above the martial general rank. Gazing at these 3 life-saving skills, Chen Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Remarkably, all 3 were within his financial reach, particularly the Level 1 Inscription Talisman, as his system gold was precisely 480 coins. System, you are a scammer. Chen Xiao's heart brimmed with indignation. It was evident that the system was taking advantage of his predicament. Initially, he had intended to exchange for some items later, but now he found himself back at square one. Warning! Warning! Danger is approaching. Please select an exchange promptly. The system's alert tone escalated in urgency, leaving no room for hesitation. Although Phantom Step seemed advantageous, it was evidently a personal escape skill, and Chen Xiao had no means to flee alone. As for the Level 1 Inscription Talisman, while its power appeared formidable, it was a one-time use, after which it would be rendered useless. As a prudent and frugal man, Chen Xiao resolutely opted for one sword ascending to the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for the martial technique one sword ascending to the heavens. With the system's announcement, the skill option transformed into a speck of light and vanished. Concurrently, a vast reservoir of knowledge regarding the sword technique flooded Chen Xiao's mind, as if it were an innate memory, allowing him to grasp the essence and intricacies of one sword ascending to the heavens in an instant. Even now, he could effortlessly wield it. It must be said, having a system is indeed convenient. Chen Xiao could not help but exclaim once more. Although this system required expenditure, the investment was worthwhile. Otherwise, he would have no notion of when he might master a technique independently. As all the memories coalesced, Zhao Xing had already lunged towards Chen Xiao. However, Chen Xiao did not retaliate immediately. Instead, he utilized his sword once more to deflect Zhao Xing's attack. Unsurprisingly, Chen Xiao was hurled backward yet again. This time, it appeared even more brutal than before, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Brother, are you all right? Tears streamed down Chen Lan's face, overwhelming her senses as she rushed towards Chen Xiao. However, at that moment, she noticed Chen Xiao, who lay on the ground struggling, suddenly wink at her. This peculiar gesture momentarily left her in a daze, causing her to forget her intent to reach him. You young man, before you act, consider the consequences. Even as a member of the Chen family, taking the life of someone from the Lin family will demand a reckoning. Zhao Xing's cold voice reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, Zhao Xing positioned himself before Chen Xiao, scrutinizing him from a height. All present realized that the battle had come to an end. It seemed that henceforth, the world would no longer know of Chen Xiao. It was even possible that a fierce conflict would arise between the Chen and Lin families. After uttering these words, Zhao Xing reached out, intending to lift Chen Xiao from the ground. Just then, despite his painful expression, Chen Xiao suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. This unexpected expression startled Zhao Xing, a wave of unease washing over him. Before he could react, a blinding light erupted, leaving him no time to retreat. With a swift motion, Chen Xiao raised his sword, charging towards Zhao Xing at an astonishing speed. The distance between them was already minimal, and with his swordplay, Chen Xiao seemed to soar through the air, his speed so great that even a martial artist would struggle to respond. Yet, Zhao Xing, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, sensed the impending danger. Instantly, he crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing for Chen Xiao's lethal strike. Although the force of Chen Xiao's attack appeared formidable, Zhao Xing, a distinguished two-star martial artist, believed he could withstand this blow. Surviving this strike would leave him with countless ways to exact vengeance upon Chen Xiao. However, his confidence quickly waned. A wave of terrifying power enveloped him, causing excruciating pain throughout his body and a sudden awareness of life-threatening peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xing hastily retreated. Yet, compared to Chen Xiao's sword, his movements proved insufficiently swift. The sound of a blade piercing flesh abruptly shattered the silence. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers widened their eyes in shock. Zhao Xing's eyes bulged in disbelief as he glanced down at his chest, where a dark long sword had pierced through a narrow gap in his crossed arms. How could this happen? Zhao Xing thought, his expression one of utter incredulity. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how a mere martial apprentice could bring about his demise. Ding! The system prompts. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the two-star martial artist Zhao Xing, earning 1,000 experience points and a reward of 500 gold coins. Ding! The system alerts. A level 2 unclaimed bloodline penetrating beast has been detected nearby. Please collect it promptly. As soon as the system notification concluded, Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. After vanquishing Zhao Xing, not only had he recovered the gold coins he had just lost, but he had also unwittingly acquired a level 2 bloodline. This transaction was indeed advantageous. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao swiftly approached and consumed the bloodline of the penetrating beast. At that moment, however, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! The system prompts. The host's current physical condition is exceedingly frail. Would you like to expend 100 gold coins for restoration? Can I truly restore my health? Chen Xiao found himself increasingly unsettled. If the system indeed possessed such a function, it would be utterly extraordinary. One must ponder, how could a battle proceed if one combatant, regardless of the severity of their injuries, could continuously recover? Chapter 14. The alchemist. At this moment, after executing a soaring sword technique, Chen Xiao felt exceedingly weakened, particularly as the last remnants of his true energy had been entirely depleted during that singular strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered the command, "Restore." As the words left his lips, he watched helplessly as 100 of his remaining 580 gold coins were deducted. Nevertheless, there was a glimmer of hope within his dantian. A pure, milky white energy began to surge forth in an unending stream. The origin of this energy was a mystery to Chen Xiao, as if it had materialized from thin air. Initially, it merely coalesced at the site of his dantian, but as time passed, the flow intensified. Ultimately, it began to traverse through the meridians of his body, gradually permeating every part of him. As this milky energy coursed through him, Chen Xiao sensed an extraordinary rejuvenation. His once exhausted body seemed to regain its vitality, and even the true energy within his dantian was being refined and strengthened under the nurturing influence of this ethereal essence. In less than the span of half a tea's brewing, his injuries had completely healed, and he felt an undeniable surge of power greater than before his restoration. However, now was not the time for reflection. Ignoring the lifeless bodies on the ground, Chen Xiao grasped Chen Lan's hand and bolted towards the exit. The immediate priority was to escape. Recalling his memories, he knew that formidable martial generals resided within the Lin family. If a martial artist had posed a challenge, Chen Xiao had relied on the system to retaliate, but against a martial general, he would find himself utterly helpless. Thus, he had to flee before the Lin family could react. As for the Chen family, to hell with them. Chen Xiao felt no emotional ties to that family and had no desire to linger. When onlookers witnessed his desperate flight, none dared to impede him. After all, in terms of status, even though Chen Xiao was deemed a waste in the Chen family, he was not someone ordinary folk could provoke. Yet, as they gazed upon the two corpses lying on the ground, a question arose in the minds of all. Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that Chen Xiao was indeed a waste? With remarkable ease, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan escaped from the Zuiyue building, hastening in a direction entirely opposite to that of the Lin family. However, the commotion created was rather significant. The proprietor of the Zuiyue building had already dispatched someone to inform the Lin family at the first sign of trouble. Thus, shortly after Chen Xiao and his companion exited, the Lin family sprang into action. The Lin family was one of the 4 prominent pillar families in Xingyang town. Although they typically operated with a domineering flair, They seldom engaged in major confrontations. Yet today, the entire Qingyang town was in an uproar. The Lin family, known for their infrequent interventions, had mobilized en masse. Many remain oblivious to the unfolding events, while a few informed souls fervently disseminate the news they possess. The first scion of the Chen family, Chen Xiao, has audaciously engaged in a fierce confrontation with a member of the Lin family at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Not only that, but he has also slain Lin Yu, renowned as one of the two prodigies of the Lin family, along with a martial artist-level guardian. Upon the emergence of this news, reactions varied from belief to mockery. However, the majority remained incredulous of such rumors. After all, Chen Xiao's reputation precedes him. He is known as one devoid of bloodline talent, incapable even of surpassing the second-tier martial apprentice realm. To many, an existence like his could be deemed as insignificant as an ant. A martial artist, even standing idly, would likely withstand any assault from Chen Xiao, making it implausible for anyone to believe this tale. When this rumor reached the Chen family, the patriarch, Chen Dingshan, Chen Xiao's great-uncle, could only shake his head in disbelief, promptly dismissing the informant. Not a single member of the Chen family would entertain the notion that Chen Xiao could have defeated Lin Yu or the martial artist guardian of the Lin family. Meanwhile, as rumors swirled outside, Chen Xiao stood in a dim alley of Qingyang town, his face ashen, alongside his sister Chen Lan. Unlike an ordinary town, Qingyang town is encircled by towering walls, standing 3 zhang high, built initially for defense against the mythical beasts that inhabit the surrounding beast forest. To exit the town, one must pass through one of the 4 gates. These formidable walls, originally intended to protect against beastly assaults, now served as barriers thwarting Chen Xiao's escape. He had initially intended to flee Qingyang town before the Lin family could react, seeking refuge in the depths of the beast forest. With the capabilities of his unparalleled upgrade system, he believed it would not take long to attain the martial general realm, at which point he could return openly to exact revenge, leaving the Lin family powerless against him. However, he had not anticipated the Lin family's swift response. With his sister Chen Lan in tow, their movements were slightly delayed, and the 4 gates had already been firmly seized by the Lin family, rendering his escape impossible. Brother, what should we do now? Chen Lan's heart brimmed with guilt. Had it not been for her lack of cultivation, had she not been captured, how could she have led her brother into this dire predicament? Exiting Qingyang town seemed implausible. They needed to devise a plan. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the system marketplace repeatedly, examining every possible means of escape. Presently, unless he were to sprout wings, escaping was utterly unfeasible. Several flying items caught his eye, including a levitating ship. Yet, the exorbitant price of 100,000 gold coins extinguished any thought of acquiring the vessel. Was he truly destined to perish here? A tinge of sorrow washed over Chen Xiao. What is all that commotion over there? Lost in his thoughts, Chen Xiao suddenly froze, then turned his gaze towards a certain spot behind him, where a large crowd was gathering. Initially, he assumed they were approaching him, but after observing for a while, he realized that was not the case. In fact, his eyes brightened increasingly as he focused on a middle-aged man in a white long robe, adorned with a silver alchemical furnace embroidered on his chest. This man was none other than an alchemist, and notably, a renowned first-grade alchemist in Qingyang town. Alchemists are classified from 1 to 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest. The term first-grade alchemist refers specifically to this category. Nevertheless, even a first-grade alchemist holds an incredibly esteemed status in Qingyang town. In a world teeming with martial artists, the need for elixirs is paramount, whether for healing, restoring qi, or seeking to enhance one's cultivation and break through bottlenecks. Such elixirs can only be crafted by alchemists. Contemplating this, a slow smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. Chapter 15. Astonishing talent quickly. Chen Xiao whispered to Chen Lan, casting a furtive glance around, and discovering that no members of the Lin family were in sight. He promptly slipped away through a less populated area. Chen Lan trailed closely behind her brother, her curiosity piqued about his intentions, yet wisely refraining from asking questions. She followed in silence, keeping pace with Chen Xiao. The 2 siblings stealthily made their way to the base of a towering structure, unnoticed by anyone around them. Looking up, they observed the grand entrance of the building, where the characters Dan Tower were elegantly inscribed in a flamboyant script. The Dan Tower, a colloquial term for the organization of alchemists, also served as the name of the imposing edifice before them. The Dan Tower is the most ancient organization on the Fengyue continent, its origins shrouded in mystery, and its power remains largely unknown. However, one truth is universally acknowledged. The Dan Tower exists apart from all worldly influences, at least qualifying as a celestial-level force. The Dan Tower exclusively admits alchemists, rendering its allure profoundly potent. Nearly every alchemist chooses to align themselves with the Dan Tower. Membership not only grants access to discounts on purchases from the tower, but, more importantly, offers protection that deters ordinary folk from daring to act against them. Yet, aside from alchemists, no one else can gain entry into the Dan Tower. At most, they might serve as personal attendants to an alchemist. This time, Chen Xiao had set his sights on the Dan Tower. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Chen Lan's voice trembled with anxiety. They had little money during their time at the Chen family, and now they were essentially penniless. It seemed futile to visit the Dan Tower, as they could afford nothing. "You'll find out shortly," Chen Xiao replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the Dan Tower, prompting Chen Lan to follow suit despite her apprehension. At that moment, Chen Xiao was engrossed in the System S exchange shop, urgently perusing the items available for redemption. "System, do you have any skills for practicing alchemy?" he inquired. Ding. The system responded, "Based on the host's request, we have recommended the most suitable items." As the pleasant notification chimed, a redemption interface appeared before Chen Xiao once more. Within the exchange interface, 5 options awaited him. He glanced at them and could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Basic alchemy. Exchange for 100 gold coins, capable of producing any grade of pills below the 3rd rank, with a success rate of 100. Intermediate alchemy. Exchange for 1000 gold coins, capable of producing any grade of pills below the 6th rank, with a success rate of 100. Advanced alchemy. Exchange for 10,000 gold coins, capable of producing any grade of pills below the 9th rank, with a success rate of 100. Master alchemy. Exchange for 50,000 gold coins, capable of producing any grade of spiritual pills below the 5th rank, with a success rate of 100. Master level alchemy. Exchange 100,000 gold coins to concoct any grade of elixir below the celestial tier, with a success rate of 100. As Chen Xiao gazed at the master-level alchemy skill, he nearly drooled, especially at the astonishingly high success rate of 100. Even though his current body had never encountered an alchemist, he was well aware that the success rate of alchemy was notoriously low. Yet, with the supreme upgrade system at his disposal, this success rate had astonishingly reached 100. If other alchemists were to learn of this, they would likely regard him as a monstrosity. However, upon glancing at the few hundred gold coins remaining in his possession, Chen Xiao understood that he could not even afford the intermediate alchemy skill, let alone the master-level one. Such treasures were, for now, merely objects of his longing. Ultimately, Chen Xiao opted to exchange for the beginner-level alchemy skill. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the beginner-level alchemy skill, which has been automatically utilized and learned. With the sound of the system notification fading, a vast surge of memories flooded Chen Xiao's mind. These encompassed the identification of elixirs, the discernment of herbs, and even the nuances of their quality and types, alongside the names of various rare materials suitable for alchemy. It felt as though Chen Xiao had expended immense effort to memorize this knowledge, and now, it surged within him so vividly that forgetting it was inconceivable. Just as Chen Xiao finished absorbing the beginner-level alchemy skill, the two had already stepped into the alchemy tower. The alchemy tower was one of the few establishments in Qingyang town that sold elixirs, boasting the largest and finest variety of both types and grades of elixirs. As they entered, they were immediately enveloped by the cacophony of voices. "Esteemed sirs, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young maiden, adorned in a delicate green dress with her hair elegantly styled, approached Chen Xiao with a warm smile. "Greetings, may I ask where the alchemist assessment is held?" Chen Xiao inquired, his own face alight with a smile as he addressed the young lady. The moment his question left his lips, the once boisterous hall fell into an abrupt silence. All around, people turned their heads, their gazes filled with surprise and curiosity towards Chen Xiao. Even those at a distance were drawn to the commotion. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but he refrained from voicing any further remarks. Although Chen Lan was unaware of the reason behind Chen Xiao's query, her trust in him kept her silent. The maid, clearly selected with care from the alchemy tower, quickly regained her composure and respectfully regarded Chen Xiao. Might I inquire if you, esteemed sir, wish to participate in the alchemist qualification assessment? Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed. Are you here to assess the alchemical apprentices? The maid asked again, her eyes filled with curious scrutiny as she regarded Chen Xiao. Due to Chen Xiao's remarkable youth, such a young individual is indeed a rarity, even within the confines of the Dan Tower. No, I wish to be assessed as a third-rank alchemist, Chen Xiao declared with an audacity that demanded attention, casting a glance around that left little ambiguity regarding his intent. Did he truly expect to remain there, merely inquiring? The attendant, perceptively recognizing his demeanor, became increasingly respectful and promptly gestured for him to follow, saying, "Esteemed sir, please accompany me. This is not a suitable place for discussion." With that, she proceeded ahead, guiding Chen Xiao toward the rear of the Dan Tower. Naturally, both Chen Xiao and Chen Lan followed suit, while none dared to obstruct their path, hastily parting to make way. However, the gazes directed at Chen Xiao were imbued not only with reverence and envy, but also with a measure of skepticism. Such youth aspiring to be evaluated as a third-rank alchemist could only be described as possessing boundless potential. Yet, is it truly as simple as passing the assessment for an alchemist? One could not help but wonder if this young man was merely posturing. A third-rank alchemist holds considerable influence, capable of commanding respect even in the vast realm of Tianwu, let alone in the modest Qingyang town. Despite their inclination to believe in his ambitions, the reality of his endeavor left them incredulous. Chapter 16. Sardonic remarks. Just now, that fellow claimed he intended to assess the qualifications of a third-tier alchemist? Surely, I must have misheard. Hush, have you lost your mind? Do not speak recklessly about the esteemed alchemists behind their backs. Someone quickly interjected, causing the other to break into a cold sweat. To speak ill of an alchemist could provoke the ire of one with a tempestuous disposition, leading to dire consequences. Some alchemists are notoriously eccentric. The others, naturally, dared not raise their voices any longer, instead engaging in hushed conversations, many faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. Not to mention these individuals, even Chen Lan, who trailed closely behind Chen Xiao, wore a look of utter bewilderment. As Chen Xiao's closest confidant, she had never witnessed him engage in alchemy, let alone declare himself a third-tier alchemist, an esteemed title in the kingdom of Tianwu. Nevertheless, Chen Lan recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. Since Chen Xiao had taken the initiative to speak, her role was simply to accompany him in silence, for he was Chen Xiao, her brother. The maid guided Chen Xiao and Chen Lan through a winding path, eventually leading them to a reception room at the back of the alchemist tower, where they were instructed to wait while she summoned the chairperson and others. After all, Chen Xiao was not merely an ordinary alchemical apprentice. There was no room for negligence. The maid was swift in her departure and equally quick in her return. However, upon her return, she was followed by a throng of over 10 individuals clad in dark attire. As soon as they noticed the silver insignia of small cauldrons embroidered on their garments, it dawned on everyone that these were all alchemists. Before the maid could utter a word, the foremost figure, an elderly man in a gray robe with a sharp countenance, spoke first. Where is the esteemed individual wishing to undergo the third-tier alchemist qualification assessment? His gaze was fixed upon the maid. As for Chen Xiao and Chen Lan, they received merely a fleeting glance before being disregarded entirely. After all, the youthfulness of Chen Xiao and Chen Lan rendered them inconsequential in this context. The others turned their attention to the maid, aware that the arrival of a third-tier alchemist for assessment was a monumental occasion. It is worth noting that even the chairperson of this branch of the alchemist tower had only recently attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist. A third-tier alchemist utterly eclipsed everyone present, leaving no room for complacency. Typically, alchemical assessments involve only 2 alchemists overseeing the process. However, upon hearing of a third-tier alchemist's presence, they could not afford to be careless. Additionally, they approached with the hope of forging connections, as receiving even a few words of guidance from a third-tier alchemist would be an invaluable opportunity for them. The maid's complexion paled slightly, and while she understood the alchemist's disregard for Chen Xiao and his sister, she nonetheless weakly pointed towards Chen Xiao and introduced him. This esteemed individual is the one seeking to participate in the third-tier alchemist qualification assessment. Him? The crowd's gaze sharpened, their faces etched with disbelief. It was the man in the gray robe who first regained his composure, directing a reprimand towards the maid. Should you ever encounter such reckless reporting again, you need not remain at the Dan Tower. Yes. The maid quickly lowered her head in acknowledgement, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she dared not utter a word. Observing this, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that they did not believe he could qualify as a third-tier alchemist, and the expression looking down on others aptly described their attitude. Although he felt somewhat speechless, Chen Xiao refrained from outright offending them, and instead reminded, esteemed guests, I am indeed here to participate in the qualification assessment for third-tier alchemists. Humph, to participate in the qualification assessment for a third-tier alchemist? While the man in gray remained silent, another middle-aged man spoke up first, regarding Chen Xiao with a frown. May I inquire, how old are you this year? Chen Xiao knitted his brows, contemplated for a moment, and replied, 16. 16? At this revelation, laughter erupted among the attendees. The middle-aged man doubled over in mirth, pointing at his own nose as he asked Chen Xiao, do you know how old I am? Without waiting for Chen Xiao's response, he continued, I am 43, yet I am merely a second-tier alchemist, and still at the initial stage. Even if you had begun alchemy at birth, it is utterly impossible for you to reach the level of a third-tier alchemist. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Recognizing the immense difficulty of becoming an alchemist, one must not only master pharmacology and identify various herbs, but also understand combinations, control the fire's intensity, and possess a considerable spiritual force. This is precisely why the status of an alchemist is so esteemed. The number of alchemists is exceedingly scarce compared to the vast multitude of warriors. Furthermore, are you currently a second-tier alchemist? The middle-aged man, having thoroughly belittled Chen Xiao, then posed another question. Noticing Chen Xiao's slight shake of the head, the man's expression morphed into one of anticipated confirmation, and he pressed on. Then are you a first-tier alchemist? This inquiry piqued the curiosity of many, for Chen Xiao had boldly claimed he sought to participate in the third-tier alchemist assessment. Surely, he must at least possess some rank among alchemists. Individuals like Chen Xiao, while prone to boastfulness, were still young, and if he were indeed a first-tier alchemist, his future would undoubtedly be bright. A gentle admonishment was acceptable, but ultimately, they would seek to establish rapport with him. Thus, when the question was posed, intrigue filled the air, and many speculated about Chen Xiao's true identity. Wondering if he hailed from Qingyang Town, they inadvertently dismissed the notion that if such a young alchemist existed in Qingyang Town, they would have known of him long ago. I am not a first-tier alchemist. After a brief silence, Chen Xiao continued, moreover, I am not even an alchemy apprentice. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as all eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Chen Xiao in disbelief. Even amidst the throng, an elderly man clad in a black robe, his countenance imposing, could not suppress a violent twitch at the corners of his lips. Chen Xiao's words were truly astonishing. They had all gathered at his summons, only to discover that he was not even an apprentice alchemist. To audaciously attempt the examination for the qualification of a third-tier alchemist without even being an apprentice was nothing short of hubris. Such arrogance and folly had irrevocably branded Chen Xiao with a multitude of disparaging labels. His standing in the eyes of these individuals plummeted in an instant. What audacity! Knowing full well that this is the Alchemist Tower, he dares to toy with us so brazenly. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your transgressions? The expression of the middle-aged man darkened instantaneously, his gaze upon Chen Xiao now rife with malice. Chapter 17. The mysterious symbols as alchemists, they all possessed their own pride, often surpassing even that of martial artists. Today, a mere child in his teens had outsmarted such a multitude, inciting their ire. Fortunately, they had not resorted to outright violence against Chen Xiao, which could be considered a mercy. Let him go, uttered the elder clad in a black robe, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Xiao. However, the middle-aged man and the elder in gray appeared eager to voice their thoughts, but hesitated upon witnessing the black-robed man's expression, choosing silence instead. After the black-robed elder spoke, he turned to leave, followed by a cadre of alchemists who shot Chen Xiao fierce glares before departing. Now it was Chen Xiao's turn to be speechless. Could they not wait for him to complete his assessment before rendering judgment? Hold on. Chen Xiao felt compelled to speak again. Boy, Do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe we would shy away from teaching you a lesson? The middle-aged man abruptly turned around, unleashing an aura characteristic of a martial master. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the man before furrowing his brow. Is it impossible to take the assessment for a third-tier alchemist without first being a second-tier? Huh. It seems you remain undeterred. Very well, allow me to elucidate, replied the elder in gray with a wry smile, glancing at Chen Xiao. To participate in the third-tier alchemist assessment, one must first attain the status of a second-tier alchemist. To become a second-tier alchemist, one must first pass the assessment for a first-tier alchemist. And to qualify for the first-tier assessment, one must be an alchemy apprentice. As for how to become an alchemy apprentice, that too requires an assessment. Do you comprehend now? Upon hearing this, the others regarded Chen Xiao with amusement, as his aspirations had clearly exceeded his grasp. Having delivered this explanation, the elder turned to depart, followed by the others. If Chen Xiao still failed to recognize the futility of his endeavor, it would be a deliberate provocation. Understood. Then I shall first undertake the assessment for an alchemy apprentice. Who will arrange this for me? Chen Xiao's exasperation was evident, yet the matter concerned his life and future, compelling him to pursue the assessment, which was intricately linked to his subsequent plans. Lu Shi, you shall oversee his assessment, instructed the black-robed elder, maintaining his pace as he exited, with a sparse group trailing behind, leaving in a swift and decisive manner. Witnessing this scene, the attendant of the alchemy tower stood by, rendered speechless, her face betraying her anxiety. After all, she was the one who had summoned these esteemed alchemists, and now Chen Xiao had offended them all. If any of these distinguished alchemists chose to speak a word against her, she would find herself in dire straits. Come with me, boy. If you fail the assessment for alchemy apprentice, do not blame me for being unkind. The youth named Lu Shi shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare before turning and striding toward the exit. In response, Chen Xiao appeared rather indifferent, pulling Chen Lan along as he stepped forward. The alchemist assessment is not for the uninvited, came a curt remark from Lu Shi, who did not even glance back. Reluctantly, Chen Xiao instructed Chen Lan to wait in the reception room and asked a nearby maid to take care of her, while he strode confidently behind Lu Shi. The two made their way to the second floor, stopping before an ancient-looking door. Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Although he found himself in a foreign world, the elements within this space rivaled the towering edifices of his past life, and in certain aspects, perhaps even surpassed them. Noticing Chen Xiao's rustic demeanor as he gazed about, Lu Shi's brow furrowed inexplicably. Initially, he had believed that Chen Xiao might possess a semblance of confidence in passing the alchemist apprentice examination, but now, this display left him somewhat displeased. Enter. The assessment awaits within, Lu Shi stated coolly. All right. I wonder what the assessment entails. Chen Xiao asked sheepishly, genuinely unaware of what he was to be tested on. This time, it was Lu Shi's turn to be speechless, his gaze fixated on Chen Xiao in astonishment. He had come all this way without even knowing what an alchemist apprentice's examination consisted of. At this moment, he was certain that Chen Xiao had merely come to waste time. The assessment involves identifying medicinal herbs and includes a written test. If you can successfully pass, you will advance to become an alchemist apprentice. Despite his growing dismay, Lu Shi still offered a brief explanation. That shouldn't be too difficult, Chen Xiao muttered as he stepped through the open door. Lu Shi, hearing this, revealed a faint smirk but chose not to comment, following him inside. The room spanned approximately 500 square meters, with a vast empty space at its center, prominently featuring a striking alchemical furnace. The furnace, a deep bronze hue, rested on 3 legs and was adorned with intricate hollow patterns, captivating Chen Xiao's attention in an instant. Come over here. Lu Shi's calm voice beckoned as he moved to the other side, prompting Chen Xiao to notice a middle-aged man seated in meditation nearby. After following Lu Shi to stand before the man, Lu Shi whispered, Elder Wu, this individual wishes to participate in the alchemist apprentice assessment. Upon hearing this, the meditative elder opened his eyes, first glancing at Lu Shi, then directing his gaze towards Chen Xiao. He raised an eyebrow but refrained from speaking, merely nodding slightly. Seeing Elder Wu's nod, Lu Shi understood that the elder had given his consent. Without further delay, Lu Shi moved aside, retrieving a test paper and laying it out on the table before turning to Chen Xiao. Let us begin with the written assessment. Very well, Chen Xiao replied with a slight nod, striding confidently toward the chair. He sat down and cast his eyes over the test paper, instantly feeling a surge of delight. The task at hand is not difficult. On the contrary, it is remarkably simple, to the extent that Chen Xiao does not even need to ponder over it. He comprehends the answer at a mere glance. Raising his eyes to meet the gaze of Lu Shi, who stands nearby with a grin, he begins to wonder if this fellow is intentionally offering him an advantage. However, Chen Xiao refrains from voicing this suspicion. Instead, he picks up a brush from the side and begins to write. Fortunately, in his previous life, Chen Xiao had devoted time to mastering calligraphy, and the characters in this world, much like those of his former existence, are simplified, alleviating any concerns he might have about his ability to inscribe them. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, with a cold smirk and intent on witnessing Chen Xiao's folly, stares in astonishment. His eyes wide open as if witnessing a ghost. As the brush in Chen Xiao's hand dances swiftly, the swift strokes create an array of characters. Had Lu Shi not been standing there, witnessing the continuous emergence of written words, he might have doubted whether Chen Xiao was merely scribbling unintelligibly. Chapter 18. Are you up to something? I am keen to see what kind of examination paper you will produce next. Lu Shi chuckled coldly to himself. In the past, he had expended a considerable effort to secure a position as an alchemy apprentice, even participating in the written test twice, meticulously weighing his every word before daring to write. In contrast, it was easy to conclude that Chen Xiao was merely scribbling. Even the venerable Elder Wu, in that moment, involuntarily cast a glance at Chen Xiao, yet remained silent, continuing to sit cross-legged in place. Time passed slowly, and before long, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. As the sound of scratching pens ceased, Chen Xiao rose from his seat. Is that all? Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly strode over. I must see what you have written so hastily. His mockery was unrestrained, and upon speaking, he seized Chen Xiao's examination paper for inspection. In the next moment, Lu Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reddening with disbelief. A mere cursory glance at Chen Xiao's work revealed that it seemed entirely correct. How could this be? Skeptical, he scrutinized it once more, yet still found nothing amiss, leaving him utterly astonished. How could this be? What do you mean, how could this be? Elder Wu's eyes snapped open again. Elder Wu, please take a look at this examination paper. Lu Shi hurriedly approached, respectfully presenting the paper in his hands. Elder Wu accepted it with a hint of confusion, slowly examining the contents. His expression remained largely unchanged. But after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he waved his hand and declared, "Full marks. The first assessment passed." "Indeed," Lu Shi promptly responded, then approached Chen Xiao with a hint of reluctance and stated, "Young man, the first assessment has been passed. Now, we shall proceed to the second assessment, identification of herbs and their properties." Chen Xiao, of course, had no objections. Lu Shi then retreated inside, soon emerging with 20 different herbs, categorically arranging them before Chen Xiao. Pointing at these specimens, he explained, "Young man, for the second assessment, you must accurately name these herbs, describe their properties, and indicate which other herbs they can be combined with. Every detail must be correct. Even the slightest error will disqualify you from the alchemist apprentice examination." "Understood." Chen Xiao nodded, his gaze fixed upon the herbs laid out before him. "May I begin?" Elder Wu nodded in agreement and finally rose from his position, approaching Chen Xiao directly. "Ding. Detected spiritual herb, Qiyang grass. Would you like to exchange?" The crisp and melodious system notification suddenly chimed. Chen Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled, and he found that he did not even need to summon memories from his mind. The system had identified it for him. However, upon hearing the system's inquiry about the exchange, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that herbs could also be exchanged for system currency. Nonetheless, he could not afford to exchange at that moment, quickly declining and utilizing the system's capabilities to investigate the properties of Qiyang grass. Qiyang grass, a fire attribute herb, possesses a fiery potency. When combined with boundless water, it can be refined into a first-grade Qiyang pill. Chen Xiao directly read aloud the message prompted by the system. Without waiting for the two to respond, he picked up another type of medicinal herb and recited it. Mercury root, a water attribute herb, possesses a cold and yin nature. Combined with the heavenly yin fruit, it can be refined into a first-grade healing elixir, the heavenly water pill. Snow bud, also a water attribute herb, is extremely cold and rarely used in elixir refinement. Zhu fruit. In one breath, Chen Xiao articulated the names of 20 different herbs, along with their properties and the elixirs that could be crafted from them, leaving no detail overlooked. Beside him, Lu Shi appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Even he would find it exceedingly complicated to enumerate so many items. Yet Chen Xiao delivered them with such effortless fluency that he could not keep pace. Meanwhile, Elder Wu squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Well done. Your foundational knowledge of alchemy is commendably solid. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Lu Shi opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, his gaze towards Chen Xiao now filled with awe. "Well then, are we ready for the assessment of a first-grade alchemist?" Chen Xiao turned to Lu Shi and inquired. "You are now an alchemy apprentice, so naturally, you may proceed. However, do you feel confident? Should you fail, the cost of the herbs will come out of your own pocket." Lu Shi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Xiao. "Of course," Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod. Elder Wu, equally intrigued, observed Chen Xiao with keen interest, having been impressed by his fluent responses regarding the herbs and their potential elixirs. "Proceed to the assessment area for the first-grade alchemist examination, which I will also oversee." Elder Wu gestured towards the alchemical furnace nearby. Upon finishing his statement, the elder made his way to a chair beside the furnace and took a seat. Lu Shi then retrieved another set of herbs, arranging them on a low table adjacent to the furnace before addressing Chen Xiao. "Begin. Successfully refining a batch of first-grade healing elixirs will mark your passage in the alchemist examination." Chen Xiao refrained from unnecessary chatter and walked directly to the furnace. Plunging into deep contemplation, Lu Shi and Elder Wu, watching him at the furnace, mistakenly assumed that Chen Xiao was grappling with uncertainty, unaware that he had never actually refined an elixir before and did not even know how to ignite the furnace. After earnestly recalling the knowledge imparted to him, Chen Xiao pretended to take a meditative posture before the furnace. He scrutinized it for a moment, then hesitantly pointed to a groove on the furnace's exterior. Buzz! A flame surged forth from within the furnace, enveloping its base, and the searing heat began to radiate outward. Fortunately, as a 7-star martial apprentice, Chen Xiao was able to withstand this level of heat. Once the temperature within the furnace reached an adequate level, he seized all the herbs, opened the furnace, and promptly tossed them inside. "What's going on?" Lu Shi exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed at Chen Xiao. Beside him, Elder Wu was equally taken aback, the corners of his mouth twitching in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the chaos that Chen Xiao was unleashing. "I am refining alchemical pills," Chen Xiao retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Lu Shi. "What? You are refining pills? You just threw all the ingredients in at once. There's no way to extract the impurities now. If it doesn't explode, it will be a miracle. Have you ever concocted a pill before?" Lu Shi was left utterly bemused by Chen Xiao's reckless antics. "This is sheer nonsense, simply outrageous." Elder Wu finally couldn't contain himself, scolding with a voice tinged with irritation. Moments ago, he had held some hope for Chen Xiao's abilities, but now it was evident that he was merely engaging in a chaotic farce. Chapter 19. The Alchemical Prodigy. "I am currently in the midst of concocting a potion, so refrain from speaking to me. Should I fail, the blame shall rest upon you." Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, turning his gaze back to the alchemical furnace, now sealed with a lid. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shi and Wu Lao exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. Having lost interest in Chen Xiao, his failure was a foregone conclusion. Ding! System notification. Current alchemical progress is at 5. Indeed, Chen Xiao had activated an extraordinary cheat. After acquiring the basic alchemical skill, he not only possessed the ability to concoct potions independently, but could also delegate the task to the system. Remarkably, the system would guarantee a flawless concoction, regardless of the method employed, which emboldened Chen Xiao to place all the herbs into the furnace at once. The system would purify the herbal essences and seamlessly integrate them, leaving Chen Xiao to merely observe, feigning involvement. With the system's assistance, the previously inscrutable furnace now lay bare before Chen Xiao, revealing even the nuances of the medicinal properties and the intensity of the flames. He needed only to follow the system's guidance, or even abstain from action entirely. The progress of the alchemical process steadily ascended, piquing the curiosity of Wu Lao and Lu Shi, who had been mere spectators. Alchemical reactions are notoriously volatile. Conflicts among medicinal properties can easily lead to catastrophic explosions, creating a tremendous commotion. Yet, despite the passage of time, the furnace remained intact, which was decidedly abnormal. Before the two could further ponder, a faint yet alluring aroma wafted from the furnace, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. The potions were beginning to merge. Wu Lao, in a flash of realization, regarded Chen Xiao with newfound reverence. After having introduced 20 different herbs into the furnace, this individual had managed to purify them categorically and was now witnessing their amalgamation. How was this even possible? Was he truly human? Even Wu Lao himself could not fathom the simultaneous purification of 20 herbal essences. Lu Shi, equally dumbfounded, found it incomprehensible that Chen Xiao could achieve such a feat of purifying 20 herbs concurrently. Reflecting on his earlier disparaging remarks, his complexion shifted from pale to crimson. Ding. System notification. A vial of healing potion has been successfully concocted. Experience points awarded, 100. Gold awarded, 10. The melodious notification chimed again, eliciting a glimmer of joy on Chen Xiao's face. He had anticipated that successful alchemy would yield experience points as well. All right. Chen Xiao cleared his throat and stood up, decisively lifting the lid of the furnace to retrieve 6 round elixirs, exuding a delicate fragrance. The potions, resembling a milky white hue and roughly the size of a fingernail, radiated a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Even Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to consume one immediately. Could it be that he truly succeeded in his alchemical endeavor? Old Wu inhaled sharply, taking the initiative to approach Chen Xiao, casually picking up a pill to examine it. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed with fervor, "This is undoubtedly a top-tier elixir among first-grade pills. Just how proficient are you as a pill master? I thought you were here to take the third-grade assessment." Chen Xiao merely smirked at this. Third grade? Old Wu gasped in disbelief, his gaze suddenly shifting to Lu Shi, his tone darkening as he questioned, "Lu Shi, why did you allow this master to participate in the apprentice assessment for pill refining?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's expression turned to one of acute embarrassment. However, before he could respond, Chen Xiao interjected, "I've merely followed my master to learn the craft. I have yet to take the assessments. I need to progress step by step." Despite the hint of insolence in his tone, Lu Shi looked at Chen Xiao with gratitude, as his words had come to his rescue. "I see." Old Wu nodded slightly. Although Chen Xiao's youth was hard to believe, the evidence was undeniable. A first-grade master could not possibly concoct such high-quality pills. Furthermore, Chen Xiao's words subtly hinted at the existence of a more skilled mentor, alleviating some of Old Wu's doubts. "You have already passed the first-grade assessment. Now, you may proceed to refine second-grade pills here. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are several options available for second-grade pill refinement. Which would you like to choose?" Old Wu's tone had shifted to one of respect. In the realm of pill refining, skill trumps all else. When one excels, others naturally yield respect. "Any will do." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Lu Shi understood the implication and promptly fetched the necessary materials for second-grade pill refinement. As expected, with the system's enhancement, Chen Xiao smoothly completed the second-grade pill. Ding. System notification. Second-grade Qi restoration pill successfully refined. Experience points awarded, 200. Gold awarded, 20. Following the completion of the second-grade pill, the process for the third-grade pill commenced. Old Wu and Lu Shi watched in a daze as Chen Xiao continued his work, even forgetting to inform the Pill Tower's president and others to come. Ding. System notification. Third-grade recovery pill successfully refined. Experience points awarded, 300. Gold awarded, 30. As the notification chimed, Chen Xiao lifted the lid of the furnace, releasing an exquisite aroma of the elixir into the air. Indeed, this was the third-grade recovery pill. And notably, 2 of them were of exceptional quality, while the remaining 4 were of medium quality. Each pill was worth at least 5,000 gold coins. Old Wu's voice trembled slightly as he carefully scrutinized the pigeon egg-sized, milky white pill in his hand. Lu Shi, standing nearby, grasped the significance, and his gaze toward Chen Xiao transformed, especially upon recalling how they had initially intended to curry favor with a third-grade master, only to discover he was merely a teenager, leading them to mock him mercilessly. Now, it is indeed the case that the other party can concoct third-grade elixirs, and of superior quality no less. This development not only failed to foster goodwill, but has, in fact, offended the other party. Lu Shi remains uncertain about the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Yet he is acutely aware that this news is exceedingly explosive and must be conveyed to the president without delay. The Alchemy Tower, 4th floor. Typically, access to this level is restricted solely to alchemists, yet at this moment, within a parlor on the 4th floor, a gathering of alchemists, including the esteemed president of the Alchemy Tower, is convened, all eyes fixated on the second elder seated on the left. This elder, known as Xiao, serves as the vice president of the Alchemy Academy at Tianwu College. His fortuitous passage led him to visit, coincidentally reuniting with the president of the Alchemy Tower, prompting this visit. The significance of this occasion is underscored by the elder's lofty status within the Alchemy Academy, which is indeed considerably more prestigious than that of the president of the Qingyang town branch of the Alchemy Tower, thus explaining the assembly of such a multitude. A lively discussion unfolds among the group when, suddenly, Lu Shi pushes the door open and enters, causing a ripple of surprise among the attendees, even eliciting a slight furrow of concern from Xiao. Chapter 20 Xiao and Lu Shi. What has caused such a flurry of activity? The president of the Dan Tower wore a somewhat grim expression. Lu Shi quickly realized that he had been overly anxious, promptly tidying his attire and bowing to those around him before continuing. President, that young man has passed the assessment. Passed the assessment? The president of the Dan Tower was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's just a passing. I must advise you, in the future, do not display such frantic urgency over minor matters like the alchemical apprentice assessment. It is rather unbecoming." Understood. Lu Shi's expression was somewhat peculiar, and he awkwardly added, "It is not merely the alchemical apprentice assessment. He has passed the 3rd rank alchemist assessment." "Ah, I see, so it is a 3rd rank. Very well, you may leave now." The president of the Dan Tower waved his hand lightly. However, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence, causing the president to pause in surprise, before he abruptly stood up. Looking at Lu Shi with a serious tone, "What did you just say?" He has passed the 3rd rank alchemist assessment." Lu Shi was equally tense. Even now, his voice lacked conviction, as this scene felt almost surreal. A 3rd rank alchemist? Brother Zhao, do you have a 3rd rank alchemist participating in the evaluation here? Xiao was similarly taken aback and turned to inquire of Zhao Yin, who was nearby. "This is a 3rd rank pill crafted by Chen Xiao. President, please take a look." Lu Shi produced the previously acquired pill and respectfully presented it to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin raised his eyebrows, understanding the significance of the matter, and inwardly regretted not having observed the young man's alchemical skills earlier. Not only had he failed to foster goodwill, but he might have inadvertently offended him. What a predicament! Particularly after examining the pill in his hand, Zhao Yin's expression grew even more bitter. This pill surely exceeds the quality of superior grade. All the alchemists and others present at the Dan Tower were astonished. That young lad who appeared to be merely in his teens was indeed a 3rd rank alchemist? "Brother Zhao, may I have a look at this pill?" Xiao, who had been observing quietly, suddenly brightened as Lu Shi produced the pill and immediately approached Zhao Yin. "Haha, it would be just right to ask Brother Han for assistance in appraisal." Zhao Yin chuckled, handing the pill to Xiao. Upon receiving it, Xiao scrutinized the pill carefully. The more he looked, the more his eyes sparkled with interest. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where might the alchemist who crafted this pill be? Could you introduce me to him?" Brother Han, do you have business with him?" Zhao Yin and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did he seek from Chen Xiao? It was well known that Xiao was a highly skilled 3rd rank alchemist and the vice president of the Alchemy Institute at Tianwu Academy, possessing an extraordinary status and standing. Even a typical 3rd rank alchemist would not warrant such attention. Yet he now expressed a desire to meet this unfamiliar individual. The elixir crafted by this alchemist possesses a rich and pure essence, devoid of any impurities. It seems that conjuring exceptional potions would not pose a challenge. Xiao remarked with profound implication. Zhao Yin and the others were taken aback, not expecting Xiao to bestow such high praise upon Chen Xiao. Lu Shi, standing nearby, added, "Indeed, this esteemed gentleman, Chen Xiao, has already succeeded in refining both 1st and 2nd grade exceptional elixirs consecutively. Oh, do introduce me at once." Xiao's tone suddenly grew urgent. Zhao Yin and the others exchanged uncertain glances. However, if they could curry favor with Xiao, it would bode well for their futures, prompting them to nod in agreement. "Please, lead the way." In the alchemy chamber on the 2nd floor, Chen Xiao sat casually in a chair. while the elderly Wu observed the third-grade elixir in his hands with great care. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. The door was gently pushed open, and the previously encountered alchemists surged in once more. Unlike before, this time, two venerable elders, their hair and beards snow white, were flanked by the crowd. As they entered, their sharp gazes fixated on Chen Xiao. One of the imposing elders stepped forward first, casting a glance at Wu, then swiftly dismissing him upon noticing his attire. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Chen Xiao, astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he incredulously inquired, "Is this the third-grade Huan Yuan Dan refined by this young brother?" "Indeed." Wu nodded affirmatively, while the President Zhao Yin and others felt their faces flush, as Chen Xiao regarded them with a bemused expression, seemingly mocking them. "Might I now obtain a certification of my alchemist status?" Chen Xiao also rose from his seat, surveying the individuals before him, ultimately resting his gaze upon the two elders at the forefront, and spoke slowly. Naturally, that can be arranged." Zhao Yin responded with an awkward smile. Turning to Lu Shi beside him, "Please attend to this matter promptly." What could Lu Shi say? He immediately complied. The remaining individuals began to gather around, examining the elixir crafted by Chen Xiao, during which Zhao Yin took the opportunity to pose several inquiries to him. Once the examination was nearly concluded, Han Xiaolai leaned closer to Zhao Yin and said softly, "Brother Zhao, I wish to discuss something with young brother Chen Xiao. Could you kindly ask them to step aside?" "Not at all." Zhao Yin chuckled, waving his hand decisively to usher all the extraneous individuals out. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling alchemy chamber was left with only Chen Xiao, Han Xiaolai, and the unabashed Zhao Yin lingering behind. Given that this was Zhao Yan's alchemy tower, Han Xiaolai refrained from expelling him outright, opting instead to disregard his presence. He approached Chen Xiao once more, clasped his fists in greeting, and continued, "Esteemed friend, I have an earnest request and hope you might assist me." "What is it you require?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Before discussing this matter, I would like you, my young friend, to answer a question. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Xiaolai, the Vice Dean of the Alchemy Academy at Tianwu Academy." Han Xiaolai gazed at Chen Xiao with a cheerful smile, yet the occasional glimmer of sharpness in his eyes revealed his astuteness. Chen Xiao returned his gaze with a semblance of a smile, having been alerted by the system the moment this individual entered. He was a formidable powerhouse at the 9-star martial spirit realm, though further details had yet to be discerned. However, the fact that such a powerful martial spirit sought the assistance of a mere martial apprentice, especially at this juncture, undoubtedly suggested a matter pertaining to alchemy. Chen Xia even harbored suspicions that the inquiry posed by this individual might be intended to assess his alchemical prowess. Chapter 21. A Journey to a Good Place Indeed. Upon witnessing Chen Zhao's expression, Han Xiaolai felt a twinge of embarrassment on his face, yet he mustered the courage to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed friend, what rank of alchemist you currently are? Have you attained the 4th rank?" At this, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly, replying, "Not yet. I still lack a little finesse." However, Han Xiaolai, seasoned and astute, immediately discerned the humility cloaked within Chen Zhao's words. A glimmer of anticipation danced across his face as he continued to gaze at Chen Xiao and asked, "Might I inquire if you possess the confidence to concoct a 3rd-tier supreme elixir, the Spirit Awakening Pill?" "The Spirit Awakening Pill?" Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Observing his frown, Han Xiaolai's heart sank. Could it be that he had misjudged, and Chen Xiao was also incapable of producing it? Unbeknownst to Han Xiaolai, Chen Xiao was entirely ignorant of the Spirit Awakening Pill's effects and was presently consulting the system for information. Spirit Awakening Pill, a potion capable of healing the soul and nurturing its strength. Its preparation is quite complex, comparable to that of a 4th-tier elixir, requiring specific herbs. Within the system, Chen Xiao indeed discovered the formula for the Spirit Awakening Pill, and to his surprise, it was not exorbitantly priced, merely 20 gold coins for redemption. However, he did not rush to exchange it. Instead, he turned to Han Xiaolai and quietly remarked, "I believe I can concoct the Spirit Awakening Pill, but my confidence stands at less than 80%. 80%? Truly?" Han Xiaolai's eyes widened with excitement. He too could produce 3rd-tier elixirs, including the Spirit Awakening Pill. Yet the highest quality he could achieve was merely superior grade, falling significantly short of the supreme quality he required. To say that he lacked even a semblance of assurance in crafting a supreme spirit awakening pill, while Chen Xiao boasted an 80% success rate, filled him with delight. That sounds reasonable, but the spirit awakening pill is not something just anyone can consume. Do you require the spirit awakening pill? Chen Xiao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai understood that Chen Xiao was indeed knowledgeable about the spirit awakening pill and even recognized its purpose. He awkwardly confessed, "The situation is that my granddaughter has been frail since childhood, and recently, she fell gravely ill. After an examination, it was discovered that her soul was severely depleted. She must consume a pure, untainted supreme spirit awakening pill to restore her soul. Otherwise, even a superior grade pill could exacerbate her condition. My purpose in venturing out was to seek an alchemist capable of crafting a supreme spirit awakening pill. Regrettably, my efforts have yielded no results. Thankfully, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. If you, young brother, are willing to assist, I shall certainly offer a generous reward." As he spoke, Han Xiaolai respectfully bowed to Chen Xiao. Ding. Task notification. Han Xiaolai's request to cure Han Shuer's peculiar illness. Rewards: 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins. And the martial skill, Dragon Dance in the Heavens. Failure results in a random deduction of experience points. Will you accept? Upon hearing the familiar system notification, Chen Zhao's brow twitched with interest. The task promised considerable rewards, and without hesitation, he declared, "I accept." Moreover, and of utmost importance, the fate of the brother and sister duo hinges entirely upon this individual. Chen Xiao, naturally, could not afford to be overly arrogant and promptly extended a hand to assist him. "It is not impossible for you to pursue alchemy. However, I currently find myself entangled in a minor predicament that necessitates resolution, lest I find myself unable to exit the city," Chen Xiao expressed, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. "Haha, I wonder what trouble you are facing?" Han Xiaolai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, yet he did not readily acquiesce. Internally cursing the old fox, Chen Xiao felt compelled to elucidate. "Recently, a self-proclaimed disciple from your academy attempted to harass my sister. I ended up eliminating him, and now his kin are causing disturbances throughout the town in search of us. I fear that the moment I step out of the Dan Tower, I shall be apprehended." Upon hearing Chen Zhao's words, Han Xiaolai's countenance darkened with anger as he admonished, "What is the name of that student? Has he lost his senses? Should I encounter anyone who disregards the rules, I shall not hesitate to take action. You need not worry about this matter. Accompany me when I leave, and I shall see who dares to obstruct you." This declaration served as a guarantee from Han Xiaolai that the Tianwu Academy would not pursue Chen Xiao's troubles, and he even extended an invitation for Chen Xiao to accompany him to the academy. However, Chen Xiao discerned that this individual clearly intended to avoid the murky waters of conflict, seeking only to ensure his own safety without a genuine intention to assist in resolving Chen Xiao's troubles. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. Chen Xiao had not even successfully concocted any elixirs yet, and who could predict the outcome? He certainly could not expect Han Xiaolai to intervene directly on his behalf. Furthermore, given his current standing, it was inappropriate for him to become embroiled in the power struggles of these minor clans. Nevertheless, this assurance was sufficient. What Chen Xiao required was merely a means to exit the city. Once outside, with the formidable capabilities of the supreme upgrade system, Chen Xiao firmly believed he would soon ascend to the realm of a martial master, or even reach the martial spirit level. At that juncture, he could return and reclaim all that he had lost. As the two had nearly finalized their discussion, President Zhao Yan re-entered the room, bearing a set of gray and white robes and a small, jet-black token. The token bore no inscriptions, only floral engravings, while its reverse depicted a dark alchemical furnace. The robes featured a silver alchemical cauldron emblazoned on the chest, indicative of a true alchemist's attire. "Chen Xiaoyu, your credentials have been duly processed, and you are now officially registered under the auspices of our Qingyang town branch. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek me out." Zhao Yan beamed as he handed the items to Chen Xiao. "Thank you," Chen Xiao replied, equally smiling. His earlier endeavor in alchemy was merely a means of self-preservation, and now, armed with this affirmation and the status of an alchemist, who would dare to challenge him? Not to mention, he had the vice president of the Tianwu Academy's alchemy division standing firmly behind him. However, These are ultimately external forces that Chen Xiao cannot easily manipulate. For instance, it would be impossible for him to enlist Zhao Yan's assistance in eradicating the Lin family. Therefore, it is essential for him to possess formidable strength on his own. My young friend, unless there are other matters to attend to, let us set off right away. Han Xiaolai, who had been eagerly waiting, spoke up as soon as he noticed that Chen Xiao had finalized his arrangements. Wait, I need to fetch someone. Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Xiao descended the stairs to locate Chen Lan. When he found her, Chen Lan was quietly seated alone in the reception room, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, she immediately rushed forward and hugged his arm, inquiring, "Brother, how did it go?" "Hee, of course, I passed the assessment smoothly. Come, let me take you to a wonderful place." A tender smile flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes as he took Chen Lan's hand and exited. In the main hall, Han Xiaolai had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Chen Xiao emerge with Chen Lan, his gaze lingered on her for a moment, and he smiled, nodding in her direction as a form of greeting. Subsequently, the trio was escorted by Zhao Yan and others out of the pill tower and boarded the carriage that had been patiently waiting. Go. With a jolt, the carriage began to move, gradually making its way towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 22. Tianwu Academy. Qingyang Town was rather small. It took merely the brief span of half a stick of incense to travel from the Dan Tower to the nearest north gate. Initially, Chen Xiao anticipated some difficulties in exiting the city, yet to his surprise, the journey was remarkably smooth. The members of the Lin family did not even attempt to obstruct or inspect the carriage, allowing them to exit the city effortlessly and swiftly head north towards Beixian City, where Tianwu Academy was located. This seamless passage led Chen Xiao to regard Han Xiaolai with renewed respect. Such unimpeded travel undoubtedly indicated that Han Xiaolai's status had reached a level that the Lin family dared not provoke. Within the realm of Tianwu, cities were categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of colossal cities that rivaled the imperial capital. The second tier encompassed cities held by prominent families or large sects, which flourished rapidly due to various factors, often boasting populations exceeding 100 million, thereby earning their status as major cities. Following these were the third-tier cities, of which there were over 100 across Tianwu. Beixian City was one such third-tier city. As for Qingyang Town, it was not even comparable to a mediocre small city. Its walls erected merely due to geographical advantages. Beixian City was approximately 200 li from Qingyang Town. The carriage progressed at a leisurely pace, and after 2 full days, the group finally arrived at Beixian City. Upon their arrival, Chen Xiao deliberately lifted the curtain to gaze upon the towering city walls, which rose majestically into the sky, stretching endlessly on either side and shrouding the city within, resembling a primordial beast lying in repose. We are nearly at Beixian City. As the host, I should first invite my young friend to explore the area. However, my granddaughter's health cannot be further delayed, so we shall proceed directly to Tianwu Academy. What are your thoughts on this, my young friend? Han Xiaolai inquired gently, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Chen Xiao. Having been absorbed in observing the surroundings, Chen Xiao nodded slightly and replied, "That is perfectly acceptable. However, I have a humble request and hope that Elder Han might assist me." I wonder what my young friend refers to. Han Xiaolai's smile faltered slightly, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. He initially feared that Chen Xiao might be attempting to negotiate a sudden price increase, which would leave him with no choice but to endure the loss. To his surprise, Chen Xiao pointed towards Chen Lan, who was wide-eyed and gazing at the city outside, and said, "After healing Elder Han's granddaughter, I may need to be away for a while. During this time, I hope Elder Han can help take care of my sister." "Is that so?" Han Xiaolai raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Chen Xiao's proposal. He had not anticipated such a plan and began to ponder its implications. Casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiao, he then nodded slightly and said, "If you encounter any issues that require resolution, rest assured that your sister will be in my care." Coincidentally, Schwerer could use a playmate. Having them together would bring some liveliness. "Thank you in advance." Chen Xiao rose to his feet, solemnly clasping his fists in a respectful salute. At that moment, Chen Lan also regained her composure, her eyes widening in realization. Almost instantaneously, she understood Chen Xiao's intentions and anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, please don't leave me behind. I want to follow you." My dear, I must visit a certain place. It would be rather inconvenient to bring you along since you have not yet trained. Do you understand?" Chen Xiao gently ruffled Chen Lan's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. However, Chen Lan clearly wished to voice more, yet Chen Xiao waved his hand, saying, "There is nothing more to discuss. I shall return promptly to fetch you. For now, stay here and be at ease." "All right," Chen Lan replied softly, though her tone carried a note of disappointment. Chen Xiao, perceptive to her feelings, refrained from further explanation. He had plans to re-enter the beast forest near Qingyang town, a place teeming with both wild and magical beasts, which would rapidly provide him with ample experience points, enabling his ascent to a level that would undoubtedly astonish everyone. As the carriage entered the city, it proceeded without hindrance. However, within the city, the atmosphere was markedly bustling and clamorous, with throngs of people everywhere, a testament to the vibrancy of Beixian City. The carriage meandered through the city for nearly an hour before it finally came to a halt. "Dean, we have arrived," boomed a deep voice from outside the carriage. The driver, who was also a guard for Han Xiaolai, Chen Xiao, discerned that this individual was not merely a driver but a protector, as evidenced by his own impressive cultivation at the 9-star martial spirit level. "My young friend, carriages are not permitted within the academy grounds. Let us disembark and proceed on foot." Han Xiaolai's slightly apologetic voice rang out. "Not a problem," Chen Xiao responded with a smile, stepping out of the carriage with Chen Lan to follow Han Xiaolai into the academy. The Tianwu Academy, established directly by the Tianwu Kingdom, was present in all cities of level 3 and above. Individuals from surrounding towns could become disciples of the academy by passing its entrance examinations. Once admitted, students would typically study for 5 years, emerging as at least a martial master. Moreover, due to the prestige of Tianwu Academy, those accepted were seldom troubled, which explained Lin Yu's earlier arrogance. Standing before the imposing edifice, Chen Xiao finally grasped the source of Lin Yu's confidence. As he stood before the colossal stone tablet, he felt a profound sense of insignificance wash over him, an involuntary feeling of reverence emanating from within. Behind the stone tablet lay a vast expanse of neatly arranged limestone steps, winding their way upward. Along the path, he occasionally glimpsed youths clad in various garments meandering through the academy. The auras they exuded varied in intensity, predominantly ranging from martial disciple to martial master. Yet Chen Xiao did not encounter anyone above the 3-star martial master level. Upon passing through the academy gates, they took a small path that led to the serene residences designated for the faculty at the rear of the institution. As the vice president of the Alchemy Institute, Han Xiaolai naturally resided in a splendid abode, surrounded by tranquil surroundings and lush greenery, ensuring an undisturbed retreat. Chen Xiao cast a cursory glance and nodded in satisfaction, deciding that Chen Lan could stay here for a while without any concerns on his part. Master, a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, hurried out from the loft upon seeing Han Xiaolai and his companions. "Is Miss Schwenner well?" Han Xiaolai waved his hand dismissively and strode towards the interior. "The young lady has shown no changes in recent days. Everything remains as it is," the steward replied respectfully, his gaze curiously sweeping over Chen Xiao and Chen Lan, pondering why the master had brought 2 young children along. "Very well, prepare 2 guest rooms for my young friends, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan," Han Xiaolai instructed lightly. "Instruct the servants not to be remiss in their duties." Turning to Chen Xiao, he added, "Why don't you accompany me to see Schwer? It would also provide an opportunity to assess her condition. What do you think?" "Of course." Chen Xiao nodded in agreement as they made their way toward the rear courtyard, gradually disappearing from view. Chapter 23. The mediocre healer. As one approached the inner courtyard, the surroundings became increasingly tranquil, with the air infused with an even more intense fragrance of blossoms. "How beautiful!" Chen Lan could not help but exclaim, gazing at the vibrant flower clusters within arm's reach. "Hee, it is all thanks to Schwerer's efforts during her leisure time." Han Xiaolai chuckled amiably, nodding as he continued onward without pause. Soon, at the end of the serene path, an elegantly antiquated pavilion nestled among the trees came into view. The carriage driver halted appropriately, refraining from following further, while Han Xiaolai led Chen Xiao to the pavilion's entrance before stopping. Outside the pavilion, a maid stood respectfully to one side, and upon seeing Han Xiaolai and the others, she promptly approached and greeted them with deference. "Where is Schwer?" "The young mistress is resting," the maid replied respectfully, her gaze flicking between Chen Xiao and Chen Lan, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Ever since the young mistress fell ill, she rarely received visitors. What could the master possibly want with these 2? I understand now. Han Xiaolai nodded and approached the pavilion, gently pushing the door open before stepping inside. Naturally, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan followed closely, entering a room suffused with a faint, delicate fragrance, the overall decor exuding elegance. However, Chen Xiao merely glanced around casually before following Han Xiaolai to stand by the bed in the inner chamber. Upon the bed lay a youthful maiden, her bright eyes and pearly teeth contrasting with her jade-like skin, peacefully resting with her eyes closed. Yet, the slight furrow in her brow suggested discomfort. Moreover, Chen Xiao could discern at a glance that the young girl possessed merely the cultivation of a mere two-star martial apprentice. A stark deviation from his expectations. After all, she was the granddaughter of the vice president of the Pill Institute at the Tianwu Academy. Her abilities seemed rather inadequate. Sensing the presence of others, the maiden's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Grandfather. Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet it bore an unmistakable frailty. As she attempted to rise, a wave of weakness washed over her, and a look of pain flitted across her face. Han Xiaolai was immediately alarmed and stepped forward, saying, "Do not rise. Your constitution is weak. Rest well. This time, I have invited young friend Chen Xiao, who should be capable of refining an exceptional awakening pill for you. Afterward, you will no longer have to endure the torment of this ailment." All right. The young girl smiled gently, though the effort seemed strained. Standing to the side, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the girl held no real hope. Her smile was more an attempt to comfort Han Xiaolai. "Young friend, shall we begin the alchemy directly?" After offering a few words of comfort, Han Xiaolai turned expectantly to Chen Xiao. "There is no rush. I wish to first assess Miss Schwerer's condition. Additionally, there are some materials that you need to prepare for the refining of the awakening pill. Hee. Whatever preparations are needed, please speak freely. As for examining her condition, that can certainly be arranged." Han Xiaolai responded cheerfully, motioning for Chen Xiao to follow him aside. "Schwer, this is your esteemed friend Chen Xiao, who has been summoned to concoct the awakening elixir for you. Despite his youthful appearance, his alchemical skills are truly remarkable, leaving even me feeling somewhat inadequate." Han Xiaolai, holding Chen Xiao by the arm, introduced him to the girl lying on the bed, allowing Chen Xiao to commence his examination. "Do not be anxious, simply extend your hand to me," Chen Xiao said with a kind smile, sitting at the edge of the bed. The girl, wide-eyed with curiosity, scrutinized Chen Xiao, particularly astonished that he appeared to be of her own age. Nevertheless, she complied and offered her hand. Chen Xiao, unceremoniously, grasped her wrist and gradually closed his eyes. Ding! A system notification sounded, detected a level 5 bloodline, Vermilion Phoenix. "Do you wish to devour it?" The crisp chime caused Chen Xiao's lips to twitch involuntarily. He had yet to conduct an examination, yet the system was already intent on consuming her bloodline. However, such an act was beyond Chen Xiao's moral compass. He knew that if he proceeded, Han Xiaolai would undoubtedly strike him down. He swiftly dismissed the thought and began to utilize the system to investigate Han Schwerer's condition. The reason for this thorough examination was that Chen Xiao sensed Han Schwerer's affliction was not merely a damaged soul, but possibly involved other ailments. Moreover, during the journey, he had learned that the system could meticulously monitor the internal conditions of individuals once he made contact. Thus, Chen Xiao's insistence on examining Han Schwerer was justified. With the system's assistance, Han Schwerer's entire body appeared semi-transparent before Chen Xiao's eyes. Countless meridians, blood vessels, and even her liver were distinctly visible. However, there were no apparent issues. "Strange," Chen Xiao muttered as he rose and approached Han Schwerer, placing his hand gently on her forehead. Startled, Han Schwerer hesitated. Yet upon realizing his intent, she did not resist, allowing him to proceed with his examination. Han Xiaolai, standing behind, also rose, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, lost in thought. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chen Xiao withdrew his hand, casting a contemplative glance at Han Schwerer. "Young friend, what have you discovered?" Han Xiaolai inquired, stepping forward with concern etched on his face. Chen Xiao hesitated before responding. What did the initial diagnosis state regarding Miss Schwerer? It was Master Lu who diagnosed Schwerer, asserting that her soul was damaged, leading to its depletion and atrophy. He claimed that with the consumption of a premium awakening elixir, her spirit would be rejuvenated, and her condition would be cured. Han Xiaolai replied, his tone tinged with reverence, clearly holding Master Lu in high esteem. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked with exasperation, "This Master Lu seems rather unreliable. One could even label him a quack." "What? You dare to call Master Lu a quack?" Han Xiaolai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Chen Xiao. Not only was Han Xiao surprised, but even Han Shuer, who lay in bed, gazed at Chen Xiao in astonishment, completely taken aback by the audacity of this youth, who appeared to be of similar age to herself, to speak such presumptuous words. It is worth noting that Master Lu is a renowned medical expert in the vicinity of Beixian City, known for his impeccable diagnoses over hundreds of miles. Yet now, he has been so brazenly contradicted by Chen Xiao, who even dares to label him a quack. How could this not astonish everyone present? Although Master Lu's assertions contained a kernel of truth, for the Supreme Awakening pill could indeed offer temporary relief to Miss Shuer and restore her spirit, it would only suffice for a month at most. After that, she would revert to her current state, with the possibility of her condition worsening. This remedy merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. One must ponder, if this does not characterize a charlatan, then what does? Chen Xiao spoke with an air of certainty, his words imbued with discernment. Chapter 24. Where did this wild youth come from? Well, my young friend, can you ascertain the fundamental cause? Han Xiaolai appeared somewhat apprehensive, for he could scarcely believe that Chen Xiao could surpass Master Lu in the realm of medicine. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. I have just examined Miss Shuer. There are 2 meridians in her forehead that are congested, one of which is likely a neural pathway that has become obstructed, resulting in a blood clot. This blockage prevents the smooth circulation of blood, and due to her insufficient cultivation, she cannot resolve it herself, leading to a gradual depletion of her spirit. Even if she were to take a spirit awakening pill, without addressing the congested meridians, the depletion would persist. I wonder, does Miss Shuer feel dizzy when she stands, as if something is amiss within her forehead? The last question was directed at Han Shuer. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer's eyes brightened with intrigue. Though the theory sounded somewhat absurd, it resonated with her reality. For Chen Xiao's words perfectly aligned with her symptoms. Indeed, those symptoms are accurate. But what remedy might there be? Han Shuer nodded slightly, her voice faint. As if speaking required great effort, her demeanor fragile. It is quite simple. First, you must restore your health, and then we can directly resolve the blood clot in the meridians of your mind. Chen Xiao replied with a gentle wave of his hand. What? This method is exceedingly perilous. The mind is a critical aspect of the human body. Any minor error could lead to life-threatening consequences. I cannot agree to this. Han Xiaolai's voice suddenly boomed, his face flushed with indignation as he glared fiercely at Chen Xiao. The human brain is the most enigmatic of organs. Even the slightest mistake could result in idiocy or, worse, death. Han Xiaolai could not possibly allow Chen Xiao to recklessly experiment on his granddaughter. Chen Xiao, however, remained unfazed and simply stated, I have an 80% confidence in refining the elixir and a complete certainty in resolving the meridian congestion. As for whether to proceed, that is entirely up to you. I can prepare the elixir regardless. This. A hint of embarrassment crossed Han Xiaolai's face. Chen Xiao's assertion left him at a loss for how to proceed. Should he place his trust in Chen Xiao? That would mean tacitly agreeing with the notion that Master Lu was a quack. Yet, if he were to reject the proposal, he would offend Chen Xiao, upon whom he relied for alchemy. And what if Chen Xiao was indeed correct? What then? Would he gamble his granddaughter's life? Hmph. Who is this wild youth to make such audacious claims? Just as Han Xiaolai wavered in uncertainty, a cold snort resonated from outside the door. Moments later, a coachman accompanied a refined gentleman clad in white into the room. Ah, Master Lu, what brings you here? Han Xiaolai exclaimed, taken aback as he hastened to greet him. Humph. If I did not come, I fear I would be labeled a worthless charlatan, deceiving others for profit. The refined gentleman, Master Lu, gazed at Chen Xiao with a face flushed with indignation, his animosity unmistakable. Han Xiaolai wore an expression of palpable embarrassment. Although his status was not inferior to that of Master Lu, he found himself in a position of need, compelling him to adopt a more courteous demeanor. However, Chen Xiao had thoroughly offended Lu, placing Han in an awkward predicament. Chen Xiao's gaze briefly swept over Master Lu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Another warrior at the martial spirit level. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao displayed not an ounce of trepidation. With an air of calm assurance, he addressed the middle-aged man. While it is true that the exhaustion of the soul can be remedied with the spirit awakening pill, are you aware of the underlying cause of this exhaustion? This caught Master Lu off guard. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Xiao, a contemplation he had not entertained before. To him, soul exhaustion was simply that, exhaustion, unrelated to any causative factors. As long as the soul was thoroughly mended, it would naturally recover. Chen Xiao's assertion, however, left him momentarily speechless. You remain oblivious because of your carelessness. Miss Schwer has suffered from persistent headaches, but a gentle massage can alleviate her discomfort. Have you inquired into this matter? Chen Xiao maintained his composure, revealing not a trace of embarrassment even when confronted. Instead, he rendered his opponent momentarily speechless. This left Han Xiaolai, standing nearby, drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated Chen Xiao's quick wit. Moreover, this exchange hinted at Chen Xiao's substantial background. Behind him, there was presumably at least a fourth or even fifth-tier alchemist. Even as the vice dean of the Alchemy Institute at the Heavenly Martial Academy, Han could not compare to a fourth-tier alchemist. It became clear why Chen Xiao had shown no surprise at Han's introduction. His own esteemed identity was evidently of little consequence to Chen Xiao. As Master Lu's complexion deepened in hue, signaling rising ire, Han Xiaolai promptly cleared his throat and interjected. Master Lu, this young friend, Chen Xiao, has been invited to concoct a superior spirit awakening pill for Miss Schwer. If there were any misunderstandings earlier, I hope we can all set them aside. What? You claim he can concoct a superior spirit awakening pill? A flicker of astonishment crossed Master Lu's face, soon replaced by skepticism as he scrutinized Chen Xiao. The spirit awakening pill was a third-tier potion, and even Han Xiaolai could not produce it. Could it be that Chen Xiao was at least a third-tier alchemist? And if he is, what of it? Chen Xiao defiantly lifted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Master Lu. Han Xiaolai's words sowed a seed of doubt within Lu. Chen Xiao's reasoning was sound, and his mere analysis of the condition, coupled with the mention of his so-called master, instilled a degree of apprehension in Lu. Yet, how could he swallow his pride and concede so easily? Very well, young man. Since you are so confident, why don't we engage in a wager? Master Lu's eyes gleamed with a cunning thought, presenting him a means to save face. What sort of wager? Chen Xiao understood the other party's intention, but chose not to expose it. He proposed a wager based on Xue Er's illness. If she completely recovers after consuming the awakening pill, he would emerge victorious. If she still required assistance afterward, he would concede defeat. The stakes need not be exorbitant. Let us settle on 100,000 gold coins, shall we? Master Lu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xiao, eager to discern any shift in his expression. To his dismay, Chen Xiao exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a smile graced his lips. This was due to the system notification echoing once more, ding. System alert. Taskmaster Lu's duel initiated. Engage in a contest with Master Lu and achieve victory. Rewards, 1,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and an increase of 10 in Han Xiaolai's favorability. Failure will result in a decrease of 10 in Han Xiaolai's favorability. Do you accept? Accept. This task seemed tailor-made to bestow experience points upon Chen Xiao. His gaze towards Master Lu softened considerably, for he was unmistakably a plump sheet presenting gold and experience. However, the aspect of favorability left Chen Xiao momentarily bewildered. It was akin to establishing rapport with NPCs in a game. Nevertheless, the prospect of gaining 10 points in favorability was indeed promising, and when combined with previous tasks, this venture had already proven to be quite lucrative. Very well, I accept. Chapter 25. The formation of Dan. Chen Xiao smiled, and Master Lu shared in his mirth, while Han Xiaolai also wore a contented smile. At the very least, they had not caused any trouble upon their first meeting. Otherwise, he would have been the most troubled among them. Although he was displeased that the two were using his granddaughter as a wager, he had no choice but to tolerate it, given his reliance on them. Moreover, their encounter might not be a misfortune for his granddaughter. It could compel them to take her treatment more seriously. Han Lao, please fetch me some paper and ink. Chen Xiao called to the elder beside him. The maid promptly dashed to the study to retrieve writing materials, while Han Lao, understanding the request, complied. Master Lu, however, stood nearby, bewildered as he observed Chen Xiao. Upon seeing what Chen Xiao had written, Master Lu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, muttering, Huiyuandan. This is meant to restore internal qi. Schwer has no use for it. Why are you writing this? I shall consume it myself, Chen Xiao replied. casting a sidelong glance at him. Cough. You intend to consume it yourself? Master Lu stared wide-eyed, incredulity etched on his face. He had not anticipated such a brazen pronouncement from Chen Xiao. This was clearly an abuse of authority. Even Han Xiaolai could not help but wince, harboring suspicions that Chen Xiao might be attempting to extort him under the guise of this situation. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely, as Chen Xiao was already a third-tier alchemist and should not be in need of funds. I am merely a 7-star martial disciple. Concocting a third-tier superior elixir will consume immense mental energy and time. Do you believe my internal chi can endure this? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. Instantly, Master Lu found himself at a loss for words, and even Han Xiaolai shook his head with a wry smile. It was only now that they fully grasped that Chen Xiao was merely a martial disciple. Having learned from his previous misstep, Master Lu fell silent, observing quietly. Once Chen Xiao completed his writings, he stepped aside. Chen Xiao then handed the note to Han Xiaolai, stating, "Prepare a refining chamber for me." "Certainly." Han Xiaolai nodded, hastily passing the note to a nearby guard to make the necessary arrangements. He then gave Shuer a few instructions before leading Chen Xiao and the others out of the room and toward another cluster of buildings. "My young friend, this is where I usually refine my elixirs. You may temporarily endure here," Han Xiaolai explained as he guided them to his serene pavilion. "Not at all. This place is quite suitable." Chen Xiao chuckled, following Han Xiaolai inside, with Chen Lan trailing behind, her eyes wide with curiosity. At that moment, the guard who had gone out to gather materials returned, respectfully presenting the required items to Han Xiaolai before taking his leave. Naturally, Han Xiaolai entrusted all the materials to Chen Xiao. Aside from the 2 sets of materials for refining the awakening pill, there were also 3 rejuvenation pills. Since the items had arrived, Chen Xiao decided against further delay. He moved aside, ignited the furnace, and meticulously cleared the impurities within before casting 1 set of materials for the awakening pill into the cauldron. What a reckless approach. "Youngster, you cannot concoct pills this way. If you throw everything in at once, the furnace will surely explode." Master Lu's admonition rang out sharply. Beside him, Han Xiaolai's smile faltered. As the vice dean of the alchemy department at Tianwu Academy and a third-tier alchemist, he possessed a profound understanding of alchemy. In his view, Chen Xiao's method of indiscriminately tossing in the materials would inevitably lead to disaster. However, having previously witnessed Chen Xiao's remarkable success in crafting a third-tier rejuvenation pill, he was merely skeptical rather than disheartened. Even if this batch were to fail, he could only console himself internally. "My master taught me this way. If there's nothing else, stand aside. If you keep talking, you can leave to avoid disturbing my alchemy," Chen Xiao retorted without hesitation. At this, Master Lu fell silent, his irritation dissipating as he stood to the side, watching Chen Xiao's process with a sardonic smile. He feared that if he spoke up, any subsequent failure would be blamed on him. Chen Lan stood nearby, her curiosity piqued as she observed Chen Xiao's every movement. The flames within the furnace danced unpredictably. After a full half-hour, a rich fragrance of the pills began to waft through the air, causing both Han Xiaolai and Master Lu to widen their eyes in astonishment. Master Lu found it hard to believe, while Han Xiaolai felt a surge of excitement. At the very least, Chen Xiao was not making a mess of things. The only remaining concern was whether the quality of the pills had reached the pinnacle of excellence. Mastering the crafting of superior pills was no simple feat. If Chen Xiao succeeded, it would signify that his alchemical skills were nearing the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's eyes had become slightly squinted, as if he were on the verge of dozing off. In truth, he was indeed close to slumber, having entrusted the entire process to the system. He was merely sitting there, feigning engagement, already bored enough to desire sleep. Had there not been onlookers nearby, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to sleep. Ding. System notification. 3rd-tier awakening pill successfully refined. Experience points rewarded, 100. Gold rewarded, 10. The crisp sound of the system notification jolted Chen Xiao awake, his eyes snapping open. Without further delay, he swiftly opened the cauldron. Inside, 6 black-gray pills lay quietly at the bottom, a rich medicinal aroma wafting upwards, captivating the attention of all who surrounded him. No one could remain still. They eagerly stepped closer to glimpse the extraordinary pills that Chen Xiao had crafted. 3 exquisite spirit awakening pills and 3 superior spirit awakening pills. My dear friend, your alchemical skills must have surely reached the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. Han smiled as he accepted the pills handed over by Chen Xiao, his face brimming with delight, unable to resist teasing. Chen Xiao, however, merely chuckled and shook his head, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Master Lu, upon seeing the 3 exquisite pills, felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, sensing that he might be on the verge of a significant setback this time. I am somewhat fatigued. Let us first administer these to Miss Shuer and observe the effects. Chen Xiao smiled gently, simultaneously retrieving a recovery pill from the side and swallowing it directly. Chapter 26. Diagnostic errors. Moments ago, Chen Xiao had consumed a pill, and now, witnessing him indulge in another, Master Lu and Han Xiaolai exchanged pained glances. Could it be that this fellow genuinely regarded these elixirs as mere candies? Yet, considering the proficiency in alchemy displayed by Chen Xiao, it was entirely plausible that he might indeed treat them as such. Without lingering on this trivial matter, the group hastily made their way to the location of Han Shuer, while Chen Xiao feigned exhaustion, opting to remain behind with Chen Lan at their dwelling, taking a brief respite. After all, even with the medicinal aid, it would take approximately 2 days for Han Shuer to fully recuperate her spirit. Chen Xiao saw no reason to monitor her constantly. This interval afforded him an opportune moment to diligently refine his skills. However, Chen Xiao soon found himself regretting this decision. He realized that when he practiced the Xingho Ju technique alone, his progress was painfully sluggish. At his current pace, it would take him well over 10 days to advance a single level, a stark contrast to the rapid advancements he had previously achieved in a single day. Fortunately, 2 days swiftly passed. On the 3rd day, whilst Chen Xiao was engaged in his cultivation within the courtyard, a sudden clamor of footsteps erupted outside. Soon after, Han Xiaolai's boisterous laughter resonated. Brother Chen, Shuer has completely recovered today and can walk normally. We would like to invite you to assess her condition. Chen Xiao opened the door to find Han Xiaolai accompanied by Master Lu. Over the past 2 days, the rapport between Han Xiaolai and Chen Xiao had significantly deepened, to the extent that Han Xiaolai now directly referred to him as Brother Chen. As for Master Lu, although he still harbored some dissatisfaction towards Chen Xiao, he refrained from voicing any jibes. After all, Chen Xiao's capabilities were undeniable. Offending a promising alchemist would be unwise. Young friend Chen, shall we settle our contest today? Master Lu proposed. Indeed, I am quite eager. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, beckoning Chen Lan as the group made their way towards Han Shuer's residence. Upon arriving, they were immediately greeted by the ethereal sound of a guqin. The melody was enchanting and delicate, compelling one to pause and listen intently. As they drew closer, they discovered that Han Shuer, who had previously been confined to her bed, was now seated in a pavilion outside, gracefully playing the instrument. Noticing their approach, the music ceased, and Han Shuer arose, accompanied by her maid, to greet them. Grandfather, Master Lu, Master Chen, she exclaimed, performing a respectful curtsy. Her once frail voice now resonated with clarity and warmth, and her pallid complexion had transformed into a vibrant glow, exuding vitality. One could scarcely believe she had been unwell. While Master Lu was somewhat indifferent to Han Shuer addressing Chen Xiao as Master Chen, he remained silent, observing her enthusiasm, a subtle smile beginning to curve upon his lips. After Han Shuer ingested the elixir, her complexion noticeably improved. If one were to assert that she had not been completely restored, he would find it hard to believe. Oh, no need for excessive formality. How do you feel now? Is there any lingering discomfort? Master Lu inquired jovially. Hearing this, Han Shuer instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao's face, for she was well aware of the wager between him and Master Lu. No need for hesitation. Please speak freely. Chen Xiao smiled. I feel invigorated, and the pain in my forehead has subsided. It seems I have fully recovered. Han Shuer contemplated briefly before responding truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao nodded slightly. After all, she had just consumed a rejuvenating pill, and anything less than this outcome would indeed be peculiar. Master Lu, meanwhile, erupted into hearty laughter and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao. Well, young friend Chen, it appears I have triumphed in this round, does it not? You need not forfeit your 100,000 gold coins. Merely acknowledging your defeat will suffice. Han Xiaolai's gaze also shifted to Chen Xiao, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, Who claims you have won? Since Shuer has now recovered, does that not imply my victory? Or do you intend to postpone your declaration for several months? Master Lu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Hmph and the others regarded Chen Xiao with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. However, Chen Xiao chose not to engage further in that discussion and instead turned to Hmph, asking, Miss Schwer, during your slumber over the past few nights, have you experienced a sense of heaviness in your head, as if something were obstructing your forehead? Indeed, I have occasionally felt a certain heaviness, but I have not perceived any obstruction, or perhaps I simply did not notice. Hmph nodded honestly, and, recalling his earlier words, began to feel astonished. Yes, precisely. The heaviness stems from the stagnation of your meridians, which has hindered the full restoration of your spirit. Given that Old Han possesses the strongest cultivation here, it would be prudent to investigate further, and I can assure you that this condition will worsen over time, ultimately leading to a state of spiritual exhaustion, Chen Xiao asserted. This, Han Xiaolai and Master Lu both furrowed their brows, casting doubtful glances at Chen Xiao, questioning the veracity of his claims. After a moment's hesitation, Han Xiaolai spoke, Schwer, please take a seat. I wish to examine you. Once she was seated, Han Xiaolai placed his hand upon her forehead, slowly channeling his vital energy to initiate a careful examination. However, after a brief moment, his brow furrowed slightly. As time passed, Han Xiaolai's complexion grew increasingly pallid, while his expression darkened further, and Hmph appeared somewhat pale, suggesting she was in discomfort. Old Han, do not act recklessly. Chen Xiao's voice rang out suddenly. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai reluctantly withdrew his hand, his countenance revealing a hint of distress, while Hmph face remained pale, indicating profound fatigue. I have just conducted an inquiry, and previously, due to the exhaustion of her spirit, I refrained from probing further. Now I have discovered that, indeed, as Chen Xiao mentioned, there seems to be something entangled within Schwerer's mind. However, when I recently attempted to utilize my vital energy for purification, I found it exceedingly arduous. Any stimulation from the vital energy could potentially disrupt her meridians, leading to fatal consequences. Han Xiaolai sighed deeply, his tone somber, clearly reflecting his discontent. Upon hearing this, Hmph expression also darkened. After enduring so much, she had dared to hope for a path to salvation, only to face such disheartening news. Master Lu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Let me take a look. Without regard for the others, he stepped forward to diagnose her condition. Master Lu, a true master of medicine, demonstrated remarkable precision in his understanding of vital energy. In just the span of half a TS brewing time, he concluded his examination. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he mused, I had previously overlooked Schwer's cerebral condition amidst her spiritual exhaustion, but it appears that my young friend's observations were indeed accurate. Yet, regarding the entangled meridians, I possess less than 30% certainty of resolving the issue, and the risk involved is exceedingly high. I wonder if my young friend has any solutions to alleviate this predicament? Chapter 27. Oh no. I am indeed completely confident. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Very well. I hope you will act swiftly to save her. Han Xiaolai's eyes brightened as he fixated on Chen Xiao. The others were equally intrigued, uncertain of the method Chen Xiao might employ to resolve the situation. Ahem, my approach may be somewhat unorthodox. Once I commence treatment, regardless of what transpires thereafter, I trust you, Old Han, will not interfere. Furthermore, I cannot be held accountable for the outcomes. Otherwise, I cannot proceed. By the time Chen Xiao uttered the final words, his expression had turned serious. Of course, if you manage to cure Schwer, I have no grounds for reproach, Han Lao promptly nodded, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face. Lan, you should return and rest. It is not suitable for you to remain here any longer, Chen Xiao instructed softly. Upon receiving the directive, though reluctant, Chen Lan could only retreat in silence. Chen Xiao surveyed the surroundings once more, but found no suitable candidates. He decided to approach Han Schwer directly, addressing her, Miss Schwer, please extend your arms. Han Schwer was momentarily taken aback, yet complied immediately, spreading her arms wide, standing in a star-like pose. From this proximity, Chen Xiao could not help but admire Han Schwer's exquisite figure, accentuated by her charming demeanor, which stirred his heart. Han Schwer stood with her arms outstretched, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiao. Upon realizing his intense scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, yet inexplicably. She felt no aversion to his gaze. However, at that moment, Chen Xiao's expression transformed into one of unrestrained desire as he boldly advanced towards Hmph. He halted within a meter of her, then suddenly spread his arms wide and embraced her. Ah, no! A scream pierced the air, followed by Hmph instinctively shoving Chen Xiao away, causing him to stagger back. Yet, he quickly closed the distance again, attempting to embrace her once more. To his surprise, Hmph turned and fled, but her speed was no match for Chen Xiao's. In an instant, he caught up with her, seizing her delicate shoulder. He then pressed his hand against her forehead, his fingers deftly injecting subtle streams of genuine energy into her. In her panic, Hmph remained oblivious to this, continually pushing against Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai and Master Lu exchanged astonished glances. Utterly unprepared for Chen Xiao's audacity to treat Shui so intimately before their very eyes. Did he not fear Han Xiaolai's wrath that could lead to his demise? "Young friend, what are you doing?" Han Xiaolai exclaimed, his urgency prompting him to step forward to intervene. However, Master Lu, keenly discerning the situation, swiftly grasped Han Xiaolai's arm, simultaneously preventing others from approaching, and remarked, "It appears that the young friend is genuinely attempting to heal. Hmph, is this truly a method of healing?" Han Xiaolai's face darkened, his gaze at Chen Xiao subtly laced with murderous intent. The indignation of seeing his granddaughter disrespected was almost unbearable. The fact that he had not resorted to violence was a testament to his restraint. Fortunately, this tension was short-lived. After a few breaths, Chen Xiao released Hmph and returned to stand before Han Xiaolai and the others. "Ah, Elder Han, Master Lu, why do you gaze at me so?" Chen Xiao instinctively touched his nose, soon realizing the implications, and with a wry smile added, "I previously mentioned that the method might be somewhat unconventional. You assured me not to mind, did you not?" "Aye. But you, Sai?" Han Xiaolai stammered, pointing at Chen Xiao, yet words eluded him. Master Lu interjected, "How is it? How much longer until she is fully healed?" "She is already well." Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What? Already well? How is that possible?" Master Lu was taken aback, disregarding all else as he hurried to examine Hmph. At that moment, Hmph, having snapped out of her daze, felt her cheeks flush like ripe apples, occasionally casting furtive glances at Chen Xiao, much to his chagrin. Although the method employed was somewhat shameless, it was the Supreme Upgrade System's prescribed treatment, inducing extreme fright in a short span to accelerate blood flow and expand the vessels, followed by Chen Xiao's intervention, which led to her swift recovery. While the approach might be considered unrefined, its efficacy was undeniable. As for Han Xiaolai's perception of him, it was of little consequence. Now preoccupied with assessing Hmphu's condition, Han Xiaolai set aside his inquiries about Chen Xiao. After a considerable time, he finally expressed incredulity. "It truly is remarkable that she is healed." This method, however, Han Xiaolai still felt a twinge of discomfort, but Hmph, sensing his unease, spoke up. "Grandfather, in truth, Master Chen did not actually touch me. He withdrew immediately upon contact. It was merely my momentary panic that led to this misunderstanding." "Ah, I see." Han Xiaolai's face turned crimson with embarrassment, a sentiment echoed by Master Lu. Yet Chen Xiao wore a mischievous grin, for the system notification chimed once more. Ding. System notification, task completed, Han Xiaolai's request, and Master Lu's wager. Experience gained, 2,000 points, gold acquired, 200, martial skill, dragon dance in the sky. Affection from Han Xiaolai increased by 10. Ding. System notification. Host successfully leveled up, current level, early stage 8-star martial disciple. The dragon dance in the 9 heavens is a skill with the potential for advancement. As the host's strength increases, the power of the skill gradually intensifies. Upon activation, 9 ethereal figures, each embodying 70% of the host's cultivation, materialize to launch an assault. Utilizing this skill incurs a cost of 100 points of true energy. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Chen Xiao hastily confirmed. Instantly, a vast array of techniques and methodologies concerning the dragon dance in the 9 heavens flooded into his mind, while the situation over there remained unresolved. Chen Xiao took the opportunity to examine his current attributes. Host, Chen Xiao level, 8-star martial disciple cultivation method, Starfire technique martial skills, 1 sword ascending to the heavens. Dragon dance in the 9 heavens gold coins, 730. In addition to this, Chen Xiao noted that his gluttonous bloodline had progressed from 2-100 to 8-100. evidently due to his prior advancements in Xingyang town. Having assessed his status, he noticed that Han Xiaolai and the others were approaching him, their faces marked with embarrassment. Brother Chen, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. It was all a misinterpretation. I hope you can overlook it. Han Xiaolai spoke with diminished bravado, having nearly scolded Chen Xiao moments before. Beside him, Master Lu wore an equally awkward expression. However, Chen Xiao graciously waved his hand and said, "It's quite all right. I bear no ill will. But, Master Lu, I trust that this wager counts as my victory? I would appreciate the 100,000 gold coins at your earliest convenience." Chapter 28. The Hunt for Beasts. Master Lu's lips twitched in agitation. Previously, he had generously waved his hand, dismissing the 10,000 gold coins, but unexpectedly, Chen Xiao demanded them without a trace of hesitation, leaving him no room for dignity. However, having uttered those words himself, it was unthinkable to retract them now. Ultimately, Master Lu produced 10 banknotes, each valued at 1,000 gold coins, and begrudgingly handed them to Chen Xiao before storming off to the side. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai and Han Shuer remained before Chen Xiao. Han Xiaolai felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Han Shuer, unable to contain her curiosity, stole glances at Chen Xiao. Her cheeks flushed at the recollection of recent events. "During this time, my younger sister has been troubling you both. I hope you do not mind." Chen Xiao spoke softly to Han Shuer and Han Xiaolai, drawing out 5 banknotes of 10,000 gold each, which he presented to Han Xiaolai. "This 50,000 gold is for Chen Lan's living expenses here. If possible, I would appreciate it if Elder Han could guide her in her cultivation, as I may not return for several months." "Haha, Brother Chen, you are too courteous. I have taken quite a liking to that girl Chen Lan. It is only natural for me to take care of her. You need not worry, and as for the money, let us consider it settled. We are no strangers," Han Xiaolai insisted, refusing to accept the money. If he did, it would entangle him in an unbreakable debt to Chen Xiao, especially since Chen Xiao had saved his granddaughter. A debt he had yet to express gratitude for. "By the way, here is a storage ring I have replaced. If you do not mind, please accept it. Inside, there are some medicinal herbs that, as an alchemist, I trust you will find useful. Do not hesitate. Consider it a token of appreciation for the trouble you have taken these past days," Han Xiaolai said, presenting a storage ring to Chen Xiao. The storage ring, a marvel designed to hold items within a pocket dimension, was invaluable, with even a standard one costing over 10,000 gold coins, yet Han Xiaolai freely gifted it. Although Chen Xiao possessed a system backpack, rendering the ring somewhat redundant, it would serve well for discretion, as materializing items out of thin air would require an explanation. In the end, Chen Xiao accepted it. After exchanging farewells with them and bidding Chen Lan goodbye, he departed from the Tianwu Academy and exited Beixian City. "All right, Lanner, let us return. Master Chen will surely come to fetch you soon." Outside the academy, Chen Lan and Han Shuer watched as Chen Xiao disappeared into the distance before slowly turning back towards the academy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a month passed in silence. Bang! A deep, muffled sound suddenly reverberated through the air. Immediately after, a shadow dashed forth from the thicket, fleeing in a panic. In pursuit of the shadow was a young man clad in a fitted black outfit, wielding a black longsword with determination. In the heart of the forest, a young boy darted gracefully through the trees, his agile steps unimpeded by the overlapping foliage, which instead served as a means to augment his speed. Upon closer inspection, the shadow he pursued was none other than a colossal black panther, 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Yet, this once mighty beast was now grievously wounded, blood streaming from multiple lacerations on its hind legs, as it emitted low, mournful cries, betraying its panic. Nowhere to run. A resounding crack echoed as the boy leveraged himself off a nearby thicket, leaping into the air. His ebony sword whirled, creating a cascade of glimmering sword strikes, and plunged fiercely into the panther's neck. The creature's deep, sorrowful moans persisted as it writhed on the ground, but alas, all its struggles proved futile. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain a level 1 beast, the Black Panther. Experience gained, 1,000 points. Gold acquired, 80. Black Panther Bloodline Level 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Your rank has increased by 1, now at the initial stage of 9-star Martial Master. This sudden appearance of the boy was none other than Chen Xiao, who had journeyed from Beixian City. Eager to enter Qingyang town and return to the Chun family with integrity, Chen Xiao realized his current strength was still lacking. Thus, he plunged straight into the beast forest near Qingyang town. The beast forest sprawled endlessly, covering nearly 1/10 of the Wind Moon continent, with mountain ranges intertwining in a labyrinthine manner, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern what lay deep within. However, one truth remained. This forest housed a plethora of beasts of varying levels, and even the legendary, fearsome beast kings, comparable to martial gods, were said to dwell within. Moreover, the forest was rich in rare treasures, ancient relics, and precious herbs, all of which could potentially be discovered by those who ventured within. Countless tales existed of ordinary martial artists who entered the beast forest, encountered great fortunes, and emerged as transcendent beings, commanding respect. Chen Xiao sought rapid advancement in his cultivation, and the beast forest offered abundant prey for him to hunt. Initially, he dared only to slay weak, ordinary beasts at the forest's periphery. However, after ascending to the martial master realm, he began to delve deeper, hunting level 1 beasts that offered greater experience. Now, after unknowingly residing in the beast forest for nearly a month and venturing over 100 miles into its depths, he had elevated his cultivation from an 8-star martial apprentice to a 7-star martial master, a rate of progress that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Chen Xiao remained somewhat dissatisfied. After absorbing the Black Panther's bloodline, he cast not a single glance at the fallen creature, swiftly vanishing into the thicket once more. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, it was not long before he encountered another formidable beast, one resembling a massive bear. Before him stood a pinnacle-level crimson gray bear, not only remarkable for its swift movements, but also for its astonishing defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary weapons nearly ineffective against it. Previously, Chen Xiao had encountered this formidable creature when he was merely a 5-star martial artist, at which time he was utterly outmatched, suffering greatly before ultimately retreating. However, having now advanced to the initial stage of a 9-star martial artist, Chen Xiao felt a surge of confidence, seeing this as an opportunity to test his mettle. With a furious roar, the crimson gray bear charged at him, recalling the human who had disturbed its peace days prior. "Huh, come at me," Chen Xiao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swiftly sidestepping to evade the bear's powerful frontal assault. In the moment the bear nearly passed him, Chen Xiao thrust his sword with fervor, aiming for the creature's most vulnerable underbelly. The blade pierced flesh with a sickening sound, embedding itself deep within the bear's abdomen. Unfortunately, the bear's thick hide thwarted the sword's full penetration, halting it after merely 3 inches. Yet, as the bear was airborne, the tremendous force of inertia caused the sword to slice along its belly, leaving a long gash from which a torrent of blood gushed forth. The crimson gray bear, in pain, raised its left palm midair and swung it fiercely towards Chen Xiao. Chapter 29, Dance of the Dragon in the Sky, Phantom Steps. In an instant, Chen Xiao withdrew his body, evading the full-force strike of the crimson gray bear with an eerie swiftness, drawing his sword from the bear's flesh in one fluid motion. The bear howled in pain and, upon landing, immediately turned to pounce on Chen Xiao once more. Alas, at that moment, Chen Xiao moved like a slippery loach, and the bear could hardly graze the hem of his garment, while its wounds continued to multiply. The phantom steps were a profound technique Chen Xiao had exchanged from the system for a sum of 500 gold coins just days prior. He had felt a pang of regret at the expenditure, yet this skill had allowed him to escape countless perilous situations since then. True to its name, the technique flowed like clouds, light and ethereal, enabling Chen Xiao to traverse the beast forest with remarkable speed in pursuit of the creatures within. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds echoed as the crimson gray bear relentlessly chased after Chen Xiao, only to eat dust in its futile pursuit. However, Chen Xiao found himself unable to inflict any real harm upon the bear. Despite its bloodied appearance, the injuries were merely superficial. And for the thick-skinned and robust crimson gray bear, they posed no lethal threat. A slight frown creased Chen Xiao's brow. He could not afford to remain entangled with the bear indefinitely, for prolonged engagement would undoubtedly attract other beasts. Should he be surrounded by a horde of creatures, it would spell disaster for him. Just then, the bear, appearing somewhat fatigued, halted, fixing its blood-red gaze upon Chen Xiao. In the next moment, Dance of the Dragon in the Sky. A low, commanding voice emerged from Chen Xiao's lips. Instantly, he split into two identical phantoms, one to the left and one to the right, charging towards the sides of the crimson gray bear. The two apparitions appeared both corporeal and illusory, leaving the bear momentarily bewildered, uncertain of which to confront. Ultimately, it chose the left phantom and swiped at it with a massive paw. At that instant, both shadows accelerated, their dark swords simultaneously thrusting towards the bear's forehead. Bang! The sounds resonated, followed by the bear's furious roar of agony. Upon closer inspection, the left phantom had vanished. Yet a vivid scarlet gash could be seen on the bear's left forehead. Meanwhile, the black sword in Chen Xiao's hand had penetrated the bear's eye socket. Blood sprayed forth in an instant. As the most vulnerable part of the crimson gray bear, its eye was pierced by Chen Xiao's blade. Yet, the bear did not succumb immediately. Instead, it thrashed wildly. Trees in the vicinity collapsed en masse, and Chen Xiao swiftly retracted his sword, retreating to avoid the wrathful onslaught of the enraged bear. However, upon being struck by Chen Xiao's attack, the ruthless nature of the crimson gray bear was laid bare. Instead of retreating, it charged at Chen Xiao with ferocity, roaring fiercely. Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he sprang into action the moment the bear lunged at him. Propelling himself 3 meters into the air with a powerful push from the ground, gliding gracefully over the bear's head. Before the bear could turn around, Chen Xiao surged forward, his body inverted, and with his sword poised, he thrust it forcefully towards the bear's neck. Clang! The sound of metal meeting flesh echoed as the sword struck the bear's neck, bending under the impact and leaving a deep wound, scarcely a finger's breadth. Yet, Chen Xiao's countenance betrayed no hint of distress. He swiftly rebounded from the force and descended once more, aiming his sword at the previous injury. This time, Chen Xiao's speed intensified, his internal energy surging to full capacity. Thud! The sound was crisp as the blade penetrated the wound, delving 2 fingers deep this time. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the bear's tenacity exceeded his expectations. With a ferocious roar, the crimson gray bear retaliated, its black fur bristling as it reared up on its hind legs. Caught off guard, Chen Xiao was propelled aside by the force of the bear, colliding with a nearby tree trunk. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retracting his sword and evading further harm. However, landing a clean strike on the bear's neck now proved to be a formidable challenge. The two opponents remained locked in a tense standoff. Just as Chen Xiao contemplated his next move, the bear let out a deafening roar, pivoted sharply, and darted into the thicket, fleeing into the distance. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the beast would retreat so suddenly. Yet, he would not let it escape so easily. With a swift motion, he pursued the bear and, within a brief moment, closed the distance once more. This time, he held nothing back. He pressed close, thrusting his sword towards the bear's eye socket, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to its snout. Thud! Bang! A cacophony of sounds ensued as Chen Xiao's sword found its mark in the bear's eye, and before the creature could start to struggle, his fist struck hard against its nose. The impact was significant, abruptly slowing the bear and sending it crashing into a nearby tree. As the leaves cascaded to the ground, Chen Xiao unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword dancing with lethal precision and his energy surging forth, leaving a multitude of wounds in its wake. Throughout this relentless assault, he employed both fists and feet, pouring every ounce of strength into the fight. After what felt like an eternity, the system notification chimed once again, prompting Chen Xiao to finally cease his onslaught, drawing a deep breath. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a level 1 beast, the Crimson Gray Bear. You have earned 1,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, and 1 level 1 demon core. Alas, no bloodline was acquired. Chen Xiao murmured to himself, feeling a tinge of regret. However, he had grown accustomed to such circumstances. During his months spent in the beastly forest, the number of beasts and demonic creatures he had slain was beyond count. Yet, the instances of acquiring their bloodlines were quite rare. Over this extended period, he had managed to obtain fewer than 20 types of bloodlines, the vast majority being of the first tier, with very few at the second tier and none above that. Chen Xiao harbored some doubts, pondering whether the low level of these creatures contributed to the insufficient purity of their bloodlines, thus preventing him from inheriting them. Nonetheless, this theory remained unproven for the time being. and he resolved to verify it once he had gained sufficient strength. Even so, the quantity of bloodlines he possessed was formidable enough to instill fear. Within that darkened space, there existed a total of 26 bloodlines. However, wielding their power proved to be quite taxing for Chen Xiao, as he could not yet master them with precision. Chapter 30. The Azure Fire Wolf King. As time progressed, Chen Xiao gradually became adept at harnessing the powers of his bloodlines, resulting in a steady enhancement of his abilities. With each mastery of a specific bloodline power, his prowess would incrementally increase, igniting within him an ever-growing anticipation for the collection of these formidable forces. While others possessed merely one or two bloodline abilities, the prospect of wielding dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of such powers, seamlessly integrated and interconnected, filled him with excitement. Disregarding the carcass of the crimson gray bear, Chen Xiao swiftly made his way toward a distant hilly expanse, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within a cave, he sat beside a flickering fire, shadows dancing erratically on the cave walls. His gaze was fixed intently on the roasted meat sizzling over the flames. During the day, he ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts, while at night, he sought refuge in this cave to recuperate. The nighttime brought forth a host of savage predators, making it perilous for Chen Xiao to continue his hunting endeavors. Sprinkling a carefully selected blend of spices purchased from North Xian City, he savored his meal with great delight. A substantial piece of roasted meat was consumed at a leisurely pace, accompanied by his laughter. The meat he feasted upon was sourced from the beasts he had previously hunted. Consuming such flesh not only rapidly fortified his physical constitution, but also continuously augmented his experience points. Though each bite might yield only 1 or 2 points, the frequency of his consumption rendered the accumulation significant. To this end, Chen Xiao had exchanged for a unique technique from the Supreme Upgrade System, designed to enhance physical prowess through consumption. Although he currently practiced the Starfire technique, a divine level art, the effectiveness in strengthening his physical body fell short of his requirements. However, in conjunction with his current devouring technique, it was sufficient to alleviate various deficiencies. At present, while Chen Xiao's cultivation level stood at a 9-star martial master, his physical strength rivaled that of an 8-star martial master. After consuming another piece of meat, he diligently activated his technique to swiftly absorb and cultivate. Time flowed quietly, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Over this period, Chen Xiao delved deeper into the beast-infested forest, hunting a multitude of creatures to the point where he could scarcely remember them all. Nevertheless, his cultivation had steadily advanced to the level of a 3-star martial general. With this newfound strength, he resolved not to linger in the forest any longer. After all, Chen Lan awaited him at the Tianwu Academy, and he still had accounts to settle with Chun Ning and others from the Chen family. Now seemed the opportune moment to reclaim what was rightfully his. However, before that, he could challenge the Azure Fire Wolf King to test his mettle. A peculiar glint shone in Chen Xiao's eyes. The Azure Fire Wolf King had already reached the pinnacle of level 2 and resided in a valley less than 100 miles from his current location. The secondary demon beasts are comparable to the martial generals of humanity, while the Azure Fire Wolf King possesses strength akin to that of the pinnacle of the 9-star martial generals. Naturally, Chen Xiao intended merely to test his own abilities against the Azure Fire Wolf King. Should the situation prove unfavorable, he would undoubtedly prioritize his escape. Upon exiting the cave and discerning his direction, he hastened towards the predetermined location. Along the journey, even when encountering minor demon beasts, Chen Xiao deftly circumvented them. Covering a distance of over 100 miles, with his cultivation at the 3-star martial general level, he arrived in just 2 short hours. Upon his arrival, he found the Azure Fire Wolf King lazily basking in the sun atop a stone. Sensing an approach, the wolf suddenly lifted its head and glanced towards Chen Xiao's position. It then sprang to its feet. Aware that it had been detected, Chen Xiao ceased his concealment and boldly stepped forward. Upon sighting him, the Azure Fire Wolf King immediately bared its teeth, its hooves rhythmically stamping the ground. A series of low, rumbling growls emanated from the beast. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao appeared undeterred, continuing his advance towards the wolf. However, as he approached, his gaze meticulously surveyed the surroundings, striving to discern any advantageous terrain. As he drew nearer, the aura emanating from the Azure Fire Wolf King intensified. When they were less than 100 meters apart, the wolf lunged directly at Chen Xiao. With a howl, The wolf's hooves ignited in a swirl of azure flames, an eerie fire that glowed faintly blue, seemingly searing, yet harming neither grass nor wood. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xiao's pupils constricted. Having only observed from a distance before, he had not anticipated this formidable ability. Moreover, the wolf's speed exceeded Chen Xiao's expectations, appearing swifter than himself. No matter. Charge! Chen Xiao roared, instantly channeling the bloodline essence of the Taotie within his Dantian realm. The bloodlines of the black-spined serpent, the spotted leopard, the pangolin, and various other demon beasts surged into him, augmenting his speed. In an instant, his velocity increased by nearly 30%, allowing him to evade just in time before the Azure Fire Wolf King barreled past him. The stone behind him, however, was not so fortunate, being crushed to fragments beneath the wolf's paw. Chen Xiao gasped at this sight. Had he been struck by that attack, he doubted his body would prove more resilient than that stone. Following this encounter, he resolved to exercise greater caution, having previously underestimated the situation, thinking he could simply flee if necessary. However, it now appears that if one truly becomes careless, even the prospect of escape may become a distant luxury. With a swift motion, a black longsword materialized in Chen Xiao's grasp, and his entire demeanor shifted, his gaze towards the Azure Fire Wolf King turning increasingly frigid. With a fierce howl, the Azure Fire Wolf King pivoted and lunged once more at Chen Xiao, its enormous jaws snapping ferociously towards him. Towering at 2 meters and stretching over 3 meters in length, the creature's head was nearly the size of Chen Xiao's upper body. He dared not allow himself to be caught in its maw. Instead, he rolled swiftly on the ground to evade the vicious assault. Yet, the wolf's powerful hind legs suddenly rose, aiming to stomp down on the rolling Chen Xiao. Fortunately, Chen Xiao's instincts were sharp. In a moment of urgency, he grasped hold of the wolf's hind leg, using its momentum to propel himself to a safer position. However, this was but a fleeting moment, and he soon grimaced and released his grip, as the searing blue flames had rendered his hand unbearable. Chapter 31. Stalemate. Upon releasing his grip, Chen Xiao instinctively rolled out from the other side, yet his longsword still aimed for the hind leg of the Azure Flame Wolf King. Even if it could inflict no significant damage, impeding its speed would be advantageous. With a crisp sound, his sword indeed struck, albeit only managing to graze a layer of skin due to the limited space for his attack. Nevertheless, this slight infraction incensed the Azure Flame Wolf King. Once out of the range of Chen Xiao's assault, the beast launched itself at him once more. However, this time, instead of leaping, the wolf pounced low to the ground. Should Chen Xiao attempt to evade by rolling on the ground again, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Chen Xiao recognized this shift in strategy, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the wolf's cunning. Yet, he had no intention of rolling on the ground again. After his previous maneuver, several areas of his body were now scorched red. Had he not released his grip swiftly, his entire hand could have been rendered useless. This only deepened his astonishment, for the azure flames appeared to harm nothing in their vicinity, yet upon contact, they immediately began to sear his arm, a truly peculiar phenomenon. Regardless of Chen Xiao's contemplations, the Azure Flame Wolf King surged forward once more. Dragon dance in the 9 heavens, he silently intoned, channeling his internal energy. In an instant, his form transformed into 4 afterimages, racing toward the wolf from different directions. In that fleeting moment, the Azure Flame Wolf King abruptly halted, its expression fraught with caution, unsure of which shadow to attack. The wolf hesitated, yet Chen Xiao did not waver. Within a mere month, he had elevated the dragon dance in the 9 heavens by 3 levels. Now, when invoked, it could instantaneously create 4 afterimages, each possessing 70% of his strength, to confuse and assault his adversary. This technique was one of the pillars of his confidence in approaching this formidable foe. Without it, Chen Xiao would have had to seriously reconsider his capabilities. With the invocation of Dragon Dance in the 9 heavens, Chen Xiao's already remarkable speed surged nearly doubled, allowing him to close in beside the Azure Flame Wolf King in the blink of an eye. With a low growl, the wolf leapt, targeting one of the dark shadows to the left, intent on crashing into it. A muffled thud echoed as the shadow collided with the beast, only to dissipate, causing a slight delay in the wolf's momentum. In that brief instant, the remaining 3 shadows swiftly closed in. The next moment, 3 dark long swords emerged from various angles, driving straight toward the vital points of the Azure Flame Wolf King. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds resonated as the swords pierced the wolf's body, eliciting a horrific howl from the creature as it was propelled away like a gust of wind. At this moment, 2 of the 3 shadows gradually dissipated, while on the right side, Chen Xiao gracefully descended to the ground, wielding a black longsword. Blood dripped slowly from the sword's tip. Observing the state of the Blue Flame Wolf King, Chen Xiao exhibited a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated the resilience of these beasts. That last strike had merely penetrated less than half a palm's depth, failing to inflict any fatal injury. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao was resolute, and as the Blue Flame Wolf King prepared to turn away, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself swiftly towards the beast. With a technique known as sword ascending to the heavens, Chen Xiao unleashed another life-saving card. The power of this move was beyond question. Even an opponent 5 levels higher could be instantaneously vanquished if caught off guard. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air with a sound akin to tearing fabric. And at the very moment the Blue Flame Wolf King turned, Chen Xiao reached its side. Positioned sideways, he unleashed all his might, thrusting the black longsword straight towards the creature's neck. Utilizing the momentum, he swiftly leapt upon the back of the Blue Flame Wolf King. With a sickening squelch, the sword pierced through, blood splattering forth. Although the sword had embedded itself, it failed to claim the creature's life, inciting the Blue Flame Wolf King into a furious rage. Regardless of its attempts to shake him off, Chen Xiao clung tenaciously to its back, relinquishing his sword in favor of using his fists, mercilessly striking at the vulnerable neck of the beast. Whether a mythical creature or a wild beast, the neck is a notably fragile area. Despite the inherent toughness of the Blue Flame Wolf King, it could not withstand the relentless force of Chen Xiao's blows, each one infused with immense power. After only a few strikes, the Blue Flame Wolf King emitted a mournful cry and charged violently into a sturdy tree trunk. Boom! The trunk shuddered, leaves cascading down, and even the wolf was momentarily stunned by the impact. Yet, Chen Xiao remained steadfastly anchored on its back, seemingly glued in place. In truth, he was grappling with his own apprehension. He dared not dismount, having witnessed the creature's ferocity firsthand. He understood that a weapon like a sword was unlikely to inflict significant harm, and such opportunities for attack were rare. Should he abandon his position now? Who could say when he might find another chance like this? Even amidst the chaos, Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, lowered his body, and clutched the Blue Flame Wolf King's fur with determination. With his left hand free, he continued to rain down punches upon the creature's neck. A peculiar scene began to unfold within the perilous realm of the monster beast forest. A colossal Azure Flame Wolf King bore upon its back a youth clad in black, swiftly weaving through the treacherous terrain, the air reverberating with the thunderous sounds of chaos. Though the phrase chickens flying and dogs jumping may not fully encapsulate the tumult, it aptly describes the pandemonium that ensued wherever the pair traversed, with vegetation scattering and trees collapsing in their wake. This tumultuous state persisted for nearly half a stick of incense, until the Azure Flame Wolf King's speed began to wane, and Chen Xiao's forceful punches grew somewhat less vigorous. It was evident that both the wolf and the youth had expended considerable energy. Yet, as is the nature of beasts, the Azure Flame Wolf King struggled to maintain its pace. In a moment of desperation, a bottle materialized in Chen Xiao's hand, which he promptly shattered. A round pill, akin to the size of a pigeon's egg, appeared in his grasp and was swiftly consumed. This was the recovery pill, specifically crafted for martial artists to replenish their true energy. Chapter 32. Is there someone in the mountains? This time, the returning Yuan pill was naturally concocted by Chen Xiao during this period. After departing from Beixian City, Chen Xiao possessed a considerable amount of medicinal pills gifted by Han Xiaolai, who had been exceedingly thoughtful in his preparations, even providing a decent quality alchemy furnace. With some leisure time, Chen Xiao endeavored to refine a few pills, enhancing his proficiency while also ensuring he was adequately prepared. After all, in the perilous depths of the beast forest, one could never predict when such elixirs might prove useful. Indeed, the moment had arrived. As the returning Yuan pill slid down his throat, a wave of warmth surged through his body, replenishing his vital energy in a steady stream. Casting a glance ahead, he noted that he had already surged over 10 miles from his previous position. He could not allow the Azure Fire Wolf King to continue its flight unchecked. for it might lead him straight into a den of beasts, a fate he could ill afford. Perish, he muttered inwardly, and the previously vanished black sword reappeared in his grasp. Rising swiftly, he gripped the sword firmly and plunged it downwards with great force. With a muted thud, the sword found its mark, piercing the fleeing azure fire wolf king's neck. The creature staggered violently, collapsing onto its side. With the wolf down, Chen Xiao could not remain atop its back. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, gracefully alighting a short distance away. A low growl emanated from the fallen beast. Despite the sword's wound, the azure fire wolf king did not succumb immediately. Instead, it struggled and managed to rise once more. The pale blue flames flickering from its hooves had notably dimmed, a testament to its exhaustion after such a prolonged ordeal, yet it still persevered. Shaking its dazed head, the wolf, recognizing the futility of escape, lunged once more at Chen Xiao. This time, it disregarded its defenses entirely, charging recklessly as if seeking a final reckoning. Should it land a blow, it could easily crush Chen Xiao. If it failed, the consequences could be dire. Clearly, the Azure Fire Wolf King had previously failed to strike Chen Xiao, and now, weakened and injured, it stood little chance of success. With a swift application of the Phantom Step, Chen Xiao advanced rather than retreated, lowering himself to charge directly at the wolf's abdomen. Skyward Blade. He unleashed again, his speed surging dramatically. This opportunity had been long awaited. He had struggled to identify a weakness, yet unexpectedly, the Azure Fire Wolf King had exposed a vulnerability. Though this maneuver might result in some injury to Chen Xiao, the prospect of vanquishing the wolf made the risk worthwhile. A piercing howl echoed through the air. Chen Xiao's expression suddenly changed. The wolf's howl did not seem to serve as a warning, but rather appeared to be a deliberate summons for the surrounding beasts. If this delay continued, Chen Xiao could only dread the uncertain consequences that might unfold. Suddenly, a low sound reverberated as his sword plunged into the abdomen of the Azure Fire Wolf King, precisely where a tuft of white fur stood out conspicuously. The blade pierced right through the center of that white patch. A flicker of sorrow flashed in the Azure Fire Wolf King's eyes as it let out a low whimper, summoning its last reserves of strength to strike Chen Xiao's back with a mighty paw. With a thunderous crash, Chen Xiao was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, violently colliding with a large tree before he managed to come to a halt. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling significantly. A massive gash marred his back, blood oozing forth. Such a mere side impact had wrought this damage, leaving one to imagine the devastation had he faced the brunt of the assault. Fortunately, the Azure Fire Wolf King could no longer withstand its injuries, staggering briefly before collapsing to the ground. A system notification chimed, congratulating the host for successfully slaying the second-level beast, the Azure Fire Wolf King, granting 2,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, a piece of Azure Fire Wolf hide, and the 4th-level Azure Fire Wolf bloodline. Another alert indicated that the host had leveled up, now a 4-star Marshal General. A final notification warned of severe bodily harm, offering the option to spend 100 gold coins for restoration. Chen Xiao opted for the restoration. As a soothing warmth surged from his dantian, it began to nourish his internal organs, swiftly mending the previously damaged areas within a short span. Rising once more, Chen Xiao approached the fallen Azure Fire Wolf King, now motionless on the ground, its abdomen still bleeding profusely. He retrieved his black sword from the beast's corpse and began to search through its remains. After a moment, he unearthed a dark blue demon core, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, translucent and gleaming. The demon core, a crystallization of the beast's cultivation, served as a reservoir of its innate power, existing solely within second-level beasts and above. Chen Xiao had only hoped to experiment and was pleasantly surprised to have succeeded. Despite the chaotic energy contained within the core, a skilled alchemist could refine it into a potent elixir for martial artists, making it a highly valuable asset. During his venture into the beast forest, Chen Xiao had acquired 4 demon cores, 3 of which had already been consumed, leaving him with this one. He planned to refine it into an elixir for future use when time permitted. Having organized his belongings, Chen Xiao briefly discerned the direction before setting off at a swift pace. After 2 months of training, especially having recently ascended to the rank of a 4-star Marshal General, he was brimming with anticipation for the impending quest for vengeance. However, just as he was racing forward, he abruptly halted. a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features as he glanced to his left. Dimly, he perceived some commotion emanating from that direction. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao suppressed his presence and stealthily approached the source of the clamor. He had ventured 200 to 300 miles into the beastly forest, a place where ordinary warriors seldom tread, and in his 2 months here, he had only encountered others on one occasion. The prospect of yet another encounter piqued his curiosity. Perhaps fortune would favor him with some valuable discovery. Yet, upon reaching the location, Chen Xiao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Chapter 33. The concubines. Initially, the sounds were unclear. Yet as I drew closer, the scene unfolded with exquisite clarity. Not only did I hear the clash of steel, but I also beheld it with vivid detail. Before me, in a low valley, 2 strikingly beautiful young women were engaged in a fierce duel. Both were at the tender age of 18. One adorned in a robe as white as snow, her countenance as frigid as the unyielding ice of eternity. Yet her exquisite features stirred an undeniable flutter in the heart at first glance. Opposite her stood a maiden clad in black silk, equally enchanting, her movements graceful and fluid. A playful smile gracing her lips, embodying the essence of a charming elder sister next door. I had encountered breathtaking beauties before, such as Chen Lan and Hmph, both of whom could easily be deemed exceptional. However, in comparison to these two, they seemed to pale slightly. As for the celebrities from my previous life, they were utterly incomparable to the ethereal presence of these 2 women. The difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. At this moment, however, these 2 ladies were locked in a life-and-death struggle, their swords weaving a tempestuous dance, each clash resonating like thunder. The ground beneath them bore the scars of their ferocity, pockmarked and uneven, a testament to their formidable prowess. I crouched low, a bead of cold sweat trickling down my forehead. Despite their youthful appearance, their cultivation far surpassed mine. According to the system's hints, these 2 girls had both reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm, on the verge of breaking through to the legendary martial king level. It is worth noting that I, Chen Xiao, with the aid of the supreme upgrade system, had managed to cultivate to the 4-star martial general realm at such a young age. Yet, astonishingly, these 2 maidens were significantly stronger than I. This was my first encounter with peers whose abilities eclipsed my own, serving as a sobering reminder that jolted me from the euphoria of my continuous ascension in power. I did not rush to reveal myself or flee. Instead, I remained concealed in the grass opposite, silently observing. Thankfully, during this past month, as I constantly evaded the relentless pursuit of demonic beasts, I had exchanged for a technique to conceal my presence through the supreme upgrade system. As a result, it was exceedingly difficult for those with cultivation levels not exceeding 2 realms above mine to detect my existence. Thus, the 2 beauties dueled for an extended period without realizing they had an admirer in the shadows. Seizing a moment of respite in their fierce exchange, I shifted my gaze to the depths of the valley. Suddenly, my eyes sparkled with intrigue. Deep within that hollow, I spotted a diminutive tree, vibrant and verdant, standing less than a meter tall, yet adorned with 9 blood-red fruits. Each fruit was roughly the size of a fist and oval in shape, and even from a distance, I could sense the pure energy they contained. Surrounding the tree lay several large demonic beasts, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, each wound marked by sword cuts. Clearly the handiwork of the 2 combatants. Chen Xiao surmised that the conflict between the 2 individuals was likely instigated by the fruit tree. The Zhu fruit, classified as a level 4 spiritual herb, could be utilized in the concoction of pills of the 4th rank and above, or consumed directly. If ingested, martial artists below the realm of generals could significantly enhance their cultivation, while refining it into elixirs could serve as a pivotal means for those at the general level to break through to the king level. The 2 young women were both at the pinnacle of the general realm. Their contention was evidently a preparation for the forthcoming breakthrough to the king realm. However, Chen Xiao found it perplexing that there were still 9 fruits on the tree. Was it truly necessary for them to fight so fiercely? Zhuing, must you truly resort to such measures? After a prolonged exchange of blows, the woman in black could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Hmph, Sumayer, are you not equally culpable? Otherwise, how could you have ambushed me earlier? The woman clad in white replied with a cold snort, a glimmer of frost flashing in her eyes. Giggle, was that not merely a precaution? Furthermore, you also launched a surprise attack on me. We are thus even. Let us split the spoils above. What do you think? The woman named Su Meyer wore a cheerful expression, winking at the woman in white. Humph, how naive. Zhu Ying retorted with a disdainful huff, her sword accelerating in speed. Seeing this, Su Meyer's countenance shifted slightly. The two had known each other for a long time and had engaged in countless battles. They were well aware of each other's strengths. Zhu Ying was evidently giving her all, and Su Meyer could not afford to be careless. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures flitted about the valley, engaging in a myriad of exchanges amidst a flurry of sword light. Even Chen Xiao could barely discern their movements. He was already contemplating whether to make a hasty retreat, for he held no confidence in overcoming either of these formidable women, let alone facing both simultaneously. While the Zhu fruit was indeed a precious treasure, one must possess life to claim it. This was not a matter of self-deprecation. With his current strength and hidden trump cards, Chen Xiao would dare to contend with ordinary 7- or 8-star generals. However, these two women had attained the 9-star general realm, and not merely as typical 9-star generals. After observing for a while, Chen Xiao had discerned that even the Azure Fire Wolf King would likely not be a match for either of them. Given this realization, if Chen Xiao did not leave now, would he merely remain as a bystander for the women to contend with him after their duel? Yet, despite his thoughts, he remained inexplicably drawn to observe further. It was a rare opportunity to witness a battle between 9-star generals, and he could not resist the temptation to glean insights that would lay a solid foundation for his future confrontations. However, this seemingly whimsical decision would ultimately lead to significant gains for Chen Xiao. The woman clad in white, named Zhu Ying, wielded a sword that intermittently emitted faint crimson luminescence, subtly hinting at the silhouette of a bird. However, its precise identity remained elusive. In contrast, the long sword of the dark-clad Su Meyer radiated a vague azure aura. While its nature was also indiscernible, its power was evidently on par with Zhu Ying's, suggesting it was equally formidable. Both combatants had evidently summoned their true potential, showcasing their innate bloodline talents. Yet, as time progressed, an unsettling restlessness surged within Chen Xiao, an instinctive awareness that something was amiss. Though he could not articulate what precisely felt wrong, suddenly, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tempest, reverberated from the distant, towering peaks, drawing closer with alarming speed. Chen Xiao swiftly turned, directing his gaze towards the source. Although he had yet to discern what it was, the magnitude of that roar unmistakably indicated it was no feeble adversary. Chapter 34. The resplendent boss. The two women engaged in battle suddenly turned their heads, their faces paling as they gazed towards the distant mountains. It was only at this moment that they realized, in their fervor to fight, they had forgotten the most crucial survival rule within the beast forest. 1. Do not engage in prolonged combat in the same location within the beast forest. 2. Do not linger near the corpses of beasts within the beast forest. These two rules were hard-earned lessons from countless predecessors who had ventured into the beast forest, paying with their lives. Yet now, both women had unwittingly violated these two life-and-death principles. Realizing the gravity of their mistake, they exchanged a glance. Instantly abandoning the thought of continuing their skirmish, they sprang to their feet and darted towards the location of the Zhu fruit, clearly intent on obtaining it before making their escape. However, the moment they decided to leave, it was already too late. Almost simultaneously with their movements, an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped them. A resounding roar echoed through the air. Chen Xiao, still hidden in the grass, was not reluctant to flee. Rather, he understood that attempting to run now would only hasten his demise, for the owner of that sound was terrifying beyond measure. With just a single roar, the trees beside him trembled, shedding leaves in a cascade, an unmistakable testament to its formidable strength. Though he inwardly regretted his earlier actions, it was of no consequence now. All he could do was hope that the concealment technique he was employing would keep this formidable creature from detecting him. Otherwise, even the act of escaping might become impossible. Turning his gaze back to the two women, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. They had nearly reached the Zhu fruit, but were once again locked in combat, evidently unwilling to let the other claim it alone. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, striking as if right beside him. The ground began to tremble slightly. Chen Xiao squinted towards the left. At that moment, a colossal shadow, towering 5 meters high and stretching 7 to 8 meters in length, suddenly surged from the distance. Its speed was so astonishing that it seemed to vanish into the valley where the two women were fighting in the blink of an eye. With another earth-shattering roar, the enormous shadow came to a halt, its hooves pounding against the ground, while its basketball-sized, pitch-black eyes fixated intently on the two women. Chen Xiao gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in awe. This immense shadow was a gigantic, dark gray bull-like beast, with stout, low-set hooves and a height of at least 5 meters. Its very presence was akin to a small mountain, each step sending tremors through the ground, a testament to its terrifying weight. Ding. System notification, Level 2 Elite Boss. Iron-blooded bull, detected. Ding. Quest triggered. Defeat Level 2 Elite Boss, Iron-blooded bull, to gain 10,000 experience points or 1,000 gold coins. And increase favorability with Su Meier and Zhu Ying by 10. Do you accept? Accept? Absolutely not. Chen Xiao pondered deeply, his brows furrowing intensely. Moments ago, he had nearly fled in fright from the imposing creature, and now the system had issued a task commanding him to slay this formidable beast. Was this not absurd? Chen Xiao possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood all too well that even at the cost of his own injury or even death, he could never hope to vanquish this iron-blooded wild bull. Yet, this was the first elite-level boss the system had revealed to him in quite some time. As a devoted gamer and a skilled technician, he was acutely aware of the rewards that came from defeating a boss. Could he truly forsake such a lucrative opportunity and retreat? A sense of reluctance filled Chen Xiao. If he could defeat this boss, his cultivation might not only rise a level, but his overall strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Just then, his brows lifted in surprise as he glanced toward the two women. To his astonishment, they had not fled but, after exchanging glances, set aside their differences and charged together toward the iron-blooded wild bull. Chen Xiao's lips twitched in disbelief at their audacity. However, he also began to shake off the panic that had gripped him moments earlier. Looking again at the resplendent boss, he began to comprehend why the two women chose not to flee. The reason likely lay in the creature's level, despite its terrifying presence and colossal size. It was merely a second-tier beast. At best, it was a more formidable version of the Qinghua Wolf King. The two women, having reached the pinnacle of the martial general realm, were not far from matching the boss in strength. Even if they fell short, their combined efforts could still afford them a fighting chance. This realization dawned upon Chen Xiao, and he couldn't help but admire the bravery of the two women. In this desolate wilderness, they had boldly chosen to join forces against such a daunting foe. When the iron-blooded wild bull perceived the audacity of the two women charging at it, it let out a thunderous roar, stamping its hooves fiercely on the ground before lunging toward them. The flowers, grasses, and trees that stood in its path were instantly trampled, and the stones and shrubs scattered on the ground posed no hindrance to the bull's momentum. Chen Xiao felt a surge of anxiety at this spectacle. However, Chen Xiao had no intention of seizing the opportunity to flee just yet. If the two women could triumph over, or even decisively slay, the iron-blooded bull, that would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. Should they fail, he could still make his escape when the time was ripe. If they were to engage in a mutual destruction, he could then rush in to reap the benefits, which would be the ideal scenario. Under Chen Xiao's watchful gaze, the two sides swiftly clashed. When the two women had previously fought, Chen Xiao had not discerned much. Yet, in the instant they engaged the iron-blooded bull, he recognized the exceptional agility of the pair. Zhu Ying, in her rapid advance, suddenly veered aside just as she made contact with the iron-blooded bull, her long sword accurately striking the creature's head. Regrettably, although she had struck its head, it merely left a faint white mark, without even creating a deeper wound. In contrast, Su Meier, in a similar charge, executed a sudden contraction of her body just before collision, her garments billowing as she gracefully maneuvered beneath the iron-blooded bull, evading the initial impact with an almost ethereal lightness. Furthermore, her 2-foot dagger smoothly glided along the creature's abdomen, leaving a swift, clean cut in its wake. Chapter 35. Accepting the mission, this short sword appeared unremarkable in its design, yet it possessed an extraordinary sharpness. Zhu Ying found herself unable to penetrate the thick hide of the iron-blooded bull. Under the blade's prowess, its defenses were rendered utterly ineffective. In an instant, a long gash was inflicted, and torrents of blood surged forth from the wound. The iron-blooded bull, in agony, lifted its hind legs and shook violently, But Su Meyer had already deftly retreated to the side, entirely unperturbed by the attack. Chen Xiao, observing from the sidelines, was astounded. Su Meyer's agility rivaled that of Zhu Ying, and her short sword was even sharper. It was no wonder that the two could engage in such a fierce contest, displaying both confidence and audacity to challenge the seemingly indomitable giant. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the galloping of 1,000 horses. The iron-blooded bull pivoted and charged once more, with the two women preparing to reenact their earlier confrontation. However, just as they were about to collide, the bull's massive head suddenly veered, aiming a fierce collision towards Su Meyer. Simultaneously, its body twisted, and its formidable tail lashed out violently at Zhu Ying. Fortunately, the bull's tail was relatively short. Zhu Ying managed to evade the strike and suffered no harm. In contrast, a tree, thick enough for two to embrace, shattered under the force of the blow. Although Zhu Ying escaped, Su Meyer was not so fortunate. She had underestimated the bull's intelligence, which had quickly learned to defend against its adversary's assaults. Nonetheless, Su Meyer's combat experience was extensive. As the iron-blooded bull lowered its head, she abruptly halted her advance. Unfortunately, the bull charged forward, leaving her with no choice but to thrust her short sword towards its head. However, the bull bore a massive, dark horn, half a meter long, that deflected her blade with a resounding clang, leaving only a white mark in its wake. The tremendous recoil sent Su Meyer flying backward, and the iron-blooded bull surged towards her in pursuit. Just as disaster seemed imminent, Zhu Ying, who had taken cover, suddenly dashed forth, her long sword weaving a dazzling display of strikes against the bull's head. More precisely, she targeted the area around its eyes. The iron-blooded bull's hide was a formidable half-foot thick, impervious to ordinary weapons, and it lacked any vital weak points, save for its eyes. Yet, attacking such a sensitive area required exposing oneself to the bull's front, a perilous endeavor. Zhu Ying's willingness to undertake this risk to save Su Meyer left Chen Xiao quite astonished. Earlier, the two had been at odds, yet in the blink of an eye, they were aiding one another. From their earlier display of cooperation, it seemed they often fought side by side, deepening Chen Xiao's understanding of their relationship. As time gradually passed, the clash between the two parties grew increasingly intense, with both sides deliberately moving away from Zhu Guo's position. They inadvertently drew closer to Chen Xiao. This caused Chen Xiao's expression to darken. If the battle were to reach his vicinity, the situation would undoubtedly escalate. While his life might not be in immediate danger, remaining there would become untenable, and he would surely miss the opportunity to benefit from the conflict. Fortunately, as if responding to his unvoiced concerns, the two women and the beast ceased their advance towards him and instead commenced a fierce battle several hundred meters away. The ferocity of the combat was nothing short of brutal. Initially, the two women maintained a graceful demeanor as they wielded their swords. But as time wore on and they realized their blades could not inflict fatal damage upon the iron-blooded barbarian bull, they decisively abandoned their swords in favor of hand-to-hand combat. However, this was not mere brawling. The women's speed slightly surpassed that of the iron-blooded barbarian bull, making it nearly impossible for the beast to land a blow. Instead, the women unleashed a flurry of strikes, their palms and fists relentlessly striking the formidable creature. Despite their seemingly delicate appearances, the strength of the two women was astonishing. Chen Xiao had just witnessed Zhu Ying effortlessly snap a tree trunk as thick as a water barrel with a single kick. Su Meyer was even more formidable, delivering a resounding blow to the bull's massive head, forcing it to retreat step by step. The sheer weight of the iron-blooded barbarian bull was evident, and while Chen Xiao could only estimate its mass, Su Meyer's ability to push it back spoke volumes of her terrifying strength. However, the relentless assault took a toll on the two women. The bull's tough hide and resilience meant that, despite the numerous blows it had endured, it showed no sign of a critical weakness. It merely reacted with slight sluggishness. Meanwhile, the two women were depleting their own energy reserves. If this continued, they would likely exhaust themselves before they could defeat the beast. Understanding their predicament, the two women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed a faint glow enveloping their forms. Zhu Ying's aura radiated a dim red hue, while Su Meyer's shimmered a pale blue. Bloodline talent. Once activated, their strength surged significantly, reversing what had appeared to be a precarious situation. In an instant, they managed to firmly suppress the iron-blooded barbarian bull. Moreover, it seemed that their bloodline abilities had an innate advantage over the beast, gradually forcing it to retreat, until ultimately, it turned to flee. However, having expended such effort, the two women were not about to let the iron-blooded barbarian bull escape so easily. They immediately pursued it, intent on delivering a decisive blow. To Chen Xiao's amusement, despite being cornered by the women, the iron-blooded barbarian bull resorted to fighting back once more. Time continued to slip away. At last, with a resounding crash, the iron-blooded wild bull collided violently with a grand tree, causing the two women to expel blood and be hurled backward, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon the struggling, iron-blooded wild bull, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed that there was still a glimmer of hope regarding the task at hand. With this thought in mind, he hastily chose to accept the previous mission. Ding! The host has successfully accepted the task. Eliminate the elite boss, the iron-blooded wild bull, with a time limit of 1 hour. Having accepted the mission, Chen Xiao prepared to make his entrance. The two women were undoubtedly exhausted, and the iron-blooded wild bull appeared gravely injured. All he needed to do was deliver the finishing blow. However, just as he stood up, he froze in place. For the seemingly defeated iron-blooded wild bull began to sway and rise once more. Moreover, a layer of bluish-gray fur upon its body started to shimmer with golden light, indicating that it was on the verge of advancing to a third-tier beast. Chapter 36. Discovery. Oh no, this beast is about to advance. Zuiyue was the first to sense the danger, letting out a strange cry. Zhu Ying, standing nearby, also noticed the alarming situation and swiftly drew her sword. But as she attempted to rise, she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. It was evident that she had sustained severe injuries during the previous battle. Both young women appeared slightly pale. Had the iron-blooded bull not been on the verge of advancing, it would have surely collapsed by now. A brief rest would have allowed them to recuperate, yet they found themselves depleted of vital energy and burdened with numerous wounds, utterly incapable of confronting the bull that was in the midst of its ascension. Should it succeed, it would attain a power akin to that of a martial king, rendering any confrontation with the two girls a true slaughter. They were perilously close to disaster. Now it was evident there was no point in continuing the fight. Zuiyue shot a fierce glare at Zhu Ying and quickly retrieved a pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Although this action might prove futile, it was certainly preferable to waiting for death in this desolate place. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Ying furrowed her brows and cast a disdainful glance at the slowly rising iron-blooded bull. She retorted, "If you hadn't ambushed me first, would we be in this predicament?" With that, she too took out a jade vial, pouring its contents into her mouth, hastily refining the medicinal power within to restore her strength. The two girls sat on the ground, their gazes fixed on the iron-blooded bull, which was now gradually rising and unsteadily making its way toward them. In this wild and desolate mountain, no one would come to their aid, and they were on the brink of calamity. With a thunderous roar, the iron-blooded bull began to charge slowly toward the two girls. With each stride, its speed increased, and the faint golden hue enveloping its body grew more intense, clearly indicating that its advancement was accelerating. Meanwhile, hidden within the grass, Chen Xiao wore an expression more grotesque than sorrow. He had just accepted a mission, believing that the system had encountered a bug that would allow him to effortlessly gain a substantial amount of experience points. Little did he know the system awaited him here. Chen Xiao even began to suspect whether this wretched system was deliberately setting him up, for the iron-blooded bull should have perished long ago. Yet its sudden mutation and advancement coincided with his acceptance of the task. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly discarded. As he observed the two girls engaging the iron-blooded bull once more, the situation looking increasingly dire, as if they could perish at any moment. Having accepted the mission, Chen Xiao realized he could not afford to delay any longer. Moreover, with the two girls occupied, he could seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If they were to be completely defeated and the iron-blooded bull succeeded in its advancement, any attempt by Chen Xiao to intervene would be futile, for he could never stand against a Tier 3 beast in a direct confrontation. Utilizing the abundant foliage for cover, Chen Xiao stealthily made his way toward the battlefield. As Chen Xiao slowly navigated his way forward, the two women struggled to maintain their composure, engaging in combat with the iron-blood barbarian bull on several occasions. However, Being already on the brink of exhaustion, they stood no chance against the bull, which was in the midst of its ascension. With a resounding thud, Zuiyue was sent flying, crashing violently against a large tree before collapsing to the ground, her sword slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the earth. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying's face contorted in distress as she hurriedly turned to flee in another direction. Yet her agility had waned, and she was swiftly overtaken by the iron-blood barbarian bull, which sent her hurtling backwards, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Unluckily, Zhu Ying fell precisely in the direction where Chen Xiao had sought refuge, landing less than 10 meters away, allowing Chen Xiao to discern the delicate eyelashes upon her face. Thud, thud, thud. The ground began to tremble as a massive shadow loomed closer, gradually enveloping Chen Xiao. It was the colossal iron-blood barbarian bull. At that moment, the bull stood less than 5 meters from Chen Xiao, steadily advancing towards him. Noticing the fierce gaze of the bull fixated on Zhu Ying, it seemed unaware of Chen Xiao's concealed presence, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Had he been discovered from the outset, he would have undoubtedly turned to flee. Zuiyue, if someone were to rescue you now, would you be willing to offer yourself in return? A melodious voice suddenly resonated. Chen Xiao froze, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze to Zhu Ying. Those words had indeed originated from her. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Zhu Ying was looking in his direction, her eyes unmistakably acknowledging his presence. The fact that she had discovered him, yet chose to speak to Zuiyue was clearly a ploy to trap her. Chen Xiao's lips twitched in irritation. He could hardly be bothered to engage her further, opting instead to remain hidden in the underbrush, patiently awaiting the bull's approach. With an entity of such magnitude, he had but one chance at a surprise attack, should he fail to deliver a lethal strike this time. The opportunity to seize such a perfect moment would be exceedingly rare. On the other side, Zuiyue, lying on the ground, responded with a faint voice, If someone were to come and save me now, I would not only offer myself in return, but would even accept a lifetime of servitude. Almost instantaneously, as those words left her lips, Chen Xiao sprang into action. In a heartbeat, he launched himself from the thicket, his body akin to a cannonball, hurtling toward the head of the iron-blood barbarian bull at breakneck speed. In midair, a black longsword manifested in his hand, poised ahead of him as he unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, the blade's energy coalescing rapidly, the air resonating with a sound akin to tearing fabric. With a single sword strike, he ascended. This time, the move was executed with unparalleled precision and strength, surpassing any previous attempts. Moreover, caught off guard, the iron-blooded barbarian bull failed to react in time. By the moment it did, the sword's tip had already plunged into its eye socket with astonishing swiftness. A piercing sound echoed, followed by a furious roar that reverberated throughout the forest. Chen Xiao's expression abruptly changed, and he swiftly withdrew his long sword, retreating at an astonishing pace. His gaze briefly flicked over the faces of Zhu Ying and Zuiyue before settling, somber and focused, on the iron-blooded bull before him. At this moment, one of the bull's eyes was utterly destroyed, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. However, Chen Xiao realized that single-handedly vanquishing it would still prove to be a formidable challenge. Can you two still fight? Chen Xiao inquired, retreating while addressing his companions. Though both women were exquisite, rare beauties, the perilous situation left no room for Chen Xiao to indulge in admiration. Among the two, Zhu Ying appeared somewhat unfazed, her curious gaze lingering on Chen Xiao, while Zuiyue was less composed, shooting an exasperated glare at Zhu Ying. The memory of her earlier words about offering herself lingered, prompting her to cast another glance at Chen Xiao, uncertain whether he had overheard their exchange. Chapter 37. Devotion. However, this was not the moment for such entanglements. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, both women spoke in unison. We can still hold on for a moment. Very well, you two assist me for a while longer. I shall seek an opportunity. Chen Xiao commanded without hesitation. This declaration left the two women momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that Chen Xiao would succumb to the temptation of showcasing his prowess before them. Yet, it appeared he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he had audaciously ordered them about. Who were they, after all? They were the pride of the Tianwu kingdom. It was astonishing that they were being commanded by a rustic lad who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Moreover, they were currently injured, which only fueled their inner grievances. Nonetheless, this was not the time for sulking. They understood that if they did not cooperate with Chen Xiao now, he might very well flee, leaving them in a dire predicament. In the next moment, each woman retrieved a pill and consumed it. Almost instantly, their injuries and energies began to recover at a remarkable pace, and within a brief interval, they restored about 70 to 80% of their peak strength. This revelation left Chen Xiao profoundly astonished. It seemed that even if he had not intervened, these two young ladies might not have perished. The miraculous pill they had ingested would likely ensure their survival without significant issues. During the period of their recovery, Chen Xiao deliberately engaged the iron-blooded wild bull several times. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage, even struggling to maintain his ground. Without someone to restrain the creature, he might very well have faced defeat. Fortunately, Zhu Ying was the first to recover, swiftly moving forward to distract the iron-blooded wild bull from the left, while Su Meier approached from the right, initiating her own harassment of the beast. Their combined assaults possessed greater potency than Chen Xiao's, successfully diverting the bull's attention and thus creating an opportunity for Chen Xiao to launch a surprise attack. However, Chen Xiao did not rush into the fray. Instead, he stood still, observing intently until the two women appeared on the verge of collapse. "What are you waiting for? If we do not strike soon, we shall all perish together," Su Meier exclaimed fiercely, casting an intense glare at Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying maintained her icy demeanor, her silence revealing her own exhaustion as her pallid complexion indicated she too was nearing her limit. Realizing that further delay was untenable, Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened. Just then, the iron-blooded wild bull turned to assault Su Meier, presenting an opening that Chen Xiao seized in an instant. With a swift and powerful strike, he propelled himself towards the beast. Yet, at that moment, the iron-blooded wild bull suddenly pivoted, letting out a ferocious roar directed at Chen Xiao's position. It then disregarded Su Meier entirely, charging headlong at Chen Xiao. The expressions of both women shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the iron-blooded wild bull would harbor such a grudge, rendering their hard-won opportunity for a surprise attack utterly wasted. Suspended in midair, Chen Xiao's expression grew increasingly frigid. As both sides were on the brink of collision, he suddenly accelerated, instantly creating 4 afterimages that surrounded the iron-blooded bull from all directions. Dragon dance in the 9 heavens. The 4 phantoms collided almost simultaneously with the iron-blooded bull, more precisely, with its head. A heart-wrenching roar echoed once again. Upon closer inspection, a black longsword was firmly embedded in the only remaining eye socket on the right side of the iron-blooded bull's face. Despite the severe injuries to both eye sockets, the beast did not fall, instinctively charging towards Chen Xiao. However, a beast deprived of vision could hardly hope to approach him as he deftly evaded its attack using the phantom steps, simultaneously thrusting his sword into the bull's back. To his dismay, Chen Xiao found that he could scarcely penetrate the bull's thick hide, leaving only a faint white mark. Reluctantly, he redirected his gaze towards Su Meier, who immediately comprehended the situation and unhesitatingly tossed her short sword to him. Grasping the short sword, Chen Xiao lightly tapped his toes on the ground, swiftly closing the distance to the iron-blooded bull and plunging the blade into a prominent spot on its back. A crisp sound echoed as the sword was driven deep. Yet, he was not done. He hooked the sword's handle with his foot and leaned into the bull's forehead, raining down punches with clenched fists. Seeing this, Su Meier and Zhu Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they did not dare to be complacent and hurried to assist. After nearly half a stick of incense, the iron-blooded bull let out a mournful wail and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Almost simultaneously, Su Meier and Zhu Ying also fell to the ground. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surveying the two and quickly surmising the situation. They must have consumed some depleting elixir, allowing them to endure until now, but it was clear they had lost all capacity to resist. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao's attention shifted away from them as the system notification chimed once more. Ding! System notification, congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the elite boss Iron-Blooded Bull. Experience gained, 10,000 points. Gold acquired, 1,000 points. Affection with Su Meier and Zhu Ying increased by 10. Ding! Killing the Iron-Blooded Bull grants level 2 Bull Bloodline, 1 Bull Essence, and 1 Bull Horn. The rewards were substantial, and a smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. Following the series of notifications, his gaze was drawn to the Zhu fruit tree nestled in the distant valley, completely disregarding the two women sprawled on the ground. "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going to save us first?" As Chen Xiao exhibited signs of departure, Su Meier felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, every movement was excruciating for her. If Chen Xiao left now and a beast were to approach, both of them might truly meet a tragic end here. "I will fetch something and return." With these words, Chen Xiao swiftly dashed towards a nearby hollow in the mountain. Oh no, he is going to seize the Zhu fruit. Su Meier's expression shifted slightly as she exclaimed in a hushed tone. "Humph, even if he does go for the Zhu fruit, what can you do in your current state? Are you really thinking of stopping him?" Zhuing could not help but roll her eyes. "That fruit is something we painstakingly obtained by hunting the nearby beasts. Even the iron-blooded barbarian bull was taken down through our considerable efforts. Are we really going to let him take it so easily?" Su Meier's brows furrowed, her face clearly displaying displeasure. "Well then, why don't you go and ask him for it? Let us see if he will give you the Zhu fruit and then save you, or if he will simply kill you and take the fruit, or perhaps just grab the goods and leave us here to die." Zhuing replied indifferently. Then, as if struck by a thought, she looked at Su Meier and said, "By the way, I distinctly heard someone mention that whoever saves you would have your gratitude in the form of devotion. That has now come to fruition. The one who rescued you is right beside you. Are you not going to use?" Su Meier's face suddenly flushed crimson. Chapter 38. Be my wife indeed. Those words had just escaped her lips in jest, a mere playful banter. After all, in the depths of this dense forest, hundreds of miles into the realm of demonic beasts, who could they possibly encounter? Yet, fate had conspired against them, as someone lay in ambush nearby, striking only after her words had been uttered. It seemed that this leverage would remain firmly in Zhu Ying's grasp for a lifetime. This realization left Su Meier feeling somewhat uneasy, but upon reflection, she found solace. If their lives were lost, what use would Zhuge serve? "Ah, fortune smiles upon us." Chen Xiao burst into laughter before the Zhuge tree, for in his eyes, these fruits were akin to experience elixirs, once transformed into potions. His cultivation could ascend steadily to the ranks of 6 or even 7-star martial generals, thereby enhancing his chances of returning to Qingyang town. Without hesitation, he reached forth and plucked 9 vividly red zhugua, unceremoniously depositing them into his spatial backpack. Not forgetting his surroundings, he also scoured the corpses of the demonic beasts, collecting valuable materials and demon cores with unabashed eagerness. In the distance, the two women, nearly prone on the ground, watched helplessly as Chen Xiao ostentatiously gathered what rightfully belonged to them, their frustration boiling within, yet they felt utterly powerless to intervene. Though Chen Xiao's cultivation fell short of theirs, both were grievously injured, and even an ordinary person could pose a fatal threat. Thus, they dared not speak out. Should they provoke Chen Xiao or incite his ill intentions, their fates would be sealed. Soon, Chen Xiao returned, refraining from mentioning the zhugua, though he cast a scrutinizing glance at the two women before frowning and saying, "You two should leave at once. This place will soon attract a horde of demonic beasts." With that, he turned and strode away, not waiting for a response. "Wait, young hero. We are gravely wounded and can no longer escape on our own. We implore you to extend your kindness and aid us." Su Meier hastily called out, refraining from mentioning the zhugua, for such matters could wait until they had fully recovered. "Unfortunately, I am pressed for time and cannot assist you. Do you not possess those emergency elixirs? Just consume another." Chen Xiao halted, casting a dismissive glance at them. Upon hearing his words, both Su Meier and Zhu Ying could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Perhaps due to her temperament, Zhu Ying remained silent, while Su Meier persisted. "Those elixirs are meant for dire situations, and their side effects are quite severe. Otherwise, we wouldn't be rendered so utterly powerless. If we consume more, we risk destroying our foundations, and besides, those elixirs are costly. We have none to spare. Is that so?" Chen Xiao cast a sidelong glance, his face remaining impassive. In truth, his heart was already brimming with joy. He merely feigned an intent to depart, playfully teasing the two women. Their beauty was simply too striking, and he felt a twinge of guilt for not taking advantage of the moment. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Xiao's skeptical words, even Zhu Ying couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "That is true. If you could lend us a hand, a reward would be forthcoming." Just then, Chen Xiao remarked with a playful smile, I believe I heard someone say that whoever saves her would be offered in marriage. Is that still valid? The two women were momentarily taken aback. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhu Ying's face, while Su Meier struggled to maintain her composure, her expression frozen in uncertainty, rendered speechless. Oh, it seems I must have misheard. Chen Xiao mused softly to himself. Just when the two women thought he was about to rescue them, he unexpectedly turned and began to walk away, casually stating, "If you are not my wife, I have no obligation to assist you. You should rest for a while and leave quickly. This place is not safe." As he spoke, the distant sounds of wailing and howling echoed ominously, indicating that some demonic beasts were stealthily approaching. "Hey, don't walk away. You have taken the Zhu fruit. Do you intend to simply leave?" Su Meier could no longer contain herself and called out, but Chen Xiao merely waved his hand, not pausing in his stride. "Are you truly abandoning your wife here? Just moments ago, Su Meier herself declared that whoever rescues her shall have her hand in marriage. Can you truly bear to turn your back?" Zhu Ying interjected coolly. "Zhu Ying, what do you mean by that?" Su Meier bristled, glaring fiercely at Zhu Ying. Upon hearing this exchange, Chen Xiao halted and turned to Zhu Ying, saying, "Is that so?" As the howling grew louder, Su Meier's complexion paled slightly. Noticing the playful glint in Chen Xiao's eyes, she surmised that he was deliberately teasing her. However, if she did not acquiesce, would she really face death here? Reluctantly, she darkened her expression and declared, "I, Su Meier, stand by my word. Since the hero has saved me today, how could I refuse to pledge myself to you?" "Haha, excellent. Then let us have a token of this promise." Chen Xiao laughed heartily as he strode over. "You." Su Meier was at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Chen Xiao would demand a token, but she had no choice but to appease him. Reluctantly, she retrieved a small black token from her storage ring and tossed it to Chen Xiao. Upon receiving it, Chen Xiao examined the token, which bore an engraving of a valley on one side and the character Xiao Yao on the other. Su Meier then said, "This is my identity token. Surely it serves as a token of our agreement?" "Indeed." Chen Xiao nodded approvingly, placing the token into his spatial bag. He then approached Su Meier, bending down to scoop her up into his arms. "Ah, what are you doing?" Su Meier exclaimed in shock, her face turning as pale as a ghost. When had anyone ever touched her in such a manner? "I'm taking you away. Am I supposed to drag you across the ground?" Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Zhu Ying was momentarily taken aback, and even Su Meier stood frozen, pointing at Zhu Ying and asking, "Aren't you going to save her?" Chapter 39. My wife, she is not my wife. Why should I save her? Chen Xiao retorted casually. As soon as these words escaped his lips, not only did Su Meier find herself momentarily speechless, but even Zhu Ying was left in a state of astonishment. Earlier, she had intentionally referred to Su Meier as Chen Xiao, hoping to compel him to rescue them, but now she realized she had inadvertently ensnared herself as well. Should Chen Xiao choose not to save her, the situation would indeed escalate dramatically. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Su Meier's eyes, and she quickly grasped the implication behind Chen Xiao's words. Internally, she mused over the notion that he was nothing more than a lecherous man. However, with a playful smile, she turned to Zhu Ying and said, "Sister Ying, do you think we should consider this? Although this young hero's cultivation may be somewhat lacking, his strength is commendable. It could be worth a thought. Otherwise, I fear I might have to leave first." After uttering this playful remark, she mischievously winked at Zhu Ying. At that moment, Chen Xiao's gaze turned towards them, and he deliberately inquired, "Is she willing to accept?" Zhu Ying felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Su Meier, but upon meeting Chen Xiao's gaze, she fell silent for a moment before reluctantly whispering, "I agree, but you must surpass my cultivation before you may marry me." "Haha, no problem at all." Chen Xiao's face broke into a grin as he laughed heartily, extending his hand towards Zhu Ying. As for the condition she had presented, neither party paid it much heed. Without needing further encouragement from Chen Xiao, Zhu Ying proactively handed him a dark red token adorned with a lightning bolt. Observing the increasing cacophony around them, Chen Xiao dared not linger any longer. He swiftly turned Su Meier from his arms onto his back and then, with a quick motion, embraced Zhu Ying at her waist. It must be said that both women possessed remarkably soft figures. The moment Chen Xiao made contact with Zhu Ying's delicate form, he was struck by the sensation akin to touching jade. Zhu Ying, too, was taken aback, her body tensing for a brief moment. Chen Xiao, however, could not afford to indulge in such sensations, His primary concern was to escape. Yet, before fleeing, he rushed back to the corpse of the iron-blooded wild bull and stowed its remains within his storage ring. Only then did he hasten away with the two women in tow, his speed astonishing even with their added weight. Within the span of a single tea time, they had distanced themselves from the battleground. Shortly after their departure, the area erupted with the roars of numerous beasts, some of which were particularly terrifying. This realization brought relief to the two women. Had they delayed any longer, they might have indeed found themselves in dire straits. However, as they were being carried away by Chen Xiao, feeling the warmth of his body, both women exchanged glances of disbelief. They did not even know his name and had unwittingly become his wives. When reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, it struck them as somewhat comical. Each lost in their own thoughts, the trio journeyed in silence until Chen Xiao brought them back to the cave where he had initially resided. Originally, he had no intention of returning, but given the circumstances, it was impossible to lead the two women directly out of the beast forest, so he chose to come back. With deftness, Chen Xiao entered the cave and placed the two women in a more advantageous position within the cavern before turning to ignite a small bonfire. "Here, take these elixirs. They will aid in your recovery," he said, offering 2 vials of medicine. The women, not hesitating, accepted the vials gratefully. Their previous supplies had dwindled significantly, and in such a perilous place, regaining their strength was paramount for their self-preservation. "Is that truly an exquisite revitalizing pill?" A voice of astonishment emerged from Zhu Ying. Beside her, Su Meier was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Zhu Ying. She was well aware of Zhu Ying's typically aloof demeanor, often appearing indifferent to all but when engaging in rivalry with her. Now, witnessing something that surprised Zhu Ying piqued her interest, and she looked up to see Zhu Ying holding 2 perfectly round pills emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Indeed, they were exquisite revitalizing pills. While rare, such pills were not entirely unfamiliar to the two women who had encountered them before, even partaken of them in the past. What truly astonished them was that this rustic youth, Chen Xiao, had produced not 1, but 2 of these exceptional pills. They exchanged glances, then turned to Chen Xiao without further inquiry, each taking 1 pill and subsequently opening the second vial. This time, Zhu Ying refrained from exclaiming. Yet in her hands lay another 2 exquisite pills, this time a more challenging healing elixir. Recognizing the benefits these pills would bring to their bodies, they swiftly divided and consumed them. After ingesting the elixirs, the two women began to meditate and recuperate, while Chen Xiao stepped outside. After a while, he returned, holding a sizable piece of lean meat he had cleaned, which he promptly placed over the fire to roast. Meanwhile, he retrieved an alchemical furnace, expertly igniting it and cleansing its interior. He then systematically gathered various herbs, tossing them all into the furnace, along with 3 dark red Zhu fruits, which he also added to the mix. Subsequently, with great ease, he activated the alchemical management skill. This skill, aided by the supreme upgrade system, ensured a 100% success rate in the crafting of potions. However, each attempt incurred a small fee in gold coins. Nevertheless, with a wealth of over 3,000 coins remaining after deducting the 1,000 coins spent on upgrading his alchemy skills, most of which he had earned through hunting beasts, along with some rewards from missions to rescue the two women, Chen Xiao was unconcerned about the expense. With the potions entrusted to the system, he turned his attention back to the roasting meat, sourced from the iron-blooded bull he had previously butchered, on the verge of ascending to a 3rd-tier demonic beast. The pinnacle of 2nd-tier creatures, the beast within possessed an abundance of spiritual energy, perhaps due to the celestial essence of the world. The flesh of these demonic beasts was not only exquisite in flavor, but also possessed the remarkable ability to replenish vitality and invigorate the blood. Naturally, Chen Xiao would not allow such an opportunity to slip through his fingers. As time slowly passed, the aroma within the cave grew increasingly intense. Chen Xiao cast a glance towards a nearby corner, where Zhu Ying and Su Meier had already opened their eyes, their complexions visibly improved. However, they did not approach him, clearly hesitating for reasons unknown. "What is your name?" Zhu Ying ventured to speak, shattering the tranquility of the cave. "Chen Xiao," he replied calmly, sprinkling a special blend of spices over the roasting meat. Instantly, the fragrance of the meat intensified, capturing the attention of both women. After slicing off 2 pieces of the roasted meat, Chen Xiao walked over to present them to the 2 ladies before returning to cut a generous portion for himself. Observing the women, he noticed they did not immediately partake, but rather stared at him. Chen Xiao chose to remain silent and proceeded to savor a piece of meat himself. It was not until he had taken 3 or 4 bites that the two women exchanged glances and began to leisurely tear into the roasted meat. With the first bite, their eyes sparkled in unison. Chapter 40. The underlying currents of Qingyang Town. In this realm of Fengyue, the culinary offerings are rather limited. Beyond frying and boiling, the primary methods of preparation are steaming and roasting. Furthermore, aside from the most rudimentary seasonings such as scallions, ginger, and garlic to alleviate fishy odors and enhance flavor, little else is employed. It is akin to boiling meat in plain water. As Chen Xiao aptly puts it, the taste resembles that of chewing wax. Even the esteemed chefs of Grand Inns possess only a modicum of flavor-enhancing techniques. The diverse cuisines of Chen Xiao's previous life on Earth, such as Sichuan, Cantonese, Anhui, and Shandong, are utterly non-existent here. This scarcity of seasoning is precisely why Chen Xiao had taken the trouble to bring his own from Beijing City. Though the selection was limited, he found it somewhat unsatisfactory, yet had to make do. However, the two women had never before tasted such delectable fare. The mountain delicacies and seafood they previously consumed were utterly incomparable to the simplicity of the roasted meat before them. After just a single bite, they found themselves enamored with the flavor, their pace of eating markedly increasing. Coupled with their earlier exertions, their portions of meat quickly vanished, and they gazed longingly at Chen Xiao, eager for more. In response, Chen Xiao merely smiled and cut a generous portion of meat to share with the two. He then set aside his own meal and returned to the alchemical furnace, opening it with anticipation. Ding! A system notification rang out. Host successfully refined Zuiyue Dan, gaining 1,000 experience points and 50 gold coins. The melodic chime mingled with the rich aroma of the elixir, causing the two women, engrossed in their roasting, to pause and turn their attention toward him. In Chen Xiao's hand rested a translucent porcelain bottle, within which lay 12 perfectly round pills, emanating a faint glow. These were the Zuiyue Dan. This elixir was crafted by Chen Xiao utilizing the zhu fruit as its primary ingredient, maximizing its medicinal properties far beyond simply consuming the fruit itself. Noticing the two women's curiosity, Chen Xiao smiled gently and retrieved another porcelain bottle, portioning out 6 pills for each of them, tossing them over with ease. This is the Zuiyue Dan refined from zhu fruit, which will aid you both in advancing from martial general to martial king. Consider it a token of my esteem as your husband. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the two women instinctively opened their mouths to protest, but realizing they had indeed consented earlier, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their faces flushed crimson as they swallowed their retorts. The elixirs had already been thrown, and they naturally would not refuse, reaching out eagerly to accept them. Su Meyer, unreserved, opened her vial to inspect its contents, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this is a 4th-grade Zuiyue Dan, and judging by its quality, it appears to be of superior grade. You refine this." Beside her, Zhuing's expression mirrored her surprise. She had not anticipated that, despite appearing similar in age to them, Chen Xiao was already a 4th-grade alchemist. Alchemy is not akin to martial arts. Even with exceptional talent, one must amass substantial experience to gradually elevate one's rank. However, does it appear that Chen Xiao achieved his advancements merely through extensive time spent on alchemy? His cultivation has already reached the level of a 4-star martial general, and his prowess evidently surpasses that rank. Now, he has emerged with the title of a 4th-tier alchemist. If this individual were to focus solely on alchemy, his cultivation talent would be truly formidable. Conversely, if he devoted himself to martial training, his alchemical aptitude would be even more astounding. Such a gift is incomparable, even to the likes of Zhu Ying and Su Meyer, who consider themselves extraordinary. At this moment, the name Chen Xiao is indelibly etched in their minds. Chen Xiao, indifferent to their thoughts, merely took advantage of the moment with some casual banter. After satisfying his hunger, he cast a glance at the two women and slowly rose to his feet. The two immediately regarded him with caution, unsure of his intentions. To their surprise, Chen Xiao did not spare them a glance and proceeded to step outside. Initially, they watched him with concern, but upon realizing he had no intention of re-entering the cave, they cautiously settled down to sleep, for the previous intense battle had drained them significantly, and mere meditation would not suffice for complete recovery. At this moment, Chen Xiao remained immersed in his cultivation. Although meditative practice is slow in pace, he utilized this time to refine the quality of the true energy within him. After ascending to the rank of a 4-star martial general, the capacity of true energy in his dantian had become quite substantial. Yet, upon observing the battle between the two women, he noted their superior refinement and control of true energy, which sparked inspiration within him. Thus, he began employing the Xinghe Ju technique to further condense the true energy already present in his body. As time drifted by, a tranquil night passed without incident. On the following day, as dawn broke, a rustling sound emanated from the cave. Soon after, Su Meier and Zhu Ying stealthily approached the cave's entrance. Their gazes fell upon Chen Xiao, their expressions laden with complexity, especially considering the earlier jest about being his wives, which they found rather amusing. Chen Xiao seemed oblivious to their movements, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as they swiftly maneuvered past him and disappeared into the dense forest beyond. Once again, all returned to tranquility. Chen Xiao remained seated in meditation, though his eyes had unknowingly opened, gazing calmly in the direction the two had departed. He had long since noticed their exit but chose not to intervene, fully aware that he could not compel them to stay. Moreover, his intention was merely to tease them, with no desire to force them to remain as his concubines. While the beauty of the two women stirred his heart, their exceptional talents and cultivation, along with their remarkable techniques and agility, made it evident to Chen Xiao that they were far from ordinary individuals. Although the two young women did not provide Chen Xiao with any background information, knowing their names and possessing the sect identity tokens made it easy for him to uncover their true identities. Of course, all of this is a matter for another time. Chen Xiao was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts at present. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would not hesitate to engage the two women in discussions about life. For now, it was time to return to Qingyang Town. As the morning light spread, the entrance of the cave where Chen Xiao had once lingered was now deserted. Apart from the remnants left within the cave, there were no traces of his presence. In the kingdom of Tianwu, Qingyang Town, in the past 2 months, a significant event had shaken the entire town. Chen Xiao, once the genius of the Chen family, one of the 4 prominent families of Qingyang Town, had now fallen to the status of a waste. Yet he had somehow wielded some means to brutally slay Lin Yu, the genius of the Lin family, another of the 4 great families. This would have been acceptable had there been a reasonable explanation. As members of the same 4 families, perhaps they could have resolved their differences amicably. However, Chen Xiao chose to flee. This act incited the Lin family, igniting a fierce conflict with the Chun family that escalated from subtle competition to open hostility. The disciples of both families found themselves embroiled in disputes over nearly every matter, particularly in the realm of industry, where the repercussions were devastating. Months passed, and not only did Chen Xiao fail to reappear, but he also vanished completely. The conflict between the Lin and Chun families reached a boiling point. Today, the Lin family allied with the Qin and Zhao families, all of whom sought to confront the Chen family, displaying an inclination to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. It could be said that this was the most perilous moment for the Chen family. Chapter 41. A united front before the grand entrance of the Chen family. There lay an expansive martial arts arena covering thousands of square meters, typically utilized by the clan's disciples for training and cultivation. However, today, it was densely populated with a throng of individuals. In addition to the Chen family, the Lin, Qin, and Zhao families, the 4 prominent clans, along with esteemed elders and heads of families, had all converged here. After extensive deliberation, the Lin and Qin families could no longer endure the prolonged strain of mutual antagonism. With the initiative taken by the other 2 families, a neutral resolution was proposed. This solution entailed a fair duel between the younger generations of the Chun and Lin families, with the outcome determining the victor. Should the Chun family emerge victorious, they would compensate the Lin family with 100,000 gold coins, thereby allowing the matter of Chen Xiao's slaying of Lin Yu to be laid to rest, with the Lin family relinquishing any further claims against the Chen family. Conversely, if the Lin family triumphed, the Chen family would not only be required to pay the same sum, but would also be compelled to vacate Qingyang Town entirely, surrendering all their assets to the Lin family and never to set foot in the town again. This punishment was exceedingly harsh for the Chen family. Should they leave Qingyang Town, they would forfeit all the wealth and enterprises painstakingly accumulated by their ancestors over the years. However, Refusal to acquiesce could lead to further conflict with the Lin family, a risk the Chen family could ill afford, as they might find themselves vulnerable to unforeseen treachery. The Lin family had quietly garnered the support of the other two prominent families in Qingyang town, and should the Chen family persist in their obstinacy, it was likely that these three families would unite against them for their own interests. Given the current strength of the Chen family, contending against even the Lin family was a formidable challenge, let alone the combined forces of the other two. The Lin family's ability to enlist their support was driven by self-interest, leveraging the Chen family's assets to coerce the Qin and Zhao families into alignment with their cause. The expulsion of the Chen family would be advantageous for the latter two, who would eagerly embrace the opportunity to claim the territory left vacant in Qingyang town. Even in the event of a Chen victory, the Qin and Zhao families would suffer no losses. The status quo would remain intact, and they could expect a handsome reward from the Chen family, making their participation a no-brainer. Meanwhile, the Lin family had already branded Chen Xiao as a murderer, effectively seizing the moral high ground. The overwhelming majority of Qingyang town's residents supported the Lin family's decision, indicating that the Lin family had successfully captured the public's favor. This seemingly ruthless maneuver did not evoke backlash. Instead, it elevated the Lin family's standing in the eyes of the townsfolk. Ultimately, under immense pressure, the Chen family had no choice but to reluctantly accept this seemingly inequitable decision. Naturally, as they acquiesced, resentment towards Chen Xiao simmered among the members of the Chen family. Damn Chen Xiao! If it weren't for him, would our family have fallen to such depths? In the audience, a young man with a dark expression suddenly exclaimed, causing those around him to nod in agreement. They pondered the whereabouts of Chen Xiao. If only he could be captured and delivered to the Lin family, it would surely quell their wrath. Another voice echoed this sentiment, and soon everyone was in accord. Securing Chen Xiao and presenting him to the Lin family would undoubtedly pacify their fury. It seemed Chen Xiao was fortunate, having escaped the chaos. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. It was baffling how Lin Yu, seemingly inept, could have been bested by someone like Chen Xiao. It was truly laughable. Now, we find ourselves suffering the consequences of this debacle. Similar voices arose, each lamenting or condemning Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Chen family wore equally grim expressions. Having made their decision out of sheer necessity, they wagered a gamble, perhaps clinging to a slim hope, without taking that risk. Given the Lin family's current aggressive stance, staying in Qingyang town would be impossible. If the three families truly allied, the survival of the Chen family members would be in jeopardy. Yet, apart from Chen Ning, the rest of the Chen family were of mediocre talent, lacking even notable bloodline gifts, making the notion of a successor seem far-fetched. Fortunately, before his departure, Chen Xiao had eliminated Lin Yu, resolving a significant threat. Otherwise, this competition would have been rendered unnecessary. At this moment, at the center of the vast square, two young swordsmen were engaged in combat. Clad in white, Chen Yao, one of the few in the younger generation of the Chen family to achieve the rank of 5-star martial disciple, displayed prowess, albeit not on par with Chen Ning. The elders of the Chen family held high hopes for him. As Chen Yao executed the family's ancestral sword technique, the wandering sword, he enveloped himself in an impenetrable defense, which indeed appeared commendable. Even the higher-ups of the Chen family nodded in satisfaction. Although Chen Yao's talent was somewhat lacking, he remained a candidate worthy of focused cultivation. Chen Dingshan, the head of the Chen family and Chen Xiao's paternal uncle, observed the match with a smile, nodding in approval. However, just as he spoke, his expression faltered. Before him, the previously graceful Chen Yao suddenly appeared flustered, struggling to wield the wandering sword effectively. This shift in demeanor caught the attention of the Chen family elders, who exchanged worried glances. Opposite him stood a young man in gray, unremarkable in appearance. Yet he pressed forward with relentless determination. His swordplay was measured and precise, each strike targeting the weaknesses of the wandering sword technique, thereby diminishing its effectiveness and cornering Chen Yao. Unfortunately, Chen Yao lacked combat experience and was swiftly overwhelmed, the situation taking a dire turn in an instant. After enduring for a brief moment, he was ultimately struck by a sword from the Lin family youth, wounding his shoulder. Almost immediately, another thrust aimed at his chest followed. "I concede." Chen Yao's panicked voice rang out urgently. "Hmph, useless fool, begone," scoffed the Lin youth. pausing his sword just an inch from Chen Xiao's chest before delivering a harsh kick that sent him tumbling off the arena. Although insulted and shoved, the pale-faced Chen Xiao dared not utter a word as he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and, covered in dust and dirt, retreated back to the Chen family's territory. Chapter 42. Lin Chen in the Chen family. The younger generation wore expressions of profound disappointment, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. This scenario had now unfolded 3 times prior, and with this incident, it marked the 4th occasion. 4 consecutive matches had resulted in the Chen family's defeat. With only 10 contests in total, should the losses continue, the Chen family might indeed find themselves expelled from Qingyang town. Who among the Chen family dares to challenge me? The young man from the Lin family stood on the platform, his demeanor dripping with disdain as he gazed across the arena. Thus far, he had single-handedly vanquished 4 members of the Chen family, a record that was enough to fill him with pride. On the Chen side, silence reigned. This string of defeats had disheartened many, and while some contemplated stepping forward, the disparity in strength deterred them. To engage would merely lead to humiliation. Witnessing such a display, the young man on the stage grew even more arrogant, his expression brimming with haughtiness as he pointed at the Chen family members. It appears you are not just inept, but a gaggle of cowards, lacking even the courage to challenge me. What right do you have to exist in this world? How utterly laughable. Depart from Qingyang town at once. These words struck like a slap to the face of the Chen family. Each member's face flushed with anger, their eyes glaring fiercely. Many were poised to ascend the stage, yet a deeper, more resonant voice suddenly broke the tension. Lin Ping, do not overstep your bounds. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to act so arrogantly. It was Chen Ning, the cousin of the Chen family, who could no longer contain himself. Indeed, the young master's intervention would surely lead to an easy defeat of his opponent. The young master had recently ascended to the pinnacle of a 6-star martial apprentice for over a month. Dealing with Lin Ping would be a trivial matter. The youth of the Chen family were filled with fervor, their faces alight with hope, seemingly having forgotten the prior streak of defeats. Chen Ning was a legend in their eyes. At just 17, he had achieved the pinnacle of a 6-star martial apprentice, mere moments away from breaking into the 7-star realm. Defeating Lin Ping, a 5-star martial apprentice, would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Chen Ning stepped forward, slowly ascending the platform to stand opposite Lin Ping. Today, I shall see if the so-called genius of the Chen family is truly as formidable as the tales suggest. Lin Ping's face bore a faint smirk, dismissing Chen Ning despite his superior cultivation. The higher-ups of the Chen family felt a surge of hope. Chen Ning, the strongest among the younger generation, would easily handle Lin Ping. However, with 6 matches still ahead, if the Lin family opted for a strategy of continuous challenges, the day might come when Chen Ning faced Lin Chen, the Lin family's own prodigy, which could spell danger. Yet, the Chen family leaders found themselves in a quandary. If they could not overcome Lin Ping, what hope did they have against Lin Chen? The battle between Chen Ning and Lin Ping held little intrigue, as Lin Ping's cultivation was significantly inferior to that of Chen Ning. After merely 20 exchanges, Chen Ning seized an opportunity to deliver a decisive kick, sending Lin Ping tumbling off the stage. Bravo! Haha, well done, cousin Chen Ning. I knew the young master would not disappoint us. Cheers erupted from the crowd below, and Chen Ning's victory served as a much-needed morale booster for the Chen family. Even the higher-ups of the Chen clan couldn't help but smile, nodding in satisfaction. How boastful to pride oneself on defeating someone of lesser cultivation. A dismissive chuckle echoed as an individual emerged from the Lin family's elevated seating area, making his way toward Chen Ning on the stage. Chen Ning's expression shifted, his demeanor turning serious as he focused intently on the approaching youth. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, walked with an air of grace, hands clasped behind his back and a subtle smile adorning his face. In stark contrast, Chen Ning's countenance reflected the gravity of the situation. In terms of presence alone, Chen Ning had already succumbed to defeat. However, it was not entirely his fault. The individual advancing toward him was no ordinary adversary. He was Lin Chen, the Lin family's foremost prodigy, a well-established 7-star martial apprentice. Lin Chen was a year older than Lin Yu and possessed significantly greater cultivation. Recently, it had been revealed that Lin Chen had reached the late stages of the 7-star martial apprentice realm. Merely a step away from breaking through to the pinnacle of that level, solidifying his status as the undisputed genius of Qingyang Town. Even those like Chen Ning found themselves overshadowed in comparison. The faces of the Chen family members flushed with unease, for Lin Chen was a name known to all. His very existence loomed over them like a heavy mountain. Yet, in this moment of potential life and death, they could only place their hopes on Chen Ning defeating Lin Chen. Should he triumph, it would essentially reclaim a victory in this contest. In contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding the Chen family, the mood among the Lin family was markedly more relaxed, with some of their higher-ups even laughing heartily. While the Chen clan fretted over the impending battle, the Lin family felt no such anxiety, for they were fully aware of Lin Chen's true prowess. Just 2 days prior, Lin Chen had experienced another breakthrough, now standing at the early stages of the 8-star martial apprentice realm. The outside world remained oblivious, still considering him merely a 7-star martial apprentice. Thus, the Lin family was assured of their victory, which explained their feigned acceptance of the duel's conditions. Did they truly believe that after the death of one of their own, the Lin family would easily spare the Chen family? Such naivete was laughable, though they had not yet taken direct action due to certain reservations. Once they expelled the Chen family from Qingyang Town, they would be free to act as they pleased outside the city. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Lin Chen had already confidently ascended the stage. Standing face to face with Chen Ning, Lin Chen wore a gentle smile, while Chen Ning's expression was grave. Below the arena, the younger members of the Lin family erupted in cheers, in stark contrast to the somber demeanor of the Chen family. Many harbored uncertainties. Although Chen Ning was undeniably the foremost figure in the Chen family, how did his strength measure against Lin Chen, the most talented individual in Qingyang Town? As the crowd speculated, the two combatants on the stage finally made their move. "Make your move," Lin Chen declared, his hands resting casually behind his back, his gaze coolly fixed on the opposing Chen Ning. "Are you not drawing your sword?" Chen Ning raised an eyebrow, his countenance darkening. "You are not yet worthy of compelling me to draw my sword." Lin Chen's words ignited a wave of gasps from the audience, with many infatuated young women blushing crimson, wishing to offer themselves as pillows. Conversely, the faces of those from the Chen family turned a shade of utmost dismay. Chapter 43, A Bunch of Incompetence, Such Arrogance. Lin Chen is merely a 7-star martial apprentice, while the young master has already attained the pinnacle of 6-star martial apprentice. The disparity is not insurmountable, yet he dares to utter such boastful words. Indeed, he will soon discover how swiftly his demise approaches. "Young master, you must teach Lin Chen a severe lesson." As he listened to the cacophony of encouragement from behind, Chen Ning found little joy in their fervor. At this moment, beads of sweat clustered on his forehead. Lin Chen's nonchalance exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. Most critically, Chen Ning could not afford to lose. Defeat would spell utter calamity for the Chen family, extinguishing all hope. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ning resolutely raised his head, drawing his long sword in an instant, and charged swiftly toward Lin Chen. Observing Chen Ning's advance, Lin Chen remained steadfast, not flinching or retreating. It was only when the tip of Chen Ning's sword was less than a meter from his chest that Lin Chen abruptly pivoted, his body gliding aside to evade the deadly strike. Not only did he evade, but his right hand, previously positioned behind him, suddenly shot upward, fingers poised like a blade, striking the sword's body lightly. A crisp sound rang out as Chen Ning's long sword veered off course, losing its accuracy. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen retracted his hand and lunged, aiming directly for Chen Ning's throat. If he were to succeed, it would signify the end of the battle. Many high-ranking members of the Chen family stood tensely, while those below remained silent, their anxiety palpable. All eyes were fixated on the two combatants in the arena. At that moment, on the periphery of the training ground, a youth clad in black attire strolled towards the arena. This youth was none other than Chen Xiao, who had just emerged from the beast forest. He observed the unfolding duel with keen interest, discerning the events through the myriad conversations surrounding him. Chen Xiao had not anticipated that his slaying of Lin Yu would embroil the Chen family in such significant trouble. However, he felt no remorse. The Chen family's predicament was of their own making. If not for the deliberate schemes of Chen Ning and his ilk, would such a scenario have arisen? The only aspect that irked him was being falsely branded a senseless murderer. Regarding the events on the stage, Chen Xiao did not invest too much concern. Merely standing at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the positions of the four prominent families, with particular attention to the Lin family. He quickly assessed their cultivations. Aside from 4 martial generals, the Lin family comprised martial masters and martial apprentices. Notably, at the center of the Lin family's formation stood a formidable middle-aged man, whose cultivation had reached the 7-star martial general realm, surpassing that of the current head of the Chen family, Chen Xiao's second uncle. If one merely possesses the cultivation of a martial apprentice, a mere star is undoubtedly inconsequential. Even challenging beyond one's level is a commonplace occurrence. However, upon reaching the martial general realm, the disparity between stars becomes strikingly apparent. Unless one possesses an extraordinary bloodline or exceptional martial skills, ascending to challenge those of a higher rank is virtually unattainable. After casting a brief glance at the Lin family, Chen Xiao's attention shifted back to the Chen family's domain. His gaze swept over Chen Ning, then to the group of youths below the arena, many of whom he knew well, including Chen Yuan, whose cultivation Chen Xiao had previously rendered null, now nervously observing the ongoing duel. Chen Xiao's uncles, both the first and second, hail from the lineage of his second grandfather, who now holds substantial sway over the Chen family. Presently, the upper echelons of the Chen family are comprised of these individuals. Nevertheless, the peak combat prowess of the Chen family is not significantly lacking. They possess 4 martial generals, and it appears there may be even more at the martial master level. It is no wonder the Lin family refrains from recklessly engaging, likely fearing substantial depletion of their own vitality. After a cursory examination, Chen Xiao lost interest. Although these individuals may seem formidable to ordinary folk, they pale in comparison to his own prowess. Emerging from the beast forest, Chen Xiao's cultivation has once again surged, now reaching the initial stage of a 5-star martial general. With various life-preserving trump cards at his disposal, he would not hesitate to confront even those at the 8 or 9-star level. What then? Of those whose highest cultivation barely grazes the 7-star martial general realm? As for the so-called genius of Qingyang Town, Lin Chun, and his ilk, they are but a source of amusement to Chen Xiao. After having encountered Su Meier and Zhu Ying, the prowess of ordinary individuals has ceased to astonish him. In the arena, Chen Ning found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. Even without drawing his sword, Lin Chen's hands moved with the grace of a butterfly, effortlessly engaging in combat with Chen Ning. Cold sweat began to bead on Chen Ning's forehead. He was exerting nearly all his strength, yet found himself incapable of forcing Lin Chen to draw his weapon. This realization filled him with a mix of anger and frustration, leaving him with no recourse but to intensify his attacks. "Ah, perish!" he roared, as a faint azure halo emerged around his body. Reminiscent of a soaring azure bird, his bloodline talent, the 4th-tier azure bird bloodline. It was precisely due to this talent that Chen Ning's cultivation progressed so swiftly. Many within the Chen family were aware of Chen Ning's exceptional bloodline, yet few had witnessed him unleash its full potential. This was the first time. As the bloodline talent activated, Chen Ning's speed surged by nearly 30%, and his movements became more agile, hastening the pace at which he wielded his sword. Initially able to adeptly withstand the onslaught, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. Without any visible action, he too accelerated by a similar margin, returning to parity with Chen Ning. Yet, it was evident that Lin Chen maintained the upper hand, effectively dominating Chen Ning's every strike. If this continues, it won't be long before Chen Ning faces utter defeat. The situation is far from optimistic. The expressions of the Chen family members darken, and many of the senior members emanate an overwhelming aura, seemingly struggling to contain their emotions. Conversely, the members of the Lin family wear faint smiles, with many of the younger generation vocally cheering, which only exacerbates the grim countenance of the Chen family. How could this be? Chen Ning's expression has become eerily somber. He has exerted his utmost effort, yet remains powerless against Lin Chen. Is the disparity between them truly this vast? Enough of this charade. The so-called first genius of the Chen family, in my eyes, is nothing but a worthless being. Lin Chen's calm voice resonates, eliciting immediate anger from the faces of the Chen family. However, before they can utter a retort, they witness Lin Chen's speed suddenly accelerate. His left hand, rarely in motion, swiftly extends and strikes firmly against Chen Ning's chest. Chapter 44, Wait. Bang. Chen Ning was instantly knocked back 3 or 4 steps. The faint azure bloodline phantom surrounding him nearly dissipating from the impact. Just as he steadied himself, Before he could retaliate, Lin Chun had already closed in, his foot lunging forward to deliver a harsh kick to Chen Ning's abdomen. Ah! Chen Ning let out a piercing scream as his body was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, a shadow also emerged around Lin Chun, revealing his bloodline talent. The instant his bloodline talent was activated, Lin Chun's speed surged nearly double, allowing him to catch up to the flying Chen Ning in the blink of an eye. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Lin Chun struck again at Chen Ning's chest. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. The vivid crimson droplets fell upon the arena, yet none noticed. All eyes fixated on the confrontation between Chen Ning and Lin Chun. Die! With a low growl, Lin Chun once more closed the distance, his right hand transforming into a claw aimed directly at Chen Ning's throat. If he grasped it firmly, it could spell instant death for Chen Ning. At this moment, suspended in midair, Chen Ning had no leverage, watching helplessly as Lin Chun charged toward him, only able to bellow, I concede. I concede. Spare me. Spare me. Hmph. Conceding now? Too late. With a cold snort, Lin Chun seized Chen Ning's neck, yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly changed his mind, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, he slammed Chen Ning to the ground, planting his foot on Chen Ning's chest, and said nonchalantly, Kneel and admit your mistakes. Shout that you are worthless, and I shall spare you. Humph, do not go too far. A deep, cold snort resonated from the Chen family's ranks, and all heads turned to see Chen Xiao's uncle, Chen Hai, his face a shade of furious blue. This Chen Ning was his son. How could he allow his son to kneel before another, shouting that they are worthless? He would never agree to such humiliation. Humph, who is truly going too far? Let us not forget, this duel is to the death. The fact that Chen Ning is still alive is already a concession to your family. A middle-aged man from the Lin family spoke up, his tone remarkably calm. After making this statement, he did not forget to remind Lin Chen, do as you see fit. I am eager to see how the Chen family responds. Lin Tan you. Chen Hai pointed at Lin Tan, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Chen mockingly regarded Chen Ning, stating coolly, which will you choose? I concede, I am worthless. Chen Ning muttered, his face ashen. Speak up, I did not hear you. Lin Chen wore a gentle smile. I said, I am worthless. I concede. I beg you to spare my life. Upon finishing, Chen Ning climbed up from the ground and without hesitation knelt, bowing 3 times before Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, you all witnessed it. This is the so-called genius of the Chen family, merely a coward afraid of death. What right does such a person have to live in this world? After uttering these words, Lin Chen suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Ning's chest. Bang! Chen Ning's eyes widened in shock. Yet his body had already been flung to the ground beneath the arena, landing with a resounding crash. A sudden spray of blood erupted from his mouth, and he curled up on the ground, his breath faltering, unable to rise for a considerable time. Nearby, the other members of the Chen family finally reacted, rushing forward to help Chen Ning to his feet. The expressions on their faces were somber, some gazing at him with an odd mix of disbelief and sorrow. Many struggled to comprehend that someone who had once seemed almost mythical could be so easily defeated, and in such a humiliating manner, kneeling and bowing before another. The once mighty image of Chen Ning crumbled in that instant. At the Chen family's seating area, individuals like Chen Dingshan appeared significantly aged in an instant. While Chen Hai's visage turned ashen, witnessing his son being forced to kneel was akin to swallowing a fly, leaving him uncomfortable and unable to retaliate. If a conflict truly erupted, it was likely that none of the Chen family would survive the ordeal. The expressions of the other senior members of the Chen clan mirrored his, their faces pallid and stricken with despair. Chen Ning's defeat signified a complete failure for the younger generation of the Chen family, and any hope of a comeback seemed utterly impossible. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the fruits of their years of labor was a bitter pill to swallow, and resentment lingered in their hearts. The sentiments of the Chen family were universally understood, yet no one offered sympathy. Even the onlookers were merely there for the spectacle. Moreover, the incident of Chen Ning kneeling and pleading for mercy had sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. After today's events, it seemed unlikely that Chen Ning could ever face the people of Qingyang Town again. Well then, which of you worthless souls dares to challenge me next? Be swift. Do not dawdle, for my time is exceedingly precious. Lin Chen's derisive voice rang out once more, this time without even a glance at the Chen family members. Such arrogance. How utterly outrageous. The younger generation of the Chen family was stirred into a frenzy. However, none dared to step forward. If even Chen Ning was no match for Lin Chun, who among the Chen family could possibly contend with him? The answer was clear: no one. It was evident that the Chen family had already sealed their fate. Indeed, you are all nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Chen Xiao is a fool, and so are you. Even Chen Ning is merely a fool. The entirety of your family is comprised of fools. If I were you, I would simply end it all and cease to exist in this world. Lin Chen's voice boomed, resonating clearly with the thousands gathered around the martial arts arena. Patriarch, let us confront them, shouted one of the Chen family members. Yes, Patriarch, the Lin family is being excessively oppressive. Upon hearing these words, the senior members of the Chen family were ignited with fervor. They preferred to confront Lin Chun than to endure his humiliation. However, dissenting voices emerged, including that of the patriarch, Chun Ding Shan, whose expression was dark and foreboding. The incident of Chen Ning kneeling had struck him as though a slap had landed upon his face. But could they truly disregard everything and clash with the Lin family? Clearly, such a course of action was untenable. On the martial arena, Lin Chen fell silent, crossing his arms and standing quietly upon the stage. In stark contrast, the younger generation of the Lin family vociferously berated the Chen family, even dragging the long-vanished Chen Xiao into their tirade. At the edge of the square, Chen Xiao's expression darkened with displeasure. He had yet to take any action, yet he found himself the target of relentless insults, even from Lin Chen himself. Had he provoked anyone? Was there no one left in the Chen family willing to take up the challenge? If not, this duel would undoubtedly conclude with a victory for the Lin family. The heads of the Qin and Zhao families exchanged glances, and it was the head of the Qin family who rose, scanning the surroundings before inquiring nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the senior members of the Chen family tightened their lips, their eyes darting among the younger generation below, desperately seeking someone capable of bearing the responsibility. Yet, who would dare step forward? Just as everyone assumed this contest was destined to end in such a manner, a voice, neither particularly enthusiastic nor indifferent, slowly emerged. Wait. Chapter 45. A forceful return. What? Does anyone still have objections? The head of the Qin family narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. The others turned their gazes in the direction of the voice and beheld a young man in black, steadily approaching the arena. Isn't that Chen Xiao? Indeed, it is Chen Xiao. Did he not flee in fear of punishment? How dare he return? If I were in his shoes, I would simply hide in an unknown place for eternity. Is he seeking death by coming back now? Unlike the onlookers, the members of the Chen family were visibly more agitated upon seeing Chen Xiao. Chen Yuan, whose cultivation had been crippled by Chen Xiao, pointed at him and shouted, Chen Xiao is here. He is the one who killed Lin Yu, so you should seek him out and cease troubling our Chen family. Indeed, grievances have their origins. Now that Chen Xiao has returned, can this contest not come to an end? Chen Xiao, you worthless fool. How dare you return? Kneel and accept your fate. Do you not realize that because of you, the entire Chen family nearly faced catastrophe? A chorus of insults erupted incessantly. Previously, the onlookers had felt utterly oppressed by Lin Chun and had no room for resistance. Now, upon seeing Chen Xiao, who possessed even lower cultivation and lesser talent than them, they suddenly found their voices, unleashing a torrent of scorn and blame. Chen Xiao cast a cold glance at these detractors, dismissing them entirely, for they were not worthy of his attention. His gaze settled directly on the head of the Qin family as he spoke indifferently. As for other matters, I hold no grievances. However, your insults do not sit well with me. Have I provoked you in any way? Though directed at the head of the Qin family, his words were clearly a retort to Lin Chun, as many had previously included Chen Xiao in their tirades. Yet, the thought that such a mere martial apprentice would audaciously confront them in such a manner seemed utterly absurd. Many began to silently mourn for Chen Xiao, envisioning the dire consequences he would soon face. How bold! I thought you would remain a coward for life. So, you have finally mustered the courage to emerge? Lin Chen's gaze fell upon Chen Xiao, a hint of darkness shadowing his eyes. As Lin Chen spoke, several members of the younger generation from the Lin family advanced toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you have recklessly slaughtered the innocent. Now that you have returned, prepare to meet your end. A sharp voice rang out as a Lin disciple charged forward, aiming to seize Chen Xiao's arm. While others refrained from approaching, they watched with amusement, eager to witness Chen Xiao's forthcoming reaction. Would he weep or exhibit anxiety? Humph, perish. Chen Xiao retorted with a cold snort, refusing to evade or retreat, and instead launched a decisive punch toward the assailant's chest. The disciple sent to apprehend Chen Xiao was a 5-star martial apprentice from the Lin family, brimming with confidence. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao's counterattack, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. However, that disdain swiftly transformed into sheer terror. Bang! A dull thud resounded abruptly. In an instant, the disciple was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing violently into the crowd behind him, rendered unconscious. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain a 5-star martial apprentice, rewarding 1,000 experience points and 50 gold coins. Hearing the system's alert, a smirk curled at the corners of Chen Xiao's lips as he disregarded the fallen Lin family disciple, continuing his stride toward the arena. Today he was determined to avenge the humiliations this body had endured. Chen Xiao intended to reclaim it all. While Chen Xiao remained indifferent to the deceased Lin family disciple, chaos erupted among the Lin family members. Upon discovering the disciple's demise, fury painted their faces. Chen Xiao, you have a lot of audacity to kill Lin Wu. Outcries of shock and anger arose, as the onlookers collectively changed expressions, unable to fathom that Chen Xiao had dispatched a 5-star martial apprentice with a single blow. On the arena, Lin Chen's expression darkened, and a killing intent glimmered in his eyes. Get lost. The calmness of his voice resonated with overwhelming authority. Lin Chen's countenance turned ominously bleak. When had he ever been so blatantly disregarded? Chen Xiao's repeated dismissals had ignited a lethal intent within him. Senior members of both the Lin and Chen families rose, many casting doubtful glances towards Chen Xiao, unable to comprehend the circumstances, especially following that instant kill of Lin Wu, which suggested that Chen Xiao's cultivation was far beyond that of a mere 5-star martial apprentice. At least, he must be at the level of a 7-star martial apprentice or higher. Go, capture Chen Xiao for me, commanded a stern-faced middle-aged man from the Lin family, tilting his head slightly. Yes, a 5-star martial master from below complied, striding forth through the crowd towards Chen Xiao. Dealing with this waste requires no assistance from you. I alone am sufficient. Lin Chen's expression was grim. You call me waste with your mouth, but I am curious. What will you call yourself when you realize you are inferior to even this so-called waste? Chen Xiao replied indifferently. Humph, prepare to meet your end. Lin Chen, uninterested in further dialogue, leaped down from the martial stage and lunged directly at Chen Xiao. As Lin Chen charged, Chen Xiao's steps finally halted. He cast a glance towards the Chen family, observing many reveling in malicious glee at his expense, which only deepened the chill in his heart. With Lin Chen now upon him, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and, with a hint of impatience, swatted his hand forward. This slap appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any fluctuation of true energy, and the so-called bloodline talent was impossible to manifest. This only served to increase Lin Chen's contempt. According to rumors, Chen Xiao lacked any bloodline talent, and now it seemed that the rumors were indeed true. The two figures made contact in an instant. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's expression drastically changed as he hastily withdrew. Yet, how could Chen Xiao allow him to escape? Stay put. A calm voice resonated, followed by a swift strike to Lin Chen's chest. A spurt of crimson blood erupted forth. Lin Chen's body was sent sprawling across the martial arts platform, while Chen Xiao, without so much as a glance in his direction, continued to advance slowly towards the vicinity of the Chen family members. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully defeated an 8-star martial apprentice, earning 1,000 experience points and 20 gold coins. Just now, you spoke of handing me over to the Lin family? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the younger generation of the Chen family, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the Chen family as the members, intimidated by Chen Xiao's consecutive victories over Lin Wu and Lin Chen, found themselves rendered speechless. Chapter 46. Drawing the line, the senior members of the Chen family wore expressions of contemplation, their brows slightly furrowed as they deliberated. To surrender Chen Xiao to the Lin family seemed the most prudent choice. After all, retribution for murder is a universal truth that would garner little reproach from others. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the public, should the Chen family indeed take such a course of action, they would likely face whispered criticisms in the future. To sacrifice the life of one of their own to quell the anger of others would suggest that the Chen family is indeed vulnerable and can be easily bullied. While the higher-ups of the Chen family hesitated, many of the younger generation felt trepidation. However, not all were intimidated. Amid the crowd, Chen Ning and Chen Yuan glared at Chen Xiao, their eyes ablaze with fury. Especially Chen Ning, whose astonishment was indescribable upon witnessing Chen Xiao's effortless defeat of Lin Chen. Chen Xiao's words echoed in his mind. If I am the worthless one, then what does that make you? Lin Chen had easily bested Chen Ning, even forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy, while Chen Xiao had effortlessly vanquished Lin Chen. This stark contrast rendered any comparison between them utterly meaningless. The thought that his position as the young master might be jeopardized caused Chen Ning's eyes to narrow instinctively. He subtly gestured to Chen Yuan, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message. Despite his fear of Chen Xiao, he steeled himself and stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, is it true that you have harmed our steward and ruthlessly slain Lin Yu and his guards? And if it is true, Chen Xiao responded, a smirk gracing his lips. A collective gasp filled the air as many anticipated that Chen Xiao would categorically deny the accusations, perhaps employing other means to justify his actions. After all, to admit guilt would be tantamount to courting his own demise. Yet, no one expected Chen Xiao to be so forthright, as he nodded in affirmation. Hmph, since you have confessed, why not surrender quietly? Chen Yuan retorted sharply. Do you all share this sentiment? Without answering Chen Yuan, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards the senior members of the Chen family. As his eyes swept across them, several members paled slightly, particularly the family patriarch, Chen Dingshan, whose countenance darkened ominously. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhao's uncle rose, regarding him with a detached expression. Chen Yuan speaks the truth. Though you are a scion of the Chen family, the laws of retribution dictate that a life taken must be repaid. This is a fundamental principle. And even as a member of the Chen family, you cannot escape this reality. You have only yourself to blame for your cruel actions. His words resonated with approval among the senior members of the Chen family, effectively casting Chen Xiao into opposition against them, while portraying an image of righteous indignation that elevated the family's status in the eyes of the onlookers. Conversely, the higher-ups of the Lin family furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications. If this matter were to be resolved so easily, what had been the purpose of their considerable investment? Moreover, had their people truly perished in vain? Just as the senior members of the Lin family were about to speak, Chen Xiao took the initiative to address them, and his words elicited laughter from the Lin family. Since you are so indiscriminate in your judgments, I shall withdraw from the Chen family. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Chen clan. In the future, let there be vengeance for grievances and retribution for enmity. You have no objections, I trust? Impudent. This is utterly outrageous. Chen Dingshan seethed in anger, taken aback by Chen Zhao's declaration to voluntarily renounce his affiliation with the Chen family, a public slap to their faces. Yet, they failed to consider that while they sought to eliminate Chen Xiao, they also denied him the chance to defend himself. Without glancing at Chen Dingshan, Chen Zhao's gaze shifted back to Chen Ning. Chen Ning, you conspired with Lin Yu to abduct my sister and present her to him. You owe me an explanation. Chen Zhao's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among all present. Chen Ning's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Chen Xiao would uncover this matter. Internally cursing Lin Yu for his incompetence, he vehemently denied. Slander. Chen Lan is a member of the Chen family. How could I possibly kidnap her? If you wish to smear my name, at least find a better pretext. Before Chen Ning could finish, a pained scream escaped him. His eyes wide in shock as his body slumped slowly to the ground. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 7-star martial disciple. Experience points awarded, 1,000. Gold coins awarded, 30. As the system alert echoed, Chen Zhao's gaze fell upon Chen Yuan nearby. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and struck decisively. Bang! Chen Yuan was sent flying, crashing into the crowd behind him, motionless, his fate uncertain. Silence engulfed the scene. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at Chen Xiao. At that moment, it dawned upon them that the Chen Xiao before them could not possibly be the rumored inept Chen Xiao. His martial prowess had likely reached at least the martial master level, for he could not have so effortlessly dispatched Chen Ning and the others otherwise. Moreover, the crowd was stunned by Chen Zhao's decisive display of lethality. You beast, you seek death. Chen Hai's eyes blazed with fury, trembling with rage as he realized that his moment of negligence had led to Chen Ning's death. It was important to note that Chen Ning was his sole offspring, and Chen Xiao's actions effectively spelled the end of his lineage. Chen Hai advanced, his martial general aura surging forth, enveloping Chen Xiao in an instant. He leaped from the platform, aiming a lethal strike at Chen Xiao's forehead, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Both the Lin and Chen families narrowed their eyes at this sight. Lying on the ground, Lin Chun, who had struggled to his feet, also squinted, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he was astonished by Chen Xiao's strength, he believed that with a martial general now intervening, there was no way for Chen Xiao to survive this encounter. Although Chen Xiao's appearance disrupted some of the Lin family's plans, as long as he could be eliminated, everything could still be salvaged. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Xiao stood frozen in place, seemingly overwhelmed by the intimidating atmosphere. It is understandable, after all. A martial apprentice, or even a martial master, would find it difficult to react when faced with the surprise attack from a martial general. At this moment, it seemed that Chen Xiao was incapable of even shifting his stance. Chen Hai shared the same sentiment. While it might appear unjust to wield his martial general prowess against Chen Xiao, who was considerably weaker, and, in fact, his own nephew, the fact remained that Chen Xiao had killed his son, leaving little room for compassion. At this instant, his sole desire was to avenge Chen Ning by eliminating Chen Xiao. In a flash, Chen Hai closed the distance between them, his hand extending to strike ruthlessly at Chen Xiao's crown. The other members of the Chen family observed coldly, with no one intervening or even uttering a word in Chen Xiao's defense. The gap between the two was rapidly closing. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind erupted from Chen Hai's hand, hurtling toward Chen Xiao's face. Chapter 47. The martial general. At this moment, after a prolonged silence, Chen Xiao finally moved. Just when everyone believed Chen Xiao was incapacitated, he made his move. His right hand shot up suddenly, delivering a powerful punch toward Chen Hai's palm. Hmph, seeking death. Chen Hai's eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent. Instead of being taken aback, he summoned all the true energy within him and struck back at Chen Xiao's fist. Clearly, he intended to shatter Chen Xiao's defenses and eliminate him forcefully. Was Chen Xiao insane? Was he deliberately courting death? To withstand a blow from a martial general with the body of a martial master? This was utterly impossible. The battle seemed to have concluded. Onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves at this spectacle. However, the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief as if they were witnessing the most incredible occurrence. Boom! The violent true energy surged forth, sending Chen Hai flying backward, while Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, still poised to strike. Thud! Chen Hai's body crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Chen Xiao, realizing only now that he had fundamentally misjudged one critical aspect: Chen Xiao's cultivation level. Your cultivation level. Chen Hai began, but before he could finish, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, staining his chest a vivid red. An alarming sight to behold. Everyone heard his words and witnessed the preceding event. An utterly implausible hypothesis began to take shape in their minds. Could it be that Chen Xiao had already broken through to the realm of the martial general? But how could this be possible? How old was Chen Xiao? At most, he had just turned 16. A 16-year-old martial general? Moreover, a supposed failure without any innate talent? No one could accept this reality. Yet, the evidence lay before them. If Chen Xiao had not reached the martial general level, how could he have so severely injured Chen Hai with a single punch? Even considering Chen Hai's carelessness, Chen Xiao's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Despite the fact that many had already elevated their perception of Chen Xiao's abilities, when he shattered their expectations once more, a wave of disbelief swept over many. Particularly among the younger generation of the Chen family, their eyes widened in shock. No one knew Chen Xiao better than they did. What was his cultivation level 2 months ago? At most, he was merely a 3-star martial disciple. Yet, in just 2 months, he had reached the martial general level, even defeating the seasoned 3-star martial general Chen Hai with a single move. This progression was truly astonishing. The senior members of the Chen family rose abruptly, gazing at Chen Xiao and the fallen Chen Hai with expressions of utter disbelief. At this moment, they felt as though they were trapped in a dream. In contrast, the expressions of many from the Lin family subtly shifted as Chen Xiao's cultivation level exceeded their expectations. However, within the confines of Qingyang town, they still held confidence in overcoming a mere martial general. Yet, the members of the Lin family hesitated to act, instead casting their gaze toward the upper echelons of the Chen family. The head of the Lin family remarked to Chen Dingshan, "It seems your Chen family has indeed produced a prodigy. I dare say this fellow's cultivation has likely reached at least the 3-star martial general realm." This statement, however, caused the faces of the Chen family members to darken instantly, especially as they recalled Chen Xiao's previous declaration of severing ties with the Chen family, which lodged like a thorn in their throats. Had it not been for those preceding events, perhaps Chen Xiao might have remained aligned with the Chen family. Perhaps they could have leveraged Chen Xiao's prowess to regain the upper hand and even suppress the other 3 prominent families, thereby establishing themselves as the unequivocal foremost family in Qingyang town. Alas, all of this was now impossible. Given this impossibility, and having offended Chen Xiao, how could they allow him to continue to flaunt his power? "Second son, go fetch Chen Xiao, but be cautious." Chen Dingshan instructed his second son, Chen Tao, who was also Chen Xiao's uncle. "Understood," Chen Tao replied, leaping down from the platform. After ensuring Chen Hai was unharmed, Chen Tao then made his way toward Chen Xiao. Observing Chen Xiao standing in the arena, Chen Tao's expression turned complex as he spoke. "Nephew Chen Xiao, although the 4th brother entrusted you to our care when he departed, you must take responsibility for your own shortcomings. The Chen family has done its utmost. If you are willing to surrender now, I may be able to plead for leniency on your behalf, and perhaps you could escape death." This declaration caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of several Chen family members, particularly those closely allied with Chen Ning, who displayed a mix of sorrow and indignation but dared not voice their thoughts. "There is no point in further discussion. Let us proceed," Chen Xiao replied coolly. His words incited the younger generation of the Chen family to unleash their ire, yet Chen Xiao remained unfazed and charged at Chen Tao. Having witnessed Chen Xiao's combat prowess earlier, Chen Tao dared not underestimate him. His previous words were merely a facade to placate Chen Xiao. Now, seeing Chen Xiao approach with intent to strike, a glint of malice flickered in Chen Tao's eyes as he swiftly drew his longsword, aiming a lethal strike at Chen Xiao. With a swift motion, the sword cleaved through the air, descending upon Chen Xiao's head. However, in a critical moment, Chen Xiao deftly sidestepped the attack with ease. Chen Tao, unfazed by Chen Xiao's evasion, showed no change in demeanor, swiftly retracting his sword and striking again at a different angle. Should Chen Xiao advance, he would undoubtedly be struck. If he retreated, Chen Tao would seize the opportunity to pursue without granting Chen Xiao a moment's respite. However, what he did not anticipate was that Chen Xiao would not flinch or evade, but instead resolutely strike a punch directly towards his chest. Witnessing this, Chen Tao could no longer contain the murderous intent surging within him. With a swift flick of his wrist, his long sword accelerated dramatically, slicing towards Chen Xiao's chest. A crisp sound resonated as, to Chen Tao's utter disbelief, Chen Xiao deftly flicked his left hand, effectively thwarting the attack of Chen Tao's longsword, while his right fist surged unimpeded towards Chen Tao's chest. Chen Tao's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively attempted to retreat. Alas, how could his speed possibly surpass that of Chen Xiao? A dull thud echoed as Chen Xiao's fist struck precisely against Chen Tao's chest. Chen Tao's eyes widened in shock, and in the next moment, the fabric of his back tore apart, sending him hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 48. Provocation of the Lin family in the arena. A multitude of gasps echoed through the air. Previously, when Chen Xiao first defeated Chen Hai, many attributed it to Chen Hai's carelessness. However, with the recent turn of events, such notions were swiftly dismissed. To cling to them would be sheer folly. As the familiar notification sound resonated once more, Chen Xiao gradually turned, stepping purposefully towards the platform. Behind him, Chen Tao collapsed onto the ground, momentarily rendered incapable of rising, as if he had been robbed of all strength. Chen Xiao's previous strike had been overwhelmingly forceful. Had it been executed with just a tad more ferocity, Chen Tao might well have met his demise. Chen Dingshan's gaze was fixed intently upon Chen Xiao, yet he remained seated. When someone nearby felt compelled to rise, they were swiftly silenced by a mere glance from Chen Dingshan. Although the Chen family members were oblivious to the meaning behind Chen Dingshan's demeanor, they dared not question the head of the family. A few hurriedly descended to escort Chen Hai and Chen Tao away, while the others' gazes gradually shifted, following Chen Xiao's steps towards the Lin family's camp. "I have heard that you have been searching for me," Chen Xiao proclaimed, coming to a standstill on the dueling stage, his eyes sweeping over the Lin family's ranks until they ultimately rested upon the face of the Lin family patriarch. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the Chun family turned their attention, their expressions revealing a mixture of amusement and anticipation. Chen Xiao's displayed prowess was formidable. If he were to proactively seek trouble with the Lin family, it would be utterly fitting. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin family felt their expressions darken, silently cursing the Chen family's audacity, yet they could only confront Chen Xiao. "Indeed, you have brutally slain Lin Yu and his guard Zhao Xing. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, do you still wish to deny it?" Lin Rong, the patriarch of the Lin family, narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Chen Xiao, his tone remarkably calm, as though he were unperturbed by Chen Xiao's words. "Brutality? Words are futile. If you desire revenge, come forth. I stand here, eager to see who dares to challenge me." Upon concluding his statement, the aura of a 5-star martial general erupted from Chen Xiao with undeniable ferocity. Those nearest to Chen Xiao were the first to feel the overwhelming energy emanating from him, leaving them utterly astounded. A 5-star martial general. This was a genuine and undeniable 5-star martial general. Even in Qingyang town, such a level of cultivation would place one among the elite, easily ranking within the top 3 families. At that moment, not only the Chen family, but also the Lin family rose in astonishment, their faces a mix of disbelief as they gazed at the still figure of Chen Xiao. In that instant, Chen Xiao appeared so alien, so inscrutable that they could hardly comprehend him. Had the rumors of Chen Xiao lacking any bloodline talent been mere fabrications? How else could one explain his remarkable ascent from the martial apprentice realm to the martial general realm in the span of merely 2 months? Such a phenomenon was not only unseen but also unheard of. Who would dare to believe it? The countenance of the head of the Lin family and his companions instantaneously darkened, for Chen Xiao's cultivation was now sufficient to impose considerable pressure upon them. As for Lin Chun, who had earlier been sent flying by a single slap from Chen Xiao, he now felt a sense of relief, grateful that Chen Xiao had refrained from a ruthless massacre. Otherwise, he would not have survived. "Lin Hai, Lin Mu, you two go and capture him," commanded the head of the Lin family with a tone of indifference. While casting a glance towards the Chen family, he added, "Since you are unable to handle this matter, I shall resolve it myself. No objections, I presume?" The Chen family, taken aback by this proclamation, remained non-committal and offered no response, though many harbored silent derision. If there were to be blame, it could only be directed at Chen Xiao for his unilateral decision to extricate himself from the Chen family. Otherwise, they might have considered leveraging his formidable prowess to draw him back in order to aid him against the Lin family. However, the Chen family now possessed a blatant excuse to withdraw their support, leaving Chen Xiao entirely isolated. Lin Hai and Lin Mu, both formidable martial generals of the Lin family, Lin Hai being a 4-star general and Lin Mu a 5-star general, were more than capable of capturing Chen Xiao in their combined efforts. At this moment, no one perceived the Lin family as employing overwhelming numbers, for Chen Xiao's previous feats were widely acknowledged. With remarkable swiftness, the two descended upon the arena, swords in hand, their expressions a mask of vigilance as they fixed their gaze upon Chen Xiao. A subtle smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he refrained from arrogance, a pitch-black longsword materializing in his grasp. Once the sword was in hand, Chen Xiao's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He stood there like a drawn sword, evoking a sense of trepidation in both Lin Hai and Lin Mu. Exchanging glances, Lin Hai and Lin Mu nodded slightly, and then Lin Mu charged towards Chen Xiao, while Lin Hai circled nearby, seeking an opportunity for a stealthy attack. The attention of the multitude, numbering in the thousands, was riveted on the 3 combatants engaged in battle. It was rare to witness a confrontation between 2 5-star martial generals, and for the other martial artists present, observing such a clash was immensely beneficial. They would not miss this opportunity. Having previously engaged in combat with beasts, Chen Xiao had rarely fought against humans, and now he seized this chance to gradually showcase his combat experience and insights gleaned from battling the ferocious creatures. In essence, Lin Mu had unwittingly become Chen Xiao's sparring partner. As time trickled by, their duel escalated to a fevered intensity. What was more surprising was that Lin Hai, who had been lurking on the sidelines for a potential ambush, had yet to find a single opening. After several failed attempts to catch Chen Xiao off guard, Lin Hai finally sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "He is merely testing you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. Without Lin Hai's reminder, he had yet to realize where the discrepancy lay. However, upon Lin Hai's prompting, he suddenly discerned that Chen Xiao had not employed any formidable sword techniques throughout their encounter. Instead, he merely countered each move, continuously neutralizing his assaults. Aside from a few inconsequential retaliations, there were no other forms of aggression. Recognizing this, Lin Mu's expression darkened instantaneously. Chen Xiao was merely testing his skills, indicating that he had never regarded Lin Mu as a serious opponent. Otherwise, who would dare to employ a fellow warrior of the same rank to practice? This was an affront to Lin Mu's dignity. As a 5-star martial general, Lin Mu held his own sense of honor. Having become aware of this, he could no longer permit Chen Xiao such ease and composure. Enough. Breakthrough. Chapter 49. The head of the Lin family. This is a third-tier dark wolf bloodline. Lin Mu had already made a name for himself over a decade ago. And after so many years of infrequent engagements, it is surprising that he is compelled to utilize his bloodline abilities today, all due to a mere Chen Xiao. The activation of bloodline abilities signifies that Lin Mu is genuinely fighting for his life. In stark contrast, Chen Xiao's offensive rhythm remains utterly unfaltering. He exhibits no trace of any bloodline abilities, which only deepens the speculation among the onlookers. Rumors suggest that Chen Xiao is a worthless individual devoid of any bloodline talents. However, he is far from being a waste. If Chen Xiao were truly inept, then it would imply that all present are equally incapable. Could it be that Chen Xiao is an extraordinary being who has ascended to the rank of a 5-star martial general without any bloodline endowments? Without a bloodline, the cultivation of true energy and physical prowess would undoubtedly progress at a much slower pace, leaving everyone puzzled as to why Chen Xiao's advancement appears so rapid. Lin Mu shares a flicker of doubt, yet he swiftly buries it. With a deft flick of his sword, he accelerates towards Chen Xiao with remarkable speed. As the two approach, Chen Xiao remains still, and Lin Mu's sword swiftly closes in, silently targeting Chen Xiao's chest. Chen Xiao raises an eyebrow, surprised to find that, after activating his bloodline abilities, Lin Mu's speed has surged by nearly 50%. The Dark Wolf bloodline earns Chen Xiao's attention. In response, Chen Xiao simultaneously channels his own bloodline abilities from within the depths of his Taotie bloodline space, focusing on the yet-to-be-activated Azure Fire Wolf King. Although Chen Xiao has not previously invoked this bloodline, he knows it enhances speed. Indeed, the moment he imbues himself with this power, he perceives a transformation in the surrounding air, which becomes softer and offers less resistance. More accurately, his body feels lighter. Consequently, Chen Xiao's speed amplifies significantly. Initially, his velocity surpasses Lin Mu's, and now, with this enhancement, he effortlessly neutralizes Lin Mu's bloodline abilities and accelerates even further. What seemed like an incredibly swift strike to others appears somewhat sluggish to Chen Xiao, allowing him to evade effortlessly. Yet, rather than hastily retreating, Chen Xiao swiftly unsheathes his sword, redirecting its trajectory to counter Lin Mu's advancing strike. Clang! The resonant sound of metal clashing reverberates. The tremendous force transmitted through his sword causes Lin Mu's expression to change. He nearly loses control of his weapon. Just as he manages to regain his grip, Chen Xiao suddenly smiles. In that fleeting moment, while Chen Xiao deflected Lin Mu's attack aside, his sword maintains its momentum, swiftly closing in on Lin Mu, aiming directly for his wrist. Should this strike land, Lin Mu's right hand would undoubtedly be severed. In a moment of peril, Lin Hai discerned the impending danger and swiftly rushed forward, pushing Lin Mu aside, thereby sparing him the gruesome fate of losing his entire arm. Nevertheless, Lin Mu's right hand, which held the sword, was still inflicted with a deep gash, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. Observing Lin Mu pressing several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, Chen Xiao chose not to intervene. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lin Hai, who stood opposite him. It was evident that Lin Hai possessed commendable combat awareness, as he had recognized the threat and acted to protect Lin Mu in such a brief span of time. However, Chen Xiao remained indifferent. From the very beginning, he had not regarded these individuals with any seriousness. Even the head of the Lin family warranted only a modicum of his attention. Noticing Lin Mu's reluctance to advance, Chen Xiao finally redirected his focus entirely onto Lin Hai. In an instant, Lin Hai felt an overwhelming tension envelop him, as if he were the prey of a ferocious beast. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Before he could utter a word, a smirk curled upon Chen Xiao's lips, and he vanished from his position in the blink of an eye. To be more precise, Chen Xiao's speed was astonishingly swift, beyond the comprehension of the majority present. The martial practitioners from the four illustrious families, the Lin, Chen, Qin, and Zhao, immediately rose, their eyes widening in astonishment. While others struggled to perceive Chen Xiao's movements due to their inferior cultivation, those of the martial practitioner rank saw everything clearly. Yet, even with clarity, evading Chen Xiao's assault proved exceedingly challenging, for his speed had transcended the 5-star martial practitioner realm. Even if they could perceive his actions, their bodies were unable to react in time. Even Lin Rong, the head of the Lin family and a 7-star martial practitioner, furrowed his brow in concern. Chen Xiao's velocity was, in fact, slightly superior to his own. Although he was confident in his ability to dodge Chen Xiao's strikes, what of the others? A sudden, harrowing scream pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiao's sword pierced Lin Hai's chest with precision. Simultaneously, a powerful fist struck Lin Hai's shoulder, propelling him off the stage with force. The entire sequence unfolded at such a rapid pace that Lin Mu had not anticipated it. By the time he processed the unfolding events, Lin Hai had already collapsed on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. How dare you? Lin Mu seethed, completely taken aback by the swiftness of these events. No longer hesitating, he charged towards Chen Xiao with fervor. Come at me. Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. Be cautious. Lin Rong's warning rang out, and in an instant, he sprang from his seat, akin to a hawk, launching himself at Chen Xiao. However, the distance between him and the arena was still too great. While he soared through the air, Chen Xiao had already deftly evaded Lin Mu's attack, using his sword to sever one of Lin Mu's arms in an instant. Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with shock. Just as a pitiful scream escaped his lips, he was pierced once more in the chest by the sword wielded by Chen Xiao. The sound of flesh being pierced was followed by a torrent of blood, which instantly stained his garments crimson. Blood trickled from the corners of Lin Mu's mouth as he attempted to utter a few words, but Chen Xiao abruptly launched a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Without glancing back, Chen Xiao clenched his left fist, pivoted sharply, and unleashed a devastating punch toward his rear. Behind him, Lin Rong watched in horror as his son fell to Chen Xiao's blade, his restraint evaporating. With unmatched force, he descended upon Chen Xiao, his fist imbued with the overwhelming might of a 7-star martial general, striking down with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 50. Breaking through martial techniques at the edge of the arena. A multitude of spectators displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Those whose cultivation fell below the martial master realm were almost instantaneously forced to retreat under the overwhelming aura. All eyes were fixated on the center of the arena, eager to witness the duel between the two combatants. In contrast to the tension radiating from the onlookers, the Lin family remained at ease. Despite Chen Xiao's intimidating previous victories, the members of the Lin family held a profound confidence in Lin Rong. To outsiders, Lin Rong appeared to have dedicated himself to intense training, rarely venturing outside, with his cultivation seemingly only slightly surpassing that of a 6-star martial general. However, this was far from the truth. The Lin family possessed an advanced yellow-tier martial technique, which, when employed, could allow one to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Thus, facing off against Chen Xiao, who was of even lower cultivation than Lin Rong, there was little doubt regarding the outcome. As the two exchanged blows, many spectators widened their eyes, while some even instinctively shut their eyes, fearing the brutality of the impending scene. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Lin Rong, propelled by an immense force, was sent staggering back several meters, landing at the edge of the platform. In contrast, Chen Xiao stumbled backward, each footstep causing the ground beneath him to shatter. After retreating 5 steps, he barely managed to stabilize himself, yet the cobblestones along his path lay in ruins. With his chest rising and falling, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He was somewhat astonished by the strength of the Lin family patriarch. That previous punch must have wielded nearly 20,000 pounds of force. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's prior enhancement through the bloodline of the iron-blooded barbarian bull, His physical strength would have suffered greatly from that blow. Nevertheless, the patriarch's prowess was sufficient to warrant Chen Xiao's respect. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the Lin family patriarch was even more astonished. That last move had been executed with all his might, a decisive strike infused with the intent to kill. However, Chen Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations, as he had been forcefully pushed back even while unprepared. Previously, he had assumed that Chen Xiao's incredible speed would imply a deficiency in physical strength, but he could not have been more mistaken. With his heart racing and a tumult of emotions swirling within, Lin Rong once again advanced rapidly towards Chen Xiao. As Lin Rong moved, a host of second-generation descendants from the Lin family surged forward, converging around the arena. Although they did not directly engage in the battle, they effectively encircled Chen Xiao. With a mere command from Lin Rong, they would undoubtedly overwhelm him in a relentless assault. Chen Xiao's predicament had swiftly become precarious. Yet, immersed in his duel with Lin Rong, he seemed blissfully unaware of the encroaching threat, not even casting a glance at the gathering crowd, and charged towards Lin Rong once more. This time, his speed intensified, and his gaze turned colder than ever. Opposite him, Lin Rong sensed a subtle shift in Chen Xiao's aura, though he could not discern the specifics of the change. However, after witnessing the previous encounter, he dared not remain careless. In an instant, a silver-long sword materialized in his hand. As the sword emerged, it conjured a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards Chen Xiao's face. In response, Chen Xiao raised his own sword, meeting the attack with astonishing swiftness. Clang! The sharp sound reverberated as their swords clashed and swiftly parted, only to intersect again at an even faster pace. The ringing of metal on metal was incessant. The onlookers were unable to perceive the details of their confrontation and hesitated to intervene. Time slipped away gradually. After nearly the span of a tea's brewing, both combatants abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth as he stood firm at the center of the arena. His expression marked by a hint of gravity as he focused intently on Lin Rong. Lin Rong, too, was slightly out of breath, apart from his tattered clothing. He showed no visible signs of injury. The spectators' eyes brightened instantaneously, as the scene clearly indicated that Chen Xiao was at a disadvantage. This revelation cast a shadow of disappointment over those who had previously harbored hopes for Chen Xiao. With so many piercing gazes around them, it seemed unlikely that he could evade his fate. Lin Rong shared this assessment. Glancing at his own tattered garments, he addressed Chen Xiao coolly. "It has been many years since anyone has pushed me to this extent. You have done well." It was unclear whether this remark was praise or mere acknowledgement. Yet Lin Rong moved again. He lifted his sword once more and charged towards Chen Xiao with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura surged forth, a manifestation of Lin Rong's bloodline talent. Although his speed remained unchanged, Chen Xiao instinctively retreated a step, sensing an overwhelming danger. Boom! A massive crater appeared where Chen Xiao had stood, debris flying as Lin Rong surged forward, his sword aimed directly at Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally sprang into action. His internal energy surged forth, and with a deft push off the ground, he launched himself towards Lin Rong like a bolt from a crossbow. A sword ascends. This technique, one Chen Xiao had mastered time and again, was once again employed at this critical juncture, executed with impeccable timing. Just as Lin Rong burst forth from the chaos of debris, he was met head-on by Chen Xiao's thrust. Startled, he instinctively shifted his body, his sword slashing before him without a moment's thought. It must be said that Lin Rong's combat experience was exceedingly astute. What should have been a killing blow was narrowly avoided by his quick reflexes. Chen Xiao, unwilling to engage in a mutually destructive clash, altered his trajectory at the last moment, successfully wounding Lin Rong's arm while deftly evading his counterattack. With a lacerated arm, Lin Rong's eyes narrowed dangerously, and a surge of ferocity enveloped him. However, as this aura emerged, Chen Xiao abruptly vanished from his position. Immediately, for phantoms, moving with blinding speed, surged toward Lin Rong from all directions. "Hmph, I underestimated you." Lin Rong furrowed his brow, though his expression remained remarkably composed. As the four phantoms drew near, he suddenly swept his sword in a wide arc before him. Waves of energy, entirely composed of genuine qi, surged forth to collide with the phantoms. Almost at the moment of impact, Lin Rong swiftly turned, bringing his sword down upon one of the phantoms behind him. Truly formidable. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Rong could discern his true form in an instant. This marked the first occasion during his execution of the Dragon Dance of Nine Heavens that someone had seen through his disguise, serving as a reminder that not everyone is oblivious to the lethal weakness of this technique. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao remained undeterred. Despite being recognized, he advanced boldly, raising his sword high and striking down fiercely. Chapter 51. The decision of Chen Dingshan. Chen Xiao's actions were clearly observed by Lin Rong, whose lips curled into a cold smile as he too met the challenge with a sword. This time, he aimed not only to parry the attack, but to seize the opportunity for a counterstrike, intending to crush Chen Xiao outright. Otherwise, he risked losing all semblance of dignity. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, and a sneer appeared on Lin Rong's face as he prepared to retaliate. However, at that moment, Chen Xiao unexpectedly thrust his left hand towards him. The suddenness of the move caught Lin Rong off guard, prompting him to instinctively extend his own left hand to intercept Chen Xiao's assault. Yet, at the instant their palms met, a faint azure flame surged forth from Chen Xiao's palm, swiftly invading Lin Rong's body. The moment the blue flame penetrated, Lin Rong's body stiffened noticeably. Seizing this opportunity, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes as he flicked his sword, sweeping it horizontally. With a crisp sound, Lin Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a headless corpse on the ground, his own body. Yet, why did his vision begin to blur? Thud! Lin Rong's head struck the ground with a resounding thump. Silence. The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. The entire sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that from their initial clash to Chen Xiao's decisive blow against Lin Rong transpired within mere breaths. Nearby, members of the Lin family were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically as reality sank in. The family head had been slain. You seek death. Kill him. Avenge the family head. Kill. The disciples of the Lin family, fueled by rage, surged onto the arena, drawing their weapons to besiege Chen Xiao. Onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. Even the elders from the Qin and Zhao families stood in shock, unable to fathom the dramatic shift that had just transpired. The once dominant Lin Rong had fallen in an instant. With the demise of their ally, their previous schemes lay in ruin. Chaos erupted in the arena. Outside the fray, an alchemist passing by inadvertently caught sight of the scene on the stage, his eyes widening in surprise. Was that not the esteemed third-tier alchemist? After muttering to himself, the alchemist swiftly turned and made his way toward the alchemist tower, vanishing in an instant. His departure went unnoticed, while the battle within escalated to a fever pitch. Without Lin Rong, the members of the Lin family fought desperately, with a throng of martial generals and warriors charging onto the stage to assail Chen Xiao. However, the sheer number of attackers presented its own disadvantages. In the chaos, Chen Xiao was afforded the freedom to unleash a merciless slaughter. The Lin family members, in their haste, risked injuring one another, compelled to attack with caution. Listening to the incessant chimes of the system notifications echoing in his ears, Chen Xiao's smile grew ever more radiant. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain a 7-star general, gaining 5,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully defeated a 5-star martial artist, acquiring 1,000 experience points and 20 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully absorbed the bloodline of the 2nd-level Crimson Flame Tiger. Ding! System. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully leveled up, current level, early stage 6-star general. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain. With the continuous barrage of system alerts, the number of fallen foes around Chen Xiao increased steadily. He felt no burden on his conscience for eliminating these adversaries. The Lin family had long been a tyrannical clan, notorious for their oppression and exploitation, and with the tragic fate that befell him and his sister, Chen Xiao felt no compunction whatsoever. Blood splattered. Severed limbs flew in every direction. The onlookers had already been frightened into screams and fled from the unexpected chaos, leaving only a handful of the bold to remain and watch. The younger members of the Lin family trembled at the edge of the arena, unsure whether it was fear or anger that gripped them. Quick, notify the clan elders, someone shouted, prompting several Lin family members to snap back to reality and hastily sprint towards their clan's location. Chen Xiao paid little heed to their departure, swiftly dispatching the remaining martial generals, while most of the martial artists were rendered powerless, with only a few particularly ruthless ones being slain outright. Time slipped away gradually. In the Chen family, Chen Dingshan was filled with regret. Not only he, but also Chen Xiao's uncles and other clan members, stood in a daze, watching the formidable display of Chen Xiao's prowess. If they had not previously rejected him, if they had merely offered Chen Xiao a word of support, perhaps they would not have lost such a prodigious talent. The Chen family, who had been filled with grievances moments ago, now regarded Chen Xiao with shock, admiration, and a complex array of emotions. This individual had once belonged to them. Perhaps he was their most outstanding genius. At the very least, no one in the Chen family could surpass Chen Xiao in terms of cultivation prowess. Yet, such an exceptional figure had been driven out of the clan through their various underhanded tactics. It was likely that many below were mocking the Chen family for their short-sightedness in expelling such a monstrous talent. This situation could not persist. Chen Xiao's connection to the Chen family was of paramount importance. Chen Dingshan gritted his teeth and sprang to his feet. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Beside him, several members of the Chen family turned their gazes towards Chen Dingshan, their hearts subtly apprehensive. Indeed, they could not allow Chen Xiao to depart so easily. Otherwise, the Chen family might forfeit a golden opportunity for resurgence. Chen Dingshan's eyes rested upon the faces of his sons, lingering particularly on Chen Hai, who appeared despondent, his countenance shrouded in gloom. Upon hearing his father's words, he parted his lips, yet no sound emerged, his eyes betraying an unquenchable resentment. "My eldest son, I understand your discontent, but what transpired among the younger generation? Do you think this old man is truly oblivious?" His words were imbued with earnestness, causing the other members of the Chen family to shudder, many of them bowing their heads in trepidation. "Dear son, perhaps it is time to consider having another child," Chen Dingshan remarked, letting out a soft sigh, his posture growing more stooped. "Indeed," Chen Hai replied, his head bowed, his body trembling slightly, clearly engulfed by tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, Chen Tao, receiving his father's tacit approval, offered words of comfort to Chen Hai, while the other martial members of the Chen family stepped forward, their eyes fixed upon Chen Dingshan. At a mere command from him, they would rush forth to assist Chen Xiao without hesitation. Chapter 52. The emergence of the martial king. Just as Chen Dingshan was about to speak, an extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly swept in from afar. The intensity of this presence caused everyone present to change countenance, especially the martial generals, whose faces were etched with terror as they swiftly turned to gaze towards the southern direction of Qingyang town. A figure was bounding across the rooftops at an incredible speed, racing towards them. Initially, there was only a small shadow visible, but in the blink of an eye, it had approached the crowd, leaping down from the top of a high pavilion several hundred meters away, gracefully descending into the center of the plaza where the competition was held. A martial king. When did Qingyang town acquire a martial king? Gasps of astonishment erupted in succession, and all eyes converged upon the elderly figure clad in a gray robe. The old man had flowing white hair and a dignified robe that, even when he stood still, emanated an immense pressure that enveloped those around him. A martial king. He could be considered the undisputed strongest individual in Qingyang town. The members of the Chen family, who had already risen, regarded the suddenly appeared elder with expressions of uncertainty and confusion, unable to comprehend the significance of his arrival. Even the Qin and Zhao families shared similar sentiments. However, the Lin family members, several high-ranking martial masters, reacted as if they had encountered a lifeline, their faces alight with elation as they hurried towards the elder. Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed suddenly, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized the old man. With a single glance, he discerned the elder's cultivation level, mid-stage one-star martial king. Although he was merely a one-star martial king, he towered over Chen Xiao by 5 minor realms, casting a tremendous shadow upon him. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao refrained from acting rashly, his gaze fixed upon the martial king, awaiting the elder's words. Upon their arrival, the Lin family members promptly paid their respects to the elder, with a few surviving elders of the Lin family gesturing towards Chen Xiao, seemingly recounting something about him. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xiao's heart sank. This martial king was evidently affiliated with the Lin family, and even if he were not a direct member, he certainly had deep connections with them. having just slain the head of the Lin family. If this martial king sought vengeance, Chen Xiao would undoubtedly be in grave peril. Standing rooted in place, Chen Xiao's nerves were taut, his internal energy swirling ominously, ready to strike at the slightest hint of danger. Lin Rong and Lin Chen are dead. A deep voice slowly emanated from the martial king as he surveyed the area, inevitably discovering the dismembered Lin Rong and the later slain Lin Chen by Chen Xiao's hand. An overwhelming surge of murderous intent began to rise from the martial king elder. His gaze gradually locked onto Chen Xiao, and instantly, an immense pressure descended upon him, as if attempting to force Chen Xiao to the ground. However, Chen Xiao withstood it resolutely, relying solely on his formidable cultivation and physical strength. Oh, at such a tender age, he has astonishingly reached the realm of a 6-star martial general? No wonder he was able to slay Lin Rong and his companions. The voice of the martial king elder carried a hint of astonishment. Yet, this was merely a fleeting surprise. After a moment, he swiftly directed a palm strike toward Chen Xiao. In the next instant, Chen Xiao felt the air around him suddenly constrict, a tremendous pressure enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Just a single palm strike wielded such immense power, leaving Chen Xiao secretly alarmed. As the howling wind of the palm approached, he realized that if struck, he would likely face severe injury or even death. Fearful of being caught in its path, he immediately sought to escape. However, the force was overwhelming, and for a moment, he found himself unable to break free. In a state of desperation, he hastily connected with the various bloodlines within his body, disregarding all else, channeling every possible source of strength to augment his own. Thus, for the first time, Chen Xiao unleashed over 30 bloodline abilities simultaneously. An extraordinarily intricate power surged forth from within him, acting as a catalyst to tear through the restraints around him. In a sudden burst, he evaded to the side. Almost instantaneously, a fierce gust of wind grazed past him, crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, and debris flew in all directions. A deep pit, half a meter deep and a meter wide, formed at the spot where Chen Xiao had stood. Smoke still billowed from the pit, and waves of true energy rippled through the air, leaving everyone nearby in stunned silence. Even Chen Xiao's pupils constricted in shock. That was close. As he gazed at the pit beside him, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had he not managed to escape, the consequences would have been dire. However, following that harrowing experience, Chen Xiao discovered that he could indeed channel over 30 bloodline abilities simultaneously. Moreover, to his surprise, he found it remarkably effortless to wield them, with no signs of mutual rejection among the diverse powers. This revelation undoubtedly opened a gateway to a new world for Chen Xiao, laying a solid foundation for his future ascent. Oh, how intriguing! The martial king elder emitted a soft exclamation, his expression revealing unexpected intrigue. Yet he once again lunged toward Chen Xiao with a grasp. A wave of pressure surged forth once more, but armed with the experience from their previous encounter, Chen Xiao found it significantly easier to respond this time. In an instant, he shattered the oppressive force restraining him, and, with a sudden flourish, struck down with his sword toward the martial king elder. Hiss, Chen Xiao, he actually dares to engage a powerful being of the martial king realm? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, none having anticipated that Chen Xiao would have the audacity to confront such a formidable opponent. In their perception, the realm of the martial king is an exalted and untouchable existence, one that cannot be desecrated. Any entity beneath this realm must tread cautiously, for even a slight offense towards a martial king could invoke dire consequences. Chen Xiao has thoroughly subverted the collective understanding of those around him. However, in the eyes of the spectators, he has already been rendered a dead man. After all, no martial general has ever survived after provoking a martial king. They do not believe Chen Xiao will be the exception. Many have silently mourned for him, while the members of the Chen family appear increasingly pale and anxious, with several quietly praying. Their prayers, of course, are not for Chen Xiao to vanquish this formidable martial king, but rather that, following his demise, this powerful being would refrain from wreaking havoc upon the Chen family. Chapter 53. The battle with the martial king. A clear, crisp sound of a sword ringing out echoed. Chen Xiao's expression suddenly changed, his gaze fixated on the outstretched hand before him. Although the old man appeared to be in his twilight years, his hands moved with astonishing speed, gripping the sword's tip the moment it was drawn. The martial king's grip was like that of a vice, firmly holding the blade, rendering Chen Xiao unable to advance despite his efforts. Chen Xiao's complexion shifted slightly. He unleashed the full force of his internal energy, attempting to withdraw the longsword from his grasp. However, the elder's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. After a brief attempt, sensing something amiss, Chen Xiao decisively relinquished the hilt of his sword. Almost instantaneously, as he released it, the old man's left hand shot forward, aiming directly at Chen Xiao's chest. In that critical moment, a terrifying surge of energy swept towards him, as if intent on tearing him apart. Reacting instinctively, Chen Xiao's bloodline power erupted fully, doubling his speed. With a series of bizarre, contorted steps, he narrowly evaded the blow. Before the onlookers could recover from their astonishment, another long sword appeared in Chen Xiao's hand, mirroring the previous black blade. However, this time, a faint azure flame flickered at its tip, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. The elder's gaze flickered, his brows arching slightly in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this mere 6-star martial general could consistently evade his attacks. As Chen Xiao launched another assault, the elder, no longer underestimating him, swiftly drew his own long sword, gripping the hilt and slicing horizontally at Chen Xiao's incoming strike. Clang! The sound of swords clashing reverberated. Looking at the remaining half of his black sword, an urge to curse bubbled within Chen Xiao. In that instant of confrontation, his longsword had been severed by the elder's strike. The two swords were identical, both obtained through the supreme upgrade system. Yet now Chen Xiao found himself questioning the system's reliability. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts, for the elder had already closed in like a specter, prompting Chen Xiao to hurriedly retreat. Unfortunately, the elder's speed far surpassed his own, making any attempt to evade utterly futile. With no other choice, Chen Xiao steeled himself, channeling all his bloodline power once more to summon another longsword, charging directly at the elder. This identical maneuver was the third time Chen Xiao had executed it, leaving many onlookers somewhat speechless. Even the martial king's expression darkened. He felt compelled to ask Chen Xiao if he possessed any other techniques. However, at that moment, a change occurred. With the longsword in hand, as he burst forth, Chen Xiao's speed surged dramatically, making him appear as though he were leaping from the air toward the elder. This sudden acceleration caused the elder to instinctively take half a step back. Beside them, many onlookers were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. No one could fathom how a mighty martial king was forced to retreat in the face of a martial general. Such a spectacle was undeniably surreal. It would be hard to convince anyone of its truth. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon all present, illuminating the reason behind the martial king's retreat. As Chen Xiao surged forward, his form abruptly split into 4 indistinct shadows, launching an assault from 4 distinct directions against the formidable presence of the martial king. Hmph! Seeking death. The elderly martial king's eyes gleamed with a cold light, a derisive sneer escaping his lips as he raised his obsidian longsword. Instantly, a flurry of sword shadows erupted, enveloping his form entirely. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of steel echoed as 3 shadows dissipated, leaving only one retreating to the left. Yet, at that precise moment, the elder sprang into action, trailing after Chen Xiao with a flurry of afterimages. Outside Qingyang town, the sun was setting, casting its golden hues upon the landscape. In the distance, along the official road, an elderly man donned in tattered gray robes, bearing a worn-out bundle on his back, approached the town. His disheveled hair made him resemble a beggar, and his face was smeared with dirt, marred by several scars. Even his ragged gray robe bore the marks of battle, scratches, and what appeared to be sword wounds, hinting at a tumultuous past. Despite his unkempt appearance, the old man carried himself with a remarkable vigor, striding purposefully towards the gates of Qingyang town. In mere moments, he traversed the 1,000-meter distance. Upon gazing at the ornate characters spelling out Qingyang town above the gate, he erupted into laughter. "Ha! I have finally returned. 3 years, exactly 3 years." With that declaration, the old man pressed onward, bursting through the crowd and hastening towards the eastern side of Qingyang town. What is that sound of combat? The bedraggled elder paused, his steps halting as he turned his gaze eastward. Ignoring the curious stares of passers-by, he squinted in that direction. After a few moments, a glint of keen insight flashed in his eyes. A martial king? Moreover, judging by the direction, it seems to be at my Chen family's location. With this realization, a murderous intent surged forth upon his visage. He propelled himself upwards, leaping onto a nearby pavilion, using its height to gain leverage. In a mere blink, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Was that individual just now a martial king? A martial general passing by stood in stunned silence, watching the old man's retreating figure. Upon hearing this, those nearby gasped in astonishment. What an extraordinary day for Qingyang town, witnessing the emergence of not one, but two martial kings. The disheveled elder moved swiftly, covering the distance from the south gate to the eastern area near the Chen family's training grounds in less than the span of a tea ceremony. Perched in a loft, a mere glance sufficed to reveal the unfolding scene below. On the arena, an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard was engaged in combat with a youth who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. The elder emanated a formidable aura of true energy, clearly a warrior of the martial king realm, while the youth, in stark contrast, possessed a mere cultivation level of a 6-star martial general. However, to the elder's astonishment, the young lad managed to withstand the assaults of a martial king with his 6-star martial general prowess. Although he seemed precariously balanced on the edge of defeat, this achievement was undeniably remarkable. Yet, as the battle progressed, the elder suddenly sensed something amiss. The youth bore a striking resemblance to someone he recognized. Moreover, at the periphery of the arena, members of the Chen family observed with palpable tension etched upon their faces, clearly anxious about the confrontation. Could it be that the youth was one of their own? With this realization, the elder felt a jolt of alarm and exclaimed, "Chen Xiao, danger lurked ahead." With that proclamation, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 54. He is my grandson. In the arena, blood trickled from Chen Xiao's lips. After engaging in combat with the elderly man over a dozen times, despite relying on his agility and speed, Chen Xiao found himself suffering considerable injuries. In stark contrast, the old man appeared entirely unscathed, save for a minor tear in his sleeve caused by Chen Xiao's strike. With each passing moment, Chen Xiao's heart grew heavier. Even his most formidable techniques, the flying sword and the dragon dance, failed to inflict significant damage upon the elder, leaving Chen Xiao feeling increasingly helpless. At that moment, while Chen Xiao struggled to defend himself, he hastily explored the supreme upgrade system for anything that might aid him. He quickly dismissed weapons. Having already switched his longsword 3 times, one had been seized by the elder, another shattered, and now he wielded the third. In such a short time, he realized that no weapon could enhance his strength significantly. As for martial techniques, his cursory glance revealed a lack of viable options. It wasn't that the system lacked excellent techniques, but rather that those available were of exceedingly high rank, far beyond what he could afford. With martial techniques ruled out, Chen Xiao then discovered an intriguing section for talismans among the miscellaneous items. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of talismans caught his eye, including first-level talismans equivalent to the peak power of a martial apprentice and second-level talismans matching the peak might of a 2-star martial master, even extending to third- and fourth-level talismans. Ultimately, Chen Xiao's gaze settled upon the third-level explosive talisman, which equated to the full power strike of a peak martial general, capable of delivering paralysis damage upon detonation, priced at 500 gold coins. How exorbitant! Chen Xiao winced at the expense. Yet this was the best talisman he could afford. The 4th-level talisman, equivalent to the full power of a martial king, required a staggering 5,000 gold coins for exchange. Currently, Chen Xiao's total gold barely surpassed 4,000 coins, rendering him unable to purchase it even if he wished. Exchange. Chen Xiao silently commanded within his mind. Instantly, 500 gold coins were deducted, and within his system inventory appeared a yellow beast skin talisman inscribed with intricate patterns. At that moment, the martial king elder lunged forward once more, his longsword imbued with overwhelming pressure, aiming straight for Chen Xiao's heart. In a critical moment, Chen Xiao could no longer afford to be cautious. Even if he could not vanquish his opponent, creating a distraction to buy himself time for a sneak attack was worthwhile. Just as he prepared to draw the explosive talisman, a formidable presence suddenly surged from a nearby loft, rapidly approaching the arena. "Stop!" The voice thundered, echoing across the entire square, compelling everyone to turn their gaze skyward. There, a figure clad in a tattered gray robe raced toward the arena with remarkable speed. This unexpected appearance left many in a state of shock, particularly the members of the Chen family, who had been closely monitoring the situation, their faces paling in alarm. The presence of a warrior at the level of a martial king was already sufficient for them to endure, yet now another martial king had emerged. Chen Xiao was equally taken aback, his gaze instinctively darting towards the reaction of the venerable martial king before him, only to find that the elder was also momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically thereafter. In contrast to the elder's visible alarm, Chen Xiao maintained a remarkable composure, even allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. This was because the disheveled figure in the gray robe, descending from the sky, was unleashing a fist towards the esteemed martial king elder. The wind from the punch howled, and the energy within surged, as Chen Xiao swiftly discerned that this unexpectedly arrived. Unkempt martial king was indeed at the mid-stage of the first star of the martial king realm. However, despite possessing the same level of cultivation, his imposing aura seemed far more ferocious than that of the previous martial king elder. The elder, who had been attacking Chen Xiao, was similarly startled by this sudden turn of events. As the fierce gusts intensified behind him, he dared not continue his assault on Chen Xiao, hastily pivoting to counter with a palm strike aimed at the descending figure of the disheveled martial king. The elder's robe billowed wildly in the rushing wind, and though his long hair appeared chaotic, it was complemented by an overwhelming aura of energy that exuded a sense of arrogance. Chen Xiao, uncertain and cautious, came to a halt, clutching a third-tier explosive talisman in his hand, ready to hurl it at the slightest hint of danger. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the two martial king's fists and palms met with a resounding clash. Boom! The violent energy surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Those of lesser cultivation were immediately knocked off balance, some even toppling to the ground, their faces pale from the force. Chen Xiao, too, staggered back 3 steps, barely managing to diffuse the overwhelming power. On the martial platform, beneath the elder's feet, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed as numerous stone slabs shattered under the impact, illustrating the sheer magnitude of the force unleashed. The elder staggered back 3 steps to absorb the tremendous impact, while the disheveled martial king executed a graceful flip, landing softly. However, this motion, combined with his ragged gray robe, appeared rather peculiar. "Who are you exactly? Why have you ambushed me?" The elder's heart sank as he scrutinized the disheveled elder several times, realizing he did not recognize him, prompting him to finally voice his inquiry. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone, including Chen Xiao, turned their curious gazes towards the unkempt elder, eager to uncover the identity of this disheveled figure. Upon hearing the question, the disheveled elder was momentarily taken aback, glancing around and realizing that indeed no one recognized him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation, but quickly regained his composure, disdainfully retorting, "How dare you bully my grandson? It's already a mercy that I don't slay you." "Your grandson?" The martial king elder was momentarily dumbfounded, and Chen Xiao's cheeks twitched violently in response. In the audience, people exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the meaning of the statement. The families of the Qin and Lin clans instinctively turned their gazes towards the Chen family, then to Chen Xiao on stage. They noticed that Chen Xiao also wore a perplexed expression, which immediately sparked suspicion among many, leading some to believe that the disheveled elder was taking advantage of Chen Xiao. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary for someone of the martial king realm to resort to such petty gains. In contrast to the outsider's speculations, the senior members of the Chen family, Chen Dingshan, Chen Tao, and Chen Hai, after hearing those words, fixated their gazes intently upon the disheveled elder. Although the elder's silhouette appeared gaunter, there was an uncanny resemblance to the individual from the Chen family who had vanished 3 years prior. Chapter 55. The wild ancestor of the Chen family, are you the eldest brother? The voice of the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Dingshan, trembled slightly as he stood, casting a gaze filled with astonishment upon the disheveled man clad in gray. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned sharply, exclaiming, "Nonsense! You, young man, do not even recognize your own elder brother? And you lot, can none of you recognize me?" His words were imbued with immense authority, delivered with both shouting and cursing, yet astonishingly, none among the Chen family felt anger. Instead, many faces lit up with joy and excitement. Who is the elder brother of the Chen family patriarch? It is Chen Yuanshan, the former head of the Chen family, and once its most formidable member. It was Chen Yuanshan who single-handedly elevated the family to one of the 4 great clans. Among the upper echelons of the Chen family, his identity was universally known. Even the position of Chen Dingshan as patriarch was ceded by Chen Yuanshan before his mysterious disappearance. Otherwise, it is likely that Chen Dingshan would not have held any position at all. However, 3 years prior, the Beast Mountain Range experienced a significant upheaval, during which Chen Yuanshan was present, after which no news was ever received. Everyone presumed him to be dead, yet now he has returned, and with a powerful cultivation in the realm of martial kings. The lower ranks of the Chen family erupted in jubilation. The ancestor has returned, and he is now a formidable martial king. Instantly, the family's crisis seemed to vanish, and a bright future now appeared on the horizon. The expressions of the upper echelon, including Chen Hai and Chen Tao, shifted dramatically. The thought of this elder uncle's affection for Chen Xiao rendered their faces pale, should he choose to pursue matters. Even their father might not be able to intervene. Chen Dingshan's expression was equally peculiar, yet he forced a smile, saying, "It is good that you have returned. Let us first resolve the immediate troubles. Other matters can wait until later." The scruffy elder, the ancestor Chen Yuanshan, fell silent. His gaze fixed intently on the elder before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Opposite him, Chen Xiao transitioned from uncertainty to sheer astonishment and speechlessness. He had not anticipated that this grandfather, rumored to have perished in the beast forest, was not only alive, but had also ascended to the realm of martial kings. This may very well be the most powerful individual in the history of the Chen family. However, this was fortuitous, as it alleviated the crisis facing Chen Xiao. Below, shock rippled through the crowd, particularly among the Lin family and those smaller clans that had previously offended the Chen family. They could never have imagined that such a powerful martial king would emerge from the Chen family. A martial king possesses the strength to annihilate a city with a mere flick of the wrist. Among those who had wronged the Chen family, thoughts raced in their minds about how to atone and appease the Chen family, hoping to avoid their ire. On the martial arena, the countenance of the elder Wang was somewhat darkened, his gaze fixated intently upon Chen Yuanshan before him. In truth, the martial elder invited by the Lin family was cursing internally. Had he known that the Chen family possessed a formidable warrior of the same rank, he would never have dared to venture forth so recklessly. Though a martial king holds a lofty position, battles between kings often result in casualties, and he had no desire to engage with Chen Yuanshan lightly. Casting a glance at the individuals from the Lin family nearby, the elder Wang slowly spoke. "These trivial matters are no concern of mine. You shall resolve them on your own. I take my leave." Upon uttering these words, he turned to depart. The moment his declaration echoed in the air, the Chen family rejoiced, while the Lin family was struck with panic. Many among the Lin family's higher-ups turned pale. If the martial king they had summoned fled, the Lin family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating whether to allow the elder Wang to escape. With Chen Yuanshan's assistance, he felt confident in retaining the martial king today. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this nominal grandfather would choose to intervene. However, in the next moment, everyone present fell into a stupor. "You dare to bully my grandson, and yet wish to depart unscathed?" Chen Yuanshan's eyebrows arched, his face betraying a murderous intent as he suddenly struck out with his palm the instant the elder Wang attempted to leave. "Do not overstep. I have already made concessions. And besides, your grandson is still alive." The elder Wang was both astonished and furious. One Chen Xiao was already a formidable adversary, and now another martial king had emerged. He had no intention of risking his life for the Lin family, fearing he might well meet his downfall. Yet, to his astonishment, as he attempted to leave, the opposition was unyielding. Did this individual truly intend to engage him in a life-and-death struggle? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuanshan had not intended to fight to the death, but the sight of his grandson in peril had ignited an inferno of rage within him. Most crucially, it was evident to any observer that the Chen family was at a disadvantage. Had he not returned today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Perhaps his grandson might have perished. This indignation was something he could hardly swallow. This time, he was determined not only to avenge his grandson, but also to establish the Chen family's might. The elder Wang's voice of fury still echoed in the air as Chen Yuanshan charged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking down with great force. Witnessing this scene, the Elder Wang's brows furrowed intensely as he swiftly drew his sword, aiming to sever Chen Yuanshan's right hand. Yet, with a resounding thud, Chen Yuanshan's fist collided with the Elder's sword, forcefully deflecting it. His left fist followed suit, crashing into the Elder's chest. A crisp sound of shattering bones resonated, causing the Elder Wang's eyes to widen in shock, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he staggered backward in retreat. However, Chen Yuanshan had no intention of relenting. He swiftly closed the distance, employing both hands and feet to relentlessly assault the venerable martial king. Initially, the elder managed to withstand the onslaught, yet as time wore on, his complexion paled, and the areas struck by Chen Yuanshan multiplied, clearly pushing him to the brink of collapse. Not only Chen Xiao, but all the onlookers were taken aback. Chen Yuanshan's fighting style was exceedingly ferocious and aggressive. While others combined martial techniques with swordplay, Chen Yuanshan engaged purely in brutal hand-to-hand combat, delivering lethal strikes that would have proven fatal even for a warrior of the general rank. Do not go too far. I am a member of the Zuiyue sect. If you kill me, your entire Chen clan shall pay the price, the elder hastily exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's relentless barrage abruptly ceased, his brow furrowing slightly, and a look of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Chapter 56. The Purple Cloud Sect. Are you a member of the Purple Cloud Sect? The heads of the Chen Xiao and Qin families rose abruptly, their gazes filled with incredulity as they fixed their eyes upon the venerable martial king. Even Chen Yuanshan halted his assault, bewildered by the pallid visage of the martial king before him. The name of the Purple Cloud Sect was known to everyone in the celestial martial kingdom, a name that resonated with both reverence and fear. Indeed, it was the sole premier sect of the yellow tier in the entire realm. A sect is a formidable force comprised entirely of martial artists, categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. To gain admission into such a sect, one must endure rigorous assessments, and those who succeed are truly the prodigies of the heavens. Consequently, the prowess of disciples within these sects is overwhelmingly formidable, as they are not inclined to accept individuals of mediocre talent or those lacking any cultivation. This exclusivity transforms the sect into a vast sanctuary for gifted and exceptional disciples. The influence of such a faction is immense. To offend them is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, potentially unleashing a cascade of troubles that must be addressed. It is precisely this intimidation that rendered the situation so precarious for those present. To slay the opponent? Should they take such a drastic step, there could be no assurance that the sect behind the martial king would not retaliate. Conversely, if they refrained from acting and allowed him to escape to summon reinforcements, it would spell disaster for the Chen family. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yuanshan contemplated the gravity of the situation. Had he still been within the confines of the beast forest, he would have acted without hesitation. Yet now, with the entirety of the Chen family relying on him, he had to consider their collective fate. Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone around, the martial king finally exhaled in relief, seizing the moment to rest briefly, his gaze scanning the surroundings, as if devising a plan. I apologize for any offense caused. I shall not intrude again, he declared, turning to depart. However, as he turned, a cruel smirk crept upon his lips, unnoticed by the others, but not by Chen Xiao, who observed with clarity. A similar smile of cold calculation graced Chen Xiao's face. As the martial king turned his back, he seized the moment to act. Without hesitation, he hurled a Tier 3 explosive rune into the air. Activated by his true energy, the rune transformed mid-flight into a violent surge of energy, crashing forcefully into the martial king's back. The suddenness of the attack was astonishing, leaving the martial king, who had just relaxed, unable to react in time. As he turned, it was already too late. Boom! The ferocity of the true energy wreaked havoc, leaving all witnesses in stunned disbelief. At that moment, a shadow surged forth, charging directly at the martial king. Chen Xiao, stop! A furious voice rang out. Upon hearing the furious rebuke, the elderly Wang warrior instinctively took a step back. Yet it was too late. A flash of cold light swiftly pierced through his heart while he was caught off guard. The blade sank into flesh with a sickening squelch. Blood gushed forth from the tip of the sword, and the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that having revealed the existence of the Zuiyue sect, he would still meet such a grim fate. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, particularly fixated on the long sword embedded in the chest of the Wang warrior. Wielded by Chen Xiao. How could Chen Xiao commit murder? How dare he take a life? Xiao, are you? Chen Yuanshan was equally astonished. Unable to reconcile the image of his once obedient grandson with the ruthless killer before him, released the tiger back to the mountain. With a deft maneuver, the long sword reaped the life of the Wang warrior. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully defeated a Wang realm expert beyond his level, earning 10,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, attaining a level 5 Qi Jin bear bloodline, and acquiring the earth-level martial skill, cloud-piercing finger. Ding. System notification. Host has leveled up successfully, increasing level by 1, now at the initial stage of 7-star warlord. Is this a significant windfall? A smile graced Chen Xiao's face as he marveled at the bountiful rewards from vanquishing the Wang warrior, unexpectedly leveling up shortly after his previous advancement, a rare occurrence indeed. While Chen Xiao was still perusing the system's rewards, Chen Yuanshan and the others hastily rushed to the corpse of the Wang warrior. Upon confirming the warrior's demise, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, especially in light of Chen Xiao's earlier remark about releasing the tiger back to the mountain, which served as a stark reminder to Chen Yuanshan. Having offended a sect's disciple, could one genuinely expect that sparing the adversary would prevent them from seeking retribution? Such a notion was sheer folly. If trouble was inevitable, it was better to take a gamble and eliminate the threat. Perhaps there was a chance that the sect would not pursue the matter further. Though this reasoning might seem naive, it was not entirely implausible. With this thought in mind, the crowd began to understand Chen Xiao's abrupt aggression. Even the Chen family members, though opening their mouths, found themselves at a loss for words to refute him. After reviewing the system attributes, Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon the individuals from the Lin family nearby. Who is the current leader of the Lin family? Upon utterance of this question, the members of the Lin family collectively paled, retreating a step in fear, none daring to utter a word. Chen Xiao's intense gaze swept over them, finally settling on those who recognized the Wang realm expert from the Ziyun sect. You, and you, step forward. He commanded. Those who defy me shall perish. As no one moved, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. At his words, the few individuals trembled, their faces growing pale with terror, especially as their eyes darted to the corpse of the Wang warrior on the ground. Their lips quivered uncontrollably. However, in the end, they steeled themselves and stepped forward. He just claimed to be a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. Is that true? Chen Xiao inquired with a hint of indifference. Yes, it is true. He is Elder Yu Hong, a supervising elder from the outer sect of the Purple Cloud sect, who arrived not long ago. One of the three responded swiftly to Chen Xiao's inquiry. An outer sect elder? What brings him here? Chen Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. Because Lin Chun has passed the assessment of the Purple Cloud sect, Elder Yu Hong has come to escort Lin Chun to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The individual spoke, his demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness. If that were all, it would be improbable for your Lin family to take action, wouldn't it? Chen Yuanshan interjected. Upon hearing this, many turned their gaze toward Chen Yuanshan, and even Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, for his words struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, the expressions of the Lin family members shifted dramatically upon hearing his words, leaving none daring to utter a sound. If you do not speak up, your Lin family will have no choice but to turn back. Chen Yuanshan scoffed, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes, as his formidable martial prowess at the king level enveloped the members of the Lin family in an oppressive aura. Chapter 57. Breaking away from the family, the Lin family members had never encountered the oppressive might of a martial king. In an instant, several of the weaker clan members collapsed onto the ground. Those with slightly higher cultivation struggled to endure, beads of sweat appearing profusely upon their foreheads. The pressure exerted by a martial king was truly terrifying. Within mere moments, a significant number of the Lin clan's members had fallen, unable to contain themselves. Several elders of the Lin family hastily spoke up. I must tell you, I have warned you. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the Chen family felt a wave of anger mixed with deep apprehension. It transpired that the Lin family had already conspired with Yu Hong to force the Chen family out of Qingyang town through a challenge, and subsequently, Yu Hong would personally eliminate the Chen family outside the town. This plan not only allowed the Lin family to intimidate the entire Qingyang town, but also left them with no incriminating evidence. In exchange, the Lin family promised Yu Hong a reward of several 100,000 gold coins for his assistance. The two parties had reached an agreement. However, Lin Rong had not anticipated that the emergence of the prodigious Chen Xiao would derail their meticulously crafted scheme. Moreover, an additional martial king had appeared, leading to the downfall of Yu Hong himself. Truly, one misstep led to another. How unexpectedly malicious of you, Lin family. Chen Dingshan and others rushed over, pointing angrily at the Lin elder. In response, the Lin family members fell silent, at a loss for words, while the Chen family glared at them with palpable fury, as if ready to unleash their wrath at any moment. Brother, how shall we deal with these Lin family members? Chen Dingshan inquired quietly, approaching Chen Yuanshan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's gaze shifted to Chen Xiao, who did not spare a glance at Chen Dingshan and the others, instead walking directly toward the three Lin elders. As everyone wondered what Chen Xiao intended to do, he swiftly extended 3 fingers. After the gesture, the 3 Lin elders collapsed, their expressions contorted as if enduring immense agony. What have you done to the elders? A voice among the Lin disciples shouted an accusation. But upon meeting Chen Zhao's icy gaze, they quickly swallowed their words. Begone! Do not let me see you again, or there will be no mercy. His calm voice resonated through the air. Around them, it seemed as if the atmosphere had solidified. No one dared to breathe audibly, all eyes fixed upon Chen Xiao. Even the Chen family members regarding him with mixed emotions. Chen Yuanshan nodded in appreciation. After years of grappling with life and death, he had learned that the moment you show weakness, you may find yourself on the brink of demise. Having received Chen Zhao's tacit approval, the Lin family members dared not utter another word. They hurriedly lifted the injured and the deceased from the ground and swiftly retreated towards their own territory. The Lin family has departed, and Chen Zhao's gaze shifted towards the Qin and Zhao families. Upon meeting Chen Zhao's eyes, the heads of both families exchanged subtle glances, their expressions slightly changing, and hastily approached to engage in pleasantries with Chen Yuanshan. They proceeded to extol their innocence, asserting they had no involvement in the Lin family's troubles, claiming they were merely unwittingly exploited by them. In essence, they sought to sever any ties with the Lin family, presenting themselves as entirely blameless. Chen Yuanshan, though skeptical of their words, could not pursue any further action against the other 2 families and simply gestured for them to take their leave. As the spectacle dwindled, the onlookers, realizing there was no further intrigue to witness, promptly vacated the Chen family's martial arts arena. The events of the day began to spread far and wide through the accounts of these spectators. Chen Xiao, a mere martial general, had slain a formidable martial king. Even with assistance, this feat was sufficient to elevate his renown. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the members of the Chen family behind. Some disciples began to clear the area, while others attended to the bodies of Chen Ning and Chen Yuan. Their mother had arrived, weeping inconsolably beside the corpses, while Chen Xiao stood by, observing with an indifferent demeanor. At that moment, not a single person from the Chen family dared to meet Chen Zhao's gaze, all fearing his sudden reproach. After all, a powerful martial king, the former head of the family, stood behind him, casting an imposing shadow, should Chen Xiao speak. The consequences for those present would be dire. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xiao merely addressed Chen Yuanshan with a calm demeanor, stating, "It is good that you have returned. I shall take my leave now." With that, he intended to depart, having dealt with those deserving of punishment within the Chen family. Wishing to distance himself from them, and seeking a timely opportunity to escape. "Leave? Where to?" Chen Yuanshan paused, taken aback. His words elicited a noticeable change in the expressions of the Chen family members, particularly Chen Hai and Chen Tao, whose faces turned ashen. "I have severed ties with the Chen family. Henceforth, any occurrences within the family shall bear no relation to me. I have rendered my debts of gratitude, avenged my grievances. Let the past be laid to rest." Chen Xiao spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as though recounting matters extrinsic to himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's countenance transformed dramatically, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He abruptly turned to Chen Dingshan, rebuking him. "What is the meaning of this? When I departed, you expressly promised to look after Chen Xiao and his sister." As he spoke, The terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Yuanshan enveloped all the Chen family disciples present. Under the weight of the martial king's dominance, beads of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, including Chen Dingshan, as those of lesser cultivation found themselves bending under the oppressive force, on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Chen Yuanshan did not overreact. He merely delivered a reprimand before retracting his imposing aura. Nevertheless, his gaze remained icy as it fixated on Chen Dingshan and the others. Chen Xiao stood silently to the side, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, showing no inclination to speak. In his memories, this grandfather had always been deeply affectionate towards him. However, the present Chen Xiao found it exceedingly difficult to immerse himself in those sentiments. As for how the Chen family would proceed from here, he was largely indifferent, remaining only out of a sense of blood relation. Chapter 58. The mystery of Chen Yuanshan's disappearance. Ultimately, unable to withstand the immense pressure, Chen Dingshan signaled Chen Hai to recount the events in their entirety. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao had been stripped of his identity as the young master, Chen Yuanshan's eyes narrowed sharply, a palpable aura of murderous intent gradually enveloping him. When the accounts of Chen family members and servants humiliating Chen Xiao were revealed, Chen Yuanshan could no longer contain himself. He let out a cold snort, causing all but a few martial generals of the Chen family to collapse to the ground. Witnessing Chen Yuanshan's fury, the faces of the Chen family members turned ashen, and they hastily pleaded for mercy, claiming they would not dare to repeat their actions. Meanwhile, Chen Hai and the others continued to narrate the unfolding events. When they spoke of how Chen Lan had been deceitfully lured and nearly dishonored by Lin Yu of the Lin family, Chen Yuanshan's countenance darkened ominously. The subsequent mention of Chen Xiao slaying Lin Yu, which triggered the day's turmoil, along with his acts against Chen Ning and Chen Yuan, further exacerbated Chen Yuanshan's grim demeanor. At this point, his expression softened slightly, yet he coldly remarked, "Well done. When has my Chen family ever produced such traitorous scum? The first of our 10 ancestral precepts is to never harm kin. Have you all forgotten? To force Chen Xiao to the brink of murder. Truly, this is remarkable. And you?" He directed his ire towards Chen Dingshan. "I entrusted you with the position of family head, and this is how you conduct yourself? My family nearly fell apart. Do you understand?" Chen Dingshan, filled with shame, dared not retort, for every word rang true, leaving him with no grounds for defense. All those servants who once humiliated Chen Xiao are to be expelled from the Chen family, never to return to Qingyang town. Otherwise, they shall face death. Likewise, those family members who have wronged the Chen family will be sent to the ancestral hall in the back mountain for 6 months of reflection, stripped of all offerings for a year. Do you have any objections? As Chen Yuanshan uttered the final question, his gaze swept across the assembled Chen family members, all of whom bowed their heads in silence, none daring to contradict him. Regarding these outcomes, Chen Xiao remained noncommittal, displaying no intention of relenting, which left Chen Yuanshan feeling somewhat helpless. For now, let this be the conclusion. Disperse. Should anyone fail to adhere to the rules, they will be expelled from the family. Do you understand? This statement was directed at Chen Dingshan, indicating that Chen Yuanshan had no intention of reclaiming the position of family head. This declaration brought a sigh of relief to Chen Dingshan, who feared Chen Yuanshan might, in a fit of rage, strip him of his title. If Chen Yuanshan demanded the position now, could he refuse? Would he dare to refuse? Yes, I will handle this matter appropriately. Chen Dingshan responded promptly, his tone filled with reverence. "Shower, come with me to the family estate. There are matters I wish to discuss with you," Chen Yuanshan said. His gaze fixed on Chen Xiao, his tone laced with complexity. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows, glanced at the surrounding Chen family members, then at Chen Yuanshan, ultimately nodding in agreement. Apart from Chen Yuanshan and Chen Xiaojian, Chen Dingshan also entered the room. The three of them returned to the reception hall of the Chen family, where Chen Yuanshan recounted in detail the events of the past 3 years to Chen Xiaojian. He then opened the tightly secured package he had carried on his back and presented a fruit radiating a crimson glow to Chen Xiaojian. "Is this the Longyan fruit?" Chen Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Chen Yuanshan was somewhat astonished, realizing he could no longer fathom his grandson, who had even identified this 5th-grade spiritual herb. "When I left, you did not possess any bloodline talent, and your meridians were merely ordinary. To cultivate, you would have needed rare materials to open your meridians. Unfortunately, Our family's resources are limited, and we could not procure such treasures. Thus, I ventured alone into the beast forest, known for its abundance of rare materials. And after 3 arduous years, I finally found this Longyan fruit. However, it seems you no longer have any need for it. Chen Yuanshan concluded with a wry smile. The extraordinary effort he had undertaken to acquire this precious herb now seemed futile, especially since his absence had nearly led his grandson into grave danger. This left Chen Yuanshan with a profoundly complex emotional state. Meanwhile, Chen Dingshan was inwardly astonished. Acquiring a 5th-grade spiritual herb from the depths of the beast forest was no small feat, as such treasures were typically guarded by formidable beasts. Only those with immense strength could dare to harvest them. It was no wonder that Chen Yuanshan had so effortlessly suppressed that member of the Ziyun sect. His strength was likely far beyond what appeared to be a mid-tier martial king. Did the scars on your face and the injuries on your body come from the beast forest? Chen Xiaojian's eyes narrowed slightly. Although his expression remained impassive, he felt a deep shock within. When Chen Yuanshan departed, he had not disclosed the reasons for his absence, and thus Chen Xiaojian bore no psychological burden. However, now, faced with the vivid crimson Longyan fruit, his emotions were undeniably complicated. He had taken over someone else's body, and yet this individual treated him with such kindness. Despite the apparent risks he had undertaken, Chen Xiaojian was never one to be cold-hearted, especially given the striking scene before him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Give me the Longyan fruit. I shall find it useful. Please, go wash up and rest. I will stay at the Chen family for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan broke into a smile, his face lighting up with joy. Without hesitation, he entrusted the Longyan fruit, for which he had nearly risked his life, to Chen Xiaojian, and then he turned and strode away. He had faith in Chen Xiaojian. If he said he would stay for 2 days, then he would certainly do so. There was no reason behind it, just an inexplicable trust. Chen Yuanshan departed, and Chen Xiao did not linger any longer. After casting a glance at Chen Dingshan, who stood nearby, he too strode away with purpose. Upon exiting the Chen residence, Chen Xiao had not ventured far when a throng of individuals clad in dark attire approached from a distance. Upon recognizing their garments and the figures at the forefront, Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently break into a smile. "Master Chen Dan, you have proven quite elusive. Earlier, individuals from the Dan Tower reported that you were engaged in combat, and we hurried over, only to find the skirmish already concluded. I never anticipated you would be here. However, might I inquire about the nature of the earlier confrontation? Is there any assistance you require from our Dan Tower?" Zhao Yin inquired with a jovial tone, his gaze flickering toward the grand entrance of the Chun estate behind Chen Xiao. "It has been resolved. I am quite surprised that President Zhao would personally come seeking me. Haha, fortuitously, I was just intending to visit the Dan Tower. Shall we proceed together?" Chen Xiao chuckled heartily, advancing toward the group, ultimately making his way toward the location of the Dan Tower, enveloped by the assembly of individuals. Chapter 59. Dragon Lizard Pill before the entrance of the Chen family. A group of busy clansmen exchanged bewildered glances as they witnessed an astonishing scene. What had they just seen? Those individuals seemed to be clad in the garb of alchemists. I too have seen it. They are indeed esteemed alchemists, and the one at the forefront appears to be President Zhao Yan. Another Chen family disciple swallowed hard. And to think that young Master Chen Xiao, who was once deemed worthless, is now mingling with them? Moreover, they seem to share a remarkable familiarity. The Chen family disciples were taken aback. It was well known that these revered alchemists would scarcely spare them a glance. Yet now, they were beaming at Chen Xiao, seemingly eager to curry favor with him. In an instant, the foundational beliefs that these clan members had painstakingly constructed began to crumble. Meanwhile, without delving further into the tense reorganization within the Chen family, Chen Xiao had already returned to the Alchemy Tower alongside Zhao Yin and the others. The reason for his visit to the tower was the dragon lizard fruit he held in his possession. Chen Xiao's ability to identify this rare fruit stemmed from the prompts of the Supreme Upgrade System, which had thoroughly elucidated the specific components of the dragon lizard fruit and the medicinal pills it could yield. Once refined into the dragon lizard pill, this fruit would not only enhance one's constitution, but also expand the meridians within a cultivator's body, significantly augmenting their innate talent for cultivation. It was a truly rare spiritual herb. The Supreme Upgrade System also offered the dragon lizard fruit for exchange, yet its price reached an exorbitant 3,000 gold coins per piece. a sum even Chen Xiao was reluctant to part with. He surmised that this must be the reason Chun Yuanshan had risked his life to venture into the depths of the beast-infested forest to seize it. As for returning the dragon lizard fruit to the system, Chen Xiao dismissed that notion outright, as the system would only recompense him with a meager 1,500 gold coins, an unjust loss of half its value. With such a predatory system, why would he willingly exchange it? Furthermore, he needed the dragon lizard fruit to concoct pills, making its sale entirely out of the question. The Alchemy Tower was the ideal destination, for its vast array of spiritual herbs and plants would allow Chen Xiao to procure the necessary ingredients with ease. Additionally, it housed top-tier alchemical furnaces and earth fire, perfectly suited for refining fifth-grade pills. After engaging in pleasantries with Zhao Yin and the others, inquiring about various matters, Chen Xiao finally dispatched them and composed a procurement list for the items he required. To concoct the dragon lizard pill, nearly 20 types of medicinal materials were essential. The Alchemy Tower in Qingyang Town provided a generous 17 of them, left with only 2 to acquire. Chen Xiao reluctantly spent a significant amount of gold coins to exchange for the remaining ingredients from the Supreme Upgrade System. With the materials gathered, Chen Xiao requested a high-quality alchemy room from Zhao Yin and promptly sequestered himself within. Inside the alchemy chamber, he sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon a furnace intricately carved with complex patterns. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when Chen Xiao suddenly extended his hand, igniting the furnace. In an instant, a roaring flame enveloped the alchemical cauldron, turning it a vivid crimson. The next moment, with a flick of his wrist, an array of over 10 different herbs appeared on the table beside him, which Chen Xiao promptly seized and tossed into the cauldron in one fluid motion. This batch was not the dragon lizard pill. Rather, it was another type of fourth-grade elixir that Chen Xiao was concocting. With his current alchemical skills, he could effortlessly refine sixth-grade pills, yet he lacked sufficient fifth-grade spiritual herbs. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to produce some. The reason he chose to refine fourth-grade elixirs first was twofold: to familiarize himself with the process and, more importantly, due to his dwindling finances. Indeed, within the beast forest, Chen Xiao had little need for currency. However, now that he had emerged, if he wished to continue significantly enhancing his cultivation, he could only obtain a steady supply of elixirs or engage in battles to defeat others, thereby elevating his prowess. Naturally, Chen Xiao opted for alchemy, as seeking out adversaries was not in his nature. However, purchasing herbs required considerable wealth, so he resolutely decided to sell his concoctions. The proceeds would then be utilized to acquire more herbs for further refinement, creating a sustainable cycle that alleviated any fears of resource scarcity. With the Supreme Upgrade System overseeing his efforts, within less than a stick of incense's time, a fresh batch of premium fourth-grade elixirs emerged from the furnace. After producing 3 batches, Chen Xiao finally retrieved the dragon lizard fruit and commenced the refinement of the 5th-grade dragon lizard pill. The process proved to be far more intricate than he had anticipated, consuming nearly an hour before the elixir was successfully completed. Ding! A system notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully refined the dragon lizard pill, earning 1,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the notification, Chen Xiao extracted 6 pills, each the size of a fingernail and radiating a soft red glow. Indeed, the dragon lizard pill. Once again, a superior elixir, crafted by the system, guaranteed its quality. With a triumphant grin, Chen Xiao waved his hand to gather the nearby items and stood up once more. After exchanging pleasantries with President Zhao Yin and the others, he sold 3 bottles of premium 4th-grade elixirs to the Alchemy Tower, receiving a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. He then made his way directly to the martial market of Qingyang Town. The martial market served as a bustling hub for martial artists, essentially a marketplace for all manner of goods necessary for warriors, including elixirs, spiritual herbs, weapons, and even beasts. Of course, in a small place like Qingyang Town, any beasts that did appear were likely to be of the 1st or 2nd tier. Chen Xiao had no intention of returning to the Chen family. Instead, he sought to test his luck outside, confident that his Supreme Upgrade System would assist him in identifying items, sparing him the concern of being swindled, a significant advantage indeed. As he strolled through the martial market, passers-by instinctively stepped aside upon seeing Chen Xiao, unable to ignore the formidable combat prowess he had previously displayed. Most of the attendees were well aware of Chen Xiao, a figure so formidable that even the strongest of warriors would think twice before confronting him. Who would dare obstruct Chen Xiao? It would be akin to courting disaster. However, this situation conveniently spared Chen Xiao the need for detours, allowing him to proceed with purposeful strides. Along his way, he observed numerous shops shuttered for the night, while occasionally catching sight of several members of the Chen family busily attending to tasks within those very establishments. A brief contemplation led him to surmise that these were likely remnants of the Lin family's enterprises. Yet now, with the Lin family having fled Qingyang town, the Chen family could not possibly forego such a lucrative opportunity and had swiftly opted to absorb the territories previously held by the Lin family. After meandering through much of the area, Chen Xiao procured only a few medicinal herbs, finding nothing else of merit before making his way back to the Chen residence. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of respectful greetings from the gathered Chen family members. However, Chen Xiao had long since grown indifferent to such formalities. A slight nod was all he offered before turning away to depart. Chapter 60. Outside Chen Yuanshan's room, Chen Xiao encountered his rejuvenated grandfather after his refreshing wash and rest. Observing his grandfather, who appeared remarkably revitalized, even Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. This grandfather, though not imposing in stature, possessed a remarkably pleasing visage. His previously unkempt long hair was now neatly arranged behind him, and his face, cleansed of dirt, revealed smooth skin, albeit marred by lingering scars that rendered his countenance somewhat fearsome from a distance. Clad in an elegant gray robe, he stood there exuding an indescribable aura. Chen Xiao understood that this emanation was the natural energy field formed when a martial artist ascends to the realm of martial king, establishing a connection with the surrounding spiritual essence of the world. "You're here." Chen Yuanshan turned, his gaze falling upon the slowly approaching Chen Xiao, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed," Chen Xiao nodded, proceeding to sit down in the pavilion opposite Chen Yuanshan. "Are you truly intending to sever ties with the Chen family?" After a moment of silence, Chen Yuanshan finally voiced the concern that weighed heavily on his heart. At this inquiry, Chen Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and he refrained from responding hastily. Observing his hesitation, Chen Yuanshan felt a sinking sensation within. Chen Xiao was genuinely disheartened by the actions of the Chen family, and even his return had not rekindled his desire to be part of it. "If you return, I can take charge and ensure you inherit the position of the young master, and in due course, once you reach the martial king realm, you could even ascend to the position of the family head." Chen Yuanshan urged again. "That's unnecessary. We can discuss this later. Besides, my aspirations lie elsewhere. Perhaps I am merely a transient presence in the Chen family." Chen Xiao sighed. Before Chen Yuanshan could express his confusion, Chen Xiao continued, "I came here this time to present you with this." As he spoke, a semi-transparent jade vial appeared in Chen Xiao's hand, inside which lay 6 pills radiating a soft, ethereal glow. "What is this?" Chen Yuanshan asked, momentarily taken aback, a hint of puzzlement in his gaze. "This is the dragon lizard pill." "What?" Chen Yuanshan exclaimed, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. "Who crafted this dragon lizard pill for you?" "I made it myself. As for the reasons behind my alchemical pursuits, I shall explain that to you in due time. I no longer require the pill, and I noticed you have many hidden injuries. If not treated promptly, you may find yourself stagnant for the rest of your life. I will be in the Chen family for the next few days. Take it now, and I shall provide you with protection while you consume it," Chen Xiao stated calmly. "Haha, this old body of mine is beyond such needs. A single pill will suffice." Chen Yuanshan chuckled, his eyes brimming with gratitude. In that moment, Chen Yuanshan felt that all the hardships he had endured were worth it. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows slightly, then rose decisively, grasping Chen Yuanshan's arm to begin assessing his grandfather's internal condition. After nearly half a cup of tea's time, Chen Xiao released his grip, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. He directly handed the jade vial into Chen Yuanshan's hands, stating, "Your meridians have sustained considerable damage, and your internal organs have multiple injuries. If you continue to delay, the consequences may be dire. This should be the residual effects you mentioned earlier. These elixirs should suffice to mend your internal wounds. I am now capable of refining 5th-grade elixirs. Do you truly believe I lack such remedies? Additionally, this martial technique was acquired by chance. You should also practice it. Although it is not extraordinary, it is best not to share it with others." With that, Chen Xiao retrieved another scroll of martial arts from his possession. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuanshan was somewhat taken aback, but refrained from inquiring further. He merely nodded, accepting the elixirs and the technique. After casting a glance at Chen Xiao, he promptly swallowed the 6 elixirs and retreated to his chamber to sit cross-legged, focusing on restoring his internal injuries. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao settled in the cool pavilion outside, quietly observing the status within the system. Since his arrival in this world, over 2 months had elapsed. Chen Xiao's cultivation had ascended from a mere 3-star martial apprentice to the present 7-star martial general. Furthermore, his voracious bloodline had notably improved to 31 out of 100. In addition, he had acquired numerous martial techniques, such as phantom steps and the skyward sword, among others. Most invaluable, however, was the rare combat experience he had amassed through battles against both beasts and humans, resulting in remarkable growth. Time flowed slowly by. Chen Xiao, feeling disinclined to venture elsewhere, chose to remain in the courtyard for his cultivation. Aside from his training, Chen Dingshan had visited several times, primarily inquiring about Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan's well-being, but Chen Xiao quickly dismissed him each time. It was not until 2 days later that Chen Xiao opened his eyes with a prolonged whistle. Casting a glance back at the room, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, the next moment, the door swung open, and a refreshed Chen Yuanshan emerged. Unlike before, he now exuded a distinctly more profound aura, and most notably, the scars on his face had completely vanished. Chen Xiao was not surprised. The Longyan elixir possessed inherent restorative properties for bodily scars. Otherwise, how could it possibly expand the meridians within? A closer examination of Chen Yuanshan's condition confirmed that all injuries had healed, including some hidden internal wounds. Well, since there is nothing more to attend to, I shall take my leave for Beixian City. Chen Lan awaits me there. Chen Xiao smiled, turning to depart. Will you return? Chen Yuanshan's voice held a hint of melancholy. I shall certainly bring Chen Lan back to see you. Chen Xiao replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's expression brightened as he waved his hand, saying, That is wonderful. Take care on your journey. Indeed. Chen Xiao nodded lightly and turned away, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chen Yuanshan quietly gazed at the direction in which Chen Xiao had departed, remaining silent for an extended period. After leaving the Chen family, Chen Xiao mounted a magnificent steed and made his way towards Beixian City. The distance to Beixian City was approximately a 2-day journey. However, with his horse, Chen Xiao traveled at a significantly swifter pace than he had in a carriage. Even accounting for rest periods along the way, he arrived at Beixian City in just over a day. Beixian City remained as bustling as it had been upon his departure. Yet Chen Xiao's cultivation had evolved beyond the point of being easily manipulated. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianwu Academy, Chen Xiao halted. His horse had been casually taken care of at the city gate, and with no one guarding the entrance to Tianwu Academy, he effortlessly made his way inside. Following the path etched in his memory towards Han Xiaolai's location, Chen Xiao strolled leisurely, occasionally spotting students clad in various colorful attires traversing the academy grounds, exuding an air of contentment. Before long, the familiar courtyard nestled among the trees came into view, prompting Chen Xiao to quicken his pace until he stood before the gate. The door was ajar, allowing him to step inside without hesitation. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, demanding, "Who dares to trespass in this forbidden area?" Upon finishing his words, a middle-aged man with a light beard appeared before Chen Xiao. At the sight of him, a smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he replied, "I am Chen Xiao." Chapter 61. Chen Lan's Constitution. So it is you who has arrived. Please step inside. Chen Lan is with the young lady. The man, who was none other than the coachman and guard once by Han Zhao's side, greeted Chen Xiao with a faint smile. Thank you. Chen Xiao chuckled, turning to make his way towards Han Shuer's quaint abode. A short while later, standing at the entrance of the courtyard where Han Shuer resided, Chen Xiao gazed into the small pavilion within. There, 2 maidens clad in delicate silk skirts wore gentle smiles upon their lips. Inside the pavilion, Han Shuer, dressed in white, sat gracefully beside an ancient guqin, the melodious notes reverberating in the air, bringing a sense of tranquility to one's heart. Opposite her, Chen Lan, donning a pale yellow silk dress, leaned against the railing, casually casting bait into the pond to feed the fish. As if sensing something, the aimless Chen Lan abruptly turned her head towards the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, who stood there with a cheerful smile, their eyes met, and Chen Lan's gaze instantly filled with warmth. She quickly rose and sprinted towards him. "Elder brother, you have finally returned." With that exclamation, Chen Lan dashed into Chen Xiao's embrace. In an instant, a sweet fragrance accompanied her soft form, enveloping Chen Xiao. This unexpected display left him in a state of bemusement, especially as he noticed Hmph approaching. He couldn't help but express his incredulity. "You are all grown up now. Is this really how one should conduct themselves?" "Oh, I care not." Chen Lan rolled her eyes but soon released her hold on Chen Xiao, albeit she clung tightly to his arm thereafter. Seeing this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed this young girl feared his departure. "Elder brother, you have returned." Hmph ethereal voice chimed, her address shifting from the formal Master Chen to a more intimate elder brother, akin to Chen Lan's. Chen Xiao regarded this change with indifference, nodding with a smile as Chen Lan pulled him into the pavilion, with Hmph joining them. Naturally, Chen Lan began to interrogate Chen Xiao about the happenings during his absence, eager to know where he had ventured. Chen Xiao, being somewhat helpless against the charm of his adorable sister, responded to her every inquiry without hesitation. However, he glossed over the more perilous encounters, and when the sisters learned that he had braved the depths of the monster beast forest alone for 2 months, both gasped in astonishment, particularly Hmph, who regarded him with deep admiration. When they heard of Chen Xiao's return to the Chun family to settle accounts with the Lin family, and that his own kin had betrayed him, expressions of disdain crossed the faces of both maidens. Upon hearing of the emergence of a martial king master, they couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Chen Xiao. Yet, when the news of the long-missing grandfather, Chen Yuanshan, returning reached their ears, Chen Lan's face lit up with joy, while Chen Xiao inwardly reflected on the events. Until now, he suddenly recalled that Chen Yuanshan had not only showered affection upon him, he had also been exceedingly fond of Chen Lan. Often, he would embrace both siblings, taking them out for excursions. It was only natural that his younger sister adored their grandfather. "Shall we return to the family?" Chen Lan inquired, her eyes reflecting hesitation. Yet the question slipped from her lips. "Yes, I shall take you back to see grandfather," Chen Xiao replied, affectionately ruffling Chen Lan's hair with a smile. "Your cultivation? It seems you have yet to embark on your training. Is it due to a lack of talent?" Chen Xiao suddenly noticed the absence of any trace of true energy emanating from Chen Lan, causing his brow to furrow. Beside them, Hmph had already ascended to the rank of a 5-star martial apprentice, advancing 3 minor realms in merely 2 months, an exceptionally rapid pace. Yet, why had Chen Lan not even entered the ranks of a 1-star martial apprentice? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Chen Lan's expression dimmed, but she nonetheless forced a smile, saying, "Oh well, my talent is too lacking. I shall cease my training. After all, you will protect me, right?" Chen Xiao's frown deepened upon hearing this. Instinctively, he grasped Chen Lan's hand, channeling strands of true energy into her body to assess her condition. This was his first attempt to examine her physical state. Should her constitution truly prove unsuitable for cultivation, he would unhesitatingly exchange for a dragon lien fruit within the system to concoct a medicinal pill for her. For he could clearly see how forced her smile had been moments ago. At that moment, Hmph displayed a look of uncertainty, but after glancing at Chen Lan, she spoke up, "Brother Chen, Chen Lan's constitution is rather unique. My grandfather had once guided her in cultivation, but she was unable to practice any of the techniques. Even if she attempted to cultivate, she could not sense any spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Initially, we believed that Chen Lan lacked the bloodline necessary for cultivation, but later we discovered this was not the case. Her constitution is indeed quite suitable for training in terms of meridians. However, the inability to perceive the spiritual energy is what hinders her cultivation." Soon after, my grandfather dismissed the notion, suggesting that Chen Lan's bloodline was exceedingly special and had yet to be activated, thus preventing her from sensing the spiritual energy. We have tried numerous methods to awaken her bloodline, but to no avail. My grandfather is currently researching this issue, and I believe he will soon uncover some clues. Upon hearing Hmph words, Chen Xiao's brows knitted even tighter. It was unexpected that even Hmph had been unable to determine the reason behind Chen Lan's inability to cultivate. It seemed quite a predicament indeed. Their only hope now rested on the supreme upgrade system, hoping it could identify the nature of Chen Lan's bloodline. Initially, the The system did not respond. However, when Chen Xiao's true essence reached the vicinity of Chen Lan's shoulder, the system's prompt suddenly chimed in. Ding. System notification. Unknown bloodline detected. Level. Would you like to devour? Unknown bloodline. Level. Chen Xiao was utterly bewildered. This was the first time the system had encountered a bloodline that it could not identify in terms of both name and rank. Was this bloodline concealed too deeply? Or had its level ascended to such heights that even the system was rendered incapable of detection? It is worth noting that even the divine bloodline talents of Zhu Ying and Su Meier had been successfully identified by the system. Yet now, the bloodline within Chen Lan remained a mystery. How could Chen Xiao possibly accept this? If the system could not discern it, did that not leave Chen Xiao utterly at a loss? Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao continued his investigation for a considerable time, yet still found no clues, and the system offered no further assistance. Chapter 62. Bloodline. If one wishes to fathom the depths of this matter, there exists but one recourse: to absorb the bloodline power within Chen Lan into Chen Xiao's own being, thereby allowing the system to detect its nature. However, it is abundantly clear that such an act is beyond Chen Xiao's capabilities, which in turn signifies his utter inability to grasp the circumstances surrounding Chen Lan's bloodline. Observing the pallor on Chen Xiao's face, Chen Lan gently clasped his arm, offering comfort. It's all right. After all, my elder brother will protect me. With a gentle smile, Chen Xiao replied, rest assured, I will devise a solution. I have just observed that your constitution is indeed quite unique. While it may present challenges, it does not imply that a solution is unattainable. I will manage it. You need not worry. He affectionately ruffled her hair, eliciting a smile from her. Meanwhile, Hmph, witnessing this tender exchange, found herself at a loss for words. The trio continued their conversation for a while, and after roughly an hour, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, soon revealing the robust figure of Hmph. Grandfather, Hmph called out first. Both Chen Xiao and Chen Lan promptly rose to their feet, stepping forward to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the four took their seats on the stone benches within the pavilion, engaging in casual inquiries about recent happenings, without delving into any other matters. Schwer, take Lan girl to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a few more delectable dishes. I wish to indulge in a hearty drink with Brother Chen. Han Xiao directed, casting a glance toward Hmph. Understood, she replied, nodding before taking Chen Lan's hand, and together they walked off into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Once the two were completely gone, the smiles on Chen Xiao and Han Xiao's faces gradually faded. I have heard that Brother Chen made quite an impression in Qingyang town, Han Xiao remarked with a knowing smile, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was well aware of the implications, though he had not anticipated the news spreading so swiftly, reaching this place. He wondered if the so-called Ziyan sect would come seeking him after learning of the events. Han Lao, do you have any insights regarding Chen Lan's peculiar constitution? Chen Xiao redirected the conversation to this pressing issue. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiao sighed. To be frank, Chen Lan's bloodline is indeed very unusual. I have consulted several individuals to investigate, yet none were able to discern anything remarkable. In fact, many have concluded that she possesses no bloodline power, rendering her incapable of sensing the spiritual energy of the world and thus unable to cultivate. However, I sense a discrepancy. Based on my years of experience, it is highly probable that her bloodline remains dormant, which would explain her inability to perceive the spiritual energy. In pursuit of clarity, I specifically ventured to the library of Tianwu Academy and perused a wealth of materials, finally uncovering some leads. As Han Xiao spoke, he instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Indeed, a glimmer of joy surfaced on Chen Xiao's face as he continued. I have discovered several instances. One case involved an individual whose bloodline talent was so exceedingly thin that it eluded detection by the censor, making it exceedingly difficult to activate. Consequently, they were deemed devoid of bloodline power. However, that individual ultimately relied on their meager bloodline strength to cultivate to the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving remarkable prowess. The second case concerns a being endowed with a divine special bloodline talent, who, prior to the age of 15, had not activated their bloodline and was regarded as a waste, undetectable by any means. It was only after a fortuitous incident that their bloodline was awakened, leading to an unstoppable ascent, reaching the realm of martial sovereign by the age of 30, and eventually becoming an unparalleled martial saint. As for the final instance, the bloodline power was initially undetectable, yet the individual could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was only after focusing on physical cultivation and attaining the realm of martial emperor that their bloodline power became evident. This is the information I have gathered. Although I have not found specific details regarding Chen Lan, at least I have a lead on where to begin. Xiao exhaled slowly after sharing this. Thank you. Chen Xiao reciprocated with a deep breath. It was evident that Chen Lan possessed bloodline power, undoubtedly at an astonishing level. Otherwise, the supreme upgrade system would not have failed to detect it, as lower levels could certainly be identified. Thus, Chen Xiao dismissed that possibility. Having established the presence of bloodline power, the next consideration was how to activate this talent. As long as the right method was found, success was within reach. The only lingering concern was the means of activation. Chen Lan appears to belong to a category of exceptionally high talent. I can ascertain that, though I cannot specify the exact nature of it for now. Chen Xiao mused thoughtfully. If that is the case, I have another method worth attempting, though. Xiao hesitated as he spoke further. But what is it? Chen Xiao asked, momentarily taken aback, before encouraging, Elder Han, please do not hesitate to share. I will contemplate it thoroughly. Very well then. Xiao finally relented, speaking slowly, while I was perusing these materials. I came across a record indicating that someone once utilized a mysterious treasure known as the five-colored lotus in conjunction with a fruit called the Saintis fruit. There is approximately a 40% chance of activating bloodline power through this combination. The record mentioned that 2 individuals had previously attempted this method, successfully activating their bloodlines and even experiencing a degree of enhancement. However, both items are heavenly treasures, and finding even one is exceedingly difficult, let alone collecting both. I fear these items may only exist deep within the 10,000 great mountains of the beast forest. Five-colored lotus? Saintis fruit? Chen Xiao repeated, his gaze flickering with intrigue as he pondered the implications. After a moment, a wry smile crept across his lips. Just a moment ago, he delved into the supreme upgrade system and discovered that both the five-colored lotus and the holy fruit could be directly exchanged within the system. Chen Xiao even began to ponder whether anything existing in this world could be acquired through this mechanism. However, he ultimately refrained from verifying this notion and merely glanced at the exchange prices of the 2 items. Yet, with just a fleeting look, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. The reason for this was simple. The prices were exorbitant. The five-colored lotus required a staggering 10,000 gold coins for exchange, while the holy fruit demanded 8,000 gold coins. Altogether, that amounted to an astounding 18,000 system gold coins. As it stood, Chen Xiao's total gold coin balance had dwindled to less than 5,000, having once been at that level but diminished by his own expenditures, leaving him with merely 4,800 coins, insufficient even for the cheapest holy fruit, let alone the pricier five-colored lotus. At that moment, Chen Xiao realized just how impoverished he truly was. Chapter 63, System Task Ding. The system prompts, tasked to rescue Chen Lan's talent by acquiring the holy maiden fruit and the five-color lotus. Activate the mysterious bloodline within Chen Lan. Task completed. Reward, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, double luck points, and the divine skill Heavenly Descent. Failure to complete the task will result in the deduction of 100,000 experience points from the host. Task duration, 3 months. Do you accept the task? Another task has been triggered. Moreover, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows, surprised by the system's unexpected largesse. Nonetheless, he had already intended to seek out these 2 items. Now that the system has issued a task, it is a mere formality for him to agree. Thus, he nodded and said, accepted. Ding. The host has successfully accepted the task to rescue Chen Lan's talent. The task duration is 3 months, and the countdown begins. As the system prompt resonated, a vivid red countdown appeared behind the task. Chen Xiao understood that failing to complete it within the stipulated time might mean a direct drop to the martial master realm. However, with 3 months at his disposal, he felt no overwhelming concern. Yet, system, could you provide a hint? Where on earth am I supposed to find these items? Ding. The system prompts. Half a month ago, someone discovered the five-color lotus, guarded by a 5th-level beast, near the Wan Beast Mountain range within 1,000 miles of the Beast Forest. The host may proceed to acquire it. With this revelation, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had merely been venting his frustration earlier, but to his astonishment, this supreme upgrade system demonstrated remarkable consideration by providing him a clue. This hint saved him a significant amount of time, although the range was still extensive. It paled in comparison to the vast expanse of the Beast Forest across the Fengyue continent. Beside him, Han Xiaolai appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why Chen Xiao suddenly wore such a joyful expression, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune. After all, it was merely information about what could be used to activate a talent. Was it truly worthy of such joy? Han Xiaolai longed to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refrained, silently observing Chen Xiao. Old Han, I'll trouble you to take care of Chen Lan during this time. I plan to take her away tomorrow. Chen Xiao stood up respectfully and bowed to Han Xiaolai. Unnecessary, unnecessary. I am but a few years older than you. In terms of cultivation, you likely surpass me. And in alchemy, you are far superior. Such formalities are unwarranted. Caring for the girl is my own volition. Besides, she is quite endearing and a good child. If you intend to take her into the Beast Forest, I must firmly advise against it. Such an endeavor is far too perilous, and I cannot consent to it. Rest assured, she will be safe in my care, Han Xiaolai replied, standing upright and speaking earnestly to Chen Xiao. Old Han, you need not worry. I am well aware of the risks and will not take her into danger. However, it is not ideal for me to linger here indefinitely, Chen Xiao said with a wry smile. More importantly, Chen Xiao understood that Chen Lan was likely reluctant to remain here any longer, as this place was not her home. Even he, after an extended stay, would start to feel uneasy. It would be prudent to consult Lan about her thoughts first. What do you think? Han Xiaolai remarked with a smile. While the two continued their discussion, not far away, Han Shuer and Chen Lan approached side by side. Grandfather, the meal has been prepared. Shall we head over now? Han Shuer inquired cheerfully as they reached Chen Xiao and the others. Very well, let us eat and converse simultaneously. Han Xiaolai responded with a grin, prompting Chen Xiao to rise as well. However, on the way, Chen Xiao spoke again. Lunner, I may need to be away for a while longer. Would you prefer to stay here, or should I escort you back to your family? I suggest it would be best for you to remain here, with Elder Han and Sister Shuer looking after you, which would offer me some peace of mind. Chen Zhao's words came from a place of sincerity. After all, he could not ascertain whether the Xun sect would retaliate. If they did come, although it was unlikely they would resort to annihilation, it was possible they might injure or even kill a few individuals to vent their frustration. Chen Xiao did not wish to put Chen Lan at risk. His earlier conversation with Han Xiaolai had merely been a means to gauge Han Xiaolai's stance. Chen Lan was taken aback, gazing intently at Chen Xiao. She hadn't anticipated that he would leave again so soon. Although she suspected it might be due to her physical condition, she felt a strong sense of reluctance. Yet, she understood that once Chen Xiao made a decision, she could not dissuade him. Observing the eager expression from Han Shuer and the warm smile on Han Xiaolai's face, she softly replied, I shall stay here for now. I trust Sister Shuer will not mind. However, I would like to return home to visit grandfather at some point. Is that permissible? After speaking, Chen Lan looked at Chen Xiao with hopeful eyes. Of course, I hope Elder Han can send a skilled protector to accompany you at that time. Chen Zhao's final words were directed at Han Xiaolai. Haha, dear brother, rest assured. I have this matter well in hand. Han Xiaolai responded, fully aware of Chen Zhao's concerns. He understood that the previous incidents in Qingyang town had been rather grave, and Chen Lan's return might pose dangers. It was evident to Han Xiaolai what Chen Xiao feared. Then it is settled. Chen Xiao felt a sense of relief. As long as Chen Lan did not reside too long in the Chen household, he would have little to worry about. Surely, the chances of an unfortunate encounter were slim. When the quartet arrived in the living room, the meal had already been prepared by the servants, 8 dishes and a soup. Although it appeared quite appetizing, Chen Xiao knew it would lack in flavor and would only be sampled lightly. The others seemed to share this sentiment. But Chen Xiao did not intend to showcase his culinary prowess, at least not at this moment. Later that night, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan conversed for a considerable time before each returned to their respective rooms. As Chen Xiao prepared to re-enter the beastly forest, he seized the opportunity to enhance his strength. He still had 5 zhu fruits remaining from his earlier encounter with Su Meier and her companion, which he thoroughly refined into elixirs. After reserving a small portion for future use, he consumed the rest to augment his cultivation. Although the increase was modest, It was certainly better than nothing. In addition to transforming the zhu fruits into elixirs, Chen Xiao also concocted a considerable number of premium recovery pills, specifically stored for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. The night passed peacefully amidst his diligent preparations. Early the next morning, Chen Lan eagerly approached, insisting on taking Chen Xiao out for a stroll, accompanied by Hmph as well. Reluctantly, and given that he had indeed planned to procure some items that day, Chen Xiao acquiesced to their request. Chapter 64. Return to the beastly forest. What transpired next was an event that incited immense envy. Two ethereal maidens, resembling celestial beings, accompanied a young lad as they meandered through the streets of North Xian City. Most notably, one of these enchanting maidens clung tightly to the boy's arm, while a serene and exquisite beauty graced their side, surpassing even the first in allure. As they journeyed, they sparked admiration and jealousy in the hearts of many. Chen Xiao even pondered that if glances could kill, he might have met his demise countless times over. The trio traversed nearly all the attractions within North Xian City before escorting the two maidens back. However, their expedition bore considerable fruit, as Chen Xiao managed to procure many of the necessary items he required for his endeavors. Additionally, he chanced upon a herbal shop where he acquired a substantial amount of ingredients, such as ginger and cinnamon, which pleasantly surprised him, albeit it was quite reasonable given their nature as herbs. Moreover, Chen Xiao stumbled upon intriguing substances, saltpeter and sulfur. Despite having lived as a reclusive individual in his past life, he harbored aspirations as a technically inclined enthusiast, dabbling in various fields, including the production of gunpowder. Upon discovering these materials, he did not hesitate to purchase them. Although he still lacked certain components, he deemed it prudent to gather those at a later time. After spending a night in North Xian City, Chen Xiao found himself at the gates of his residence at dawn the following day. He waved farewell to Hmph, Chen Lan, and the accompanying Han Xiao before resolutely turning towards the city outskirts, disappearing into the throng. While he was eager to seek out the five-colored lotus and the holy fruit, Chen Xiao did not rush unduly. Instead, he first ventured to another city not far from North Xian, where he cleared out the remaining supplies he needed before mounting a half-demon steed, a dragon colt he had specifically acquired, and galloping towards the beastly forest. The term half-demon beast refers to mounts specifically bred from a combination of artificially raised demon beasts and wild animals. This dragon colt was one such specimen, resembling a horse yet significantly larger and more robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a back broad enough to accommodate an adult without the risk of falling off. Legend has it that this creature possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon. Chen Xiao was unsure of its veracity, and he even contemplated whether to slay the dragon colt to consume its bloodline for himself. However, upon reflecting on the creature's rank, he dismissed the thought. Nevertheless, the speed of this dragon colt was indeed remarkable, aptly described as capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. It could run tirelessly for an entire day and night, achieving astonishing velocity. Even the round trip from North Xian City to Qingyang Town could be completed within a day. However, while its qualities were exceptional, its price was exorbitantly high. Even the most ordinary dragon colt required thousands of gold coins, let alone the superior breeds, which were simply beyond the means of ordinary folk. Beneath Chen Xiao, the ebony steed was a selection he had made with the expenditure of 3,000 gold coins, a mere trifle for him. This time, he opted to enter the forest from the same area where he had first ventured into the beast forest. The reason was simple: familiarity. Entering the beast forest from this location was considerably less perilous than from other areas, and it undoubtedly promised greater swiftness. Indeed, reality confirmed this assertion, as Chen Xiao encountered virtually no obstacles along his way, even when he occasionally collided with a beast. Those encounters merely served to augment his experience and provide him with supper. After a leisurely journey over the course of more than 10 days, he returned to the spot where he had fortuitously encountered Su Meier and Zhuang. The traces of battle still lingered on the ground, yet everything had changed. The remnants of beast carcasses had long since transformed into stark, white bones, save for a solitary zhu fruit tree that continued to thrive in the valley. Chen Xiao did not approach it. He merely cast a glance before proceeding deeper into the forest. As time gradually slipped away, it had been nearly half a month since Chen Xiao entered the beast forest. In a secluded grove on a low hillside, he concealed himself within the trunk of a tree, suppressing his aura as he scrutinized a sheepskin map in his possession. This map had cost him several thousand gold coins, acquired in a nearby city after departing from Beishan City. Despite its steep price, the map's details were rather sparse, merely encompassing the vicinity of the eastern mountain ranges of the Beast Forest within a 1,000-mile radius. It indicated regions where formidable beasts might appear and delineated the various mountain ranges, which, while perhaps of little use to an ordinary person, were perfectly suited to Chen Xiao's needs. For he sought the Wanshou mountain range, merely one of the many elevations within the Beast Forest. In reality, the term Beast Forest was merely a collective designation for martial artists. Within its expanse lay countless mountains, rivers, and streams. The Wanshou mountain range was but a minuscule fragment of this vast wilderness. Without the map, Chen Xiao would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate his destination. His gaze traversed the map while simultaneously observing his surroundings, gradually correlating the nearby mountain contours. What a chaotic map, Chen Xiao lamented, exasperated by the crude artistry of its depiction. After contemplating for a cup of tea's duration, he remained unable to ascertain his precise location. In exasperation, he shifted his position several times, and at last, atop the tallest tree in the vicinity, he discovered the map's indication, confirming his whereabouts. It seemed that upon crossing the next hill, he would arrive at the Wanshou mountain range. Chen Xiao's spirit surged, and he stowed the map away, choosing not to rush toward his destination. Instead, he descended and sought a clean, secluded cave nearby, where he resolved to rest for an entire day. During this period, Chen Xiao remained on high alert, for he was about to venture into the perilous Wanshou mountain range. Naturally, he endeavored to restore himself to his peak condition. The Wanshou mountain range, as its name suggests, is teeming with countless demonic beasts, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. The mountains stretch for thousands of miles, characterized by varying heights and overlapping peaks, making it all too easy for one to become lost within their embrace. Moreover, situated within a 1,000-mile radius of the demonic Beast Forest, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in the Wanshou mountain range is exceptionally rich, fostering the growth of both demonic creatures and rare treasures. This proliferation of beasts is no mere coincidence. These insights were gleaned from annotations on the map, yet there was no record of the specific tiers of the demonic beasts that resided within. It appeared that those who had previously ventured to explore did not delve deeply into the heart of the Wanshou mountain range, spanning tens of thousands of miles. This mountainous expanse is a realm brimming with untold beasts, and for Chen Xiao to seek out the elusive five-colored lotus hidden within its depths is indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, no matter how daunting the task may be, Chen Xiao must rise to meet it. Chapter 65. The Perilous Beast Mountain Range After a Restful Night. As the dawn broke, Chen Xiao officially stepped into the Beast Mountain Range, having freshened himself at a nearby pond. In his grasp, he tightly held a silver longsword that gleamed coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Any slightest movement would be detected by him in an instant. It was not that Chen Xiao was overly cautious. Rather, entering the Beast Mountain Range meant placing one's life at great risk. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal encounter with a lurking serpent hidden in the grass. Perhaps due to the daylight, Chen Xiao encountered no monstrous beasts on his journey. Even the birds were a rare sight. However, he could distinctly sense an increase in the ambient spiritual energy of the surroundings. He speculated that if he could cultivate here, his speed would increase by at least 30%. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. It would be foolish to attempt cultivation in a place where beasts could appear at any moment, unless one were seeking a swift demise. After thoroughly searching the area and finding no sign of beasts, Chen Xiao noted the numerous trampled marks on the ground, indicating that many creatures had been present earlier. For reasons unknown, they had now vanished. His search yielded nothing but some medicinal herbs, and still, he remained vigilant, his expression growing more serious. Odd occurrences often herald ominous events. Something was amiss here, and he would not dismiss it lightly. Following the numerous footprints for several thousand meters, Chen Xiao's demeanor suddenly shifted as he concealed himself within a thicket. Almost at the moment of his concealment, a deep, resonant roar echoed from not far away. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, he squinted to catch a glimpse outside. Though he could hear the roars, he could only make out vague shadows. Yet the sound indicated that there were no fewer than several beasts. He refrained from recklessly revealing himself, instead suppressing his aura and patiently waiting. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the surrounding clamor gradually subsided. Only then did Chen Xiao cautiously peek toward the source of the previous tumult. Near that location, the remains of a serpent-like beast, nearly 2 meters tall, lay in gruesome disarray, the ground soaked with blood and entrails. The lingering aura suggested it was at least a second-tier beast. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. This was clearly the result of infighting among the beasts. Typically, creatures of similar ranks seldom engage in conflict with one another. What could have provoked such a scenario? The situation grew increasingly bizarre, weighing heavily on Chen Xiao's mind. If there had been a riot among the beasts, it would pose significant challenges to his forthcoming endeavors. After a brief search of the vicinity and discovering that other beasts had inexplicably vanished, Chen Xiao was compelled to abandon his search. He resumed following the multitude of footprints. Pressing onward, he had no choice. Until he unraveled the mystery of what transpired here, he could not rest easy in his pursuit of the five-color lotus. Following the trail marked by those signs, Chen Xiao journeyed southwest for nearly 10 miles, his pace gradually slowing as a heightened vigilance painted his features. At this moment, he found himself situated on the sloping hillside of a verdant canyon. Having ascended from his earlier path, he now beheld a vast canyon basin sprawling before him, its expanse easily spanning several dozen miles. At the heart of the canyon lay an inland lake, shimmering like a flawless mirror. Appearing as a resplendent gem nestled amidst the rocky embrace of the canyon, reflecting the sunlight above in a dazzling dance of ripples. However, Chen Xiao's gaze did not linger long upon the lake. Instead, it shifted toward the shores, where an assembly of hundreds of monstrous beasts congregated. A cursory glance revealed a mix of sizes among them, and he sensed an ominous aura emanating from several creatures, indicating that at least a few possessed terrifying strengths above the third tier. This suggested that among them were several beasts at the formidable martial king level. Previously, a mere peak second-tier Iron Blood Bull had thoroughly overpowered Su Meyer and Zhuing, so the prospect of facing a throng of second-tier beasts intermixed with a handful of third-tier ones was daunting. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao noted that there were nearly 100 second-tier beasts alone, with the remainder being first-tier. What could be the purpose of such a multitude of beasts gathering in one location? His eyes narrowed slightly as he refrained from making any hasty actions, instead concealing himself within a thicket that was difficult to detect. Under the blazing sun, the canyon echoed with intermittent roars of the beasts. Though Chen Xiao could not comprehend their language, he discerned that they bore a warning tone. The congregation of so many beasts posed a significant risk, and within less than half an hour, he had witnessed several instances of ferocious skirmishes erupting among them, with many second-tier beasts falling victim to the chaos. As time progressed, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed deeper. Rather than dispersing, the beasts were increasingly drawn together. He began to suspect that they might be plotting something sinister. Scanning the nearby valley with utmost focus, his eyes soon brightened with discovery. Along the rocky walls and edges of stones surrounding the canyon, he spotted an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, a treasure trove for alchemical endeavors, astonishingly abundant in this locale. Even third-tier materials were plentiful, igniting a spark of excitement within Chen Xiao, for to him, these represented wealth. Gathering them would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation significantly. However, clarity soon returned to his mind. If such a multitude of beasts continued to gather here, there would be no chance of harvesting those precious herbs, and he might struggle to even approach the area. Was there something lurking in that lake? His gaze fixated on the glimmering surface, his eyes narrowing slightly. Initially overlooked, upon closer examination, Chen Xiao discerned that something was amiss. Although these monstrous beasts were congregated within the valley, they were not spaced too far apart. On the contrary, they were almost entirely gathered near the edge of the lake, completely enveloping it. As Chen Xiao scanned his surroundings, he did not discern anything on the lake's surface. However, at the lake's bottom, he discovered something that sent chills down his spine. A shadow, an extraordinarily enormous shadow. Despite the considerable distance, Chen Xiao could ascertain that the creature was at least 10 meters in size and was slowly gliding along the lake's bed. Had it not been for the sun's reflection above, illuminating a portion that happened to be in shadow, and Chen Xiao standing on the hillside, he would have never made this unsettling observation. 10 meters. This was Chen Xiao's first encounter with such a colossal beast. Even the incessantly roaring third-tier monsters within the valley paled in comparison to this terrifying entity. He could scarcely fathom the level of that creature, but it was undoubtedly a beast of fourth-tier status or higher. Chapter 66. The scheme reaching the fourth tier was tantamount to attaining the realm of the martial emperor, a level far beyond the current capabilities of Chen Xiao. Despite having spent over half a month in the beast forest, Chen Xiao's cultivation had barely reached the initial stage of a 9-star martial general, leaving a considerable gap to the martial king realm, let alone the martial emperor. Was he to simply relinquish all hope? Casting a glance at the congregation of beasts below, Chen Xiao felt a surge of reluctance. The commotion suggested the emergence of an extraordinary treasure, perhaps even a celestial material of the 4th or 5th tier. If he could seize it, it might pave the way for his breakthrough to the martial king realm. Yet, regardless of his inner yearning, Chen Xiao could not risk his life for such a venture. The multitude of beasts below rendered success implausible. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to retreat. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously tranquil assembly of beasts erupted into a cacophony of intense roars, as a wave of unrest rippled through their ranks. Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he turned back. But before he could discern anything unusual, an inexplicable fragrance wafted up from the valley below. What was this? Chen Xiao's spirit stirred. The aroma was peculiar, imbued with a wealth of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Just a single inhalation brought a sense of euphoria, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. Could it be that a remarkable entity had emerged? Chen Xiao swiftly retreated into the thicket, directing his gaze towards the lake below. Indeed, he observed the horde of beasts beginning to crowd towards the lake's edge. At the center of the lake, the once placid surface suddenly broke into ripples. Following this, a multitude of carp leaped from the water, their numbers increasing exponentially. Eventually, the entire surface of the lake was teeming with the vibrant silhouettes of fish. Aside from the center of the lake, Chen Xiao's attention was inevitably drawn to the peculiarities at its heart. The center continued to ripple, yet not a single fish dared to breach its confines, as if an invisible barrier enveloped that space, rendering it extraordinarily enigmatic. Time flowed by. The commotion of the fish grew quieter, while the beasts grew increasingly tumultuous, with many engaging in fierce combat, the air resonating with thunderous sounds. In the azure expanse of the lake's center, a small patch of emerald green timidly emerged, akin to a bashful maiden peeking forth. This verdant hue, in stark contrast to its surroundings, shone brilliantly, capturing Chen Xiao's attention almost instantaneously. Just then, a succession of green shoots began to sprout forth like bamboo after spring rains, densely populating the area. In the span of a mere tea time, more than 10 shoots had emerged in that region. This aside, under the watchful gaze of Chen Xiao, the tender green shoots began to unfurl gradually towards the sun, ultimately forming lotus leaves no larger than a plate. Lotus leaves? Chen Xiao exchanged glances, taken aback by the peculiar manner in which these leaves emerged. Before he could formulate any further judgments, 2 small points emerged from the leaves, this time not in emerald green, but in an extraordinarily vivid array of colors. Upon surfacing, the brilliance of these hues intensified, appearing exceptionally striking even upon the sunlit surface of the lake. Is this the 5-colored lotus? Chen Xiao's pupils constricted suddenly. In that instant, he recalled the system's earlier prompt. The 5-colored lotus was said to reside within the Beast Mountain range, 1,000 miles within the monster beast forest, and was guarded by 5th-tier magical beasts. It appeared that the current scene was indeed entirely consistent with that information. Furthermore, the enormous shadow he had glimpsed beneath the lake was evidently the 5th-tier beast mentioned in the system's alert. Even Chen Xiao had not anticipated that this journey would lead him so effortlessly to the location of the 5-colored lotus, which appeared to be on the brink of maturity. Otherwise, it would not have attracted such a multitude of magical beasts. However, Chen Xiao felt a twinge of relief. Had it not been for the congregation of these beasts, he might have struggled to locate this hidden basin nestled within the mountains. Yet, the presence of that 5th-tier beast weighed heavily on his mind. Even as a martial artist at the martial spirit realm, he had never witnessed its prowess, let alone a 5th-tier creature, which was equivalent to the martial zone realm. This being was indeed 2 significant realms above Chen Xiao, and with a mere swipe, it could easily obliterate him. The difficulty of this task surpassed Chen Xiao's imagination. No wonder the rewards were so lavish. It was, after all, a matter of life and death. He silently began to express his grievances towards the system in his heart, his entire being tense as he fixed his gaze intently on the lake below, watching the five-colored lotus gradually unfurl. As time flowed steadily, the two blossoming five-colored lotuses on the lake's surface grew increasingly resplendent, now the size of a palm, on the verge of full bloom. When they fully blossomed, it would mark the moment of their complete maturity, and their effectiveness would peak at that time, allowing for maximum benefits upon harvesting. Though these magical beasts possessed limited intelligence, they were acutely sensitive to the changes in these spiritual herbs, which explained their patient waiting. Otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls erupted from the sky, causing Chen Xiao to look up in surprise. Hovering several hundred meters above him was a flock of avian magical beasts, each approximately a meter in size, with at least dozens in number. Fortunately, they were merely first-tier beasts and ordinary wildlife, posing no significant threat to Chen Xiao. Aside from these, other small creatures like birds and beasts had long since been driven away by the magical beasts in the area, not daring to approach. Beneath the lake, the massive black shadow had vanished without a trace, leaving Chen Xiao unaware of its whereabouts. Yet it is precisely this that intensifies Chen Xiao's concerns. A fifth-tier demon beast is a formidable symbol of power, and if Chen Xiao wishes to lay claim to the five-colored lotus, he must resort to cunning stratagems. Casting his gaze upon the myriad of demon beasts below, and then glancing at those soaring in the sky, Chen Xiao felt a stirring of desire. If only he possessed a flying mount at this moment, he could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and flee without a second thought. However, lacking such a mount, he did not harbor the delusion that he could pilfer the prize and escape from the encirclement. Even with his commendable agility, he was not so arrogant as to underestimate the situation. It seems that he must devise a plan involving the demon beasts below. Chen Xiao rested his chin in contemplation, his eyes wandering among the multitude of creatures in the basin, lost in thought. Chapter 67. The five-colored lotus. As Chen Xiao watched the flock of birds descend towards the lake nestled within the mountain, a sense of urgency overcame him, compelling him to take action. However, before he could make a move, a terrifying roar of a beast suddenly erupted. The sound reverberated throughout the land, and even as Chen Xiao lay on the slope, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Nearby, some boulders were dislodged by the force of the roar, tumbling down the slope and crashing amongst the beasts below, causing considerable chaos. Chen Xiao suppressed his aura with great effort, daring not to reveal even a hint of his presence. His gaze fixated intently on the center of the lake. The enormous shadow that had vanished earlier reemerged, piercing through the lake's surface and rising into view. It was then that Chen Xiao discerned the truth. The massive shadow was, in fact, a gigantic black serpent, its scales dark and glistening. To call it merely a black serpent seemed inadequate, for atop its head were two slightly bulging antennae, and its colossal body was thick enough for several men to embrace. Even just its head towered several meters high, with crimson eyes that resembled two flaming lanterns, emanating a terrifying aura that sent the nearby beasts into a panicked retreat. Is this a Jiao? Chen Xiao's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. The Jiao, also known as the Flood Dragon, is rumored to possess the bloodline of dragons, making it an exceedingly rare beast. Furthermore, due to its draconic lineage, its combat prowess is nothing short of formidable, rendering it nearly invincible among its peers. At this moment, Chen Xiao truly felt the gravity of the situation. It would have been manageable if it were merely a typical fifth-tier beast, but to contend with a top-tier Jiao dragon? The thought of competing with such a creature for resources was beyond his boldness. Even the aerial beasts that had been diving towards the lake were now frightened and hastily retreated back into the skies. Yet, the Jiao seemed to have sensed their retreat. Its massive head lifted, and with a sudden, fierce opening of its jaws, a jet of water shot forth, rapidly targeting the airborne beasts. The water arrow traveled with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the flock, and in an instant, it pierced through them, accompanied by blood-curdling cries. A multitude of feathers and the lifeless bodies of the avian beasts plummeted to the ground. Chen Xiao felt a chill creep over him. Moments ago, he had contemplated acquiring a mount to assist him in the endeavor, but now it was clear that even a mount would lead to a swifter demise. In the blink of an eye, over a third of the dozen beasts had perished, and the remaining few, like startled birds, dared not linger. They ascended rapidly, fleeing towards the distant mountains. The once bustling sounds of the sky fell silent. Around the lake, the restless throng of beasts also quieted. Even the leading third-tier creatures were rendered mute. Many first- and second-tier beasts had quietly begun to retreat, clearly intimidated by the imposing presence of the fifth-tier Jiao dragon, unwilling to advance any further. If these monstrous beasts were to retreat just like that, Chen Xiao would have no choice but to flee immediately. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for him to seize the five-color lotus right beneath the noses of these fifth-level creatures. He could not allow this situation to persist. He needed to devise a strategy. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xiao glanced at the five-color lotus, which was on the verge of fully blooming in the lake, and then at the nearby horde of beasts. Utilizing the shadows cast by the mountains, he stealthily began to approach the basin. Time elapsed, each second ticking away. Apart from a few third-level beasts lingering at the lake's edge, emitting low growls of frustration, the remaining second-level creatures had retreated entirely, seemingly about to exit the basin. However, at that moment, one of the first-level beasts at the perimeter suddenly let out a piercing scream, followed by a violent collision with another beast ahead. This triggered a chain reaction akin to a row of dominoes, causing the entire group of creatures to erupt into a cacophony of roars and howls. Many of the more temperamental beasts immediately engaged in vicious fights with their neighbors. The scene became chaotic. In the lake, the enormous serpent's head abruptly turned, its crimson eyes, like lanterns, fixated on the throng of beasts. A resounding roar echoed. Then, the colossal serpent's head moved again. A segment of its body emerged from the water. Its jaws agape, as dark crimson fangs flickered, launching a water arrow several meters long directly towards the beast horde on the shore. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. The water arrow struck among the beasts, instantly piercing the body of a second-level creature. Scarlet blood splattered, cascading over dozens of surrounding beasts. The nearby creatures fell silent, only to be followed by a frenzy of more savage biting and attacking. At that moment, the leading third-level beasts emitted a series of fierce roars, spurring a rush of creatures towards the lake. The horde, numbering nearly 1,000, surged into chaos. In the lake, the gigantic serpent's head opened wide, issuing a warning roar. Yet, at that moment, those beasts were blinded by bloodlust. Even the timid ones that paused were trampled to death by the frenzied creatures behind them, unable to halt their charge. The horde relentlessly surged towards the lake, aiming for the center where the five-color lotus awaited. In a patch of grass at the entrance of the valley basin, Chen Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The recent upheaval among the beasts was, of course, a result of his subtle manipulations. Initially, he had prepared numerous tactics, but he did not expect these creatures to react so dramatically. A mere stone thrown at one of them had elicited such an overwhelming response. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Xiao surveyed the surroundings, searching for possible paths for both advancement and escape. As for the massive boss radiating golden light in the midst of it all, he felt fortunate to be in the presence of the five-color lotus, which was his primary objective. While Chen Xiao was taking stock, the beasts had already surged to the edge of the lake. It must be said that at this moment, the phrase humans die for wealth and birds perish for food aptly encapsulates the scene that Chen Xiao beheld. A multitude of demon beasts recklessly surged toward the lake's edge, while several third-tier demon beasts strategically separated themselves, clearly intending to make a desperate bid to seize food from the fifth-tier demon beast. Such behavior is exceedingly rare among these hierarchically structured creatures, occurring only in the presence of profound enmity or when something has incited such overwhelming greed that they would risk their lives. The five-colored lotus before them had evidently reached that threshold. The enormous dragon, provoked, roared in fury, its majestic form moving from the center of the lake to its perimeter. With a powerful shake of its body, torrents of water surged from the lake, creating colossal waves that sent the weaker demon beasts tumbling to the ground. Chapter 68. Audacious thoughts. As for those beasts of level 2 and above, a relentless barrage of water arrows was mercilessly slaying them. Indeed, it was a massacre. Chen Xiao had been concealed within the thicket, his gaze unwavering from the imposing figure of the black dragon. From beginning to end, he had not observed any intention from the dragon to move. It merely stirred the waters, successfully thwarting the continued assaults of these monstrous creatures. It appeared as though it regarded them with disdain. The disparity in power was simply too great. Even though these beasts numbered nearly 1,000, they were insufficient to withstand its wrath. In the span of merely a tea's brew, a significant portion of the lesser beasts had been grievously injured, while the remainder, suddenly clear-headed, dared not advance any further. Regardless of the furious roars and attempts at intimidation from the 3 level 3 beasts, they remained indifferent. In resignation, the 3 beasts departed from the pack, scattering in 3 directions around the lake. The colossal dragon supported its upper body, gliding slowly through the water, its serpentine head continuously observing the 3 beasts, occasionally flicking its tongue as if assessing something. Now and then, a water arrow would erupt from its maw, targeting the level 3 beasts. However, level 3 beasts were not to be compared with ordinary creatures. The water arrows could scarcely harm them, not even grazing their formidable forms. As time passed, the fragrant aroma grew ever more intense, and the 5-colored lotus finally bloomed in full splendor. Sunlight cascaded upon the vibrant petals, reflecting a soft, ethereal glow, creating a breathtaking sight. It was at this moment that the wandering black dragon suddenly turned, swimming toward the center of the lake where the 5-colored lotus resided, seemingly intent on devouring it whole. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xiao's heart tightened, his internal energy instinctively surging, only to be forcefully restrained. No matter how desperately he tried, he could not attain it. "Hurry, go," Chen Xiao silently urged as he watched the 3 level 3 beasts, equivalent to martial kings, praying fervently in his heart. It seemed as though Chen Xiao's silent entreaties bore fruit, as the 3 beasts abruptly halted, without hesitation leaping toward the center of the lake. Unlike the dragon, these 3 beasts possessed not only astonishing speed, but also impressive leaping ability. With a single bound, they could traverse hundreds of meters across the vast expanse of the lake, which spanned over 1,000 meters in diameter, making their way towards the 5-colored lotus in the lake's center with ease. A sudden hissing erupted from the black dragon's mouth, its massive form abruptly halting as it turned its gaze to the left. There, a beast resembling a bear, covered in thick fur, was leaping through the air, poised to pounce. Just then, the waters below surged, and a massive shadow, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth, crashing directly into the beast. In the next moment, the 5-meter-tall black bear beast was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a pile of rubble on the shore, producing a thunderous roar. On the other side, the 2 demonic beasts had nearly arrived as well. However, at that moment, the black dragon suddenly plunged into the water, vanishing from sight. The surface of the lake, apart from the ripples expanding outward, revealed nothing else. Chen Xiao's eyes widened as he intended to meticulously search for the black dragon's trace. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted from the nearby lake, followed by a colossal shadow surging from the depths. Its gaping maw aimed directly at a 3rd-tier beast resembling a raccoon soaring in the air. The creature, evidently taken by surprise, could not react in time and could only watch helplessly as its form was engulfed by the enormous serpent's mouth. Gulp. Chen Xiao, concealed within the thicket, swallowed hard, his heart inexplicably racing. The scene he had just witnessed was profoundly shocking. A 3rd-tier beast, comparable to a martial king, had been effortlessly devoured by the black dragon. It seemed he truly needed to devise another plan. Chen Xiao pondered, his gaze instinctively landing on the last beast. This final creature was peculiar, covered in long, brown fur, adorned with 2 tiny antennae upon its head, a being that resembled neither deer nor horse. Even Chen Xiao could not recognize it at first glance. However, its speed was astonishingly swift, and what was even more bizarre was that after leaping 100 meters, it did not descend but instead propelled itself further into the air as if a platform had suddenly materialized beneath its feet, aiding its leap. Due to this extraordinary ability, when the black dragon opened its gaping maw to strike, the brown beast deftly changed direction midair, even stepping on the black dragon's head before darting toward the center of the lake, where the multicolored lotus awaited. As it drew nearer, Chen Xiao could see the brown beast had opened its mouth wide, aiming to bite down on one of the multicolored lotus flowers. Chen Xiao understood that the essence of such a plant resided primarily in the seed pod. Consuming the flower and seed pod would equate to acquiring immense benefits. At this moment, if Chen Xiao still failed to comprehend the significance of the multicolored lotus, he might as well cease to exist. The fact that so many demonic beasts would risk their lives to seize it indicated that it could at least elevate them by a level. indirectly attesting to the tremendous power of the multicolored lotus. If he could obtain it, Chen Lan's constitution could be awakened. The chase continued in the lake. Although the brown-furred beast had dodged once, the black dragon was evidently enraged, launching water arrows from its mouth and wielding its massive tail submerged in the lake, continuously striking at the airborne creature. And then, Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Was this not the opportunity he had long awaited? Though it was somewhat perilous, he resolved to attempt it, for Chen Lan was his sister. In the next moment, Chen Xiao concealed himself behind a nearby thicket, skillfully navigating along a previously chosen narrow path, successfully evading the attention of the monstrous beasts. He began to inch closer to the edge of the lake. Uncertain whether other creatures lurked within the waters, Chen Xiao resolved to take a gamble. Should there be more serpentine beings akin to the one he had encountered, he would have no choice but to retreat promptly. Fortunately, the brown-furred beast proved to be rather formidable, showing no signs of defeat even after a considerable time, repeatedly coming close to seizing the multicolored lotus. Within the lake, the black serpent was evidently in a state of fury, relentlessly attacking the brown-furred beast. This distraction allowed Chen Xiao to silently submerge himself into the water, unnoticed by the enraged creature. As he entered the lake, he dared not even surface, passing through the throng of hundreds of beasts and slipping into the water that surrounded them. This thrilling endeavor was so exhilarating that Chen Xiao found himself controlling his heartbeat, fearful that even the slightest sound might summon the fearsome creature toward him. Chapter 69. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth out of fear. Chen Xiao submerged himself into the lake, plunging directly to the bottom. Although the lake appeared modest in size, its actual depth was a terrifying 1,000 meters. As Chen Xiao swam along the lake bed, he could discern nothing but an enveloping darkness. The only sound was the occasional ripple of water, rendering him entirely isolated. Estimating that he had likely reached the area beneath the multicolored lotus, he decided to ascend. At that moment, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, prompting him to glance down into the depths. There, amidst the inky blackness, lay a black-gray gemstone emanating a faint halo of light. Yet, it resembled more of an egg, an enormous eggshell, towering at 2 meters. Could it be the egg of the black dragon? Chen Xiao's heart leaped at the audacious thought that took root within him. Looking upwards, he felt the water around him still churning, a clear indication that the battle above was ongoing. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and swam towards the colossal dragon egg. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao was even more astounded. Although the eggshell was predominantly black-gray, it radiated a peculiar, faint white glow, and it was significantly larger than Chen Xiao himself. Fortunately, he did not need to carry it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to transport. Collect, Chen Xiao silently intoned, and in an instant, the previously luminous lakebed was engulfed in darkness. He did not linger. Suppressing his presence, he swiftly ascended towards the surface. As light intensified above, Chen Xiao became increasingly cautious, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the massive black dragon. The water, however, surged violently, its tumultuous waves betraying the ferocity of the ongoing struggle. Before long, Chen Xiao's gaze fixed upon the enormous shadow of the black dragon. He observed a serpent-like body, thick as 3 men's embrace, writhing through the water and stirring the surroundings. He also caught sight of a brown-furred beast perched on the shore, its gaze fixed menacingly on the lake. Lesser beasts, those below the second rank, lingered at the water's edge, too frightened to approach further. Chen Xiao noted that a considerable portion of the brown-furred beast's flesh had been torn away, a clear testament to its fierce encounter with the black dragon. Without dwelling on this, he continued his search and soon spotted the multicolored lotus floating at the center of the lake. Strangely enough, the lotus flowers and leaves showed no sign of dirt, as if they had materialized from thin air. Even the pristine, jade-like roots floated serenely in the water, with branches extending from them, ultimately reaching the surface. 2 multicolored lotuses, each with its own root, drew Chen Xiao's attention. He stealthily approached the nearest lotus root. Closer, even closer, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At that moment, the colossal black serpent in the lake let out a deafening roar, seemingly sensing something amiss, causing Chen Xiao to halt in his tracks, paralyzed with fear. On the shore, the enormous brown-furred beast seemed to perceive an opportunity and lunged once more towards the center of the lake, where the vibrant 5-colored lotus resided. Enraged, The black serpent darted forward, targeting the airborne brown beast. What a rare ally, Chen Xiao mused, hastily accelerating to seize a lotus root, along with its leaves and the 5-colored lotus, storing them in his system backpack. As for the other lotus, despite his desire to collect it, Tom was no longer on his side. With such a commotion erupting and a 5-colored lotus spirited away, it would be sheer folly for the black serpent not to notice. Almost instantaneously, as Chen Xiao secured the 5-colored lotus, the massive serpent's head swung around, unleashing a water arrow in his direction. The forceful wind from behind startled Chen Xiao, prompting him to leap from the water's surface, channeling all his energy to skim across the waves. Boom! The torrential rain cascaded down, yet Chen Xiao dared not glance back, fleeing with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the gigantic beast seized the moment, charging towards the remaining 5-colored lotus. This act incensed the black serpent further, which unleashed another water arrow at the brown beast, simultaneously slamming its massive tail against the surface of the lake, striking the creature with tremendous force. A thunderous sound erupted as the lake water splashed wildly, and the brown beast was sent hurtling against distant rocks, its body drenched in crimson. After dispatching the beast, the black serpent did not immediately pursue Chen Xiao. Instead, it opened its maw, swallowing the remaining 5-colored lotus before plunging back into the depths of the lake. In a fleeting moment, a resounding roar echoed as Chen Xiao reached the shore, only to find himself surrounded by beasts. While these creatures dared not pursue the black serpent, they showed no fear towards Chen Xiao, encircling him instead. This left Chen Xiao speechless. Fortunately, he had previously charted an escape route. Weaving through the throng of beasts, he dispatched a few of them, gaining some experience points, before charging up the rocky cliffside. With a series of powerful leaps, he ascended to the midpoint of the mountain. Behind him, the massive black serpent erupted from the lake's depths, spotting Chen Xiao halfway up the slope, and swiftly surged towards him. The valley reverberated with the serpent's furious roars, as those unfortunate beasts caught in its path were mercilessly trampled, leaving a trail of devastation. The remaining creatures, realizing the true wrath of this behemoth and aware that the 5-colored lotus was now gone, hastily retreated in terror. In the blink of an eye, the valley basin, once teeming with hundreds of monstrous beasts, lay desolate, littered with chaos and corpses. At this moment, Chen Xiao had ascended to the summit of the slope, a good 100 meters away from the basin. Yet, he dared not let his guard down. A 5th-level beast was a formidable adversary, and who could fathom its capabilities? As soon as Chen Xiao reached the peak, he dashed into the lush embrace of the forest. The wisdom of his choice was soon confirmed. Almost simultaneously with his entrance into the woods, the black serpent emerged from the slope, its enormous crimson eyes glinting menacingly as it climbed with ease, as if the 100-meter height posed no challenge whatsoever. Witnessing this, Chen Xiao felt a surge of urgency. He could not afford to linger even for a moment. He invoked the phantom step to its utmost potential, drawing upon the powers within his devouring bloodline, channeling every bit of strength he could muster to enhance his speed. Chapter 70. Flee. 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 In an instant, Chen Xiao's speed surged to more than double, his form almost transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed forward. The trees within the dense forest became his best allies, providing him with leverage. With no time to ponder, Chen Xiao ascended the trunks, deftly leaping from branch to branch, covering several 100 meters in mere blinks of an eye. Behind him, the colossal black serpent, witnessing this spectacle, let out a furious roar, its anguish palpable as it lamented the loss of the precious egg it had painstakingly laid. Its immense body, nearly 20 meters long and as thick as 3 men embracing, writhed upon the ground, sweeping aside trees and obliterating anything that dared obstruct its path. Moreover, its speed rivaled that of Chen Xiao. Without the trees, it would likely outpace him. What to do now? Cold sweat beaded on Chen Xiao's forehead. If this continued, it would not be long before the monstrous beast caught up to him, and escape would become an impossibility. His gaze darted around, mind racing through the terrain he had traversed, seeking a favorable advantage. Yet, it soon became evident that all was in vain. Even a high slope or cliff would be of little consequence against the creature pursuing him. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced open suddenly resounded. Chen Xiao, in midair, executed a sharp turn. Almost simultaneously, a water arrow grazed the hem of his clothes, crashing violently into a large tree, effortlessly severing the trunk, which was as thick as two men embracing. Its power was formidable. The howling winds intensified behind him, the roars drawing alarmingly closer, and Chen Xiao realized that if this continued, disaster would surely befall him. At that moment, however, the corner of his eye caught sight of the dense forest ahead suddenly vanishing, revealing a vast chasm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao accelerated towards the gaping gorge. The black serpent, having noticed this as well, unleashed several water arrows. Yet Chen Xiao evaded each one with skillful agility. In the blink of an eye, man and beast emerged from the forest, arriving at the cliff's edge. Chen Xiao glanced back at the black serpent, now merely 100 meters away, before leaping into the unfathomable depths of the gorge below. Roar! The black serpent bellowed, its enormous crimson eyes fixated on the dark abyss below. It swiftly clung to the rock crevices of the cliff, rapidly descending into the gorge, vanishing in an instant. As the rushing wind whistled past his ears, Chen Xiao held his breath, keenly observing his surroundings, particularly the landscape below. Although the gorge appeared bottomless, it was, in reality, less than 200 meters deep. Should one attain the realm of the martial king, a leap from such a height might pose no peril. However, Chen Xiao, possessing only the prowess of a martial general, would surely find himself gravely injured, if not dead, should he descend without mitigating the force of his fall. Yet, prior to his descent, Chen Xiao had meticulously prepared for this eventuality. As he neared the ground, a shimmering longsword materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he hurled the blade towards the rocky cliff of the canyon below. The sound of metal striking echoed ominously, reverberating through the air as the sword embedded itself deeply into the mountainside. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xiao made contact with the earth, deftly tapping his left foot upon the sword's hilt, utilizing its rebound to dissipate the downward momentum before continuing his descent. He executed this maneuver repeatedly, casting 5 swords in total before he finally landed securely at the base of the cliff. Gazing upward, he could discern nothing but a veil of mist and the expanse of the sky. However, lingering was not an option. He swiftly selected a direction and sprinted away. Shortly after his disappearance, a rustling sound echoed through the air as stones cascaded down the cliff. 2 crimson lanterns abruptly appeared on the cliff face, descending rapidly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was the black dragon, which had pursued him from the mountaintop. Losing sight of Chen Xiao, the dragon flicked its tongue, quickly honing in on a direction, and resumed its relentless pursuit. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon. Chen Xiao found himself racing through a dense forest, with his speed so formidable that those below the martial master realm would scarcely perceive his presence. This was necessitated by the relentless pursuit of the 5th-tier black dragon beast trailing him. Surprisingly, Chen Xiao had not anticipated such an unwavering chase. From the basin to his current location, he had traversed nearly 300 miles. Along the way, he dared not pause, consuming restorative pills even as his internal energy waned. Moreover, he had exchanged for a new technique, the flowing cloud step, to complement his phantom step for rapid evasion through the thicket. Despite these efforts, he had not managed to distance himself significantly from the black dragon. On several occasions, the creature nearly caught up to him, and had it not been for his strategic use of cliffs and dense foliage for cover, he might not have reached his current refuge. Yet now, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. Although his internal energy remained robust, his body could no longer endure the strain. Should he persist, he feared he might collapse from exhaustion. Casting a glance behind him, he heard a resounding rumble approaching swiftly. It was unmistakable. The black dragon was gaining on him once more. At that moment, regret washed over Chen Xiao for having taken the dragon's egg. Had he not done so, perhaps the creature would not have pursued him with such fervor. However, now that everything has been taken, can one still hope for a return to the other party without consequences? With no other recourse, Chen Xiao had no choice but to muster his spirits and delve deeper into the dense forest ahead. Gradually, he began to sense something amiss. This thicket was unfamiliar to him, not even marked on the map, leaving Chen Xiao oblivious to what lay in the vicinity. Yet, he was certain that a terrifying creature lurked nearby. For nearly the duration of a tea brew, he had not encountered a single beast. An exceedingly abnormal occurrence in a forest teeming with such creatures. Could there be a high-level beast in the vicinity? Chen Xiao's eyelids twitched violently. Once that thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. A fifth-level beast had already pursued him relentlessly. Should another appear, it would indeed be his farewell to this world. Simultaneously, a bold idea began to take root in the recesses of Chen Xiao's mind. Chapter 71. A desperate escape. As he fled, Chen Xiao remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings and the sounds around him. Occasionally, he would unleash a few punches to create a commotion. However, to his disappointment, after running several thousand meters, he had yet to encounter the formidable beasts he had envisioned. Could it be that I have misjudged? Chen Xiao pondered with a hint of doubt. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the distant woods. Chen Xiao abruptly lifted his gaze, realizing that the source of the sound was merely 1,000 meters away. He turned back to look at his pursuers, only to find that the cacophony of sounds trailing him had ceased. It worked. Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy, but was soon left dumbfounded, for the black dragon had charged towards him once more, disregarding the threat posed by another beast. Recognizing the imminent danger, Chen Xiao dared not linger any longer and hurriedly plunged deeper into the dense thicket, seeking out every possible hiding spot. The deafening roar resounded again, now alarmingly close. The black dragon's growl followed suit, a sound he could not comprehend, yet it resonated with a palpable warning. Initially, Chen Xiao intended to stealthily evade, but a moment's reflection compelled him to change direction and head towards the unknown beast lurking deeper within the forest. As he fled further, the black dragon grew frantic, abandoning its caution towards other creatures to pursue the scent of Chen Xiao's dwindling presence. Suddenly, a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall, all-white feline beast, reminiscent of a tiger, erupted from the woods, roaring defiantly at the colossal black dragon. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance, Chen Xiao dared not remain any longer and swiftly turned to flee in another direction. As the sky gradually darkened and a gentle rain began to fall, the forest post-rain exuded an unusually fresh aroma. In a secluded cave near the edge of a pool, Chen Xiao hid deeply within, savoring the taste of freshly roasted beast meat. Hours had passed since he escaped the black dragon. During that time, he had traversed hundreds of miles, crossing several mountain ranges and canyons, narrowly avoiding a surge of beasts, before finally finding refuge in a remote and narrow valley along a river. Having made a series of careful arrangements, Chen Xiao no longer feared being pursued by the black dragon. As for the battle between the dragon and the white tiger, he had neither the inclination nor the courage to speculate, for if both survived, he would surely be the unfortunate one. After finally satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Xiao found himself too restless to sleep. He sat in the cave, allowing himself a moment of rest while he awaited the restoration of his internal energy, before he began to assess the spoils of the day. Although his actions had appeared reckless, the rewards he reaped were indeed substantial. Setting aside the enigmatic giant egg, the 5-colored lotus alone is a treasure of extraordinary caliber, capable of attracting the attention of formidable warriors, even those at the martial king and martial emperor levels. The acquisition of this 5-colored lotus has instilled in Chen Xiao a renewed confidence for his forthcoming endeavors. Having located such a challenging treasure, he is emboldened to seek the holy fruit without trepidation. Upon assessing his physical condition, Chen Xiao noted that after vanquishing several second-tier demonic beasts in the basin, his cultivation had progressed slightly, bringing him to the threshold of the early 9-star martial general realm. With just a few more experience points, he would ascend into the mid-9-star martial general tier. Additionally, he discerned an intriguing enhancement in the purity of his internal energy. Even the phantom of his gluttonous bloodline appeared more substantial. Now, should he employ any martial techniques, he could seamlessly blend the power of his bloodline, marking a significant advancement in his strength. With his cultivation established, what followed was a moment that truly ignited his excitement. As Chen Xiao opened his eyes and concentrated, the system interface materialized before him. Within his 36-slot inventory lay a plethora of items, among which rested a 5-colored lotus, its vibrant petals peacefully nestled within one compartment. With a mere thought, the lotus materialized in his hand, releasing an invigorating fragrance that filled the air. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that beneath the exquisite petals, 6 lotus seeds lay nestled within a pod that shimmered like jade, with only a hint of milky white visible, creating a striking contrast. The stem, equally reminiscent of precious gemstones, gleamed with a crystalline clarity, and even the lotus root appeared radiant, resembling a rare gem. With a fleeting glance, Chen Xiao swiftly stowed the lotus away, wary of exposing it to the open air, which could jeopardize its spiritual potency. Moreover, he recalled past experiences that warned him of the dangers posed by attracting numerous demonic beasts with the lotus's alluring fragrance. He dared not endanger his life recklessly. After admiring the five-colored lotus, Chen Xiao waved his hand, summoning a colossal dragon egg, standing 2 meters tall, radiating a pearly white luminescence. The egg exuded no discernible aura, and apart from the flickering white light upon its surface, nothing else was visible. Even attempts to infuse it with his energy were thwarted by the egg's mysterious shell. Such a sizable egg, if cooked, would surely be a culinary delight, Chen Xiao mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the magnificent dragon egg. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Consuming a dragon egg would be excessively extravagant. The true potential lay in hatching it. But the question remained, how could he bring this dragon to life? Chen Xiao found himself somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, he prodded the eggshell with his hand, only to discover that it was exceptionally hard. Even after exerting a modicum of his true energy, he realized he was unable to make any discernible impact, not even leaving a mark. Choosing not to persist, he deemed it unwise to risk damaging the egg. System, can you identify whether this is a dragon egg? Chen Xiao silently inquired as he placed his hand upon the dragon egg. No sooner had he posed the question than he sensed a peculiar wave emanating from it. Subsequently, the system's ethereal and melodious voice resonated once more. Ding. System notification. This object is the egg of the black flood dragon. Level: bloodline purity. When supplemented with substantial true energy for its consumption, the incubation success rate may be enhanced. Current condition: excellent. As the system presented a series of data, Chen Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. The unknown bloodline purity was one thing, but the level being marked with 3 question marks was quite perplexing. Could it be that this creature, upon hatching, might even surpass the 5th level Black Flood Dragon? He paid particular attention to the incubation success rate, planning to seek out resources rich in spiritual energy to facilitate the hatching of this dragon egg. As for the present moment, Chen Xiao waved his hand and safely returned the dragon egg to the system's inventory. Chapter 72. The Battle in the Forest. Subsequently, Chen Xiao's gaze returned to the system interface, fixating once again on the solitary task that lay before him. The mission to rescue Chen Lan had reached a completion rate of 50%. Is there any further system notification? Chen Xiao mused silently, but regrettably, the system refrained from providing an immediate response this time. After a brief pause, disappointment washed over his face. By now, he had thoroughly grasped the peculiarities of this supreme upgrade system. It appeared remarkably human-like, offering timely warnings when danger loomed. However, it adhered strictly to its principles concerning tasks, providing but a single clue, beyond which no further assistance could be expected. It seemed that Chen Xiao was left to flounder in the dark once more. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed since Chen Xiao procured the 5-colored lotus. During this interval, he had emerged from the cave and was now traversing towards another region of the Beast Mountain range. Unbeknownst to him, a significant event had transpired within the myriad of beasts. A 5th-tier dragon, having inexplicably emerged, began wreaking havoc in the vicinity, ruthlessly pursuing anyone it encountered and driving countless beasts to converge towards the periphery of the mountains. Waves of miniature beast tides were incessantly forming. This unforeseen occurrence wreaked havoc upon the martial artists still scouring the mountains for rare materials. Many were caught in the onslaught, unable to comprehend how they met their demise, while others, terrified by the chaos, retreated from the beast forest, unwilling to delve deeper for the time being. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this turmoil, Chen Xiao, remained blissfully unaware. Having ventured nearly 2,000 miles into the depths of the beast forest, in a span of 10 days, covering a mere 1,000 miles may seem ordinary, yet within this distance lay countless challenges. The deeper he delved, the more formidable the beasts became, transitioning from 2nd and 3rd-tier creatures to the increasingly common 4th-tier beasts. There was even an instance when Chen Xiao caught sight of a 5th-tier beast from a distance. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have found himself ensnared in another harrowing chase. Throughout his journey, Chen Xiao indeed encountered numerous rare materials, yet regrettably, the majority were guarded by fierce beasts. Despite devising various strategies, he managed to collect only 2 specimens of 4th-tier medicinal herbs, while those of 3rd tier and below were plentiful but of little significance. At this moment, Chen Xiao found himself concealed within a cave, his expression somber. After days of searching without a single lead, the vast and perilous beast forest left him with neither the time nor opportunity to conduct a thorough search. Continuing his futile quest in the boundless forest would be akin to chasing shadows, and it was entirely possible that he could find himself wandering aimlessly for 3 or 4 years, much like that troublesome grandfather of his. Chen Xiao had no intention of searching indefinitely. Even if he could wait that long, could Chen Lan possibly remain with Han Xiao for such an extended period? Clearly, it was impossible. Therefore, Chen Xiao resolved to venture out today, seeking a larger city to explore the possibility of finding a martial market. If none were to be found, he would devise a plan to inquire about the whereabouts of the holy fruit. With determination, Chen Xiao rose and exited the cave, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. In the southeastern corner of the beastly forest, amidst a mountain thicket approximately 600 miles deep into the woods, a fierce battle was unfolding. A large pack of blue fire wolves was menacingly fixated on a group of 7 individuals cornered near a cliff. Among them, a middle-aged man had reached the rank of 5-star martial general, while the remaining 6 were merely fluctuating between the realms of martial apprentice and martial general. 4 of them were martial apprentices, and the other 2 had barely achieved the initial stage of a 1-star martial general. While they could handle ordinary first-tier demon beasts without much trouble, confronting the formidable pack of over 40 blue fire wolves posed a significant challenge, especially considering their relative weakness. Is this how I, Lin Xiong, meet my end at such a young age, becoming a mere snack for these wolves? How utterly begrudging. A pale-faced youth murmured to himself. At his words, the already grim expressions of the others turned even paler. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he reprimanded, Xiong, refrain from speaking despairingly. While these beasts are fierce, if we hold our ground, there remains a chance for us to break free. But, Lin Shu, there are simply too many blue fire wolves. Brother Yingwu has already perished. Can we truly escape? A young girl, possessing only the strength of a 5-star martial apprentice, interjected. Her pallid complexion and trembling hand gripping the sword revealed her deep-seated fear. The man, referred to as Lin Shu, yearned to utter, I do not know either. Yet he understood that such words were best left unspoken and could only nod solemnly. However, this sentiment seemed to inspire the others, igniting a renewed resolve within them as they focused intently on the approaching blue fire wolves. A sudden chorus of howls echoed through the air. Instantly, the pack surged forward, charging towards the 7 individuals. This is bad. Everyone, focus on defense. Do not allow the blue fire wolves to breach our formation, the middle-aged man shouted, his sword transforming into a silver flash as he cleaved through one of the attacking wolves. Blood sprayed forth in an instant. Yet, instead of deterring the pack, this act only intensified their ferocity, driving them to leap recklessly towards the group. 7 individuals leaned against the cliff, momentarily relieved from the need to guard their rear. However, as the relentless assaults of the azure flame wolves persisted, it was not long before a young warrior of considerable skill was seized by one of the beasts, dragged away after being bitten on the leg. Witnessing this harrowing scene, a middle-aged man's expression twisted with anguish. The individuals behind him were those he was sworn to protect, and now one was on the brink of falling into the jaws of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, wielding his sword to fend off the encroaching wolves and rescue the bloodied young man. Yet, in his reckless bravery, he overlooked the opposing pack. Originally, he was the last bastion of this defensive line, and as he rushed to save the youth, the formation held by the remaining 5 collapsed in an instant. Several azure flame wolves surged forward, launching themselves at the remaining defenders. The other wolves seized the opportunity, heedless of their own peril. As the beleaguered individuals had no choice but to flee to the opposite side, their defensive formation disintegrating in a heartbeat. With this collapse, more azure flame wolves surged forth, swiftly transforming the scene into a one-sided massacre. Chapter 73, Disciples of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Ah, help! My leg! Cursed fate! Teacher Lin, save me! A cacophony of anguished cries suddenly erupted, sending chills down the spine of even the most seasoned martial artist among them, a middle-aged man. Although the inferno wolves posed no threat to him, their ferocity was more than sufficient to wreak havoc upon those around him, and he found himself devoid of the time to attend to everyone's plight. Witnessing several individuals collapse into pools of blood, Teacher Lin felt a surge of dread. utterly unprepared for such a bizarre assault by these monstrous beasts. Lin Xiong, one of the few among the group who had attained the rank of a one-star martial general, though formidable, found himself overwhelmed for the first time by such a multitude of feral creatures. In that moment, he could do little more than fend for himself, incapable of aiding those nearby. Yet, at that instant, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure emerging unexpectedly from the distant thicket. The sudden appearance of this individual, though perplexing, was a beacon of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiong shouted, "Hey, help! We are students of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Saving us will be handsomely rewarded." No sooner had he uttered these words than the inferno wolves surged forward, leaving him no time to continue calling for aid, forcing him to confront the onslaught. The others, too, heard Lin Xiong's desperate plea, but there was no time to glance towards the thicket. They remained engrossed in battling the nearby inferno wolves. Meanwhile, the figure that had just stepped from the foliage paused, momentarily taken aback by the cry for help, before lifting their gaze towards Lin Xiong. Beneath the sunlight, a youthful visage emerged, none other than Chen Xiao. A smile graced his lips upon realizing these were indeed his fellow students from the Heavenly Martial Academy. And witnessing their perilous situation, he hesitated no longer. A long sword materialized in his hand, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Lin Xiong felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past him, and to his astonishment, an inferno wolf lunging at him from the left was abruptly cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. This was merely the beginning. In the ensuing moments, the cries of the inferno wolves filled the air as they succumbed to their fates. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of these beasts lay twitching on the ground, while those that had besieged the young disciples of the academy were swiftly dispatched. The students of the Heavenly Martial Academy hastily retreated to a safer distance, remaining vigilant, neglecting even to tend to their wounds or consume their healing elixirs. Teacher Lin, furrowing his brow, cast a skeptical glance at Chen Xiao. With Chen Xiao's back turned towards them, the others could not discern his features, but the aura he exuded, coupled with his precise and decisive actions against the inferno wolves, conveyed the unmistakable truth. His prowess was undeniably formidable, far beyond what they could contend with. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, over a dozen corpses of the azure flame wolves lay before Chen Xiao. The once frenzied pack, now regained their senses, emitted mournful whimpers, no longer daring to advance. After a brief stalemate, the wolves finally retreated amidst a chorus of howls, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chen Xiao showed no inclination to pursue, allowing the azure flame wolves to disappear into the dense woodland. Lin Laosher and the others were still enveloped in a surreal sense of disbelief. Moments before, they had been amidst peril, only to find themselves suddenly safe. This stark contrast left them momentarily dazed, unable to react swiftly. Once it was confirmed that the wolves had indeed retreated, Lin Laosher approached Chen Xiao, followed closely by the young ones who approached him with a mix of reverence and trepidation. "Esteemed friend, I am Lin Xiong, a teacher at Tianwu Academy. May I inquire your honored name?" As Lin Laosher spoke, he reached Chen Xiao's side, only to be taken aback in astonishment the next moment. The onlookers, driven by curiosity, gathered around and were equally stunned, not by any frightful sight, but by the realization of Chen Xiao's appearance. How could a mere youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, possess the strength to single-handedly confront an entire pack of azure flame wolves? It was utterly incomprehensible. The minds of those present struggled to grasp the reality, for anyone plucked from their midst would surely appear significantly older than Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao was preoccupied with reviewing the system notifications regarding the rewards he had acquired. Although slaying the azure flame wolves yielded no tangible rewards, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience points. His journey through the beast-infested forest had been a relentless battle, and now he found himself on the verge of breaking through to the Martial King realm. However, Chen Xiao understood the importance of patience, refraining from pursuing the wolves. Glancing at the individuals surrounding him, he calmly stated, "You may call me Chen Xiao. Are you students and faculty of Tianwu Academy in Beixian City?" Beixian City? Lin Laosher was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Chen Xiao before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Brother Chen may be mistaken. We are not from Beixian City, but rather from Xinyang City, situated 1,000 miles away." Xinyang City? Chen Xiao paused, quickly realizing his initial assumption. that all Tianwu Academy members hailed from Beixian City was misguided. In truth, there were multiple Tianwu academies across the Tianwu Kingdom, each established in numerous large cities. The purpose of these academies was to select the most exceptional talents for the future cultivation and utilization by the Tianwu Kingdom. Chen Xiao had indeed heard of Xinyang City. When considering Beixian City, it could merely be regarded as a tertiary town within the Tianwu Kingdom, whereas Xinyang City was vastly different, qualifying as a secondary city with a population exceeding 100 million. It was not only more prosperous, but the students within it were also of a superior caliber. However, Chen Xiao found it perplexing that these individuals chose to venture into the depths of the beast-infested forest rather than remain in Xinyang City. It seemed that Teacher Lin understood Chen Xiao's thoughts and, with a wry smile, explained, "In a while, Tianwu Academy will host several competitions, and I brought them here for training. We frequently visit this area and are quite familiar with it, so we should not encounter any issues. Yet, I did not anticipate that this time would result in such a significant calamity. The losses we have suffered are truly severe." As Teacher Lin spoke, he cast his gaze towards a certain spot on the ground. Chen Xiao followed his gaze and saw a corpse lying there. Only half of a body remained, belonging to a student who had perished in the recent battle. Chapter 74. Lin Shuiyuan's request. Not only did Chen Xiao notice a student lying behind him, eyes closed and body rigid, evidently deceased, but he also observed that the remaining 5 students bore numerous injuries. Among them, several disciples, whose cultivation level was merely at the martial master stage, appeared particularly pitiful, their tattered clothing and ashen faces indicating severe blood loss. Teacher Lin had evidently recognized this dire situation, hastily retrieving medicinal pills to administer to these students. At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly produced a porcelain vial, calmly suggesting, "Administer this. It will be beneficial for their recovery." "Very well, thank you." Teacher Lin did not hesitate, understanding the urgency of the moment. Delaying further could result in fatalities. Upon uncapping the vial, he was taken aback, for it contained a dark red pill emanating a faint, ethereal glow. "Is this a Danyan pill?" Teacher Lin found himself momentarily dazed, instinctively glancing at Chen Xiao, who smiled and nodded. His heart inexplicably raced. Although he held the esteemed position of a teacher at Tianwu Academy, he had never utilized a Danyan pill, let alone an entire vial. Despite its rarity, the lives of his students were far more precious. He resolved to administer the pills, promising to compensate Chen Xiao later. With this thought, Teacher Lin swiftly distributed the pills among the students, urging them to consume them. Once the remaining pills were secured back in the vial, he returned to Chen Xiao, offering it back to him. This time, Chen Xiao accepted without hesitation, stowing it in his backpack. His gaze shifted to the students meditating nearby, before resting on Teacher Lin as he inquired, "I have a few questions I would like to ask you, if you don't mind." "What questions?" Lin Shuiyuan replied readily. "I shall speak without reservation. Is there a Dan Tower in Xinyang City? Are there any auction houses?" Chen Xiao asked after a brief pause. Lin Shuiyuan was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. He responded, "Indeed, there is a Dan Tower. Almost every city has one. As for auction houses, Xinyang City boasts at least 3 major auction venues, with countless smaller ones. Rare treasures frequently appear at these auctions, making them quite intriguing. Have you heard of the Holy Maiden Fruit?" Chen Xiao pressed on, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Shuiyuan's face. Lin Shuiyuan was again caught off guard by the abrupt shift in Chen Xiao's line of questioning, momentarily at a loss for words. After a thoughtful pause, he shook his head. "To my knowledge, there is no such thing as the Holy Maiden Fruit in Xinyang City. However, if you are truly interested, you might try your luck at the Dan Tower. It is an ancient and mysterious force, and they may possess items that others do not." His words served to awaken those lost in reverie. Previously, Chen Xiao had inadvertently overlooked this matter. The Dan Tower, a legacy passed down for thousands of years, could provide valuable information on the Holy Maiden Fruit. He believed that if he sought their assistance, he would swiftly obtain the desired information. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiao decided to leave the current location and head directly to the Dan Tower in Xinyang City. As for why he did not return to Xinyang Town, there were 2 reasons. First, the distance was considerable. Second, the Dan Tower in Xinyang Town was rather diminutive, and even if he had acquaintances there, he might not gain access to much information, rendering his inquiries futile and a waste of time. Thus, it was more prudent to proceed directly to Xinyang City. As for why he would entrust precious elixirs to these strangers, the reason was equally straightforward. The recent upheaval was likely connected to the incident from half a month prior, when Chen Xiao seized the egg of a 5th-level black flood dragon. In retaliation, that creature had unleashed chaos, driving many beasts from the Wan Beast Mountain range, resulting in the current predicament. Naturally, Chen Xiao would never disclose such information. With that settled, he prepared to take his leave. "I must bid you farewell. I have matters to attend to," he said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Lin Xuyuan, intending to turn away. However, at that moment, Lin Xuyuan unexpectedly spoke up. "Brother Chen, I have a humble request, and hope you can lend us your assistance." "What?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Given their current state, it was evident they had lost their combat capability. "I observe that your cultivation is quite commendable. Might I trouble you to escort us to the Tianwu Academy? We shall offer generous compensation, including the payment for the Dan Yunling Dan. Additionally, I have connections at the Dan Tower and can facilitate introductions for you." Upon finishing his plea, Lin Xuyuan looked expectantly at Chen Xiao, believing the conditions he presented were sufficiently enticing that Chen Xiao would have no reason to decline. Yet, he was unaware that Chen Xiao was indifferent to the payment for the Dan Yunling Dan and had no interest in Lin Xuyuan's connections at the Dan Tower. For Chen Xiao had already obtained certification as a 3rd-grade alchemist and could even refine 6th-grade elixirs. Gaining access to the resources in the Dan Tower in Xinyang City would be a matter of courtesy. Nevertheless, observing the eager expressions of those seated around him, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. This elicited great joy among Lin Xuyuan and his companions. In the treacherous beast forest, their injuries placed them in grave danger. Without the protection of a more powerful cultivator, they risked perishing in this place. However, with Chen Xiao safeguarding, their chances of safely exiting were significantly enhanced. Once the group had regained some strength, they promptly gathered the 2 corpses and, under Lin Xuyuan's guidance, hastened towards the forest's edge. Although they spoke of exiting, they did not venture too far. Merely a few dozen miles from the site of the battle, they found a sizable cave nearby to take refuge. There is no alternative. Apart from Chen Xiao and Lin Xuyuan, the others are all injured. Even if they wished to set out, it would be impossible until their wounds have sufficiently healed. In the dead of night, a group of weary students has already succumbed to slumber against the wall. Only Lin Xuyuan remains vigilant, standing at the mouth of the cave and observing the surroundings. After all, they are deep within the beast forest, and one can never know when a ferocious creature might suddenly emerge. Thus, maintaining a state of alertness is imperative. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao occupies a corner of the cave, slowly roasting a large piece of meat in his hands. The savory aroma wafts through the air, and the droplets of fat sizzle as they fall onto the fire, producing a crisp and resonant sound. Chapter 75. The Maoyuan Trading Company. After sprinkling a special blend of seasonings, an enticing aroma swiftly permeated the entire cave. The individuals who were meditating instinctively flared their nostrils, suddenly catching a whiff of the delectable scent of roasted meat. One can only imagine the sensation it evoked. Including Lin Xuyuan at the cave entrance, the group unconsciously turned their gazes towards Chen Xiao, particularly 2 of the young women, who swallowed hard in response. The meat that Chen Xiao roasted was simply too fragrant. During their own excursions, they would usually bring some provisions, and though they often prepared roasted meat as well, it paled in comparison to Chen Xiao's creation. The meat they cooked appeared bland and unappetizing, while Chen Xiao's dish emanated a mysterious fragrance that heightened one's appetite. In no time, the cave was filled with the sounds of salivating. Chen Xiao remained unfazed, continuing to roast for a while longer before addressing the group. "Would you all like to come and have a taste?" "Really? That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Brother Chen. How delightful, haha." A chorus of enthusiastic exclamations erupted as the 5 students, not known for their restraint, eagerly made their way over at Chen Xiao's invitation. After slicing several pieces and distributing them among the group, he took 2 pieces for himself and approached the cave entrance, offering them to Lin Xuyuan, who sat nearby. He then stood at the cave mouth, savoring his meal while gazing outside. "Thank you." Lin Xuyuan murmured her gratitude to Chen Xiao before accepting the offering and beginning to eat. The 2 engaged in light conversation, while the other students continued to enjoy their food and chat, gradually easing the earlier atmosphere of fear. A night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Chen Xiao and the others set off, continuing their journey towards the outskirts of the beast forest. It took them a full 4 days to finally exit the forest. Upon leaving, the group quickened their pace significantly, aided by the presence of a carriage, and in just a day and a half, they arrived at their destination, Xinyang City. Upon reaching Xinyang City, Chen Xiao chose not to accompany Lin Xuyan and the others to the academy, but instead bid them farewell and departed. Lin Xuyan and the others were somewhat taken aback by Chen Xiao's sudden exit, yet they said nothing further, merely exchanging contact information before parting ways. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Chen Xiao made his way to the largest inn in Xinyang City, the Tianyang Inn. Renowned as the most prominent establishment in the city, it was said to be owned by the city lord's estate. Not only was it the largest, but it was also the safest, with no one daring to cause trouble within its walls. Embracing the philosophy that wealth should be enjoyed, Chen Xiao was determined not to endure hardship in this world. He first secured a luxurious room at the inn, then took the time to freshen up and rest. Emerging leisurely the next morning to stroll out of the inn towards the several large trading companies he had previously inquired about. Although Chen Xiao's aspirations are firmly set on the Dan Tower, this does not imply that he has entirely relinquished the possibility of acquiring the Holy Maiden's fruit through alternative avenues. Should he have the opportunity to purchase it outright, he would be more than willing to part with his coin. The Maoyuan Trading Company stands as one of the premier merchant guilds in Xinyang City, also recognized as one of the 3 major auction houses. With substantial financial resources, nearly 1/10 of the entire wealth within Xinyang City is attributed to Maoyuan Trading Company, thereby justifying its title as the foremost merchant guild in the region. Chen Xiao's destination for this venture is none other than Maoyuan Trading Company. The establishment is a short distance from Tianyang Inn, and within less than half an hour, Chen Xiao arrives at Maoyuan Trading Company. Upon entering, he is greeted by a graceful attendant who, after bowing respectfully, inquires, "May I ask what this esteemed gentleman wishes to peruse?" "I seek to meet with your manager. I intend to procure a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs," Chen Xiao responds with a smile. "Certainly." The attendant readily agrees, gesturing for him to follow. She leads him to a designated reception room within the inner courtyard, offering fragrant tea as she asks him to wait, before swiftly departing. After a brief interval, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes from outside, and shortly thereafter, the attendant returns, escorting a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache. "Esteemed gentlemen, this is our manager at Maoyuan Trading Company, and this is the individual who wishes to purchase medicinal herbs." She introduces them before discreetly stepping aside. The manager does not underestimate Chen Xiao's youthful appearance. Instead, he greets him warmly with a slight bow. "Pray tell, what materials do you intend to procure? If the quantities are suitable, I may offer some favorable terms." "Here is the list of required items," Chen Xiao replies, presenting a meticulously prepared procurement list detailing the names of the herbs necessary for alchemical concoction, alongside their specific quantities. Upon reviewing the list, the manager's eyes brighten with interest, and his smile broadens. The extensive array of items Chen Xiao seeks, densely inscribed on the paper, is valued at no less than 100,000 gold coins. Marking him as a significant client, how could he not be pleased? "Please prepare these items for this esteemed gentleman, ensuring the finest quality and expedite the process." The manager instructs the attendant, before turning back to Chen Xiao with a congenial demeanor. "Might I inquire if you are an alchemist, or if you are associated with one?" The demand for such a substantial quantity of 4th-grade herbs suggests you must have a skilled practitioner behind you. Chen Xiao raises an eyebrow, regarding the manager. "Ah, indeed. If you or the alchemist you are affiliated with should produce any elixirs in the future, I would be delighted to offer our establishment as a venue for their sale. Or alternatively, we could purchase them directly at a price that would surely satisfy you. What do you think?" The manager's speech unconsciously adopts a tone of deference, compelled by the wealth of information conveyed through Chen Xiao's earlier requests. According to the observations of the steward, if I am not mistaken, Chen Xiao is in the process of concocting a 4th or even 5th-tier elixir. Such a level of alchemist is sufficient to warrant respect from someone of his minor standing. Moreover, if he could indeed entice an alchemist to join him, the benefits would be immense. Thus, what harm could there be in speaking a few kind words? "No problem. I shall settle the bill with elixirs shortly." Chen Xiao nodded slightly. "Haha, splendid indeed." The steward chuckled heartily. Refraining from further inquiries regarding the specific elixirs Chen Xiao intended to use for payment. "By the way, do you happen to have any saintly fruits for sale? Or perhaps for auction?" Chen Xiao suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the steward was taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally shook his head and replied, "My friend, you jest. The saintly fruit has reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, comparable to the 6th tier treasures of heaven and earth. Such items are not casually auctioned. Not only do we at Maoyuan Commerce lack them, but it would be impossible to procure them even within the entire city of Xinjiang." Chapter 76. The Fate of the Holy Fruit. As far as I know, the holy fruit, aside from its exquisite flavor, can only be concocted into a rather mediocre mystic holy elixir. Why then is it so scarce? Has no one ever procured it? Chen Xiao's expression darkened, for the steward had spoken with such finality that it was as if he were proclaiming that it was utterly impossible for Chen Xiao to acquire this fruit. Indeed, as Chen Xiao had anticipated, before making a purchase, he had consulted the system and discovered that its utility was rather lackluster. Even the mystic holy elixir produced from it merely served to enhance one's complexion, rendering it more luminous, which appealed primarily to women. However, Chen Xiao had previously heard no word of this fruit, and now, upon learning of its existence, he was met with such dismissive comments, leaving him utterly speechless. The steward, noticing Chen Xiao's discontent, offered an explanation with a pained expression. "Since you are aware of the holy fruit, you must also understand that its growing conditions are exceedingly stringent. It requires a vast amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth and must thrive in an extremely frigid environment. Due to these various constraints, it is exceedingly rare within the Tianwu kingdom. Currently, it is known that only Fenglei City possesses a single specimen, which produces a mere 9 fruits each year, all of which are consumed internally. Outsiders have no chance of obtaining them, let alone purchasing them." Fenglei City? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, mentally noting the name. Indeed, Fenglei City lay 1,000 miles from here, backed by the formidable Xian-level sect, Fenglei Pavilion, which had long surpassed the influence of the Tianwu kingdom. If Fenglei Pavilion did not grant access, it would be utterly impossible for outsiders to procure the fruit. Any attempts at coercion would surely incite the wrath of Fenglei Pavilion, leading to severe repercussions. Hence, I reiterate, it is highly improbable. The steward sighed, indirectly conveying to Chen Xiao that he should abandon any misguided notions, lest he find himself in grave peril. Yet, upon hearing the mention of Fenglei Pavilion, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. In an instant, a striking image flickered through his mind. Zhuing, the very individual who had rescued him in the Beast Mountain range and agreed to be his wife, was indeed affiliated with Fenglei Pavilion. Initially, Chen Xiao had been unaware of the location of Fenglei Pavilion, yet fate had intervened, revealing it to him now. Given that she belonged to Fenglei Pavilion, could he not seek Zhu Ying's assistance in procuring a holy fruit? The more he contemplated, the brighter his eyes shone. At least he would not have to flounder aimlessly in search of it. After a brief exchange, the maiden who had departed earlier returned, bearing a storage ring which she respectfully presented to Chen Xiao, saying, "The items you requested are all contained within. Please verify." Chen Xiao accepted the ring and, upon a cursory inspection, found the materials to be of commendable quality. He nodded in approval and inquired, "How much does it total?" 75,813 gold coins, the maiden replied respectfully, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. The steward, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let's round it off to 15,000 gold coins." "Thank you." Chen Xiao chuckled lightly and said nothing, instead gesturing for the steward to inspect a collection of porcelain vials he had produced. When Chen Xiao finally emerged from the Maoyuan trading house, a half-incense stick's worth of time had passed. Upon exiting, he did not hastily depart, but instead visited several other trading establishments. Thanks to the unparalleled upgrade system, he managed to acquire a number of valuable items along the way, among which was a 4th-grade medicinal herb he had fortuitously discovered in the marketplace. Coincidentally, one of the 3 major auction houses was organizing an auction that very evening, and naturally, Chen Xiao intended to attend. However, prior to that, he first made his way to the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower in Xinjiang City was not only more expansive, but also boasted a far greater number of patrons. Even the number of alchemists present surpassed that of Xinjiang Town. A brief stroll around the main hall allowed him to spot several 3rd-grade alchemists, a stark contrast to what Xinjiang Town could offer. Disappointingly, there were indeed no holy fruits available for sale within the Pill Tower, nor any news regarding them. After utilizing one of the advanced alchemy rooms for a few hours, Chen Xiao departed without further ado. The Yong'an Trading House, the second largest in Xinyang City, was the sole establishment hosting an auction that evening. Each year at this time, Yong'an Trading House took the opportunity to hold a grand auction featuring a myriad of rare treasures, including martial techniques and various cultivation methods, making it one of the most vibrant events in Xinyang City. However, the entry fee was not insignificant. A mere 10 gold coins were required to gain admission. For those genuinely interested, this minor expense was negligible, but for the average person, parting with such a sum to witness the spectacle was rare. Consequently, this effectively mitigated the risk of overcrowding. Yet, upon entering the auction venue, Chen Xiao found himself frowning slightly, as the number of attendees exceeded his expectations. In the vast underground space, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, a sea of heads filled the room, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. Not accounting for those still arriving. By the time the auction commenced, he estimated that there were likely at least 60 or 70,000 people present, a staggering figure that underscored the allure of the event. Chen Xiao found himself rather eager for the forthcoming auction. Although the initial items up for bid were indeed impressive, they offered no utility to him. Thus, he simply settled into a chair, closing his eyes to rest. The next item for auction was an exceedingly rare treasure, the essence blood of a 5th-grade demon beast. The Crimson Flame Roar. It is widely acknowledged that the essence of demon beasts, when utilized for body refinement, offers immense benefits. It can enhance one's physical constitution and even presents a certain probability of acquiring a trace of the bloodline power of the Crimson Flame Roar. Should this indeed be the case, the advantages would be substantial. The Crimson Flame Roar itself is an entity of remarkable strength. Obtaining its bloodline would significantly bolster one's capabilities. The auction is about to commence, with a starting bid of 50,000 gold coins. As the auctioneer's words resonated through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience, and at that moment, Chen Xiao's eyes flew open. The bloodline power within a warrior is predominantly innate, a consensus among martial artists in this realm. However, a rare few, through serendipity, manage to unexpectedly acquire some bloodline abilities. Such individuals appear to be favored by the heavens, blessed with extraordinary fortune. The essence of demon beasts is the sole avenue to attain such powers. Nevertheless, the essence also influences the likelihood of obtaining bloodline strength and its practical utility. The higher the grade, the greater the chances. Most individuals would not dare to refine the essence of demon beasts lightly, for once they do, they may find themselves unable to refine other types of demon beast essences. The conflicting forces could potentially lead to fatal consequences for the warrior. Such tragedies have occurred more than once, which is why very few possess more than 2 innate bloodlines. Those like Chen Xiao, who harbor dozens of innate bloodlines, are considered anomalies, though one may not harness the bloodline power within. Bathing in the essence of demon beasts still proves to be remarkably effective for body tempering, especially when it comes from beasts of the 5th rank or above, which are exceedingly rare to find. Chapter 77, Fonglei City. Thus, the essence blood of the Golden Fur Roar is destined to become the focal point of contention among the martial artists present. Even Chen Xiao did not anticipate the availability of 5th-level monster blood for sale here, which is equivalent to the prowess of a martial sovereign. Once refined, Chen Xiao would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. As expected, the bidding commenced with an incessant rise in offers. The initial bid of 50,000 gold coins swiftly doubled to 130,000. Despite this, the chorus of bids continued unabated. As the offer soared to 170,000, Chen Xiao grew weary of waiting and boldly declared, 200,000 gold coins. At this proclamation, the room fell silent, with many gazes directed at Chen Xiao in astonishment. While others incremented their bids by mere thousands, Chen Xiao had jumped by tens of thousands. However, this price evidently did not deter the others, for after Chen Xiao's announcement, several individuals promptly increased their bids, escalating the price to 260,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. Chen Xiao's voice resonated once more, silencing the crowd again. Many were perplexed by Chen Xiao's origins and chose not to bid further. Even those who had previously been aggressive in bidding fell silent, seemingly disinclined to continue the contest. On stage, the auctioneer, a charming young woman, cast a glance at Chen Xiao's position and smiled. 300,000 gold coins for the first time. The essence blood of the golden fur roar is indeed a rare treasure. Is there a higher bid? 300,000 gold coins for the second time. If there are no further bids, this precious essence blood shall belong to this esteemed gentleman. 300,000 gold coins for the third time, sold. Upon concluding her announcement, the woman gestured to an attendant to bring forth the item directly to Chen Xiao. Upon receiving and inspecting it, Chen Xiao confirmed that it was indeed the essence blood of the fifth-level beast, the golden fur roar. Without hesitation, he produced 300,000 gold coins and handed them to the attendant, completing the transaction on the spot. This procedure is standard in most auction houses, as it prevents disorder and ensures that no one bids without the intent to pay. Once the amount is counted right there, who would dare to renege? With the essence blood secured, Chen Xiao's interest waned for the remainder of the auction, though the atmosphere remained lively among others. By the conclusion of the event, he had acquired only a few spirit herbs. After the meeting adjourned, Chen Xiao returned to the Tianyang Inn. To his surprise, Lin Shuyuan was waiting for him in the lobby. "Brother Lin, is there something you need?" Chen Xiao inquired as he ushered Lin Shuyuan into his room. "Oh, it's nothing urgent. I merely wish to express my gratitude and deliver the payment for the healing pills you provided earlier, as per our dean's instructions." As he spoke, Lin Shuyuan produced a storage ring and handed it to Chen Xiao. Taken aback, Chen Xiao recalled that Lin Shuyuan had indeed mentioned compensation. Since it was on behalf of the Tianwu Academy, he felt no inclination to refuse. After a brief glance, he discovered within the chest a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. Though somewhat taken aback, he refrained from expressing his surprise. Following a conversation filled with inconsequential pleasantries, Lin Shuyuan was escorted out of the room. Once back in his quarters, Chen Xiao secured the door and settled cross-legged upon his bed, embarking on a silent journey to harmonize his body, striving to attain his optimal state. After the duration of an incense stick, Chen Xiao opened his eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, a delicate porcelain vial materialized in his hand. As he uncorked it, a potent scent of blood wafted forth, accompanied by subtle waves of energy that emanated from within the vial. Truly, as a fifth-tier demonic beast, even its essence contained such abundant spiritual power. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quietly activated the Starfire technique, summoning the power of his gluttonous bloodline. Instantly, a faint illusion manifested around his form. This specter bore a striking resemblance to a gluttonous beast upon its emergence. Its oversized eyes fixated hungrily on the vial in Chen Xiao's grasp. With an open mouth, it unleashed a powerful suction, drawing forth the essence within the vial, which promptly flowed into the mouth of the gluttonous illusion. In the next moment, the creature emitted a contented belch, signaling its satisfaction, yet thereafter, it remained still. No further reaction? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. After waiting a while longer, he noted the absence of any response. To his astonishment, the gluttonous beast vanished from his aura and retreated into his dantian, curling up comfortably to sleep. Chen Xiao waited patiently, confirming that the gluttonous creature was diligently refining the essence of the golden-haired roar, which brought him some relief. Initially, he had assumed that with the system at his disposal, the refining process would be swift. However, it appeared otherwise. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao remained unconcerned, for he could sense his body gradually growing stronger. He believed that once the essence of the golden-haired roar was fully refined, his power would ascend to greater heights. A night passed in silence. The following morning, after freshening up, Chen Xiao made his way to the city gates to procure a dragon steed. Setting off swiftly towards the distant city of Wind and Thunder, situated 1,000 miles away. Wind and Thunder City, located at the northernmost edge of the Tianwu Kingdom, bordered the Tianli Kingdom. Due to its strategic position as a vital thoroughfare between the two nations, it thrived with bustling activity. However, this city did not fall under the jurisdiction of either the Tianwu or Tianli Kingdom. Instead, it was governed solely by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. All matters within the city, including taxation, were dictated by the pavilion, thus attracting a considerable number of free-spirited warriors. Merchants frequently visited Wind and Thunder City to explore and procure goods, making it one of the most vibrant locales between the two kingdoms, rivaling even the capital of Tianwu Kingdom, Tianwu City. Despite riding a dragon steed renowned for its swiftness, it took Chen Xiao 3 full days to reach the outskirts of Wind and Thunder City. Perched atop the dragon steed, he gazed upon the vast expanse of plains before him, experiencing an overwhelming sense of tranquility and exhilaration. Gazing across the verdant expanse, one can discern in the distance a nebulous silhouette emerging from the drifting morning mist, resembling an unbroken range of mountains. As one approaches, it becomes apparent that this is, in fact, a sprawling and magnificent city, surrounded by towering mountains on both sides. To the left lies a vast lake, from which a significant amount of mist wafts into the air. The city walls rise impressively to a height of 10 zhang, entirely constructed from immense azure stone bricks, creating a striking visual impact. Standing beneath the city gate and looking up at the elegantly inscribed characters of Wind and Thunder City, one can almost feel the formidable sword intent emanating from above, evoking an involuntary shiver. This sensation is peculiar, yet Chen Xiao perceives it vividly, though he is unable to pinpoint its source, attributing it solely to the extraordinary prowess of the individual who penned those 3 characters. Chapter 78. The trio, even before entering the city, the cacophony of voices was palpable, with a steady stream of people coming in and out of the gates. Chen Xiao seamlessly melded into the crowd, gaining access to the bustling Fenglei city. Prior to his arrival, he had familiarized himself with the city's regulations, which were remarkably straightforward. First, no fighting. Second, no causing trouble without cause. Beyond these, there were no additional rules, rendering them exceedingly simple. However, the consequences of violating these 2 stipulations were dire. There had been instances where a powerful martial emperor, emboldened by his formidable strength, wreaked havoc within Fenglei city, taking numerous lives. The next morning, the astonished populace discovered the very same martial emperor's corpse, ominously displayed at the city gates. Henceforth, no one dared to stir trouble within Fenglei city unless they possessed the means to challenge the Fenglei pavilion. Chen Xiao's visit was mission-oriented, and he maintained a low profile. Nevertheless, he instinctively sought out the renowned Fenglei Inn for accommodation. Spanning over 10,000 square meters, the inn could comfortably host hundreds without feeling congested. Although it boasted the highest fees, it had official backing, ensuring that even the mightiest, including martial emperors, would not dare to cause a ruckus here, thus guaranteeing absolute safety. Situated in the southwestern part of Fenglei city, the Fenglei Inn was built against the mountains, surrounded by picturesque lakes, with only a long white jade bridge connecting it to the outside. The surrounding scenery was breathtaking. Even simply enjoying the sunset from the inn made the expenditure worthwhile. After refreshing himself and washing away the dust of travel, Chen Xiao finally stepped out of his room and into the thronging streets. Despite knowing that the holy fruit might be found within Fenglei city, Chen Xiao was unaware of its precise location. He was also oblivious to the intricacies of the local power dynamics. Any attempt to act without understanding the situation would be akin to a headless fly, leading to inevitable embarrassment. Furthermore, he remained in the dark regarding Zhu Ying's true identity and her standing within the Fenglei pavilion. Chen Xiao deemed it essential to clarify these matters to facilitate his subsequent actions. As she was associated with the Fenglei pavilion, it was only natural to inquire with the locals. In a bustling environment, aside from the marketplace, taverns and restaurants served as prime spots for gathering information. This time, Chen Xiao chose a nearby establishment named Fu Lai Inn. Seated by a window on the ground floor, he tossed a gold coin to the waiter, and shortly thereafter, a pot of exquisite bamboo leaf wine accompanied by several small dishes was promptly served. As it was midday, the inn was filled with patrons, and the hall soon resonated with lively chatter and clamor. Chen Xiao felt as though he had entered another world, engrossed in pouring his wine and savoring his meal, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. However, upon closer observation, it becomes evident that Chen Xiao is not particularly focused on the dishes before him. Rather, a subtle smile graces his lips, as if he has heard something amusing. At the adjacent table, 3 modestly dressed warriors are engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter as they feast. One of the warriors, with a beaming expression, remarks to his companions, "I have heard that the demon-slaying trial organized by the Wind Thunder Pavilion has commenced. Can you guess if any surprises await us this round?" Each year, the Wind Thunder Pavilion arranges for its disciples to partake in this trial, and it is no surprise that Feng Wen is expected to claim the first position once again. "I wager 10 gold coins. Who among you will take me up on it?" Another warrior, rolling up his sleeves and setting down his cup, confidentially adds. The third warrior, however, waves his hand dismissively, stating, While I must admit that Feng Wan is indeed a standout among the core disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, this year is markedly different. The trio of Zhu Ying, Sun Hui, and Gu Shuang are formidable competitors. I believe the first place will very likely emerge from among these four. I will join you in betting 10 gold coins that it will not be Feng Wan this year. The two of them, engaging in banter, have unwittingly reached a betting agreement, leaving the third warrior somewhat speechless. Yet, he chuckles and declares, in that case, I shall wager as well. I bet this year's champion will be Zhu Ying. As the three continue to drink and converse, they remain blissfully unaware that their words have been overheard in their entirety by Chen Xiao. His expression is somewhat peculiar. Even he did not anticipate that Zhu Ying would hold such a prestigious standing in the eyes of these individuals. It seems clear that she possesses an extraordinary status within the Wind Thunder Pavilion, undoubtedly recognized as a prodigious talent. Upon reflection, it is no surprise, even Chen Xiao, who has only recently reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm, encountered the two women who were already at that level. One can only imagine the extent of their remarkable talents. I never expected my little wife to have such a significant background, Chen Xiao muses, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as his gaze flickers. Moments later, he rises and approaches the trio at the table, suddenly confronted by an unexpected figure. The three warriors pause, frowning as they regard Chen Xiao. Upon realizing he is merely a boy of around 15 or 16, they express their exasperation. One of them waving his hand dismissively and saying, "Scram, kid, and don't block our way." Unfazed, Chen Xiao responds cheerfully, "Gentlemen, I have a few inquiries I would like to pose to you. Would you mind indulging me? Of course, should your answers prove satisfactory, a reward will be forthcoming." With that, he produces a handful of gold coins, placing them directly on the table before the three warriors. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chen Xiao's words. However, Chen Xiao, unperturbed, seated himself at a vacant table and beckoned the waiter to bring forth several fine jars of wine and an assortment of delectable dishes. He promptly settled the bill, poured himself a glass, and then spoke. "I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by your earlier discussion regarding the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's demon-slaying trial. As a newcomer, I wish to gather some information from you esteemed gentlemen, and I hope you do not take offense." His words were articulated with reason and respect, affording the three men their due dignity. Most importantly, the previously restrained aura emanating from Chen Xiao began to subtly manifest itself. This sudden shift caused the expressions of the three men to stiffen, their previously somber demeanor transforming. One among them, quick to react, smiled and clasped his hands towards Chen Xiao, saying, "If you have inquiries, dear brother, feel free to ask. We would be more than willing to share what we know." Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement, signifying their approval. This change in atmosphere brought a sense of amusement to Chen Xiao. These three were merely at the martial artist level, and having demonstrated his martial general prowess, he had effectively intimidated them. While they were not frightened enough to fear his potential actions within the city, none were eager to provoke a martial general without cause. Moreover, Chen Xiao's amicable demeanor, coupled with the generous offering of at least 100 gold coins for merely seeking answers, made it seem inconsequential for them to respond. Chapter 79. Understanding the situation. Having just overheard several gentlemen discussing the Wind Thunder Pavilion, I find myself quite intrigued. Might you be so kind as to provide a brief introduction? Additionally, are there any notable or entertaining places within the city that one should be aware of? If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate a brief overview. With a cheerful gesture, Chen Xiao encouraged the three to drink while inquiring. Initially, the trio was somewhat reserved, but upon witnessing Chen Xiao's affable demeanor, they gradually relaxed and began to share their insights in a lively exchange. The myriad powers of the world can be broadly categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. These classifications are not arbitrary. They are determined by a combination of factors such as the location of sects and the strength of their factions. At the bottom are the inconsequential sects, followed by the Huang-level sects, and then the Xian-level sects, with the Xian-level sect possessing sufficient strength to effortlessly obliterate a top-tier Huang-level sect. The Wind Thunder Pavilion, situated amidst these Xian-level forces, stands as a moderate power. Although it lies on the border of the Tianwu and Tianli nations, it transcends both realms. Within its ranks, there are dozens of masters at the light martial king level, along with several formidable figures at the martial emperor level. Among them, the most powerful is a venerable elder rumored to have attained the 6-star martial emperor status, thus exhibiting extraordinary prowess. In addition, the pavilion boasts thousands of disciples residing in the mountains less than 100 miles from Wind Thunder City, which serves merely as a domicile for the families of these disciples and a hub for certain ventures. Aside from the core disciples stationed at the Wind Thunder Manor on the outskirts, the remaining inhabitants are primarily outer disciples. The Wind Thunder Pavilion is established atop a peak soaring several thousand meters high. While such an elevation may seem insurmountable to ordinary individuals, for martial artists, it poses little challenge and is, in fact, conducive to cultivation due to its seclusion from the mundane world. As for the specific matters concerning the pavilion, the three could not provide further details, and Chen Xiao felt it inappropriate to inquire further. However, when it came to Zhu, Chen Xiao felt compelled to delve deeper. He had just heard the three gentlemen speak of the celestial Zhu. Could it be true that she is as formidable as they described? A smile graced his lips. The three exchanged knowing glances, one of them offering a conspiratorial expression and whispering, "Ah, Zhu is a rare beauty among a million. Not only is her talent for cultivation exceptional, but she is also kind-hearted, renowned alongside Su Meyer of the Carefree Valley as one of the twin beauties. At merely 16, she has already reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm, and the number of admirers she attracts is countless. It is truly a pity that one must be fortunate to behold her. Such an encounter would render one's life complete." Standing to the side, Chen Xiao's expression turned peculiar. It was surprising to learn that Zhu was indeed of equal renown to Su Meyer. No wonder the two had been so fervently engaged in their earlier dispute. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how the three would react if they knew that the twin beauties they spoke of had both consented to become his wives. Oh, now it makes sense. Chen Xiao's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, and he then inquired, "What, then, is the so-called demon-slaying trial?" It appears that the young lad is indeed not a local, for he seems unaware of the demon-slaying trial at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. This trial serves as a rite of passage for the disciples under its tutelage. The term demon here unequivocally refers to the demon beasts that roam the lands. Although this location lies between the Heavenly Martial Kingdom and the Heavenly Li Kingdom, it borders the forest of demon beasts, which every year at this season sees these creatures emerge from their depths, necessitating their eradication. Thus, the demon-slaying trial was established. To incentivize disciple participation, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion frequently bestows generous rewards, leading to speculation about who might claim the top honors. After elucidating this to Chen Xiao, the man across from him casually drank from his cup. A look of realization crossed Chen Xiao's face. No wonder he had encountered Zhu and Su Meyer venturing into the Demon Beast Mountains not long ago. It seems they were likely honing their abilities for this very trial. However, this predicament rendered Chen Xiao's intention to seek Zhu's assistance in acquiring a Sanctus fruit futile, as she was nowhere to be found. As for her return, the group of disciples had only departed 2 days prior, and their training would span an entire month. Chen Xiao could hardly afford to wait idly for such a duration. Thus, he recognized that he would have to rely on his own ingenuity. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chen Xiao ceased his conversation and rose to depart. The three individuals, witnessing his exit, felt no resentment. Rather, they breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully divided the pile of gold coins he had left behind. As for Chen Xiao's inquiries, they showed no inclination to speculate, for such matters were of no concern to them. After bidding farewell to the trio, Chen Xiao wandered the streets alone, absorbing the local culture while quietly noting the surrounding environment and infrastructure. Fenglei City was vast, home to over 10 million inhabitants, a number artificially constrained. Otherwise, it would likely exceed that figure. It took nearly 5 days for Chen Xiao to traverse the entirety of Fenglei City, gaining a general understanding of its contents and the divisions of power within. In his room, Chen Xiao stood by the table, intently gazing at a complex map spread before him. This map was meticulously crafted from his own explorations. Though his artistic skills were modest, he managed to produce a functional representation of the area. The map was clearly marked, even detailing some seldom trodden alleyways. Dominating the map was the Fenglei Manor in the east, where the external disciples of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion resided alongside the station guards. Others were located nearly 100 miles away at the main sect, which they would not visit unless necessary. Chen Xiao had visited Fenglei Manor, albeit only from a distance, unable to enter. Should one attempt to breach its confines, they would be promptly expelled. Chen Xiao had examined the manor several times, and within its confines, he sensed the formidable aura of martial artists at the martial emperor realm. This signified that there were, at the very least, experts of the martial emperor level stationed inside. The risk of Chen Xiao attempting to infiltrate stealthily was somewhat considerable. Fortunately, during these past few days, he had not been idle. After consuming a substantial quantity of elixirs, his cultivation had finally ascended to the initial stage of the one-star martial king realm. Although it had yet to stabilize completely, his strength had increased several-fold. Chapter 80. Qualification Assessment. In addition to these discoveries, Chen Xiao had made another significant gain through his subtle inquiries over the past few days. The holy fruit indeed existed within Wind Thunder City, and remarkably, it was located within the Wind Thunder Manor itself. This manor was built against a steep mountain, which soared nearly 2,000 meters high. From a distance, it resembled a sharp blade piercing through the vicinity of Wind Thunder City, standing in stark contrast to the peaks where the Wind Thunder sect resided further afield. Above the Wind Thunder Manor, there stood a towering snow-capped peak. Ordinarily, such a climate would not support snow-capped mountains, yet perhaps due to unique climatic conditions, the summit remained perpetually cloaked in snow. Atop it rested a celestial lake, eternally frozen, exuding abundant spiritual energy. The trees bearing the holy fruit thrived beside this lake, and it was likely that the choice to construct the manor in this location was closely tied to the presence of the holy fruit. All of this information was gleaned by Chen Xiao from external sources, with the details coming from disciples of the Wind Thunder sect. The disciples spoke freely about the holy fruit, as it was not something of great demand. Revealing its existence posed no risk. Furthermore, every year, the higher-ups of the Wind Thunder sect dispatched individuals to collect the fruits, ensuring they never circulated beyond the sect. This lack of interest allowed Chen Xiao to obtain such information with relative ease. At the same time, a sense of relief washed over Chen Xiao. If he were to venture to the Thunder sect, he would have felt uncertain. However, since the holy fruit was located at the Wind Thunder Manor, there were numerous avenues to explore. With a silent determination, Chen Xiao stowed the map into his system backpack and stepped outside. He paused in front of a 9-story tower, centrally situated in Wind Thunder City. The Alchemy Tower, too, had a branch here. To bolster his confidence, Chen Xiao decided to authenticate his identity as a 6th-tier alchemist. The Alchemy Tower in Wind Thunder City buzzed with activity. To accommodate the numerous martial artists, the branch of the Wind Thunder sect's Alchemy Tower boasted a greater variety of elixirs and an increased number of alchemists. Even the branch president had attained the status of a mid-level 4th-tier alchemist. Upon entering the hall of the Alchemy Tower, a young maid clad in green approached Chen Xiao. Bowing respectfully, "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" "Take me to your alchemist. I wish to participate in the alchemist qualification assessment," Chen Xiao replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the maid's expression grew even more deferential, and she swiftly nodded, saying, "Please follow me." With that, she led Chen Xiao towards the reception room at the back of the hall, while another maid was dispatched to summon the official responsible for the alchemist assessment. Shortly after Chen Xiao entered the reception room, a portly middle-aged man with a goatee strode in, dressed in a gray long robe. He bore the emblem of a silver alchemy furnace on his chest, the unmistakable mark of an alchemist. Upon the entrance of the middle-aged man, his gaze swept across the room, and, upon discovering that only Chen Xiao and a maid were present, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. He then inquired of Chen Xiao, "Young brother, are you here to undergo the alchemist qualification assessment?" "Indeed." Chen Xiao nodded, rising from his seat. The middle-aged man's expression revealed a fleeting astonishment. Chen Xiao appeared exceedingly youthful, merely in his mid-teens, yet he was here for the alchemist certification examination. It was vital to note that Chen Xiao was not merely an alchemical apprentice, but rather seeking to qualify as an alchemist, a distinction that indicated his proficiency in concocting first-tier elixirs. To the man's astonishment, he expressed, "I did not expect such remarkable accomplishments at such a tender age. You are here to refine a first-tier elixir, I presume? Please, follow me." After uttering these words, the middle-aged man turned to exit. However, Chen Xiao awkwardly remained in place, stating, "I am not here for the first-tier alchemist assessment." "Oh, so, you are an alchemical apprentice then?" A flicker of disappointment crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, yet he still smiled and nodded, revealing a commendable demeanor. Understanding the man's intent, Chen Xiao directly clarified. I am here to participate in the qualification assessment for a fourth-tier alchemist. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging this. A fourth-tier alchemist? The middle-aged man abruptly pivoted, his eyes widening in disbelief, displaying an expression of sheer incredulity. Indeed, here is my identity badge. I kindly request your arrangements, Chen Xiao replied with a resigned nod, presenting the badge he had received after passing the examination in Xingyang town. This badge, through specialized means, contained all of Chen Xiao's information, including his likeness, rendering forgery nearly impossible. Few would dare to attempt it. With the identity badge in hand, the authenticity of Chen Xiao's status was virtually undeniable, prompting the middle-aged man to instinctively rub his eyes, convinced he had misheard. After all, he himself was merely a second-tier alchemist, while Chen Xiao was already a third-tier alchemist and was now seeking to qualify as a fourth tier. This was indeed peculiar. Furthermore, the fourth-tier alchemist assessment was beyond the purview of a mere second-tier alchemist to oversee. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect as he addressed Chen Xiao. Please hold on, young friend. The fourth-tier alchemist qualification assessment must be presided over by the president personally. I shall fetch him at once. With that, the middle-aged man hastily exited, his steps echoing as he swiftly vanished from sight. Chen Xiao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, ultimately returning to his chair with a wry smile, awaiting the outcome in silence. The maid beside Chen Xiao stood agape, her expression one of utter astonishment as she regarded him. As a maid of the Alchemist Guild, she was acutely aware of the stringent hierarchy among alchemists. It appeared that even the president was merely a fourth-tier alchemist. Yet here stood a youth who could rival the president himself. This is truly astonishing. However, one cannot help but wonder what expressions would adorn their faces if they were to learn that Chen Xiao, in his reluctance to elaborate, had simply chosen to state that he was a fourth-grade alchemist rather than a sixth-grade one. This time, the interval stretched a bit longer. After the passage of a tea's worth of time, a commotion of footsteps once again resonated from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, donned in a gray robe and crowned with a mane of silvery hair, yet possessing eyes that sparkled with vitality, led the way into the room. Following closely behind him were three alchemists, including the middle-aged gentleman who had departed earlier. It was evident that the elder at the forefront was the vice president of the local alchemist association. His gaze fell upon Chen Xiao, revealing a look of astonishment. Previously, having heard others speak of him, he harbored some doubts, but upon witnessing him in person, it became clear that he was indeed exceptionally young. Chapter 81. The astonished crowd. Is it necessary for the young friend to undergo the assessment for the qualification of a fourth-rank alchemist? The elderly man, wearing a warm smile, stepped forward and inquired, standing before Chen Xiao. The individuals behind him regarded Chen Xiao with scrutinizing gazes, their expressions shifting with uncertainty, clearly harboring some doubts. However, Chen Xiao paid them no heed. He merely smiled and nodded at the elder, saying, Indeed, it is I. I hope that the esteemed president can make the necessary arrangements. Haha, truly, heroes emerge in youth. When I was your age, I had only just begun my journey into the art of alchemy. Since you wish to take the assessment, please follow me. Upon finishing his words, the elder gestured for Chen Xiao to accompany him and turned to lead the way outside. Following the left staircase, the group ascended to the third floor and halted before a room designated for alchemy. As the door swung open, they all entered, and the president of the Alchemist Guild began to explain. As a fourth-rank alchemist, you have reached an intermediate level, which may present some challenges. The process of your alchemy will be recorded by a formation for future reference. Not a problem. Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the president smiled and directed others to make the necessary preparations, then addressed Chen Xiao. Next, you need only concoct any fourth-rank elixir of your choice. We shall observe and supervise from the side. If all goes well, then let us begin. Chen Xiao had no objections to this. Once the individuals had set up the so-called recording formation, he took a moment to inspect it before moving to the center of the alchemy room. Settling beside the alchemical furnace, with a wave of his hand, he produced dozens of medicinal materials and arranged them before himself. As the materials were laid out, a nearby alchemist stepped forward to examine them meticulously, finally nodding slightly at the president. This was done to prevent anyone from using high-grade materials to deceive the assessment, as some rare materials could forcibly enhance the quality of the elixirs, albeit being quite precious. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Chen Xiao commenced his alchemical process. He swept all the medicinal materials into the furnace at the moment the alchemical fire blazed fiercely. Then, he began to form intricate hand seals, channeling streams of true energy into the furnace, meticulously controlling the purification of the materials and the intensity of the flames. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Just moments ago, Chen Xiao had tossed over 20 kinds of materials into the furnace, all of them at once. Did this fellow not understand that these materials required purification before they could be utilized? Or did he believe he could simultaneously manage over 20 kinds of materials with varying degrees of heat for purification? The mere thought was astounding. President, can you truly purify more than 20 kinds of materials at the same time? A corpulent middle-aged alchemist instinctively asked. While it is somewhat feasible to refine 2 or 3 types of herbs simultaneously, accomplishing the same feat with over 20 is beyond my capabilities. I fear that even a formidable expert at the martial emperor realm would find it impossible, as the demands on mental fortitude are exceedingly high. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to the complete ruin of an entire batch of elixirs. This individual, I wonder if he truly possesses such prowess. The president of the Alchemy Tower spoke in a hushed tone, ensuring that those nearby could hear without disturbing Chen Xiao's alchemical process. Chen Xiao was acutely aware of their discussions, as he was not exerting his full strength in crafting the elixirs. The art of alchemy could simply be entrusted to the supreme upgrade system. Why should he burden himself with such concerns? Were it not for the presence of the 3 individuals observing him, he might have simply reclined to rest. In his boredom, Chen Xiao closed his eyes and silently refined the purity of his internal true energy. After a period of continuous purification, not only had the quality of his true energy significantly improved, but his meridians also unexpectedly benefited, becoming more resilient and capable of holding a greater volume of true energy. Although he had yet to verify this, he was aware, based on descriptions from various texts, that his current true energy far surpassed that of other martial artists at the same realm, perhaps even nearly doubling it. While Chen Xiao immersed himself in his cultivation, the unfortunate alchemist remained unaware, merely observing as he sat there, occasionally gesturing with his hands to simulate the alchemical seals. Time slipped by minute, and soon nearly an hour had passed. The higher the quality of the elixir, the longer the refining process. Thus, after an hour, the quality of the elixirs in Chen Xiao's furnace was assuredly no less than 3rd grade. As a fragrant aroma began to permeate the room, the expressions of the alchemists transformed into astonishment. The elixirs had begun to condense. This indicated that Chen Xiao had indeed managed to refine over 20 types of medicinal herbs simultaneously and could craft them into elixirs. Even if the resulting elixirs were merely the lowest grade among the 4th tier, it would still be astonishing. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Chen Xiao, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Rise." As his words fell, the furnace opened, and 6 glistening elixirs soared from within, controlled by his true energy, landing gracefully into a porcelain vial in his hands. The rich, enchanting fragrance intensified tenfold, causing the nearby alchemist's eyes to widen in disbelief as they hurriedly gathered around. Chen Xiao handed the elixirs to the president for inspection, while he stood quietly to the side, observing. "Incredible. These are top-grade elixirs of the 4th-tier revitalizing pill." The president's voice was somewhat hoarse. Such an elixir demands exquisite skill and finesse in alchemy, and even he could not replicate it at this moment. The others quickly recognized the significance as well, particularly noting the elixir's perfect roundness, transparency, and the delightful fragrance. Indisputably a superior-grade elixir. "Chen Xiao, you have successfully passed the assessment for a 4th-grade alchemist, and your profound mastery of alchemy is truly humbling for me. Nevertheless, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. It is indeed a moment of great joy. The alchemy community has gained yet another remarkable talent." The president of the Alchemist Guild approached Chen Xiao with a beaming smile, and the gazes of the others turned towards him with newfound respect. A 4th-grade alchemist holds a status comparable to that of a martial king. I intend to further assess your qualifications for a 5th-grade alchemist. Is that acceptable? Chen Xiao blinked and spoke directly. The president of the Alchemist Guild momentarily froze, standing there in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. The others were equally taken aback, as none had anticipated that Chen Xiao would voice such a request. After a lengthy pause, the president murmured, "Are you serious?" "Indeed, I am serious." Chen Xiao nodded with a smile, secretly amused by their reactions. Fortunately, there was no need for extensive explanations, as someone quickly retrieved the previously recorded footage, rearranged in new formation, and prepared for Chen Xiao to commence alchemy once more. Chapter 82. Embarrassment. Having mentally prepared himself for the task, Chen Xiao once again cast 20 or more types of medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace. The spectators, while not overly shocked, couldn't entirely suppress the twitching at the corners of their mouths. After a little over an hour, Chen Xiao extracted 6 fragrant elixirs from the furnace, astonishing everyone once more. Chen Xiao had indeed succeeded in refining a 5th-tier pill, and remarkably, 3 of them were of the superior grade, with the remaining 3 classified as medium grade. This demonstrated that Chen Xiao's success rate in concocting 5th-tier pills was exceptionally high. In that moment, the gazes directed at Chen Xiao, including that of the Alchemy Guild president, transformed entirely. A 5th-tier alchemist held a status and power comparable to that of a martial emperor. Should a 5th-tier alchemist stand forth and call out, they could easily attract several martial emperors as their followers. Naturally, these followers were not mere subordinates, but more akin to a contractual relationship. Alchemists typically possessed limited personal strength. Should they encounter a reckless individual intent on violence, they would be at a disadvantage. Thus, many alchemists preferred to recruit powerful companions to safeguard them. In return, the alchemist would supply various elixirs to their martial emperor companions, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Such occurrences were quite common on the Fengyue continent. Conversely, it was perplexing that someone like Chen Xiao, who clearly possessed the prowess of a 5th-tier alchemist, roamed freely without any entourage, relying solely on his martial king cultivation. Did he not fear attracting unwanted attention? The thought caused a collective gasp among the crowd, particularly the Alchemy Guild president, who had just reviewed Chen Xiao's records, noted with astonishment that the young man was only 16 years old. At such a tender age, he had already attained the rank of a 1-star martial king. Even among the prodigies of the Fengyue Pavilion, few had reached such heights. Most astonishing was the fact that this individual was not only a youthful martial king, but also a 5th-tier alchemist, a combination so extraordinary it could only be described as monstrous. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort in their jaws, yet found themselves at a loss for words. After finally completing the necessary formalities for Chen Xiao's departure, the branch president turned to the others and instructed, "Do not let the events that transpired here leak easily. Otherwise, that young man may find himself in trouble. Additionally, I must report this matter upward. The emergence of such a talented alchemist in Fengyue City is bound to attract the attention of the headquarters." Upon hearing the branch president's words, envy flickered across the faces of those nearby. The headquarters he referred to was, of course, the central authority of the Alchemy Guild, situated in the heart of the Fengyue continent. This location represented the core of the entire Alchemy Guild's power. Should a remarkably gifted individual be recommended there, their future achievements would surely be beyond the reach of the others, prompting a sense of admiration and envy. What actions these individuals might take remained unknown to Chen Xiao, nor did he concern himself with such matters, as he had already accomplished his objectives. Originally, Chen Xiao intended to directly certify as a 6th-grade alchemist. However, a sense of unease compelled him to reconsider, coupled with his penchant for leaving an escape route in his endeavors, which led him to forego the qualification assessment for 6th-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, even a 5th-grade alchemist holds a status comparable to a martial emperor, at the very least enabling him to engage in equal discourse with the Fengyue Pavilion. To ensure his position, Chen Xiao devoted an additional 5 days to concocting a substantial quantity of 3rd and 4th-grade elixirs, though he refrained from attempting any 5th-grade potions due to the inherent risks. This laborious effort consumed 5 full days, yet the rewards were considerable. Upon selling these potions, he amassed nearly 2 million gold coins, a sum that even stirred Chen Xiao's heart with excitement. The profession of an alchemist, it seems, is not merely one of expenditure but also of lucrative gain. The preparation of 2 million gold coins was, of course, intended for the forthcoming negotiations. With whom would he negotiate? Naturally, with the Fenglai Mountain Manor. At the foot of Fenglai Mountain, the source of a lake meanders from the opposite side, enveloped in a delicate mist that shrouds the manor in an ethereal haze, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Even from a distance, one could sense a marked increase in the spiritual energy of the surroundings. The air was filled with the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a truly enchanting locale. Even Chen Xiao found himself silently praising the beauty of the place. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, a massive stone staircase, 5 meters wide, wound its way upwards, adorned with a colossal monument inscribed with the elegant characters of Fenglai Mountain Manor. The sight of these characters instantly reminded Chen Xiao of the plaque at the city tower of Fenglai City, with an eerily similar artistic essence emanating from both, clearly crafted by the same hand. Halt! This is a forbidden area of Fenglai City. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. 2 young men clad in white approached, swords in hand, their gazes fixed disdainfully upon Chen Xiao, their tone decidedly unfriendly. Chen Xiao slightly furrowed his brow but spoke resolutely. I am Chen Xiao, seeking an audience with the elders of Fenglai Mountain Manor. The elders he referred to were, of course, the powerful martial emperors guarding this place. The 2 men exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. One of them scrutinized Chen Xiao and, realizing he could not discern Chen Xiao's cultivation level, frowned and hesitantly inquired, which sect do you belong to? I belong to no sect, Chen Xiao replied candidly. Belong to no sect? Do you think our elders at Fenglai Pavilion can be seen at your whim? Depart at once. Or do not blame us for being impolite. As they spoke, the 2 began to channel their energies, clearly poised to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Chen Xiao was momentarily amused by the audacity of these 2 individuals. He had not anticipated that they would be too indifferent even to relay his request. I am a 5th-grade alchemist, here to pay my respects to your esteemed elders. Kindly relay my message. Chen Xiao's expression darkened somewhat. A 5th-grade alchemist? The faces of the 2 men instantly stiffened. If he truly was a 5th-grade alchemist, their rudeness could potentially lead to dire consequences. However, upon gazing at Chen Xiao's youthful visage, doubt crept onto the faces of the 2 guards. Could there truly be a 5th-grade alchemist so young? Humph, little brat, be gone. This is not a place for someone like you. Have you even considered your own age? If you are a 5th-grade alchemist, then I must be a 7th-grade alchemist. Finally, one of the guards spoke, his expression equally dark. It was not that they looked down upon others, but rather that no alchemist had ever achieved such a level at this tender age. Such a phenomenon had never existed. Instinctively, they perceived Chen Xiao as merely a jester come to mock them. The smile on Chen Xiao's face gradually faded. As the guards noticed he still lingered, their anxiety grew. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Chen Xiao's shoulder, intending to shove him aside. Yet, Chen Xiao's expression shifted abruptly, with lightning speed. His right fist struck forth, landing a powerful blow on the guard's shoulder before the latter could make contact. Chapter 83. A dog's eye sees below immediately. A notification from the system chimed. The host successfully defeated a 3-star martial artist, gaining 500 experience points and 20 gold coins. With a resounding crash, the guard's body was violently thrown against the stone steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face paling dramatically. The other guard stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned. How could they have been attacked? By someone right here in Wind Thunder City. Did Chen Xiao not fear for his life? Enemy attack. We are under siege. The guard exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm, evidently calling for reinforcements. Almost immediately, a throng of individuals surged in from all directions. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen, all evidently disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, brandishing long swords. As they approached, their gazes were fixed unwaveringly on Chen Xiao. Their collective breath locked onto him, ready to pounce at the slightest indication of movement. Be cautious. This fellow is at least a peak martial general, shouted the one who had initially raised the alarm, his voice tinged with urgency, finding some semblance of calm with the arrival of so many fellow disciples. What a disappointment. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. He had intended to pay a visit first, to approach with courtesy before conflict, hoping to negotiate for the holy fruit. However, it now seemed that such a prospect was highly unlikely. Disinterested in further entanglements with these individuals, Chen Xiao regarded them with indifference. Even though Zhu Ying was affiliated with this sect, he had little concern for them. Their highest cultivation level was merely that of 2-star martial artists, incapable of impeding his progress. Just as he prepared to depart, a deep, authoritative voice suddenly rang out. What is happening here? Upon hearing this voice, the Wind Thunder Pavilion disciples, who had been poised to act, halted abruptly, turning respectfully towards the staircase to bow. We greet Elder Sun. Descending the steps was a middle-aged man with a dignified countenance, his piercing eyes scrutinizing Chen Xiao, slightly furrowing his brow. Accompanying Elder Sun was a familiar face to Chen Xiao, causing him to pause in his intent to leave. Ah, young friend Chen, what brings you here? Came the voice of the president of the Alchemy Tower's branch in Wind Thunder City. Indeed, it was the very president who happened to be attending to business in the area, accompanying Elder Sun, who had come to see him off, but had not anticipated encountering such a situation. So it is the esteemed president. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, though his gaze remained on the stern-faced middle-aged man. Below, the two disciples who had initially sought to obstruct Chen Xiao turned ashen upon hearing his exchange with the president. Chen Xiao actually knew the president and appeared quite familiar with him. Was it possible that Chen Xiao was not deceiving them, and truly was a fifth-grade alchemist? If that were the case, the two dared not entertain further thoughts, cold sweat already forming on their brows. On the side, the other disciples of the Wind Thunder Pavilion who had rushed over to surround Chen Xiao exchanged glances, their eyes collectively fixated on the disciple still sprawled on the ground, seemingly inquiring about the unfolding situation. The stern-faced middle-aged man was equally taken aback. His gaze swept over the fallen disciple, his expression darkening before he turned to the vice president of the Alchemist Guild beside him, frowning as he asked, "Brother Liu, do you know this young man?" "Huh. Not only do I know him, but this young brother is named Chen Xiao, a master of alchemy whose skills are nothing short of extraordinary. He has already attained the rank of a mid-level fifth-grade alchemist, and even I am left in awe of his abilities." Vice President Liu responded with a smile, stepping forward to address Chen Xiao. "This is Elder Sun, the overseeing elder stationed at the Wind Thunder Mountain Villa. It seems there has been a conflict. What is the situation, Elder?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, immediately discerning the man's cultivation level through the system's prompt, the realm of an 8-star martial king. In Wind Thunder City, such a status was undoubtedly significant, and it was likely that the elder's presence here was due to Vice President Liu's status as a 4th-grade alchemist. The revelation that Chen Xiao was a 5th-grade alchemist transformed the gazes of everyone present, including that of the previously imposing president, who was visibly moved upon hearing of Chen Xiao's esteemed title. Even the president stationed in Wind Thunder City was merely a 4th-grade alchemist. How could this seemingly youthful lad, appearing no older than 15 or 16, be a 5th-grade alchemist? Or perhaps he was merely an ancient being with a youthful visage? After all, some individuals took great care to preserve their appearance through various means. Despite his inner turmoil, Elder Sun swiftly made a decision. A 5th-grade alchemist was not someone he could afford to offend, at least not lightly. Consequently, he turned abruptly to the pale-faced disciple still on the ground and chastised. "What is the meaning of this? Are you to guard this place and treat our guests in such a manner?" This statement effectively glossed over the incident involving Chen Xiao injuring a disciple of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, clearly indicating an intention not to pursue the matter further. The disciple, understanding this implication, grew even paler but still struggled to rise from the ground, respectfully stating, "This disciple is at fault. I thought that this esteemed alchemist was an impostor seeking trouble, so I attempted to drive him away." At this point, the disciple halted. Yet it was evident that the others understood what had transpired thereafter, and they regarded him with an air of disdain. Another disciple who had attempted to intervene stood nearby, his expression shifting unpredictably, his head bowed low to the ground, as if fearing that Chen Xiao might suddenly seek retribution. "You too shall reflect in solitude on the snow peak for a month." Elder Sun spoke softly, his gaze resting upon Chen Xiao. With a gentle chuckle, he remarked, "The disciples below are unversed in propriety. I hope you do not take offense, young brother. Since you are a friend of Brother Liu, you are naturally my friend as well. The rest may disperse." As Elder Sun waved his hand, the others hastily seized the opportunity to leave, except for the two guarding disciples, who stood up with expressions of relief and clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your benevolence, Elder." They then turned to Chen Xiao and bowed, adding, "We sincerely apologize for our previous offenses. We hope you can overlook our shortcomings." Upon hearing this, and noticing Chen Xiao's lack of response, the two exchanged a glance before swiftly making their way up the steps. evidently heading to the snow peak to reflect on the past. Chen Xiao, too, was reminded of this, and instinctively raised his gaze towards the sky. Yet he still could not discern the summit of the mountain range. Chapter 84. The Purchase. Dear young man, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my Wind Thunder Villa? Elder Sun stepped forward, standing opposite Chen Xiao with a warm smile. Initially, Chen Xiao intended to leave without further ado. However, given that President Lu was present and Elder Sun's demeanor was relatively cordial, he decided to remain patient. He clasped his fists in greeting and responded, I have come for no particular reason. I merely wish to procure an item from your esteemed establishment. Oh, what item might that be? Please, do share, Elder Sun inquired, a hint of curiosity gracing his countenance. The Wind Thunder Pavilion neither concocted elixirs nor crafted formations. Apart from rare treasures occasionally surrendered by disciples, it was unlikely they had much for sale. Chen Xiao's direct approach indicated his awareness that the item he sought was indeed available here, a notion that piqued Elder Sun's interest. What could possibly warrant a fifth-tier alchemist to personally seek it out? Since we are being candid, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that within the Wind Thunder Pavilion, there exists a holy fruit tree that bears fruit annually. I am currently developing a new type of elixir that may require a small quantity of the holy fruit. Thus, I dare to inquire about the possibility of a purchase. Of course, the price is not an issue. Chen Xiao's earnest demeanor reflected his sincerity. However, upon hearing these words, Elder Sun's brow furrowed in surprise as he regarded Chen Xiao, and even President Lu appeared momentarily taken aback. Neither had anticipated that Chen Xiao's visit was motivated by such a trivial item. President Lu was intrigued by what elixir Chen Xiao intended to concoct with the holy fruit, for his cultivation level suggested he was not frivolous in his pursuits. Yet, the formulation of an alchemist's recipe was a deeply personal matter, rendering him hesitant to inquire further. In contrast to President Lu's curiosity, Elder Sun found himself at a loss for words. He had not expected that Chen Xiao sought the nearly worthless and rather insipid holy fruit. While its taste was delightful and it was imbued with spiritual energy, the essence contained within was no more potent than that of a fourth-tier elixir. Its high rank was solely due to its arduous growing conditions, and it could only be refined into a potion for improving one's complexion. As a man, he would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Yet the Wind Thunder Pavilion diligently retrieved the 9 ripe holy fruits from the tree each year. Thus, Chen Xiao's request to purchase the holy fruit was virtually impossible. Although a fifth-tier alchemist was not someone the Wind Thunder Pavilion needed to overly regard, they were reluctant to offend him lightly. Moreover, this matter was beyond his authority. Hence, he frowned and said, to be frank, the holy fruit is not for sale at the Wind Thunder Pavilion. I fear you may leave disappointed. However, I can escort you to meet Elder San, one of the top 3 esteemed elders of our pavilion, who oversees the entire Wind Thunder City. You may wish to discuss this with him. Haha, thank you, Brother Sun. President Lu chuckled, expressing his gratitude to Elder Sunday. Chen Xiao immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that the other party was extending their courtesy in consideration of President Lu, along with Chen Xiao's identity as a 5th-grade alchemist, which prompted their assistance in making an introduction. With this realization, Chen Xiao expressed his gratitude to both individuals before following Elder Sun, ascending the steps anew. President Lu, initially intending to depart, reconsidered his decision, wishing to cultivate a closer rapport with Chen Xiao, and thus chose to accompany them. In this manner, the trio swiftly reached the mountainside. Strangely, from a distance, the peak resembled a soaring sword, yet at the halfway point, it revealed expansive flatlands, as if abruptly severed by an unseen force. Scattered across these plains were magnificent pavilions and towers, with the occasional group of disciples weaving between the structures. Turning to glance behind, a delicate veil of mist enveloped the steps, imbuing the scene with an ethereal quality, as though one were suspended among the clouds. The scenery here was truly remarkable. Chen Xiao marveled sincerely. Elder Sun's face lit up with pride as he chuckled. Indeed, the beauty of this place is unparalleled, especially during sunrise and sunset when the sky is ablaze with crimson hues, a sight seldom seen. The founding ancestors' choice of this location for Wind Thunder City was greatly influenced by this stunning vista. Ah, I see. Chen Xiao smiled, casting his gaze upward once more. Yet the summit remained elusive. It was apparent that no paths led further up, suggesting the absence of habitation above. The trio continued along the bluestone pathway until they arrived at an imposing complex of palatial architecture, where they finally halted. Chen Xiao surveyed the expansive palace grounds, which spanned at least 10,000 square meters, feeling a stir of awe within. The grandeur of this palace complex eclipsed even the Tinjiang high walls of Wind Thunder City that he had first encountered. After all, this edifice was situated nearly 1,000 meters above the city below. Merely transporting the necessary materials for construction must have been a daunting endeavor, let alone erecting such a vast palace complex atop this mountain. Fortunately, the martial artists possessed robust physiques and immense strength. Otherwise, such a feat would have been utterly inconceivable. Esteemed guests, please follow me, Elder Sun declared before stepping through the grand entrance of the palace, leading them inside. Chen Xiao and President Lu trailed behind, meandering through the halls until they finally came to a stop in a grand hall after what felt like the duration of a tea brew. Please wait here. I shall fetch Elder San, Elder Sun remarked before departing. Within the hall, attendants promptly presented fragrant tea, but Chen Xiao refrained from consuming anything offered by others, while President Lu savored a cup with delight. After a moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and soon Elder Sun reappeared, accompanied by an elderly gentleman whose hair was white, yet whose visage retained youthful vigor. The old man appeared unremarkable, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet Chen Xiao's pupils instinctively narrowed. According to the prompts of the Supreme Upgrade System, this elder is, astonishingly, a formidable presence at the level of a 3-star martial emperor. No wonder he could attain the position of third elder within the esteemed Wind Thunder Pavilion, a profound sect. It is likely that his formidable cultivation serves as his most powerful support. Upon the elder's arrival, President Lu of the Pill Tower immediately rose to his feet, his expression revealing a hint of restraint, and he spoke first. I am Lu Tianxuo, the Vice President of the Pill Tower in Wind Thunder City. It is an honor to meet Elder Ding. The elder's gaze settled upon President Lu, and with a benevolent smile, he nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the equally standing Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao also respectfully clasped his hands and said, I am Chen Xiao. It is a privilege to meet Elder Ding. Chapter 85. Negotiations fall apart. The elder smiled and nodded at Chen Xiao, though after a moment, he began to speak. Indeed, young brother, your presence is remarkable. At such a tender age, you have already attained the rank of a 5th-grade alchemist. Although the compliment was pleasant to hear, Chen Xiao discerned that it was merely a casual remark, devoid of any deeper implications or genuine praise. It was understandable, for despite being a 5th-grade alchemist, Chen Xiao posed no threat to the vast power of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 3rd star of the Martial Emperor realm, he had little reason to regard Chen Xiao, who was merely at the 1st star of the Martial King realm. The mere fact that he had come to converse with Chen Xiao was already a significant gesture of respect. Elder Ding, you are too humble. I trust that Elder Sun has informed you of my purpose for visiting? Chen Xiao's gaze rested intently upon Elder Ding, flickering with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Elder Ding maintained his smile, but shook his head gently, gesturing dismissively. While the holy maiden fruit is not particularly rare, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. This fruit has been specifically designated for preservation by our pavilion master. Not even our disciples have the privilege to obtain it, so I must apologize. With a light-hearted dismissal, he not only absolved himself of responsibility, but also rendered Chen Xiao speechless, leaving him unable to voice any reproach. The regulations were set forth by our sect leader. If you are truly intent on acquiring it, you may seek out our sect leader directly. I lack the authority to grant your request. President Lu, standing nearby, recognized the implications of Elder Ding's words. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, knowing that this matter was not one he could involve himself in. Merely accompanying Chen Xiao was already a considerable act of audacity on his part. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, a hint of disappointment gracing his features as he replied, I see. Since your esteemed sect is unwilling, I have no reason to press the issue further. I apologize for the intrusion during my visit. Not at all. It has been quite some time since I have had the opportunity to engage in conversation. A little movement is quite welcome. Elder Ding responded cheerfully, as though the previous refusal had never occurred. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Xiao continued, in truth, my visit was prompted not only by the desire for the holy maiden fruit, but also to inquire about Miss Zhu Yingzhan. She and I share a certain familiarity, and I was hoping to discover when she might return, as she is not present at this moment. Ah, you know that girl, Zhuing? Elder Ding raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Xiao with a hint of surprise. Yes, we became acquainted somewhat unexpectedly in the Beast Mountain range. She even invited me to visit the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, so I thought it would be an opportune moment to come and see her. Chen Xiao explained with a smile, carefully omitting the details of their encounter. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words and considering his identity and cultivation level, the two elders realized that his acquaintance with Zhu Ying was likely genuine. They suspected that his pretense of seeking the Saintess fruit was merely a guise to gather information about Zhu Ying. With this thought, their initial wariness began to dissipate. Elder Sun, chuckling, remarked, "That girl Zhu Ying has gone to participate in the trials and won't be back anytime soon. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. However, I can convey your message." Regret flickered across Chen Xiao's face as he replied, "In a couple of days, I must return to the imperial capital of Tianwu to attend to matters. It seems I won't have the opportunity to see her. Please, do let her know that I shall come to visit her in a few months if time permits." "Certainly." Elder Sun nodded enthusiastically, though his inner thoughts remained concealed from all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Xiao finally rose to take his leave. Elder Sun accompanied him and his companion to the steps leading down the mountain before entrusting two disciples with their descent, while he himself turned back towards the hall. "Third Elder, what are your thoughts on Chen Xiao?" Elder Sun inquired with a smile as he re-entered the hall. His talent rivals that of Zhu Ying, and his alchemical skills are likely extraordinary, marking him as a rare prodigy. It is a pity that at such a young age, he has achieved this level of cultivation. He must already belong to a sect. As for his visit, it seems primarily motivated by his interest in that girl Zhu Ying. Truly, even the mightiest heroes falter before beauty. Elder Ding chuckled, shaking his head in agreement, and Elder Sun echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiao descended the mountain, he felt quite pleased. His earlier mention of returning to play with Zhu Ying was merely a jest, intended to tease her for her silent departure. It was also a calculated move to alleviate the two elders' suspicions, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming endeavors. Otherwise, should any incident arise concerning the Saintess fruit, he would undoubtedly be the first to be implicated. Now, however, that likelihood had diminished. After descending, although President Liu once again invited Chen Xiao to visit the Alchemist Guild, he graciously declined, citing pressing matters. At the Wind and Thunder Inn, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, refining the recently ingested elixir while perusing the items available for exchange within his system. Over time, his accumulated gold coins had nearly reached 8,000 pieces. Since there were currently no pressing needs, he had refrained from making any exchanges, but the situation had changed. The Saintess fruit was a necessity for him. Even if it was explicitly denied to him, he would find a way to procure it, be it through stealth or force. Although such thoughts may seem morally questionable, Chen Xiao felt he had no choice. He could not bear to watch Chen Lan grow old without the opportunity to cultivate. Moreover, the Saintess fruit bore fruit annually. He merely sought to borrow a few, which would not cause significant harm. However, that object is perched upon a snow-capped peak nearly 2,000 meters high. It is nearly impossible for Chen Xiao to stealthily infiltrate from the base of the Wind Thunder Mountain Manor, as his technique for concealing his presence may not suffice to evade even the keen senses of a 3-star martial emperor. Given the impossibility of ascending from the ground, why not consider an approach from the skies? As a modern individual, Chen Xiao has experienced various aerial modes of transportation, and his thinking is undoubtedly bolder than that of the people in this realm. Nevertheless, after scouring the Supreme Upgrade system, he found no trace of aircraft or similar technological marvels, clearly indicating that such items cannot be exchanged in this world. Instead, he encountered several aerial vessels and flying shuttles native to this realm. However, their exorbitant prices, often amounting to several thousand gold coins, coupled with their cumbersome size, render them exceedingly impractical for a covert approach. Thus, the likelihood of Chen Xiao stealthily ascending is virtually non-existent. Chapter 86. The ingenious Chen Xiao of paramount importance is the fact that once a martial artist attains the emperor level, they can harness the true energy within their bodies and soar through the air with remarkable speed. Should Chen Xiao ascend openly, it is likely that before he could descend, the third elder of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion would swiftly intervene and eliminate him. Thus, wary of his opponent, Chen Xiao was compelled to approach stealthily and depart just as quietly. While this may seem cumbersome and even unrealistic to many, Chen Xiao was not inclined to relinquish his aspirations easily. At the very least, he felt compelled to give it a try. It appeared that his desire to directly exchange for a flying apparatus had evaporated. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of a temporary flight device. If it could not be exchanged, he would simply craft one himself. Furrowing his brow, he muttered in mild frustration. As a once formidable tech enthusiast, Chen Xiao possessed considerable practical skills, and he was determined to act upon his idea. After instructing a young attendant to bring him a selection of writing materials, he closed the door and began to design on his own. What he termed designing was essentially the recreation of ideas he had encountered on Earth. Unlike aimless doodling, with concentrated effort, an ensemble reminiscent of a bat-like suit began to materialize on his canvas. To the observer, it appeared as if a pair of interconnected bat wings had formed a cohesive whole. Viewed from above, it resembled a piece of fabric with flowing edges. But under Chen Xiao's meticulous design and alterations, a vivid garment began to take shape. Should someone from his previous life lay eyes upon it, they would surely be unfazed. For what Chen Xiao was illustrating was none other than a wingsuit, an extreme sport apparatus. A wingsuit, also known as a flying squirrel suit, utilizes air resistance for low-altitude flight. However, the original design could not possibly ascend to heights of 1,000 or 2,000 meters, prompting Chen Xiao to manually enhance its dimensions, transforming the originally single-person size into an impressive 3-meter wingspan. He also incorporated lightweight frameworks mimicking those of a kite. In the blink of an eye, a rudimentary flying device was crafted, leading him into the phases of construction and experimentation. Chen Xiao meticulously noted all necessary materials and tucked away his blueprints before stepping outside. This time, he headed directly to the largest trading house nearby, procuring various items he required, while also purchasing a vast array of medicinal herbs to maintain discretion. Before confidently departing, naturally, Chen Xiao did not return to the inn. Instead, he made his way to the Alchemy Tower. Inside, he engaged in conversation with Lu Tianxua and others for a brief moment, before articulating his purpose, which swiftly granted him access to an independent alchemy chamber. In the alchemy chamber, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, his gaze fixated on the supreme upgrade system interface before him. Upon glimpsing the crafting technique on the exchange interface, a smile graced his lips. Exchange. Ding. The system prompts that the host has successfully exchanged for the basic forging technique, and 100 gold coins have been automatically deducted. Ding. The basic forging technique has been automatically utilized and learned. Well then, let us commence our work. Chen Xiao murmured to himself and began to extract a piece of iron from the system's inventory. He directly harnessed the core fire from the Dan Tower and started to forge the iron piece little by little. Upon learning the forging technique, Chen Xiao found it to be extraordinarily marvelous. Unlike conventional blacksmithing, the forgers in this world possessed their unique methods, and the forging techniques were remarkably enchanting. What Chen Xiao was currently learning was one of the simplest among them. As the iron piece glowed red, Chen Xiao swiftly tapped with both hands, and a stream of true energy began to emanate from his fingertips, infusing into the iron piece. Effortlessly, he sliced the glowing iron into numerous, evenly sized iron sheets. Then, utilizing his true energy for pulling and the earth fire for tempering, he effortlessly shaped the iron piece into his desired form, with scarcely any waste. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and beside Chen Xiao lay a considerable pile of iron bars, each uniquely shaped, all forged from the iron piece. These were essential components for the flying apparatus he was crafting. Chen Xiao's forging process was indeed arduous, fraught with failures, yet through relentless effort, he eventually managed to produce all the necessary items. After organizing his work, Chen Xiao waved his hand to tidy everything up and then left, bidding farewell to Lu Tianxua and the others before returning to the Wind Thunder Inn. He spent another day at the inn, and by the following dawn, he chose to check out and depart. Outside Wind Thunder City, Chen Xiao glanced back at the colossal structure behind him, then mounted a dragon steed and galloped into the distance. As he rode along, stirring up clouds of dust, after traveling over 30 miles, he abruptly turned his steed towards a dense forest along the mountain path, swiftly disappearing from sight. As for the dragon steed, he allowed it to continue galloping along the mountain path, disregarding it entirely. The vicinity of Wind Thunder City also had some mountain ranges, such as the Beast Forest several hundred miles away. However, Chen Xiao's intended destination was not the beast forest. He traversed through the rolling hills, which were hardly mountainous, and selected a location with a cave to settle in. The reason for opting for a cave instead of an inn was to consider his future plans. If he departed and the items from Wind Thunder Manor were stolen shortly after, how would others perceive it? But if he had already left and the items went missing? Even if suspicions arose, no one could attribute the theft to him, as he would be nowhere to be found. Additionally, Chen Xiao needed a place to test his flying apparatus. It would be unwise to conduct such tests in Wind Thunder City. Inside a meticulously cleaned cave, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, the cavern measuring nearly 10 meters in width, with evident signs of artificial excavation on the walls. Above his head, a fist-sized moonstone radiated a hazy glow. This moonstone is a naturally occurring mineral that emits a luminous glow, rivaling that of an oil lamp, making it a favored source of illumination among many martial artists. Chen Xiao, on this occasion, procured several pieces to stow within his backpack. Not far away, a campfire crackled, roasting the tantalizing meat of magical beasts, while Chen Xiao himself scrutinized a rudimentary flying device with a furrowed brow from the opposite side of the cave. After an exhaustive 3 days of construction and fine-tuning, this makeshift aircraft was finally completed. Chen Xiao took great pride in its capability to ascend from low altitudes to higher ones. Once a certain speed is achieved, it could take off seamlessly, akin to the aircraft of his previous life. He had also conducted specific tests regarding aerial maneuverability by harnessing his internal energy to create a forceful push. He could deftly alter the direction of flight. Initially, it posed some challenges due to his inexperience, but after rigorous testing, he was able to achieve flawless flight. Most importantly, the operation of the flying device produced not a single ripple of energy disturbance, allowing it to soar unobtrusively even above a gathering of people. As long as no one looked up, its presence would remain undetected. All was in readiness, awaiting only the favorable winds. Chapter 87. The night raid on Wind Thunder City. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, aside from consuming elixirs for cultivation, Chen Xiao dedicated himself to refining the true energy within his body. A month and a half had elapsed since the 3-month deadline for his task, and although anxiety gnawed at him, he refrained from taking impulsive actions. One evening, Chen Xiao stood outside the cave, gazing up at the overcast sky thick with dark clouds, a hint of joy illuminating his face. His prolonged wait served not only to avoid arousing suspicion from the inhabitants of Wind Thunder City, but also to seize the opportune moment, which had finally arrived. After all this time, even if something unforeseen occurred, those individuals would not suspect him. Upon returning to the cave, he relished a hearty meal of roasted meat. As dusk deepened, he emerged from the cave, plunging into the forest and hastening towards Wind Thunder City. Wind Thunder City was flanked by mountains, with a vast lake nearby. The Wind Thunder Manor was situated atop the soaring Sword Peak to the east. Aside from the peak, approximately 10 miles from Wind Thunder City, lay a dense forest of towering trees, which was Chen Xiao's intended destination. Around an hour later, he arrived at the location. Though darkness had descended, Chen Xiao, having ascended to the first rank of Martial King, possessed the ability to see in the night, rendering the forest's obstacles inconsequential. Reaching a cliff, he glanced up at the sky, where the moon was shrouded by clouds, obscuring any discernible features above. It appeared unlikely that it would reveal itself anytime soon. "It's about time," Chen Xiao murmured, producing a moonstone and tossing it onto a protruding rock on the cliff. After completing this task, he deftly released a makeshift flying device, donning it with practiced ease. After a brief inspection to ensure there was no danger, he took several steps back and then surged forward. Standing at the precipice of the towering cliff, his true energy erupted, propelling him out from the mountainside, plunging directly into the inky blackness of the forest below. However, at that moment, as he slightly tugged on several iron wires, his apparatus underwent subtle adjustments, beginning to ascend gradually against the evening breeze. Ultimately, it soared higher and higher, disappearing into the clouds. In midair, Chen Xiao cast his gaze downward at the impenetrable darkness of the forest, then looked into the distance. Through the haze, he could discern a glimmer of lights far off. There lay Wind Thunder City. This marked Chen Xiao's first genuine experience of soaring thousands of meters into the sky. At such an altitude, even with his martial king prowess, a fall would mean certain death. Fortunately, The reliability of his equipment alleviated his concerns. Throughout the journey, Chen Xiao resembled a majestic eagle, soaring gracefully through the high skies, smoothly approaching the expanse above Wind Thunder City. As Chen Xiao approached, he did not hastily make his descent, but instead circled around the periphery of Wind Thunder City, ensuring that all was well before ascending once more, penetrating the clouds and vanishing from sight. Initially, his silhouette could be faintly discerned from the ground, but upon entering the cloud cover, he became entirely invisible. At Wind Thunder Mountain Villa, the disciples stationed at Sword Peak carried out their usual patrols. Perhaps due to the absence of any recent disturbances, these disciples merely ambled about, ensuring no outsiders trespassed. As for the sky above, their attention seldom strayed there, for only those of the martial emperor realm could soar into the heavens. Should a martial emperor approach, the third elder, who guarded the place, would undoubtedly sense it immediately, sparing them any concern. However, during their patrol, they failed to notice a small bird darting through the clouds above. At an elevation of approximately 1,800 meters, Chen Xiao found himself at an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down to catch glimpses of flickering lights within Wind Thunder Villa on the mountainside. Fortunately, no one had yet discovered his presence. After circling for a while, Chen Xiao seized an opportunity, abruptly descending towards the summit of the snow-capped peak. Throughout his descent, he made no sound, save for the rush of wind that only he could hear. Gradually, the landscape of the snowy peak came into view, and the air around him began to grow colder, the mountain cloaked in a blanket of white looming ever closer. Chen Xiao glanced around, puzzled by the formation of the snow peak, but now was not the time for contemplation as he lightly touched down upon a snowy expanse. The ground was a pristine white. Even at night, it radiated a faint glow, preventing the surroundings from being engulfed in total darkness. He stowed away his rudimentary flying apparatus before surveying his surroundings. The temperature in the mountains was indeed frigid, likely several degrees below zero. Nevertheless, for Chen Xiao at this moment, such chill posed no hindrance. However, he remained cautious in his quest to locate the heavenly pool. The summit offered no sight of this so-called pool, nor any trees. It was stark and barren, rendering the presence of the holy fruit impossible. Thus, Chen Xiao began to cautiously approach the steep cliffside below. With utmost care, he descended, his body tense, daring not to make a sound. The snow blanketing the ground reached knee-deep, yet with his agile movements, he traversed it without leaving a trace. After descending nearly 300 meters, he paused once more. Gazing into the distance, he beheld Wind Thunder City ablaze with lights below, while the mountainside sparkled faintly, and the summit remained enveloped in a tranquil silence. However, Chen Xiao's gaze was drawn to a flat area about 100 meters below, nestled halfway up the mountain. In that clearing, a small pond, covering an area of several hundred square meters, was emitting wisps of ethereal blue smoke. Curiously, although the surroundings were blanketed in snow, the pond showed no signs of freezing, appearing remarkably enchanting. Heavenly pool? Chen Xiao's eyes brightened, and he was about to advance. Yet, at that moment, an ominous premonition surged within him, compelling him to halt his actions and survey the area surrounding the heavenly pool. Beside the pond lay a patch of snow-covered gravel, and next to it, a 2-meter-tall tree, vibrant and lush, stood out like a crane among chickens. On its verdant branches, 9 fruits of varying sizes hung quietly. Holy fruit. Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the holy fruits. Casting a cautious glance around, he found no signs of danger, and only then did he carefully descend and stealthily approach the holy fruit tree. Chapter 88. An incident occurred. There was no unexpected turn of events as anticipated. Yet Chen Xiao's vigilance remained unwavering. His gaze fell upon the dark red, fist-sized fruits of the holy maiden, which hung from the tree branches, a smile of delight gracing his face. He counted them and confirmed there were indeed 9 fruits. 2 had ripened to a deep crimson, while the others were still a mix of green and red, evidently unripe. Chen Xiao dared not delay. Swiftly plucking the 2 mature fruits and carefully placing them into a jade box, which he then stored in his system backpack, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Having no intention of harvesting the remaining fruits or the tree, Chen Xiao retreated to the edge of the celestial pond, casting a glance into its depths. However, that brief glance caused him to freeze in his tracks, for within the pond, he beheld a pair of eyes as large as copper bells. Almost instinctively, A long sword appeared in Chen Xiao's hand, his true energy surging, nearly compelling him to strike. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized the owner of those eyes harbored no intentions of aggression, merely lying quietly at the bottom of the pond. Upon further scrutiny, he discerned that it was a fish, its body adorned with golden scales, emanating a faint spiritual aura, albeit possessing a low cultivation level, seemingly only at the second tier of demonic beasts. Given that Chen Xiao had attained the martial king realm, it was no wonder the creature did not attack him. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao understood he could not linger here. Without hesitation, he ascended the snowy peak, retrieved his flight apparatus, donned it, and leaped off the summit, hurtling towards the distance. It was not until he soared amidst the clouds that he released a heavy sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped exposure. Fortunate that the unknown beast did not choose to strike, for the consequences could have been dire. Thankfully, he had secured the fruits. Disregarding the other matters behind him, Chen Xiao maneuvered his flying device, covering dozens of miles without pause, even noting that the moonlight stone he had left on the cliff showed no signs of stopping. As dawn began to break, he slipped into a forest and came to a halt. He stowed the rudimentary flying apparatus into his system backpack for future use and swiftly exited the mountain path, hastening away, as distance was his ally. This time, Chen Xiao wasted no time. He journeyed relentlessly towards North Xian City, and upon encountering a settlement along the way, he unhesitatingly purchased a dragon steed for his travels. Even so, it took him nearly 5 days to reach the gates of North Xian City once again. 2 full months had elapsed since his departure. With a month remaining to complete his task, he felt assured that he could concoct the elixir required to activate the mission, thus earning substantial experience rewards. In due time, Chen Xiao's cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With these thoughts in mind, he returned to Tianwu Academy and quickly located Han Xiaolai's residence. Upon encountering Chen Xiao, the guard by Han Xiaolai's side was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and stated, "The master has instructed me that if you arrive, I am to escort you directly to him. Please, follow me." "What is the matter?" Chen Xiao inquired, his brow furrowing, an unsettling premonition surging within him. However, the guard offered no further explanation and led him to another courtyard within the estate, gesturing towards a specific room. "The master is inside. Please enter." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chen Xiao followed suit. At that moment, Han Xiaolai was seated behind a desk, perusing a book. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, and upon recognizing Chen Xiao, he immediately rose to greet him. "Young Chen, I feel a deep sense of regret towards you." This was Han Xiaolai's opening remark, and after uttering it, he performed a respectful gesture of salutation. "What has happened, Director Han?" Chen Xiao's heart sank, his expression darkening. "It is as follows. A few days ago, Chen Lan, upon noticing your prolonged absence, expressed her desire to visit the Chen family. I consented and arranged for a marshal general to escort her home. However, upon her return, they encountered a calamity." Han Xiaolai gradually revealed the events that had transpired. It turned out that during Chen Xiao's absence, upon Chen Lan's return to the Chen family, she had fortuitously stumbled into a significant upheaval, where individuals wreaked havoc, injuring and killing many, demanding to see Chen Xiao. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao was not present at the time, narrowly escaping disaster, but both Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan, who was already at the Chen family estate, were not so fortunate. They were captured and forcibly taken away. "How could this happen? What was the marshal general you dispatched doing?" Chen Xiao's voice bore a somber tone. "It is my failure to protect Chen Lan," Han Xiaolai admitted, his expression laden with guilt. "However, during this time, we have been diligently investigating and have communicated with the Chen family. We have learned that the individuals who abducted your grandfather and Chen Lan are members of the Zuiyue sect. When they took Chen Lan and the others, they specifically demanded you to come to the Zuiyue sect, so they should not harm them for the time being. I have been seeking contacts to see if we can negotiate their release from the Zuiyue sect, but they are resolute in their intentions. I have exhausted all my connections, yet have found no solution." As he spoke, Han Xiaolai's face revealed a sense of remorse, and the visible increase in the lines on his face indicated the toll of his worries. Chen Xiao recognized that his earlier tone had been somewhat harsh. Yet, given the stakes concerning his sister and grandfather's safety, he was unwilling to elaborate further, stating directly, "Where is the marshal general who was supposed to escort my sister? Summon him. I need to inquire about certain matters. Please summon all." Han Xiaolai instructed the guard who stood by. The guard nodded silently and departed, returning shortly with a pale-faced, middle-aged man in tow. With a mere glance, Chen Xiao discerned that the individual had attained the rank of a 3-star martial general. However, at that moment, his physique appeared exceedingly frail, clearly the result of severe injuries. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly as he approached and grasped the man's arm, channeling a modicum of his internal energy for examination, only to have his expression darken immediately. After a moment of silence, he produced a porcelain vial and offered it to the man, saying, "This is a healing elixir. Please take it. Ultimately, this calamity stems from my actions, which have inadvertently implicated you." His tone bore a semblance of neutrality, and after inquiring further about the events that had transpired, he turned to Han Xiaolai and stated, "Old Han, I must return to my family for a time. We shall meet again when circumstances allow. This favor shall not go unacknowledged." With that, he strode away with purpose. Observing Chen Xiao's departure, Han Xiaolai's expression revealed no trace of relief. Instead, his brow knitted even tighter, culminating in a long sigh as he resumed his seat at the writing desk. Chapter 89. The Chen family ancestral hall. At the entrance of the Chen family's courtyard, Chen Xiao encountered Han Shuer, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. Han Shuer had not accompanied Chen Lan back, and upon seeing Chen Xiao, her face was equally etched with guilt. Chen Xiao could not bear to blame her. After offering a few gentle words of comfort, he departed the city, mounting his steed and swiftly making his way toward Qingyang town. "My lady, I believe that girl Chen Lan has her own fate to fulfill. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Please return and rest. I will dispatch someone to keep an eye on the situation there, and you shall be informed immediately upon receiving any news." A guard beside Han Xiao respectfully addressed Han Shuer, who stood at the gate. However, Han Shuer paid him no heed. Her brow furrowed as she gazed in the direction Chen Xiao had taken, lost in thought. In Qingyang town, the Chen family had experienced a renaissance since the formidable return of their esteemed ancestor, Chen Yuanshan, who possessed the prowess of a martial king. The entire clan had been revitalized. Even the previously adversarial Qin and Zhao families were compelled to alter their strategies, initiating contact and extending their goodwill toward the Chen family. Following the annexation of the Lin family's territory, the Chen family's influence surged to its zenith, subtly extending beyond Qingyang town and emerging as the indisputable titan of the region. Every member of the Chen family, even the humblest servant, walked the streets with their heads held high, taking immense pride in their lineage. Yet, this proud existence was abruptly shattered one fateful day. The once mighty Chen family was ruthlessly crushed by a single individual. The mere recollection of that terrifying entity instilled dread in the hearts of the Chen clan, particularly as they mourned the loss of over 10 lives and sustained numerous injuries. With even the venerable Chen Yuanshan being forcibly taken away, chaos ensued, threatening to tear the family apart. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Chen Dingshan managed to stabilize the situation, albeit at the expense of the family's assets. In a matter of days, several smaller clans transitioned from tentative encroachments to overtly contesting for power, resulting in a staggering reduction of nearly 1/3 of the Chen family's influence. Should this continue, they risked being firmly suppressed by the Qin and Zhao families. Truly a case of a new ruler brings new subjects. Now, the Chen family found itself at its most perilous hour. All clan members had gathered within the ancestral hall, where numerous ancestral tablets were displayed, alongside several new ones, indicating recent additions. Inside the hall, aside from a few elders seated, the remaining family members stood quietly, their faces marked by sorrow, and upon closer inspection, many bore visible injuries. "Patriarch, the month granted by that individual draws near," spoke an elder seated in the hall. The patriarch, Chen Dingshan, furrowed his brow deeply, fully aware of the implications of this reminder. Not long ago, a formidable group unexpectedly arrived, comprised of the sect known as Ziyun, the very faction behind the martial king slain by Chen Xiao. Although more than a month had passed since the incident, and the Chen family believed that Ziyun would let the matter rest, they were met with an overwhelming force upon their return. The memory of the 3 powerful martial kings forcefully invading the Chen residence and ruthlessly crushing all within sent tremors through Chen Dingshan. These 3 individuals had indeed decimated over 10 members of the Chen family and severely injured dozens more, while not a single soul from their side could withstand even one blow. If that had been the extent of it, it might have been bearable. However, they not only abducted Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan, but also issued a dire ultimatum. Should Chen Xiao not appear within a month, they would not only execute Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan, but would also annihilate the entire Chen family. The Chen clan convened to deliberate whether to secretly send a portion of their core disciples to safety, ensuring the continuity of their lineage, or to relocate the entire family, all while pondering how to locate Chen Xiao and deliver him to Ziyun. The Chen family members were gripped by despair, as they were unaware of Chen Xiao's whereabouts. Let us prepare, Chen Dingshan urged, and discreetly arrange for some core disciples to be sent to a secure location, where they can live incognito. Should no calamity befall the Chen family, we will retrieve you. If disaster strikes, you need not return. Simply live quietly and remember your new identities. As for vengeance, perhaps, if one among you rises to the rank of martial emperor in the future, we may consider it. Otherwise, let it be. As for the others, once the core disciples are arranged, let as many as can depart. You may procure some funds from the treasury. As he spoke, Chen Dingshan appeared to age a decade in an instant, his posture more stooped than before. Master, must we truly take such measures? Asked one, his face etched with reluctance. The Chen family's hard-won legacy, built over centuries, was about to dissipate, and the thought of relinquishing their fortune was unbearable. Do you believe you can contend with Ziyun? Chen Dingshan cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone tinged with despondency. He felt an overwhelming disappointment toward those around him. Chen Hai and others, witnessing their father's somber declaration, opened their mouths yet could utter no words, their faces reflecting deep sorrow, cognizant that this decision was likely irrevocable. Let us depart. There may still be a glimmer of hope. If we remain, it is likely the entire clan will face annihilation. Just then, a discordant voice pierced the air. Then let that little bastard Chen Xiao go to Ziyun on his own. Why should we, the entire Chen family, bear the consequences of his actions? Moreover, so many of our kin have perished. Where is he? Does he wish to live as a coward for all eternity? Upon hearing this, Chen Hai turned sharply, rebuking, silence. Am I not allowed to speak? She retorted defiantly. The woman lamented. It is one thing for that wretched Chen Xiao to have slain my son, but now he has caused the demise of so many others. Will there be no accountability for his actions? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Those around her chose to remain silent, fully aware that she was none other than Chen Ning's mother and the devoted wife of Chen Hai. With Chen Ning having been mercilessly cut down by Chen Xiao, her grievances against him were entirely understandable. Chen Hai's eyes glistened with sorrow. How could he not be heartbroken over the loss of such a remarkable son? How could he not seethe with anger? Yet, the circumstances surrounding his son's death were well known to all present. To bring it up in this setting seemed rather inappropriate, but he instinctively cast a glance at Chen Dingshan. Chapter 90. The Chen Family Council. At this moment, Chen Dingshan had his eyes tightly shut, his lips quivering slightly, clearly agitated by the statement. Beside him, the eldest elder of the Chen family could no longer hold his tongue and interjected, "What is Chen Xiao going to do?" Everyone knows the answer to that. And without Chen Xiao, could the Chen family have basked in its former glory? It is perhaps for the best that Chen Xiao has not returned, even if he did. Would you truly send him to his doom? Are you not accountable to his parents? And what of the ancestor and Chen Lan? Others glanced anxiously at Chen Dingshan. Upon hearing this, even though the ancestor did not respond, the crowd understood the implications. Given the current state of the Chen family, sacrifice was the only option. After all, the Chen family was not in a position to save them. It would be utterly imprudent to risk a multitude of lives for the sake of just two individuals. While this may sound callous, it is indeed the prudent decision that leaders must make. Meanwhile, discussions continued regarding the details of their evacuation. Outside the gates of the Chen residence, a youth clad in black leapt from his steed and rushed towards the Chen family with a speed akin to lightning. The two Chen disciples stationed at the gate barely had time to discern the stranger's appearance before he had darted past them and entered the Chen residence. This spectacle reminded the two of a formidable presence they had encountered days prior. Though their faces turned pale, they instinctively shouted, "Intruder! We have an enemy attack!" In a heartbeat, the entire Chen family was thrown into a state of alarm, as individuals hastily abandoned their tasks and converged towards the entrance, swiftly encircling the fleeting figure. Those gathered in the ancestral hall were likewise stirred, hurriedly making their way towards the commotion. However, Those within the courtyard exchanged bewildered glances. For Chen Xiao had come to a halt, beholding the familiar yet youthful visage. Who among them did not recognize him? Chen Xiao? One person instinctively called out. What brings you here? Chen Xiao's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone calm as he inquired. Where is the family head? They are presently in the ancestral hall. Someone responded reflexively. Understood, Chen Xiao replied coolly, taking strides towards the hall. Those who had stood before him immediately parted to the sides, unwilling to impede his passage, though some regarded him with expressions tinged with unease. Before Chen Xiao could venture far, a throng of individuals suddenly surged from the inner courtyard, their expressions a mix of confusion and uncertainty as they looked towards the courtyard. Upon recognizing Chen Xiao standing before them, Chen Dingshan and others were taken aback, particularly the eldest elder, who gazed at him with a blend of surprise and suspicion. Chen Xiao, have you returned? Chen Dingshan stepped forward, his tone laced with incredulity. Chen Hai and the others, however, displayed expressions of joy. They had been struggling to locate Chen Xiao to deliver him to the Ziyun sect, yet he had returned of his own accord. Perhaps they would not need to relocate after all. There are others besides Chen Hai who harbor similar thoughts. Many members of the Chen family cast complex glances at Chen Xiao, particularly Chen Dingshan. As he gazed at Chen Xiao standing before him, he found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You are aware of everything? Indeed, I am, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across the members of the Chen family. Noticing several of them bearing injuries and bandages, his brow furrowed slightly. Looking deeper into the residence, he observed that numerous areas were draped in white mourning cloth, indicating that a funeral had just concluded. Clearly, Han Xiaolai's earlier words were accurate. He glanced at his uncles, then turned to Chen Dingshan, frowning as he inquired, May we speak privately? Humph, Chen Xiao, you have caused such a significant calamity. Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Chen Hai interjected, stepping forward with a cold scoff. Upon Chen Hai's emergence, others like Chen Lin quickly followed suit, their expressions dark as they fixed their gazes upon Chen Xiao. Under the scrutiny of so many, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, but after a moment's contemplation, he stated calmly, You are all well aware of the reasons behind my conflict with the Lin family. I will resolve this matter. Do not trouble me further, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you as well. His final words were accompanied by a chilling aura, a terrifying presence that enveloped everyone present. Is he a martial king? Someone exclaimed, and the crowd visibly shifted in fear, particularly Chen Hai and the others, their faces filled with shock. What was Chen Xiao's cultivation level when he left the family? And what is it now? Chen Xiao, have you truly advanced to the martial king realm? Chen Dingshan's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, asking in a low voice. Indeed, Chen Xiao replied coolly, his gaze once again scanning the members of the Chen family. Our Chen family has truly produced a prodigy. Alas, if only you had been given another decade. We might not have to fear the Ziyun sect. Chen Dingshan sighed. Enough, you may all disperse. I wish to speak with Chen Xiao. Chen Dingshan waved his hand, then turned to walk into the courtyard. Chen Xiao said nothing and simply followed behind him. The others gathered in small groups, seemingly engaged in discussions and speculations. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao trailed Chen Dingshan, the two making their way slowly along the corridor of the secondary courtyard. After a long silence, Chen Dingshan finally looked at Chen Xiao and asked, What do you intend to do? I will go to rescue them. Chen Xiao responded without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Chen Dingshan displayed a trace of relief on his face, yet he gently shook his head and remarked, I actually wish for you not to intervene. Even if you were to go, it would merely lead to your own demise. The adversaries are evidently intent on eliminating you to vent their wrath and seek vengeance. Should you venture forth, it would only cost you another life. If you possessed the cultivation of a martial emperor, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Though a martial king, you undoubtedly reign as the foremost in Qingyang town. Your opponents belong to a top-tier yellow-level sect, boasting countless martial kings among their ranks. Even martial emperors are not scarce. You are simply no match for them. This statement was indeed quite astute. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao slowly shook his head and declared, This time, I must go. At this juncture, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Chen Xiao, causing even Chen Dingshan, who stood nearby, to feel a chill run through his body, slightly intimidated by the palpable ferocity radiating from Chen Xiao. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue. gradually recounting the events of that day, which bore little difference from the account provided by Han Xiaolai. The sole distinction lay in the strength of the assailants. 3 individuals had arrived in total, while Han Xiaolai spoke of 1 9-star martial king and 2 8-star martial kings. This side could only ascertain that they were above 7-star martial kings, evidently due to insufficient cultivation to discern their exact prowess. As for how Han Xiaolai had acquired such information, Chen Xiao paid it little heed. Chapter 91. Rage ignited for a beloved. In addition to this, Chen Dingshan and the others discerned that the adversary was a senior elder of the Zuiyue sect. As for the reason behind their visit to trouble the Chen family at this juncture, they remained oblivious. However, the opponent explicitly demanded that Chen Xiao must go to Zuiyue sect to confess. Otherwise, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan would not be released. Distribute these medicinal pills to the clan members below. They will aid in their recovery. Furthermore, here is 1 million gold coins. Take it and rejuvenate the Chen family. I must make my way directly to Zuiyue sect, Chen Xiao remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Yuanshan as he produced a storage ring. Chen Dingshan was momentarily taken aback, observing Chen Xiao, but he refrained from saying much, merely accepting the storage ring and solemnly advising, "Be cautious. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave," Chen Xiao stated coolly. "Go on." Chen Dingshan waved his hand, avoiding another look at Chen Xiao. With indifference, Chen Xiao turned and strode out decisively. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Chen estate, Chen Xiao activated his internal energy, leaping abruptly to the rooftop and propelling himself skyward. A tempestuous aura of true energy erupted from him, sweeping outward and causing the inhabitants of Qingyang town to instinctively glance upward toward his direction, their expressions filled with astonishment and uncertainty. "If anyone dares to covet the Chen family again, let them not blame me, Chen Xiao, for being merciless." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the vicinity, clear to all within several miles of the Chen estate. With his declaration made, Chen Xiao descended gracefully, mounted his dragon steed, and galloped toward the outskirts of Qingyang town. The entire town was stirred by his proclamation. As several martial practitioners from prominent families gazed at the Chen estate with a mix of trepidation and disbelief. Moments prior, they had sensed a formidable presence of a martial king. Though that aura had flickered away almost instantly, none dared to underestimate it. Especially in light of the final words spoken, Chen Xiao had returned, and he had come back with the formidable prowess of a martial king. Initially, many believed that the Chen family would be at ease with the absence of Chen Yuanshan, a martial king. However, they were unprepared for the emergence of another martial king from the Chen family. Was it fate playing tricks on them? Numerous individuals who had recently offended the Chen family were now on the verge of despair. As for what those people thought, Chen Xiao was indifferent and uninterested. His words were not born from any fondness for the Chen family, but rather from a desire to ensure that, after rescuing his grandfather, the Chen family still existed. Zuiyue sect. The glint in Chen Xiao's eyes flickered coldly as his mind raced to strategize his response. Although the previous discourse in front of Chen Dingshan seemed straightforward, the actual execution proved to be exceedingly complicated. At present, Chen Xiao's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of a 1-star martial king. Even with the enhancement of numerous bloodline powers within him, along with the support of various techniques, he could only contend with a 5-star martial king at best. In the face of a 6-star martial king or higher, Chen Xiao would likely find himself in a desperate flight for survival. Moreover, as Chen Xiao was aware, the Zuiyue sect not only boasted a martial emperor elder, but also possessed over a dozen martial king elders, with countless disciples at the martial general level. It would be somewhat unrealistic for Chen Xiao to charge in alone, especially since he was yet to ascertain the direction in which the Zuiyue sect's gates opened. Time was not on his side. Only a month remained for the task of rescuing Chen Lan, and even less for the Zuiyue sect, merely 20 days. In such a limited time frame, any attempt by Chen Xiao to elevate his cultivation would yield little effect. Thus, recognizing the futility of enhancing his strength, he shifted his focus to the martial techniques available for exchange within the supreme upgrade system. In terms of martial skills, once one attains the martial general realm, close combat becomes less common, as weapons, often sharp, are employed. Clearly, engaging in battle unarmed against an opponent wielding a sword would place one at a disadvantage. Chen Xiao was not foolish. He promptly dismissed techniques such as fist and palm arts. His options narrowed down to sword techniques, knife techniques, and spear techniques. After a cursory glance, he ultimately opted for sword techniques, drawn by the aesthetic appeal of wielding a sword, particularly since he currently possessed a long sword. With the decision to pursue sword techniques, the range of options significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the Supreme Upgrade system still presented a staggering array of over 1,000 selectable techniques. However, the majority of these required an exorbitant number of system coins, often in the thousands or even tens of thousands. Chen Xiao had no choice but to forego most of these options, as he currently possessed only around 8,000 coins, initially intended for acquiring a spiritual weapon priced at 10,000 coins. It appeared he would have to utilize these funds prematurely. Sword techniques are varied. Some are characterized by grand offensive maneuvers, while others lean towards conservative defensive styles. There are also techniques that seamlessly blend offense and defense, and some that unleash devastating attacks, such as the sword flying to the heavens that Chen Xiao had previously practiced, which could harness all his true energy to swiftly vanquish opponents of the same rank up to 5 stars above his own. However, this time, Chen Xiao chose none of these. Instead, he selected a technique designed for group attacks, or more aptly, a sword formation. Chen Xiao had heard of various sword formations, such as the renowned Zhuxian sword formation, the Bagua sword formation, and the Qixing sword formation, though, of course, these were not available for exchange, as these feats cannot be accomplished by an individual alone, but rather necessitate the synergy of a team. What Chen Xiao sought to exchange for this time was a sword formation that could be effortlessly wielded by a single person, the myriad sword diagram. This formidable martial skill, classified as a celestial grade technique, is a devastating area attack that, once unleashed, allows the practitioner to instantly manipulate their inner energy into myriad sword qi to assail their adversaries, requiring an exchange of 3,000 gold coins. Shall it be exchanged? Without hesitation, Chen Xiao opted for the exchange. Once the system deducted the 3,000 gold coins, a new item titled Myriad Sword Diagram appeared in his inventory. Utilizing it, in the next moment, Chen Xiao's mind was flooded with an array of techniques concerning the application of the Myriad Sword Diagram, methods for circulating his inner energy, along with insights and experiences. Merely seated upon the back of his dragon steed, he had mastered a martial skill, which brought him considerable joy. Time flowed like a gentle stream. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 days had elapsed since Chen Xiao departed from Qingyang town. During these 5 days, he diligently selected and exchanged various martial arts techniques for cultivation, while simultaneously consuming copious amounts of elixirs to enhance his martial prowess as much as possible. Chapter 92. The recruitment of disciples by the Purple Cloud sect apart from the 10,000 sword diagram. Chen Xiao also exchanged for an escape technique known as the Flowing Cloud Celestial Steps. This technique, an advanced form of his previously practiced phantom steps, bears the character for celestial in its name, suggesting the immense confidence of its creator. Indeed, after mastering the Flowing Cloud Celestial Steps, Chen Xiao found not only his agility significantly enhanced, but also his comprehension of the phantom steps greatly improved. Throughout his journey, he diligently practiced both the martial arts and sought directions to his destination. Fortunately, as a premier sect of the yellow rank, the Purple Cloud sect was well known, and it did not take long for him to inquire a few passers-by to learn of its location. The Purple Cloud Mountain is the site where the sect is based. It is said that atop this mountain lies a mysterious place of ethereal beauty, where, at dusk, the clouds appear faintly tinted in purple, resembling the name of the mountain itself. Consequently, it was named Purple Cloud Mountain, and after being claimed by the sect, no outsiders have witnessed its extraordinary spectacle since. In reality, Purple Cloud Mountain is a sprawling range, with some peaks occupied by the sect as its residence, while others are treacherous and inhospitable, making traversal difficult. Thus, attempting to charge in directly to rescue someone would be akin to climbing a mountain of insurmountable difficulty. Not only would he have to contend with the formidable presence of the martial emperor-level ancestor within the sect, but even the elders at the martial king level would pose a significant challenge for Chen Xiao. Therefore, this mission was fraught with peril. In a city approximately 100 miles from Purple Cloud Mountain, Chen Xiao sat in a tavern gazing blankly at the bustling crowd below. After a moment of introspection, he returned his attention to his meal, only to find himself frowning once more. This city was the closest to the Purple Cloud sect, and he had spent 2 days here gathering information about the sect. However, the more he learned, the more daunting the prospect of rescuing Chen Lan and the others became. Indeed, it seemed he must resort to unorthodox methods to infiltrate the sect. Chen Xiao sighed quietly. Initially, he had planned to storm in and rescue them. But after several days of investigation, it became evident that such an approach would only lead to a grim fate. There was a high likelihood he would be overwhelmed and slain before even setting foot inside the sect. Yet, what if he adopted a different strategy? Perhaps he could apply for a menial position or even pose as a novice disciple. Such an approach would grant him legitimate access to the Purple Cloud sect. Furthermore, Chen Xiao was confident that very few within the sect would recognize him, significantly lowering the difficulty of his infiltration. Most importantly, the sect was currently in the process of recruiting disciples, making this the perfect opportunity. Although the process may be exceedingly intricate, for Chen Xiao, the complexity is a trifling matter as long as the goal is attained. Silently consuming a jug of wine, Chen Xiao once again succumbed to contemplation. Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan, both esteemed disciples of the inner sect of Zuiyue sect, ranked among the top 100 of their cohort, had already attained the realm of military generals. This time, they were tasked with recruiting disciples for the sect in Zuiyue City. As a prominent yellow-tier sect, Zuiyue sect boasted over 3,000 disciples. However, the sect issued numerous missions each year, requiring disciples to embark on various tasks, including trials, which could lead to unfortunate casualties. Thus, to maintain a stable number of disciples, it was imperative to recruit new members annually. Last year, due to a trial mission, there were a few more casualties than usual, necessitating the recruitment of nearly 100 new disciples to fill the gap. With little else to occupy them, the two eagerly accepted the responsibility of recruitment. At this moment, Xiao Dingshan and Xiao Bin found themselves in a vast square, teeming with throngs of people. Observing that the outer disciples nearby had nearly completed their preparations, Xiao Dingshan inquired, "Brother Xiao, are we ready to commence?" "Indeed, we are ready to begin," Xiao Bin replied, surveying the surroundings and nodding in affirmation. "Very well, let us proceed," Xiao Dingshan instructed softly. A disciple from the outer sect of Zuiyue sect, stationed behind Xiao Dingshan, immediately acknowledged the command, stepping forward with keen eyes fixed upon the crowd. With a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Zuiyue sect is officially commencing the recruitment of outer disciples. The total number of recruits will be 99. Those who wish to participate may come forward to register for the assessment. If successful, you will earn the opportunity to compete for a place among the disciples of Zuiyue sect." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted into excitement. Zuiyue sect. This was a prestigious yellow-tier sect. Becoming a disciple would alleviate concerns over training resources, and even families would bask in the glory. Many talented individuals were eager to join Zuiyue sect, even resorting to unscrupulous means. The thought of any among them gaining entry into Zuiyue sect sent shivers down their spines. Amidst the throng, Chen Xiao surveyed the scene, feeling somewhat perturbed. The atmosphere was charged with anxious excitement, leaving him speechless. Could it be that such a sect, known for its propensity to resort to coercion and threats, still held such allure? At that moment, the outer disciple of Zuiyue sect spoke again. "Let me announce the recruitment criteria. Please listen carefully. Individuals aged 20 or above shall not be considered. Those with a cultivation level below 4-star martial apprentice shall not be considered. Individuals of poor character shall not be considered. Those with physical disabilities shall not be considered. Those who possess identities from other sects need not apply. If you meet the aforementioned criteria, you may proceed to queue for registration. Should anyone be found to have deceived us, they shall face severe consequences." A series of regulations were pronounced, and rather than inciting complaints, they elicited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Chen Xiao observed that many individuals nearby had already surpassed the stipulated conditions, and they too appeared exhilarated. Leaving him somewhat perplexed, "Brother, why are you so excited? Do you meet these conditions?" Chen Xiao inquired, gently tapping the shoulder of a middle-aged man who clearly appeared to be over 20, his brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. "I do not meet them," the middle-aged man replied with remarkable ease. "Then what is the source of your excitement?" Chen Xiao asked, perplexed by the man's seemingly distracted demeanor. "Ah, you see, that's where you're mistaken. My son fulfills these criteria and has already gone to register. Look, it's him." The man gestured towards a youth clad in fine attire, who was strikingly handsome. At that moment, the young man stood in the center of the square, already forming a line, and upon a quick count, It was evident that over 100 individuals had begun to queue. Chapter 93. Examination for admission into the sect. Indeed, the grand sects are quite remarkable. One might ponder whether to establish one for amusement. Chen Xiao mused to himself, casting a glance around before striding toward the queue. This remark was made in jest. Yet the myriad advantages conferred by the grand sects undeniably serve as a magnet for prodigious talents. For instance, the superior cultivation techniques and martial skills exclusive to these sects, alongside high-grade elixirs, are resources monopolized by the grand sects, rendering ordinary individuals or members of lesser clans ineligible to partake. Without such resources, even the most gifted genius may inevitably fade into obscurity. These sects, by leveraging such advantages, continuously allure talented disciples, thereby augmenting their strength and ultimately achieving the enduring goal of existence in this world. These thoughts flitted through Chen Xiao's mind as he surveyed the individuals lining up before him. At this moment, Chen Xiao's cultivation was concealed by the system's aura masking technique, presenting him merely as a 7-star martial apprentice, his true prowess hidden beneath the threshold of martial sovereign, making it impossible for others to perceive his real level of cultivation. Surrounding him were youths, all under 20, whose cultivation levels he could discern clearly. The weakest among them were 4-star martial apprentices, while the most exceptional had already reached the status of 2-star martial masters, evidently possessing considerable talent. Chen Xiao noted that even the disciple from Ziyue's sect who had spoken was merely at the 3-star martial master stage. However, with Chen Xiao's 7-star martial apprentice level, he was above average, making it exceedingly likely for him to pass this simple assessment. Upon successful completion, he would seamlessly integrate into Ziyue's sect and subsequently seize the opportunity to rescue Chen Lan and his grandfather. The registration queue advanced swiftly, and within the span of half an incense stick, it was Chen Xiao's turn to register. Name, hometown, and cultivation level? Inquired a Ziyue's sect disciple, his head not lifting from the table. Zhang San, hailing from Zhangjia village outside Beixian City in Tianwu Kingdom. Cultivation level, 7-star martial apprentice, Chen Xiao declared, presenting the fabricated identity he had meticulously prepared. Whether this guise would be seen through by the Ziyue sect members was of no concern to him. The distance from Beixian City was at least a 4 or 5 day journey for a round trip. By the time they verified his identity, he would have already infiltrated the Ziyue sect. The disciple showed no signs of suspicion, diligently recording Chen Xiao as provided information. Meanwhile, Xiao Bin, standing beside him, finally made his move, placing his hand on Chen Xiao to assess his cultivation level. Presently, Chen Xiao was genuinely at the pinnacle of 1-star martial king, while Xiao Bin, merely at the martial general level, stood no chance of discerning Chen Xiao as true abilities, only able to detect the 7-star martial apprentice level that Chen Xiao deliberately projected. After the assessment, Xiao Bin nodded expressionlessly, indicating that Chen Xiao's cultivation posed no issues. He then gestured towards a specific area behind him, signaling Chen Xiao to step forward. Upon complying, Chen Xiao glanced back, only to discover a queue of nearly 1,000 individuals. Fortunately, the efficiency of the martial artists was commendable. Within less than an hour, the entire line had completed their registrations. These individuals arranged themselves into 3 lines, awaiting their turn, while Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan finally approached the registration desk, diligently marking names on their scrolls. As time ebbed away, even under the scorching sun, some among the martial artists began to feel the heat's intensity. The crowd of over 10,000 onlookers had dwindled significantly, evidently losing interest as the excitement waned. Just as Chen Xiao's patience began to wane, Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan finally rose, exchanged a knowing glance, and handed the registration scroll to a nearby disciple, stating, "Commence." Yes, the external disciple promptly acknowledged, taking the scroll and positioning himself before Chen Xiao and the others. "I will call out names. Those names shall step to the left." Upon finishing this pronouncement, he cast a sweeping glance over the gathered disciples. Perceiving no objections, he opened the scroll and began announcing names one by one. Zhang Tianqing, Wen Shuang, Wei Xiao. The names flowed forth continuously. Those summoned, visibly anxious, stepped to the left, uncertain of their fate, whether they had been eliminated or had passed the assessment. As time progressed, the number of called names steadily increased. In a blink, over 100 individuals had gathered to the left, with the count continuing to rise. Chen Xiao, however, found himself unmentioned, remaining steadfast in his position. He surveyed those who had been called, noting that their cultivation levels were all below 5-star martial apprentices, and their ages tended to be on the older side. The others began to grasp this realization, harboring a quiet sense of relief, as they had not been named. All right, those whose names I have called, you have been eliminated and may disperse. However, for those who feel unjustly treated, our Zuiyue sect offers a chance. If you can withstand 10 rounds against me without being defeated, you will pass the preliminary assessment and earn an opportunity to enter the Zuiyue sect's retest. The external disciple closed the scroll and surveyed the remaining individuals with an indifferent gaze before speaking slowly. At this announcement, the atmosphere erupted into disarray, with many faces betraying despair and indignation. Yet, a significant number of those named chose to withdraw from the line, making their way out of the square, evidently opting not to pursue further challenges. In a brief moment, the once near 200-strong queue dwindled to merely a few dozen, many of whom still bore expressions of profound discontent. One of the 5-star martial disciples glanced at Chen Xiao and then at the outer sect disciple standing before him, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Esteemed senior, I wish to seek your guidance." "Haha, splendid. Come forth," replied the outer sect disciple with a smile, exuding an aura of a mentor ready to teach. Upon hearing this, the onlookers willingly cleared a space, allowing the two to stand facing each other for a moment. The 5-star martial disciple was the first to strike, launching a powerful punch towards the disciple of the Zuiyue sect, the wind from his fist howling, clearly demonstrating immense strength. However, at that moment, the outer sect disciple calmly remarked, "Your strength is sufficient, yet your punch lacks momentum. It is rather feeble." As he spoke, he merely extended a hand towards the incoming fist, preparing to make contact. In the next instant, the two collided. Chapter 94, Journey to the Zuiyue Sect. Bang. A deep sound resonated as the 5-star martial apprentice was instantly propelled backward, crashing forcefully onto the ground beside him. Fortunately, the outer disciple of the Zuiyue sect had evidently shown mercy, sparing the apprentice from severe injury, though his appearance was undeniably disheveled. Hastily clasping his fists in a gesture of surrender towards the outer disciple, he quickly maneuvered through the crowd and departed, clearly embarrassed to linger any longer. Following this confrontation, nearly half of the dozens remaining on the scene turned away without hesitation. The few who remained either possessed confidence in their abilities, believing they could withstand 10 exchanges under such circumstances, or were simply hoping for a stroke of luck, wishing to see if they could somehow pass. However, aspirations are often grand, while reality can be harsh. Of the more than 20 challengers, only one managed to endure 10 exchanges at the hands of the outer disciple. And even then, it was by the narrowest of margins. "Very well, you have passed. Return to your place," the outer disciple instructed, glancing at the disciple who had risen from the ground, before turning towards Xiao Bin and his companions. After a brief discussion among a group, Xiao Bin approached again with Xiao Dingshan and others, speaking in a calm tone. "First, congratulations to all. You have successfully passed the initial selection of the Zuiyue sect. Next, there will be 2 additional assessments. If you pass these, you will officially become outer disciples of our sect, and at that time, we shall be fellow brothers in the same school. However, before that, I hope you will comply with the arrangements. Otherwise, severe consequences will follow." "Yes." A sea of faces among the hundreds gleamed with excitement as they nodded in agreement, for they were now one step closer to entering the Zuiyue sect. "Now, let us proceed to the sect's headquarters. The forthcoming assessment tasks will all take place there," Xiao Bin continued. Almost immediately after Xiao Bin finished speaking, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Before anyone could react, Chen Xiao and his companions were engulfed in a vast shadow. Even Chen Xiao was taken aback, abruptly looking up, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Above their heads, an enormous airship had silently arrived, hovering in the air as if it could plummet at any moment. "Hiss! It's an airship. Judging by its size, it must be at least a mid-grade airship," a martial artist exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Xiao's gaze was fixed upon the airship, which was predominantly gray and white. It appeared similar to a conventional large seafaring vessel, save for the enormous sail atop it. Strangely, it floated effortlessly in midair, exhibiting minimal energy fluctuations yet defying gravity, truly a marvel to behold. Although the Supreme Upgrade system also offered airships for exchange, Their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for Chen Xiao at present. Thus, this was his inaugural encounter with the legendary airship he had only heard of in tales. Chen Xiao expressed great interest in this extraordinary vessel. However, it belonged to others, and thus would not be readily available for his exploration. Just as the crowd found themselves at a loss, the enormous floating ship gradually descended towards the ground, stirring up fierce winds that forced the onlookers to retreat several meters. The disciples of the Zuiyue sect, however, exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, they wore expressions of subtle pride and slowly proclaimed, "This is our sect's floating ship, and soon we shall embark upon it to our sect's residence." Upon hearing these words, the crowd comprehended the situation, realizing that it was indeed a Zuiyue sect arrangement that allowed the vessel to halt amidst them. Those martial artists who had not passed the assessment gazed at Chen Xiao and his companions with envy, recognizing that this was the true grandeur of a prestigious sect, utilizing a floating ship valued at millions of gold coins for their travels. With a resounding roar, the massive floating ship, measuring over 100 meters in length and nearly 50 meters in height, finally stabilized on the ground. Several disciples clad in Zuiyue sect attire leaped from the vessel, approaching Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan to engage in light-hearted conversation. "All right, everyone, please board." Xiao Bin's voice resonated gently, prompting a group of Zuiyue disciples to swiftly enter the floating ship, standing on the deck and surveying the hundreds of martial artists below. Chen Xiao and his companions exchanged glances and gradually began to step onto the vessel. The floating ship not only extended over 100 meters, but also showcased an exquisite design. Every table and chair, as well as the intricate carvings along the ship's railing, radiated unparalleled elegance. The onlookers, witnessing a floating ship for the first time, were utterly captivated. Even Chen Xiao found himself pausing on the deck to admire the craftsmanship. "This is our sect's ship for long-distance travel. We possess 3 such vessels," Xiao Dingshan explained, smiling at the astonished expressions of the crowd. "If you join the Zuiyue sect in the future, you will frequently have the opportunity to experience this." "Wow, 3 more vessels. Indeed, our Zuiyue sect is truly a distinguished establishment," one exclaimed. "This floating ship appears so exquisite. Clearly it is of great expense. If I could join the Zuiyue sect, my entire family would surely take pride in me." "Haha, my friend, you speak wisely." A continuous stream of admiration rang out, with the dozen or so Zuiyue disciples standing nearby wearing smiles. Being praised for their sect naturally reflected upon them as disciples, filling them with joy. Chen Xiao, however, glanced over without saying much. He recognized that these individuals were merely flattering for potential favor in the upcoming trials to enter the Zuiyue sect. Yet, he held no regard for such behavior and instead wandered to examine the exquisite carvings aboard the ship. Many others, like Chen Xiao, began to scrutinize the surroundings with keen interest. Once all the warriors who had registered boarded the floating vessel, a disciple of the Zuiyue sect entered the interior of the ship. In no time, the massive body of the vessel quaked violently, followed by an abrupt sensation of weightlessness that caused the crowd to stagger unsteadily. Fortunately, this disorienting feeling was fleeting, before anyone could fully comprehend it. The sensation vanished without a trace. Soon after, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the floating ship had ascended to several dozen meters above the ground and was continuing to rise. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of Zuiyue City rapidly diminished within their view. As the entire outline of Zuiyue City came into full view, the floating vessel jolted once more and shot forth at remarkable speed towards the towering mountains to the south. Chapter 95. The sect's residence. As the journey unfolded, numerous individuals sat cross-legged on the side, silently adjusting their states of being. Some seized the opportunity to approach the disciples of the Zuiyue sect, engaging in laughter and flattery, evidently seeking to forge alliances. Chen Xiao, however, leaned against the edge of the floating vessel, his gaze fixed upon the mountains and rivers below, lost in contemplation. Time slipped away, minute by minute. After approximately half an hour, the colossal floating ship shuddered, its once rapid pace gradually decelerating to a gentle glide, revealing the breathtaking scenery beneath in exquisite clarity. Looking down, a thick veil of mist lay between the vessel and the towering mountains below. A majestic waterfall, cascading from a distant cliff, plummeted 100 feet, roaring with a thunderous sound. The mist diffused into a fine vapor, subtly revealing a vibrant rainbow arching between the waterfall and the mountains. A serpentine river emerged from the pool at the base of the waterfall, winding through the hills like a verdant ribbon, a sight to behold. To the left of the waterfall lay a cluster of low-lying peaks and basins, where, through the delicate mist, one could faintly discern lush greenery interspersed with exquisite pavilions and elegant towers. Deeper within, a colossal mountain loomed, adorned with vast palatial complexes at its mid and upper slopes, surrounded by other peaks that seemed to guard it, clearly marking the location of the Zuiyue sect's main hall. "What a rich essence of heaven and earth!" exclaimed one person in astonishment. Upon hearing this, others quickly tuned into their internal energies, and moments later, all eyes widened in astonished delight. "If I could cultivate here, I am confident I would break through to the 7-star martial apprentice realm within a year," a young man murmured, brimming with excitement. Many others echoed similar sentiments, while the Zuiyue sect disciples were already accustomed to such reactions. Once the commotion subsided, Xiao cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention and then spoke slowly. "Below lies the residence of our Zuiyue sect. You are not yet qualified to enter directly. To gain access, you must first pass through the upcoming 2 assessments. I will lead you to participate in the evaluations, and whether you succeed will depend on your own fortune. Should you succeed, you may soon address each other as brothers. If you fail, it would be best to return home promptly. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. "Excellent." Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face. As they conversed, the floating vessel began to descend, gliding towards the basin beside the distant waterfall. With each lowering of the ship, the scenes below grew increasingly vivid. It became apparent that amidst the vast expanse of greenery, beyond the pavilions and towers, lay numerous paths paved with bluish stones. And at the center of the basin stood a grand plaza. At the edge of the square, indeed, 3 enormous hovering vessels were quietly docked. Clearly the very same ones spoken of earlier by Xiao and his companions. At this moment, several disciples clad in white robes were busily attending to their tasks. Upon witnessing the arrival of the colossal airships, they promptly cleared a sufficient space for docking. With a deep rumble, the massive vessels descended gracefully to the ground. "Disembark," Xiao commanded in a low voice, leaping down first. Following him, numerous disciples of the Zuiyue sect descended in succession, and then the martial artists who had come to participate in the assessment also jumped off the hovering ships, standing on the square and surveying their surroundings. Apart from the pavilions and towers adorning the distant hills, little else was visible. However, there were indeed several martial artists dressed in the Zuiyue sect's attire scattered about. As soon as Chen Xiao set foot on the square, he noticed dozens of them. Some cast curious glances at the newcomers, while others turned away without a word, hastily departing. "Wait here. I shall summon the elder in charge to oversee your assessment," Xiao declared, and with that, he and Xiao Dingshan swiftly made their way toward the largest peak at the center, vanishing from sight in an instant. Though the 2 had departed, over a dozen outer disciples of the Zuiyue sect remained stationed nearby, keeping a watchful eye on Chen Xiao and his companions to prevent any erratic movements. However, they said nothing as Chen Xiao and the others wandered around the periphery of the square. Observing the surroundings, Chen Xiao approached the edge of the square and gazed downwards. While the square was situated within a valley, it was bordered by an array of various spiritual trees. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from these trees, permeating the surrounding air and enriching the ambient spiritual essence. Chen Xiao examined the trees for a moment before shifting his gaze to a nearby flower bed, where the flora was comprised of precious spiritual flowers and herbs. These so-called spiritual flowers and herbs contained the essence of heaven and earth, serving as materials for alchemical concoctions. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Chen Xiao was able to identify these treasures at a glance. However, he felt somewhat disdainful, for all the spiritual flora in the vicinity were of merely 1st-grade quality, and some barely even qualified as 1st grade, at best being half-finished spiritual medicines. The presence of such spiritual herbs indicated that the local spiritual energy was indeed abundant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these plants, which required the essence of heaven and earth to thrive, to flourish at all. Not only Chen Xiao noticed this, but many martial artists nearby were also struck by the revelation, their eyes widening in astonishment. What drove countless martial artists to brave the perilous beast-infested forests? Was it not for these very herbs and resources for cultivation? Now, witnessing the very items that outsiders risked their lives to obtain lying effortlessly within their reach, The gathered crowd felt a profound sense of the Zuiyue sect's might. In such a sect, would one ever lack for cultivation resources? Clearly, they would not. Not far away. The outer disciples of the Purple Cloud sect observed a group of martial artists, their expressions filled with astonishment, akin to that of a rustic woman entering a grand garden for the first time. Amused, they shook their heads, recalling their own initial shock upon witnessing such a scene. Now, it was their turn to bear witness to others' amazement. However, the spectators' fascination was short-lived. Within the span of merely a tea's brewing time, Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan returned. Accompanying them were two middle-aged men clad in purple dragon robes. Chen Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the newcomers, immediately discerning their cultivation levels. One was at the pinnacle of the 6-star martial king realm, while the other was at its early stages. The martial artists, previously scattered around, straightened their expressions upon seeing the arrivals and promptly returned to their original positions, attentively watching as the two approached the assembly. Chapter 96. Gravity Passage. This is Elder Lu, the 6th elder of our Zuiyue sect, who also serves as the law enforcement elder for the outer sect. In the future, you shall frequently interact with him. Xiao Bin introduced the middle-aged man, who stood at the pinnacle of the 6-star martial king realm, with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly bowed in unison, greeting. We pay our respects to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, adorned with a goat-like beard, bore a notably serious expression, even when met with such reverence. He merely acknowledged them with a slight nod. Xiao Bin, unperturbed by this demeanor, proceeded to introduce another martial king. This is Elder Jiao, the 9th elder of our Zuiyue sect, responsible for the assessment of the outer sect disciples, with Elder Lu assisting him. For the upcoming evaluations, you are to follow the arrangements of these two elders. Yes, we have met Elder Jiao. The crowd once again bowed in respect. Chen Xiao, standing amidst them, felt a sense of distaste as he followed suit, realizing that before he could rescue anyone, these individuals had already taken advantage of the situation. Fortunately, the two elders appeared keen to avoid unnecessary delays. Elder Jiao smiled and gestured, saying, "Let us not waste any more time. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the first round of assessments." Elder Jiao turned and began to walk towards the main peak, with Xiao Bin and the others hastily following suit, and of course, Chen Xiao and his companions trailed behind. The first round of assessments would gauge their cultivation levels as well as their mastery over their own true energy and physical bodies. Our sect seeks not mere showmanship, nor the results of hastily consumed pills. The initial challenge consists of traversing a gravity passage enhanced by a formation. Successfully completing a distance of at least 1,000 meters will yield significant benefits for your cultivation and physique. Those falling short of this distance will be eliminated. The top 3 in this round shall be exempt from the next assessment and will be promoted to disciples of the Zuiyue sect. Upon Elder Jiao's conclusion, excitement and anticipation illuminated the faces of those present. The prospect of directly ascending to the status of outer sect disciples was beyond their wildest dreams. Many competent martial artists, their eyes glimmering with determination, began to assess their surroundings, silently identifying potential rivals as they prepared to fiercely contend for the top 3 positions. However, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow upon hearing these stipulations. He had listened intently, and most crucially, Elder Jiao had not indicated that they were prohibited from engaging one another. This implied that the forthcoming competition could devolve into fierce clashes, perhaps even leading to outright brawls. While such a scenario would be somewhat unjust for those with lesser cultivation, one must ponder, is there ever truly absolute fairness in any endeavor? The Zuiyue sect clearly favored only the most elite, while the others were destined to serve as mere backdrop. However, for Chen Xiao, these regulations were utterly superfluous. With his cultivation at the martial king level, even without revealing his true prowess, securing the first position was an exceptionally simple task. The top 3 spots were his to claim. Elder Jiao, what if someone surpasses 1,000 meters and continues onward? A voice suddenly resonated, and Chen Xiao turned to see a robust young man. Appearing to be in his early 20s, it was evident that he met the requirements to participate in the test, which only suggested that he had matured rather quickly. A faint smile graced Chen Xiao's lips. Elder Jiao also wore a smile, speaking cheerfully. If any of you can continue further, the one who runs the farthest shall be declared the winner. Should 2 individuals reach the same distance, the one with the shortest time will prevail. Thank you, Elder Jiao. The young man replied with a respectful bow, and the others understood this as well, their faces lighting up with excitement and apprehension. The so-called gravity passage was not far from the square. It was situated in a small gorge connected to the base of the main peak. One end of the gorge met the mountain's wall, while the other opened to a verdant, hilly area. In the center of the mountain, a 10-meter-wide path paved with blue stone stretched straight into the depths of the gorge, eventually disappearing from sight. Flanking the road were numerous flowers and plants, creating a picturesque scene, yet it seemed devoid of any particular significance. This is the gravity passage. To pass through successfully, it will depend on each of your abilities. One more thing, the higher your cultivation level, the greater the gravity you will encounter. Thus, do not harbor any illusions of gaining an advantage through your cultivation. That is all. Let the competition begin. Elder Jiu spoke calmly, nodding towards the disciples of the Ziyun sect, standing beside him. Instantly, these disciples began moving swiftly from the hill towards the other side of the gorge, halting at intervals to monitor the competition. Remaining on the spot were two elders, along with Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan, for individuals who observed the crowd with serene expressions, offering no encouragement. Chen Xiao now understood the number of disciples participating in the assessment, a staggering 732 individuals. With so many participants, the number likely to pass this examination would be minimal, and only 3 would ascend directly. A faint scent of blood seemed to linger in the air. No one dared to step forward first, for none knew what lay within this gravity passage or what changes it might bring. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, even Xiao Bin could no longer bear the tension and lightly coughed, signaling the others to proceed. The young man who had initially inquired of Elder Jiu about the distance suddenly stepped forward, gazing intently down the long passage, his expression growing increasingly grave. A surge of true energy began to emanate from within him, clearly indicating that he was fully mobilizing his energy in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Having made adequate preparations, the young man suddenly accelerated, plunging into the narrow path and swiftly making his way towards its end. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several dozen meters, continuing to sprint ahead with apparent ease. Was it truly that simple? The onlookers, rooted in place, were left in astonishment. None had anticipated that the gravity tunnel, which appeared perilously daunting, would resemble an ordinary path. The young man's form did not even falter for a moment. The spectators who remained stationary could no longer contain themselves. Many felt a pang of regret, wishing they had been the first to venture forth. Had they taken that initial step, they could have left a favorable impression on the two elders, and who knows, perhaps one of the elders might have even chosen them as a direct disciple. Now, however, the advantages had been seized by that young man, inciting silent curses among the crowd. The more they pondered, the deeper their feelings of remorse grew. Chapter 97. Finding fault. As the first contender was swiftly disappearing from sight, the others dared not linger any longer. The thought of losing the first position to another was unbearable, leaving them with no solace to mourn their loss. In the next moment, a flurry of figures sprang forth, hastily pursuing the fleeting silhouette. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unhurried, standing still and observing the fray with a faint smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Among the multitude of swiftly advancing figures, several suddenly collapsed without warning, while the remaining participants fared little better, staggering awkwardly. Only a handful of warriors, possessing a cultivation level above 8-star martial apprentice, managed to sprint away unscathed. This unforeseen turn of events startled those who had been poised to advance, rendering them momentarily paralyzed in place, hesitant to proceed. However, some warriors who had reached the martial master realm boldly surged ahead, bypassing the frozen crowd in pursuit of those in the distance. The individuals caught within the gravity space quickly regained their composure, adjusting their balance and hastening after the others. Observing the throng of figures in the passage and noting the dwindling count of less than 100 remaining in his group, Chen Xiao decided against waiting any longer and swiftly entered the tunnel himself. At the instant of his entry, he sealed his own cultivation, forcibly restraining it to the level of a 7-star martial apprentice. This precaution was taken not merely to obscure his presence. Chen Xiao had noted the presence of an extraordinary array within this seemingly ordinary gravity tunnel, and he could not ascertain whether his concealed aura might trigger any anomalies within the formation. Should that occur, All previous plans would be rendered futile. Fortunately, upon stepping into the gravity tunnel, he felt a surge of natural power enveloping him, yet encountered no further complications. The gravity was considerably lighter than he had anticipated, inflicting no harm upon him, not even causing a stir in his hair. It was evident that although he had suppressed his cultivation to the 7-star martial apprentice level, his physical body was genuinely at the pinnacle of a 1-star martial king. Additionally, due to his training in the Starfire secret art and the absorption of the golden-furred roar's essence, Chen Xiao's physique now surpassed his cultivation level, likely rivaling that of a 3-star martial king's body. Such a formidable physique would remain largely unaffected, even under the influence of a gravity tenfold or even dozens of times greater. Nevertheless, as he progressed, Chen Xiao continued to utilize his will to perceive the subtle changes within his body, eager to discern the true capabilities of this gravity tunnel. As Chen Xiao continued to forge ahead, the gravity acting upon him grew increasingly formidable, exhibiting a peculiar omnidirectional force. To withstand this gravitational pull and maintain his rapid pace, Chen Xiao was compelled to harness the genuine energy within him, enveloping his body in a protective shield to swiftly acclimatize to the fluctuations in gravity. Should he falter and lose his balance, he would inevitably share the fate of those who had previously succumbed to the ground. The thought of those individuals collapsing in such a manner amused Chen Xiao. Clearly, they had been unprepared for the sudden onset of gravity, resulting in their bodies failing to coordinate, leading to their unfortunate downfall. Casting a glance behind him, Chen Xiao noted that those individuals had regained their composure and were once again pursuing him. Despite the escalating gravity, the cultivators present were sufficiently skilled to navigate the initial few hundred meters without issue. However, upon surpassing the 500-meter mark, the gravitational force in the air abruptly doubled. Fortuitously, Chen Xiao swiftly adapted, propelling himself forward and gradually catching up to the leading group. Behind him, another wave of individuals collapsed, some moving at a snail's pace, their faces flushed and veins bulging, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Chen Xiao calculated that the gravity had escalated from an initial level to double, and upon reaching the 500-meter point, the force had surged again, resulting in a fourfold increase. Such an immense gravitational force could still be endured by those with robust physiques, albeit briefly. Yet, for those lacking both physical strength and cultivation, the only recourse was to fall helplessly to the ground. Some struggled for an extended period after their collapse, unable to rise. Although Chen Xiao had started last, he had inadvertently surpassed the majority of those present, leaving only about 200 individuals ahead of him. These remaining competitors were merely those who had set off earlier, and Chen Xiao, wishing to remain inconspicuous and avoid drawing the attention of the two elder martial kings, refrained from overtaking them outright. Nonetheless, as the distance increased to 600, 700, and 800 meters, more individuals continued to fall behind. Every 100 meters served as a threshold, at which point the gravity would incrementally intensify. Many who had previously managed to endure found the sudden increase in gravity to be the proverbial last straw, compelling them to surrender. Chen Xiao overtook dozens more, leaving only around 130 individuals ahead. Apart from the 10 or so martial artists at the forefront, the remaining competitors were visibly strained, faces flushed and drenched in sweat as they moved. Chen Xiao maintained his speed without any discernible decline, while those ahead were forced to slow down, particularly as some watched helplessly as Chen Xiao zipped past them, a sense of urgency manifesting in their perspiration. Up to this moment, it has become evident why the seemingly endless path has posed such a challenge, as Elder Jiu proclaimed that reaching a mere 1,000 meters would suffice. The reality is that many present are unlikely to traverse even that distance. Glancing back, one can observe that numerous individuals collapsed after just 500 or 600 meters. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the disciples from Ziyun's sect on either side, many would still be sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "How can you run so fast?" inquired a fellow warrior of the 7 Stars martial apprentice realm, watching in astonishment as Chen Xiao surged ahead of him. Yet, before Chen Xiao could respond, the distraction caused him to lose control of his body, resulting in a harsh fall to the ground. When he finally managed to rise again, Chen Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen ahead. Chapter 98. Setting traps. Others, though eager to inquire, were deterred by the examples set before them. Daring not to utter a word, each one summoned their inner strength, resolutely resisting the pressure that bore down upon them. When Chen Xiao reached the 900-meter mark, fewer than 30 individuals stood before him. Among these 30, only 7 were martial masters, while the remainder consisted mostly of martial disciples of the 7th star or above, with the sole exception being a young martial disciple of the 5th star. Chen Xiao recognized this young man. He was the one who had been eliminated earlier in Ziyun City, but had managed to endure 10 exchanges against a martial master disciple of the Ziyun sect through challenges. Chen Xiao had sensed something peculiar about him back then, and now it was evident. While other 5th star martial disciples began to falter around 500 or 600 meters, this individual had advanced to over 900 meters and appeared to be progressing steadily, indicating that reaching a distance of 1,000 meters would pose no issue for him. This fellow had likely specialized in physical training. Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze. The individuals ahead had also noticed him. After all, his speed was astonishingly swift and remarkably effortless. While they had taken nearly a full teacup's worth of time to traverse their distance, Chen Xiao had accomplished it in less than half that time. Most significantly, upon entering the 900-meter threshold, their bodies felt as if they were mired in a quagmire. Their movement slowed as if played in slow motion by a factor of 10. To an outsider, the scene might appear comical, yet they found no humor in it, for the pressure they faced was overwhelming, and a moment's inattention could send them tumbling to the ground. Ma Liang and Peng Yi, both participants in the Ziyun sect's external disciple assessment, were not like the others. Hailing from a mid-sized family, they had both reached the martial master level and, with their superior skills and cultivation, managed to navigate the tenfold gravity with relative ease. With less than 50 meters remaining to the finish line, a moment's perseverance would secure their places among the top 3. However, just then, a youth of about 15 or 16 years, clad in black, sauntered leisurely past them. Alarmed, the two exchanged glances. They had initially intended to compete for the first place, but witnessing Chen Xiao moving with such ease, as though the gravity were non-existent, invoked a sense of threat. If they allowed him to continue unimpeded, first place would undoubtedly slip away. The thought of losing the prize they had nearly grasped ignited a sense of unwillingness within them. They scanned their surroundings, exchanged a knowing look, and simultaneously launched an attack on Chen Xiao. As Chen Xiao quietly observed the two while surpassing them, he immediately detected their assault and mused to himself that it had indeed begun. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned, delivering a palm strike to each of them. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled thuds reverberated through the air, followed by the abrupt retreat of the two martial artists who had attacked Chen Xiao. Due to the gravitational force and Chen Xiao's suppression of his own cultivation level, their retreat was not far. However, the sudden and immense pressure disrupted their balance. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon them. Bang! With a resounding thud, both figures were almost instantaneously forced to the ground, their postures decidedly undignified. Chen Xiao, leveraging the recoil, staggered back a few steps, his complexion paling slightly. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to maintain his footing. Of course, this was merely an illusion to outsiders. In reality, Chen Xiao was entirely unscathed, merely feigning the effect. Meanwhile, a few individuals were gradually approaching Chen Xiao, startled by the sudden commotion. Even the members of the Ziyun sect were drawn to the spectacle. When they witnessed the two martial artists sprawled on the ground, they were momentarily taken aback, quickly redirecting their gazes toward Chen Xiao. This young man possesses considerable potential. A faint smile graced the face of Elder Jiao, his attention fixed upon Chen Xiao. Indeed, to withstand a strike from two martial masters at the 7-star warrior level demonstrates remarkable prowess. Although external factors prevented the two from unleashing their full might, it was evident that this youth was extraordinary. Elder Lu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances, they turned their attention elsewhere, their brows furrowing slightly. Beside them, Xiao Bin and Xiao Dingshan exchanged knowing looks, both recognizing the mutual understanding that had formed. It seemed that they would have to treat Chen Xiao with more respect in the future. After all, it was rare for someone to receive praise from the elders. In the gravity passage, Chen Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his cold gaze fixed upon the two martial artists struggling to rise from the ground. After a brief assessment, he said nothing further and continued his rapid advance, with only 50 meters remaining to cover the 1,000-meter distance. Once Chen Xiao had moved on, the two assailants finally managed to get back on their feet, watching in frustration as Chen Xiao's figure receded. Their initial intention had been to obstruct him, yet not only had they failed, they had also humiliated themselves in front of numerous witnesses. Cursed be their luck. As they cursed inwardly and prepared to pursue him, several individuals suddenly charged forth, catching them off guard. In a swift maneuver, the newcomers struck them down with a powerful palm. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds echoed once more. And tragically, the two martial masters found themselves on the ground once again. Their minds raced with frustration akin to 1,000 stampeding horses. Their desire to vanish from the situation palpable. Observing more than 10 people rushing past them, they dared not linger, hastily scrambling to chase after the group ahead. However, just at that moment, the crowd before them erupted into chaos as a fierce brawl ensued. As the distance to the finish line dwindled to a mere few dozen meters, a sudden eruption of conflict ensued among the group. Chen Xiao, having surged ahead and claimed the leading position, found himself unimpeded, with no one behind him to obstruct his path. However, the individuals trailing in second and third place were not as fortunate. They had all sprinted together in a throng of over 10 participants, each unwilling to relinquish their hard-won positions. After all, securing a spot among the top 3 would grant them direct entry as outer disciples of the Zuiyue sect, a rare opportunity not easily attained. Even at the cost of their utmost exertion, these competitors were resolute in their pursuit of victory. With no one willing to concede and a shared desire to prevent others from surpassing them, the only recourse was to devise strategies to impede their rivals. Almost everyone present was consumed by this singular thought. Chapter 99. This child is extraordinary. Where there is thought, there is action. A 9-star martial disciple brazenly struck out, delivering a punch towards a martial master before him. However, the martial master was already on guard. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly turned and countered with a palm strike. The two forces collided, sending the 9-star martial disciple hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Unfortunately, due to the force of gravity, he only managed to fly back a mere 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden act was akin to a spark igniting a powder keg, triggering an instantaneous chain reaction. In that moment, all the tense martial artists around simultaneously sprang into action, disregarding their surroundings, their ranks, or even the strength of their opponents. As long as they had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, they did so without hesitation, while simultaneously bracing against potential assaults from behind. "Ah, you seek death." A cry of anguish rang out. "Get out of my way, don't obstruct me. Move. What do you all intend to do?" A cacophony of shouts and curses erupted in quick succession. Behind them, the martial artists who were still rushing forward halted in their tracks, paralyzed by the scene unfolding before them. Chen Xiao also turned to glance back. At this moment, he was on the verge of crossing the 1,000-meter threshold, and upon witnessing the chaos, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. With a decisive step, he crossed into the 1,000-meter range. In the next instant, an even more formidable gravitational force descended upon Chen Xiao, rendering his legs as heavy as lead, immobilizing him entirely. Oh, the gravity here is equivalent to the oppressive might of a martial general? Chen Xiao's eyes brightened suddenly. What had previously puzzled him became crystal clear. What he had initially failed to grasp about the significance of this trial was now evident. This gravity passageway within the Purple Cloud sect was evidently designed for the disciples' training. The gravitational force present within the passage mimicked the oppressive aura of a martial artist, exerting pressure on the body from all angles. Not only could it rapidly enhance a martial artist's control over their physical form and true energy, but it also allowed the body to adapt swiftly to such oppressive forces. Thus, when faced with opponents of a higher rank in the future, they would not be easily overwhelmed by the adversary's presence. Moreover, the gravitational intensity within this passage increased gradually. If one could walk through it at a measured pace, savoring the experience, it would be of immense benefit to the martial artists. Regrettably, most of the individuals were too eager to rush forward, evidently failing to comprehend the benevolent intentions of the Purple Cloud sect. However, even Chen Xiao had not grasped this before. Now that he understood, he found himself reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to continue onward into the 1,000-meter range. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult of battling martial artists, another 8-star disciple seized the opportunity to charge forward through the chaos, methodically distancing himself from the others as he trudged towards the 1,000-meter boundary. As he observed Chen Xiao gradually retreating a kilometer away, the youth's eyes suddenly brightened. Following an impulsive whim, he too crossed that kilometer boundary and advanced towards Chen Xiao. However, the moment he took half a step, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from a grievous injury. Nearby, a disciple of the Xian sect, who had been standing guard, rushed forward and pulled the fallen disciple away, placing him aside to begin healing. Chen Xiao glanced back and was astonished to find that the disciple seemed unaffected by the formation, which intrigued him further. Nonetheless, he soon dismissed the concerns of those behind him, allowing his body to relax as he began to gradually attune to the spiritual energy within this gravitational passage, seeking to comprehend the essence of the gravitational forces surrounding him. On the cliff, elders Lu and Jiao had appeared at some point, both their gazes now fixed upon Chen Xiao. With a hint of astonishment, Elder Jiao remarked, "Isn't the trial ground beyond 1,000 meters meant for the martial general realm? This youth, merely at the martial apprentice level, astonishingly withstands it without faltering. Indeed, yet from his appearance, it seems he has reached his limits. Should he proceed further, he might encounter peril," Elder Lu observed, his eyes glimmering with a keen light. However, as they spoke, Chen Xiao, standing still, suddenly opened his eyes. He then took a step forward once more, continuing his journey until he reached 1,100 meters, where he paused to reflect on the gravitational changes acting upon his body. "What is this youth's name?" Elder Jiao inquired, turning to the two individuals standing behind him, Xiao Bin and another. Replying to Elder Jiao, "This youth is named Zhang San, 16 years old, hailing from Zhang family village outside of Beixian City in the Tianwu Kingdom." Xiao Bin promptly answered, having discreetly reviewed Chen Xiao's information after Elder Jiao's earlier praise. 16, a 7-star martial apprentice. Elder Jiao muttered, then said thoughtfully, "Though his cultivation talent may not be extraordinary, it is certainly commendable. Moreover, his mental fortitude surpasses our expectations. He is indeed a person of potential." "Indeed," Elder Lu chuckled. "Upon reflection, if suitable, you might consider taking him under your wing, old Jiao." Haha. The two exchanged knowing smiles before turning their attention back to the others in the gravitational passage. 500 meters away, many had already given up, their faces etched with disappointment, while only 300 to 400 remained, most struggling to press on past the 700 or 800 meter mark. Yet, none among the remaining were willing to concede defeat easily. As time gradually passed, the second, third, and fourth warriors entered the gravity channel spanning a kilometer. In the blink of an eye, the kilometer mark became a gathering place for 20 to 30 individuals. Those behind, though struggling with each step, were steadily advancing toward the kilometer mark, suggesting that reaching a total of 200 participants was certainly within reach. Outside the kilometer zone, the second warrior to arrive lay unconscious on the ground, rendering others hesitant to venture beyond the threshold. Each onlooker cast complex and astonished glances at Chen Xiao. At that moment, within the gravity channel beyond the kilometer mark, only Chen Xiao remained, the focus of countless gazes. Chen Xiao was acutely aware that he had perhaps drawn too much attention to himself. Thus, he had halted at 1,200 meters, refraining from proceeding further. Should no one else continue to approach, he contemplated withdrawing entirely. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level, even traversing into the gravity channel beyond 2,000 meters would pose no challenge. However, he was fully aware that doing so would undoubtedly place him in the spotlight, a situation he was keen to avoid. Chapter 100. A simple gesture. Just as Chen Xiao was preparing to withdraw, another individual attempted to step beyond the kilometer mark. However, as soon as he advanced half a step, he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Xiao glanced back, shaking his head in bemusement. The gravitational pressure of the martial general realm was not something easily borne. Were it not for his exceptional cultivation, he too would find such a passageway arduous. As the spectators exchanged glances of disbelief, the young man on the ground gradually began to rise again. Though drenched in sweat and with eyes reddened, he resolutely stood up bit by bit. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over him, and he realized it was the very first martial apprentice to enter the gravity channel. This individual had previously faltered at 800 meters, moving at a sluggish pace that allowed several others to surpass him. Yet, to Chen Xiao's surprise, he not only managed to reach the kilometer mark, but also dared to venture further. Whispers of curiosity erupted among the crowd, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Moments later, the young man truly stood upright and began to make his way toward Chen Xiao. His pace was exceedingly slow, akin to that of a snail. Yet he was undeniably making progress. However, after taking less than 5 steps, he once again collapsed to the ground. This time, he could not muster the strength to rise again. A disciple from the Zuiyue sect, tasked with overseeing the proceedings, rushed forward to assist him. Shortly thereafter, another individual commenced their attempt to cross the kilometer threshold. Nevertheless, without exception, these contenders could barely manage to stay within 10 meters. Even those at the martial master level could only endure to about that distance before succumbing. With no further challengers willing to press on, and those who had reached the kilometer mark having successfully passed the first round of assessment, there was little incentive to risk their lives in pursuit of glory. With the absence of ongoing challenges, Chen Xiao deemed it prudent to withdraw to the 200-meter mark, where he stood quietly in wait. Time passed, each second slipping away. Half an hour later, over 180 individuals had successfully completed the kilometer assessment. The remaining participants, though still struggling, found their efforts increasingly futile as they approached the kilometer range. Very well, the assessment has concluded. Those who did not pass may take a moment to rest. Arrangements will be made for a floating vessel to return you to Zuiyue City. For those who succeeded, take this time to recuperate, for in half an hour, we shall commence the second round of evaluation. Elder Zhuo's voice resonated through the air. Joy illuminated the faces of those who had passed, while pallor swept over the features of the unsuccessful candidates, who had not anticipated such a ruthless elimination after enduring for so long. Yet, this was the decree of Elder Zhuo of the Zuiyue sect, and none dared to defy it, not even to voice dissent. Ultimately, 187 individuals successfully advanced to the second round of the competition. Among them, 3 were exempt from further assessments, as they secured the top 3 positions. Chen Xiao, as expected, claimed the first place. The second was a martial artist of the 1-star martial master realm, who barely reached a distance of 1,010 meters to achieve this rank. The third place was also held by a martial artist, while the individual who followed Chen Xiao into the realm, having been too close behind, could only manage a 6th position. Zhang San, Hu Shuo, and Chen Gui. You 3 have earned the top 3 spots in the first round of assessments and have directly advanced to become outer disciples of the Zuiyue sect. Please follow me to receive your identity tokens and select your accommodations. The voice of Qiao Bin suddenly resonated nearby. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao and the others hastily stepped forward, cupping their hands in salute and acknowledging his words. Qiao Bin, pleased with their demeanor, recognized that their status was likely quite impressive, particularly Chen Xiao, who had caught the attention of 2 elders. Thus, he refrained from being overly familiar and quickly assisted Chen Xiao and the others to their feet. There is no need to continue with the subsequent assessments. Let us depart for now. If you wish to observe the remaining evaluations later, I can certainly bring you back. Xiao Bin chuckled heartily, exuding an amiable demeanor that was starkly different from his earlier conduct in Zuiyue City. Apart from Chen Xiao, the other 2 appeared somewhat taken aback, and even Chen Xiao felt compelled to feign an expression of extraordinary surprise. At this moment, Chen Xiao indeed felt quite astonished. Xiao Bin seemed exceptionally approachable and affable, and perhaps he could glean some valuable information from him later, even the whereabouts of Chen Lan and the others. As Xiao Bin departed, Xiao Dingshan remained behind to organize the martial artists for a brief respite. After all, they had just undergone the gravity channel assessment, and participating in the subsequent evaluations without sufficient stamina would be unwise. A short break and some nourishment were certainly warranted. Meanwhile, under Xiao Bin's guidance, Chen Xiao and the others were making their way toward a towering peak that soared several hundred meters into the sky. The mountainside was adorned with lush greenery, and a winding path of bluestone steps ascended. Halfway up, numerous palaces and pavilions were visible, while at the summit, an immense complex of palatial structures awaited. As they traversed the mountainside, Xiao Bin explained, "This is where the outer disciples reside, and in the future, you will also make your home here. At the peak lies the task hall for outer disciples, which is frequently visited by Elder Zhuo and others. All your training resources and the acquisition of sect missions will be obtained within the task hall. Xiao Bin, our Zuiyue sect boasts thousands of disciples, yet along our path, we have encountered so few." Chen Gui, walking beside him, inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, our sect has over 3,000 members. However, nearly half of the disciples are currently out on expeditions, while others are engaged in sect missions. Moreover, within the back mountains of the sect, there exists another training ground where many brothers practice during the day. Thus, it is entirely normal for you not to see them. After Xiao Bin finished his explanation, he continued, "Very well, let me casually mention the place where we cultivate. The location we refer to as the Trial Valley is a vast basin, transformed from an area of over 100,000 square meters located at the back mountain. It boasts not only an expansive training ground, but also features waterfalls, wooden stake formations, rolling log arrays, and the gravity formations you observed earlier, among other smaller elements. Once you step inside, you will naturally discover more. In short, I assure you that within our Zuiyue sect, the resources for cultivation are unparalleled. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek my guidance." After speaking, Xiao Bin instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, sensing the gaze, smiled and replied, "In that case, I must express my gratitude to you, senior brother." "Oh, it is but a small effort." Xiao Bin chuckled heartily. As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, Chen Xiao and the others finally reached the summit, where an immense palace complex gradually came into view. Chapter 101. Comprehending the sword intent. The Grand Hall, aptly named the Mission Hall, bore a conspicuous sign. Upon entering, Chen Xiao and his companions proceeded directly to a side chamber, which led them to another storeroom where they ultimately received their identity, tokens, and garments. The outer disciples were provided with 2 sets of white robes emblazoned with the insignia of the Zuiyue sect, along with a second-tier weapon. It was evident that the weapons were of a lesser grade, even inferior to the one in Chen Xiao's possession. However, Chen Xiao paid little heed to this. His purpose for entering was merely to fulfill a formality. After navigating a series of inquiries, the trio finally emerged from the hall. Xiao Bin guided them to select a loft as their abode before leading them back to the plaza where the martial artists had congregated earlier. Upon their return, the warriors had already refreshed themselves and were partaking of the lunch prepared by the Zuiyue sect. Upon noticing the white robes adorning Chen Xiao and his companions, expressions of envy illuminated their faces. A few who were more familiar with Chen Xiao hurried over to greet them. "Let us depart first and await them above," Xiao Bin remarked with a smile, and he led Chen Xiao and the others towards a secondary peak that appeared to have sparser trees, adjacent to the main summit. This minor peak featured a straight azure stone path that extended from the summit like a heavenly staircase. It would undoubtedly exhaust an ordinary person attempting to ascend it. Fortunately, with their cultivation of true qi, Chen Xiao and his companions soared upwards, reaching the peak in no time at all. Surveying the surroundings, they beheld a mesmerizing panorama of towering mountain ranges stretching endlessly, resembling a sea of countless mountains. In the center, the main peak soared skyward, rising nearly 100 meters higher than the minor peak where they stood. What captivated their attention even more was the imposing structure atop the mountain. The summit itself was a vast expanse of several thousand square meters, adorned with a plethora of rare trees. At its heart stood a magnificent 9-story wooden pavilion, exuding an aura of grandeur and solemnity. Most notably, in front of the pavilion lay a vast square, which featured a colossal sword crafted entirely from peculiar stone, a grayish-white stone sword. It measured 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Firmly embedded in the ground of the square, accompanied by numerous smaller stone swords scattered around, creating a rather bizarre scene. "What is this?" Chen Xiao inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Bin beside him. Xiao Bin smiled as he introduced, "This is a sacred training ground of our Zuiyue sect, known as the Sword Pavilion. The immense stone sword outside is the Sword Tomb, a convenient place for honing sword techniques or comprehending the essence of the sword. For martial artists who favor the sword, this is immensely beneficial. Additionally, this area serves as the venue for the second round of assessments. Those unable to withstand the sword intent within 500 meters of the Sword Tomb will be eliminated." Understanding dawned on Chen Xiao and the others. Hmph, eager for knowledge, directly inquired, "Brother Xiao Bin, may we approach and take a closer look?" Xiao Bin furrowed his brow slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled as he nodded. "Yes, you may come closer, but do remember not to overexert yourselves. The sword intent can be injurious. I will remain nearby to protect you." "Thank you, Brother Xiao Bin." The three bowed in gratitude and, under Xiao Bin's watchful gaze, cautiously approached the colossal stone sword. They were all vigilant. Even Chen Xiao, who was experiencing this peculiar sword tomb for the first time, advancing slowly with caution. Strangely, standing 1,000 meters away from the sword tomb, they sensed no sword intent whatsoever. Yet, as they drew within that distance, a prickling sensation akin to a thorny back emerged, enveloping their entire beings. This must be the sword intent, Chen Xiao mused, raising an eyebrow. Although his current cultivation allowed him to effortlessly manifest sword light and sword gleams, these were mere illusions created by his true essence. During battles, while they provided a martial advantage, they lacked the sharpness of sword intent. The sword gleam could be likened to an obtuse angle, while sword intent resembled an acute angle. The disparity in their offensive power was immense. Grasping the sword intent would significantly enhance Chen Xiao's prowess. With the aspiration of comprehending the sword intent, Chen Xiao had entered. However, upon his arrival, the system's alert tone suddenly resonated. Ding! System notification. A substantial amount of unclaimed sword intent has been detected around the host. Would you like to absorb it? One can actually devour sword intent. What benefits might this confer? Chen Xiao stood frozen, contemplating. Absorbing sword intent will further assist the host in utilizing the system to comprehend its essence. The system's melodious voice continued. Due to the system's influence, Chen Xiao remained stationary. To outsiders, it appeared as though he had just entered the 1,000-meter range and then halted, seemingly unable to proceed. This caused Jiao Bin's brow to furrow sharply. Zhang San was a favored individual of Elder Jiao. If he could not even approach within 100 meters of the sword tomb, it would be a laughingstock. In contrast, Hu Shua and Chen Gui were methodically advancing towards the massive stone sword. Just as Jiao Bin contemplated whether to remind Chen Xiao of the necessary precautions, Chen Xiao suddenly moved again, matching the speed of the other two as he hastily approached the colossal stone sword. Observing this, Jiao Bin remained in place, not taking further action. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that an imperceptible layer of undulating energy envelopes Chen Xiao's body, manifesting in an enigmatic manner. This peculiar wave possesses the ability to absorb any surrounding sword intent that encroaches upon it, rendering it utterly consumed. Before Chen Xiao, the system interface reveals a progress bar that steadily increments. Comprehending sword intent, 15,100. Comprehending sword intent, 16,100. Comprehending. As Chen Xiao advances further, the gravitational pull emanating from the voracious beast within him intensifies. This phenomenon is a result of his deliberate control over the beast's consumption of the surrounding sword intent. Otherwise, a massive wave would have surely attracted unwanted attention. Fortunately, as Chen Xiao approaches the stone sword, the density of sword intent amplifies, accelerating the system's absorption rate. When he nears the stone sword, approximately 500 meters away, the sword intent finally reaches 100-100. A chime resonates, signaling that the host has successfully comprehended the slaughter sword intent, currently at level 1, with a requirement of 0-100 sword intent to ascend to level 2. As the system's notification echoes, an inexplicable and profound insight floods Chen Xiao's mind, granting him a targeted understanding and mastery of this lethal sword intent. A smile graces Chen Xiao's face, pleasantly surprised by the ease with which he has acquired this skill. He scarcely experienced the process of comprehension, relying entirely on the system's assistance. In the next moment, with a mere thought, an invisible thread of intent begins to coalesce at his fingertips, shifting in size and rhythmically pulsating under his command. Chapter 102. News of Chen Lan. As Chen Xiao was immersed in testing the essence of the sword, Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen had already approached within a distance of 500 meters. It was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, but both felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from Chen Xiao, although upon closer scrutiny, that aura vanished without a trace, leaving them perplexed. However, recognizing the rare opportunity to comprehend the sword intent, they dared not avert their gaze and continued to ponder the sword intent enveloping them. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the two beside him. He had sensed their scrutiny earlier, which prompted him to dissipate the sword intent, thus concealing any telltale signs. After a brief moment of reflection, he resumed his approach, inching closer to the stone sword while also surveying the stone itself and the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Xiao noticed a desolate hill to his right, starkly devoid of trees, contrasting sharply with the lush greenery that surrounded it, creating an odd and eerie spectacle. Within the confines of the Zuiyue sect, anything could capture Chen Xiao's attention. Regrettably, he had yet to extract any information, but he resolved to probe further soon. Time passed gradually. At last, Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen reached within 100 meters of the stone sword. By the time they arrived, they were both drenched in sweat. Hu Shua collapsed onto the ground, while Chen Guizhen managed to take another couple of steps forward before retreating, clearly unable to endure any longer. In contrast, Chen Xiao had advanced to within 50 meters of the stone sword, where he could discern the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. The sword intent in the air felt even more formidable, yet, rather than instilling fear, it evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity for Chen Xiao, likely due to his prior comprehension of such intent. He surmised that he remained in place because the sword intent from the supreme upgrade system had not yet been fully absorbed. At that moment, the sword intent had reached its peak at level 1, merely a fraction away from advancing to level 2. In an instant, the system notification chimed again. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully comprehended level 2 sword intent. Current sword intent level 2. Experience required for upgrade 0-100. Done. Chen Xiao's eyes flew open, and he cast another glance at the stone sword before hastening toward Xiaobin. Beside Xiaobin stood Hu Shua and Chen Guizhen, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief as they regarded Chen Xiao. They had emerged from the sword tomb's intent and had been waiting alongside Xiaobin, watching as Chen Xiao progressed from 100 meters to 50. Had he not retreated from that distance, they might have begun to question their very existence. Even Xiaobin's lips twitched slightly. It is worth noting that despite his attainment of martial general prowess, he could only approach within approximately 50 meters of the stone sword under such immense pressure. The pressure beyond 100 meters was markedly different. Each meter beyond that threshold elevated the intensity significantly. Chen Xiao's ability to reach the 50-meter mark already surpassed the majority of the outer disciples of the Zuiyue sect, marking him as a distinguished figure among them. Fortunately, the two elders had not yet witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they would have likely scrambled to take Chen Xiao as their disciple. Brother Zhang's achievement is indeed remarkable, managing to approach within 50 meters of the colossal stone sword. Even many inner disciples rarely come this close. I wonder what insights he has gained, Xiaobin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hu Shua and his companion's eyes widened, instantly comprehending the implication of his words. This Chen Xiao would likely be someone they could not afford to offend in the future. Brother Xiao is being overly flattering. I merely felt a profound affinity with the sword intent, a stroke of luck. Chen Xiao smiled modestly, then a hint of confusion crossed his face. By the way, I suddenly noticed an abandoned mountain nearby the sword tomb. What is the story behind that? This area is supposed to be a land of exceptional talent. An abandoned mountain should not exist here, right? An abandoned mountain? Chen Gui and Hu Shua were momentarily taken aback, as they had been wholly focused on comprehending the sword intent and had no time to glance around. Xiaobin, however, waved his hand dismissively. Are you referring to the desolate mountain to the west? It is not truly abandoned. It serves as a facility of our Zuiyue sect for confining criminals or punishing errant disciples. Hearing the term criminal, Chen Xiao's heart stirred unexpectedly. He had intended to broach the subject, and surprisingly, Xiaobin had preempted him. Naturally, Chen Xiao could not let such a splendid opportunity slip by, and was preparing to inquire further when Hu Shua spoke up first. Brother Xiao, with the power of our Zuiyue sect, who would dare to offend us? Chen Xiao silently praised Hu Shua for his timely assistance, as he had directly articulated the very question Chen Xiao wished to ask. Xiaobin chuckled. Ordinary individuals would naturally refrain from provoking us, but there are always some who are foolishly unaware of their own limitations. For instance, not long ago, our Zuiyue sect inadvertently lost an outer elder of the martial king realm. However, this matter has already been addressed, and it should be resolved soon. Most others are merely disciples who have erred and have been sent there for punishment. Let us not dwell on this matter. Elder Jiu and the others have arrived. Xiaobin waved his hand, directing his gaze toward the steps below. Indeed, over 100 martial artists who had passed the first round of assessments were slowly making their way up. Following this, as Xiaobin had previously mentioned, the group of martial artists began the sword intent testing one by one, during which Chen Xiao was summoned by Elder Jiu for a few inquiries. The narrative primarily revolves around Chen Xiao's cultivation, his lineage, and his profound understanding of sword intent. Additionally, Xiao Bin informed Elder Jiu about Chen Xiao's comprehension of sword intent, which greatly piqued Elder Jiu's interest in Chen Xiao. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was well prepared for the inquiries and did not expose any vulnerabilities. After a rigorous 2 hours, the assessment involving over 100 participants finally concluded. Out of nearly 200 individuals, a mere 89 successfully passed the examination, while those who did not were promptly sent back. As for the vacancies created, arrangements will undoubtedly be made for another round of recruitment assessments in due course. Chapter 103. A breakthrough once more in the stillness of the night. Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, a subtle aura of true energy pulsating around him as the starfire technique swiftly circulated. A copious amount of spiritual essence from the heavens and earth enveloped him, intertwining with his being, and with each breath, this ethereal energy seeped into his body, vanishing without a trace. Ding! A system notification chimed, indicating that the host had successfully advanced a level, now attaining the initial stage of a 2-star martial king. As the melodious sound of the system echoed in his ears, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Within his deep black irises, a fleeting glimpse of dark azure flame flickered, casting an enigmatic aura. Unbeknownst to him, he rose to his feet, and with his movement came a series of crisp sounds, his skin appearing more refined, and he seemed to have grown taller by several inches. At last, he had reached the 2-star martial king realm. Chen Xiao murmured to himself, casting a sidelong glance at the desolate mountain he had observed earlier, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. After the assessment concluded during the day, he and his companions were instructed to rest, awaiting the new disciple induction ceremony 2 days hence. However, having endured this waiting period, Chen Xiao was determined to uncover the whereabouts of Chen Lan and the others. He could no longer afford to delay, though the current level of his cultivation posed some danger in venturing out alone to rescue them. He had no time to waste. Glancing outside, he noted the cloudy night, with the moon obscured by a veil of clouds, casting a dim glow. Dressed in a dark, stealthy outfit, Chen Xiao quietly opened the door and slipped outside. His residence was a solitary loft, a testament to the grandeur of the Zuiyue sect, which boasted 2 mountain peaks solely for the lodging of outer disciples. This was but one such peak, accompanied by a vast expanse of additional residences for the outer disciples. To facilitate his intended actions, Chen Xiao had deliberately chosen a secluded dwelling near the edge, claiming to prefer tranquility, which raised no suspicions among others. Once outside, he found the area deserted, save for the cool breeze and the occasional chirping of insects, enveloping him in serene silence. After discerning his surroundings, Chen Xiao suppressed his aura completely and suddenly darted forward, vanishing into the darkness. The stone pathways of Zuiyue sect emitted a faint glow at night, a curious phenomenon that illuminated the way for travelers. However, this posed a disadvantage for Chen Xiao, who wished to remain undetected. Thus, he circumvented the illuminated paths, advancing swiftly through the surrounding woods. Fortunately, he had surveyed the terrain during the day and was familiar with the vicinity, ensuring he would not inadvertently approach the dwellings of any elders. The mountain gate of Zuiyue sect was not devoid of patrolling disciples, but given its formidable nature, few would dare to intrude. Only a handful of martial master disciples were assigned to patrol the area. Chen Xiao's cultivation far surpassed that of these individuals. Even though he concealed himself not far from their location, they remained oblivious to his presence, effortlessly evading all sentinels. After stealthily traversing for nearly half an hour, Chen Xiao finally circumvented 2 peaks inhabited by outer disciples and arrived at a secluded valley near the desolate summit. As he had never been to the desolate peak before, he could only proceed cautiously. Before long, however, Chen Xiao halted in his tracks, hidden in the shadows, observing a structure at the foot of the mountain. Inside, 6 disciples of the Zuiyue sect were engaged in jovial conversation. A brief glance revealed that all 6 were at the level of martial generals, with the highest among them having attained the 9th star of the martial general realm, clearly designated by the Zuiyue sect to guard this location. Chen Xiao frowned slightly, opting not to act further, instead choosing to remain in place and wait. After approximately half a stick of incense, 2 more martial general disciples exited the building, replacing 2 others who entered. The remaining individuals stayed put. Another half stick of incense passed, yet no one else emerged. Chen Xiao quietly sensed the surroundings. Detecting no other presences, evidently, Only these 8 were stationed here. His gaze swept the mountain. Apart from the faintly glowing paths, darkness enveloped the rest, obscuring any view of what lay atop the mountain or the whereabouts of those imprisoned. Chen Xiao was even unaware of the entrance to the holding area. After pondering for a while, he redirected his focus back to the building. Since he could not find answers on his own, it was time to inquire. After nearly another stick of incense, 2 more individuals rose and made their way into the building, leaving only 4 outside. Chen Xiao's figure silently melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had circled around to a shadow beneath the building. Listening intently and detecting no commotion within, he executed a gentle leap, landing gracefully atop a 3-meter-high wall. A swift glance revealed no one inside, prompting him to leap into the courtyard. Inside, aside from the lanterns hanging in the corridor, darkness prevailed, suggesting the absence of people. Cautiously, he searched the interior, ultimately fixing his gaze on a grand hall at the center. Unlike the other areas, the grand hall was brightly lit, indicating the presence of individuals within. Chen Xiao could indeed sense the previously vanished figures somewhere inside the hall. However, he refrained from directly entering, opting instead to circumvent it and position himself atop the eaves at the back, pressing his ear against the glazed tiles to listen quietly to the sounds within. Nothing much happening today. Let us call it an early night and switch shifts first thing tomorrow. A deep voice suddenly resonated within the grand hall. All right then, haha, we'll take our leave. 3 consecutive sounds echoed, evidently from the 4 individuals who had just entered. By the way, have you delivered food to those 2 fellows brought back from Qingyang town? The deep voice resounded once more. Yes, we have. To be honest, that little girl is indeed quite beautiful. A voice chimed in. Do not entertain such notions. She is a criminal responsible for the death of an outer sect elder. Who knows what punishment awaits? Do not jeopardize yourself. The deep voice rebuked with a chuckle. Haha, understood. A burst of laughter ensued, followed by the sound of footsteps as they began to leave the main hall, eventually dispersing into the buildings on either side. A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Chen Xiao's eyes. It was clear that the subjects of their conversation were Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan, who were presumably imprisoned here. He could only wonder how they were faring now. Chapter 104. Night Raid. Suppressing the murderous intent within, Chen Xiao turned and followed a 6-star martial general. The general, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated anyone daring to trail behind him. He proceeded directly to his door, slowly closing it, intending to begin his meditative practice. However, at that moment, a faint sound emanated from outside, as if something had fallen. Who is it? The voice of the 6-star general rang out sharply, and he abruptly flung the door open, stepping back outside. Yet, the surrounding darkness revealed nothing amiss, despite his thorough inspection. Strange, the middle-aged man muttered, somewhat perplexed, before returning to his room and shutting the door once more. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the door, swiftly gripping his throat, rendering him utterly unable to make a sound. Do not utter a single word, or I shall end your life immediately. Chen Xiao's ominous voice echoed, his aura of a martial king enveloping the unfortunate man, crushing him under the weight of the sword intent he had just comprehended during the day. Feeling the profound pressure emanating from Chen Xiao, the middle-aged man turned pale. It was evident that Chen Xiao's cultivation far surpassed his own, for he had stealthily infiltrated the room without the slightest detection. Nevertheless, the man quickly nodded in acquiescence, realizing that angering Chen Xiao could lead to his demise without a second thought. Seeing the man comply, Chen Xiao gradually released his grip on the throat, yet his hand remained poised, ready to strike should the man show any signs of insubordination. Who are you? The middle-aged man whispered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he regarded Chen Xiao. Do not waste words. I ask you answer. Chen Xiao's tone grew increasingly frigid. The man, clearly daunted, nodded vigorously. Where are the 2 individuals you discussed earlier, brought over from Qingyang town? Chen Xiao's gaze fixed intently on him as he inquired slowly. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's question, the man's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a look of disbelief crossing his features. He appeared ready to speak, but, sensing the dreadful killing intent radiating from Chen Xiao, he quickly blurted out, the young girl and the old gentleman. They are both imprisoned in the dungeon. Where is the entrance to the dungeon? Chen Xiao pressed further. The entrance is located in the side hall behind the main hall. The man replied, seemingly eager to avoid any repercussions from Chen Xiao. He continued hastily. Several martial masters are stationed inside to guard it. When do you change shifts? Chen Xiao asked again. There will be no shift change today. They will remain outside until dawn. The guard hastily replied. However, upon uttering this, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Before he could react, Chen Xiao delivered a swift strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Not wishing to take his life, Chen Xiao closed the door and swiftly slipped away, making his way back to the main hall with newfound familiarity. Having learned from the previous encounter, the grand hall was devoid of any guards, allowing Chen Xiao to enter with ease. After a brief observation, he indeed discovered the side chamber that the young man had mentioned. Inside the side chamber, apart from some basic tables and chairs, there was nothing else. Behind the furniture, a long staircase led downwards, extending deep into the earth. Standing atop the stairs, the depths remained obscured, illuminated only by flickering lights in the distance. Upon careful inspection, Chen Xiao discerned no presence within the passage. Thus, he boldly approached, quietly descending the staircase step by step. At the top of the stairs, every 3 meters, a moonstone was embedded in the ceiling, casting light upon the surroundings. Chen Xiao estimated that he had descended nearly 100 meters, likely reaching the heart of the mountain. The narrow passage suddenly widened, revealing a spacious staircase leading to an expansive chamber, with the cavernous walls flaring out further. Despite being deep in the mountains, the area was not dark, nor was the air damp and oppressive, suggesting the existence of other openings for ventilation. Just as Chen Xiao was preparing to proceed, he abruptly retreated, as voices echoed from below. Straining to listen, he realized several individuals were engaged in a game of dice, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a while, he confirmed that these individuals would not be moving anytime soon, prompting him to cautiously peek toward the source of the sound. Before him unfolded a grand hall, a passage measuring at least 100 meters in width, adorned with moonstones the size of basin lids embedded in the towering 10-meter dome, illuminating the space with brilliance. Further inside, several tables and chairs were arranged, where 4 martial artists clad in the outer sect robes of the Purple Cloud sect sat laughing together, a dice spinning in their midst. Beyond them, a series of cells came into view. Chen Xiao scanned the area, but found no sign of Chen Lan or Chen Yuanshan. They likely remained within the confines of their cells. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao assessed that the martial artists of the outer sect possessed relatively modest abilities, with the strongest merely at the 5-star martial master level, while the weakest were at 2 stars. Clearly, the guards within the dungeon were of average skill. This realization alleviated some of Chen Xiao's concerns. Defeating such weaklings would be a simple matter. However, caution is the mother of safety, and he refrained from advancing recklessly, uncertain whether these individuals might possess means to alert those outside. Instead, Chen Xiao picked up an object and hurled it to the ground. The resounding crash abruptly silenced the raucous chatter. The 4 individuals turned simultaneously toward the sound, one of them bewildered, asking, Who is there? Yet, how could Chen Xiao possibly respond? Noticing the silence, the 4 exchanged glances, their faces reflecting suspicion. 2 of them then rose and began to approach the entrance, whispering, Is that you, senior brother Gao Feng? However, the surroundings remained utterly silent. With a swift motion, the cold light shimmered as the 2 approached, drawing their weapons in readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. At long last, they cautiously arrived at the entrance, only to find it devoid of any presence. Instead, a solitary stone lay on the ground, seemingly materialized from nowhere. Peculiar. The pair furrowed their brows and cast a glance back at the entrance steps before turning to each other, declaring, There's nothing here, no one around. Let us proceed. No sooner had the words left their lips than a shadow erupted from the entrance with astonishing speed. The shadow traversed the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, the 2 were positioned with their backs to the entrance, completely oblivious to the impending threat. By the time they sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Chapter 105. An overwhelming intent to kill. Bang. Bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed as the 2 figures collapsed to the ground. Who goes there? A voice filled with rage and surprise emerged, and the 2 remaining individuals inside abruptly stood up, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they turned towards the source. However, before they could take any action, a shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, surged before them. Boom, boom. Two more muffled sounds reverberated as these two were also swiftly knocked down, not even afforded a chance to resist before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Only after incapacitating all four did the shadow finally pause, revealing Chen Xiao, who emerged slowly into view. At this moment, a faint dark azure and black luminescence enveloped Chen Xiao, a result of him invoking the power of his bloodline, the azure fire wolf and black serpent bloodlines, granting him a speed so formidable that his adversaries had no opportunity to react. Once his form was fully visible, Chen Xiao glanced back to ensure everything was in order before accelerating down the corridor. The passageway was flanked by independent cells carved into the mountainside, most lying vacant, though a few contained prisoners. Yet, Chen Xiao could only afford a fleeting glance. He had no time to linger on others before rescuing Chen Lan and the others. The underground prison was vast, containing over 100 cells. After searching through more than 70, he finally spotted Chen Lan sitting quietly and lost in thought in one of the cells near the end. Chen Lan. Chen Xiao halted before the cell, his gaze fixed on the solitary figure within. Though Chen Lan bore no visible injuries, her face appeared gaunt, and her clothing was tattered. Upon hearing the familiar voice from outside, she abruptly looked up, disbelief etched across her features. Brother? Chen Lan's voice trembled with uncertainty. Wasn't he supposed to have left? How could he possibly be here? Upon seeing Chen Lan's condition, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged within Chen Xiao. Her pallid complexion and bloodshot eyes revealed her exhaustion, igniting a fierce anger within him. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was not the time for prolonged discourse. In a swift motion, he produced a long sword, cleaving through the chains of the cell door, shattering them and freeing Chen Lan. As soon as she emerged, she immediately threw herself into Chen Xiao's embrace, weeping, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Fear not, for I have returned. Such an ordeal shall not occur again, I promise." Chen Xiao reassured her, gently patting her back, while his eyes darkened with an intensified coldness. "How did you come here?" "This is the Zuiyue sect." Chen Lan suddenly recalled something, her head snapping up in inquiry. "Hold that thought, I will explain later. Where's Grandpa?" Chen Xiao glanced around and inquired. "Where is it?" "Behind," Chen Lan responded, and promptly pulled Chen Xiao to continue walking in that direction. However, after just 2 steps, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Xiao noticed in time and quickly lifted her back up. After a brief examination of her pulse, he immediately realized that Chen Lan's body was exceedingly weak. He took out a medicinal pill specifically designed to restore vitality and placed it in her mouth, all the while carrying her on his back as he pressed onward. After traversing a distance of approximately 10 meters, they finally discovered Chen Yuanshan in another cell. Unlike Chen Lan, who was physically frail, Chen Yuanshan had reached the martial king realm. The cell that contained him was not only specially constructed but also secured with 2 chains binding his hands and feet. More alarmingly, Chen Yuanshan's aura was significantly diminished, and his clothing was marred with large splotches of blood. In an instant, a torrent of violent killing intent surged from Chen Xiao, startling many of the prisoners in the dungeon awake. "Who is it? Please save me. I am innocent," cried one. "Hero, if you rescue me, I will reward you handsomely. All my wealth outside is yours, and I can impart to you unparalleled martial skills." A chorus of desperate pleas erupted as the other captives began to call out for help. They recognized the person Chen Xiao was carrying as a criminal, and given that he was clad in dark attire, it was evident he was not affiliated with the Zuiyue sect. He must have come to stage a prison break. How could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Chen Yuanshan, who had been meditating cross-legged, was roused by the commotion. He slowly raised his head and was taken aback to see a figure standing before him. "Xiao!" Chen Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise, hastily rising and glancing around with uncertainty. "Xiao, how did you end up here?" "Quickly leave. The guards here are all martial general experts. You cannot contend with them. Take Lan and escape. No need to worry. The guards have already been incapacitated by me," Chen Xiao replied with a furrowed brow. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly struck. Clang! The resounding sound echoed as the chains locking the cell door were severed. Chen Xiao entered, casting a glance at the chains binding Chen Yuanshan, but remained silent. With a few deft movements of his sword, both chains were instantaneously shattered. Afterwards, Chen Xiao set Chen Lan aside and extended his hand to examine Chen Yuanshan's pulse. "Fortunately, they merely sealed your cultivation, Had they destroyed it, I would have annihilated the Ziyun sect. A fierce killing aura emanated from Chen Xiao, his eyes glinting with icy resolve, even startling Chen Yuanshan momentarily. In the next moment, Chen Xiao suddenly reached out and delivered a series of precise strikes to the area around Chen Yuanshan's dantian. Waves of true energy surged from his movements, forcefully breaking the seals that confined Chen Yuanshan's cultivation. A tempestuous aura suddenly surged from Chen Yuanshan, rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level restored to the mid-stage of a one-star martial king, with faint signs of a breakthrough to the late stage. This is a medicinal pill for recovering true essence and healing wounds. Take it immediately. I will escort you out of here, Chen Xiao whispered as he produced 2 pills. Chen Yuanshan did not utter a word regarding the origin of these pills. He simply seized them and consumed them without hesitation. Moments later, the pallor of Chen Yuanshan's face began to gradually regain its color, and his aura subtly intensified. Conceal your aura for now. Let us depart swiftly, Chen Xiao urged in a hushed tone, then swiftly hoisted Chen Lan onto his back and hastened toward the entrance of the passage, with Chen Yuanshan promptly trailing behind. In the other cells, the onlookers, witnessing this scene, were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they cried out. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow tightly, casting a fleeting glance at these individuals without any intention of pausing. Having entered clandestinely, he could not risk releasing them. Who could predict what they might do? Should he find himself unable to escape, it would indeed become a farce. Chapter 106. Rescuing the prisoners. Many of these individuals found themselves imprisoned here due to a mere misstep that angered the Purple Cloud sect. If possible, let us liberate them as well. Chen Yuanshan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing these words, those who had been crying for help cast grateful glances at Chen Yuanshan. After all, his statement was akin to granting them a lifeline. Chen Xiao, however, furrowed his brow slightly at the remark. Suddenly, struck by an idea, he turned to the captives and said, I will first escort my sister and the others to safety. Prepare yourselves. I shall return to rescue you in an hour. Whether you can escape depends on your own fortune. With that, Chen Xiao wasted no time and dashed outside, while Chen Yuanshan seemed to grasp the situation and refrained from saying more. The prisoners, upon hearing this declaration, could not contain their excitement. Although uncertain of the truth behind Chen Xiao's words, his assurance provided them with a glimmer of hope. Many ceased their clamoring and sat down, striving to regain their strength in anticipation of the escape that lay ahead. Chen Xiao, carrying Chen Lan and accompanied by Chen Yuanshan, swiftly ascended the staircase. Once at the top, he paused in the corridor to ensure there were no ambushes waiting for them. It was eerily quiet outside, evidently. After Chen Xiao had knocked out the guard, no one had yet noticed anything amiss. Follow me, Chen Xiao whispered, then hastened towards the dark side chamber adjacent to the main hall. Chen Yuanshan, trailing behind, felt a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. He had not noticed before, but now that they were outside, he realized he could no longer perceive his grandson's cultivation level. Moreover, despite carrying someone on his back, Chen Xiao moved with such speed that it left Chen Yuanshan slightly breathless. Could it be that his grandson had already attained the level of martial king? The thought startled Chen Yuanshan, yet he understood this was not the time for inquiries. He followed closely behind Chen Xiao, adeptly navigating through the grand hall and into the shadows beyond, quickly distancing themselves from the dungeon. Not pausing for a moment, Chen Xiao continued to weave through the mountains. Chen Yuanshan was astonished to discover that what initially seemed like convoluted maneuvers were, in fact, perfectly orchestrated to evade the mountain paths, ensuring they would not encounter any patrolling disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. Time passed gradually, and soon the trio arrived at the residence of the outer disciples. After a brief respite, they leaped down a sheer cliff from another location. This area was rarely traversed, for beneath lay a lake, and the steepness rendered it inhospitable for habitation. However, Chen Xiao had set his sights on this route during the day, and it now served as their escape path. The absence of human presence also signified safety. Listening to the howling wind by his ears, Chen Xiao silently assessed his altitude. Suddenly, he landed on a protruding rock, slowing his descent before leaping towards another location. With just a few simple jumps, he completely countered the immense force of his fall, landing steadily on the riverbank. The hazy moonlight spilled over the river's surface, and a thin layer of mist drifted, obscuring the view of what lay within. Follow the river, Chen Xiao commanded softly, taking the lead as he strode across the several hundred meters wide river, reaching the opposite shore. He then slipped into the dense forest beside the river, continuing to retreat further along the waterway. Time passed, minute by minute. Nearly half an hour later, Chen Xiao found a secluded spot far from the riverbank to rest Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan, leaving them ample medicinal pills for recovery. Shower, are you truly going back to rescue those people? It's far too dangerous now. I think it's best to let it go, Chen Yuanshan said, sensing an ominous feeling as he accepted the pills from Chen Xiao. Upon hearing these words, Chen Lan's face paled, and she quickly turned to Chen Xiao, elder brother. You really intend to return? It's too perilous. Upon hearing their concerned remarks, Chen Xiao's cold demeanor intensified, yet he smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I would not undertake a reckless endeavor. My cultivation has now reached the 2-star martial king realm. Capturing me will not be so effortless. Those who dare to trouble me must be prepared for the consequences. If they threaten you, I must retaliate. Even if we escape now, we may face relentless pursuit in the future. After speaking, Chen Xiao affectionately ruffled Chen Lan's hair, though the two wished to dissuade him further. Chen Xiao simply gestured them to stop and turned to soar into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At the secret cave, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan stood at the entrance, watching the direction Chen Xiao had departed, their eyes filled with worry. Let us just wait here. He will not act without certainty, Chen Yuanshan sighed, leading Chen Lan back into the cave to await his return in silence. Meanwhile, after distancing himself from them, a layer of dark azure light erupted around Chen Xiao, unleashing the full potential of his azure fire wolf bloodline. His speed surged by 30%, and this was merely the beginning. One after another, the powers of his bloodline began to stack upon him, enveloping Chen Xiao in a total of 9 layers of bloodline strength. At this moment, his speed had more than doubled from the outset, surpassing even that of a 5-star martial king. Having spent half an hour on his journey out, he returned in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chen Xiao first returned to his dwelling, checking the surroundings to ensure there were no unusual movements before stealthily racing towards the location of the abandoned mountain hall under the cover of night. When he arrived at the hall, the 4 martial generals were still seated in the front, though they had nearly finished eating and drinking, resting while the interior remained eerily silent. Unlike the previous occasion, Chen Xiao this time did not take a detour from the side. Instead, he stealthily approached the group under the cover of night. The distance between both parties grew ever shorter. At last, shrouded in the darkness, Chen Xiao arrived beneath the wall adjacent to the group, now less than 3 meters away from them. After a brief moment of waiting, ensuring that the individuals remained oblivious to his presence, Chen Xiao's figure suddenly sprang forth, his hands slicing through the air like blades, striking fiercely at the 2 disciples nearest to him. Crack! Bang! 2 muffled thuds resonated as the bodies of the 2 men collapsed to the ground. Chapter 107. The Emergence of the Martial Emperor Ding. The system prompts. The host has successfully defeated a 5-star martial general, earning 5,000 experience points and 100 gold coins. Ding. The system prompts. The host has successfully defeated a 4-star martial general, earning 4,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Unperturbed by the system notifications, Chen Xiao, after dispatching the 2 adversaries, propelled himself off the ground and lunged towards the remaining 2. Caught off guard by such a sudden assault, the duo momentarily froze. By the time they registered the threat and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Chen Xiao's speed was simply too remarkable. Bang! One fell to the ground. Help! The last one attempted to cry out, but as he uttered just half a word, he abruptly clutched his throat, unable to produce another sound. A thumb-sized gash had mysteriously appeared in his neck, severing his windpipe and rendering him mute. After a brief struggle, he finally kicked his legs in a final, futile effort and succumbed. Ding. The system prompts. Successfully slain a 3-star martial general, earning 3,000 experience points and 80 gold coins. Ding. Amidst the system notifications, Chen Xiao concealed the 4 bodies in the nearby foliage and swiftly made his way towards the grand hall. The interior of the hall remained eerily quiet, evidently. Apart from the one individual whom Chen Xiao had incapacitated, the others had yet to notice the commotion outside. Initially, Chen Xiao intended to resolve the situation with those individuals first, but upon reflection, he abandoned that notion and directly slipped into the grand hall, soon vanishing into the underground passage. Within the dungeon, the 4 disciples whom Chen Xiao had rendered unconscious lay still. However, the prisoners, astonished to witness Chen Xiao's return, were truly exhilarated. They all sprang to their feet, their faces alight with joy as they gazed at him. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't abandon us, young brother. Please, release me first. I cannot guarantee anything else, but this life of mine is yours. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in the imperial capital of Qin. I am Gusu Wenhua. Young brother, you've come just in time. Quickly, save us. Young brother, please let me out first." The clamorous voices erupted suddenly, transforming the previously tranquil dungeon into a cacophony as everyone yearned to escape first, for that would mean securing their chances of survival. "Silence. If you continue to shout, you'll attract others, and none shall escape." Chen Xiao's cold snort resounded, his expression darkening. Simultaneously, an aura befitting a martial emperor radiated from him, enveloping all present. "Hiss! Young brother, you are a martial emperor?" One individual gaped in disbelief, while the others stared at Chen Xiao, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as a chorus of gasps filled the air. Chen Xiao appeared to be no more than 20 years old, a 20-year-old martial king? The onlookers could hardly fathom such a notion, for this was a feat unattainable by ordinary talent. Chen Xiao offered no words, nor did he respond to their inquiries. He simply approached the nearest cell. A silver longsword manifested in his hand, and with a fierce swing, he struck the chains securing the cell door. Clang! The chains fell to the ground, and the martial artist within immediately pushed the door open and rushed out. However, instead of fleeing, he gathered around Chen Xiao, gazing at him with eager eyes. Chen Xiao understood the unspoken plea of this individual, for their cultivation had also been sealed by the disciples of the Zuiyue sect. Without Chen Xiao lifting the seal, escape was impossible. Thud! Thud! Chen Xiao swiftly acted, dissolving the restrictions placed upon him, and casually tossed him a long sword, inquiring nonchalantly, "Are not the errant disciples of the Zuiyue sect also imprisoned here? Why do I not see them?" "Haha, little brother. You are unaware that those confined here are merely individuals who have offended the Zuiyue sect. The disciples who err are not kept in such a place. They reside atop the desolate mountains, where a place of reflection has been constructed expressly for them to contemplate their mistakes." The martial artist chuckled, though his disheveled appearance was somewhat intimidating. With this revelation, Chen Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart. At least he need not worry about encountering Zuiyue sect disciples within. Should he accidentally liberate such individuals while attempting to rescue others, the situation would be exceedingly awkward. "Go ahead and free them," Chen Xiao instructed calmly, withdrawing his gaze from the man and directing it toward the others. "All right." The scruffy martial artist grinned, grasping the longsword and proceeding to the adjacent cell, where he swung the blade down with determination. Following Chen Xiao's example, he released the captive within and unsealed his cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao casually tossed over a dozen longswords onto the ground for the others to utilize. The newly freed individual comprehended Chen Xiao's intent, seizing a longsword and joining the first man in the effort to rescue the remaining captives. Chen Xiao stood silently observing this scene, his eyes growing ever brighter. Initially, he had presumed that most of these individuals were merely martial generals or martial masters. However, as their cultivation levels were progressively unsealed, a torrent of formidable energy emanated from them, revealing that his assumptions had been grossly mistaken. Among these individuals, the weakest was at the martial general level, and the presence of martial kings was plentiful. Indeed, of the first dozen to emerge, 7 were martial kings. Just as Chen Xiao was grappling with his astonishment, an overwhelming aura surged forth from behind the crowd, instantly rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Chen Xiao abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the source of this powerful presence. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, slowly emerging from the confines of his cell. An aura of authority emanated from him, subtly radiating with each movement, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped those nearby. Even the martial artists at the martial king level regarded him with astonishment. A martial emperor? Chen Xiao felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable presence in this place. Yet, considering the current circumstances, the man had no reason to pose any threat to him, prompting Chen Xiao to fix his gaze upon the approaching figure once more. As the martial emperor advanced, Those flanking him instinctively parted ways, creating a clear path. The middle-aged man possessed a pale complexion and wore a faint smile, and despite his somewhat tattered attire, he exuded an inherent dignity that commanded respect. Moreover, after assessing the situation through the supreme upgrade system, Chen Xiao confirmed that this individual was indeed a mid-stage one-star martial emperor, although he appeared rather frail, likely due to an extended period of being sealed and suffering physical debilitation as a result. Chapter 108. The Uproar at the Zuiyue Sect. Young brother. I am Zhao Guoxiong from the Zhao family of the Eastern region. Today, I express my profound gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Zhao family. The middle-aged man, a martial emperor, approached Chen Xiao and performed a respectful salute. Chen Xiao, feeling unworthy of such reverence from a martial emperor, quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formality." After a moment's contemplation, he produced several medicinal pills from his sleeve, stating, "These pills will aid in restoring your true essence and healing your injuries. Given your current weakened states, it would be wise to recuperate before attempting to escape." With that, Chen Xiao distributed the pills to each individual. Their spirits uplifted, they expressed their heartfelt thanks to him, and many even promised their assistance should he encounter difficulties in the future. Among these assurances, Chen Xiao valued Zhao Guoxiong's the most, for he was indeed a genuine martial emperor. Chen Xiao anticipated that it would take him at least a year or two to ascend to that realm himself. Thus, having such a powerful ally was invaluable should any unforeseen circumstances arise during that time. With nearly 30 individuals freed from the dungeon, they consumed the pills and began to meditate for recovery. However, a few restless souls ran over to the guards of the Zuiyue sect, delivering several forceful kicks to them. One individual, more ruthless than the rest, drew his sword and ended the lives of 2 guards. Chen Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. While he disapproved of the violence, he chose to remain silent. Zhao Guoxiong, perceptively noticing the tension, chuckled, "Young brother, these fellows from the Zuiyue sect have often bullied us. We are, after all, beings of the martial king and martial emperor realms, not to be trifled with by such scoundrels." Upon hearing this, the returnees expressed their regrets to Chen Xiao. As Zhao Sr. mentioned, "These brats are truly despicable. Even the elder you rescued earlier suffered greatly at their hands. Their deaths are justifiable." A chill swept over Chen Xiao, as a murderous intent surged within him. Yet, with those individuals now dead, he found himself unable to vent his frustration. "Everyone, do you intend to simply slip away quietly once we exit?" Chen Xiao surveyed the group with a serious expression. "Huh, what do you mean by that, young brother?" Zhao Guoxiong was the first to respond, narrowing his eyes at Chen Xiao. The others mirrored his curiosity. Chen Xiao's words were laden with intrigue. "The Zuiyue sect, while I was absent, launched a surprise attack on my clan, resulting in the deaths and injuries of dozens of my kin. I cannot let this transgression go unpunished. Once we step outside, I intend to seek retribution. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Chen Xiao's murderous resolve was unmistakably evident. Upon hearing this proclamation, the individuals in the dungeon opened their eyes wide, their expressions revealing a mixture of uncertainty and intrigue, clearly perplexed by Chen Xiao's intentions. However, after a moment of astonishment, Zhao Guoxiong was the first to react, bursting into laughter. "Wonderful! What a splendid idea to create trouble for them. Even if my young brother had not suggested it, I would not let the Zuiyue sect off so easily. It is time to settle the score with them. Years ago, the Zuiyue sect bullied my family, seizing our treasured possessions when we were defenseless. When I sought retribution, I was captured instead. Now, returning to give them some trouble and collect interest seems quite fitting." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. If even Zhao Guoxiong, a martial emperor, was willing to take action, then with over 10 martial kings on their side, it was not beyond possibility to launch a surprise attack that could inflict significant damage upon the Zuiyue sect before making their escape. The more they contemplated, the more their spirits soared. Having been imprisoned for years, it was impossible for these individuals not to harbor resentment. With just a few light-hearted words from Chen Xiao, their long-buried hatred was reignited. If the Zuiyue sect were to learn of Chen Xiao's involvement, would they regret having captured his family to coerce him into confronting them? Ultimately, under Chen Xiao's persuasion and Zhao Guoxiong's leadership, everyone unanimously agreed that before their escape, they must deliver a lesson to the Zuiyue sect that would be etched in their memories. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Half an hour had elapsed since their release. During this period, their cultivation levels had rapidly recovered thanks to Chen Xiao's elixirs. Many had nearly fully regained their strength, while others had restored about 70 to 80%. It is getting late. We must leave at once. Chen Xiao urged quietly. Indeed, let us go. Charge forth and slay our enemies. Haha. The Ziyun sect, brace yourselves, for I am coming. Amidst the clamor and excitement, Zhao Guoxiong took the lead, dashing outwards, with the other martial artists swiftly following suit, disappearing into the passageway. Chen Xiao, however, did not rush out immediately. He stood still, watching as they exited. Once most had departed, he too followed suit, employing his agility to dart out swiftly. Chen Xiao moved with great speed, yet Zhao Guoxiong's pace was even more astonishing. By the time Chen Xiao emerged from the underground passage, Zhao Guoxiong had already vanished. The other martial artists dispersed instantly, racing towards various positions around the grand hall. Many even seized torches, hurling them into the hall behind them, igniting the structure in flames. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted suddenly. Chen Xiao was startled, quickly turning his head to see a nearby loft collapse entirely, while Zhao Guoxiong emerged from within, laughing heartily and brushing dust off his clothing. Clearly unscathed by the fierce blast, Chen Xiao did not linger in the grand hall. He charged directly through the main entrance. By the time he exited, those who had been imprisoned had already engaged with several Ziyun sect disciples who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. However, these individuals had been imprisoned for such an extended period, their pent-up rage unexpressed. At this moment, upon witnessing the disciples of Ziyun sect charging towards them, how could they possibly let them escape? Coupled with the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. In a mere span of a tea ceremony, the first group of several dozen Ziyun sect disciples was utterly annihilated, leaving Chen Xiao without even a chance to intervene. Soon after, the second and third waves of Ziyun sect disciples arrived from all directions. This time, due to their overwhelming numbers, and the fact that they were evidently all inner disciples with cultivation levels surpassing that of martial generals, some formed sword formations in pairs, managing to contend with these warriors quite evenly. However, Zhao Guoxiong proved to be an exception, regardless of cultivation level or number. Anyone daring to approach him would be met with a swift palm strike, sending them flying to the ground, incapacitated and unresponsive. Chapter 109. Boldness at this very moment. Chen Xiao was not idle. As the second wave of disciples from the Ziyun sect approached, Chen Xiao had already begun to engage in combat, having dispatched more than a dozen adversaries. However, an increasing number of Ziyun sect disciples were hastening towards his location. To make matters worse, from the distant peak, formidable auras accompanied by resounding howls were swiftly drawing near. These presences were all of the martial king realm, indicating that the elders of the Ziyun sect had finally taken action. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the peak as a dozen figures swiftly descended along the mountain path. Behind them trailed numerous disciples garbed in purple, all possessing cultivation levels above the martial general realm. In no time, a large contingent arrived, prompting the disciples already present to hastily retreat, fearful to advance carelessly. Humph! You audacious fools! How dare you emerge from the dungeons and assault the disciples of the Ziyun sect? You are courting death. Form a formation. A thunderous reprimand echoed ominously. Immediately thereafter, Chen Xiao and his companions were astonished to witness the surrounding disciples suddenly springing into action, skillfully encircling them. In less than a moment, nearly 30 individuals had gathered, their gazes firmly fixed on the descending group in the distance. How did you escape? Speak, and I may spare your lives. The sixth elder's voice was heavy with malice. As the enforcing elder, he felt at least half responsible for this unexpected jailbreak. Just as he intended to continue speaking, his eyes abruptly twitched, and he instinctively exclaimed, Zhang San, how did you end up here? Zhang San. Many were taken aback. The escapees instinctively scanned their surroundings, eager to identify who Zhang San was, while some of the Ziyun sect disciples exclaimed in surprise, Oh, that fellow seems to be the one who ranked first in yesterday's new disciple assessment. Chen Xiao wore a faint, bitter smile. It was evident that they had recognized him. However, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The sixth elder, too, comprehended why Chen Xiao had come to participate in the external disciple examination. It was undoubtedly for this very moment. Yet, He could not fathom why Chen Xiao had rescued so many individuals. Did he not realize that the more people he saved, the smaller his chances of escaping undetected would be? Zhang San, the Ziyun sect has treated you well, and you have even been accepted as an external disciple. How could you conspire with traitors in such an act of treachery against your own sect? The ninth elder pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xiao, his lips trembling with fury. Previously, he had intended to recruit Chen Xiao at an opportune moment. But what was the situation now? Recalling his prior conversation with the sixth elder, he felt as if he had been struck across the face. I have not taken any of you from the Ziyun sect as my masters, nor have I ever acknowledged the ancestral teachings. How could you accuse me of betraying my sect? Chen Xiao finally responded. Upon hearing this, those who had emerged from the dungeon cast curious glances at him, astonished that he had already ascended to the status of an outer disciple. However, a brief reflection revealed the reason behind his elevation. It was evidently to rescue others, particularly Chen Lan and Qin Yuanshan. Just then, several disciples rushed over in a state of alarm, one of whom approached the elders and urgently exclaimed, "Esteemed elders, grave news. Everyone in the dungeon has been set free." A collective gasp echoed through the air. The elders turned their murderous gazes upon Chen Xiao, and it was clear, without a doubt, that he was the one responsible. Without wasting time with needless inquiries, the sixth elder waved his hand decisively and commanded, "Capture them all. Not a single one shall escape." Additionally, hasten to inform the grand elder and the sect leader, stating that Zhao Guoxiong has also fled. Understood, a disciple responded, promptly sprinting towards the main peak. Meanwhile, the group of inner disciples surged forward once more. The elders did not rush into the fray, but instead stood their ground, silently observing. Yet their taut expressions indicated they were prepared to act should the situation demand. What a formidable sword formation! As he beheld the 5 inner disciples of the Ziyun sect charging towards him, a glint of determination illuminated Chen Xiao's eyes. Without further hesitation, he sprang forward, bravely meeting their advance. Others, including a few martial generals, mirrored his bold choice, wielding their long swords and engaging in battle. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing swords resonated as Chen Xiao's blade struck one of the Ziyun disciples' swords, sending it flying. However, a companion swiftly reached out to steady him, seamlessly shifting positions to absorb the force of Chen Xiao's strike, allowing the next disciple to thrust at him. The rapidity of their movements left Chen Xiao with no opportunity for further offense. He quickly withdrew his sword to defend against the incoming attack. Yet, this action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. As the 5 disciples continuously swapped positions, their sword strikes never faltering, and their speed exceeded that of individual attacks by more than double, leaving Chen Xiao momentarily unprepared. After fending off 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, Chen Xiao began to discern their patterns. Growing weary of the entanglement, he horizontally positioned his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck one of the martial general disciples directly. A mouthful of blood erupted from the disciple. This time, without waiting for the remaining 4 to reposition, Chen Xiao accelerated, thrusting his sword forward with newfound ferocity. Plus, the sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out sharply. The injured disciple gazed wide-eyed at Chen Xiao, utterly astonished by the swiftness of his assault. Meanwhile, the other 4 disciples were similarly caught off guard, momentarily thrown into disarray, which allowed Chen Xiao to seize the opportunity and break their formation. Previously, they had relied on their sword formation to marginally evade Chen Xiao's prowess, but with their formation shattered, the battle swiftly turned overwhelmingly in his favor. The sounds of battle echoed, slashes and strikes resonated as the remaining 4 martial artists were swiftly vanquished by Chen Xiao. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully slain a 3-star martial artist, earning 3,000 experience points and 60 gold coins. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully slain a 5-star martial artist, earning 5,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Ding! System notification. A level 5 unclaimed bloodline of the Ice Flame Demon Lion detected. Would you like to devour it? Ding! System notification. A level 6 unclaimed bloodline of the Black Spirit Tiger detected. Would you like to devour it? Ding! Chapter 110. Poised to strike. Devour. 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 The cacophony of system notifications resonated intensely, heralding a rapid ascent in Chen Xiao's cultivation progress. His previously modest advancement surged once more. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully leveled up, increasing by 1 rank, now at the mid-stage of the 2-star Martial King realm. It appears there is an opportunity to further augment my experience points, Chen Xiao mused, charging once again into the throng. Around him, anguished cries echoed as several individuals within the dungeon began to exhibit visible injuries. Yet, these individuals fought with reckless abandon, even in their wounded state. They relentlessly eliminated the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect that had harmed them. Such ferocity instilled fear among the other disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, rendering them hesitant to advance in their assault. After all, they had come to train as disciples, not to court death. Hmph. It's time for us old fellows to take the stage. Delay could spell disaster. An elder with hair as white as snow suddenly declared. Without waiting for others, he swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards a martial king presence within the crowd, delivering a powerful palm strike aimed directly at the individual's chest. Behind him, several other elders, witnessing this, no longer hesitated and promptly joined the fray, targeting the prisoners who were mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. Among them, the 9th elder had set his sights directly on Chen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Xiao was forcing back a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, who was at the 9-star Martial General realm, when he suddenly sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Without a moment's thought, he swung his sword in a backward arc. The overwhelming true energy erupted forth, enveloping the blade with a powerful sword intent, slicing straight towards his rear. Hmph, courting death. The 9th elder's eyes gleamed coldly as a long sword manifested in his grasp, parrying Chen Xiao's strike with a decisive thrust. Now facing the 9th elder, Chen Xiao felt a heavy weight in his heart. The 9th elder's status as a distinguished elder of the Purple Cloud sect was not merely by chance. He had attained the mid-stage of the 6-star Martial King realm, whereas Chen Xiao was merely at the 2-star Martial King stage. The disparity between them was stark. In a one-on-one scenario, Chen Xiao might have stood a chance against the 9th elder, but surrounded by the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, it was impossible for him to engage without concern for his safety. Boom. The violent true energy surged forth as their swords clashed. An immense force emanating from the 9th elder's blade, causing Chen Xiao's right hand to tingle with numbness. However, leveraging this overwhelming force, Chen Xiao instinctively retreated, unwilling to continue the confrontation with the 9th elder. Otherwise, he would surely be the one to suffer. Are you merely a 2-star Martial King? Elder Jiu's eyes widened suddenly. Previously, when Chen Xiao was engaged in combat with other disciples, his aura had remained concealed, rendering it impossible for outsiders to ascertain the depths of his cultivation. However, through the brief encounter just moments ago, Elder Jiu had gained a clear understanding of Chen Xiao's prowess. Although the revelation of Chen Xiao's strength left him astounded, the thought of being outwitted by him filled him with indignation. Witnessing Chen Xiao's attempt to flee, he could not possibly allow it. With urgency, he drew his sword and pursued him. Are you out of your mind? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, utterly bewildered by Elder Jiu's sudden fury. While it was true he had deceived him, there were numerous prisoners with superior cultivation levels engaged in battle with the disciples of Xian's sect, including a martial sovereign ruthlessly slaughtering their ranks. Instead of focusing on those pressing threats, Elder Jiu fixated solely on him, leaving Chen Xiao speechless. In the next instant, a dark azure bloodline power surged forth from Chen Xiao, and the phantom of a blue fire wolf materialized around him. With the activation of his bloodline power, Chen Xiao's speed escalated dramatically as he endeavored to create distance. Yet, at that very moment, Elder Jiu also manifested a shadowy tiger-like bloodline power. The black tiger roared defiantly, and in an instant, it surged toward Chen Xiao with newfound velocity. Chen Xiao's speed had already been slightly inferior to Elder Jiu's. Even with the blue fire wolf's bloodline enhancement, he could hardly outpace him. Now, with Elder Jiu invoking his own bloodline power, the slight advantage Chen Xiao had was swiftly obliterated. Prepare to meet your end. Today, I shall cleanse the sect of pests. Elder Jiu shouted, his long sword slicing through the air toward Chen Xiao's back, releasing a blade of light. In the next heartbeat, the black tiger detached from Elder Jiu's form, racing through the void alongside the sword light, lunging at Chen Xiao. Just as Chen Xiao was poised to flee, he was taken aback by this spectacle. Was it possible for bloodline powers to be wielded in such a manner? Chen Xiao felt a surge of enlightenment. Before he could react further, the black tiger lunged at him, its massive jaws snapping ferociously. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Chen Xiao hastily raised his sword, channeling his inner energy into it, and met the oncoming attack with a strike. With no embellishment, his sword cleaved directly through the manifestation of the black tiger. However, rather than dispersing it, the blade merely passed through, rendering the creature's form even more ethereal. Nevertheless, the sword energy that had previously enveloped the black tiger was severed by Chen Xiao's strike, dissipating entirely. In the next moment, the phantom of the black tiger loomed above Chen Xiao, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. The blue firewolf phantom, unwilling to yield, charged forward to intercept. Yet, Chen Xiao's manifestation appeared rather clumsy, entirely beyond his control, and thus proved no match for Elder Zio's black tiger. In mere moments, it disintegrated into a wisp of spiritual energy, vanishing into the ether. Is it gone? A sudden shock gripped Chen Xiao's heart. However, in the next moment, it reformed within the bloodline space of the gluttonous beast in the Dantian, albeit with a reduced size. Clearly, the phantom had sustained damage, which inevitably impacted the true power of the bloodline. Fortunately, the shadow of the black tiger also dissipated, reappearing on the figure of the ninth elder, who refrained from launching another attack. Now that the enhancement from the bloodline was lost, I wonder where you can flee. The ninth elder of the Zuiyue sect wore a grim expression, his icy gaze fixed upon Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, he began to question whether this individual truly harbored a deep-seated enmity against him. Come at me with your life. The ninth elder moved again, his speed exceeding that of before, as his long sword instantly transformed into a flurry of afterimages, piercing straight towards Chen Xiao's chest. Chen Xiao instinctively glanced aside. Although they still held the upper hand, if the battle dragged on, he feared that he would eventually succumb to the relentless influx of Zuiyue sect disciples. A swift resolution was imperative. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiao took a slight step back, his grip on the sword tightening with both hands. His gaze unwaveringly locked onto the ninth elder. With the sword raised to the heavens, he prepared for the impending strike. Chapter 111. Seeking death. The speed of the martial king was astonishing. The distance between both parties, merely a few meters, could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously with the moment Elder Zio made his move, Chen Xiao unleashed his sword, soaring into the sky. Chen Xiao appeared to dance through the low air, his speed reaching an unparalleled pinnacle in an instant. A formidable surge of true energy coalesced at the tip of his sword, piercing straight toward Elder Zio. Elder Zio had initially intended to withstand Chen Xiao's strike head-on and eliminate him thereafter. However, as he faced Chen Xiao's assault, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. Consequently, at the final moment, his speed faltered ever so slightly. Yet, despite this hesitation, their attacks collided. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed abruptly. Bang! A crisp noise rang out as Elder Zio's long sword bent and shattered into 3 fragments upon impact with Chen Xiao's blade, scattering across the ground. Elder Zio pondered. What a peculiar experience it was to have one's weapon suddenly break during battle. At that moment, he felt a deep desire to perish. Fortunately, much of Chen Xiao's attack had been mitigated, yet the remaining force continued unabated, heading straight for his chest. However, who was Elder Zio? He was in existence with a cultivation level surpassing Chen Xiao by 4 minor realms. Even without his weapon, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, each one impacting Chen Xiao's sword. Chen Xiao instantly felt as though his attack had sunk into a quagmire, making progress cumbersome. Nonetheless, the sword soaring technique, renowned for its terrifying power, proved resilient even against such an enigmatic barrage of palm strikes, gradually inching closer to its target. Given just a moment more, Chen Xiao was certain he could wound Elder Zio. Yet, one must not forget that this was no longer a duel between Chen Xiao and Elder Zio alone. Just as Chen Xiao exerted his full strength, a disciple from the Purple Cloud sect suddenly brightened with intent behind him. At this moment, Chen Xiao was oblivious to the opportunity that lay before his would-be assailant. If he succeeded in eliminating Chen Xiao, it would be a monumental achievement. Perhaps it could even draw the attention of the elders, leading to his acceptance as a closed-door disciple or the next successor. With this thought, the Purple Cloud sect disciple swiftly redirected his weapon and struck down fiercely toward Chen Xiao's back. At this moment, Chen Xiao remained unaware. Should the attack land, he would either be gravely injured or worse. Be careful, Zhao Guoxiong's warning echoed suddenly, and he immediately attempted to rush over to rescue Chen Xiao. After all, he held a favorable impression of the young man who had saved him, earning his admiration. However, he was currently engaged with 3 martial kings, and as he attempted to advance, one elder deftly obstructed his path, while the other 2 elders were equally determined to prevent him from aiding anyone else. Although defeating the martial emperor was beyond their capabilities, the 3 8-star martial kings could temporarily impede a 1-star martial emperor. At that moment, once the sect master and the elder arrived, the situation would be easily resolved. In fact, prior to Zhao Guoxiong's reminder, Chen Xiao had already noticed a disciple from the Zuiyue sect attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind. However, this individual was far too weak to pose any significant threat. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao drew his sword, intending to eliminate the assailant before addressing the more pressing matter. Yet, how could Elder Jiu miss such a golden opportunity? Seizing the moment, he accelerated towards Chen Xiao, aiming to prevent him from having the chance to deal with the disciple behind him. If he truly wanted to engage, he would have to endure a full frontal assault. And he believed Chen Xiao could discern the gravity of the situation. Damn it! Chen Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration. Elder Jiu's actions were indeed shameless. Had it been anyone else, they might have found it impossible to counter such a move. However, Chen Xiao happened to possess a solution. Dragon dance in the 9 heavens. He silently intoned within his heart. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted from within him, propelling his speed to its zenith. 5 afterimages surged forth from his form, while Chen Xiao himself vanished entirely. As the 5 phantoms emerged, they transformed into 5 identical Chen Xiaos. Encircling Elder Jiu and the Zuiyue sect disciple from all directions, their swords poised to strike down upon the 2. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Elder Jiu was momentarily taken aback, but a cold smirk soon spread across his face. His sword expanded dramatically, morphing into a myriad of sword shadows that enveloped him. The Zuiyue disciple mirrored this action, as both sought to withstand Chen Xiao's phantom onslaught through their comprehensive defense. However, how could Chen Xiao's dragon dance in the 9 heavens be so easily thwarted? Clang! Oh! You! A startled cry pierced the air as the Zuiyue disciple's sword was suddenly sent flying. His right arm and half of his body severed in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, he was rendered lifeless, standing a short distance from the corpse. Chen Xiao gripped his sword, coldly observing Elder Jiu, who stared back at him, filled with uncertainty. Elder Jiu had also been subjected to Chen Xiao's attack, which, while weaker, was sufficient to preoccupy him. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, saving his disciple would have been relatively easy. Witnessing the tragic demise of a junior from his sect unfold before his very eyes, Elder Jiu's eyes flared with rage as he charged towards Chen Xiao. However, at that moment, a 6-star martial king happened to arrive on the scene. This individual was none other than the first person Chen Xiao had rescued, now fully restored. He exuded a formidable presence, and, upon seeing Elder Jiu relentlessly pursuing Chen Xiao, decided to lend his assistance. Upon approaching the 9th elder, without uttering a word, he unsheathed his sword and struck down towards the 2nd elder. A fool's errand. A glint of cold fury flickered in the 9th elder's eyes, for he was exceedingly enraged at that moment. However, the prisoners they had confined were also of the 6-star martial king realm, not significantly weaker than himself. Thus, it seemed implausible to eliminate the adversary outright. With the 9th elder no longer preoccupying him, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to survey the battlefield. Among the 28 liberated prisoners, aside from 2 who had collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain, 3 had been captured and, having their powers sealed, were now under the watch of several disciples from the Zuiyue sect. The remaining individuals continued to fight valiantly, yet many bore visible wounds from the fierce struggle. Chapter 112. A clash imminent at this moment, they found themselves within the stronghold of the Zuiyue sect, and it was evidently unrealistic to expect to gain significant advantages in their territory. Nevertheless, the destructive prowess of these individuals was remarkable. Dozens of Zuiyue sect disciples lay lifeless on the ground, while others, grievously injured and devoid of combat capability, retreated to the sidelines to recuperate. Among the nearly 10 Zuiyue sect elders who had arrived earlier, 3 bore substantial wounds, their pallid faces betraying their distress as they stood by, overseeing the battle. Their objective to instigate trouble for the Zuiyue sect had nearly been fulfilled. However, Chen Xiao harbored greater ambitions. He sought to deprive the Ziyun sect of any opportunity to divert their focus towards the Chen family. The last thing he desired was to rescue individuals from peril, only to have the Ziyun sect retaliate by threatening the lives of the entire Chen clan once again. Surrendering to the Ziyun sect's whims was out of the question. Chen Xiao was not intimately acquainted with the Chen family, and he would never forsake his life for them. Not even a shred of hope remained for such an exchange. With no feasible alternatives, he resolved to confront the root of the problem, the Ziyun sect itself. While he lacked the strength to annihilate the entire sect, he certainly possessed the ability to wreak havoc within its ranks. Observing the absence of formidable opponents amongst the martial kings, Chen Xiao promptly made his way towards the cluster of Ziyun sect disciples. Just then, a group of inner disciples from the Ziyun sect appeared, among them the formidable Xiao Dingshan. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao surged forward, employing the flowing cloud celestial steps to their fullest, unleashing a barrage of sword techniques as numerous Ziyun disciples fell before him. Ding. System notification. Host successfully slayed a 2-star martial general, gaining 2,000 experience points and 25 gold coins. Ding. System notification. Host successfully slayed a 5-star martial general, gaining 5,000 experience points and 110 gold coins. Ding. System notification. As Ziyun disciples continued to fall, the notifications within Chen Xiao's mind grew increasingly frequent. Cease at once. A voice, deep and thunderous, reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, all present turned their eyes to the main peak, where a figure soared gracefully, approaching with remarkable speed. This sight was profoundly astonishing. A martial emperor. In an instant, the thoughts surged through the minds of all. Moments later, another figure abruptly ascended from the crowd, also defying gravity, rushing to confront the soaring figure. I cannot hold out for long. You all should seize the opportunity to escape. Zhao Guoxiong's voice resonated above everyone. The figure meeting the approaching presence was none other than Zhao Guoxiong himself. He stands as the sole martial emperor among the throngs. And if anyone possesses the merit to contend with the martial emperor of the Purple Cloud sect, it can only be Zhao Guoxiong. The emergence of the martial emperor signifies that the Purple Cloud sect has truly reached a desperate juncture. Following the martial emperor's appearance, more than 10 figures surged forth from the foot of the main peak, among which 7 moved with astonishing speed, covering a distance of several tens of thousands of meters in the span of merely half a tea's time. Chen Xiao and his companions understood that they could no longer afford to linger, otherwise, escape would become an impossibility. Retreat. It was uncertain who first uttered the command, but soon, the previously fierce combatants retreated en masse towards the location of the Purple Cloud sect's mountain gate. However, having slaughtered so many of the Purple Cloud sect's disciples, how could the elders permit Chen Xiao and his companions to depart so easily? Intercept them. The Grand Elder and the Sect Master have already arrived. The impassioned voice of the 6th Elder suddenly resounded. Upon hearing this, the previously weary disciples of the Purple Cloud sect were instantly invigorated, regrouping into a sword formation in a bid to halt Chen Xiao and his comrades. Get out of my way. Chen Xiao's sword-like eyebrows furrowed as he swung his sword fiercely at a nearby disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. Tragically, the disciple had no time to evade, and his arm was severed by Chen Xiao's blade. Nevertheless, this action delayed Chen Xiao, and as he sought to flee, a throng of Purple Cloud sect disciples encircled him. Various bloodline phantoms manifested among these disciples: tigers, foxes, elephants, and even a black lotus blossom. These were the manifestations of the bloodline powers possessed by the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. As the disciples activated their bloodline powers, the voice of the Supreme Upgrade System frantically chimed in. Ding. Detected a level 4 unclaimed white crane bloodline nearby. Do you wish to devour it? Ding. Detected a level 6 toad bloodline nearby. Do you wish to devour it? Ding. Aside from certain bloodlines that could be devoured by Chen Xiao, others required direct contact for him to employ the devouring skill. However, this was not the time for such endeavors. While bloodline powers were indeed valuable, losing one's life would render all else futile. Chen Xiao resolved to escape, and many shared his sentiment, with several already taking action. Even a martial king prisoner, with greater speed, had broken through the defenses and was fleeing down the mountain, while over a dozen disciples of the Purple Cloud sect pursued him. A sword ascends to the heavens, Chen Xiao silently proclaimed, and his long sword emitted a resonant cry. his speed surged dramatically, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he charged into the crowd. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect facing him were taken aback, grappling with a sense of helplessness against Chen Xiao's strike. Yet, being the elite disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, they swiftly regained their composure and immediately launched their counterattacks against him. Ding, ding, ding. A cacophony of metallic sounds resonated as Chen Xiao wielded his long sword, effortlessly breaching the defenses of several disciples from the Zuiyue sect. He plunged into the throng. But just as he executed his soaring strike, more than 10 adversaries surged towards him with alarming speed. It was evidently impossible for Chen Xiao to break free in one swift motion. "Hmph, clear the way," he bellowed, raising his sword high above his head. A fierce sword intent emanated from within him, simultaneously accompanied by the ethereal apparition of a powerful bull, its silhouette stepping through the void and slowly materializing around him. The bloodline of the iron-blooded bull, embodying prowess in both offense and defense, was now summoned. It was clear that Chen Xiao was prepared to fight with utmost determination. Formation of swords. A deep voice commanded. Surrounding Chen Xiao, over a dozen Zuiyue sect disciples swiftly brandished their swords, executing a rapid sequence of movements. In the blink of an eye, they sealed the path through which Chen Xiao had entered, completely encircling him. The atmosphere crackled with tension, danger looming ever closer. Chapter 113. Shadow Blade Technique. Chen Xiao squinted, casting his gaze over the individuals before him. This sword formation was identical to the one he had encountered earlier, and he felt a profound aversion to it. If he could not dismantle it in an instant, it would perpetuate, leaving him ensnared by these foes. When others regained their senses to confront him, escape would no longer be a feasible option. In the air, a resounding rumble echoed, as turbulent true essence surged forth, accompanied by fierce gusts that dispersed in all directions. Two formidable warriors of the martial emperor realm were already engaged in combat above. Though he did not focus on their battle, Chen Xiao understood that Zhao Guoxiong was at a disadvantage, being merely a mid-stage 1-star martial emperor, while the elder from the Zuiyue sect was a nascent 2-star martial emperor. The disparity in their strengths was considerable. It was already a stroke of fortune that Zhao Guoxiong had managed to hold his ground. Should Zhao Guoxiong falter, those who had yet to evacuate would likely meet their demise here. Time was of the essence. Chen Xiao could no longer afford to delay. Frustrated by the incessant circling of his adversaries, he gripped his long sword and swiftly struck downwards toward one of the positions occupied by an 8-star martial general. Within this sword formation, they could interchangeably bear the brunt of attacks. As long as Chen Xiao could not eliminate one of them in an instant, the formation would remain unbroken. Thus, the 8-star martial general, brimming with confidence, swung his sword, intending to repel Chen Xiao's formidable strike. However, as he confidently prepared to block Chen Xiao's assault, a radiant sword suddenly erupted from Chen Xiao's weapon. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this luminous sword was a manifestation of Chen Xiao's true essence, a corporeal form that demanded tremendous effort to wield and consumed substantial internal energy. Yet, correspondingly, its attacking power would be exceedingly sharp and formidable. Any opponent with a cultivation lower than Chen Xiao's would find it exceedingly troublesome to withstand such an onslaught. The 8-star martial general's eyes sharpened, feeling an inkling of pressure. Nevertheless, with many fellow disciples behind him and numerous elders present nearby, he was not one to concede easily. "Come forth, let me witness your true strength." Before he could make a move, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock. Not only he, but also the other disciples nearby wore looks of horror, their eyes widening as they fixed their gaze on a specific point in the air. There, the luminous sword Chen Xiao had unleashed suddenly fractured into countless slender beams of light, wildly expanding outward, descending towards the ground at an imperceptible speed. Swish, 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 puff, puffed. Ah, what is this? Who is ambushing me? What is this? Sword energy? Sword intent? A cacophony of anguished cries erupted suddenly. Before Chen Xiao, among the more than 10 disciples maintaining the sword formation, 5 or 6 suddenly halted, clutching specific parts of their bodies, their faces etched with horror. A closer inspection would reveal that copious amounts of blood began to seep from the areas they held, indicating they had sustained injuries. What is happening? A deep voice resonated as a martial king nearby sensed something amiss and hastened towards them. Sword intent. The martial king instantly discerned the irregularity and lifted his gaze to Chen Xiao. I underestimated you. You have even comprehended sword intent. However, what of it? To dare cause chaos in the Zuiyue sect warrants the gravest of penalties. After his reprimand, the martial king raised his long sword and charged at Chen Xiao. Another one? Chen Xiao felt a surge of dread. After painstakingly breaking the formation with the myriad swords technique, he found himself confronted by yet another martial king. Fortunately, this martial king was merely a 4-star, while Chen Xiao, having indulged in a spree of slaughter, had reached the pinnacle threshold of a 2-star martial king. Only a sliver of experience away from ascension. Realizing this, Chen Xiao decided against a direct confrontation. As the martial king's attack approached, he swiftly pivoted and dashed towards another disciple of the Zuiyue sect, his longsword slicing through the air and piercing the disciple's chest with precision. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Chen Xiao, engaged with a more formidable martial king, would suddenly turn and launch a surprise attack against him. Beep. System notification. Host has successfully slain a 6-star martial general, earning 5,000 experience points and 280 gold coins. Beep. System notification. A level 5 unclaimed tree demon bloodline has been detected nearby. Would you like to devour it? Devour. Beep. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up. Current level, early stage 3-star martial king. Beep. System notification. Level 5 unclaimed tree demon bloodline devoured successfully. In the next moment, the nearly depleted true energy within him surged forth from his dantian in a frenzy. Unlike before, this time, much of the true energy began to evolve within Chen Xiao's dantian, condensing into droplets of liquid. True essence. Once true energy liquefies, it transforms into true essence. Only when the true energy within a martial artist is entirely liquefied into true essence can they ascend to the higher realm of martial emperor. It is only the true essence, equal in volume yet superior in quality, that can support the martial emperor's signature ability to traverse the void. Otherwise, attempting to traverse the air with mere true energy would result in a swift fall to the ground. Initially, the liquid true essence within Chen Xiao constituted less than 1% of his total true energy, but after this advancement, nearly 10% of his true energy had been converted into true essence, instilling him with a powerful surge of confidence. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? The onlooking disciples of the Zuiyue sect gaped in astonishment. It was already unfathomable that someone so young could achieve the martial king realm, yet now, amidst combat, he had managed to break through at such a critical moment. What does a last-minute breakthrough amount to? How could he possibly contend with Brother Yao? It is imperative to note that Brother Yao has already attained the formidable realm of 4-star martial king. Indeed, go for it, Brother Yao. The other inner disciples murmured in hushed tones. However, the clamor around them did not perturb the duel between Chen Xiao and his opponent. As the focal point of the confrontation, Brother Yao furrowed his brow slightly. Although his expression remained composed, a sense of gravity filled his eyes. Perhaps others could not perceive the subtle changes in Chen Xiao, but as someone who faced him directly during his advancement, he was acutely aware of the transformation. Initially, he felt little, but after Chen Xiao's ascension, he began to sense an elusive aura of danger emanating from him. This unsettling feeling compelled him to launch an unrestrained attack the moment it surfaced. Shadow Blade Technique. Brother Yao exclaimed, his long sword suddenly vibrating in his grasp. In an instant, the sword tip blossomed, morphing into a myriad of sword shadows. In the blink of an eye, these shadows enveloped Brother Yao, not only providing him with protection but also simultaneously descending upon Chen Xiao with overwhelming force. The outcome of a direct hit was all too predictable. Chapter 114. The method of harnessing bloodline power. As Chen Xiao observed, Brother Yao's swordsmanship underwent yet another transformation. A faint crimson glow enveloped him, and with its emergence, the ethereal image of a winged serpent began to materialize upon his form. Simultaneously, the cascading sword shadows were imbued with a delicate red luminescence, their potency significantly heightened beyond what it had been moments prior. Is this yet another application of bloodline power? Chen Xiao's eyes gradually brightened. He had witnessed this technique of channeling bloodline energy into attacks several times that day. Previously, he had only managed to apply this power to his own body. never considering the possibility of directly infusing it into his sword strikes or even wielding it to assault another's bloodline energy. However, it now appeared that such feats were indeed feasible. It was merely that Chen Xiao had yet to encounter this concept. One could understand, however, that while the Chen family was regarded as a prominent clan in Xingyang town, it was but a modest locale within the vast Tianwu kingdom. Such a small place naturally lacked profound research or methodologies concerning bloodline power. Moreover, Chen Xiao surmised that mastering this technique likely required more than mere study. It necessitated a corresponding cultivation method to truly harness its potential. Chen Xiao resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek to borrow from Han Xiao the resources of the Tianwu Academy's library, hoping to peruse materials, particularly those pertaining to bloodline power, lest he remain utterly in the dark about this world. While his thoughts swirled, Chen Xiao's actions remained swift. A silver longsword materialized in his grasp, enveloped in a soft, flowing light, a result of his true essence enhancing the blade. At that moment, he observed Brother Yao's movements. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Xiao unleashed his own torrent of sword shadows, executing the layered shadow sword technique, which appeared even more intricate than Brother Yao's display. The layered shadow sword technique? How could this be? Brother Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized that Chen Xiao was employing the very technique he had just demonstrated. This swordplay was not derived from the Xian sect, but was a cherished ancestral art of his family, seldom showcased even within the sect's confines. Yet now, Chen Xiao had suddenly manifested it. Could it be that he had some connection to Brother Yao's lineage? Or had he merely gleaned it from a single glance? Not only Brother Yao, but also the other disciples of the Ziyun sect stood in stunned silence at this revelation. They had anticipated the imminent conclusion of the duel. Yet Chen Xiao had unexpectedly delivered a staggering surprise. Hmph, even if you can wield the layered shadow sword technique, what of it? It was merely a theft of techniques. In terms of might, it could not compare to the authentic swordsmanship I wield. Brother Yao emitted a cold snort, refusing to linger any longer, and instantly accelerated towards Chen Xiao. Are you referring to the power of the flying serpent bloodline? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, and with a swift mental command, he summoned the black mamba bloodline within him. This mamba, merely a level 0 beast bloodline, was a serendipitous acquisition of Chen Xiao's, which he had yet to unleash until now. Now, desiring to mimic his opponent, it would be far simpler to draw upon a serpent bloodline. The ethereal shadow of the mamba entwined around Chen Xiao's form. A faint grayish-black luminescence began to envelop the myriad sword shadows around him, creating an eerie spectacle. Brother Yao. The corner of Brother Yao's mouth twitched. Realization dawned upon him that Chen Xiao was indeed attempting to steal his techniques. But could one truly grasp it with just a glance? Was that even believable? Initially, he was skeptical, yet the unfolding reality before him left no room for disbelief. The only solace he found was in the absurdity of Chen Xiao's mamba bloodline. He found himself almost amused, pondering how a mere level 0 bloodline talent could have possibly ascended to the realm of a martial king. Was it pure luck? Go! Chen Xiao shouted, thrusting his sword forward. Regardless of how onlookers speculated or perceived the situation, the sword shadows in both their hands had undeniably intertwined. With a cacophony of clashing sounds, the sword shadows before Chen Xiao dwindled, while Brother Yao's illusions merely diminished slightly. In stark contrast, Chen Xiao found himself at a disadvantage. This fellow, despite his commendable talent, possessed a bloodline power that was utterly lacking. A level 0 bloodline? If his eyes did not deceive him, that appeared to be the mamba. It barely qualified as a fearsome beast. A chuckle of derision arose from the sidelines. Indeed, it was a mamba. I believe I dined on one just days ago. Another remarked, grinning, clearly brimming with confidence in Brother Yao's impending victory over Chen Xiao. Huh. It seems Brother Yao has perfected his shadow sword technique. Does this fool really think he can contend with Brother Yao using his own swordplay? What a laughable notion. Another disciple could not help but scoff. Even Brother Yao himself shared this sentiment. As he observed the diminishing sword shadows before Chen Xiao, his spirit surged, prompting him to hasten his efforts to swiftly eliminate Chen Xiao. Yet, just as the last of Chen Xiao's sword radiance vanished, his sword suddenly surged forward, piercing through Brother Yao's defenses and lunging directly at his chest with astonishing speed, leaving no room for evasion. Damn it! Brother Yao cursed under his breath. hastily dispersing the myriad sword shadows as he withdrew his sword to counter Chen Xiao's assault. However, he was unprepared for the next moment, when the sword aimed at his chest vanished once more. Following that, Chen Xiao too seemed to disappear. In the next instant, 5 shadowy figures suddenly surged towards Brother Yao from 5 different directions. A sense of foreboding arose unexpectedly from the depths of his heart. Raising his gaze, he observed that each of the 5 figures bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Xiao, as though, in that fleeting moment, 5 distinct Chen Xiaos were launching an assault upon him from various angles. Yet, this could not possibly be true. There must surely be only one genuine figure among them. Brother Yao gritted his teeth, his eyes firmly fixed upon the 5 silhouettes. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist and struck with his long sword towards the figure on the left. Clang! The crisp sound of metal echoed. He had guessed correctly. A surge of joy welled up within Brother Yao. However, at that very instant, an excruciating pain erupted from his chest. Simultaneously, a chorus of alarmed voices flooded his ears. Brother Yao, be careful. Be cautious. Yet, these voices grew increasingly faint, his vision blurred, and he could only discern a long sword protruding through his chest. Having appeared there unbeknownst to him. Chapter 115, Escape. Bang! The lifeless body of Brother Yao slowly collapsed to the ground, striking the hearts of the surrounding disciples of the Zuiyue sect like a heavy hammer. The once excited expressions of the Zuiyue sect disciples instantly turned to silence, their faces frozen in shock as they gazed at Chen Xiao, who stood with his sword drawn. Many had yet to recover from the tension of the recent duel. Brother Yao has perished? Ding! System notification. The host successfully killed a 4-star martial king, earning 10,000 experience points and 666 gold coins. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully advanced, reaching the mid-stage of the 3-star martial king realm. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully absorbed the power of a level 6 flying serpent bloodline. Ding! System notification. The Taotie bloodline has successfully advanced to level 2. With 500 bloodline power required for the next advancement. The notifications echoed in his ears, yet only the last one brought a glimmer of joy to Chen Xiao's face. A quick internal examination revealed that the Taotie within his dantian had indeed grown larger, appearing more solid than before. Chen Xiao had anticipated that the Taotie bloodline could advance, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. However, further advancements would not be as simple. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. With a fleeting glance, Chen Xiao redirected his focus and hastened towards the descent of Zuiyue sect. At this moment, only a few prisoners remained atop the mountain, most having retreated while engaged in combat. Only a handful remained entangled with the elders in the martial king realm, unable to extricate themselves. While Chen Xiao faced no such hindrance. Hurry, block him. Do not let him escape. A loud shout echoed, followed by another 2-star martial king swiftly pursuing Chen Xiao. Damn it! Chen Xiao cursed, activating the flowing cloud immortal step to its utmost, his figure becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow as he dashed through the crowd. The stunned onlookers, jolted back to reality by his furious shout, scrambled to intercept him. However, these were merely martial practitioners. And how could they possibly impede a martial king like Chen Xiao? Throughout his escape, Chen Xiao endeavored to avoid densely populated areas, and when unavoidable encounters arose, he boldly barreled through. After much effort, he finally broke free from the encirclement, and without a second thought, he accelerated sharply, leaping towards the Zuiyue sect's descent. The main hall of the Zuiyue sect was not particularly high, merely a few dozen meters from the foot of the mountain. With Chen Xiao's cultivation, he easily landed on the ground. However, as soon as he touched down, a swarm of Zuiyue sect disciples rapidly pursued him, with more disciples continuously rushing in from the distance. Similar to Chen Xiao's experience, there were numerous other prisoners who managed to escape. Chen Xiao witnessed several of them collide directly into the throng of disciples from the Zuiyue sect, only to be mercilessly beaten by the crowd. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was luckier. He had not stumbled into the crowd. However, if he did not flee swiftly, his situation would soon become dire. Glancing around the grand hall, he observed that the 2 martial emperors continued their fierce battle in midair. Strangely, Chen Xiao had the distinct impression that Zhao Guoxiong was gradually retreating towards the mountainous region, seemingly contemplating an escape. Should Chen Xiao fail to depart before Zhao Guoxiong made his own escape, he might find himself with no further opportunity to flee. Furrowing his brows, Chen Xiao instinctively glanced towards the lakeside, from which he had previously fled. Now, however, that route was no longer viable, even if he could escape. Drawing the attention of the Zuiyue sect to that area would place Chen Lan and the others in jeopardy. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao resolutely turned and raced towards a completely opposite direction. As he encountered any Zuiyue sect disciples attempting to obstruct him, they were all swiftly dispatched by his sword. Form a formation to block him. We must not let him escape. A thunderous shout erupted, reverberating through the surroundings. Chen Xiao did not look back. Instead, he quickened his pace. However, the Zuiyue disciples encircling him swiftly began to form a blockade. "Get out of my way," Chen Xiao roared, raising his sword high above his head and cleaving downwards into the crowd. A resonant hum echoed forth, followed by an invisible wave of energy surging from the direction of Chen Xiao's sword. Those martial artists attempting to thwart his escape turned pale, hastily raising their swords to defend against the oncoming force. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao's strike was not easily repelled. In an instant, several individuals were sent reeling backward, their faces ashen. This was merely the prelude to his assault. Soon after, Chen Xiao's sword made contact with the crowd. Clang! The sound of a tremendous clash reverberated as the violent true energy surged outward, enveloping the area. The Zuiyue disciples, upon making contact, were stricken with dread and dared not impede him further, instantly retreating. Yet, while they moved quickly, Chen Xiao's speed was unmatched. The overwhelming force emanating from his sword caused many of those who engaged with it to sustain grievous injuries, some even having their swords sent flying from their grasp. "Ah, my hand!" A piercing scream rang out as an arm, still gushing blood, soared through the air before crashing to the ground. A pale-faced Zuiyue disciple retreated frantically. In front of him, Chen Xiao surged forward, accelerating with determination. In an instant, he closed the distance, and at the critical moment, his sword pierced the disciple's throat, creating a passageway through which he could escape. At last, he broke free. Chen Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. As Chen Xiao glanced back, he noticed a group of disciples from the Purple Cloud sect pursuing him, and in the distance, an elder at the Martial King realm was also in hot pursuit. Realizing he could not afford to linger, he prepared to flee further into the distance. However, after a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiao abruptly turned around, his wrist twisting deftly as he unleashed a brilliant sword light with great force. Once the sword light detached from him, it descended upon the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect at an astonishing speed, while Chen Xiao himself leaped from the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the dense forest ahead. Once he entered the thicket, it would not be so simple for them to catch up. That was his battlefield. You wish to escape? Leave no trace. The furious shouts echoed as the group of disciples hastily followed, with one 9-star martial general accelerating suddenly, aiming directly at the sword light left in midair, intent on cleaving it apart. Chapter 116. A fortuitous encounter. Just as he leaped into the air, an inexplicable unease washed over him. Before he could discern the source, a sudden flash before his eyes revealed a sword light piercing towards him, which astonishingly split into 10, then 100, and ultimately 1,000 in midair. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of miniature swords, each the size of a thumb, materialized, resembling blade edges devoid of handles. Though diminutive, they were all forged from pure essence, exhibiting not only remarkable speed, but also emanating a terrifying force. Gulp! The 9-star martial general swallowed hard. Before he could evade, the myriad of sword lights had completely enveloped him. "Ah! Help!" The scream abruptly ceased. The bloodied corpse of the 9-star martial general crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, as if it had violently struck the gathered disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. However, the other disciples were too preoccupied to pay him any heed, for at that very moment, they too were besieged by attacks. The myriad sword diagram employed essence to conjure 1,000 small swords, unleashing a widespread barrage akin to a map cannon. Regrettably, given Chen Xiao's current cultivation, he could only muster around 1,000 essence swords, each wielding power comparable to the full force of a 9-star martial general. Although their might was considerably inferior to Chen Xiao's own strikes, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even a martial king would hesitate to allow such an onslaught to strike him. In the blink of an eye, the entire formation descended into chaos. Those behind dared not advance recklessly, while those of insufficient cultivation hurriedly retreated. Even the peak 9-star martial generals found themselves compelled to wield their long swords defensively against the onslaught of tiny swords, abandoning any pursuit of Chen Xiao. At that moment, a figure suddenly leapt over the heads of the crowd, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Chen Xiao had fled, seemingly unaffected by the storm of small swords. However, Chen Xiao had already reached the square outside the sect's stronghold and had plunged into the dense forest. The figure, witnessing this scene, did not hesitate to follow suit and plunged in after him. Not only Chen Xiao, but also the other fleeing prisoners were closely pursued by several disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. Given the ruckus they had caused within the sect, did they truly believe they could leave in peace? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, due to their previous confinement, the prisoners exhibited fierce tenacity. Even when cornered by the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, they refused to surrender easily. Instead, they retaliated fiercely, exchanging injuries for injuries, seizing any opportunity to dash toward freedom. Moreover, Zhao Guoxiong in midair had not solely focused on his own escape. He had successfully lured the esteemed martial emperor of the Purple Cloud sect to the mountainous terrain, rendering him unable to intervene in the unfolding events below. As for what transpired next within the Purple Cloud sect, Chen Xiao had no time to ponder, nor the luxury to do so. He was solely intent on fleeing with all his might. Behind him trailed a 6-star martial king, one of the elders of the Purple Cloud sect. Originally, he had no intention of pursuing Chen Xiao. However, upon witnessing the sword strike Chen Xiao unleashed before his departure, which directly incapacitated dozens of inner disciples of the Zuiyue sect, even resulting in the demise of several, he was filled with fury. How could Chen Xiao be allowed to leave so effortlessly? Should Chen Xiao truly escape, it would render the Zuiyue sect a laughingstock. Having suffered an assault on their stronghold and the loss of numerous disciples, only to let the assailant flee, how could they justify such a failure to their disciples or to outsiders? It is important to remember that they were a top-tier yellow-rank sect, on the cusp of ascending to the ranks of the Xian-rank sects. Yet now, following today's attack, their progression had been indefinitely postponed, inciting the ire of the sect's higher-ups. "Stop! Do you think you can escape?" A furious shout rang out from behind. Chen Xiao glanced back, spotting the 6-star martial king elder rapidly closing in on him, moving even faster than Chen Xiao himself. If the chase continued, he was likely to be overtaken. Fortunately, at a greater distance, no one else pursued, perhaps believing that sending a 6-star martial king for a 3-star martial king was sufficient. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao had no intention of halting or engaging in confrontation. The distance to the Zuiyue sect was perilously close. Any skirmish here would undoubtedly attract the attention of others from the sect, and should they arrive, it would spell disaster for him. Moreover, after the earlier exertions, nearly half of his true energy had been depleted, and even with the consumption of numerous recovery pills, he required time to recuperate. With this in mind, Chen Xiao chose silence, once again employing the phantom step and flowing cloud celestial step, desperately fleeing into the distance. The myriad of bloodline powers within him surged to life, significantly augmenting his speed. Time slipped away, each passing second. With the martial king exerting himself fully, their speed was formidable, and in less than the burning of half a joss stick, they had covered several dozen miles. In stark contrast to the picturesque surroundings near the Zuiyue sect, the two found themselves in a primitive jungle where Chen Xiao spotted several low-level magical beasts. However, these creatures were timid. Upon sensing their approach, they scuttled away in fright. At this moment, all the bloodline powers capable of enhancing his speed had been activated, barely keeping him ahead of his pursuer. Yet, completely shaking off the opponent was an impossibility. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. A strategy was imperative to deal with the relentless pursuer. Chen Zhao's brow furrowed as he occasionally glanced back, his mind racing with thoughts. "Kid, you cannot escape. Why struggle in vain? Stop immediately, and perhaps the Zuiyue sect will spare your life. Otherwise, once I catch you, survival will be an impossibility." The resounding voice of the 6-star martial king echoed behind Chen Xiao, stirring a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. With a slight arch of his brow, Chen Xiao abruptly turned around and spoke. "Are you a fool? Do you truly believe I would trust you? If you possess the ability, then pursue me." Seeking death. The expression of the 6-star martial king momentarily darkened, yet his speed surged, advancing straight towards Chen Xiao. "By heavens, he can accelerate. Chen Xiao was taken aback and dared not utter another word. He hastily lowered his head and sprinted furiously into the distance. Now you wish to flee? Too late. The ominous voice of the six-star martial king resonated, and suddenly, a formidable surge of true essence erupted, followed by the unmistakable sound of something slicing through the air behind Chen Xiao. Chapter 117. Counterattack. Upon glancing back, Chen Xiao's eyes nearly bulged with shock, prompting him to swiftly veer aside and take refuge behind a towering tree. With a resounding thud, just as Chen Xiao evaded, a glimmering blade sliced through the air, embedding itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. The nearly 3-foot-long sword had plunged so deeply that it was a testament to the formidable force behind the strike. Although he successfully dodged this wave of assault, Chen Xiao's speed was momentarily hindered. In that fleeting moment, the distance between him and the six-star martial king was dramatically reduced by over 100 meters. At this juncture, the gap between Chen Xiao and the elder of the Zuiyue sect had shrunk to less than 100 meters, placing him well within the attack range of anyone skilled in long-range assaults. After sprinting a short distance further, he found himself in a somewhat more open area, where he finally began to decelerate and eventually came to a complete halt. Continuing to flee had become futile. Why have you stopped running, little one? Do continue. I am keen to witness the extent of your capabilities. To be truthful, I am rather astounded that you managed to escape so far from my grasp. But this is where it ends. The six-star martial king elder of the Zuiyue sect wore a cold smirk, occasionally mocking Chen Xiao, clearly believing him to be a fish trapped in a net. Not running anymore. How about this? Let us strike a deal. I shall relinquish all my possessions to you if you permit me to depart. What say you? Chen Xiao replied with a bitter smile, extending his hands in a gesture of negotiation. Upon hearing this, the six-star martial king elder was momentarily taken aback, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he scoffed. Once I slay you, everything you possess will rightfully belong to me. Moreover, considering you have killed so many disciples of the Zuiyue sect, do you truly believe I would allow you to leave? Is that to say there is no room for negotiation? Chen Xiao's expression turned somewhat despondent, his gaze fixed intently on the six-star martial king, ever vigilant against a potential ambush. Humph, spare me your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. The six-star martial king elder, disinterested in further banter, needed to return promptly to address the turmoil within the sect. As his words fell, a second sword materialized in the elder's hand, devoid of any flourish, as it lunged straight toward Chen Xiao. In that instant, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow tightly, immediately adopting a defensive stance as he perceived the incoming attack. Seeing this, the six-star martial king's disdain only deepened. He had initially expected Chen Xiao to be formidable, but the reality was disappointingly anticlimactic. Clang! As their swords clashed, Chen Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming force bore down upon him, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. Though he managed to stabilize himself at the last moment, he was forced to stagger back 3 paces before he could regain his footing. The disparity in their strengths was starkly evident. Observing this, the six-star martial king's contempt intensified, and without the slightest intention of holding back, he launched a second assault before Chen Xiao could steady himself. The second assault was swifter than the previous one, aimed directly at Chen Xiao's heart. Should it land, Chen Xiao would likely meet his demise. Break through, he bellowed, and in that instant, a spectral image of a blue fire wolf emerged around him, instantly empowering the long sword in his grasp. The blade, now adorned with a faint azure glow, surged forward to confront the oncoming attack from the six-star martial king elder. A thunderous explosion of primal energy erupted as the elder's strike dissipated into nothingness. Chen Xiao staggered back several paces, his visage slightly pale, clearly indicating that he had exerted every ounce of his strength in that moment. But a feeble defense. The six-star martial king scoffed, displaying no intentions of prolonging the encounter. Suddenly, his speed transformed, and the long sword in his hand pierced through the void, rushing toward Chen Xiao with an imperceptible velocity. This strike effectively sealed off all of Chen Xiao's avenues for retreat, rendering any attempt to evade utterly futile. Moreover, he found himself in a precarious state, with his previous strength waning and new power yet to be harnessed. An opportune moment for a stealthy ambush. Faced with this lethal blow, panic flashed across Chen Xiao's face, and he instinctively retreated, yet it was a futile endeavor. Die! The elder hissed, raising his sword high, infused with an overwhelming force, descending upon Chen Xiao with lethal intent. In that moment, Chen Xiao stood pale and motionless, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter, exuding a sense of helplessness. A cold smile crept onto the elder's face, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Chen Xiao's lifeless body. However, at the critical juncture, Chen Xiao unexpectedly raised his sword, meeting the elder's strike head-on, effectively blocking the blow. Useless, merely a desperate struggle, the six-star martial king began. But before he could finish, he noticed a dark, fist-sized object suddenly materialize in Chen Xiao's hand. Before he could fathom its purpose, a blinding light erupted forth. "My eyes! What have you done?" The elder's furious voice rang out. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao stood firm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the elder who shielded his eyes with his hand, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. The intense white radiance enveloped the heavens, rendering everything in sight a pure white, where even sound seemed to vanish. In that moment, Chen Xiao surged toward the six-star martial king. Midair, he propelled himself off the ground, his speed escalating in an instant, launching a fatal strike aimed at the elder's chest. Tears streamed down the elder's face, a testament to the surprise of even a being as formidable as a martial king, caught off guard and overwhelmed. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao's stealthy approach did not escape the elder's notice. Almost the instant Chen Xiao made his move, the elder's long sword unleashed a powerful counterattack toward his position. He could sense that the radiant white light was rapidly diminishing. With just a slight further reduction, he would no longer be affected. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated commotion from his confrontation with Chen Xiao did not materialize. It was as if Chen Xiao had suddenly vanished. Dragon Dance of the Nine Heavens. A deep voice suddenly resonated behind him, startling the six-star martial king elder into instinctively turning and slashing with his sword. Yet, at that moment, from his left side, a glimmer of cold light silently descended, piercing straight into his chest. With a soft gasp, the six-star martial king elder's eyes widened in disbelief, desperate to discern what was happening, but he could perceive nothing at all. Chapter 118. Flame Blade. As the white radiance gradually diminished, the elder of the six-star martial kings of the Zun sect finally discerned the presence of Chen Xiao, who had appeared to his left unbeknownst to him. In his grasp, a long sword pierced through the elder's chest. Agonizing pain surged through him, and the elder's eyes widened in fury as he swung his palm toward Chen Xiao. Unfortunately, weakened from his injuries, his strike lacked any real force and was easily evaded by Chen Xiao. Without any intention to waste words, Chen Xiao executed the Dragon Dance of the Nine Heavens, instantly splitting his attack into 5, striking from multiple directions toward the elder. The elder, gravely wounded, had already demonstrated remarkable willpower by surviving, but he could no longer discern Chen Xiao's true form. He could only gamble on luck, swinging his sword aimlessly at a shadow to his left. Alas, he miscalculated. A sharp sound echoed as the blade met flesh once more. This time, the elder of the six-star martial kings could utter no more sounds. His body fell rigidly to the ground, a long sword having pierced through his neck, leaving him irretrievably dead. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully slain a six-star martial king, rewarded with 12,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, and the Earth-level martial technique Flameblade, along with a storage ring X1. Flameblade, an Earth-level beginner martial technique that, when executed, can instantaneously reverse the internal true essence, enveloping a weapon in a layer of fiery blade for attacking enemies, enhancing burning damage. Note: the system offers an exchange for the advanced martial technique, Celestial Flameblade. Ding. System notification. Detected level 4 Wild Lion Scorpion Beast Bloodline. Do you wish to devour? Devour. Chen Xiao commanded without hesitation, his interest in the system's offerings temporarily set aside. With that command, the gluttonous beast within Chen Xiao opened its eyes and sprang forth from his body, hovering above the corpse of the elder of the six-star martial kings. Subsequently, the gluttonous beast opened its wide mouth, making an inhaling motion, and an invisible force suddenly emerged, enveloping the fallen elder. Gradually, a nearly translucent shadow of a lion-scorpion beast began to materialize from within the elder, rising with the pull of the invisible force, until it was ultimately swallowed whole by the gluttonous beast. Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon the gluttonous beast, noting that this was its first proactive emergence outside of his body. evidently a newfound ability acquired after its recent advancement to level 2. The gluttonous beast, seemingly unsatisfied, licked its lips without glancing at Chen Xiao and returned, crashing back into his dantian and vanishing from sight. With the bloodline issue resolved, Chen Xiao shifted his attention to his system backpack, where a pitch-black dragon-patterned ring lay quietly in one compartment. This storage ring had originally adorned the Elder's hand, but after Chen Xiao's victory, it was automatically retrieved by the system and deposited into his backpack. The Supreme Upgrade System's looting function left Chen Xiao exceedingly pleased. Aside from that, Chen Xiao was particularly pleased with the flash bombs he had crafted. The dazzling explosion that erupted moments ago, casting a brilliant white light, was none other than the meticulously concocted flash bomb of Chen Xiao. Initially, during his time in Beixian City, he had discovered certain raw materials for its creation, yet he lacked a few essential components and time for fabrication. Later, while in Fenglei City, he finally managed to gather all the necessary materials and even found the opportunity to successfully produce some explosives. However, their power was somewhat inadequate, barely capable of causing harm to a martial general, inflicting only minor injuries if caught off guard, which left Chen Xiao feeling unsatisfied. Thus, he decided to experiment by transforming the explosives into flash bombs. Although the process was more intricate, the crafting techniques in this world were remarkably formidable. Drawing upon his knowledge from a previous life, after numerous failed attempts, he ultimately succeeded in his endeavor. Today marked the first time Chen Xiao employed the flash bomb in actual combat, and as he had anticipated, it achieved an unexpected success, even bringing down a martial king. Initially, he had deliberately feigned weakness to mislead the opponent into thinking it was merely a concealed weapon, then combined it with several heavenly martial techniques, preventing the adversary from unleashing their bloodline power, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, slaying a 6-star martial king would not have been an easy feat. This was precisely because Chen Xiao possessed such an arsenal of heavenly martial techniques, complemented by techniques like the flowing cloud immortal steps. Otherwise, for anyone else, even with the flash bomb, defeating the opponent would still prove exceedingly challenging. After casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, Chen Xiao did not linger. After discerning the direction, he swiftly darted towards a completely opposite position, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. He was nearly 100 miles away from Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan's location, and Chen Xiao could not retrace his steps. He had to find a way to evade the impending search by Zuiyue's sect, opting instead to navigate through the deeper mountains. It took a full 3 days before he finally arrived at the cave, where Chen Lan and Chen Yuanshan were secured. Chen Xiao felt a sense of relief upon discovering that both were safe and sound. Evidently, those individuals had not searched this area. Considering the precautions taken, it was not surprising. Chen Xiao had escorted them away from the original Zuiyue sect encampment for their safety. It was only natural that the search parties would prioritize capturing the prisoners and would not reach this area immediately. "Brother, you have finally returned," Chen Lan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she gazed at Chen Xiao. "It's good to be back. You're unharmed, right?" Chen Yuanshan's eyes were filled with a sense of reassurance as he looked at Chen Xiao. "I'm fine. This place isn't safe for long. We should depart at once," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Naturally, both Chen Yuanshan and Chen Lan had no objections to this. After a brief rest, the trio set off, making their way towards Beixian City along the winding green mountains. As they journeyed along, the trio refrained from entering any cities within a 100-mile radius of the Zuiyue sect. It was not until they reached a location known as Dongsha City, more than 300 miles from Beixian City, that they decided to enter. Dongsha City lies approximately 300 miles from Beixian City, making it feasible for the three to return in just a few days. The decision to enter the city here was twofold. Firstly, they had spent an extensive period in the deep mountains and forests. While the two martial kings could endure the ordeal, Chen Lan, being an untrained woman, would find it far too arduous. Secondly, they sought to gather intelligence regarding the Zuiyue sect. After several days, Chen Xiao was eager to ascertain the fate of the sect, particularly whether Zhao Guoxiong had managed to escape, although such matters might be difficult to uncover from a distance. The proximity of this location to the Zuiyue sect promised access to valuable information. Chapter 119. The Search for the Desired at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, as anticipated by Chen Xiao. He indeed gathered a wealth of information and rumors regarding the Zuiyue sect during his inquiries here. Some individuals recounted the events that transpired at that time with remarkable clarity. However, amidst the news concerning the Zuiyue sect, another piece of information captured Chen Xiao's attention even more fervently. The esteemed Xian-level sect, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, had made a sudden announcement. Someone had trespassed into the Wind and Thunder Mountain Manor and stolen the sacred fruit of the Guardian, which the manor had been safeguarding. Presently, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was fervently searching for the perpetrator of this audacious act. Nonetheless, these reports were still mere rumors. Some claimed they were fabricated. After all, how could such a colossal entity as the Wind and Thunder Pavilion be so easily infiltrated? Others, however, insisted on the veracity of the claims, even detailing that several sacred fruits had indeed gone missing. What surprised Chen Xiao was that the rumors indicated the loss of 3 sacred fruits, while he had only taken 2, thus presenting a discrepancy with the actual events. Yet, Chen Xiao understood well that no rumor arises without cause. The emergence of such information signified that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion had already discovered the incident, heightening his sense of caution. After all, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was an entity even more formidable than the Zuiyue sect. Should they ascertain his involvement, Chen Xiao might find himself fleeing for his life. Apart from these matters, Chen Xiao took the opportunity to stroll through the city, gathering the necessary ingredients to concoct the 5 Saints pill. This pill was specifically designed to activate Chen Lan's unique constitution, with its primary components being the 5-color lotus and the sacred fruit. Chen Xiao had already acquired these 2 essential ingredients, and he devoted additional time to procure the remaining, albeit secondary, materials. Initially, he intended to refine the pill for Chen Lan to consume immediately. However, considering their current circumstances, the trio opted to rest for a day before hiring a carriage and hastening towards Beixian City. Their journey to Beixian City aimed to locate Han Xiaolai. Firstly, Chen Xiao wished to consult him regarding methods for harnessing the power of martial bloodlines. Secondly, as an established alchemist, Han Xiaolai likely possessed more extensive experience with various elixirs than Chen Xiao himself. Having him by his side would undoubtedly enhance Chen Xiao's chances of success in the alchemical process. As for the possibility of the Zuiyue sect seeking trouble with the Chen family, Chen Xiao was not particularly concerned. Firstly, the Zuiyue sect remained unaware that Zhang San, his alias, was indeed Chen Xiao. Thus, it was improbable they would target the Chen family directly. Secondly, given the magnitude of recent events, including the demise of several martial kings, surrounding factions would likely seize the opportunity to create turmoil for the Zuiyue sect rather than overlook such a favorable circumstance. Indeed, as Chen Xiao had predicted, the Zuiyue sect was currently embroiled in a whirlwind of chaos and urgency. Although Chen Xiao and his companions have departed, they have inflicted heavy losses upon the Zuiyue sect, slaying over 100 elite disciples, including 8 core disciples at the Martial King realm and 2 elders of the same tier. The damage is substantial, resulting in a nearly 30% reduction in core combat strength. Moreover, the greatest threat to the Zuiyue sect, Zhao Guoxiong, has managed to escape. While the cultivation of the sect's elder surpasses Zhao Guoxiong's, once one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, they possess means of self-preservation. Should Zhao Guoxiong truly wish to flee, the elder would be unable to impede his escape. Consequently, the Zuiyue sect must remain vigilant against potential ambushes from Zhao Guoxiong, ensuring that the Martial Emperor elder remains stationed at the sect. Otherwise, Zhao Guoxiong alone could dismantle the entire Zuiyue sect, which is a fortuitous turn of events for the prisoners fleeing in all directions, as the forces pursuing them have significantly diminished. After 5 days, Chen Xiao and his companions finally arrived in Beixian City. Initially, Chen Xiao intended to take Chen Yuanshan and others directly to seek assistance from Han Xiao, but Chen Yuanshan, harboring concerns for the Chen family, insisted on returning home first to ascertain their safety. Chen Xiao refrained from voicing further objections, understanding Chen Yuanshan's sentiments. However, he felt a profound disappointment towards the Chen family. Additionally, with the task of concocting pills for Chen Lan ahead, he chose to proceed alone with Chen Lan to the Tianmu Academy where Han Xiao resided, while Chen Yuanshan returned to Qingyang town. After parting ways, Chen Xiao and Chen Lan successfully located Han Xiao's residence, though they discovered that Han Xiao was not present, and even Han Shuer had already stepped out. Fortunately, the guards recognized the two and promptly admitted them. As dusk approached, Han Xiao and Han Shuer returned, one after the other. At that moment, Chen Xiao was in a guest courtyard, admiring the surrounding scenery, which was beautifully arranged by Han Shuer, offering a delightful view even from within the courtyard. "My young friend Chen Xiao, it has been a while," Han Xiao exclaimed, his robust demeanor unchanged. "I apologize for my previous lack of hospitality during classes at the academy. Please forgive me." He chuckled heartily, giving Chen Xiao a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Han Lao, I hope I'm not imposing once again," Chen Xiao replied, a hint of apology on his face. In truth, he felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were not related, and he often interrupted Han Xiao's peace. "Not at all. We need not stand on ceremony." Han Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "You've come this time regarding the matter of young lady Chen Lan, I presume?" He smiled warmly at Chen Lan, acknowledging her presence. A moment later, Han Shuer approached, greeting Chen Xiao, before pulling Chen Lan aside for a private conversation, leaving only Chen Xiao and Han Xiao in the courtyard. As the surroundings fell into silence, Han Xiaolai finally reined in the smile that had adorned his face. His gaze swept across the vicinity before settling on Chen Xiao, and he cautiously ventured, "Chen Xiao, I have recently come across some rumors suggesting that the Fenlei Pavilion possesses a sacred fruit tree, yet 3 of its fruits have been stolen. Are you aware of this matter?" Upon finishing his words, Han Xiaolai continued to observe Chen Xiao, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. However, Chen Xiao's expression bore no trace of astonishment. Instead, he revealed a faint, bittersweet smile as he replied, "Old Han, there is no need for further probing. I am indeed the one who took the fruits, but I only plucked 2, which does not quite align with the rumors. It is possible that others have also been involved." "Ah, so it truly was you." Han Xiaolai gasped, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Chen Xiao's admission. Chapter 120. The 5 holy pills. I find myself in a predicament, for the holy maiden fruit is indeed a rare treasure. However, to the Wind Thunder Pavilion, it is merely a trivial item. Even if I were to procure it, they would not suffer any significant loss. At worst, I could devise a means of compensation in the future. Furthermore, this matter is known only to you and me, with no third party privy to it. I earnestly hope that Elder Han will keep it confidential and refrain from disclosing it to Chen Lan and the others." Chen Xiao expressed with sincerity. "Oh dear, oh dear." Han Xiaolai pointed at Chen Xiao, momentarily at a loss for words. After some time, he waved his hand and sighed, saying, very well. Remember never to mention this in the presence of outsiders. The Wind Thunder Pavilion is not an entity one can provoke lightly, even I. In the face of such a colossal force, find myself powerless. Hee, Elder Han speaks wisely. It is not that I lack alternatives." Chen Xiao replied with a bitter smile, then continued, "I shall commence the alchemical process for the 5 holy pills. I am confident in my abilities to concoct the pills. Yet I remain uncertain of the potential repercussions once Chen Lan ingests them. Thus, I have come to seek your protection, Elder Han." "That is easily arranged. You may conduct your alchemy in my pill refining chamber. Notify me when the girl swallows the pill, and I shall come to safeguard you. To be honest, I am quite curious about utilizing this method to awaken her bloodline." Han Xiaolai readily agreed. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation about Chen Xiao's recent experiences, after which Han Xiaolai escorted him to the alchemy room. Meanwhile, Han Shuer and Chen Lan remained nearby, seemingly engrossed in an endless exchange of whispers. In the alchemy chamber, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged, facing a cauldron that blazed with intense flames, from which fragrant aromas wafted continuously. However, Chen Xiao's focus was not on this. He had entrusted the alchemical process entirely to the supreme upgrade system, which would ensure his success. In Chen Xiao's hand lay a segment of lotus root, taken from the 5-colored lotus. This item was not necessary for the alchemy, and he was at a loss on how to handle it for the moment. After contemplating for a brief while, he chose a jade box to store it and placed it into his system backpack. With time to spare, Chen Xiao revisited the matters concerning the Purple Cloud sect and the Wind Thunder Pavilion, organizing the events that had transpired recently, particularly those involving the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Although he had just offended the Purple Cloud sect, Chen Xiao calculated that the esteemed elder of martial sovereigns would not dare to leave the sect's premises lightly. As for the other martial kings, once he successfully concocted the 5 holy pills and activated Chen Lan's constitution, he would be rewarded with a substantial influx of experience points and martial skills, thus elevating his cultivation to beyond the 4-star martial king level. Armed with various martial techniques and hidden cards, he would not fear even the 6-star or 7-star martial kings. Moreover, if he utilized the exchange system to convert the over 9,000 gold coins he currently possessed into cultivation resources, he could advance even further. What truly instilled apprehension in Chen Xiao was the Wind Thunder Pavilion. As a prominent sect of the Xian level, the Fenglai Pavilion possesses an awe-inspiring energy, one that is far beyond the realm of speculation for Chen Xiao. He would not be the least bit surprised should they manage to locate him. Most importantly, there is not merely one martial emperor within the Fenglai Pavilion. In the face of an issue that threatens the dignity of the sect, it is entirely plausible for them to dispatch a martial emperor for investigation. Against such a formidable opponent, Chen Xiao currently lacks even the means for self-preservation. It seems imperative that he hastens the enhancement of his own cultivation, for the sensation of being at the mercy of others is indeed quite disconcerting. I must elevate my cultivation swiftly, Chen Xiao murmured, his eyes filled with determination. Initially, upon being reborn into this world, Chen Xiao intended to engage in casual training, believing that his cultivation would naturally progress over time without undue pressure. After all, the essence of life is to find joy. However, a series of events unfolded, propelling his cultivation to the level of a 3-star martial king within just a few months. Such a rapid ascent, from a martial apprentice to a martial king, would undoubtedly astonish the world and even provoke many ancient beings to emerge and study Chen Xiao. Yet, despite this alarming elevation, he still finds himself without the means for self-defense. Neither the Ziyun sect nor the Fenglai Pavilion is within Chen Xiao's capacity to confront at present. Should any single individual from either faction target him with full force, it is likely that he would have no chance to flee. Ding! A system notification resounded brightly. Pulling Chen Xiao from his reverie, host has successfully refined the 5 holy pills, gaining 2,000 experience points and 60 gold coins. The melodious sound of the notification jolted him back to reality. Opening the alchemical furnace, he beheld a pill the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a vibrant spectrum of colors, resting quietly within. Holding it in his hand, he observed the swirling luminescence adorning its surface, which was quite a sight to behold. This batch of 5 holy pills yielded but a single pill, and Chen Xiao lacked any surplus of 5-colored lotus to refine more. If this one were to prove ineffective, he would be in quite a predicament, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Additionally, he had an extra Saintus fruit, originally set aside for future use. It appeared that it would not be needed immediately and would have to remain tucked away in the corner of his system inventory. Having tidied his belongings, Chen Xiao exited the alchemy room, noting that evening had begun to fall. Given his recent return, he decided against having Chen Lan consume the 5 holy pill immediately. It would be wiser to wait a few days until the situation with the Fenglai Pavilion calmed down, ensuring it would be safer for her to take the pill then. Brother, you finally decided to come out. Sister Schwer wants to taste your culinary skills, and I'm eager to eat as well. Could you prepare another meal for us? Just that roasted meat will suffice. What do you say? Chen Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon spotting Chen Xiao. She dashed out, linking her arm with his and shaking it playfully. Behind her, Han Schwer followed, her cheeks flushed, evidently embarrassed by Chen Lan's enthusiastic request. Regarding Chen Lan's request, Chen Xiao was not taken aback. Although the trio had seldom entered cities since their departure from the Ziyun sect, the forest abounded with exquisite delicacies. Chen Xiao, unreserved in his culinary skills, prepared meals for Chen Lan with the utmost care, adhering to the standards of 3 meals a day, all meticulously crafted by his own hands. However, due to the lack of ingredients and cooking utensils at the time, he could only whip up some rudimentary dishes. Even so, this little girl had clearly taken a liking to his creations. Just moments ago, while he was occupied with alchemy, she must have been boasting about her culinary prowess to Han Schwer. This thought left Chen Xiao both amused and somewhat speechless, yet he ultimately smiled and nodded, saying, "All right. Today I shall prepare a delightful feast for you." Chapter 121. Braised pork. Oh yes, dear brother, you are simply the best. Chen Lan's eyes squinted with delight as she turned to wink at Han Schwer behind her, as if to say, "Look, I have successfully accomplished it." Naturally, such a small gesture could not escape Chen Xiao's notice. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of comfort in Chen Lan's ability to maintain her innocence. In a way, he even wished for her to remain untouched by the martial world, for its harsh realities could swiftly extinguish her purity. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting in this world. Lacking martial prowess ultimately relegates one to a position of vulnerability. Having promised Chen Lan, Chen Xiao was determined to take action. He turned to Han Shuer with a smile. Do you have a kitchen available? Yes, let me take you there. Han Shuer nodded eagerly, curious about Chen Xiao's culinary skills, especially after Chen Lan's enthusiastic praises had piqued her anticipation for the upcoming feast. The trio made their way down the corridor, ultimately arriving at the kitchen situated at the edge of the estate. Within the kitchen, a team of dedicated chefs was tasked with preparing meals for Han Xiaolai and others. When they saw the young lady leading a man and a woman, their expressions turned to surprise. Their astonishment deepened when they learned that Chen Xiao intended to use the kitchen to prepare a meal, for it was well understood that the guests of the young lady were of considerable distinction. The prospect of such a distinguished guest cooking was indeed a rarity, prompting the head chef to readily relinquish the kitchen to Chen Xiao while he offered to assist, eager to witness this guest's culinary talent. All right, you two. Step outside for now. Just wait for the meal. Chen Xiao waved the two women out of the kitchen. He surveyed the available ingredients, meticulously selecting a few, before retrieving some beast meat from his storage ring. The storage ring maintained a vacuum state, ensuring that anything placed within would not spoil in the short term. Even Chen Xiao found himself admiring the ingenuity of the master craftsman who had invented the storage ring. Though the quantity of beast meat within was limited, it was all of at least level 2 from martial general-grade beasts, undoubtedly exquisite in flavor. This time, Chen Xiao decided to prepare a fundamental dish of braised pork, a delicacy he had indulged in countless times in his previous life, always relishing its taste. Yet, on the continent of Fengyue, he had never encountered such a culinary method. The local fare often consisted of simply boiled meat with minimal seasoning, described aptly as bland and unappealing, rendering it difficult for Chen Xiao to enjoy. Fortunately, he had previously gathered all necessary ingredients. After skillfully processing the selected beast meat and placing it into the pot, he sprinkled on some specially crafted seasonings. In a short time, an enticing aroma began to waft from the pot, gradually filling the kitchen. The assisting chef, observing from the side, wore an expression of disbelief. His gaze fixated on the bubbling pot as he murmured, "It smells incredible. Haha, you may observe how I accomplished this. And later I shall share the recipe with you." Chen Xiao exclaimed. "Is that true?" The chef was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Chen Xiao with eyes filled with delight. He had been a chef for over a decade and had never encountered a dish with such an extraordinary fragrance. Even without tasting it, he instinctively knew it would be delectable. The prospect of being directly taught by Chen Xiao was astonishing. Mastering this dish would undoubtedly solidify his standing in the Han household, making it unassailable. Noticing that Chen Xiao was not jesting, the chef began to observe intently, occasionally asking cautious questions. Chen Xiao readily answered these inquiries, as the ingredients were commonplace and of no concern to him. The chef, however, was evidently more earnest now and showed great respect for Chen Xiao. When the braised pork was served, a rich aroma wafted throughout the kitchen, intensifying the flavors. Even the other cooks could not restrain their salivation. Amusingly, the chef procured paper and pen from somewhere and diligently recorded everything Chen Xiao said and did. In addition to the braised pork, Chen Xiao also prepared a dish of braised fish and several vegetable dishes. When these were presented in the living room, both Chen Lan and Han Shuer exchanged astonished glances. What Chen Xiao had created not only differed from their usual fare, but also possessed a distinct fragrance that made them crave the food merely at first glance. "Is this meat?" Han Shuer asked, pointing cautiously at the vibrant red braised pork, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized it closely. "This is called braised pork, a specialty I learned from my master. It is renowned in his hometown," Chen Xiao introduced with a cheerful smile, subtly attributing the dish to his fictitious mentor. Even Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had never tasted braised pork, having only experienced barbecued meat. She was astonished by how well Chen Xiao had executed this dish. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and soon Han Xiaolai's robust figure appeared at the door. He sniffed the air and murmured, "Why does the food smell so delightful today? Has the chef changed?" Knowing his own chef well, Han Xiaolai was aware that such aromatic dishes were beyond his capabilities. Upon seeing Han Xiaolai, Chen Xiao and the others hurriedly went out to greet him. "Grandfather Han, my brother has cooked today. You've arrived just in time to taste it," Chen Lan said with a bright smile. "Haha, splendid. It smells delightful. I shall partake in this good fortune. Han Xiaolai laughed heartily. The group returned to their seats, and soon a servant brought bowls and chopsticks for him. The four gathered around the table, and Chen Xiao briefly introduced the dishes to the three before allowing them to dig in. Ouch, it's so hot. Chen Lan placed a piece of meat into her mouth and was immediately scalded, yet she could not bring herself to spit it out. Instead, she kept exhaling, looking exceedingly adorable. Haha, eat slowly, there's no need to rush, Chen Xiao said with a gentle smile. Beside her, Han Shuer was somewhat more refined, only taking a small piece, but upon finishing it, her eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't help but grab another piece of braised meat. Is it truly this delicious? Han Xiaolai, deeply familiar with his granddaughter, felt his eyes brighten as well. He picked up his chopsticks and brought the dish to his mouth. Indeed, it is delicious. The lingering aroma dances on the palate, rich yet not greasy. I never anticipated such exquisite flavors could be derived from meat. Those previous dishes were a waste. Han Xiaolai spoke candidly, unable to suppress his admiration after finishing. Upon hearing this, Han Shuer couldn't help but nod in agreement repeatedly. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by the chef, or he might have fainted from overwhelming emotion. Chapter 122. Visitors from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, he chuckled. I have already imparted this technique to the esteemed chef. Henceforth, whenever old Master Han desires it, he need only request his assistance. Chen Xiao remarked with a smile. Haha, that is splendid. I shall graciously accept. Han Xiaolai laughed heartily, clearly elated. While Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai continued their jovial conversation, the atmosphere had shifted for Chen Lan and Han Shuer, who were silent, heads bowed, engrossed in their meal, seemingly devoid of time for conversation. The dinner lasted a substantial half-hour, during which every dish was savored and completely consumed. Chen Lan and Han Shuer wore expressions of utter satisfaction, and even Han Xiaolai indulged more than usual that day. After dispersing, Chen Xiao returned to his quarters to cultivate. Over the next 2 days, aside from his training, he wandered outside to gather information regarding the Ziyun sect and the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. As of yet, there were no new developments from the Ziyun sect, but troubling news had emerged from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. They had acknowledged the theft of the Saintis fruit. Moreover, they had dispatched 2 martial sovereigns to investigate, confirming the presence of several suspicious individuals, among whom Chen Xiao undoubtedly fell. As anticipated, merely 2 days later, a significant figure arrived at the Tianwu Academy. Although the Tianwu Academy held a prestigious status within the Tianwu Kingdom, it paled in comparison to the grand authority of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. One represented national power, while the other transcended national boundaries, each distinctly superior in its own right. Now, with a martial sovereign elder from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion visiting Tianwu Academy, all the senior officials from the North Xian City branch were compelled to extend their respects, including Han Xiaolai. In the expansive martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy, a group of high-ranking officials awaited under the blazing sun. This spectacle astonished passing students, as such a gathering of elite members was seldom witnessed. As time progressed, a colossal floating vessel, measuring 100 meters in length and several dozen meters in width, approached from the distance, gradually descending onto the Tianwu Academy Square. The sides of this vessel bore enormous lightning symbols, unmistakably identifying it as the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Upon the arrival of the floating ship, the awaiting elders were visibly shaken, promptly moving towards its landing spot. Before they could draw near, 4 strikingly beautiful women leaped from the vessel. Each possessed an exquisite appearance, and notably, they appeared to be in their prime youth, yet none held a cultivation level below that of a martial general. Such talent at such a tender age could only be deemed genius. Many high-ranking members of Tianwu Academy felt a pang of envy. The casual entourage of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion could easily rival the top-tier prodigies of their own institution. What then of the true elite? Following these women, a woman clad in palace attire, resembling a mature lady, gracefully descended from the vessel, seemingly walking through the air itself. This scene immediately caused the pupils of the numerous high-ranking officials of the Tianwu Academy below to contract in surprise. The technique known as the Void Stride is a hallmark of the martial emperor realm, a feat achievable only by those who have reached such heights. Their gathering here today was, in fact, due to the arrival of this individual. They had received an unexpected communication from above, indicating that a martial emperor from the Fenglai Pavilion would be visiting today prompting their attendance for the reception. And now, indeed, the esteemed guest had arrived. Yet there was a palpable sense of confusion among the crowd regarding this sudden visitor. "May I inquire if you are Elder Nangong of the Fonlei Pavilion?" Stepped forward an elder, appearing somewhat aged, to address the graceful lady who was descending gently. The lady possessed an enchanting countenance, her delicate features accentuating her alluring figure, embodying the essence of an extraordinary beauty. Despite her alluring demeanor, an aura of unassailable authority emanated from her, compelling those present to avert their gaze. Upon hearing the inquiry, Elder Nangong slightly inclined her head, replying, "I am. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Nangong." The high-ranking officials of Tianwu Academy greeted her in unison. The elder then continued, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today? I have come to inquire about an individual named Chen Xiao. I wonder if any of you are familiar with him." Elder Nangong replied, her expression remaining indifferent as her gaze swept over the assembly of Tianwu Academy's elite. A collective look of bewilderment spread across the faces of nearly all present, clearly indicating they had not heard of this individual. Only Han Xiaolai, among the crowd, exhibited a subtle change in expression, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This Chen Xiao is a fifth-tier alchemist who recently appeared in Fonlei City, then in Beixin City, and ultimately entered Tianwu Academy. "Do you have any information regarding him?" Elder Nangong inquired patiently. The high-ranking officials were momentarily speechless, at a loss for words, for they were unaware of who Chen Xiao was, to warrant the attention of a martial emperor from the Fonlei Pavilion. However, the mention of a fifth-tier alchemist revealed a significant detail. Such a level of alchemical mastery is not commonplace, even among the highest ranks of Tianwu Academy, where Han Xiaolai, the most skilled alchemist, barely achieved the third tier. "This Chen Xiao is a friend of mine. May I ask why Elder Nangong is seeking him?" After a brief silence, Han Xiaolai finally spoke. There was no way to evade the inquiry. After all, the elder had already made her intentions clear by appearing at Tianwu Academy, indicating she possessed precise intelligence. Given her capabilities, the likelihood of deceiving her was nearly non-existent. Rather than risk offending her through concealment, it would be far wiser to acknowledge the truth openly. Moreover, her search for Chen Xiao might not necessarily pertain to the matter of the Holy Maiden Fruit. Even if it were related, she might not uncover the details. Persisting in deceit could inadvertently lead to suspicions directed toward them. "Oh, you are acquainted with Chen Xiao? That would be best. I need to inquire about a few matters with him. There is nothing of great consequence." Elder Nangong's gaze settled upon Han Xiaolai as he spoke with a measured tone. "In that case, I shall bring him to see you. What do you think?" Han Xiaolai replied softly, simultaneously intending to return and prepare Chen Xiao, lest he be caught off guard, which would certainly lead to an amusing predicament. However, to Han Xiaolai's surprise, Elder Nangong gently waved his hand and stated, "There is no need for that. I shall accompany you directly." This, Han Xiaolai hesitated slightly, casting a glance at the other senior members of the Tianwu Academy nearby. The esteemed headmaster of Tianwu Academy, an elderly figure, smiled and gestured. "Since Elder Nangong wishes to proceed directly, if it is convenient, please do take him along." Chapter 123 Verification of Circumstances. "Very well. I shall trouble Elder Nangong to accompany me." Han Xiaolai silently lamented within, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Let us proceed," Elder Nangong commanded with a nonchalant tone, affording Han Xiaolai no opportunity for preparation. Observing the other senior members behind him eager to follow, Elder Nangong's brow furrowed slightly as he waved his hand, stating, "This individual shall lead me. There is no need for the rest of you to accompany us. You may disperse." The senior members behind him were momentarily taken aback, many of those wishing to foster relations with the Wind Thunder Pavilion silently lamenting. Nevertheless, none dared to defy her wishes. After exchanging farewells, they dispersed. In the immediate vicinity, aside from Han Xiaolai, only Elder Nangong and her 6 youthful attendants remained. "We may proceed now," Elder Nangong instructed coolly, her gaze fixed on Han Xiaolai. With a wry smile, Han Xiaolai began to walk towards the location of his private residence. Given the circumstances, he could only hope that Chen Xiao was well prepared and would not be exposed. He found himself devoid of any alternative course of action. After traversing for nearly the duration of an incense stick's burning, they finally arrived at the entrance of Han Xiaolai's residence. The guards, upon seeing their master return with such a company, were taken aback, yet they dared not inquire further. Upon entering the residence, Han Xiaolai led the group to the reception hall to await further developments, simultaneously instructing a nearby maid, "Please serve tea to our guests." "No need for that. Let us first see Chen Xiao." Elder Nangong replied coolly, displaying no sense of gratitude. Despite this, Han Xiaolai remained unperturbed, responding with a mild smile. "In that case, I shall summon him at once." "Indeed, Xiao Hong. Accompany Director Han to invite our esteemed friend Chen Xiao." Elder Nangong interjected. At these words, Han Xiaolai, who was about to turn, froze momentarily but refrained from further comment, promptly turning to exit, with a young maid following silently behind. Han Xiaolai had already surmised the purpose of Elder Nangong's visit, and he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The fact that Elder Nangong had dispatched someone to summon Chen Xiao ostensibly to invite him was, in truth, a means to keep a watchful eye on both himself and Chen Xiao, preventing any clandestine actions. It was evident that she had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Chen Xiao. Now, all he could do was trust in Chen Xiao's ability to resolve the situation. Otherwise, he too might find himself in dire straits. The reception hall was not far from Chen Xiao's quarters, and Han Xiaolai took less than a TS brewing time to reach the entrance of Chen Xiao's residence. He knocked on the door and called out, "Chen Xiao, are you there? Distinguished guests from the Wind Thunder Pavilion wish to meet you. Please come out." "Wind Thunder Pavilion?" A voice tinged with curiosity responded, and shortly thereafter, the door swung open. In mere moments, Chen Xiao emerged at Han Xiaolai's call, rendering any action on his part impossible within such a brief interval. This prompted the girl, who had been slightly furrowing her brows, to regain her indifferent demeanor, her gaze falling upon Chen Xiao as she scrutinized him. When she realized that she could not fathom Chen Xiao's cultivation level, a look of astonishment spread across her face. It is worth noting that while she may not be considered a top-tier genius in the Wind Thunder Pavilion, she certainly ranks among the elite. Otherwise, Elder Nangong would not have brought her along. Yet, despite her status, her cultivation was merely at the 6-star martial general level. Chen Xiao, appearing to be of similar age, was reputed to be a 5th-grade alchemist. How could his cultivation surpass hers? This gave rise to her suspicion, but she soon concluded that he must have employed some secret technique to conceal his true prowess, thus obscuring her perception. With this thought, she ceased to dwell on it. As Chen Xiao pushed the door open and beheld the youthful maiden standing beside Han Xiaolai, he paused momentarily. He easily recognized the attire of the Wind Thunder Pavilion disciples, and it was unmistakable that the young woman was indeed one of them. However, he did not dwell on this confusion for long. He merely nodded at her before directing his gaze towards Han Xiaolai, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Han Xiaolai quickly grasped the situation. Smiling as he nodded and introduced, "This young lady is a disciple of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, here to invite you to join us. Our esteemed guest awaits your arrival. Let us not keep them waiting too long. If there is nothing you need to collect, shall we proceed?" Han Xiaolai's words served as a subtle hint for Chen Xiao to prepare anything necessary to avoid revealing his true self later. However, after glancing at the Wind Thunder disciple who was intently observing his every move, Chen Xiao shook his head and replied, "There is nothing to prepare. Let us depart directly." "Very well, then let us go." Han Xiaolai responded with a smile, feeling a slight sense of relief. Observing Chen Xiao's composed demeanor, it was evident that he was untroubled by the events to come, indicating he possessed confidence. When the trio returned to the parlor, a brief moment had passed, during which a cup of tea sat beside Nangong Wan, clearly untouched. Han Xiaolai was not surprised by this, and led Chen Xiao before Elder Nangong, stating, "This is Elder Nangong of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, and this is the Chen Xiao you were seeking." "Greetings, Elder Nangong," Chen Xiao said with a slight smile, nodding his head, his demeanor appearing more relaxed than that of Han Xiaolai, which caused Elder Nangong to raise an eyebrow slightly. However, considering Chen Xiao's identity as a 5th-grade alchemist, her initial coldness softened, for such a title alone could rival that of a martial emperor. Naturally, Chen Xiao had no reason to fear her. With this in mind, Elder Nangong's icy expression softened a fraction as she nodded at Chen Xiao, saying, "I apologize for intruding. Young friend Chen, I have a matter I wish to verify with you, and I hope you do not take offense. Should Elder Nangong have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. I shall respond to what I know," Chen Xiao replied, nodding slightly, exhibiting a cooperative demeanor. Beside him, Han Xiaolai felt an immense admiration for Chen Xiao's unwavering confidence. After all, It was Chen Xiao who was intricately involved in this matter, and no one present understood the motives of the Wind Thunder Pavilion better than he did. Yet, Chen Xiao managed to feign ignorance, a feat that left Han Xiaolai in awe, even alleviating his previously anxious demeanor. The elder Nangong, clearly pleased with Chen Xiao's response, arched his brows slightly and spoke softly. I trust you have heard the recent rumors surrounding the Wind Thunder Pavilion? The sacred fruit from the Wind Thunder Manor has been stolen, and we are currently investigating the matter. It just so happens that you inquired about purchasing the sacred fruit from the Wind Thunder Manor, which is why I have come to verify the details with you. Chapter 124. Search. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiao slightly nodded and remarked, Indeed, I have heard the rumors and am quite astonished. I cannot fathom who would possess such audacity to venture into the Thunderstorm Pavilion and commit theft. It is truly a reckless act. So, Master Chen, you are unaware of the identity of the perpetrator? Elder Nangong squinted, scrutinizing Chen Xiao's expression in hopes of discerning any telltale signs. Haha, Elder Nangong, you jest. How could I possibly know who the culprit is? If I did, I would have informed you at the earliest opportunity. Chen Xiao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. By the way, may I inquire when the theft occurred? Chen Xiao added. Approximately 20 days ago, Elder Nangong replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, a look of feigned innocence crossed Chen Xiao's face as he declared, In that case, I am even less likely to know. I departed from Thunderstorm City a month ago and made my way to the headquarters of the Xian sect. I trust Elder Nangong has heard of the recent uproar surrounding the Xian sect? Was it you who orchestrated the release of the prisoners who wreaked havoc at the Xian sect? A look of astonishment appeared on Elder Nangong's face, genuinely taken aback, as she had never anticipated that this matter could be attributed to the young man before her. Indeed, it was I. The Xian sect kidnapped my sister, and I had been devising a plan to infiltrate the sect for her rescue a month ago. I have remained near the Xian sect without leaving, and I finally seized the opportunity to act. I believe the methods of the Thunderstorm Pavilion should easily verify this. Chen Xiao candidly revealed his involvement in the chaos at the Xian sect. While this admission may have exposed him as the mastermind behind the turmoil, Chen Xiao was confident that they would refrain from informing the Xian sect of his culpability, lest they offend a fifth-grade alchemist like himself. Additionally, this assertion would serve to substantiate his claim that he had indeed departed long ago, preoccupied with planning, and thus had no time to pilfer the saintess fruit from the Thunderstorm Pavilion. Elder Nangong, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss as this revelation diverged from her intended line of inquiry. If she could not ensnare Chen Xiao in her questioning, how could she ascertain his involvement? After a brief pause, Elder Nangong resolved to be forthright. While we have not yet identified the individual responsible for the theft of the saintess fruit, we have narrowed it down to several suspects. We have already searched the others, leaving only 2 individuals, one of whom is you, Master Chen. For the sake of your reputation and to clear your name, I hope you can cooperate and allow me to inspect your storage ring. Furthermore, if the saintess fruit has been consumed, it would not be fully digested in a short time. Our Thunderstorm Pavilion possesses the means to detect this. I trust this modest request will not be met with refusal from you, Master Chen. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening as a cold glint flickered in his gaze. He fixed his gaze on Elder Nangong without flinching and asked coolly, You wish to search my storage ring? He then casually gestured towards the ring adorning his finger. Indeed, Elder Nangong affirmed with a nod. How should I put it? I am also a 5th-tier alchemist. While my status may not be particularly exalted, it is not something you can casually disregard, is it? Is it customary for your Wind Thunder Pavilion to act so tyrannically, or do you simply dismiss all alchemists in the world with disdain? Chen Xiao spoke coldly, his tone gradually infused with a hint of ire, seemingly ready to confront directly. Upon hearing these words, Elder Nangong's expression subtly shifted. Although the Wind Thunder Pavilion is a prominent sect of the Xian tier, it pales in comparison to the Alchemist Guild. While the guild does not intervene for anyone, nor for any alchemist, this is under the condition that no one has offended its dignity. Should anyone dare to challenge the authority of the guild, even without its direct involvement, the alchemists beneath it could easily bring the Wind Thunder Pavilion to its knees. No one understands the true power of alchemists better than she does, particularly a young 5th-tier alchemist like Chen Xiao. For many formidable warriors would likely be inclined to offer him their favor. Now that Chen Xiao has intertwined this matter with the reputation of alchemists worldwide, she found herself in a precarious position, it would be unwise to resort to force. Should word of such an incident spread, the Wind Thunder Pavilion might find itself in disarray, inciting the disdain of numerous alchemists who might even refuse to transact with the pavilion altogether. Considering this, Elder Nangong's tone adopted a semblance of compromise mixed with veiled intimidation as she continued, I certainly do not look down upon alchemists. In fact, I hold them in high regard. However, Chen Alchemist, you undoubtedly stand as the most suspicious individual at this moment, and your refusal to allow me to search you raises questions. Could it be that the missing holy maiden fruit is indeed in your possession? If it is not, what harm would it do for me to take a look? It would serve to clear your name, for should this matter become public, it would tarnish your reputation as well. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Chen Xiao nodded earnestly after hearing this, raising an eyebrow as he replied, I have no objection to a search. However, your suspicion has already inflicted damage upon my reputation. If, after the search, nothing is found, what then? Oh, if nothing is found, that would be most fortunate. I shall promptly take my leave and report the matter to the pavilion master, and I will harbor no further doubts. A smile graced Elder Nangong's face. As long as she was permitted to conduct the search, all would be well. Should he refuse, she might be compelled to resort to force, especially since among the many suspects, only Chen Xiao had expressed a desire for the holy maiden fruit. Merely departing would not suffice as a gesture of goodwill. Thus, she proposed, I will allow you to be searched, but should nothing be discovered, you must provide me with an explanation, for I am not easily trifled with. However, I am quite reasonable. If you find nothing, merely gifting me a holy maiden fruit will suffice. I have been researching a certain rejuvenation elixir, for which the primary ingredient is the holy maiden fruit. Regrettably, I was turned down previously, and I had shelved that idea. Yet, I have now changed my mind. If you are not responsible, a single holy maiden fruit will be adequate recompense. After all, I am acquainted with your esteemed Princess Zhuing. I shall not ask for anything excessive. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, a faint smile adorned his face as he turned his gaze toward Elder Nangong. Beside him, Han Xiao was drenched in a cold sweat, wishing fervently to intervene and urge Chen Xiao to temper his words. However, he found himself unable to speak at that moment, and observing Elder Nangong's demeanor, it was evident that while the elder was seething with anger, he dared not unleash it, which left Han Xiao perplexed. Nonetheless, he truly admired Chen Xiao's composure, as he had remarkably turned the situation around, even seizing the initiative. Such audacity was characteristic of Chen Xiao. Had it been him, he would have been eager to expedite the departure of the people from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. In truth, Chen Xiao was acutely aware of this psychological dynamic, which is precisely why he acted as he did. After all, the presence of a martial emperor at their doorstep meant that any hint of trepidation could lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 125. The examination. As for the matter of the sacred maiden fruit, I fear it may not suffice. Perhaps we can negotiate different terms? Elder Nangong raised an eyebrow slightly, evidently showing signs of concession, for a forceful search of Chen Xiao would not bode well for their Wind Thunder Pavilion. Why were they pursuing the sacred maiden fruit? Was it not also for the sake of their reputation? If one issue were resolved only for another to arise, would it not be a case of losing more than one gains? This condition shall suffice. I have no interest in anything else, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. You. Elder Nangong's face betrayed a hint of anger as he abruptly stood, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, directly locking onto Chen Xiao. Beside them, Han Xiaolai's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling slightly. His cultivation was the weakest present, at merely the martial general realm, and standing next to Chen Xiao. He found himself unable to withstand the pressure of Elder Nangong's might. Fortunately, this oppressive aura was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had come. Elder Nangong remarked coolly, the sacred maiden fruit has been stolen and is not currently in a mature state. The others will require at least a month or two to ripen. If you wish to acquire one, you may visit the Wind Thunder Pavilion at that time, and I shall reserve a spot for you. Haha, in that case, I must express my gratitude to Elder Nangong, Chen Xiao said with a faint smile, appearing calm and collected, showing no signs of concern regarding the search. His demeanor only served to heighten Elder Nangong's unease. Could it be that Chen Xiao was truly uninvolved in the theft of the sacred maiden fruit? However, all others had been ruled out, leaving Chen Xiao as the primary suspect. If they did not search him, she would be left unsatisfied. After the terms were settled, Chen Xiao generously removed his storage ring and tossed it to Elder Nangong for inspection. Upon receiving the storage ring, Elder Nangong did not hesitate, immediately probing inside with her spiritual sense. After a considerable time, she lifted her head, her expression somewhat ashen. The storage ring contained a plethora of items, primarily various herbs, spare clothing, and even some beast meat and weapons. There were even additional storage rings within, yet despite her thorough examination, including the vials containing elixirs, there was undeniably no trace of the sacred maiden fruit. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? Or has the sacred maiden fruit already been consumed by him? With this thought, Elder Nangong rose abruptly and strode towards Chen Xiao, handing him back the ring while her consciousness swept over his body, searching for any concealed items. Yet, there was indeed nothing hidden. Unwilling to relent, Elder Nangong even grasped Chen Xiao's hand, sending a strand of true essence into his body to inspect his internal state, clearly hoping to ascertain whether he had ingested the sacred maiden fruit. At that moment, Chen Xiao appeared exceedingly cooperative, regardless of how they searched. He made no attempt to hinder their actions, even allowing them to probe his internal condition without resistance. Moments later, Elder Nangong, her complexion slightly pale, released Chen Xiao's hand. Her gaze toward him filled with vexation, for she had indeed found nothing. The situation has now become quite troublesome. Not only has a precious holy fruit been lost, but there is also the risk of tarnishing the reputation of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Although the individuals present here would likely refrain from spreading word of the incident, the damage to their image is undeniable. Are there others residing here? Elder Nangong inquired, turning her head slightly to regard Han Xiaolai. Her tone laced with dissatisfaction at the prospect of conceding defeat so easily. Han Xiaolai, hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Noticing a subtle nod from Chen, he continued, "My granddaughter resides here alongside young Chen Xiao's sister. May I ask what guidance the elder seeks? You have witnessed the circumstances. This holy fruit possesses beautifying properties for women. I wish to examine the two young ladies to ensure you are indeed uninvolved in this matter. Rest assured, it will be a mere examination," Elder Nangong replied coolly, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiao, keenly observing his reaction, hoping to glean something from it. Unfortunately, she discerned nothing. "Han Lao, please summon Shuer and Chen Lan," Chen Xiao said with a gentle smile, displaying no hint of fear. Han Xiaolai genuinely admired Chen Xiao's mental fortitude. Despite being the one responsible for this predicament, Chen managed to feign innocence so convincingly that even Han Xiaolai began to believe the Wind Thunder Pavilion had wronged him. However, Chen Xiao's willingness to call upon Chen Lan indicated that she had not yet consumed the 5 holy pills. With this thought in mind, he subtly gestured to a nearby maid, who promptly understood and exited to carry out the task. Han Xiaolai remained at Chen Xiao's side, waiting patiently, while Chen Xiao himself maintained a serene demeanor, his mind focused inwardly, yet appearing remarkably at ease. At this moment, Chen Xiao felt genuinely relaxed. The storage ring was merely a guise, housing inconsequential or miscellaneous items, while the truly valuable possessions had long since been secured within the confines of his system backpack. It was fortunate that with a mere thought, the items within the storage ring could be automatically transferred to the backpack by the Supreme Upgrade system, thereby avoiding discovery by others. As for the 5 holy pills, they currently lay within a compartment of the system backpack, and Chen Lan and her companion were completely oblivious to this matter, rendering any inquiries from Elder Nangong futile. Before long, a perplexed Chen Lan and Han Shuer were brought forth. After being introduced to Elder Nangong, both young ladies displayed evident signs of tension. "There is no need for anxiety. Allow me to inquire. Have you encountered the holy fruit?" Elder Nangong asked with a measured tone, her gaze intensely fixed upon the two women. "Holy fruit," Chen Lan responded, confusion etched across her face. She had never heard of such a thing and shook her head slightly. Conversely, Han Shuer frowned and remarked, "I've heard that the holy fruit is quite delectable and purportedly has beautifying effects, but I have never seen it. It is a 6th-grade spiritual herb, and it would be impossible for it to appear in Beixian City." Elder Nangong had been meticulously observing the reactions of the two young women. Noticing that their expressions did not betray any signs of deceit only deepened her vexation. Nevertheless, she rose to her feet and extended her hand toward Han Shuer. Unaware of the elder's intentions, Han Shuer hesitated until Han Xiao, standing nearby, nodded encouragingly for her to cooperate. Thus, Han Shuer complied readily, allowing Elder Nangong to conduct her examination. The process was swift. In but a few breaths, Elder Nangong approached Chen Lan, casting a glance at her delicate features. Her eyes shimmered with intrigue as she gently placed her hand upon Chen Lan's arm. Chapter 126. Awakening the Bloodline. Similarly, Elder Nangong swiftly withdrew his hand. At this moment, his face had taken on a somewhat dark hue, and without uttering another word, he strode purposefully towards the door, declaring, "Let us proceed." As Elder Nangong's voice resonated, he had already reached the threshold, with 6 disciples from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion hastily following in his wake. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished from sight. "Brother, what transpired?" Chen Lan inquired, her expression reflecting her bewilderment, as she still could not grasp the events that had unfolded. "Nothing of consequence. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion sought clarification on certain matters. Now that it has been resolved, everyone may disperse," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, his demeanor betraying no trace of concern. Noticing Chen Xiao's reluctance to elaborate, Chen Lan refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Han Shuer approached and took Chen Lan's hand, leading her outside, while the remaining maidservants were summoned by Han Xiaolai to follow suit. In the parlor, only Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai remained. With the absence of outsiders, Han Xiaolai allowed a relieved expression to surface, gazing at Chen Xiao with a wry smile. "You truly exhibited remarkable audacity just now." "Indeed," Chen Xiao chuckled. "When confronting an entity like the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, excessive caution may inadvertently arouse their suspicions. This matter has passed. Let us not dwell on it further. Regrettably, it has brought trouble to Elder Han. Oh, do not mention it. But I must say, you have already attained the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist?" Han Xiaolai exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just a few months prior, when he had requested Chen Xiao to refine pills, Chen Xiao was merely a 3rd-tier alchemist at the martial master stage. Now, not only had he advanced to the martial king realm, but his alchemical prowess had also escalated to the level of a 5th-tier alchemist, a feat that would surely elicit disbelief from others. Moreover, Han Xiaolai could foresee that upon his return to the Heavenly Martial Academy, his colleagues would undoubtedly bombard him with inquiries regarding Chen Xiao. After all, a 5th-tier alchemist is not to be trifled with, and even the Heavenly Martial Academy would take notice. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao could only manage a wry smile. Those close to him understood his circumstances. Despite his rapid advancement, danger lurked perpetually. Were his progress to falter, he would hardly be able to engage in light-hearted banter with Han Xiaolai in this very moment. Time passed gradually, and before long, another 7 days had slipped by. During this interval, Chen Xiao accompanied Chen Lan and Han Shuer as they wandered through Beixian City, reveling in the surrounding scenery. Though he refrained from mentioning anything regarding Chen Lan's constitution. During this period, Chen Yuanshan, who had returned to the Chen family earlier, paid a visit to reassure the two. But without lingering, he returned to the family estate. Alas, unlike Chen Xiao, Chen Yuanshan could not disregard the safety of the Chen family. His roots were firmly planted within the clan, and the Chen family remained vulnerable to a potential counterattack from the Ziyun sect, necessitating his presence for vigilance. After a week of leisure, that evening, Chen Xiao finally summoned Chen Lan to his side, accompanied by Han Shuer and Han Xiaolai. In the courtyard, Chen Xiao gazed affectionately at Chen Lan, smiling as he said, "Chen Lan, I have found a way to activate your constitution. The reason I summoned you today is to assist in this activation process. It may be somewhat painful. Can you endure it?" "I can," Chen Lan responded, her large eyes sparkling as she nodded vigorously, looking utterly adorable. Beside her, Han Shuer also widened her eyes, but her face was alight with joy. She sensed that Chen Lan was unhappy with her own constitution, to the extent that she deliberately refrained from discussing cultivation matters in Chen Lan's presence. However, if Chen Lan's bloodline could be activated and she could commence her training, there would be nothing to worry about, and Han Shuer would be genuinely happy for her. Seeing Chen Lan nod, Chen Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair and then turned his gaze to Han Xiaolai, remarking with a smile, "Then I shall trouble Elder Han to assist with the protective barrier today." "Not a problem at all," Han Xiaolai replied with a smile, agreeing to help. After giving a few more instructions and ensuring that the two would not inadvertently reveal anything, Chen Xiao led Chen Lan behind Han Xiaolai towards the training room, where Han Xiaolai usually secluded himself for meditation. As for Han Shuer, upon hearing this news, she returned to her own courtyard. The training room was situated in a separate pavilion close to the center of the estate. Once the three entered, they promptly closed the pavilion's doors. Moreover, they dispatched guards to prevent any unexpected intrusions. Inside the pavilion, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged opposite Chen Lan, while Han Xiaolai sat nearby, silently meditating. This time, Han Xiaolai's role was merely to protect. He would step in to shield Chen Lan if necessary, while Chen Xiao primarily kept watch. Stay calm and do not overthink it. After consuming this pill, begin guiding the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into your body as I instructed. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but if you persevere for a moment, it will pass, Chen Xiao gently advised as he observed Chen Lan, who had her eyes closed in concentration. The ninefold phoenix resonance technique was a high-tier earth-level cultivation method that Chen Xiao had exchanged for 5,800 gold coins from the Supreme Upgrade system. Initially, he had intended to directly acquire a heavenly-level technique for Chen Lan. However, the price for such a method was exceedingly exorbitant, beyond what he could afford even if he sold himself. Even the ninefold phoenix resonance technique took considerable time for Chen Xiao to select, as he aimed for a method that was appropriately priced and suitable for female practitioners. As he spoke, Chen Xiao produced a porcelain vial from his hand. Upon opening it, a pill the size of a dove's egg, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, appeared, which he directly handed to Chen Lan. Without hesitation, Chen Lan took the pill and swallowed it, beginning to silently guide the medicinal energy according to the outlined pathway in the technique. Regrettably, as Chen Lan had never practiced cultivation before, she could not control the flow of the medicinal energy entering her body. She could only watch as it surged chaotically within her, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of tearing pain coursing through her meridians. At that moment, a gentle surge of true essence unexpectedly flowed in from the outside, enveloping Chen Lan's internal organs in an instant. It then began to gradually gather the medicinal power, circulating slowly along the designated meridian pathways. However, as this was Chen Lan's first experience in absorbing spiritual energy and allowing it to flow through her meridians, a multitude of acupoints needed to be unblocked for complete operation. Even Chen Xiao dared not to be the slightest bit careless. With utmost caution, he meticulously guided the medicinal energy of the 5 holy pill through the meridians. With each rotation, a portion of the medicinal power dissipated. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the vanished medicinal energy had, in fact, been absorbed by Chen Lan's body. Chen Xiao was not at all surprised by this. The 5 holy pill was specifically designed for Chen Lan to absorb, thereby awakening the latent bloodline power within her. The cultivation technique was merely a means to facilitate a more effective and rapid absorption. Chapter 127. The bloodline of Chen Lan time trickled by slowly. Chen Xiao had infused Chen Lan's meridians with true essence more than 10 times, and only now had her channels been completely unblocked, allowing the true essence to circulate freely in a complete cycle. It was at this moment that a sudden change overtook Chen Lan's expression, and she cried out in pain, her brows furrowing tightly together. Chen Xiao frowned as well, immediately reducing the flow of medicinal power. He transitioned from guiding her to allowing Chen Lan to gradually take control of the medicinal energy herself, while he quietly observed her condition using the Supreme Upgrade system. Half of the 5 Saints Pill's potency had already been consumed, yet aside from unblocking the meridians, there were no signs of bloodline activation in Chen Lan. This deepened Chen Xiao's furrowed brow. After nearly an hour had passed, Chen Xiao could no longer contain himself and glanced over at Han Xiaolai, who was also silently observing. Before Chen Xiao could utter a word, a pained expression suddenly crossed Chen Lan's face as she began to convulse violently and collapsed to the ground. "Chen Lan, are you all right?" Chen Xiao exclaimed, quickly rising to approach her. However, just as he attempted to draw near, a faint golden shadow unexpectedly emerged around Chen Lan, who was struggling on the ground. The shadow was nearly imperceptible. Had they not been so close, it would have been impossible to witness such a phenomenon. Has it worked? Chen Xiao's face bore a mix of anxiety and excitement. His concern was for Chen Lan's well-being, while his delight stemmed from the realization that this method had truly succeeded. He had not anticipated the formidable effects of the 5 Saints Pill, which could even activate the bloodline hidden within. Han Xiaolai also stood up promptly, but did not approach too closely, stopping 5 meters away. His eyes narrowed, fixated on the ethereal outline surrounding Chen Lan. With a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his gaze, revealing his thoughts were deep. Chen Xiao, do not disturb Chen Lan. She is currently at a crucial juncture in her bloodline activation. Let us watch over her and ensure no unfortunate accidents occur that could jeopardize her life. Han Xiaolai advised. Understood. Chen Xiao nodded. Even without Han Xiaolai's warning, he recognized the importance of not interfering with Chen Lan at this moment and stood by anxiously, watching her pale face as she lay on the ground. Time passed, minute by minute, as beads of sweat streamed down Chen Lan's face. Chen Xiao felt his heart clench with worry, yet he could do nothing but observe. Nonetheless, the golden glow surrounding Chen Lan grew increasingly intense. Chen Xiao, having engaged in numerous battles, had never before witnessed the power of a golden bloodline, and even Han Xiaolai shook his head, indicating he had not encountered it either. Gradually, a humanoid silhouette began to form from the golden radiance, though the process of its manifestation was exceedingly slow. As the outline coalesced, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surrounding the loft seemed to respond to a calling, converging at the precise location of Chen Lan, enveloping her in a tender embrace, which she continuously drew into her being. Gradually, as the energies accumulated, Chen Lan found herself shrouded in a kaleidoscope of vibrant light, obscuring the golden glow that had manifested upon her. However, the furrowed brow of Chen Lan began to unfurl, and the expression of pain on her face dissipated, bringing a sense of relief to Chen Xiao. Moments later, with a slight frown, Han Xiaolai spoke up. Chen Xiao, do you possess any rapid replenishing Jinqi pills? We should administer some to Chen Lan. Otherwise, the insufficient ethereal energies here might hinder the full activation of her bloodline, which could lead to complications. I happen to have an abundance of Jinqi pills. Chen Xiao quickly responded, retrieving over a dozen vials from his system backpack. Upon opening them, hundreds of Jinqi pills floated gracefully in midair, manipulated by his true essence. Beside him, Han Xiaolai gazed at the myriad of premium Jinqi pills, shimmering faintly, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he realized that premium Jinqi pills could indeed be so plentiful. Before Han Xiaolai could further advise, Chen Xiao suddenly waved his hand, causing the hovering pills to explode simultaneously, releasing pure medicinal energy that wafted throughout the air. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao directed this energy to envelop Chen Lan, facilitating her absorption. Moreover, he produced over 100 fourth-tier Jinyuan pills and detonated them in a similar fashion. In a fleeting moment, the density of the ethereal energies surrounding Chen Lan surged by at least fivefold. Han Xiaolai's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Chen Xiao, his heart aching at the sight. Initially, he had merely hoped Chen Xiao would offer a few pills to bolster Chen Lan's internal Jinqi. Yet he was taken aback by Chen Xiao's extravagance in presenting such a multitude of pills. This extravagance was indeed fitting for a fifth-tier alchemist like Chen Xiao. Otherwise, he doubted he could part with even a single fourth-tier pill. Nevertheless, with this abundance, the ethereal energies surrounding Chen Lan were more than sufficient, alleviating their concerns. Now, they simply needed to wait patiently. Time passed, each second slipping away. Both Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai lost their inclination for cultivation, silently biding their time. They waited for 6 long hours. Even Chen Xiao could not have anticipated that awakening the bloodline within Chen Lan would require such an extensive duration. During this time, he repeatedly scattered hundreds of fourth-tier pills to enhance the ethereal energy supply for Chen Lan to absorb and refine. Although they were uncertain of the current circumstances, they were confident that the longer Chen Lan absorbed the energies, the greater the benefits would be in the future. Given this, Chen Xiao was not one to be stingy. Whenever he sensed a deficiency in the ethereal energies, he would continuously replenish the supply. After the passage of 6 hours, the force emanating from Chen Lan's body, which absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, gradually weakened and ultimately vanished. With the source of absorption lost, the 5-colored spiritual energy that enveloped Chen Lan dissipated in an instant, extinguished in the air. However, neither Chen Xiao nor the others paid heed to this. Their gazes remained fixed on Chen Lan's countenance, observing with tension. At this moment, Chen Lan lay quietly on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, yet her expression radiated tranquility, as if she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Nevertheless, the golden light enveloping her form had intensified to the degree typically witnessed when a martial artist unleashes their bloodline power, and this golden luminescence continued to amplify. The previously indistinct outline of the bloodline energy began to take shape, gradually transforming into a feminine form. Chapter 128. The Nuwa clan. The ethereal visage of Chen Lan's bloodline shimmered with long, golden hair cascading down, while her facial features gradually emerged. Yet, curiously, her eyes were absent. Her upper body, with its alluring contours, appeared almost lifelike. So much so that one might be tempted to succumb to primal instincts were it not for the overwhelming sense of illusion surrounding her. However, as Chen Xiao continued to gaze, his expression stiffened and his eyes widened in disbelief. Even Han Xiaolai, who had maintained his composure until now, could not help but stare in astonishment at Chen Lan. The bloodline power of Chen Lan manifested as a human form, a rarity in itself. Yet, to Chen Xiao's shock, the lower half, which should have materialized as legs, was instead replaced by what resembled a serpent's tail. Indeed, it was a serpent's tail, for Chen Xiao could see the illusory appendage occasionally twisting in movement, an unexpected revelation that left him astounded, even surpassing the surprise he felt regarding his own bloodline power. The divine beast Taotie. Is this a beautiful serpent? Chen Xiao murmured, only to shake his head immediately. Such fantastical creatures as beautiful serpents did not exist in this world, rendering that hypothesis invalid. Could it be Medusa? Chen Xiao squinted, perplexed by the manifestation of Chen Lan's bloodline power. At that moment, Han Xiaolai, still in a state of shock, responded to Chen Xiao's musings with a slight shake of his head. I have not heard of Medusa or beautiful serpents, but this bloodline power seems familiar. I believe it is recorded in ancient texts. If my memory serves me correctly, this should pertain to the Nuwa clan. The Nuwa clan? Chen Xiao's eyes widened as he instantly recalled the legendary figure of Nuwa, renowned in his previous life. According to ancient lore, both Nuwa and her descendants were said to possess a half-human, half-serpent form, aligning perfectly with the illusion of Chen Lan's bloodline power. Although this notion had flickered through his mind upon first witnessing the spectral display, he had dismissed it, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. After all, this was the legendary being who mended the heavens and created humanity. How could his own sister possess such heritage? Indeed, I once perused ancient texts that spoke of the Nuwa clan as a profoundly mysterious and powerful lineage. Each member bore the Nuwa bloodline, a force both formidable and domineering, passed down through generations of Nuwa descendants. However, the records were scant, revealing little more about this enigmatic clan. Han Xiaolai furrowed his brow, sharing the fragments of knowledge he possessed. Chen Xiao squinted, his thoughts immediately turning to Chen Lan's origins. Although she was his nominal sister, there was no blood relation to the Chen family. She was a child his father had inexplicably acquired. Yet, if she truly possessed the Nuwa bloodline, how had she come to be separated from her clan? This was a conundrum that defied logic for Chen Xiao. Where, then, was the Nuwa clan now? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired. If I could gain some insight into the Wa clan, everything would become clear. Never heard of them. Han Xiaolai furrowed his brow and shook his head. Never heard of them. Chen Zhao's expression was one of utter disbelief, as if to say, are you joking with me? Indeed, he had never encountered the Wa clan. He had only seen references to them in ancient texts, after which they mysteriously vanished without a trace. No one knew their whereabouts, and even the ancient tomes offered no accounts. Han Xiaolai wore a bitter smile. At that moment, Chen Lan, who had been quietly lying on the ground, suddenly stirred and slowly opened her eyes. As she did, the power of her bloodline became increasingly solid, transforming from an almost transparent state to one with clear contours. When Chen Lan rose from the ground, the ethereal bloodline energy surrounding her became vividly apparent to the two observers, and Chen Xiao scrutinized her closely, finding her to be almost indistinguishable from the legendary Nuwa of his previous world. Could it be that the legends from that bygone era were not mere fabrications, but indeed true? However, that world was not connected to this one. How could legendary figures from that realm appear here? While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, the layer of Wa clan bloodline energy enveloping Chen Lan suddenly opened its eyes. Immediately thereafter, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from the spectral form of the Wa bloodline, creating an oddly enchanting spectacle. Yet, neither Chen Xiao nor Han Xiaolai perceived this energy. Their gazes remained fixed on Chen Lan, who stood there closely examining her. Are you all right? Brother, I'm fine. I feel warm all over, and it seems my cultivation has also made a breakthrough. Chen Lan blinked, her face alight with joy and evident excitement. A breakthrough in cultivation? Chen Xiao was taken aback, only then noticing that indeed, Chen Lan had advanced, leaping from a novice to the realm of a 3-star martial apprentice. So fast, Chen Xiao was astonished. After a brief hesitation, he reached out and placed a hand on Chen Lan, channeling a strand of true essence into her body to assess her cultivation level. However, as soon as this essence entered her, it was repelled by another force. Chen Xiao had no choice but to say, "Calm your mind and resist nothing. Let me examine your body." "Okay." Chen Lan nodded eagerly, taking a deep breath. Observing this, Chen Xiao attempted the examination once more. This time, he encountered no hindrances and completed the assessment smoothly. The results indeed corroborated Chen Lan's claims. Her cultivation had not only ascended to the pinnacle of the 3-star martial apprentice realm, but her foundation was remarkably solid. Most importantly, the meridians within her body had expanded to more than double their size compared to before she activated her bloodline. The meridians of a martial artist are akin to the dantian. The larger they are, the faster one can cultivate, allowing for greater energy capacity, which naturally enhances one's strength. Initially, Chen Lan's meridians were no different from those of an ordinary person. Now, having doubled in width, Chen Xiao could hardly fathom the speed at which Chen Lan would cultivate in the future. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle of the Samsung martial artist realm, and his foundation is solid, exhibiting no signs of instability. If he continues to cultivate in an orderly fashion, he may very well attain an elevated state. A smile flickered across Chen Xiao's face. He then inquired with curiosity, "Do you have any knowledge about your bloodline? Is it from the Nuwa lineage?" Xiao, who was nearby, also turned his attention to Chen Lan, equally intrigued by her bloodline talent. As she was the first individual he had encountered whose abilities were activated by medicinal means, especially one from a lineage long thought to be extinct. Nuwa bloodline. A hint of confusion crossed Chen Lan's face as she gently shook her head, replying, "I am not aware of the name of this bloodline power. I only know that my sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy has significantly increased." Chapter 129. The Supreme Being Who Can Tear Space with Bare Hands. As Chen Lan spoke, he casually waved his hand, and an invisible, enigmatic wave suddenly emerged around him. In the next moment, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, imperceptible to the naked eye, began to converge towards the palm of Chen Lan. In just a few breaths, a sphere of spiritual energy, the size of a bowl, had gathered in his hand. This miraculous scene instantly astonished Chen Xiao and Xiao, who stood nearby. Chen Lan's innate ability to sense the spiritual energy of the universe was truly extraordinary. If he could consistently harness such sensitivity, even without relying on any medicinal pills for cultivation, his progress would be astonishingly rapid. It was likely that even Chen Xiao would struggle to keep pace with Chen Lan's cultivation speed. While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, a crisp and melodious system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System notification. Task. Rescue Chen Lan's talent completed. Experience points gained. 100,000. Reward. 10,000 gold coins. Reward. Lucky value 2. Reward. Divine skill. Heavenly descent. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up, increasing level by 1. Current level. Early stage of 4-star martial king. Ding. System notification. Host has successfully leveled up, increasing level by 1. Current level. Early stage of 5-star martial king. Ding. System notification. Host task completed. Task effect perfect. Chen Lan's affinity increased by 10. A series of system notifications rang out rapidly, causing a look of joy to blossom on Chen Xiao's face. He had not anticipated that his cultivation would directly reach the early stage of 5-star martial king. With a thought, Chen Xiao examined the mysterious 2 points of lucky value, which he still did not comprehend. However, after a brief investigation, he discovered that it merely appeared on the Supreme Upgrade system without any discernible function, prompting him to set it aside in disinterest. Not wishing to dwell on other matters, Chen Xiao turned his gaze back to Chen Lan and smiled, saying, "Since we do not understand it for now, I will teach you how to cultivate diligently in the future, striving to elevate your cultivation as soon as possible." As soon as the words left his mouth, both Xiao and Chen Xiao stiffened, and even Chen Lan looked up thoughtfully towards the outside. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao and Xiao swiftly exited the room, raising their heads to gaze at the sky, with Chen Lan following suit, yet regrettably, they saw nothing. Simultaneously, Every being in Beixian City with a cultivation level above Marshal General involuntarily halted and looked skyward, as if something was about to break through the heavens. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. This was a terrifying force, reminiscent of the will of heaven and earth, which suddenly emerged and enveloped the entirety of Beixian City in an instant. Subsequently, Chen Xiao felt as though his entire being was laid bare to scrutiny, an unsettling sensation that made him deeply uncomfortable. Beside him, Han Xiao gazed up at the heavens with a solemn expression, yet his inner qi began to circulate instinctively, clearly resisting this immense pressure from the cosmos. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Chen Lan, intending to step forward to protect her, only to discover that she appeared unaffected, even more composed than he was. Before he could ponder this, a pitch-black fissure suddenly manifested in the sky, as if the pristine heavens had been cleaved by an unseen blade. Shock filled Chen Xiao's face. Such an occurrence could not be without cause. Indeed, after a few breaths, the rift widened, resembling a grand door to another realm, its enormity quite staggering. Following this, a silhouette emerged from the dark chasm. While the figure seemed diminutive, inexplicably, the trio's gazes were irresistibly drawn to it, rendering the surrounding rift a mere backdrop. Once the figure had fully emerged, it paused momentarily in mid-air before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chen Xiao exchanged a glance with Han Xiaolai, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. That had undoubtedly been an immensely powerful being. Just as Chen Xiao was about to inquire of Han Xiaolai, a disturbance rippled through the space before them, and another figure gradually materialized. This was a stunningly beautiful woman, whose appearance was breathtaking. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of all, adorned in a pale purple palace robe, her hair elegantly styled. She exuded an aura of unattainable cold elegance that left no room for even the slightest impure thought. This was an exceedingly strange phenomenon, yet it unfolded before them. Chen Xiao attempted to speak, but found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to utter a word. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai's complexion had turned pale under the pressure of her imposing presence. His former authority dissipated in an instant. The woman's phoenix-like gaze swept over Chen Xiao and Han Xiaolai before settling on Chen Lan. Indeed, she possesses the bloodline of my ancient clan, the palace-robed woman remarked, her voice melodious and ethereal, akin to heavenly music. As she spoke, Chen Xiao felt the oppressive aura enveloping him suddenly dissipate, prompting Han Xiaolai to gasp for breath. Chen Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that this woman was the same formidable being capable of tearing through space with her bare hands. If she desired his demise, a mere thought would suffice. However, it was clear that her focus was on Chen Lan. Concerned for her safety, Chen Xiao could no longer remain silent. Casting a glance at the woman, he boldly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you here?" Han Xiaolai, regaining his composure, hurried forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "I am Han Xiaolai, the Vice Dean of the Alchemy Department at the North Xian branch of Tianwu Academy. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." The woman responded with a faint her expression remaining unchanged. Nevertheless, her gaze shifted to Chen Xiao as she declared, "I intend to take her with me." This statement, delivered in a commanding tone, served as both a response to Chen Xiao's words and a clear indication of her intent. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively. He stepped in front of Chen Lan, shielding her from harm. Han Xiao, standing nearby, also exhibited a sudden change in demeanor, taken aback by the formidable individual's objective. Casting a glance at Chen Lan's pale and frightened face, Chen Xiao's expression gradually darkened. Although anxiety gripped his heart, he maintained his gaze fixed on the woman in the purple gown and solemnly implored, "Esteemed one, I beseech you to exercise restraint. While your cultivation is indeed remarkable, it is unreasonable to act in such a manner." Unreasonable? The woman in the palace attire finally focused her attention entirely on Chen Xiao, continuing, "This young girl is a member of the ancient clan. Given her lineage, it is only natural that I would take her back with me. Moreover, if I do not escort her home, she may only attain the rank of a martial emperor at best, and should her identity be revealed, her life could be in jeopardy at any moment. Do you still consider my actions unreasonable?" Chapter 130. Taking away Chen Lan. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes, as if he had grasped something elusive. Beside him, Han Xiaolai also displayed a contemplative expression. However, Chen Xiao was not one to accept everything at face value. He spoke solemnly. You claim to be from the ancient clan, yet according to ancient texts, my sister possesses the bloodline of the primordial Hua tribe, not your ancient clan. Could it be that you are mistaken? The primordial Hua tribe? That is merely how outsiders refer to us. Can you prove it now? The woman in palace attire replied, her tone remaining unchanged. Yet, as she uttered the final word, a faint golden halo suddenly enveloped her, and within it, the outline of a figure began to take shape and solidify, ultimately becoming a substantial golden being resembling a half-human, half-snake tail, identical to Chen Lan's bloodline. Are they truly of the same lineage? Chen Xiao's expression morphed into one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the elusive Hua tribe, previously deemed to have vanished, would suddenly materialize before him. I can sense that the aura emanating from her is indeed very familiar. Chen Lan nodded in affirmation. This revelation left Chen Xiao's expression quite remarkable. He was aware of Chen Lan's origins, yet allowing her to depart with this enigmatic individual was unfathomable, regardless of his feelings. It was inconceivable for him to let someone he had grown up with leave so inexplicably. Turning back to Chen Lan with a gentle smile, Chen Xiao faced the woman in palace attire once more and inquired, You previously mentioned that if my sister does not accompany you, she may be in grave danger. What do you mean by that? My ancient clan's bloodline is unique. It requires the baptism of the heavenly pool to successfully activate its power. However, this young girl's bloodline has been forcefully activated by you, which is akin to an early overdraw. Although it may appear inconsequential, it has severely impacted her foundation. If she does not undergo the heavenly pool baptism soon, once her bloodline power stabilizes, it will remain that way for a lifetime. Furthermore, do you think my ancient clan suddenly chose to seclude itself for no reason? There are indeed some underlying causes. If this young girl continues to linger outside without self-protection, she may easily meet her demise. The woman in palace attire elaborated, rare for her to explain at such length. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Although her words were veiled, they clearly indicated that the ancient clan had enemies, and these adversaries might be hunting their kin. If she recklessly utilized her bloodline abilities without means of self-defense, it could provoke those foes, leading to potential complications. Chen Xiao had not anticipated the multitude of unforeseen circumstances surrounding this matter, and his expression darkened considerably. Enough. I have said what I needed to say. I must take this child with me. My kin's bloodline cannot remain in the outside world. The woman in palace attire declared with a stern countenance, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Lan. Wait, is there truly no other way to activate my sister's Hua tribe bloodline completely? Chen Xiao harbored a sense of unwillingness. Above all, he truly did not wish for Chen Lan to accompany this unrelated individual. There is no other choice. The woman in imperial attire stated with a hint of indifference. After uttering her words, she showed little inclination to engage in further dialogue with Chen Xiao. Stepping forward to stand beside Chen Lan, this sudden appearance startled Chen Lan, who instinctively attempted to move towards Chen Xiao, yet found herself inexplicably frozen in place, unable to budge an inch. Wait, how can I ascertain the truth of your words? Chen Xiao exclaimed, urgency flooding his voice as he hurried towards Chen Lan. However, at that very moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from the woman in imperial garb, and in an instant, Chen Xiao found himself pinned to the ground. With a resounding thud, Chen Xiao crashed onto the earth, his heart sinking as the realization dawned upon him that the adversary had resorted to force. It was only then that he fully comprehended the formidable strength possessed by the woman before him. System, initiate detection. Assess her cultivation. Chen Xiao mentally bellowed. Initially, he hesitated to employ the supreme upgrade system in the presence of such a powerhouse, fearing that she might perceive any anomaly. Yet, pressing matters took precedence. Should Chen Lan truly be taken away, the consequences would be dire. In the fleeting moment of his thoughts, the woman's cultivation level materialized in Chen Xiao's mind, 6-star martial sage. This was the assessment rendered by the supreme upgrade system. Although he had harbored suspicions, the confirmation caused him to involuntarily gasp. A martial sage, no less a 6-star martial sage, was a legendary figure within the realm of Tianwu. Such beings were exceedingly rare, even across the entirety of Fengyue continent. Yet, here she stood, ready to abscond with Chen Lan. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within Chen Xiao. To obstruct her from taking Chen Lan? That notion was utterly ludicrous. Given his current cultivation level, he was utterly incapable of impeding her. She could likely dispatch him with ease. The only reason she had not already seized Chen Lan was likely due to her regard for Chen Lan. Otherwise, she would have taken her without hesitation. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao could not simply acquiesce to her intentions of taking Chen Lan. Wait. His voice, laden with weight, resonated as he struggled to rise from the ground. The woman in imperial attire raised an eyebrow at this, neither departing nor relinquishing the oppressive aura weighing down upon him. As moments ticked by, Chen Xiao exerted every ounce of strength to stand, yet the immense pressure was insurmountable. Despite summoning all available true essence and bloodline power within him, it proved futile. Fortunately, the woman seemed to consider something, and the oppressive force enveloping Chen Xiao abruptly dissipated. She then spoke in a deep tone, "Your aptitude is passable, yet your cultivation is merely at the martial king level, far from sufficient. Do you have any further inquiries? Where is your Ancient One clan?" Chen Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the woman in imperial garb. "How is it? Do you still wish to venture into my clan?" The woman clad in palace attire arched an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of playful mockery crossing her face as she spoke lightly. "Even if I were to divulge the location, you would not be able to go. Let us speak again when your cultivation surpasses that of a martial sovereign. Since you refuse to reveal the place, you must at least tell me your name," Chen Xiao said, his gaze fixed intently upon the palace-clad woman, his aura completely locking onto her, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Chapter 131. A year packed. The woman in royal attire fell into a brief silence before softly introducing herself. "I am Gu Mingbing. Very well, I have taken note. Should my sister suffer even the slightest grievance or encounter any misfortune a year from now upon my visit to the Gu clan, I shall annihilate your clan." Chen Xiao's words rang out with formidable conviction, his entire being exuding an unmistakable aura of menace, a blatant threat indeed. Beside him, Han Zhao's expression turned grave, concern etching his features as he observed Chen Xiao. He understood the deep bond between Chen Xiao and Chen Lan. Otherwise, Chen Xiao would never have risked his life to offend the Feng Lei Pavilion in his quest to steal the sacred maiden fruit. This made Han Xiao acutely aware that Chen Xiao would not easily allow Chen Lan to be taken away. However, the individual seeking to abduct Chen Lan was a being capable of tearing through space with bare hands. Even the Feng Lei Pavilion would appear insignificant in the eyes of such a powerful entity. Should Chen Xiao's threats provoke her temper, it was entirely plausible that he could be dispatched with a mere flick of her wrist. Tears welled in Chen Lan's eyes as she stood beside Gu Mingbing. She recognized that Chen Xiao's threats stemmed from his concern for her safety, fearing that her abductor might harbor ill intentions. Yet, this was a being who could extinguish Chen Xiao's life at will. The potential consequences of angering her were unfathomable. Strangely, Gu Mingbing displayed no sign of disturbance in response to Chen Xiao's threats. Instead, she remarked coolly, "Wait until you reach the martial sovereign realm before uttering such words." Suddenly, Chen Lan felt the oppressive force binding her dissipate. Though she remained unable to move, she could finally speak, urgently calling out to Chen Xiao, "Brother, do not worry. I will take care of myself. I will await your return." Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on Chen Lan, momentarily speechless. In truth, even if he wished to oppose this arrangement, he could not prevent her from being taken away. Chen Lan's words were meant to dissuade him from taking foolish actions, assuring him that even if she were to be taken, it might not necessarily lead to dire consequences. "Wait for me. A year from now, I shall come for you." The grave expression on Chen Xiao's face softened into a gentle smile. Ding. System notification. Task issued. Farewell, Chen Lan. Within a year, journey to the Gu clan to meet Chen Lan. Task rewards. 1,000,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, and the exquisite spirit weapon, Qi Xiao sword. Failure to complete the task will result in a 10-level decrease. Note, this is a compulsory task and cannot be declined. Chen Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would issue such a task, and the rewards were astonishingly generous. The prospect of acquiring an exquisite spirit weapon was enough to stir his interest, not to mention that he had no intention of declining the task. Without lingering on the task any further, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, then opened them wide. He extended his left hand, revealing a storage ring within, and addressed Chen Lan. This storage ring contains some cultivation resources. Keep it close and cultivate diligently. Await my return in a year. With that, he flicked the storage ring towards her. The storage ring was smoothly placed in Chen Lan's hands, and the enigmatic Gu Mingbing did not intervene. Instead, she regarded Chen Xiao with a hint of admiration. Seemingly lost in thought, and spoke softly, "If you truly manage to reach the martial sovereign realm in a year's time, you may venture to Zhongling. Perhaps you shall reap rewards. Moreover, I am eager to see if you can achieve the martial sovereign level within a year." Having uttered these words, she did not linger. Stepping into the void and ascending towards the sky, with Chen Lan floating closely behind her. Chen Lan gazed at Chen Xiao with excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. While Chen Xiao's own eyes appeared slightly reddened, fixated on the two figures suspended in the air until a portal emerged, engulfing them completely. Once they had vanished, distant footsteps echoed, and Han Shuer rushed over, breathless. Seeing Chen Xiao gazing skyward, she inquired anxiously, "Big brother Chen Xiao, what just transpired?" "I felt an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping this courtyard, preventing me from entering." "Where is Chen Lan? Did you not see her?" "Not at all." Han Shuer replied without hesitation, her gaze still fixed on Chen Xiao. At this moment, Chen Xiao had also withdrawn his gaze, observing the slight flush on Han Shuer's cheeks due to her anxiety. He spoke gently, "Chen Lan has departed, taken away by a significant figure for her cultivation. However, I shall seek her out in a year." Beside them, Han Xiaolai opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He could only pat Chen Zhao's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Young brother Chen, your aptitude and talent are among the finest I have ever witnessed. I believe, with your potential, you will soon reunite with that girl Lan." Chen Xiao nodded quietly, refraining from further words. He offered an apologetic smile to Han Shuer before bidding farewell and returning indoors. Within the confines of his room, Chen Xiao sat for an entire hour, replaying the series of events in his mind, particularly the reluctant gaze Chen Lan had cast upon him as she departed, which gradually filled him with a chilling sense of foreboding. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his bright eyes. "Check attributes." Chen Zhao's voice echoed softly. "Host, Chen Xiao level, 5-star Martial King Cultivation Method, Starfire Art Martial Techniques, Skyward Sword, Flowing Cloud Steps, Flame Blade, Dragon Dance in the Sky, 10,000 Swords Diagram, Celestial Descent, Gold Coins, 4732 Luck Value, 2 Task, Reunite with Chen Lan Task Completion, Incomplete Task Deadline, 365 days. Originally, the system had over 10,000 gold coins, but when Chen Lan departed, Chen Xiao exchanged a variety of cultivation and healing elixirs from the Martial Disciple to Martial Emperor realms, all stored within the aforementioned storage ring. Additionally, he procured several martial techniques for her future training, ensuring that during his absence, Chen Lan would not suffer from a lack of cultivation resources. This was the only support Chen Xiao could provide at present. Initially, Chen Xiao held the system's gold coins in high regard, valuing them for their rarity and hesitating to expend them frivolously. However, his perspective has since shifted. While gold coins are indeed difficult to acquire, what value do they hold if one lacks the strength for self-preservation? Moreover, by utilizing these coins to exchange for items that enhance his capabilities, he could potentially amass even more gold coins in the future. Thus, aside from reserving a small amount for emergencies, Chen Xiao promptly converted the remainder into experience elixirs that would augment his cultivation. Although the increase in experience may be modest, it is certainly better than none. Additionally, Chen Xiao took a moment to examine the newly acquired martial technique, Heavenly Descent. Upon receipt, the technique was automatically activated and assimilated, yet he had yet to discern its true effects. Now that he found himself with some leisure time, he could not resist the urge to investigate further. Chapter 132. Farewell. The skill Heavenly Descent has been bestowed upon him, capable of upgrading martial techniques. Utilizing this skill consumes 1/10 of the true essence from a martial king realm, allowing instantaneous movement within a radius of 2 meters around oneself. Note, this skill requires a preparation time of 3 seconds, and the current proficiency stands at 0-100. It resembles an advancement-type martial technique akin to the Flame Blade. Chen Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement, although he was yet to discern the transformations that might occur upon upgrading Heavenly Descent. The ability to teleport within a mere 2 meters already constituted a vital life-saving skill. In the event of a surprise attack or an attempt to evade a formidable foe, Such a skill would prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, it would facilitate launching a surprise ambush on an adversary by suddenly appearing right behind them. What exhilarating sensation would that evoke? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao surmised it would undoubtedly be thrilling. Heavenly Descent. Chen Xiao called out softly and executed the skill instantaneously. Regrettably, his form flickered momentarily before reappearing at the same spot. Had he failed? A frown creased Chen Xiao's brow. He had not anticipated such an outcome on his first attempt. After assessing his condition, he noted that despite the failure, 1/10 of his true essence had still been expended. This indicated that at his current level, he could utilize the skill a maximum of 10 times before his essence would be depleted, relegating this technique to a last resort measure for survival. Though unsuccessful, Chen Xiao checked his skill proficiency, which had already reached 1/100. This signified that whether he succeeded or failed, each attempt would increment his proficiency, a delightful surprise that would allow him to swiftly improve. With this newfound knowledge, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, recalling the sensations experienced during the execution of Heavenly Descent, and with a surge of determination, he activated the skill once more. This time, his body vanished entirely and reappeared above a nearby table. A resounding thud echoed as the teacups and other items were shattered upon impact. Fortunately, Chen Xiao reacted swiftly, leaping down just in time to avert a greater catastrophe. Clearly, he needed to dedicate more time to practice. Otherwise, he could not even control the direction of his movement. As he pondered, Chen Xiao executed Heavenly Descent once again, disappearing from sight. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed since Chen Lan's departure. During this period, apart from a solitary excursion to the secondary residence, Chen Xiao remained entirely within its confines, leaving others oblivious to his activities. In the interim, Xiao visited once, inviting Chen Xiao for a drink, ostensibly to offer counsel. Subsequently, Schwerer made several visits, engaging Chen Xiao in conversation, attempting to provide comfort and urging him not to succumb to despair. Chen Xiao appreciated their goodwill, although he had reassured them of his well-being. He sensed they might have thought he was merely being dismissive. Yet, considering their perspective, it was understandable. Who would genuinely believe that Chen Xiao was untroubled in his current state? Outside the secondary residence, Schwerer approached slowly, standing before its entrance. She reached out and knocked gently on the door. "Come in, the door is open." The voice of Chen Xiao resonated from within the courtyard. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Schwerer, adorned in a delicate yellow gown, entered. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed at Chen Xiao, who stood in the center of the yard. "Brother Chen Xiao, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" As the charming figure approached, Chen Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he explained, "I have been intruding upon your time lately, and I feel rather guilty about it. Thus, I took a moment to concoct some medicinal pills for your cultivation. You are nearing the martial general realm, and these will surely prove useful." With that, Chen Xiao produced a porcelain vial from his hand and offered it to Schwerer. However, she hesitated, gently shaking her head. "Thank you, Brother Chen Xiao, but I do not require these. My grandfather has already prepared all the necessary pills for my training. Take it as a token of appreciation for your persistence in calling me brother all this time." Chen Xiao chuckled, placing the vial into her hands regardless. "Well, if you insist." "Thank you, Brother Chen Xiao." Schwerer, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately accepted the gift. "This also serves as a farewell. I shall be leaving tomorrow. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future." Chen Xiao finally revealed his intent. "What? Brother Chen Xiao, you are leaving tomorrow? Is it because of Sister Chen Lan?" Schwerer quickly responded, realization dawning upon her. "Indeed, aside from returning to the Chen family, I must embark on a journey to hone my skills. Otherwise, when the year draws to a close, how could I possibly attain the martial sovereign realm?" Chen Xiao murmured, his voice barely audible, yet Schwerer caught every word. Although she understood that it was improbable for Chen Xiao to reach the martial sovereign level in just a year, and even uncertain if he could achieve the martial emperor rank, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Instead, she nodded softly, saying, "Please take care, Brother Chen Xiao." "Yes, I will visit Elder Han shortly," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Before he could continue, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Han Zhao's voice calling out, "Brother Chen Xiao, are you there?" "Yes, Elder Han, please come in," Chen Xiao responded, exchanging a glance with Schwerer, both surprised by the unexpected visit. With permission granted, Han Xiao entered. accompanied by several elderly gentlemen, their youthful visages belying their advanced years. Despite their age, the aura emanating from them suggested that each was at least a 7-star martial general, with one elderly figure even possessing the cultivation of a 1-star martial king. Clearly, individuals of remarkable lineage. Elder Han, who are these esteemed guests? Chen Xiao inquired, his gaze falling upon the figures behind Han Xiao. Hearing the question, Han Xiao smiled and introduced Brother Chen Xiao. The gentleman behind me is the dean of the Beixian Academy of Tianwu Academy and the head of this establishment. The other two are vice deans of Beixian Academy. And this gentleman beside me is the dean of my alchemy institute. As he spoke, Han Xiaolai turned to introduce the distinguished guests behind him. This is the esteemed Master Chen Xiaodan, whom everyone has been eager to meet. With a hearty laugh, he continued, I am Hmph, honored to make your acquaintance, Master Chen. The president of Beixian Academy stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands in salute to Chen. Given the president's venerable age, surpassing even that of his own grandfather, Chen could not permit such formalities. He quickly gestured, saying, President Mo, there is no need for such courtesies. Just as these words left his lips, the other two vice presidents, along with the dean of the alchemy department, approached and offered their respectful salutes to Chen. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai stood to the side with a cheerful smile, remaining silent. Chapter 133. The Invitation from the Heavenly Martial Academy. This was the first time Chen Xiao encountered such a grand occasion. The individuals standing beside him were figures whose mere footsteps could shake the entire North Xian city. Yet, at this moment, they treated him with utmost courtesy. Even Han Shuer, upon seeing these esteemed guests, took the initiative to bow in respect. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed directors. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Chen Xiao inquired, his gaze settling on Han Xiaolai. He was astute enough to realize that the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Martial Academy had come to him for a significant reason. Mere curiosity did not suffice to warrant such an elaborate visit. The directors also directed their attention towards Han Xiaolai, exchanging glances that clearly indicated their desire for him to act as an intermediary. Han Xiaolai could only manage a wry smile as he stepped forward and addressed Chen Xiao. As you may well know, the Heavenly Martial Academy is a prestigious institution governed by the royal family of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom, dedicated to nurturing martial talents. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was common knowledge among the citizens of the Heavenly Martial Kingdom. Furthermore, similar institutions existed in other realms as well. Noting Chen Xiao's silence, Han Xiaolai continued, the Heavenly Martial Academy establishes branches in every city of level 3 and above, with the purpose of cultivating a multitude of martial talents for the nation. Although most of these talents tend to return to their respective families, a portion serves in the imperial court, thereby contributing to the nation's prosperity. However, from the perspective of our branch in North Xian City, we have not secured a ranking in the Danwu duel for several consecutive sessions, which is unsustainable in the long run. At this juncture, Han Xiaolai paused once more, casting an expectant glance at Chen Xiao. Therefore, you wish to enlist my assistance to represent you in the Danwu duel? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised at Han Xiaolai's proposition. Given Han Xiaolai's understanding of him, he should have known that Chen Xiao could not act casually. Not to mention that he simply did not have the time to spare. Seeing that the matter had been broached, Director Mo Feng felt it was his turn to speak. With a humble smile, he interjected, Indeed, we do have such a request. If Master Chen would be so kind as to lend us your assistance, we assure you that the compensation will be most satisfactory. In addition to retaining all personal prizes earned in the Danwu duel, we can also offer you a separate reward of 200,000 gold coins. Furthermore, should you achieve a position within the top 100 of the Danwu duel, you will earn a spot in the secret realm trial, which will also belong to you. What do you think? The multitude of rewards was indeed enough to stir Chen Xiao's interest, particularly the gold coins, which he could effortlessly utilize to concoct elixirs for a swift enhancement of his cultivation. Furthermore, there was a secret realm at stake. However, Chen Xiao was not one to agree so readily. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden system notification chimed in. Ding! System alert. The task system has been activated. Task: request from Tianwu Academy. Assist Dean Mo Feng in participating in the Danwu duel and secure a position among the top 100. Task rewards: 200,000 experience points and 5,888 gold coins. Note: The higher the ranking in the Danwu duel, the more substantial the rewards. Will you accept the task? The greater the completion, the higher the reward. Does this imply that achieving first place would yield the most lucrative task reward? Indeed. The system notification chimed once more. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened slightly. Initially, he had no intention of participating in this so-called Danwu duel, but now he found himself somewhat intrigued. Provided the duration was not overly lengthy, he would not mind expending a bit of time to secure first place. With his current capability to refine 6th-grade elixirs, attaining first place seemed plausible. Nonetheless, Chen Xiao did not rush to accept the task. Instead, he turned to Mo Feng. At that moment, Mo Feng and the others were anxiously awaiting Chen Xiao's response. However, after hearing Mo Feng's words, Chen Xiao fell into contemplation, causing both anticipation and anxiety among them, fearing he might ultimately refuse after some reflection. Fortunately, Chen Xiao finally spoke. Please elaborate on the matter of the Danwu duel. Additionally, as I am not a student of Tianwu Academy, am I still eligible to participate in the competition? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, joy illuminated the faces of Dean Mo Feng and the others. His lack of outright rejection signified hope. The several deans exchanged glances, and Dean Mo Feng continued to explain. The identity issue is quite simple. As long as you are enrolled in our Beixian Academy and become a member of the institution, you will be able to participate in the competition without issue. Furthermore, according to Brother Han, you are merely 16 years of age, making it entirely feasible for you to become a student at Tianwu Academy. However, it may require some compromise on your part. Would you be willing? At this point, Dean Mo Feng had adopted a respectful tone, while Han Xiaolai silently observed the scene. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this development. After a moment's thought, he replied nonchalantly, that is not a problem at all. However, I intend to withdraw immediately following the competition. Is that acceptable? Haha, of course, that is perfectly fine. We will prepare all necessary procedures for you. Additionally, the Danwu duel is actually divided into 2 segments, the Dan duel and the Wu duel. We hope you will represent us in the Dan duel, as we have already arranged for someone else to participate in the Wu duel. Mo Feng, wearing a smile, softly explained the Danwu duel to Chen Xiao, his gaze tense as he awaited Chen Xiao's reaction, fearful of any hint of dissatisfaction. Regarding this matter, Chen Xiao was not taken aback. He had never wished to complicate things excessively. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he recalled the prior system notification and decided to add, please include me in the martial competition roster as well, just to make up the numbers. Are you also participating in the martial competition? Dean Mo Feng could not help but interject. Is there a problem with that? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course not. Master Chen, your participation is most welcome. Additionally, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? Dean Mo Feng waved his hand with a faint smile. The others present instinctively turned their gaze towards Chen Xiao, including Han Xiaolai. None of them were aware of the precise extent of Chen Xiao's cultivation. 5-star Martial King. Chen Xiao replied with a faint smile. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the room. No one had anticipated that Chen Xiao's cultivation would reach such a formidable level. Chapter 134. Preparations for battle. Even the most composed individuals present were taken aback by Chen Xiao's proclamation. Why had they sought out Chen Xiao? For alchemy. Chen Xiao was a 5th-tier alchemist, a fact confirmed by an elder of the martial emperor realm from the Wind Thunder Pavilion, thus beyond doubt. Now, however, Chen Xiao claimed that his cultivation had ascended to the realm of a 5-star martial king. It was crucial to note that, according to their investigations, Chen Xiao was merely 16 years old. A 5th-tier alchemist at such a tender age was already a difficult notion for them to accept. Yet now his cultivation had reached the 5-star martial king level. Mo Feng felt as if he had squandered his entire life in vain. Why was there such a staggering disparity among humans? Chen Xiao noticed the astonished expressions on their faces and chuckled awkwardly. It's merely luck, just some fortunate coincidences. That is all. My cultivation should pose no issue for participating in the martial tournament, right? At his words, the others snapped out of their astonishment and quickly shook their heads in agreement. No problem at all, certainly not. I will promptly submit your name, Alchemist Chen. And shall we consider this settled? Very well, but when does the competition commence, and how long will it last? Chen Xiao inquired. In 3 days. We shall depart for Longyang City, a secondary city. We will gather there, and then proceed together to the imperial capital of Tianwu City. Prior to this, Our academy must conduct an internal selection to filter a group of participants for the competition. Of course, Alchemist Chen, you need not partake in this selection. On the day before our departure, Brother Han will notify you. Dean Mo explained, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Understood. By the way, I wish to borrow access to the Tianwu Academy's library, may I? Chen Xiao suddenly remembered something and spoke hastily. Haha, Alchemist Chen, you are now a student of our Tianwu Academy, so you naturally have the right to visit the library at any time. Here, take this token. You may freely access the first 5 floors of the library. Most of the valuable materials are concentrated on the 5th floor. Mo reached into his possession and produced a jet-black token, handing it to Chen Xiao. The others nearby were momentarily stunned by the sight of the token, as it represented the authority of the dean. They were astonished that it had been entrusted to Chen Xiao. However, considering Chen Xiao's significance to the Tianwu Academy, it was not surprising after all. Thank you very much. Chen Xiao did not ponder further, since it had been given to him, and he indeed needed to consult some materials. He accepted it without hesitation. After exchanging a few more words regarding the alchemical martial tournament, the esteemed deans hurriedly departed under Han Xiaolai's guidance, along with Han Shuer. In the courtyard, only Chen Xiao remained. Glancing at the token in his hand and finding himself with some idle time, he promptly exited the courtyard and made his way toward the Tianwu Academy beyond. This time, Chen Xiao's objective was naturally the library of the Tianwu Academy. Within the academy, there exists a library solely accessible to all its students. However, general students are permitted to enter only the 1st and 2nd floors, while access to the upper floors requires authorization. Chen Xiao remained in a state of partial understanding regarding many aspects of this world, and to acquire knowledge, he had to rely on his own exploration. For instance, during his previous visit to the Xian sect, he witnessed others utilizing their bloodline powers to execute martial techniques, even enhancing their potency, a concept that had been entirely foreign to him. Consequently, a significant part of his motivation for entering the library this time was to delve into this matter. The library of Tianwu Academy was easy to locate. Situated at the center of the academy, surrounded by a vast plaza and accompanied by directional signs, allowing Chen Xiao to find it without difficulty. The library was bustling with students entering and exiting. Appearing as merely another student, Chen Xiao attracted no attention, and with no guards present outside, he smoothly stepped inside. The library was an immense 6-story edifice, sprawling over at least 1,000 square meters. Upon entering, one could see rows of towering bookshelves, with desks and chairs neatly arranged in the distance, where several Tianwu Academy students were seated, evidently engrossed in their reading. In this regard, it bore a striking resemblance to the libraries of his previous life. Once inside, Chen Xiao casually approached an unoccupied bookshelf, standing still to observe. He picked up a book dedicated to pharmacology, which gradually elaborated on the identification of medicinal herbs, their properties, and their growing conditions. However, finding it unhelpful, he merely glanced at it before discarding it. Next, he scanned the surrounding shelves and discovered that most of the nearby books pertained to pharmacology or alchemy. While these subjects might be beneficial for the average individual, they were of no use to Chen Xiao, as he had already absorbed the fundamentals of beginner and intermediate alchemy. When he exchanged for those skills, such knowledge was indelibly etched in his mind, beyond the reach of forgetfulness. After wandering around the vicinity, he found the entirety of the area dominated by alchemical texts, rendering him somewhat speechless. At the same time, he was astonished by the prosperity of the Alchemy Institute within Tianwu Academy, which possessed such a vast collection of alchemical literature, indicative of the institute's considerable size. Continuing his search, Chen Xiao finally stumbled upon a different kind of book. It was an aged, yellowed tome, carelessly placed on the shelf. His gaze fell upon it, where the title read a compendium of the Fengyue continent, inscribed in large, seal script characters. Notably, the written characters of this world bore a striking resemblance to the seal script of his previous life, leaving him to ponder whether it was mere coincidence. However, having inherited the consciousness of this body, he also retained the ability to recognize characters, rendering the examination of these texts entirely accessible to him. Upon perusing the pages of the tome, Chen Xiao discovered that it was a dedicated account of the geographical layout and other particulars of the wind and moon continent. For him at this moment, it was undoubtedly a commendable volume, prompting him to stand and delve into its contents. After attaining the Martial King realm, A martial artist's capacity to absorb vast amounts of celestial spiritual energy not only fortifies their physical form, but also enhances their intellect significantly. Chen Xiao had already acquired the remarkable ability to remember everything at a glance. With merely a cursory examination, he committed the entirety of the book's contents to memory. The text primarily delineated several powerful nations on the Wind and Moon continent, such as the Tianwu Kingdom, Tianli Kingdom, Dongshuan Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, and Qi Kingdom, among others, including some smaller vassal states. Additionally, it chronicled certain unique entities, notably a lineage referred to as the Ancient Clan, detailing their circumstances. Chapter 135, Welcoming Chen Xiao regrettably. The records regarding the Ancient Clan are scant, even less numerous than what Chen Xiao already knows. Furthermore, there is absolutely no information concerning Jiangling, as relayed to Chen Xiao by Gu Mengbing, which leaves him feeling somewhat discontented. After exploring a few peculiarities about the Fengyue continent in the vicinity, Chen Xiao finally ascended to the second level. The second level, akin to the first, houses a plethora of books. However, it is markedly more refined. Some of the tomes have been meticulously curated, ensuring a superior experience for those perusing them. In this layer, Chen Xiao ultimately discovered the purpose of his visit, an understanding and application of bloodline power. Unfortunately, the explanations were rather rudimentary, potentially beneficial to martial apprentices and masters, yet of little value to someone of Chen Xiao's caliber, who had already attained the martial king realm. Nonetheless, he diligently read through the material. While the practical utility was limited, his comprehension of bloodline power ascended to a new level. Next came the third level. As Chen Xiao approached this tier, he was abruptly halted by an elderly man. However, upon presenting the token bestowed by Dean Mo, he was granted passage into the third level. The collection of books here was half compared to the second level, yet it encompassed not merely elementary introductions to bloodline power, but also numerous techniques for its application. For instance, strategies for precisely controlling bloodline power during combat to unleash its full potential, as well as methods for augmenting weapons with bloodline power. There were even insights on how to condense bloodline power into attacks, reminiscent of the assault Chen Xiao endured at Xian Sect. The myriad of introductions captivated Chen Xiao, prompting him to unconsciously envision the methodologies of utilizing bloodline power within his mind. Time swiftly slipped away in this immersive pursuit. Before he knew it, a day and night had passed since Chen Xiao entered the library. This repository of knowledge did not distinguish between day and night. It could be accessed at any hour. Armed with Dean Mo Feng's token, Chen Xiao diligently perused the third level and advanced to the fifth level, thoroughly examining all the texts contained therein. While some contents proved of little practical use, as Chen Xiao would say, acquiring additional knowledge is never detrimental. Upon exiting the library once more, it was already noon on the following day. The scorching sun poured down from the sky. After leaving the Tianwu Academy, Chen Xiao made his way directly to the stables outside the city, where he spent several thousand gold to procure a dragon steed and set off with great speed. This time, Chen Xiao's destination was Qingyang Town. Initially, he had no intention of returning. However, with the elder Chen Yuanshan still at the Chen family estate and the Ziyun sect lurking nearby, uncertain of their next move, it was prudent for him to make some preparations before embarking on the alchemy and martial arts tournament to avoid any unforeseen complications. From Beixian City to Qingyang Town, Chen Xiao took several hours to arrive just as the sun began to set. Qingyang Town was bustling as ever. And although the Chen family had previously faced turmoil due to an attack, everything had been smoothed over upon the return of the ancestral patriarch, Chen Yuanshan. The Chen family resumed their normal lives and even experienced rapid, stable growth. However, this was merely the facade perceived by outsiders. Within the Chen family, the senior members wore troubled expressions. The entire clan was aware of the offense Chen Xiao had committed against the Ziyun sect. While the return of the patriarch was a tremendous boon, the unresolved threat from the Ziyun sect meant that the Chen family would forever live in trepidation. In recent times, despite the rapid development, discerning observers would notice the mysterious disappearance of several talented individuals from the Chen family. Their whereabouts remained a mystery, even to the majority of the clan members. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Chen family, Chen Yuanshan and Chen Dingshan occupied the prominent positions, while Chen Zhao's uncles and several clan elders stood below. Great Elder, has the transfer been executed smoothly? Chen Dingshan inquired. his gaze fixed upon the great elder on his left. The great elder nodded in response, stating, "It has been handled. Aside from myself, no one else is aware of their whereabouts." That is reassuring. Chen Dingshan sighed in relief and then turned to Chen Yuanshan, suggesting, "Brother, it might be prudent for you to conceal yourself as well. Even if the Chen family encounters difficulties in the future with your prowess, you could lead us back to prosperity." "That will not be necessary. My mind is made up. The Ziyun sect may be formidable, but if I were to flee, would you all merely await your demise?" Chen Yuanshan waved his hand, resolutely dismissing Chen Dingshan's proposition. At that moment, a family member rushed into the hall, bowing respectfully to the assembled leaders. "Greetings, patriarch, esteemed elders. Chen Kai, what brings you here?" Chen Dingshan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the young man as one of the disciples stationed at the city gate of Qingyang town. "Patriarch, I have seen young master Chen Xiao," Chen Kai exclaimed hurriedly. "What?" Chen Yuanshan immediately rose, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Kai. The others turned their attention to the disciple as well. Since Chen Xiao had departed, he had not returned, and news of his return was met with great joy. It was known that Chen Dingshan and the others had heard from Chen Yuanshan about the events that transpired when Chen Xiao single-handedly infiltrated the Ziyun sect to rescue both him and Chen Dingshan. This indicated that Chen Xiao's abilities were indeed formidable. If he had returned, perhaps the Chen family might stand a chance against the Ziyun sect after all. Young master Chen Xiao had previously entered through the southern gate, and after handing me a dragon steed, he made his way directly toward the center of the city, seemingly heading toward the Pill Tower. Chen Kai quickly responded, "Heading to the Pill Tower?" The members of the Chen family were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, as none could comprehend Chen Xiao's intentions. Only Chen Yuanshan's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. If anyone present had the deepest insight into Chen Xiao, it would undoubtedly be Chen Yuanshan. Throughout their journey, Chen Lian had informed him of many aspects concerning Chen Xiao, including the fact that he had already become a third-tier alchemist. "Dingshan, accompany me to the Pill Tower to meet Chen Xiao," Chen Yuanshan declared, casting a glance at his companion, Chen Dingshan, as he slowly rose to his feet. "Does Big Brother know what Chen Xiao intends to do at the Pill Tower?" Chen Dingshan inquired, momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuanshan, reflecting a sense of inquiry. He was not alone. Others also regarded Chen Yuanshan with a mixture of confusion. Chapter 136. Collaboration Sighing. Chen Yuanshan eventually raised his hand to explain, "Chen Xiao has already become an alchemist, and moreover, a third-tier one. Are you aware of this?" "What? How is that possible? Chen Xiao is an alchemist? This cannot be true." A chorus of incredulous exclamations erupted. However, once these words were uttered, the faces of the listeners flushed crimson, for the speaker was none other than Chen Yuanshan, their elder and the current patriarch of the Chen family. While others might deceive them, Chen Yuanshan had no reason to lie. Furthermore, as Chen Xiao made his way to the alchemist tower, none could ascertain his true intentions. What if he truly was an alchemist? "Do you doubt it?" Chen Yuanshan remarked calmly, offering no further elaboration as he stepped outside. Behind him, the senior members of the Chen family momentarily stood in astonishment before hastily following suit. A procession of individuals moving purposefully towards the alchemist tower. Along the way, many observed the rare sight of over a dozen senior Chen family members emerging together, particularly noting the presence of both the family elder and Chen Dingshan. Curious onlookers trailed behind, speculating whether someone had acted foolishly and offended the Chen family, prompting their collective inquiry for retribution. However, upon reaching their destination, they exchanged bewildered glances, for the Chen family had directly entered the alchemist tower. Were they seeking trouble with the tower? This thought ignited excitement, with flushed faces imagining the spectacle that would ensue if a confrontation were indeed in store. Yet, the anticipated commotion did not materialize. Instead, the Chen family members entered the tower courteously and requested an audience, leaving the followers perplexed. Before long, an elderly gentleman emerged, accompanied by several disciples clad in alchemist robes. He courteously bowed to the Chen family, stating, "I am the vice president of the alchemist tower, and it is an honor to meet the head of the Chen family and brother Chen Yuanshan." Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who was this elder? The vice president of the alchemist tower. He occupied a position of immense authority, second only to the president, and was a prominent figure even within the entirety of Qingyang town. Typically, the heads of the four major families treated him with the utmost respect, wary of offending him in any way. Yet now, this esteemed individual was extending such deference to the Chen family? Although the Chen family had indeed risen to the status of the foremost family in Qingyang town, this was hardly the reason for the vice president's remarkable courtesy. In line with the reactions of those around them, the Chen family members prepared to bow in greeting upon encountering the vice president, only to be taken aback when he offered his salutations first. Chen Dingshan quickly stepped forward, supporting the vice president's hand as he said, "There is no need for such formalities, Vice President. We apologize for the abrupt visit. We hope it has not caused any disturbance." Haha. Please do not hesitate to call me Brother Yang. The vice president chuckled, then turned his gaze away from Chen Dingshan and took a few steps forward, approaching Chen Yuanshan with a beaming smile. "Brother Chen," he said, "Master Chen Xiao is currently a guest at our alchemy tower. Shall I escort you up?" "Haha. Then I must trouble you, Brother Yang." Chen Dingshan replied with a slight smile, his heart already forming some conjectures about these developments. The significant shift in the vice president's demeanor could undoubtedly be attributed to his grandson, Chen Xiao. With this thought, his smile broadened. The members of the Chen family, standing behind Chen Yuanshan, exchanged glances, particularly Chen Hai and Chen Tao, whose mouths gaped in astonishment. They had frequented the alchemy tower before, yet rarely did anyone pay them any heed, let alone receive such a warm welcome from the vice president himself. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The group followed the vice president directly into the alchemy tower, ascending to the third floor for the first time, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, bewildered and exchanging glances. Though unaware of the exact circumstances, the attitude of the alchemy tower's personnel towards the Chen family was already quite intriguing, particularly for the Qin and Zhao families, who had previously opposed the Chens. Upon hearing this news, they cursed the Lin family thoroughly in their hearts. Though the Lin family was no more, the Qin and Zhao families, having once aided the Lin family against the Chen family, now found themselves marginalized by the Chens. Were it not for the Chen family's current lack of sufficient strength, they might have been outright expelled from Qingyang town. Even so, the recent period had been quite challenging for both families. In the reception hall on the third floor of the alchemy tower, Chen Xiao sat with a cup of fragrant tea before him. Across from him, Zhao Yin sat with a cheerful demeanor, occasionally engaging in light-hearted discussions regarding the art of alchemy. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, followed closely by the arrival of the vice president leading the Chen family. "Grandfather, you have arrived," Chen Xiao exclaimed, rising to greet Chen Yuanshan with a smile. As for the others, he merely cast a fleeting glance and nodded lightly, showing no intention to converse. Chen Dingshan stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Eventually, it was Zhao Yin who took the initiative, inviting, "You are all family of Master Chen Xiao. Please, come in and sit with us." "In that case, we would be honored to oblige," Chen Dingshan replied politely, clasping his fists, and then led the Chen family inside. Chen Xiao immediately motioned for Chen Yuanshan to sit beside him. While the other members of the Chen family settled a short distance away, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and indignation as they gazed at Chen Xiao. Their surprise stemmed from Zhao Yan's respectful demeanor towards Chen Xiao, referring to him as Master Chen, a tone of reverence that was truly unimaginable coming from the president of the alchemy tower. Chen Xiao was understandably incensed by their attitude. As a member of the same clan, he chose to overlook them entirely, an act they perceived as nothing short of heretical. Yet, they conveniently forgot how they had once treated both Chen Xiao and Chen Lan. To their astonishment, Zhao Yan's subsequent words left them even more taken aback. He assured them that there would be no issue in providing cultivation resources for the Chen family. They could simply communicate their needs directly to the head of the Chen family, and they would receive the most favorable prices. As Zhao Yan spoke, his gaze fixed upon Chen Yuanshan and Chen Dingshan. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind Chen Zhao's disdain for Chen Dingshan, he felt it prudent to refrain from making any statements that could be misinterpreted. As long as he maintained a respectful demeanor, he trusted that Chen Xiao would not hold it against him. "For further details, you may discuss with my grandfather. Here is a compilation of insights from a 6th-grade alchemist, which I hope will prove beneficial to you, President." With that, Chen Xiao produced a tome filled with knowledge on alchemy and refining techniques. Chapter 137, Renowned Indeed. This tome was procured by Chen Xiao from the system at the cost of 800 gold coins. Although it did not constitute an intermediate alchemy skill book, it could certainly be regarded as a simplified alchemical manual. By diligently following the instructions within, one could undoubtedly aspire to become a 4th or even 5th-tier alchemist without any hindrance. Initially, Zhao Yan had intended to decline the benefits offered by Chen Xiao. When Chen Xiao approached him earlier, requesting assistance in providing some elixirs for the Chen family disciples and seeking a small favor, he had readily acquiesced, motivated by the desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Xiao. After all, he was already aware of Chen Xiao's formidable status as a 5th-tier alchemist. However, the offering presented by Chen Xiao was simply too compelling to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yan proactively extended his hand to accept it. Upon perusing just a few pages, a look of delight illuminated his face. He promptly rose and declared, "In that case, I shall shamelessly accept this gift. Should the Chen family encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, and I shall endeavor to help within my capacity." Chen Xiao smiled, for this was precisely the objective of his visit. He nodded in acknowledgement and clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Then I am most grateful." With that, he wasted no further time and turned to Chen Yuanshan, saying, "Grandfather, let us take our leave." "Very well, let us depart," Chen Yuanshan responded, also rising to his feet. After exchanging farewells with Zhao Yan and the others, he followed the vice president and others as they exited. The Chen family members trailed behind, hastily arriving and just as swiftly departing. Nevertheless, the elders, who had initially borne expressions of discontent, transformed into ones of astonishment. They had been keenly attentive to Zhao Yan's remarks, which resonated profoundly among the higher echelons of the Chen family. While such declarations might not hold weight if spoken by an ordinary individual, Zhao Yan, as the president of the Alchemist Guild, was a figure whose words commanded unyielding respect. His promise to safeguard the Chen family was a commitment that would undoubtedly be honored. Even the Ziyun sect would need to weigh the repercussions of offending the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, another source of elation for the Chen family was the revelation that Chen Xiao was indeed an alchemist, and judging by his rank, he was certainly of a high caliber. Otherwise, Zhao Yan would not regard him with such reverence. It was common knowledge among the Chen family members that Zhao Yan was a peak 2nd-tier alchemist, and the mere fact that he treated Chen Xiao with such esteem suggested that Chen Xiao was at least a 3rd-tier alchemist. Alchemists hold a status even more esteemed and rare than that of martial artists. A mere 1st-tier alchemist could elevate a small family to prosperity, potentially nurturing it into a clan of the Chen family's stature. Should Chen Xiao truly be a 3rd-tier alchemist, the Chen family would not only secure a prominent position in Xingyang town, but might also wield significant influence in Beixian city. The prospect of confirming Chen Xiao's status as a 3rd-tier alchemist ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the senior members of the Chen family, especially Chen Dingshan. After hesitating for a long while, took a few steps forward to catch up with the ahead Chen Xiao, cautiously inquiring, "Chen Xiao, have you become a 3rd-tier alchemist now?" Chen Xiao paused slightly, turned his head to glance at Chen Dingshan, and gently shook his head, replying, "No. Not?" A look of disappointment surged in Chen Dingshan's eyes, and a group of people behind him also halted, their expressions tinged with embarrassment and anger. They had begun to envision their promising futures, only to have their fantasies shattered by Chen Xiao's light remark. "Then you are a 2nd-tier alchemist?" Chen Tao, from behind, could no longer contain himself and interjected. Upon hearing this, others' eyes sparkled, although a 2nd-tier alchemist could not compare to a 3rd-tier one for the Chen family. A 2nd-tier alchemist was already quite impressive. To their surprise, Chen Xiao still shook his head, calmly stating, "Not that either." "Then why are President Zhao Yan and the others treating you with such courtesy?" Chen Hai's voice chimed in, laced with skepticism. Chen Xiao came to a halt, slowly turned to look at him, and after a moment of silence, replied, "Because I am a 5th-tier alchemist." Upon saying this, he turned and walked ahead, while Chen Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback before hastily following. The rest of the Chen family stood rooted in place. Even Chen Dingshan was momentarily stunned, repeating in disbelief, "A 5th-tier alchemist? Did Chen Xiao just say he is a 5th-tier alchemist?" Behind him, the crowd of Chen family members erupted in excitement after the initial shock. An alchemist, particularly a 5th-tier one, represented a formidable existence akin to the martial emperor realm. Though lacking the cultivation of a martial emperor, their influence undeniably surpassed that of an ordinary martial emperor. Indeed, If a typical fifth-tier alchemist were willing to divulge even a morsel of information, numerous martial emperors would likely rush to ally with Chen Xiao. Once this identity was established, even the Zuiyue sect would think twice before troubling the Chen family. The thought that such a pressing concern for the Chen family could be so effortlessly alleviated brought immense joy to the higher-ups of the Chen family. When they finally regained their composure, Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan had already walked far ahead, prompting the group to hastily pursue them. Chen Xiao, is what you said earlier true? After catching up, Chen Dingshan asked, still somewhat uncertain, wishing to confirm he had not misheard. Yes, I am a fifth-tier alchemist. Furthermore, find someone to spread this news. Chen Xiao replied coolly, unwilling to elaborate further. However, upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Chen Dingshan instantly realized that Chen Xiao was aiding the Chen family. Once this information circulated, who would dare to provoke the Chen family? They would be scrambling to curry favor instead, particularly the Zuiyue sect, which posed a significant threat. They would certainly not dare to overtly target the Chen family again. Otherwise, they risked incurring Chen Xiao's wrath, and until they were confident in dealing with him, the Zuiyue sect would be exceedingly cautious in their actions. Chen Dingshan directed his gaze towards Chen Yuanshan. Although this was a directive from Chen Xiao, he dared not divulge any details about Chen Xiao's affairs, for fear that it might attract the attention of those with malicious intentions, potentially leading to disaster for Chen Xiao. Nevertheless, Chen Yuanshan held an unwavering trust in his younger brother. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's glance, he could only nod and acquiesce, saying, "Let us proceed as Chen Xiao has instructed." "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately," Chen Dingshan responded, his spirit invigorated. He promptly turned to communicate this matter to several elders of the Chen family behind him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and Chen Yuanshan paid no heed to those trailing them and returned directly to the ancestral grounds of the Chen family. That evening, the Chen family hosted a rare family banquet, with nearly every member in attendance, gathered together in a jubilant atmosphere filled with laughter and song, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in recent days. The news of Chen Xiao's status as a fifth-tier alchemist had spread throughout the entirety of Qingyang town. Chapter 138. Rumors. As the news of Chen Xiao being a fifth-tier alchemist spread like wildfire, he became an emblematic figure in the entire Qingyang town. Various rumors about him surfaced incessantly. Some claimed that Chen Xiao was orphaned from a young age and lacked any innate bloodline power. When he reached the age of 15, he was merely an ordinary individual until he encountered a mysterious master who bestowed upon him a formidable legacy, leading to his astonishing achievements in a single moment of enlightenment. Others suggested that the earlier rumors branding Chen Xiao as a waste were merely a smokescreen deliberately orchestrated by the Chen family to protect him, ensuring that he would not attract unwanted attention before he had fully developed his potential, thus preventing any untimely demise. Those within the Chen family who were privy to the truth could only chuckle at the absurdity of these tales, choosing not to clarify the misunderstandings. However, many curious souls sought answers at the Alchemist Guild, reasoning that inquiries regarding an alchemist should be directed there. The outcome was nothing short of astounding. The guild acknowledged Chen Xiao's extraordinary prowess in alchemy, even speculating that he might possess capabilities far beyond that of a mere fifth-tier alchemist. Upon this revelation, the entire Qingyang town was set ablaze with excitement. That very evening, during the clan banquet hosted by the Chen family, numerous individuals approached with the desire to meet Chen Xiao, many bearing lavish gifts in hopes of securing an audience with him. Yet, Chen Yuanshan intercepted these advances, citing that Chen Xiao was preoccupied with alchemy and unavailable for meetings. He understood that his grandson harbored no sense of belonging or fondness for the Chen family, and he feared that pestering him with trivial matters might provoke Chen Xiao to forsake the family altogether, leading to dire consequences. In truth, Chen Xiao was indeed engrossed in the art of alchemy, though one might argue that he was also indulging in a leisurely pursuit. Within the courtyard stood a blazing alchemical furnace, from which tendrils of azure smoke ascended. On the table to Chen Xiao's left rested over a dozen porcelain vials, each filled with the elixirs he had just crafted. As time passed, the flames in the furnace gradually dimmed. Chen Xiao then patted the furnace, causing its lid to open, releasing a peculiar and enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, 6 perfectly round, snow-white pills levitated, enveloped in his true essence, and were placed into a vial. Having completed this task, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards the entrance of the courtyard, where Chen Yuanshan had appeared at an unknown moment. "Grandfather, come in." Chen Xiao greeted with a smile, and with another gesture, he cast another batch of herbs into the furnace. Chen Yuanshan, having lingered for nearly the duration of a tea break, refrained from interrupting Chen Xiao's alchemical endeavors until he was beckoned over, at which point he approached with a smile, his nostrils flaring slightly in the fragrant air. "What elixir are you concocting? It smells delightful." This freshly made elixir is the 5th-tier breakthrough pill, which can enhance a martial general's chances of advancing to the martial king realm by 30%. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xiao casually tossed the porcelain vial filled with elixirs into the air. Chen Yuanshan, who was ambling along, felt an inexplicable jolt upon hearing Chen Xiao's voice and saw the vial spinning towards him. He hastily summoned his true essence and caught it deftly from the air. Turning to Chen Xiao with a hint of reproach, "This is a 5th-grade elixir. How could you carelessly throw it? What if it were to break?" Chen Xiao merely tilted his head and glanced at the table beside him. It was then that Chen Yuanshan noticed that the several porcelain vials on his grandson's table were all brimming with elixirs. "Are these all breaking realm elixirs?" Chen Yuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. It is well known that these elixirs not only assist martial generals in breaking through to the martial king realm, but they are also exceedingly difficult to concoct. Even a 5th-grade alchemist of lesser cultivation may struggle to produce them. This rarity has rendered the breaking realm elixirs almost non-existent in the market, reaching a point where they are valuable yet unavailable. Had Chen Yuanshan possessed even one of such elixirs in his youth, he might have ascended to the martial king realm long ago, thus sparing himself countless hours of toil and effort. "You've concocted so many elixirs. Are you planning to leave?" Chen Yuanshan, wise with age, quickly surmised Chen Xiao's intentions upon witnessing the elixirs. Chen Xiao was not the least bit surprised that his grandfather could discern his plans. Instead, he nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, I shall depart for Tianwu Academy tomorrow. I promised Elder Han that I would represent their academy in the competition, which will last approximately a month. Be cautious on your journey," Chen Yuanshan said with a slight nod before continuing. "As for Lan, we shall take our time to devise a plan. Since she has been taken by her kin, it is likely that no issues will arise. There is no need for you to worry excessively." "Understood," Chen Xiao acknowledged. Having previously informed Chen Yuanshan about Chen Lan's situation, "You should keep these elixirs. Consider them resources for the future development of the Chen family. I may not return often, but if there are matters that require resolution, you can seek Elder Han's assistance at Tianwu Academy." Chen Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction, accepting the vials and placing them into the storage ring that Chen Xiao had prepared for him. The grandfather and grandson engaged in heartfelt conversation throughout the night, until the first light of dawn, when Chen Xiao quietly departed from the Chen residence. Within the Chen Xiao's courtyard, Chen Yuanshan stood silently, gazing at the retreating figure of Chen Xiao as he left through the gate, lost in thought. At Tianwu Academy, North Xian City Branch. As the most powerful entity within the Tianwu Kingdom, with the highest number of academies, the Danwu competition held every 3 years is a highly anticipated event nationwide. This is primarily due to the fact that the Danwu competition is a grand celebration of the entire Tianwu Kingdom. Anyone residing within the kingdom, as long as they are students of Tianwu Academy, is eligible to participate in the preliminary selection and ultimately ascend to the competition stage in the imperial capital. The Danwu contest is not merely a competition between academies. It serves as a grand stage for numerous prodigious talents to showcase their abilities. Countless elites converge in one place to vie for prominence, ultimately culminating in a widely recognized ranking. This ranking essentially epitomizes the pinnacle of youthful prowess within the Tianwu realm. Securing a favorable position could lead to recruitment by prestigious families or formidable factions, propelling one to unprecedented heights. Many extraordinary talents enter the Tianwu Academy with the sole aim of seizing such an opportunity to compete before the world. At this very moment, this coveted chance has finally been bestowed upon them. Presently, in the plaza of the Tianwu Academy in Beixin City, 19 vibrant youths stand quietly, awaiting their fate, while a cadre of high-ranking officials from the academy silently observes before them. Chapter 139. A long wait as time gradually slipped away, the elite disciples. Selected from the over 10,000 talents of the North Xian branch of Tianwu Academy, began to grow restless, whispering amongst themselves. "Who do you think the leader is this time? With such an air of importance, we have been waiting here for half an hour, yet they still have not arrived. It is one thing for us to wait, but to make even the dean wait is quite audacious, remarked a young man clad in a purple robe, holding a landscape fan, his brow slightly furrowed. I am not certain. However, I have heard that the leader was a last-minute addition. Whether they entered by virtue of their own formidable strength or through some backdoor connections, I cannot say, replied another young scholar, appearing to be in his early 20s. This young man, named Fong Wan, had originally been expected to assume the leadership role due to his status as the champion of the previous Danwu competition. Yet, now this prestigious position had been unexpectedly claimed by someone he had never even heard of, leaving him feeling quite discontented. Naturally, the other onlookers caught wind of this somewhat resentful discourse, yet none dared to speak in defense of Chen Xiao. Firstly, they were entirely unfamiliar with him. Having never heard of his name before, they were understandably unsettled by his sudden prominence among their ranks. Secondly, given their lack of acquaintance with Chen Xiao, they saw no reason to offend a fellow student for someone so obscure. Nevertheless, not all shared this sentiment. Among the group of young men stood a lone woman, dressed in a delicate peach-colored robe, her hair elegantly styled, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating all who beheld her. Upon hearing the murmurs of discontent, Lu Mei raised her brows, disdain etched upon her features. What purpose does it serve to speak ill of someone in their absence? If anyone feels aggrieved, they may prove their prowess during the Danwu competition. We are a team. Let us not initiate discord before we even set out. I would prefer not to be hindered by any of you. At her words, the expressions of the surrounding scholars shifted, for the speaker was none other than the first-ranked contender in the Dan competition of Tianwu Academy. A woman who had achieved such a remarkable title amidst a congregation of prodigies was no small feat, and one could only imagine the extent of her alchemical prowess. More importantly, she was Mo Yun, granddaughter of the esteemed Dean Mo Feng of Tianwu Academy. Sister Mo is jesting. We are merely engaging in some light discussion. If this leader truly possesses the strength to lead us to victory and secure an admirable rank, we shall undoubtedly offer our full support, Feng Wan said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Mo Yun with tender eyes. Though Mo Yun's appearance may not be described as breathtakingly beautiful, it is certainly not lacking in charm. Moreover, she is a bona fide third-tier alchemist, renowned even within the academy, with countless admirers, among whom Feng Wan is one. The others present were equally aware of this fact, and thus, no further comments were made as their gazes shifted to the distant figures of the dean and others. After an extended wait, the time for departure was drawing near. At that moment, a youth clad in a black long robe, his hair casually tied back, sauntered towards them. Initially, the onlookers paid little heed, but gradually they noticed that he was indeed approaching them. Could this young man have business with them? Or perhaps, he was the formidable leader they had been awaiting? Many pairs of eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Chen Xiao, for he appeared extraordinarily youthful, hardly more than 15 or 16. Moreover, his relaxed demeanor betrayed no sense of urgency, which incited a subtle irritation among several observers. The higher-ups of Tianwu Academy also recognized the approaching youth. Dean Mo Feng's face brightened with a smile as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "Chen Xiao, you've arrived." "Indeed. I just rushed back from outside. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," Chen Xiao replied, a hint of contrition in his gaze as he nodded slightly to the deans. The deans waved their hands dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. However, this exchange ignited a fervor among the gathered young elites. To them, Chen Xiao's demeanor seemed devoid of any genuine remorse. At the very least, he ought to have offered a sincere apology, yet his casual attitude was perplexing. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chen Xiao's gaze swept over them. He scanned the group and then turned to Mo Feng and Han Xiao, inquiring, "Are these individuals participating in the Danwu competition?" "Indeed, these are all meticulously selected elites from Tianwu Academy, of a quality surpassing that of previous years," Mo Feng replied with a smile, while the other high-ranking officials regarded Chen Xiao with curiosity. Chen Xiao's name had resonated throughout the upper echelons of Tianwu Academy in recent days, as everyone was aware that Dean Mo Feng had enlisted a powerful external ally. Unfortunately, aside from a few who had previously met Chen Xiao with Mo Feng, the others had yet to encounter him until now. "Not bad," Chen Xiao responded, nodding quietly. However, this remark utterly infuriated Feng Wan, who had waited so long only to receive such a lukewarm response. Most importantly, no matter how one looked at it, Chen Xiao appeared to be a mere boy, hardly deserving of the title of leader. Thus, Fangwen naturally took a couple of steps forward and introduced himself. I am Fangwen. You must be the leader of our Academy's Danwu competition, I presume. A pleasure to meet you. He then performed a courteous bow towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao merely inclined his head slightly, replying, Chen Xiao, a pleasure to meet you, without the slightest intention of returning the gesture. The other senior members of the academy nearby wore expressions that suggested this was to be expected, which irked Fangwen considerably. How could Chen Xiao be so arrogant, and to make him lose face in front of the one he admired? Nevertheless, he continued, it has been said that Brother Chen Xiao is an exceptionally skilled alchemist, and this time, he has audaciously registered for both the alchemy and martial arts competitions. What great ambition he possesses. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Fangwen's words. He sensed that there was more to this conversation than met the eye and wondered what Fangwen's intentions were in approaching him. However, glancing at Han Xiao and the others beside him, he simply nodded and replied, Indeed, I am merely here to give it a try. The important thing is the experience we gain from participating. Oh, Brother Chen, I must respectfully disagree with your sentiment. What brings us all the way to Tianwu City if not to enhance our reputations and secure a commendable ranking? Fangwen argued passionately, his face slightly flushed with excitement. In my humble opinion, the outcome is just as significant as the journey, especially since we represent the Northern Xian branch of Tianwu Academy. If we fail to achieve a commendable result, it would be a disservice to the expectations of our esteemed principal, would it not? Would you not agree, Brother Chen? Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Fangwen's fervor. Chapter 140, Mockery You. Fangwen was momentarily rendered speechless, completely taken aback by Chen Xiao's unexpected agreement. In his imagination, he had anticipated a vigorous debate with Chen Xiao, where he would showcase his eloquence and perhaps even reclaim the position of team leader. However, Chen Xiao's effortless nod left him somewhat at a loss. How confident are you about this endeavor? Fangwen asked, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the dean and others nearby, hoping to gauge their reactions. Unfortunately, the senior officials of Tianwu Academy chose to ignore his inquiry, as if they had not heard it at all, witnessing the indifferent expressions of the deans. The corners of several students' mouths twitched in disbelief. Was it not a tad excessive for the Academy's leadership to show such favoritism towards Chen Xiao? Even Mo Yun found herself speechless. Her grandfather's behavior was rather over the top. Typically, if any of the students made even a slight mistake, they would face reprimands. Yet, Chen Xiao's tardiness and the lack of concern for the competition's outcome seemed to merit no punishment, which they found utterly abnormal. Standing aside, Chen Xiao began to realize that Fangwen was likely seeking to provoke him intentionally. Preferring not to engage further in his banter, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have only a 50% chance. Upon hearing this, the academy leaders exchanged glances, while others instinctively turned their gaze toward Mo Feng and Han Xiao to seek clarification. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao continued, I possess merely a 50% chance of securing the first place in the Danwu competition. Success is 50%, and failure is also 50%. After delivering this statement, he smiled at Fangwen before turning to walk toward Dean Mo Feng. Left standing behind, Fangwen, feeling somewhat resentful, inquired, May I ask what rank of alchemist you are? 3rd rank. Or perhaps peak 3rd rank. 5th rank, came the cool reply, as Chen Xiao now approached Han Xiao and the others. Forgive the competitive spirit among the students. Han Xiao chuckled awkwardly, exchanging a knowing glance with Han Xiao. All right, we are about to depart, so allow me to introduce everyone to one another. We need not introduce ourselves, as you are all familiar with one another. This is our academy's newest student, Chen Xiao. Despite his youth, he is a bona fide master of alchemy, having attained the 5th rank, an achievement that even I can only admire from a distance. Furthermore, young Chen Xiao's martial prowess has also reached the martial king realm. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Our invitation to him is indeed justified. Throughout this journey, let us unite and strive to secure a commendable ranking. Han Xiao concluded emphatically, casting a sweeping glance over the 19 exceptionally talented students standing before him. When Chen Xiao uttered the words 5th grade, the surrounding students were utterly astonished, each one ensnared in a state of shock. Even Mo Yun, who had remained aloof from worldly matters, gazed wide-eyed at Chen Xiao. Previously, Hmph had not disclosed the specifics of Chen Xiao's cultivation level and alchemist rank. In her estimation, Chen Xiao was merely a peak third-grade alchemist like herself. But the reality far surpassed her expectations. This revelation illuminated her understanding of her grandfather's demeanor towards Chen Xiao. After all, he was a fifth-grade alchemist, a figure of such esteemed status that it rivaled that of a martial emperor, and thus, a modicum of courtesy was only to be expected. Stealing a glance at Chen Xiao, she noted that he was not paying them any mind, engrossed instead in conversation with Hmph and others. Her small nose crinkled in mild annoyance, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Subsequently, Han Xiao introduced Chen Xiao to the other 19 individuals present. Upon hearing Han Xiao mention Fangwen, Chen Xiao realized that the individual before him was the champion of martial combat, which explained his immediate desire to create trouble for him. Another noteworthy figure was Mo Yun. Although a woman, she was a bona fide peak third-grade alchemist, her alchemical skills rivaling even those of Han Xiao, marking her as a rare talent in the northern Xian branch. Among the 19, 11 were participating in martial combat, while only 9, including Chen Xiao, were set to compete in the alchemical contest. Aside from Mo Yun, there was another alchemist named Wang Yi, who also attained third-grade status. The remaining 7 were merely second-grade alchemists. Although they would accompany the group to Tianwu City, their primary purpose was to broaden their horizons and prepare for the next alchemical and martial contest. Now that everyone is acquainted and time is of the essence, let us embark, Han Xiao declared with a smile. Be cautious on your journey, and once you arrive, pay attention to your safety. I shall await your good news here. Hmph echoed, his expression equally cheerful, his gaze directed at Chen Xiao, as if addressing him directly. Very well, let us board. Han Xiao nodded, turning to stride toward the opposite side of the square. Following closely behind him, the 2 middle-aged men gestured towards Chen Xiao, inviting him to join them as they walked together into the distance. Meanwhile, Mo Yun and the others trailed behind, but one individual remained rooted in place, Fangwen. His expression shifted erratically, alternating between red and white. The memory of his earlier attempt to confront Chen Xiao filled him with a desire to vanish into the earth. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly younger boy was a fifth-grade alchemist and, more importantly, a formidable martial king. For Fangwen, the impact of encountering a martial king was even more profound than that of a fifth-grade alchemist, as he himself was not an alchemist, but a prodigy devoted to martial arts, a distinction that allowed him to rise above the myriad talents in the prestigious Tianwu Academy and earn the title of the unequivocal champion. Yet, even as the foremost among them, his cultivation was merely that of a 6-star martial general. While he may not have been the highest in cultivation within the esteemed Tianwu Academy, his prowess undoubtedly placed him at the pinnacle among the students. However, for the first time, Fangwen felt a profound sense of disillusionment. A martial king, Chen Xiao was indeed a martial king. The distinction between a martial general and a martial king was monumental. He could hardly fathom how Chen Xiao could have ascended to such heights at such a tender age. It is worth noting that there exists a prerequisite for enrollment in Tianwu Academy. Any student exceeding the age of 30 is automatically expelled. Since Chen Xiao was able to join, it was evident that his age was remarkably young, appearing to be merely in his teens. Chapter 141, Longyang City Fangwen. Let's go? The gentle voice of Mo Yun slowly roused Fangwen from his stupor. Realizing that a group of people awaited him at a distance, he dared not delay and hurriedly joined their ranks. After a brief walk, they arrived at the opposite end of the square. At the edge of the plaza, a colossal airship, resplendent in shades of gray and white, measuring 100 meters in length and soaring several dozen meters high, sat serenely anchored. A small dinghy was lowered from the vessel, allowing Chen Xiao and others to board in succession. Unlike ordinary cargo ships, this airship was evidently designed for passenger transport. Upon boarding, each individual found themselves assigned a private cabin, and Chen Xiao's quarters were particularly advantageous, situated on the second deck near the bow, with windows on 3 sides that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding beauty, a truly splendid location. Adjacent to Chen Xiao was Han Xiao, followed by several high-ranking officials from the Tianwu Academy. Shortly after everyone boarded, the airship began its ascent, gracefully gliding toward its destination, Longyang City. Not long after their departure, Chen Xiao stepped out alone onto the foredeck, gazing down at the shrinking silhouette of Beixian City, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain when he would return, but it was evident that in the short term, a return was implausible. A year's time would hardly suffice. All he could do was silently wish for a fruitful journey ahead. Longyang City, a secondary city within the Tianwu Kingdom, was classified as such based on its size and population. Spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, Longyang City boasted a populace of tens of millions, surrounded by an expansive outer city that presented a magnificent sight. By the time Chen Xiao and his companions arrived, a day had passed. In the plaza of the Tianwu Academy within Longyang City, the massive gray and white airship descended gracefully from the sky, ultimately anchoring securely at the edge of the square. From the airship, a group of individuals followed Han Xiao down the gangway, assembling in the plaza. Before long, a crowd surged toward them, led by a stern-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by 3 solemn middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Following them were 20 youths of various appearances, evidently the participants selected for the upcoming competition in Tianwu City. Unlike typical contests, this Danwu duel gathered representatives from all Tianwu Academy students, consolidating them in one place for competition within Tianwu City, providing these students with a platform to showcase their talents. As long as one possessed the requisite strength, there was no fear of being overlooked. Of course, even though each academy was allocated only 20 slots, the vastness of the Tianwu Kingdom, with its multitude of cities, resulted in hundreds of branches of the Tianwu Academy. Consequently, the number of participants swelled to nearly 10,000, marking a truly formidable assembly. On this occasion, Chen Xiao and his companions gathered in Longyang City, not only awaiting the arrival of individuals from the Longyang branch, but also drawing in people from the surrounding tertiary cities. Subsequently, they boarded a floating vessel to journey together to Tianwu City. After all, the cost of such ships is exorbitant, making it impractical for every branch to possess one. Ah, old Han, you have finally arrived. A middle-aged man of imposing demeanor smiled slightly as he approached, patting Han Xiaolai's shoulder in greeting. Han Xiaolai, in turn, jested back. Of course we came. How has this year fared? I presume those 20 little ones behind you? Indeed, I have a few promising talents this year. How about you? He cast a glance at Chen Xiao and his group, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Not bad. I see you have a little fellow who has reached the 6-star martial general realm. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaolai's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, as did the demeanor of those behind him. Particularly, Feng Wen and the others were taken aback, realizing that the individual across from them had failed to discern Chen Xiao's true cultivation level. Han Xiaolai, however, had no intention of exposing the truth, chuckling, I'm doing well. Much like you, it seems. How about the others? It has been years. Are they well? He turned his gaze towards the other individuals behind the middle-aged man. They are well, judging by your appearance. You seem to be thriving, they replied with laughter, clearly indicating a strong camaraderie between Han Xiaolai and the group. The higher-ups from Han Xiaolai's side also stepped forward to exchange pleasantries, revealing their familiarity with one another. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and his companions remained stationary, scrutinizing the opposing group. The others too surveyed Chen Xiao and his companions, appraising them one by one. With a mere glance, Chen Xiao perceived the cultivation levels of the 20 individuals. The lowest among them were 8 martial masters, while the remaining 12 were all martial generals. Notably, there were 5 individuals at the 5-star martial general level or higher, with one reaching the pinnacle at 9-star martial general and another at 8-star martial general. It was no wonder the opposing side had spoken with such confidence, evidently believing that the individuals from Beixian branch were inferior. Conversely, the group across continued their appraisal, particularly focusing on a disciple named Lu Tao, who had entered Tianwu Academy 3 years prior. With his remarkable talent, he had ascended from the 8-star martial master realm to the 9-star martial general realm within this brief span, even exchanging blows with a 1-star martial king. Upon observing the cultivation levels of Feng Wen and his companions, Lu Tao's lips curled in disdain. However, his eyes soon narrowed slightly, for there was one individual whose cultivation he could not fathom. This was a youth clad in black, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, sporting an innocent smile that belied his true nature. Despite repeated attempts to gauge Chen Xiao's cultivation, Lu Tao found himself at a loss. Yet, through his keen intuition, he sensed a faint aura of threat emanating from Chen Xiao. Could it be that this individual had also reached the pinnacle of the 9-star martial general realm? With this thought in mind, Lu Tao could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward a few paces, approached Chen Xiao, and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "I am Lu Tao, the leader of the Longyang branch, possessing the cultivation of a 9-star martial general. May I inquire about your esteemed title?" Upon hearing these words, not only did the numerous high-ranking officials of the Longyang branch cast surprised glances, but even Han Xiaolai and others found their attention drawn involuntarily. Particularly, Fong Wen and his companions, having previously suffered a setback at Chen Xiao's hands, had learned to tread carefully. Realizing their cultivation was inferior, they resolved not to provoke him. Now, unexpectedly, the Longyang branch had directly acknowledged Chen Xiao, which promised to be an intriguing spectacle. The expressions of Han Xiaolai and his associates grew increasingly peculiar. They had initially refrained from revealing their thoughts, but now, with the other party approaching them directly, he could almost foresee the discomfort on the faces of these old men, akin to having swallowed a fly, after Chen Xiao's response. Chapter 142 Departure. Who is this young friend? Han Xiaolai inquired with a smile, addressing the solemn-faced, middle-aged man before him. This time, I am the team leader, Han Xiaolai replied cheerfully. Simultaneously, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xiao's face as he introduced himself. I am Chen Xiao, the team leader of the North Xian branch. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's smile faltered, his pupils constricting dramatically. He had anticipated Chen Xiao would reveal his cultivation level, yet there was no indication that Chen Xiao intended to do so. This left Lu Tao momentarily stunned, and he instinctively blurted out, "What is your cultivation level?" "Oh, my cultivation level? I have only recently attained the Martial King realm," Chen Xiao casually responded, as if recalling something. Those beside Fong Wen had long been aware of Chen Xiao's cultivation and were not particularly surprised. However, the expressions of Lu Tao and his companions shifted in unison, particularly those facing Han Xiaolai, whose faces contorted as if they had swallowed a fly. They looked at Chen Xiao with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. It was hard for them to fathom that this youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, was indeed a martial king. They themselves were merely at the martial king level, yet Chen Xiao's prowess equaled theirs. Chen Xiao's declaration left them incredulous, but they could not dismiss it, for he had no motive to deceive them. More significantly, the reactions of Han Xiaolai and his companions clearly indicated the truth of the matter. "Ah, old Han, it seems you have acquired a remarkable talent for Tianwu Academy. This upcoming contest may very well secure a commendable ranking for you," the middle-aged man across from them remarked, his smile somewhat stiff. "Haha, may your words bring good fortune," Han Xiaolai replied, nodding with a teasing grin. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's smile froze, as if he felt he had overlooked something. Yet he could not discern what it was. Meanwhile, after absorbing Chen Xiao's cultivation level, Lu Tao's lips twitched slightly before he solemnly declared, "Chen Xiao? I shall remember that name. I look forward to competing with you on the martial stage." "Very well, I await your challenge." Chen Xiao responded with a hint of a smile, showing no intent to belittle his opponent. Lu Tao evidently regarded him as a recent initiate into the initial stage of a 1-star martial king, daring to challenge Chen Xiao, unaware that the latter could easily contend with 10 of him using a single hand. Mo Yun and the others stood silently behind Chen Xiao, though Mo Yun's gaze lingered on him, marked by a hint of intrigue. Throughout their journey, she had directly inquired with Han Xiaolai about Chen Xiao, even learning of his true cultivation level, which was at least that of a 3-star martial king and a 5th-grade alchemist. Had Lu Tao been privy to these facts, he would never have uttered such words. Of course, Mo Yun had no intention of enlightening him. As they conversed, a group of individuals approached slowly from the distance across the square. Han Xiaolai and the others immediately turned to look, then smiled. "It appears the people from the Annan City branch have arrived." Indeed, as a group approached, it became evident that 4 middle-aged men were leading 20 youthful individuals, both handsome and graceful. As they drew nearer, a sense of scrutiny ensued, yet nothing untoward transpired. With the passage of time, in addition to the inhabitants of Annan City, 3 other academies' representatives also made their way to the gathering. As the sun began to set, this assembly departed from a reception hall within Tianwu Academy, embarking upon an aerial vessel bound for the imperial capital, Tianwu City. Chen Xiao continued to reside in a second-floor chamber, alongside other senior members of various academies, while the majority of students occupied the first floor or the lower decks. Notably, a select few students also resided on the second floor. Yet none from the senior ranks of the 4 academies questioned Chen Xiao's superior accommodations. Perhaps Han Xiao had divulged certain insights to them, or perhaps they simply deemed it unworthy of their concern. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days elapsed. During this period, the group largely remained aboard the aerial vessel, disembarking only when supplies ran low to rest briefly at a nearby city before resuming their journey. The vast expanse of Tianwu country, with Longyang City situated at its periphery, necessitated nearly 10 days of travel, traversing numerous mountains, rivers, and lakes. On this particular day, Chen Xiao suddenly sensed a disturbance outside. After a brief observation, he swiftly exited his room and leaped onto the deck. On the deck of the aerial vessel, several senior members from various academies stood with furrowed brows, seemingly engaged in discussion, and paid Chen Xiao no mind as he arrived. Chen Xiao cast his gaze around and noticed that not only he, but also a significant number of students from Tianwu Academy had gathered on the deck, observing the surroundings. Curiosity piqued, Chen Xiao directed his attention outward. Before him lay an endless expanse of undulating mountains, lush trees towering majestically, accompanied by the occasional chorus of chirping insects and singing birds. The vast territory of Tianwu country allowed the aerial vessel to traverse the skies in a straight line, occasionally passing through jungles and mountain ranges. However, on this occasion, Chen Xiao sensed something amiss. The source of his unease was the sounds of the birds. It was imperative to remember that Chen Xiao's own prowess had been forcibly elevated through the hunting of numerous beasts within the monster beast forest, rendering him perhaps the most knowledgeable about the behavior of the creatures within that domain. At this moment, the bird calls he heard were laced with evident panic. There were either individuals below or something lurking beneath. Most alarmingly, the vessel was traveling at great speed, yet Chen Xiao could still discern the sounds of chaos from beneath, indicating that something was indeed following them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the area below, but alas, the aerial vessel soared 1,000 meters above the ground, rendering visibility futile. In a moment of helplessness, Chen Xiao reluctantly turned and made his way towards Han Xiaolai and the others. After nodding slightly to the other individuals, Chen Xiao turned his gaze towards Han Xiaolai and inquired, "Elder Han, is there something following us below?" The others engaged in conversation with Han Xiaolai immediately cast surprised glances at Chen Xiao, with one individual exclaiming in astonishment, "You noticed as well?" Indeed, Chen Xiao nodded subtly, his focus remaining on Han Xiaolai. Han Xiaolai, understanding Chen Xiao's implication, responded with a grave expression, "It appears we are being watched, and I estimate that we've been under observation for approximately half an hour, though we have only just become aware of it. Is it a beast?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Han Xiaolai exchanged glances with the other senior members of the academy before shaking his head gently. "It should not be. Based on our assessments, if my conjecture is correct, it is likely a band of robbers seeking to ambush us." Chapter 143, The Highway Robbers? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, for this term had not graced his ears in a considerable time. Surprisingly, upon arriving in this world, he encountered it once more. However, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly astonished Chen Xiao was the fact that the ship they were aboard was adorned with the grand flag of the Tianwu Academy. The assailants could not possibly be unaware of their affiliation with the academy. Given this awareness, the audacity to pursue them over such a distance clearly indicated a malicious intent. Yet, this transgression occurred within the borders of Tianwu, under the jurisdiction of the Tianwu Kingdom, which governed the academy. Who would dare to provoke them? This predicament left Chen Xiao perplexed, and his companions, including Han Xiaolai, were equally bewildered. Historically, no one had ever dared to rob the assets of Tianwu Academy, which was why they had ventured out without bringing along formidable experts. Among those present, the highest cultivation levels belonged to the senior members accompanying each academy, including Beixian Academy. There were 6 academies in total, with 4 senior members from each. Excluding the 10 martial generals, the remaining 14 were of the martial king realm. The most accomplished among them was a middle-aged man from Longyang Academy, whose cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 9-star martial king, mere steps away from attaining the martial emperor realm. Additionally, there was another 8-star martial king, 2 7-star martial kings, 1 6-star martial king, and the rest were below 5-star martial kings. In truth, these individuals were merely the senior figures from 2nd and 3rd-tier cities academies, lacking even the genuine authority of a headmaster. Their cultivation could certainly be deemed commendable, yet should they encounter ruthless bandits, they might find themselves outmatched. For the time being, they could only hope that none of the robbers possessed the prowess of a martial emperor. Should such a presence arise, Chen Xiao and his companions would likely be in grave peril. Amidst their deliberations, a sudden exclamation broke forth. "Dean's son, I just noticed someone swiftly advancing below us, seemingly tracking our movements, but it was too far to discern clearly." The alarmed voice belonged to Lu Tao of Longyang Academy, whose cultivation ranked second among the many academies, with Chen Xiao holding the first position. Dean's son, the middle-aged man from Longyang Academy's Pill Institute, who had previously exchanged pleasantries with Chen Lan, cast a grave look and commanded, "Everyone, come here. Summon the others, and do so swiftly." Upon hearing these words, the students, who had yet to notice any peculiarities, exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Dean's son's intentions. However, witnessing his serious demeanor, coupled with Lu Tao's earlier remarks, they were not foolish. They hurriedly dispatched individuals to gather their companions. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 120 students, including 24 senior members, congregated on the deck. Many individuals stood before Chen Lan and others, their faces etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation that had summoned them all in such a dramatic fashion. However, upon observing the solemn expressions of their academy's higher-ups, they refrained from further inquiries, silently awaiting what was to come. "I bear a piece of grim news for you all. However, I implore you not to panic upon hearing it," Director Sun proclaimed, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Lan before stepping forward. "What is it, Director Sun?" A student from Longyang Academy could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, drawing the attention of others toward the director. From Sun's words, they instinctively sensed a looming danger. Indeed, as his next statement echoed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "We may be targeted by bandits. This area is desolate for hundreds of miles, with the nearest city nearly 600 miles away. Eluding them may prove challenging, so I urge you to prepare for battle. All students below the martial general realm must retreat to the inner chambers for safety, while those above must join us in repelling these bandits. Otherwise, should they board our vessel, the consequences could be dire." "Director, are they formidable adversaries?" another voice inquired, and Chen Xiao glanced over, recognizing the speaker as an alchemist from Anyang Academy. "We are uncertain of their strength. The aerial ship has ascended to its maximum altitude. If they lack aerial vessels to pursue us, that would be ideal. However, if they do possess such ships, we may truly find ourselves in peril," Director Sun replied. His brow furrowed as his gaze instinctively drifted towards the dense forest below. At that moment, the entire aerial vessel was enveloped in a sea of clouds, and through the hazy mist, the lush mountains and rivers below were barely discernible. "Be cautious. Halt the ship." A sharp command suddenly pierced the air. The crowd froze, swiftly turning to Chen Xiao, who had issued the urgent warning. While others were momentarily stunned, the members of the North Xian branch, led by Chen Lan, quickly grasped the situation. "Stop the ship at once," Chen Lan urged, channeling his true essence to ensure that everyone aboard could hear his command. In the next moment, the vessel's speed began to diminish, and simultaneously, a chorus of gasps erupted. "Look, what are those dark shadows ahead? Hiss, there are people up ahead. Aerial vessels. They are all aerial vessels." Over a dozen aerial ships had completely encircled them. "What should we do now? What can we do?" Panic-stricken voices echoed one after another, tightening the tension in the hearts of all present. The expressions on Chen Lan and his companions grew increasingly grim, particularly as they gazed upward, where more than a dozen small hovering vessels hovered ominously in the air. Their faces paled at the sight. Had there been only 4 or 5 ships, Chen Lan and his companions might have felt merely apprehensive rather than fearful. However, the presence of over a dozen hovering vessels suggested a far greater number of assailants. Should the bandits' numbers swell beyond control, the prospect of resistance would become utterly futile. The hovering vessels, situated several thousand meters from the smaller ships, finally came to a complete halt, suspended motionless in the air, buoyed by a floating array and the propulsion of energy. At that moment, 3 additional small hovering vessels suddenly darted in from behind Chen Xiao and his companions, effectively sealing off their retreat. In an instant, Chen Xiao and his companions found themselves ensnared in a predicament from which there was no escape. Chapter 144. The Skywind Stronghold. The bandits have encircled us. This predicament is quite troublesome. Han Xiaolai furrowed his brow. Beside him, Dean Sun's expression mirrored his concern as he turned to the elderly man with graying hair behind him. Inquiring, Brother Qian, what is the enemy's cultivation level? Do we stand a chance? Upon hearing this, the eyes of other high-ranking officials from various academies also fell upon the elderly man, for he possessed the highest cultivation among those present. Being the sole pinnacle of the 9-star Martial King realm, on the verge of stepping into the Martial Emperor realm, all gazes were fixed on the elderly man, awaiting his response. The elderly man, known as Qian Changming, slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing the question. Rather than responding immediately, he turned his attention to the 3 small hovering vessels behind them. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and spoke, based on my sensory perception. The enemy likely numbers over 100, and among them, there may be more than 20 at the Martial King realm. There are likely those above the 9-star Martial King as well, though they are too distant for me to ascertain. Once these words left his lips, not only did the students below turn pale, but even Han Xiaolai and the others appeared somewhat ashen. They had scarcely over 10 Martial Kings on their side, while the enemy boasted more than 20. How could they possibly engage in battle? The only solace for the group was the apparent absence of any martial emperors among the enemy ranks. We must strive to avoid conflict. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in dire straits, the elderly man added. Upon hearing this, both Han Xiaolai and Dean Sun of Longyang Academy silently nodded. Even Chen Xiao's brow furrowed in contemplation. Before they could take further action, the dozen or so small hovering vessels surrounding them had stealthily closed in. Each of these vessels measured merely 10 meters in length. Although small, they were remarkably agile and not significantly slower than the large vessel occupied by Chen Xiao and his companions. In the blink of an eye, they had approached within a few hundred meters. At this proximity, Chen Xiao and his companions finally discerned the figures aboard the hovering vessels. Each vessel contained at least 10 individuals, all clad in coarse linen garments, their skin tanned and robust, each brandishing weapons with predatory gazes fixated on them. On every vessel, there were 1 or 2 martial kings stationed, evidently positioned to intercept any potential escape. Should anyone attempt to flee, they would be immediately thwarted from any direction, while reinforcements could swiftly rush to assist. Thus, even those with the intent to escape would find it exceedingly difficult to do so. The meticulous arrangement indicated that these individuals were no novices in such matters. With over 160 of them present, their varying levels of cultivation notwithstanding, they overwhelmingly surpassed Chen Xiao and his companions in martial king prowess. Any notion of forcefully breaking through was rendered virtually impossible. The students of the academy are all prodigies, nurtured in privilege since childhood. Despite their formidable powers, they have seldom encountered such brutal scenes. Once the chaos of battle erupts, the consequences are unpredictable. Chen Zhao's gaze fell upon Mo Yun, who, although her complexion was slightly pale, stood resolutely without retreating an inch. In contrast, many young women from other academies had already cowered into the crowd, visibly frightened. After exchanging glances with Dean Sun and others, Han Xiaolai, alongside the elderly man with grizzled hair, stepped forward to the ship's railing and spoke in a grave tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are affiliated with Tianwu Academy. Might I inquire what your intentions are in obstructing us? This statement served as a direct invocation of Tianwu Academy's authority, hoping to deter any hostility. However, the opposing party, bold enough to intercept them, clearly recognized the emblem of Tianwu Academy proudly displayed on their floating vessel. Indeed, as Dean Sun's words faded, a floating ship from the opposite side advanced several dozen meters, revealing a middle-aged man with a bushy beard wielding a broad blade. He pointed at them with a flourish, laughing heartily. Fear not, dear friends. Our Tianfeng stronghold does not engage in acts of robbery. As he spoke, he turned to those behind him, bellowing, Brothers, do you agree? Yes. The resounding affirmations surged forth like an overwhelming tide, sweeping over the assembly. Following this, the martial artists aboard the smaller floating ships unleashed their true essence without restraint. A wave of terrifying energy rising ominously, pressing toward them. In the blink of an eye, the oppressive force enveloped Chen Xiao and his companions. The 10 or so martial kings among them remained relatively unfazed, yet those beneath the martial king level were not so fortunate. Their faces turned ashen. trembling under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Even Mo Yun's complexion appeared distressingly pale. This spectacle did not escape Han Xiaolai and the others, who immediately emitted a series of cold snorts. Subsequently, a torrent of ferocious energy erupted from their ranks, barely countering the encroaching pressure. Nonetheless, many students found themselves collapsing to the ground. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene, noting that over 10 individuals, all martial masters, had succumbed, clearly unaccustomed to combat and physically frail, suggesting they were likely alchemists. It is not uncommon for alchemists to possess weaker physiques. However, the extent of weakness displayed by these individuals left Chen Xiao speechless. Casting a glance at Mo Yun, he observed her complexion returning to a healthy hue. Though she was still slightly out of breath, she appeared to have largely recovered. The other martial generals were similarly regaining their composure. Ha! I never anticipated these were the so-called paragons emerging from Tianwu Academy. A somewhat jarring voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Upon lifting their heads, they discerned that it was another individual standing beside the burly man with a scruffy beard who had spoken. As soon as the words were uttered, a wave of raucous laughter erupted from the surrounding onlookers, clearly finding amusement in the apparent inability of the Tianwu Academy representatives to withstand pressure. The utterance caused the expressions of Han Xiaolai and his companions to shift dramatically. In truth, when the burly man first mentioned the name Tianfeng Stronghold, the countenances of Han Xiaolai and his associates had already grown somewhat grim. Now, their dismay had only intensified. Tianfeng Stronghold was originally a bandit force from the Zhao kingdom beyond the borders of Tianwu, which had never dared to intrude upon Tianwu's territory. To their astonishment, not only had they crossed the boundary, but they had also set their sights directly upon them. The notoriety of Tianfeng Stronghold in the Zhao kingdom was unparalleled. They were known for their malevolence and malice, yet these individuals were not only cunning, but also possessed formidable strength. Remarkably, they had evaded capture for many years, and now that they had fixed their gaze upon Han Xiaolai and his companions, it seemed that misfortune was truly imminent. Chapter 145. The women remained naturally. Han Xiaolai and the others were aware of this, but Chen Xiao and his companions were oblivious until Han Xiaolai explained the situation to them. Despite their newfound understanding, the expressions on Chen Xiao's side grew increasingly grim. It turned out that their adversaries were not even from within the borders of the Tianwu kingdom. No wonder they dared to attack after knowing they were from the Tianwu Academy. They could simply escape afterward, leaving the Tianwu kingdom powerless to retaliate. What exactly do you intend to do? The elderly man with graying hair beside Dean Sun spoke slowly, his tone neutral, yet an imposing aura began to rise from him. Pressing forward toward their opponents. At the peak of the Martial King realm, the burly man with a beard raised an eyebrow, then scoffed. What if you are at the peak of the Martial King? Do you think I fear you? With that, the burly man's aura erupted, reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Martial King realm, matching the elderly man's formidable presence, causing the latter's expression to change dramatically. Listen carefully, this territory is mine, the burly man declared. You may pass through, but it will cost you 100,000 gold coins per person. Once you pay the toll, I assure you that no one will dare to harm you along the way. As he spoke, he gestured toward Chen Xiao and his group. Immediately, 3 small hovering ships approached swiftly toward Chen Xiao's vessel, seemingly intending to board directly. However, Han Xiaolai and the others dared not allow them to come aboard. Should they succeed, the consequences would be dire. They quickly refused. Wait. Anyone who dares to step aboard will not be treated kindly. Furthermore, we are en route to Tianwu City to attend the Danwu Duel Conference. We are over 100 in number and cannot possibly produce over 10 million gold coins for you. I have never heard of a toll demanding 100,000 gold coins. Even in some perilous cities, they only charge a nominal entry fee. Therefore, I hope you can reconsider and lower it to 1,000 gold coins per person. Haha, 1,000 gold coins? Do you take me for a beggar? The burly man's face twisted with anger, and his surrounding companions took a step forward, their eyes gleaming with menace, clearly ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Amidst the standoff, the burly man's gaze scanned the crowd, and upon spotting the women, including Mo Yun, his eyes lit up. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Very well, I, the Tianfeng bandit, am not without compassion. I will make a concession. The toll will now be 10,000 gold coins per person, and those young ladies must remain here. You may leave freely." What? The demand to keep the women sent Han Xiaolai and the others' expressions spiraling into horror, while the women, including Mo Yun, turned pale, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. It was painfully clear that should these women fall into the hands of such bandits, their fate would be unimaginable. Moreover, these individuals are all exceptionally gifted talents meticulously selected by the Heavenly Martial Academy, including none other than the granddaughter of Dean Mo Feng, Mo Yun. How could Han Xiaolai and the others possibly acquiesce? Without a moment's hesitation, they resolutely refused, stating, "We could offer you 10,000 gold coins per person, but we will not relinquish any of our companions. If you insist, we shall fight to the bitter end." As these words were spoken, weapons materialized in the hands of Han Xiaolai and his companions, their collective aura surging to its peak, clearly indicating their determination. Behind them, Chen Xiao and others had also armed themselves. Chen Xiao wielded a silver longsword, while gripping a 4th-level explosive talisman in his left hand, a recent acquisition costing him 1,000 gold coins. Although he once possessed a 3rd-level explosive talisman, its power was merely equivalent to a peak martial general's full-force strike, insufficient for the impending confrontation. The talisman now in his possession was capable of unleashing devastation comparable to the full might of a peak 9-star martial king. The imposing stance of Han Xiaolai's group caused the burly man with a beard to furrow his brow slightly, taken aback by the fierce resolve exhibited by these academy officials, who were willing to die rather than surrender their female companions. Nevertheless, the burly man understood that he had not yet driven them to desperation. Once they reached that point, their choices would become clear. Without further ado, he smirked coldly and waved his hand. In an instant, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed throughout the area, an atmosphere of impending slaughter descending upon them. The expressions of Han Xiaolai and the others grew increasingly grim. They had initially thought their adversaries would retreat in the face of difficulty, but it now appeared that a battle was indeed on the horizon. Would they truly abandon these students? Not only was it unthinkable for them as educators, but for Han Xiaolai personally, it was an impossibility, especially with Mo Yun standing behind him. To abandon her now would strip them of any dignity to exist in this world. Could they bear the daily humiliation and scorn merely to survive? Given their status and standing, such indignities were intolerable. The 20 or so senior officials of the academy stood resolutely at the forefront, exchanging glances. Suddenly, an elderly man with graying hair turned to face them, his lips moving silently, yet a voice resonated in Chen Xiao and the others' minds. "We, the old-timers, will hold off these martial kings. You must seize the opportunity to escape, as far as you can, and make your way to Tianwu City to regroup." As the voice faded, the elder turned his gaze towards the slowly advancing hovering ship, while the students surrounding Chen Xiao became increasingly tense. However, the elder's words provided them with some reassurance. If even the martial kings could be delayed by these elders, then the remaining group of over 100 martial generals and martial kings had a significant chance of breaking free from the encirclement. Chen Xiao tightened his grip on the sword and took 2 steps forward, positioning himself at the forefront alongside Han Xiaolai and the others. However, Chen Xiao's appearance appeared exceedingly youthful, and coupled with his unremarkable cultivation, he failed to draw the attention of the onlookers, who merely cast a fleeting glance before averting their eyes. Indifferent to their disdain, Chen Xiao stood quietly in place. Han Xiao turned his head to glance at Chen Xiao, his mouth opening slightly as if he wished to call him back. Yet, upon considering Chen Xiao's cultivation and their current predicament, he deemed it beneficial to have an additional martial king as an ally, and thus refrained from speaking. After a brief standoff, the burly man with a bushy beard could no longer contain himself. Squinting his eyes, he commanded, "Charge at them. Kill all the men, and spare the women for our enjoyment tonight." With raucous laughter, a group of dozens leaped from the hovering vessel, hurtling towards Chen Xiao and his companions, whose expressions were markedly grim. Chapter 146. The onslaught. A cluster of small floating ships approached the vessel occupied by Chen Xiao and his companions. Given the size of their ship, it was utterly impossible to simultaneously prevent these individuals from boarding. Dean Sun urgently commanded, "All warriors above the martial general rank must form teams to confront them, while those below must immediately establish a defensive stance. We must not allow them to board." As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing scream shattered the air. Chen Xiao turned his gaze to the left, where a martial king unexpectedly surged forward. driving his sword into the body of a young student, inflicting a grievous wound upon his arm. Before the student could react, the assailant swiftly withdrew his blade and delivered a powerful kick, sending the unfortunate boy crashing against the deck, while the Martial King successfully boarded the ship. Without needing further orders, a fellow Martial King from the Academy's leadership sprang into action, launching himself at the marauder. The clash of their weapons resonated through the air, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that prompted nearby students to hastily retreat. Simultaneously, over 20 figures leapt through the void, targeting the floating vessel. Han Xiaolai and his companions, sensing the urgency, swiftly dispersed to confront the Martial Kings surrounding them. In an instant, the sounds of shattering air, fierce combat, and commanding shouts filled the atmosphere. Having initially experienced anxiety and fear, the over 100 students of the Academy, witnessing their leaders join the fray, recognized that continued trepidation would yield no benefit. Some took the initiative to form teams, preparing to ambush the Martial Kings engaged in battle with the Academy's higher-ups. Among them, Lu Tao, who had previously vowed to challenge Chen Xiao, boldly confronted a newly boarded Martial King of 1-star rank, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. The Martial King, dismissing Lu Tao's attack as inconsequential, retaliated with a casual strike. For an ordinary martial general, such an assault would be debilitating, yet Lu Tao stood firm, absorbing the blow without being knocked back. This unexpected resilience momentarily stunned the marauder. Before he could react further, Lu Tao retaliated with a powerful kick. The deep thud echoed as the Martial King was sent hurtling backward. "Ah, help me!" The Martial King cried out, plummeting towards the forest below. It is crucial to note that the floating ship was positioned several thousand meters above the ground. At such a height, even a 9-star Martial King would find no chance of survival if they fell. The bandits of Tianfeng village were not about to allow the loss of a Martial King without a fight. One of the small floating ships immediately accelerated towards the ground to rescue their fallen comrade. The same scene unfolded repeatedly, as some individuals successfully boarded the floating ship, engaging in fierce combat with those aboard, while others, unfortunately, plummeted into the abyss, only to be swiftly rescued by bandits. As for Chen Xiao and his companions, the spaciousness of the floating ship, coupled with their position against it, allowed several of them to collectively besiege a single adversary without the fear of accidental falls. Observing the fray, Chen Xiao was poised to join the fray when a sudden gust of wind swept past him, followed by a glimmering flash of cold light. With a subtle lift of his brow, he did not turn around but instead deftly stepped to the left, his sword arm sweeping back with great force. Clang! The sharp ring of metal echoed as Chen Xiao's sword rebounded, sending the would-be assailant, a bandit, hurtling backward, colliding violently with one of the floating ships and collapsing onto the deck, unconscious. Hiss! Lu Tao, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively gasped. The bandit who had just attacked Chen Xiao was a veritable 1-star Martial King. To be repelled with a single strike and knocked unconscious at that? Was Chen Xiao truly this formidable? This scene did not go unnoticed by Han Xiaolai, who had been attentively observing Chen Xiao, albeit with a hint of concern as he had never witnessed Chen Xiao in battle before. Now, seeing Chen Xiao defeat a 1-star Martial King with such ease, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Humph, take him down," bellowed the bearded giant, pointing at Chen Xiao, having witnessed the earlier incident himself. Beside this burly figure stood a 6-star Martial King, the very one who had previously mocked them. At this moment, he nodded slightly, brandishing his sword, and leaped from the floating ship, hurtling towards Chen Xiao with great speed. "Be careful!" Han Xiaolai's urgent warning rang out as he wished to assist. Yet he found himself in a precarious position, reliant on the protection of the Martial King from Beishan Academy, or else he might have met a grim fate. After defeating the 1-star Martial King, Chen Xiao received a notification from the system, indicating a reward, nearly 5,000 experience points for vanquishing a Martial King. What if he were to slay a 6-star Martial King? Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around. At that very moment, the 6-star Martial King was midair, descending rapidly, intent on cleaving Chen Xiao in two with a single strike. "Humph, just the opportunity one need to test my martial skills." A cold glint sparkled in Chen Xiao's eyes as he reversed his sword hand, unleashing an explosion of true essence throughout his body. Simultaneously, the long-dormant bloodline of the Azure Fire Wolf within his dantian surged forth, enveloping his sword in a thin layer of azure flames almost instantaneously. In an instant, his silvery sword was adorned with a delicate blue flame, which danced around the blade as he swung it, carving a radiant arc towards the airborne six-star martial king. In an instant, those standing beside Chen Xiao felt as if the very heavens around him had been tinged with a delicate shade of azure. An endless surge of flames erupted, coalescing into the form of a broad blade, descending upon the adversary with ferocity. The individual, clearly taken aback by Chen Xiao's sudden offensive, instinctively swept his long sword in a desperate attempt to cleave through this fiery assault. In the next heartbeat, the clash between the sword of flames and the incoming blade resonated, causing the fiery sword to shatter and begin to dissipate. However, before the six-star martial king could revel in his apparent victory, the dissipating flames surged back, enveloping him in a blazing embrace. "What? Get away from me!" A roar erupted from within the flames, as a tempest of true essence radiated outward, forcefully dispelling the pale blue fire that clung to him. Without losing momentum, the longsword continued its relentless descent towards Chen Xiao's position. Chapter 147, Counterattack, Chen Xiao's Power Bang. The furious essence of true energy erupted, leaving a deep fissure etched into the deck of the suspended ship where Chen Xiao had once stood. Yet, he had vanished without a trace. Where is he? The six-star martial king, having finally dispersed the flames enveloping him, was caught off guard, unable to discern his surroundings. Stricken with alarm, he recalled his previous position and unleashed a strike towards Chen Xiao, only to find nothing there. "Hey, look behind you!" Chen Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. The six-star martial king felt a jolt in his heart and, without a moment's hesitation, swung his sword backward. Unfortunately, he struck nothing but air. In an instant, he beheld Chen Xiao standing to his left, a cryptic smile gracing his features. In his left hand, he seemed to be grasping something. But there was no time to ponder this. Having spotted Chen Xiao, he charged forward with intent to kill. However, Chen Xiao abruptly raised his left hand, and a streak of light shot forth in an instant. The luminous projectile expanded against the wind, emanating an overwhelming aura. The middle-aged six-star martial king's expression shifted dramatically. The energy radiating from this streak of light had reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Without a second thought, he sought to evade. Yet, during their continuous pursuit, the distance between him and Chen Xiao had narrowed considerably, given their respective prowess as martial kings. This proximity vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for escape. Boom! Amidst the cacophony, the six-star martial king was struck directly, the ferocious true energy surging outward and affecting those around, including Han Xiao and others, forcing many lesser martial artists to stagger backward. The meteor bandit, who bore the brunt of the attack, was sent hurtling across the entire ship like a kite severed from its string, ultimately plummeting toward the ground. All around, onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even those engaged in battle were momentarily awed by the sheer magnitude of Chen Xiao's display. "Don't just stare at me. Get in there and fight." Chen Xiao scoffed, his disdain palpable. His words snapped everyone back to reality, and a flurry of combat ensued. At that moment, more than 20 individuals had leapt onto the suspended ship, including several martial artists who charged towards the clustered students. Chen Xiao found himself momentarily alone, scanning the crowd until he spotted the students from Beixian Academy, huddled together under Fang Wen's leadership. However, Fang Wen and several martial artists were engaged in a precarious battle against a two-star martial king, their situation growing increasingly dire. Beside him, Mo Yun, a mere alchemist and a novice one-star martial artist, was ill-equipped for combat, her face pale as she stood helplessly by, only able to seize occasional opportunities to strike. Although it appeared to be barely holding its ground, it was evident that with the passage of time or the arrival of another individual, this small faction would likely disintegrate instantaneously. Casting a glance towards Han Xiao and the others, it was clear that while these academy elites may not possess as many martial kings as their adversaries, their exposure to various experiences granted them superior martial techniques. They excelled significantly in the application of their bloodline powers compared to this ragtag group of bandits. Thus, despite being at a disadvantage in overall strength, the situation had not devolved into a one-sided affair. Rather, it had gradually settled into a stalemate. Among the crowd stood a white-haired elder from the Longyang branch, who had yet to engage, his gaze fixated on a burly man with a beard not far away. Both were at the pinnacle of the 9-star martial king realm, and their involvement could swiftly alter the tide of battle. However, both refrained from intervening, knowing that such action could result in mutual destruction, yielding no advantage to either party. Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on the individuals present before he propelled himself off the ship's railing, racing towards Mo Yun and her companions. They were entirely absorbed in their confrontation with the 2-star martial king, leaving them oblivious to any other developments. Suddenly, a dark figure darted in from behind them, swiftly traversing their ranks to the forefront. Before they could utter a cry of alarm, the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed through the air. Fang Wen's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Chen Xiao, who appeared beside him. A long sword plunged into the chest of the 2-star martial king. Chen Xiao's arrival had been alarmingly swift, and the 2-star bandit, obscured by Fang Wen and his companions, failed to perceive the impending danger, leaving him no time to react before he was struck. Why you? The 2-star martial king stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Xiao, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yet, Chen Xiao, disinterested in further dialogue, yanked the sword free and delivered a powerful palm strike to the bandit's chest. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully defeated a 6-star martial king, earning 10,000 experience points and 200 gold coins. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully slain a 2-star martial king, earning 5,000 experience points and 120 gold coins. Ding! Unclaimed level 4 wind monkey bloodline detected. Would you like to devour it? Devour. As Chen Xiao's words fell, an unseen, untraceable force emanated from his palm, swiftly extracting the bloodline power from the corpse of the 2-star martial king, which was then consumed by the gluttonous beast eagerly awaiting at his side. Without pausing to regard the aftermath, Chen Xiao sent the lifeless body of the 2-star martial king tumbling off the ship into the dense forest below, while the surrounding combat continued unabated. Chen Xiao pressed forward, charging towards another martial king. The opponents he chose shared a common trait. None exceeded the 6-star martial king rank, for once beyond that threshold, achieving a decisive strike would become considerably more challenging. Once the opponent realizes the situation and specifically comes to confront him, trouble will surely follow. In the eyes of all, Chen Xiao appeared as a fleeting specter, vanishing and reappearing at will. In the brief span of a single tea time, he remarkably dispatched 2 martial kings, 3 martial generals, and a martial master who had only just leapt into the fray and had not yet touched the ground. By eliminating these formidable foes in quick succession, he significantly alleviated the pressure on Han Xiaolai and his companions. However, Chen Xiao's impressive feats also drew the attention of everyone present. Not only the peak martial king elder from Longyang City, but also the burly man from Tianfeng Stronghold, whose face was adorned with a thick beard, fixed his gaze upon Chen Xiao, his killing intent surging uncontrollably. These individuals were the elite forces of Tianfeng Stronghold, and their repeated successes in plundering were largely due to the presence of such martial kings. Now, witnessing Chen Xiao effortlessly eliminate so many of them, how could he possibly remain composed? You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao once again slay an 8-star martial general, the bearded man could no longer restrain himself and leaped into the air, charging toward Chen Xiao with ferocity. Chapter 148, The Frenzied Hmph. I've been waiting for you for a long time. An elder from Longyang City let out a cold snort as he leaped into action, brandishing a broad blade in hand. Before even closing the distance, he swung down fiercely towards the bearded bandit. Boom! The violent surge of true essence radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings. Chen Xiao merely glanced up before diving back into the crowd, systematically dispatching the bandits entangled with the academy students. In the blink of an eye, among the more than 30 bandits that had boarded the ship, aside from the remaining 10 or so martial kings, none could still stand. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally ceased his onslaught, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Behind him, a group of academy students gazed at Chen Xiao with eyes brimming with admiration. Especially Lu Tao. The mere thought of his earlier challenge to Chen Xiao in Longyang City sent a pang of regret through his cheeks. Could he truly have defeated Chen Xiao? Lu Tao found himself questioning silently. However, the answer was abundantly clear. It was evident that Chen Xiao was far from an ordinary martial king. The notion of defeating him was nothing short of delusional. Brother Han, how did your North Xian branch manage to procure such a freak of nature? Director Sun of Longyang City asked, his lips twitching, unable to restrain his curiosity even amidst battle. Are we not allowed to have geniuses while you do? Han Xiaolai chuckled heartily, seemingly alleviating the troubles at hand. Indeed, those who had rushed onto the suspended ship had been largely subdued, and any large-scale destruction was now an impossibility. The students, having recovered from their initial tension, appeared invigorated by the earlier events, some even showing signs of eagerness to engage further. Chen Xiao had no doubt that if anyone dared to approach again, they would likely rush forward en masse. Bang! Thud! A figure suddenly crashed down not far from Chen Xiao, and as he looked up, his pupils constricted in shock. The individual sprawled on the ground was another high-ranking member from the Annan City branch, if Chen Xiao recalled correctly, a teacher from the martial academy, whose cultivation had already reached the 5-star martial king realm, one of the higher ranks present. Chen Xiao raised his gaze toward the direction from which the figure had come and spotted a 6-star martial king bandit squinting at him, panting heavily. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's gaze, the bandit furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and suddenly whistled sharply, then charged towards Chen Xiao from a distance. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, preparing to confront and eliminate the foe, but just then, a fierce gust of wind surged from afar, striking with such speed that it momentarily halted Chen Xiao in his tracks, forcing him to crouch down. Whoosh boom! The sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A shadow zipped past, nearly grazing Chen Xiao's scalp, and crashed violently into the suspended ship behind him. As Chen Xiao glanced over, he instantly discerned a pitch-black feathered arrow, its tail quivering incessantly, evidently due to the tremendous force it carried. Had he been struck by it moments ago, he would have likely been pierced through entirely. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to swiftly lift his gaze towards the source of the arrow, only to discover that it had been shot by a martial general aboard one of the small hovering vessels. In the general's hand was a beautifully crafted, brown-green longbow, unmistakably the weapon from which the arrow had been released. There was no time for further contemplation, for the 6-star martial king had seized the opportunity to charge towards Chen Xiao, who had just risen from the ground. With a menacing expression, the king swung his sword down towards Chen Xiao's crown with ferocity. Die! He sneered, unleashing his inner essence, causing his protective aura to expand instantaneously. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. The very Chen Xiao who had been beneath his nose had suddenly vanished. Indeed, he had vanished without a trace. It must be you. Chen Xiao's voice floated lightly into his ear as he thrust his long sword forward. A sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. Blood erupted from the 6-star martial king's body in a violent spray. Bewildered, he could scarcely fathom how Chen Xiao had disappeared and reappeared behind him so swiftly. Naturally, Chen Xiao had no intention of revealing that his instantaneous movement was executed through a divine martial technique, the heavenly descent. This was the first time he had employed it in battle, and the results were astonishingly effective, although the preparation time was slightly prolonged. As long as others had never witnessed it or were even slightly careless, they would remain oblivious to this maneuver, thus providing an excellent opportunity for Chen Xiao's ambush. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. The 6-star martial king's face twisted in a grimace as he swung his sword violently towards Chen Xiao's right hand, clearly intent on severing it. Should Chen Xiao refuse to relinquish his grip, he would face the peril of losing his arm. As anticipated, Chen Xiao swiftly released his sword. However, instead of retreating, he took advantage of the moment the sword swept past and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the king's chest. Get away from me! The 6-star martial king bellowed in fury, meeting Chen Xiao's advance with his own left fist. Their fists collided with a resounding crash. Bang! Thud! Thud! Chen Xiao staggered back a step, while the 6-star martial king was forced to retreat 3 steps, his face flushed and visibly pained. The long sword that had pierced his body was now discarded on the ground, having been drawn out during their exchange. Although the wound continued to bleed, it did not pose a significant threat to a being of his caliber. A mere meal afterward would suffice for recovery. Yet, Chen Xiao would never grant anyone a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity presented by his affliction, Chen Xiao brandished a pitch-black longsword, its blade gleaming ominously. With the sword in hand, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, launching a fierce assault towards the 6-star martial king. This was indeed the legendary sword soaring to the sky. In response to Chen Xiao's formidable strike, the six-star Martial King's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He fervently channeled his true essence, infusing it into his own longsword. Endeavoring to parry Chen Xiao's formidable blow while simultaneously attempting to maneuver his body away from the impending attack. However, once sword soaring to the sky was unleashed, its velocity was astonishingly swift, rendering it challenging even for one of Martial King's caliber to react instantaneously. Moreover, considering that this adversary had already sustained significant injuries, his predicament was dire indeed. Chapter 149, a stunning scene buzz. Rumble. A violent surge of energy enveloped the air, hurtling towards the six-star Martial King with reckless abandon. Bang! The long sword in the six-star Martial King's hand met the blade wielded by Chen Xiao in a fateful clash. In that fleeting moment of contact, the expression on the six-star Martial King's face shifted dramatically, and before he could react, his sword emitted a mournful cry, shattering into two pieces in an instant. Yet, Chen Xiao's momentum showed no signs of abating as he lunged towards the king's chest. This unexpected turn of events left the six-star Martial King utterly astonished. Though his sword was not of the highest quality, it was certainly formidable, having been seized from a disciple of a prominent sect during a previous raid. To see it splinter with a single strike was simply unfathomable. There was no time for contemplation. Any hesitation would cost him dearly. With a swift push off the ground, he attempted to retreat, but Chen Xiao was even faster, closing the distance in an instant and driving his sword towards the king's heart once more. However, just as the blade was about to pierce, the six-star Martial King swiftly grasped Chen Xiao's sword, preventing it from advancing any further. Hmph, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes as he unleashed the full force of his true essence. A layer of pale blue flames erupted from his sword, swiftly creeping along the blade and enveloping the king's hand. Ah, it hurts, so much. The six-star Martial King grimaced in agony, yet he dared not relinquish his grip on the sword. To do so would likely result in his own demise. In a desperate bid, he lifted his foot to kick at Chen Xiao, hoping to repel him. At that moment, however, Chen Xiao suddenly twisted his body and rose with astonishing speed, catching the six-star Martial King completely off guard. By the time the king sought to retaliate, Chen Xiao had vanished, taking the sword still clasped in his hand with him. Be careful! A fierce shout echoed from above. It was the voice of the burly, bearded bandit. The six-star Martial King, startled, looked up just as a menacing sword intent materialized behind him, descending toward the crown of his head. His complexion changed instantly, and he turned to strike. But his palm met only air. To make matters worse, six identical Chen Xiaos suddenly emerged around him, each one attacking simultaneously from different directions. The aura surrounding these six was indistinguishable, their appearances identical, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real Chen Xiao in the blink of an eye. Given the distance and speed between them, failure to identify the genuine threat would soon result in the sword finding its mark. There was no turning back. With a firm resolve, two long swords suddenly manifested in his hands, and he began to spin in place, regaining his composure. In the next instant, a dense array of sword shadows enveloped him. To strike at him, one would first need to break through the outer layer of those sword shadows. Yet, should one come into contact with the sword shadows, before Chen Xiao could shatter the opponent's defenses, they would have already detected his true form and could deliver a lethal blow, rendering his chances of a successful ambush nearly non-existent. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. Although the sword technique appeared formidable and densely packed, he discerned an opening at a glance. However, attacking this vulnerability proved to be quite challenging. Now suspended in midair, halting was not an option. He had no choice but to gamble on a desperate charge. Clang! A clear, ringing sound of clashing swords echoed. On the left, Chen Xiao wielded his long sword and struck fiercely against the myriad of sword shadows, poised to shatter them. Yet, at that moment, the six-star Martial King bandit abruptly turned, launching his sword with terrifying speed. At last, the moment had arrived. The bandit let out a sinister laugh. The long sword pierced Chen Xiao's chest. However, the anticipated scene of Chen Xiao's pallid face and wide eyes did not materialize. In fact, not a single drop of blood emerged from him. This is bad. A chill ran down the spine of the six-star Martial King bandit. his expression darkening as he swiftly turned to confront another Chen Xiao that had lunged from the left. With a swift horizontal slash of his sword, the bandit struck, but the second Chen Xiao had no time to react and was instantly cleaved in two. Yet, not a drop of blood spilled from him. Rather, his form began to dissolve into shimmering motes of light. Another trick. The bandit's face contorted in anger, his brows knitting tightly together. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the next Chen Xiao. Just then, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced through from behind. The sound was subtle, almost negligible, but a martial king's awareness encompassed a 10-meter radius during battle, making it impossible to overlook even the slightest disturbance. Behind me, the bandit's first instinct was to turn, yet he hesitated. Previously, he had been deceived by two false attacks. This time might be the same. Yet he could not afford to let Chen Xiao press an attack against him. He hastily swung his left sword to deflect the impending strike from behind, while his right sword continued its advance toward the other Chen Xiao, who bore a faint smile. "You are mistaken." Chen Xiao's voice suddenly resonated from the side. "You." The bandit turned abruptly, his eyes widening as he gazed towards the source of the voice. At the very moment he turned, the figure of Chen Xiao, who was targeted by the sword in his right hand, suddenly sprang into action. What had once been a leisurely pace now accelerated dramatically, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The sword in his grasp shimmered with a chilling light as it pierced directly into the heart. Yet, that was not the end. In an instant, as the blade entered, Chen Xiao fiercely unleashed the power of his bloodline, and a wisp of pale blue flame immediately surged along the sword into the opponent's body. With a swift twist of the blade, the heart was shattered into fragments. The six-star martial king turned his head back, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth opening as though to utter something. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood surged forth. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the lifeless body of the six-star martial king crashed heavily onto the deck. Silence. The individuals nearby, Chen Xiao, halted all their tasks, and the surroundings fell into utter quietude. All gazes were fixed upon Chen Xiao, leaving everyone speechless in their astonishment. Chapter 150. Departing the floating ship. The preceding scene may have unfolded slowly in narrative, yet it transpired in the brief span of a single tea's brewing time. From the initiation of combat between the two, to Chen Xiao's decisive victory, the duration was astonishingly fleeting. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai and others were still engaged in their own battles, while Chen Xiao had already dispatched numerous foes. At that moment, an immense surge of energy emanated from Chen Xiao, as if he had ascended to a new pinnacle of power. Had he achieved a breakthrough? This revelation intensified the astonishment in the eyes of those around him. Indeed, Chen Xiao had indeed transcended his previous limits. After consecutively vanquishing so many adversaries, and now slaying a six-star martial king, the system rewarded him with 10,000 experience points and a substantial 500 system coins. His cultivation, previously stagnant, finally experienced a release, leading to a direct breakthrough. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. Besides Fong Wen and a few others, students from other academies had also joined the fray, and the number of individuals leaping from the floating ship was steadily increasing. Casualties began to emerge. Several academy students, caught off guard, were ruthlessly slaughtered by two martial king bandits, one of whom belonged to the North Suin branch. In his valiant attempt to protect them, Han Xiaolai sustained grave injuries and was currently locked in a life-or-death struggle with another martial king bandit. It was evident that if the battle continued to drag on, the toll of lives lost would only escalate. Chen Xiao still needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Should these individuals perish, where would he find the means to complete this lucrative mission? Casting his gaze around, every bandit who met Chen Xiao's intense stare felt a chill run down their spine, instinctively directing wary glances toward him, fearful that he might suddenly charge at them. After scanning the area, Chen Xiao refrained from immediate action, instead focusing on the foremost section of the floating ship, where an elderly 9-star martial king from Longyang Academy was locked in a fierce confrontation with a bearded bandit, the clang of their weapons echoing resoundingly, punctuated by shouts of command. Observing closely, Chen Xiao noted that the elder from Longyang Academy held the advantage. However, it would be a daunting task to defeat the bearded bandit swiftly. The other academy elders, outnumbered by martial kings, were already being suppressed. Had it not been for their superior martial arts skills, they would have faced utter defeat. This situation could not persist. with a slight furrow of his brow. Chen Xiao's gaze shifted back, and in an instant he transformed into a blur, darting toward Han Xiaolai. The martial king bandit engaged with Han Xiaolai was instantly struck by terror. He had witnessed Chen Xiao's formidable prowess firsthand. If Chen Xiao truly came for him, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Realizing this, the bandit dared not continue the fight with Han Xiaolai. He swiftly disengaged from the battle and turned to flee toward the floating ship, seeking to evade Chen Xiao's impending attack. Yet, how could his speed possibly compare to that of Chen Xiao? As Chen Xiao's foot barely touched the ship's railing, he had already closed the distance, delivering a merciless kick. In an instant, amidst a chorus of anguished cries, the figure soared through the air in a graceful arc, hurtling towards a distant hovering vessel. The occupants of that vessel, who had been intently observing the battle, were taken aback when a shadow suddenly descended upon them, crashing into their midst and toppling several individuals to the ground. Who dares to launch a surprise attack? One of them bellowed, drawing a weapon and preparing to retaliate. However, upon realizing it was one of their own, he halted abruptly, lowering his gaze in curiosity. Just then, another dark figure came plummeting from afar. Perhaps the term plummeting was not entirely fitting, for this shadow was actively leaping through the air. This shadow was none other than Chen Xiao himself. After sending the first assailant flying, he swiftly followed suit, leaping towards the hovering ship. His speed was so astonishing that even those nearby scarcely had time to comprehend his movements, let alone the bandits across from him. When they finally looked up to spot the approaching shadow, they had yet to discern whether it was friend or foe, when suddenly a dazzling beam of sword light erupted forth, cascading down upon the hovering vessel below. The sword's radiance stretched nearly 10 feet long, exuding an otherworldly brilliance. With a single stroke, it appeared poised to cleave the entire ship in two. The faces of the crew aboard the vessel turned ashen. They were precariously perched thousands of meters above ground, and should the ship be split asunder, none would survive the fall. "We cannot allow him to destroy the ship," one shouted, rallying his comrades to intercept the blinding sword light. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The seemingly radiant sword light fragmented instantaneously into numerous tiny blades, no larger than a thumb, dispersing to envelop the entire small hovering vessel, unleashing a relentless barrage. "Ah, my hands, my legs! Quickly evade! Flee!" A cacophony of screams erupted, accompanied by a relentless clattering sound. The entire vessel was rapidly pockmarked by the dense rain of blades, riddled with countless holes, each a testament to the earlier onslaught. At the bow of the ship, where 10 bandits once stood, 5 now lay unconscious on the ground, while the remaining 5 were gravely injured, one barely clinging to life, supported only by a comrade to remain upright. These individuals possessed martial prowess at the levels of warriors and war generals, yet Chen Xiao's casual strike had wrought such devastating consequences. "Enemy attack!" one shouted hoarsely. In an instant, the others aboard the nearby hovering vessels sprang into action, as 2 figures of warrior king rank swiftly leapt forth, hurtling towards Chen Xiao. However, prior to this, Chen Xiao had already alighted onto the suspended ship below. "Die!" A chilling voice resonated as Chen Xiao's sword glimmered with a frigid light. In the next moment, the 5 adversaries clutched their necks, their eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground in utter resignation. Having dispatched these 5 foes, Chen Xiao turned abruptly, directing his gaze towards the martial king who had leapt forth from the left. As he inverted his sword, a flicker of pale blue flame erupted forth. In the following instant, the sword was swung. The dazzling flames coalesced into a form that was neither purely a blade nor a sword, cleaving towards the martial king suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Chen Xiao channeled his inner essence through his feet, directly infusing it into the suspended ship beneath. Immediately, to the astonishment of all onlookers, the suspended vessel was set into motion by Chen Xiao. Chapter 151. The Madman. Initially, the situation seemed trivial. Chen Xiao had merely seized a hovering ship, and they could easily reclaim it. However, the dire predicament lay in the fact that the 2 martial kings were currently suspended in midair. Although martial kings possessed formidable strength, they lacked the ability to float as the martial emperors did. Particularly, these 2 were merely at the 3-star martial king level. They had anticipated that by leaping aboard, even if they could not board the vessel, they could engage Chen Xiao and utilize the momentum to leap back. Yet now, they they found themselves devoid of any leverage. Alarmed, both martial kings felt a sinking sensation in their hearts and quickly turned to shout, "Come save us." Fortunately, those nearby had already taken note of their plight and hastily set sail to retrieve the two martial kings. At that moment, Chen Xiao had surged several hundred meters away, breaking free from their encirclement, seemingly intent on making his escape. This scene was clear to all, not only the bandits, but also the numerous academicians present. No one had anticipated that Chen Xiao would undertake such a solitary flight. Yet, no one voiced accusations. At most, their faces reflected anger and resentment. They all recognized that if Chen Xiao did not flee, he would likely find himself trapped and unable to escape. How cowardly! Lu Tao sneered at Chen Xiao's retreating figure before once again engaging in a fierce battle with a nearby martial general. Just when everyone assumed Chen Xiao would vanish without a trace, a shocking turn of events unfolded. After piloting the hovering ship nearly 1,000 meters away, he abruptly veered around and charged back toward the academicians, his speed evidently reaching the limits that the vessel could endure. What is he planning? A hovering ship pursuing Chen Xiao paused momentarily at this sight. In that fleeting moment, Chen Xiao was already less than 100 meters away. He then zipped past in an instant. The distance of 1,000 meters evaporated in the blink of an eye, and Chen Xiao was drawing perilously close to the bandits. The gap now reduced to mere dozens of meters. How dare he return? He's seeking death. One of the bandit martial kings scoffed, brandishing his long sword in preparation for defense. Meanwhile, several hovering ships swiftly converged, aiming to intercept Chen Xiao. However, as they prepared to confront him with lethal intent, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Xiao was now merely a few dozen meters away, yet his vessel showed no signs of slowing down. At this rate, a collision was inevitable. "Quick, evade! Retreat! Move aside!" they cried out in panic. "Madman! That madman!" A cacophony of furious shouts erupted, as everyone was taken aback by Chen Xiao's audacity. If these hovering ships were to collide, although an explosion might not ensue, they would undoubtedly lose propulsion and plummet from the sky. They were thousands of meters above the ground. A fall from such heights would surely be fatal. Yet, regardless of the outcries around him, Chen Xiao showed no sign of hesitation. In a fleeting moment, the two sides finally collided. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as Chen Xiao's hovering ship violently crashed into a smaller vessel, sending it careening backwards until it collided with another ship, where its speed finally began to decelerate. However, before those on board could breathe a sigh of relief, they barely registered a blur as Chen Xiao leaped forth from a distance, his sword glinting like ice, swiftly claiming a life. This was merely the beginning. Accompanied by the incessant chimes of the system notifications in his mind, Chen Xiao's speed increased exponentially. Among the two ships he had struck, there were 8 robbers, including 2 3-star martial kings and 1 1-star martial king, while the rest were beneath the rank of martial general. How could they possibly withstand Chen Xiao's onslaught? With a series of anguished cries, the air became thick with the scent of blood and severed limbs. After dispatching the last foe, Chen Xiao propelled himself towards another nearby hovering ship. The occupants of that vessel, witnessing the ease with which Chen Xiao slaughtered their comrades, were paralyzed with fear and dared not allow him to approach. They hastily maneuvered their ship backwards. However, while the hovering ship was indeed swift, it required a moment to gain momentum, and Chen Xiao's movements were extraordinarily agile. Just as the ship began to accelerate, he leaped aboard. Those who attempted to intercept him were met with swift demise, their heads severed by his blade. The remaining crew, their faces etched with apprehension, dared not charge recklessly at Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Han Xiaolai, Dean Sun, and others remained vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao's return and his annihilation of over 10 robbers, their spirits soared. They had initially feared that their old bones might meet their end here, only to find a glimmer of hope amidst despair. If they continued to fight with this momentum, they might indeed turn the tide in their favor. With this thought invigorating them, the group felt a resurgence of energy. Dean Sun suddenly turned, raising his voice. "Everyone, let us muster our strength." His words invigorated those present, particularly Lu Tao and others, who had sustained numerous injuries during the prolonged battle. They feared that if they pressed on, defeat would be inevitable, but now, hope shone brightly before them. "Kill! Kill! Follow me to victory!" A chorus of furious roars erupted from the Academy's disciples, each one summoning every ounce of strength within, igniting the very essence of their bloodlines as they engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the assailants. In that fleeting moment, what appeared to be an imminent collapse was astonishingly reversed, with the tide turning subtly in their favor. Looking skyward, the battlefield of the two 9-star martial kings had shifted from the massive floating vessel to a nearby smaller airship belonging to the bandits. The sheer velocity of their movements rendered them nearly invisible to onlookers, who could scarcely discern the techniques employed by either combatant, leaving them free to duel without interference. And not a soul dared to intervene. Even a 1-star martial king would think twice before approaching the fray. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Chen Xiao's lips nearly split into a grin. Aside from his previous massacre at the Xian sect, this marked his second significant slaughter. With each foe he vanquished, his experience points surged dramatically, propelling his cultivation from the initial to the mid-stage of the 7-star martial king, and ultimately breaking through to the late stage. His gold reserves had also soared back to over 4,000 points, and should he continue on this path, taking down just a handful more adversaries would see him effortlessly ascend to the rank of 8-star martial king. Chapter 152, Strangulation. Casting a sweeping glance around, Chen Xiao was on the hunt for his next target. Soon, his gaze settled upon a hovering vessel, where 4 individuals remained, 3 martial generals and a 1-star martial king, who were no match for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao lightly pressed his toes against the ship's railing, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the hovering craft. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Release. A deep voice resonated suddenly. Then, a flurry of whooshing sounds erupted. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes as a wave of danger surged through him. Turning his head towards the source of the noise, he beheld over a dozen martial generals among the bandits, each gripping longbows and poised to release their arrows. In the space between them and Chen Xiao, a multitude of arrows trailed a series of afterimages, hurtling towards him. The speed of the projectiles enveloped Chen Xiao entirely, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Should he fail to respond promptly, he would be shot full of holes. The timing and positioning of these assailants' attacks were impeccable. Evasion was utterly impossible for Chen Xiao. Suspended in midair, he lacked any leverage, forced to watch helplessly as the arrows approached, without a single means to counter them. Yet, this was merely the perspective of the bandits. Although Chen Xiao's brow furrowed in concern, the onslaught was unexpected and indeed posed a challenge. It was far from fatal. What truly irked him was that he had to leap about in pursuit of these individuals, only to find himself nearly ensnared by their arrows. It seemed I must also prepare a weapon for long-range attacks, he thought disdainfully, curling his lip. With a swift motion, he redirected his longsword, striking down towards the incoming arrows with an unbelievable speed. In the next instant, a colossal sword of pure essence, forged from his true energy, detached from the tip of his blade and surged towards the arrows. Just as it neared, Chen Xiao commanded it to explode midair. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the explosion, radiating in all directions, instantly scattering the arrows that had approached him. In that single wave, the vast majority of arrows veered off course, some plummeting while others were deflected back, leaving only a scant few to barely traverse the explosive zone. However, their power had diminished significantly as they reached Chen Xiao. He effortlessly dispelled them with a gust of his palm. Hmph! Continue attacking. Fire. A cold snort emerged from one of the bandits, who, witnessing Chen Xiao's ease in evading their assault, was filled with fury. With a sudden wave of his hand, he pointed at Chen Xiao. The bandits beside him immediately knocked their arrows, preparing to launch another attack. However, how could Chen Xiao allow them to continue their assault? With a swift step into the void, he surprisingly found himself treading upon the air without falling, and in an instant, his descending form accelerated dramatically, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards the hovering vessel not far away. Once aboard the ship, those arrows would no longer pose any threat to him. Yet, while Chen Xiao's speed was remarkable, the arrows flew even faster. Just as he was about to ascend the ship, a mere 2 meters away, the arrows finally descended upon him. Should he attempt to fend off the projectiles, it would undoubtedly consume precious time. The ship was in rapid motion, and if he hesitated, he would be distanced from it, inevitably plummeting to his demise. With the arrows now looming before him, Chen Xiao's expression grew grave. He ceased any defensive maneuvers. not even casting a glance at the incoming projectiles, appearing as though he had relinquished all resistance. In truth, he had indeed abandoned his struggle. Further resistance would only lead to his certain downfall. Yet, surrendering meant becoming a mere target for the arrows. A thought that brought a glimmer of delight to the faces of the bandits. Chen Xiao's previous actions had been terrifying, single-handedly slaying over 10 adversaries, including several martial kings. If he continued his rampage, what devastation might ensue? Just as their faces lit up with anticipation, believing they were on the verge of vanquishing Chen Xiao, he suddenly vanished from sight. What was happening? Their eyes widened in disbelief. None could have anticipated that Chen Xiao would disappear in an instant. The next moment, a series of metallic sounds echoed, as more than 10 arrows struck the side of the hovering ship. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure silently appeared upon the ship's railing, Chen Xiao. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce, murderous intent as he glared at the individuals on the deck. The previous scene had been perilously close. Had he not employed his divine technique, Heaven's Descent, to instantaneously shift his position, he would surely have been riddled with arrows by now. In a flash, his fury erupted. A torrent of true essence surged wildly from within him. From his dantian, the gluttonous beast opened its maw, drawing upon dozens of diverse bloodline powers, which instantaneously infused Chen Xiao with unparalleled strength. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his pent-up fury, consuming his mind entirely. With a thunderous roar, Chen Xiao lifted his sword high above his head, cleaving down towards the throng. A radiant blade aura ignited from the sword, enveloped in ethereal blue flames, rendering it even more otherworldly. The ferocious true essence enveloped the assailants entirely. And then, chaos erupted. Thunderous roars resounded as resplendent true essence enveloped the dazzling sword light, culminating in an explosive manifestation. Below, the sudden appearance of Chen Xiao left the onlookers momentarily stunned, and before they could react, his assault had already descended upon them. By the time they attempted to evade, it was far too late. Their only instinct was to raise their long swords in a futile effort to fend off Chen Xiao's strike. Yet, aside from one martial king, who narrowly managed to deflect the blow and evade a fatal injury, the others lacked even the capability to mount a defense, and were consequently hurled away by a single stroke, crashing violently to the ground. The bodies of these individuals bore a multitude of sword wounds, rendering them a sight of utter horror. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in Chen Xiao's ears, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards the martial king who had evaded his initial attack. Chapter 153. Victory. Wait, you cannot kill me, the martial king exclaimed, his expression reflecting panic as he saw Chen Xiao charging towards him. However, Chen Xiao had no intention of heeding his futile words. With unwavering speed, he closed the distance in an instant, his long sword thrust forward with lethal precision. In that moment, a sudden expression of anguish crossed the face of the flustered martial king bandit. Abruptly, he raised his hand and hurled an object towards Chen Xiao. Reacting instinctively, Chen Xiao sidestepped to evade, but his movement was slightly delayed. His left shoulder was struck by the projectile. Bang! Stumble! 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 Chen Xiao was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could regain his balance. It was then that he realized the object that had struck him was a talisman, similar to the one he had previously used to deceive the martial king bandit. Fortunately, this particular talisman was of low potency, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 3-star martial king. While it might pose a considerable threat to an ordinary person, it was hardly a concern for Chen Xiao, who had already ascended to the 7-star martial king realm and was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. Even against an 8-star martial king, Chen Xiao possessed enough formidable techniques to conclude the battle within 3 moves. As Chen Xiao staggered back, the bandit's face twisted with resentment upon realizing that his attack had inflicted minimal damage, merely tearing a bit of fabric. Despite his dissatisfaction, he recognized that he had squandered his opportunity to ensnare Chen Xiao once more and dared not linger. He swiftly turned to leap from the hovering ship towards another vessel. Yet, Chen Xiao would not allow him to flee so easily. Just as he steadied himself, Chen Xiao propelled a long sword from the ground with a powerful kick. In an instant, the sword transformed into a streak of cold light, hurtling towards the bandit's back. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to the hovering ship, where several others were still clinging to life. Without hesitation, he delivered several more strikes, ensuring their demise. Having accomplished this, Chen Xiao deftly took command of the hovering ship, rapidly steering it towards a few others nearby. The sight of Chen Xiao charging towards them sent waves of terror through the crew of those vessels, prompting them to hastily turn their ships and flee into the distance, abandoning their comrades. "Damn it, come back!" A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a peal of thunder striking the hearts of all present. It was the voice of the burly man with a bushy beard. Though he was currently engaged in combat with the 9-star martial king from Luoyang City, he had been keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao repeatedly dispatching numerous bandits, he resolved to come over and eliminate Chen Xiao. However, the wretched old man before him persistently shadowed his every move. Even when he chose to endure an attack in order to escape, the old fool remained fixated on him, denying him the opportunity to evade and strike at Chen Xiao, leaving him helpless as he unleashed a massacre right under the old man's nose. On the massive floating ship, a group of individuals continued to engage in fierce combat. Though the robbers found their pace significantly slowed, they had caught sight of Chen Xiao wreaking havoc among the crowd. If this continued, they would surely be annihilated. Conversely, the students of Tianwu Academy did not charge in unison. Many of those whose cultivation fell below that of a martial general were incapable of executing such long-distance jumps in midair, remaining confined to the smaller vessels. This circumstance diminished the robbers' numerical advantage, resulting in a scenario where several students ganged up on a single robber. Although casualties were inevitable, this situation inadvertently spared the Academy a substantial number of losses. From the onset until now, fewer than 10 had perished, and while nearly 40 were injured, they still retained combat effectiveness, not finding themselves at a disadvantage. "Get lost!" The roar resounded once more. The burly man with a beard was genuinely agitated. For Chen Xiao's floating ship had once again collided with a small vessel, mercilessly slaughtering those aboard. Their remaining ships had dwindled to fewer than 12. Although these floating vessels appeared diminutive, each was valued at over 1 million. How could they endure such reckless collisions from Chen Xiao? He yearned to intervene, to halt Chen Xiao's rampage. Yet the elder from Luoyang City, with a smile, declared, "Your opponent is me. Do you wish to flee now? Do you look down upon me?" With those words, he cast his spell, hastening his speed to engage the bearded robber in combat. Time slipped away, second by second. In the blink of an eye, another half a tea time had passed. During this interval, the Academy's side suffered further casualties due to the fury of the martial kings, with the death toll rising by over 10. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had destroyed 3 more floating ships and slain 14 individuals, including 2 junior martial kings. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" After enduring for so long and seeing victory slip away, the burly bearded robber finally issued this painful command. Upon hearing this, the robbers, who were locked in fierce battle with Han Xiaolai and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, the pressure exerted by Chen Xiao was immense. Though his cultivation was not overwhelmingly formidable, merely slightly superior to theirs, his speed in killing was exceedingly terrifying. If they allowed him to continue his slaughter, the foundation they had painstakingly built over the years would be obliterated. Many robbers regretted their choices deeply, realizing too late that they were attempting to rob the treasures of Tianwu Academy in Tianwu country. Was this not akin to inviting their own demise? Upon hearing the retreat signal, it was music to their ears. They paid no heed to anything else, swiftly turning and fleeing, fearful that any delay would seal their fate. Surrounding them, airborne vessels, having caught wind of the retreat command, hastened to draw near, allowing these bandits of the martial king realm to leap aboard, thus facilitating their escape. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these marauders had vanished onto the ships. On board, Han Xiaolai and his compatriots dared not pursue further. They stood rooted in place, panting heavily as they watched the bandits flee in disarray. Their gazes fell upon the scarred and battered ship, and anxiety gripped their hearts. The toll of casualties had been staggering this time, and they were left to ponder how they would account for this upon their return. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, after dispatching yet another foe, turned his attention towards the burly man with a beard. The latter, sensing Chen Xiao's scrutiny, momentarily forced back the martial king from Luoyang City with a strike of his sword, then cast a fierce glare at Chen Xiao. With a sudden leap off the ship's edge, he bounded onto another airborne vessel, racing towards the horizon and swiftly vanishing from sight. The immediate peril, it seemed, had been averted for the time being. Chapter 154. A safe arrival. With a collective sigh of relief, Chen Xiao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of gratitude and respect towards Chen Xiao. They had witnessed his valiant actions firsthand. In truth, it could be said without hesitation that their lives were preserved by his heroic intervention. Previously, many had harbored doubts, suspecting Chen Xiao intended to abandon them, but now, they all hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze from afar. Swiftly, they began to clear the bodies and belongings from the vessel. The 9-star Martial King from Longyang City reappeared, casting a somber glance over the numerous corpses strewn about the ship. His voice resonated with authority as he admonished the group. Upon hearing his command, everyone snapped to attention, hastily tidying up the surrounding area, while the injured began to consume medicinal pills to stabilize their conditions. The losses endured were indeed grievous. Dean's son's brow furrowed deeply, his expression dark with dismay. After a thorough assessment, he discovered that their academy had suffered the loss of 19 lives, not accounting for the 8 who had entirely lost their combat capabilities and remained unconscious. Additionally, over 50 individuals bore varying degrees of injuries, yet managed to retain some semblance of functionality. This toll weighed heavily on Dean's son and the others. For these were the CRME de la CRME of their respective academies, many of whom were exceptionally gifted in alchemy, a staggering loss indeed. Alas, the losses are severe, but at least we are alive, Chen Xiao remarked, gazing into the distance with a heavy heart. Indeed, survival is our silver lining, Dean's son echoed, sharing in the sentiment. Behind them, other elders and personnel busied themselves with tending to the wounded and gathering the bodies of their fallen students. Even in death, these young souls deserve to be returned to their homes, lest they be subjected to scorn. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao stood solitary at the bow of a small airborne vessel, his gaze fixed on the receding pirate fleet, a look of relief gracing his features. Despite the swiftness with which he had dispatched his foes, he was now fully aware that he had entered a state of complete exertion. Every ounce of his bloodline power had been unleashed, and his true essence was depleting rapidly. At this moment, he had less than 30% of his remaining essence, and should the conflict persist, he feared he might not endure much longer. Fortunately, the threat had vanished, yet Chen Xiao dared not linger. Should those marauders return, it would spell trouble. His eyes shifted downwards to the forest below, where he had successfully demolished 5 of the pirates' airborne vessels, leaving a chaotic wreckage in their wake. The ship he currently occupied was relatively intact, functioning well enough for immediate operation. Save for some bloodstains, it remained wholly serviceable. Without much hesitation, the lifeless bodies of the aforementioned bandits were discarded from the hovering vessel, plummeting into the verdant jungle below. Chen Xiao skillfully maneuvered the airship, swiftly approaching the grand floating ship. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's arrival, Han Xiaolai and the others promptly ceased their activities, their collective gaze fixed upon him, eagerly anticipating his presence. As the 2 vessels drew near, in a fleeting moment, Chen Xiao exerted himself and leapt directly beside Han Xiaolai and the others. With a swift motion, he turned and waved, causing the rapidly approaching airship to vanish from midair, having been seamlessly absorbed into Chen Xiao's spatial backpack. To the onlookers, it was only natural to assume that Chen Xiao possessed an exceptionally large space storage ring. While such an item was indeed costly, it was hardly surprising given Chen Xiao's demonstrated prowess. "Are you well?" Han Xiaolai inquired as Chen Xiao descended, immediately approaching him. The others, including the venerable 9-star Martial King, followed closely behind, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they sought to ascertain whether Chen Xiao had sustained any injuries during the recent skirmish. "I'm fine." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Although the battle had been perilous, he had only suffered a minor flesh wound on his shoulder. The astonishment on Han Xiaolai and the others' faces deepened as they noted that, despite their own considerable injuries, including the loss of 2 high-ranking martial kings and several others with serious wounds, even Han Xiaolai bore a lengthy gash on his arm, a consequence of the enemy seizing an opportune moment during the fray. "Are you truly unscathed?" Mo Yun suddenly approached, her curiosity evident in her tone. "Yes," Chen Xiao affirmed with a slight nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over Mo Yun's face, which, once rosy, now appeared pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, indicating she too had been wounded. However, it seemed that everyone was recovering to some extent. At that moment, the 9-star Martial King from Longyang City spoke up, stating, This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must depart immediately. Understood. The group nodded in agreement, and the immense airship began to alter its course, hastening toward Tianwu City from a different direction. The distance to Tianwu City was still several hundred miles away. Yet with the airship's velocity, they would arrive within a day. Upon their arrival, the bodies of the fallen disciples aboard the airship had already been gathered and placed within a special storage ring. Han Xiaolai intended to dispatch individuals to return these remains to their respective academies. However, their current priority was the impending Danwu competition. Tianwu City, situated in the heart of the Tianwu Kingdom, was surrounded by vast and boundless plains, with several satellite cities guarding the immense central metropolis, presenting a truly magnificent sight. The region encompassed by Tianwu City, along with its surrounding satellite cities, boasted a population nearing 200 million. This significant population density fostered thriving ancillary industries, rendering both merchants and vendors exceedingly prosperous. As one of the preeminent and formidable forces within the realm of Tianwu, the Tianwu Academy is strategically situated in the southwestern part of Tianwu City. This location, somewhat remote and sparsely populated, is ideally suited for the institution's educational pursuits. It was originally bestowed upon the academy by the royal family of the Tianwu Kingdom under the auspices of Emperor Chu Tian following the city's establishment. The headquarters of Tianwu Academy spans an impressive area of approximately 200,000 square meters, adorned with numerous pavilions and towers, interspersed with a multitude of edifices. Among its grounds flourish rare trees and the ethereal herbs and medicinal plants that thrive on the spiritual energy of the earth. Approaching the academy, one can distinctly sense the palpable increase in the surrounding celestial vitality. At this moment, outside Tianwu City, a colossal airship gracefully glides into view, halting near the southwestern vicinity of the Tianwu Academy. Only after a thorough inspection by those aboard does it resume its journey towards the academy. Chen Xiao stands on the deck, his gaze fixed upon the bustling realm below, lost in contemplative thought. Chapter 155. A smooth arrival, everyone. Please prepare yourselves. We have arrived. Once we reach the headquarters of Tianwu Academy, I urge you all to refrain from wandering about. The voice of Dean Sun resonated slowly. He stood at the forefront of the group, assuming the role of leader. After delivering these words, Dean Sun and several others, including Han Xiaolai, made their way to the deck, their gazes fixed upon the approaching buildings below. In the vast azure stone square, measuring over 10,000 meters in length and width, a gathering of individuals awaited quietly. As they spotted the hovering vessel carrying Chen Xiao and his companions descending, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. At the forefront stood an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, adorned in a long blue robe that exuded an air of authority. His eyes, slightly narrowed, flickered with a glimmer of intelligence, yet his expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. Behind this venerable figure, several middle-aged men formed a cluster. Should any disciples of the academy glance in their direction, they would undoubtedly be astounded to recognize these prominent figures of the academy, including the elusive head of the Alchemy Institute, who had not made an appearance in nearly a year. They have arrived, one of them whispered, as the words echoed. The enormous hovering vessel descended gradually under the watchful eyes of the crowd, finally docking at a designated area for such crafts. A panoramic view revealed rows of colossal hovering ships, numbering at least a dozen. This display of wealth was beyond what a typical family or sect could muster, showcasing the immense financial strength of Tianwu Academy. Once the vessel stabilized, a small boat was lowered, and the group, led by Dean Sun, disembarked first, followed closely by Chen Xiao and his companions. However, what caught the attention of onlookers was the visible injuries sustained by many who descended, some even wrapped in bandages, requiring assistance to walk. The frowns of the academy's higher-ups deepened upon witnessing this scene, their faces flashing with anger. The elderly man hastily approached Han Xiaolai and the others, stopping before them. You have endured much hardship along the way. I have already reported your plight to the emperor. Troops have been dispatched to eliminate the bandits of Tianfeng. Rest assured, retribution will be served. Upon seeing the newcomers, Dean Sun and the others were equally moved. Quickly bowing in respect, we greet you, Dean Zhou, and esteemed elders. Through Han Xiaolai's introductions, Chen Xiao and the others learned that the elderly man was the legitimate head of Tianwu Academy, wielding unparalleled authority over the institution. His personal presence to welcome them was prompted by the alarming news that had reached him, that his subordinates had been ambushed en route to the headquarters, resulting in considerable casualties. Such an affront could not be tolerated. At that time, a group of senior officials from the academy were forcibly ousted. Subsequently, Director Zhou personally sought an audience with the emperor and dispatched troops to quell the unrest. Upon his return, he came here to warmly welcome Han Xiaolai and others. Naturally, much of this information originated from the elder himself, who, after exchanging pleasantries with Dean Sun and others, directed his gaze towards Chen Xiao and the others behind him. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he solemnly remarked, "You have all endured a challenging journey. I have prepared superior elixirs for everyone to consume, so as not to delay the forthcoming competitions." Upon finishing his words, a middle-aged man behind Director Zhou stepped forward, holding a porcelain vial from which he extracted the elixirs, distributing one to each individual, regardless of their injuries. This elixir was a translucent pill of light green hue, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance that invigorated one's spirit with just a whiff. "Is this the fourth-rank Bean pill?" one person exclaimed in astonishment upon holding it. Chen Xiao did not turn around. Instead, he silently invoked, "Identify." Ding. System prompt. Identification complete. Fourth-rank Bean pill, crafted by the renowned alchemist Zhou Chuan. Consuming it may swiftly alleviate internal injuries and greatly aid in the recovery of bodily and meridian afflictions. The quality appears commendable. A faint smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he chose not to consume the pill, opting instead to stow it away. His injuries had nearly healed, and with just another day's time, he would likely be fully restored, rendering the elixir unnecessary. Moreover, he possessed superior elixirs of his own, far exceeding this one, making it redundant to partake in such offerings. Not only Chen Xiao, but several others also refrained from consuming the elixir, as they were among those with minor injuries who found no need for medication. Apart from these individuals, Han Xiaolai and others were each given a pill. For the senior officials of the academy, there was no need for formality. After expressing their gratitude, they promptly consumed the elixirs. After all, a multitude of tasks awaited their attention. Have the others arrived? Dean Sun inquired after taking the elixir, glancing at the hovering vessels nearby. Yes, many have arrived, and the rest are en route. With 3 days remaining until the Danwu competition, this time should be devoted to recuperation. Additionally, the city will be bustling with various auctions and gatherings. Should anyone require anything, they can venture out to make purchases. It is advisable to don the Academy's disciple attire to avoid unnecessary complications, Director Zhou explained with a smile. Excellent. Dean Sun nodded in agreement. And under the guidance of Director Zhou and others, the group made their way towards the Academy in the distance. At that moment, it was midday, and along the route, one could observe numerous young talents clad in the attire of Tianwu Academy. As Chen Xiao and his companions proceeded, they could distinctly see these individuals, even discerning the cultivation levels they possessed. To the astonishment of many, the esteemed Director Zhou before Chen Xiao and his companions was, in fact, a genuine one-star martial emperor. And moreover, one in the mid-stage of this rank, poised to ascend to the later stage. In addition to him, the individuals following Director Zhou boasted cultivation levels of at least 8-star martial kings. Such formidable power would undoubtedly constitute a terrifying force within any sect. When considering the various branches of the Academy, Chen Xiao shuddered to contemplate the sheer magnitude of the Tianwu Academy's strength. Beyond these high-ranking officials, Chen Xiao also noted that the cultivation levels of the Academy disciples he observed were commendable. They were all at least at the martial general stage, with even 2 of them being martial kings, leading Chen Xiao to almost mistake them for high-ranking officials of the Academy. Nevertheless, even with this might, the Tianwu Academy could not surpass the Fenglei Pavilion. The individual he had encountered previously, Zhu Ying, hailed from the Fenglei Pavilion, which transcended the Tianwu Kingdom. One could only imagine the extent of the power contained therein. As Chen Xiao's strength grew, so too did his perspective, making him increasingly aware of the thrill associated with his past actions. Fortunately, at that time, no one had discovered his endeavors, or else the consequences might have been quite dire. Chapter 156. In opportune timing, President Zhou led the group to the accommodations designated for these outsiders behind the academy before taking his leave. After enduring a lengthy journey and having participated in an intense battle just a day prior, Chen Xiao and the others were utterly exhausted. Upon reaching their assigned courtyards, they collapsed into slumber. Even Chen Xiao succumbed to sleep for several hours. When Chen Xiao awoke once more, the sky outside had gradually darkened. Yet the horizon was adorned with a beautiful tapestry of crimson clouds. After refreshing himself, Chen Xiao had scarcely stepped outside when Han Xiaolai approached him, accompanied by several students from the academy. Chen Xiao, you are awake. How do you feel? Han Xiaolai inquired with a cheerful smile, while the nearby students gazed at Chen Xiao with a hint of reverence. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and nodded. I am well. Is there something you need, Han Lao? That's splendid to hear. The representatives from the Tianwu Academy branch have all gathered, and President Zhou is hosting a banquet today. I have come to invite you to join us. If you have no other matters, shall we proceed together? Certainly, Chen Xiao replied, having little to prepare. The group set off without hesitation. Once outside, Chen Xiao noticed that others had already begun arriving at the entrance, and he realized he was perhaps the last to emerge. It was understandable. With the competition imminent, the others must have been brimming with excitement. Only someone like Chen Xiao, devoid of pressure, could afford to sleep so soundly. Unlike the earlier days in Beixian City, when those waiting for Chen Xiao would grow restless, this time, although they had been waiting for a considerable while, there was an eerie absence of impatience among them. Even Lu Tao and Fong Wen regarded Chen Xiao with respect. In this world, where strength dictated respect, Chen Xiao's prowess overshadowed that of everyone present. Their reverence for the strong made their waiting a foregone conclusion, not to mention that without Chen Xiao, none of them would likely have survived. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting, Chen Xiao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that over 100 individuals would be awaiting him, far more than the last gathering in Beixian City. Not at all. Given the intense battle we faced earlier, a longer rest is entirely reasonable. Now that everyone is here, let us set off. Director Sun chuckled, giving Chen Xiao a reassuring pat on the shoulder before striding forward. Han Xiaolai and the others promptly followed suit, while Chen Xiao blended into the throng, strolling leisurely and simultaneously assessing his character attributes. Host, Chen Xiao level, pinnacle of 7-star martial king cultivation technique, starfire art martial skills, skyward sword, flowing cloud immortal steps, flame blade, dragon dance in the 9 heavens, celestial descent, gold coins, 6820 luck value, 2 task 1, farewell to Chen Lan, completion status, not completed, time limit, 347 days task 2, request from the Heavenly Martial Academy, task status, not completed, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8-star martial king. Chen Xiao mused, his mind beginning to ponder. Apart from this, the 2 tasks were also quite captivating. However, Chen Xiao merely glanced at them and chose to disregard them. Overthinking at this juncture would serve no purpose. Lost in contemplation, he remained oblivious to the admiration, even laced with a hint of flirtation, emanating from several female students nearby. For these disciples of the academy, a young man like Chen Xiao, possessing such formidable prowess, was undoubtedly their ideal. If he were so inclined, many would readily express a desire to share their lives with him. Of course, Chen Xiao's thoughts were far removed from such considerations, leaving him unaware of their gazes. The banquet venue was not far from where Chen Xiao and his companions resided. It was a vast courtyard, sprawling over several thousand square meters. Within the courtyard, an abundance of tables was arranged, and the lively sounds of conversation filled the air, indicating that guests had already arrived. As Chen Xiao and his group approached, others from various locations converged, engaging in the customary pleasantries. However, this did not concern Chen Xiao and his companions. They merely followed him behind. Upon entering, a garden surrounded the courtyard, and at its center lay nearly 1,000 tables and chairs, each adorned with a teacup and a platter of fruits. Numerous guests had already taken their seats at the foremost tables. Chen Xiao scanned the crowd, noting that the younger individuals were likely students, while the older ones were members of the academy's higher echelons. Despite belonging to the same institution, there was a clear hierarchy among the seated guests. Chen Xiao observed that those occupying the front tables were all at least martial kings, with some even reaching the ranks of 8 or 9-star martial kings, while he and his companions were nearly positioned at the 3rd tier below. Without the keen eyesight of a martial artist, one might struggle to discern the features of those at the forefront. All right, everyone, please take your seats, Dean Sun directed, indicating where they should be seated. The arrangement was accepted without dissent, as it was naturally dictated by the hierarchy of the academy. Nonetheless, there were exceptions. Irrespective of rank, the higher-ups of the academy, after settling their own disciples, made their way directly to the front row to select their preferred spots. As night deepened, the surroundings were unwittingly illuminated by over 1,000 torches. Some luminous stones had already been placed in the flower beds and under the eaves, and though dusk had fallen, the courtyard became increasingly radiant, not hindering the gathering's ability to observe the proceedings. A group of youthful maidens gracefully entered, bearing delectable dishes, serving exquisite delicacies to Chen Xiao and his companions. Chen Xiao sampled but a few bites of these culinary delights, yet he indulged himself abundantly with the fruits laid before him. From the elevated platform above, laughter resonated, while below, Chen Xiao and his peers relished their feasts, naturally engaging in lively conversations. Even if he wished to tune out, the myriad discussions around him inevitably seeped into his awareness. Among the multitude of topics, the name that surfaced most frequently was that of a student named Zhao Hao. Through the murmurings, Chen Xiao gleaned that Zhao Hao had entered the Tianwu Academy at the tender age of 15, already possessing the prowess of a martial master. After 5 years of diligent training, he had ascended to the remarkable rank of 8-star martial king, marking him as an extraordinary prodigy. Furthermore, his background was decidedly more privileged than that of most present, hailing from a prominent family and akin to a first-tier city in Tianwu, replete with abundant resources for cultivation and an accelerated training pace, a fact that the gathered crowd could readily comprehend. Time meandered on amidst the revelry, until, just as Chen Xiao began to feel a sense of tedium, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Chapter 157. The Provoker. Greetings, I am Zhao Chang'an. Would you kindly shift to that position? Let us exchange seats. His voice was bright and resonant, yet it carried an undertone of command that left Chen Xiao feeling somewhat irked. Upon glancing up, he beheld a young man clad in a white long robe, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Chen Xiao. As if struck by a sudden thought, the young man continued, I have an abundance of fruits over there. You are welcome to partake. How about we switch seats? At this proclamation, the others nearby turned their attention towards them. These individuals had accompanied Chen Xiao and had also survived the previous day's fierce battle. Hearing Zhao's words, their expressions morphed into a peculiar mix of amusement and disbelief. Especially when the mention of fruits arose, they glanced at Chen Xiao's table, noting that indeed, a considerable amount of fruit had already been consumed, while the dishes remained largely untouched. This, coupled with Zhao's earlier remark, painted a rather unflattering picture of Chen Xiao as someone who simply indulged in food, seemingly unsatisfied and seeking sustenance from elsewhere. Not interested, Chen Xiao retorted curtly, unwilling to engage further. He turned away, returning to his seat, and promptly bit into a piece of fruit. You. Zhao Chang'an's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Until now, few had dared to refuse his requests, yet here he encountered unexpected resistance. Zhao believed his invitation had been exceedingly courteous. After all, if one enjoyed fruits, why not go eat at his table? But Chen Xiao's blunt dismissal of not interested left him perplexed. Did that imply he had no time to eat? Is there something else? Chen Xiao replied indifferently, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chang'an. Is it truly impossible to switch? Zhao Chang'an's face bore a hint of anger, yet he was reluctant to concede. As he spoke, he glanced toward the side of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes, also tilting his head to look, and then he noticed that sitting beside him was Mo Yun, who at that moment rested her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. From the side, she was indeed an exquisite beauty, a rare sight to behold. Zhao's desire to switch seats was evidently driven by his interest in Mo Yun. But what concern was that of Chen Xiao's? Why would he wish to move to a seat next to someone he did not know? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao blurted out, Leave. You seek death. Zhao Chang'an's anger flared, and he raised his hand, seemingly intent on teaching Chen Xiao a lesson. In an instant, Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed, and before Zhao could grasp him, Chen Xiao's left hand shot forth like lightning, seizing Zhao's arm with remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, Zhao felt as if his arm were ensnared by an iron claw, a sensation that filled him with dread. It is worth noting that he had already attained the rank of a 9-star martial general. To be restrained so effortlessly was inconceivable without the strength of a martial king. Could it be that his opponent was a martial king? But how could that be? Chen Xiao appeared far too youthful. Most importantly, There was no trace of imposing presence in Chen Xiao, as if he were an inconspicuous shadow. This was precisely why he was chosen as the focal point for the breakthrough. Had he truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Regardless of his inner thoughts, Zhao Chang'an had already raised his voice in admonition. What do you intend to do? Release me at once. The commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Even Mo Yun, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality, casting a puzzled glance in their direction, unsure of what had transpired. However, there was no sense of alarm, for Chen Xiao's prowess was evident to all. He could not possibly be at a disadvantage in such a situation. After a brief struggle, as Zhao Chang'an found himself unable to break free, he exerted even greater force, channeling his true essence and bloodline power. Almost on the verge of launching a direct attack on Chen Xiao. Observing the escalation, Chen Xiao decided to cease the charade, retracting his left hand with lightning speed. The suddenness of Chen Xiao's release caught Zhao Chang'an off guard. Compounded by his own exertion of true essence, the force propelling him backward was immense, resulting in an unexpected fall that sent him crashing to the ground. Bang! A deep thud resonated through the air. After toppling a table, Zhao Chang'an managed to come to a halt, albeit drenched in spilled liquor, appearing quite disheveled. The surroundings fell into an immediate hush, all eyes converging on the scene, particularly on Zhao Chang'an, who lay on the ground, still unable to rise. In the next moment, murmurs erupted around them. Zhao Chang'an felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, his face darkening with embarrassment. He scrambled to his feet, fixing an intense glare at Chen Xiao, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Just then, several high-ranking officials from the academy above turned their attention towards them, with the headmaster, as the person in charge, promptly inquiring what transpired here. Yet, Zhao Chang'an dared not speak the truth. How could he admit to vying for a position and being outmatched, only to find himself humiliated? That would be utterly disgraceful. Should he divulge such an account, he would have no choice but to withdraw from any future events, retreating in shame. However, with someone posing the question, he could not simply pretend not to hear. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands and replied, "I tripped accidentally. And there is no cause for concern. Everyone may rest assured." "Oh, do take care." The headmaster cast a glance at Zhao Chang'an. Though the details of the incident remained unclear, it was evident that a martial artist could not be felled by mere furniture. Nevertheless, given the multitude of witnesses, he refrained from probing further, lest the banquet be disrupted. The onlookers redirected their attention, and those who had been eager for entertainment lost interest as well. Except for those surrounding Chen Xiao, who watched with curiosity, keen to see how he would navigate the situation. "You, very well. I shall remember you." Zhao Chang'an approached Chen Xiao, shooting him a resentful glare before turning on his heel and departing. In the face of the threat posed by the other party, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, lifting his glass with calm composure and taking a sip. Meanwhile, Mo Yun observed Chen Xiao with curiosity, only to find that he did not glance in her direction even once, which left her feeling somewhat distressed. It was worth noting that during her time at the academy, male students would eagerly vie for the opportunity to speak with her, their gazes constantly fixed upon her. Although she found such attention rather unpleasant, Chen Xiao's complete indifference stirred a sense of melancholy within her. It must be said that women are indeed peculiar creatures. Whatever thoughts occupied Mo Yun's mind, Chen Xiao remained oblivious, showing no interest in uncovering them. He continued to sit there, absorbed in his own enjoyment of food and drink. As for Zhao Chang'an's earlier threat, Chen Xiao dismissed it entirely, considering it nothing more than the words of someone beneath the martial king realm, incapable of causing any significant disturbance. Chapter 158. Guangxing commercial firm. The banquet gradually drew to a close amidst laughter. As the guests began to disperse, a group gathered around Chen Xiao, including Han Xiaolai and several senior members of the academy. The other students, intimidated by the presence of such distinguished figures, hesitated to approach, save for Mo Yun, who continued to walk slowly behind Han Xiaolai. As they made their way back, Han Xiaolai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Chen, what transpired during the banquet?" "Nothing of consequence, merely an individual seeking trouble," Chen Xiao replied with composure. At this moment, Mo Yun, with a slight frown, pondered for a moment before softly saying, "While I was out today, I heard some news. Zhao Chang'an seems to be the brother of the renowned Zhao Hao. If he truly is Zhao Hao's sibling, then having been humiliated today could lead to some complications. Xiao Hao's brother? Han Xiaolai's brows knitted together upon hearing this. Even Director Zhou and others displayed concern as they glanced at Chen Xiao. It was evident that Xiao Hao's reputation was formidable enough for all present to recognize. Indeed, I have heard of him as well. Moreover, Zhao Chang'an is known for his bullying behavior. I heard he arrived yesterday, and many have voiced their grievances against him. But out of respect for Xiao Hao, they have tolerated his antics, interjected another student nearby. This could present some trouble. Director Sun and Han Xiaolai exchanged worried glances. If it comes to a competition in alchemy, we need not fear any underhanded tactics from him. However, should Chen Xiao participate in martial combat, the final phase will take place in a secluded space for trials. Once inside, we will be unable to assist you. Everything will rely solely on your own abilities. Should he wish to act against you in there, it could become quite problematic, and we would be powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals understood Director Sun's concern for Chen Xiao's potential peril. Although Chen Xiao was ostensibly their competitor at Longyang Academy, the earlier events had engendered a deep respect for him among the group. Moreover, it was evident that Chen Xiao was extraordinarily powerful. The members of Longyang Academy were no match for him. Since he posed no threat, why not extend a gesture of goodwill towards him? After all, Chen Xiao was a mere 16-year-old martial king. Should he continue to grow, his future would be boundless, making it imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. If Director Sun were to discover that Chen Xiao was also an alchemist, it would likely cause an uproar of tremendous proportions. From the outset, Director Sun had ordered that this information be kept under wraps to prevent misunderstandings from arising. After all, once anyone becomes aware of Chen Xiao's cultivation level, they will inevitably categorize him among the martial combatants, rather than regard him as an alchemist participating in the Elixir Conference. Others share this sentiment. Even Han Xiaolai, who is familiar with Chen Xiao's prowess, furrowed his brow deeply. Although Chen Xiao has reached the level of 7-star martial king, Xiao Hao is a renowned 8-star martial king. The adage that no one of merit can be obscured by fame is well known to Han Xiaolai. Without substantial skill, such a reputation could not have been maintained, as one would have been eliminated long before reaching such heights. However, Chen Xiao dismissed these concerns with a smile, confidently stating, "There is nothing to worry about. The boat will naturally right itself when it reaches the bridge. Moreover, I possess considerable confidence." With Chen Xiao's reassurances, the others could say no more than to urge him to exercise caution. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midday on the second day. After returning from the banquet, Chen Xiao immersed himself in his cultivation. The spiritual energy within the Heavenly Martial Academy was significantly richer than that in Beixian City, and an entire night of practice equaled at least 3 days of his previous efforts. Yet, he still felt somewhat disappointed. Chen Xiao shifted his gaze from the system panel before him, slightly disheartened. He had initially hoped to break through to the 8-star Martial King realm overnight, but alas, he found himself just short of that goal. Nevertheless, he could not continue his cultivation at that moment, for he had other plans for the day. After a brief wash, Chen Xiao stepped outside, discerning his direction before striding confidently toward the streets beyond the academy. Along the way, he observed a multitude of students bustling about. These individuals either donned the attire of Heavenly Martial Academy students or the garments of alchemists from the Dan Tower, with only a handful dressed in ordinary clothing. However, even those in plain attire encountered no one who would impede their passage with inquiries, which was rather pleasant. This is understandable, considering the upcoming martial competition has drawn various individuals from far and wide, who could ascertain which academy a person belongs to. Even if one wished to investigate, it would be overly cumbersome, so it is simpler to refrain from such inquiries altogether. Moreover, this is the Emperor's domain. Who would dare provoke the Heavenly Martial Academy here? It would be tantamount to courting disaster. The Heavenly Martial Academy occupies an immense expanse, and Chen Xiao walked for nearly the duration of an incense stick before finally exiting the academy grounds. He merged into the throngs of people along a broad street, 10 meters wide, gradually making his way into the distance until he vanished from sight. This time, Chen Xiao had no intention of returning empty-handed to Tianwu City. Furthermore, he had some trials awaiting him, and his supplies of elixirs and medicinal materials were nearly depleted. Thus, he planned to procure additional herbs during this visit. In addition to this, Chen Xiao was eager to inquire about the whereabouts of the so-called Jiangling. On his way, Chen Xiao inquired with the individuals present, including Dean's son. But regrettably, they too were unfamiliar with the locale of Jiangling. Thus, Chen Xiao could only place his hopes on the knowledge of others regarding the whereabouts of Jiangling. Tianwu City, the imperial city, was not only heavily fortified, but one could also frequently observe soldiers clad in iron armor patrolling the streets, alongside the vibrant and curious scenes that unfolded on either side of the thoroughfare. However, the sheer size of Tianwu City was somewhat astonishing. It took Chen Xiao nearly half an hour to locate the first auction house after departing from the academy. Guangxing Commercial House. This was the marketplace Chen Xiao had chosen to enter this time. Spanning an impressive area of over 10,000 square feet, the establishment boasted 5 stories. Bustling with crowds below, clearly indicating it was a highly popular shop. A thriving business often signifies a favorable reception of its products, and thus, Chen Xiao stepped inside without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 159. An embarrassing situation. As I approached the grand entrance, a maid clad in a flowing peach-hued gown gracefully approached me, her face adorned with a professional smile. "My lord, may I offer my assistance?" she inquired. "Take me to procure some medicinal herbs," I replied with a hint of indifference. "Of course, please follow me." She gestured courteously and turned to lead the way into the hall. Without hesitation, I scanned my surroundings briefly before following her inside. Upon entering the hall, a cacophony of voices enveloped me. The throng of people exceeded my expectations, with a multitude bustling about, their negotiations ringing in my ears. The recent excitement surrounding the alchemical and martial arts tournament had drawn an even larger crowd to Tianwu City than usual. The maid, attentively accompanying me, began to enlighten me about the surroundings. "Ah, I see," I nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As we conversed, we arrived at another hall situated behind the crowd. I had noticed a sign above the entrance indicating it was dedicated to medicinal herbs. Such items are typically scarce for ordinary cultivators, making the number of patrons here considerably fewer. Only a handful of individuals wandered through, their hushed bargaining whispers occasionally breaking the silence. Upon entering this chamber, the maid paused and gently inquired, "May I ask what type of herbs you wish to purchase, my lord?" "I require cardamom, 5-clawed golden dragon, cicada flower, red and blue flower." I listed over 10 varieties in one breath before ceasing, silently observing her reaction. The expression on her face shifted to one of respectful delight. All the herbs I had mentioned were of at least 4th rank, with several ascending to the 5th rank. It is well known that such herbs are exceedingly precious, often valued in the thousands, making them beyond the means of common folk. Only alchemists would dare to acquire them in such quantities. As for whether I might be an alchemist, that was of no concern to her. She understood that if she served me well, and I indeed purchased these items, her commission would equate to several months' worth of salary. "We have most of those items in our establishment. The cardamom is this way, my lord," she replied respectfully, guiding me toward a specific direction with evident familiarity. After a few steps, we arrived at a counter, and indeed, I beheld the cardamom. No fewer than a dozen pieces lay elegantly displayed in a specially crafted showcase for patrons to inspect. As I scrutinized the herbs, the maid eagerly elaborated. "These cardamoms are harvested from the depths of the beast forest, each boasting an age of at least several decades, making them excellent materials for alchemical refinement." "Indeed, they possess over 50 years of age," I affirmed. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. The system had just provided him with detailed information about these herbs. Upon hearing Chen Xiao accurately identify the age of the cardamom, the maid felt a wave of astonishment. It is worth noting that her own familiarity stemmed from years of working in this establishment, allowing her to possess an intimate understanding of the items within, thus enabling her to accurately state their origins and ages. However, Chen Xiao was evidently visiting for the first time, which could only imply that he possessed the extraordinary ability to discern such details with the naked eye. This level of perception was indeed unsettling. Even 3rd or 4th tier alchemists could not identify such things merely by glance. Growing increasingly respectful towards Chen Xiao, the maid dared not exhibit any carelessness and cautiously inquired, "Might the gentleman require a portion? Please prepare 10 portions for me." Chen Xiao replied softly, glancing towards other areas nearby. Various herbs and materials were displayed, each clearly marked with prices. In such a setting, haggling was generally considered implausible. Chen Xiao was unwilling to waste time over trivial sums, for he had myriad ways to earn money. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's request, the maid momentarily froze, thinking she might have misheard, and cautiously reiterated, "Sir, did you say 10 portions?" "Indeed," Chen Xiao confirmed with a nod. Once the maid received his affirmation, she promptly instructed a youthful attendant behind the counter. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao idly surveyed his surroundings as the maid packaged the 10 portions of cardamom. Afterward, she hurried to his side, saying, "Sir, your order is ready." "Very well. You may hold on to it for now. We shall settle the payment together shortly," Chen Xiao responded before turning towards another counter where he had spotted items he required. Thus, the two proceeded, stopping intermittently to make purchases. In no time, the maid found herself laden with numerous packages of various sizes. Initially, there were even more items. But seeing that Chen Xiao showed no signs of ceasing his acquisitions, the maid realized she had encountered a true patron. She thus arranged for the additional items to be taken to a nearby reception room, where they could be securely watched until Chen Xiao completed his shopping, at which point they could settle the total amount. Time passed steadily. Aside from one elusive herb, Chen Xiao had successfully gathered all the requested items, and had even procured some rarer materials. When the maid led him into the reception area, a full half-hour had elapsed. Shortly after their arrival, another maid entered, offering Chen Xiao a cup of fragrant tea, while the earlier maid began tallying the expenses incurred during this shopping excursion. After a considerable interval, the maid finally lifted her gaze to Chen Xiao and softly remarked, "My lord, the tally has been completed. The total amounts to 1,113,635 gold coins. In light of your substantial purchase, I shall waive the remaining 36,735 gold coins, allowing you to settle the sum of 1,100,000 gold coins." "Excellent," Chen Xiao nodded, finding the figures aligned closely with his own estimations. However, as he probed into his system's inventory, a frown creased his brow. Unbeknownst to him, his gold coins had dwindled significantly, leaving him with less than 1,000,000 coins, insufficient to cover the bill. With a resigned sigh, he inquired, "Do you accept payment in the form of elixirs?" The maid, who had been respectfully awaiting his request, was momentarily taken aback but promptly responded with deference. "We do accept elixirs of 3rd grade or higher at Guanxin Commerce." Chapter 160. The Roots of the 5-Colored Lotus. Very well. This is a 4th grade washing marrow pill. Could you please ascertain its value? As he spoke, Chen Xiao produced a jade green vial from his hand and handed it directly to the attendant beside him. The maid promptly received it with utmost care, her expression blossoming with surprise and delight upon hearing Chen Xiao's mention of a 4th grade elixir. It is worth noting that elixirs of the 4th grade and above are quite rare, even within their esteemed Guanxin Trading Company, as most offerings are of the 3rd grade or lower. 4th grade elixirs are considered among the finest, while 5th grade ones are exceedingly scarce. Available only in limited quantities each year and quickly sold out, thus regarded as treasures of the establishment. Should the quality of the elixir provided by Chen Xiao prove satisfactory, the maid would undoubtedly earn merit for the company, potentially resulting in a significant increase in her commission, perhaps even rivaling her annual salary. The thought filled her with excitement as she cautiously removed the vial's cap. An extraordinary fragrance immediately wafted forth, causing her eyes to sparkle with anticipation. "Is this truly a high-grade 4th grade elixir?" she exclaimed, her seasoned eyes instantly discerning the exceptional quality of the pill. "Indeed," Chen Xiao responded with a gentle smile, unfazed by her astonishment. "Please hold on for a moment. This pricing exceeds my authority. I shall summon the manager to evaluate it for you," the maid replied, carefully placing the elixir back into the porcelain vial and returning it to Chen Xiao before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, another maid remained nearby, awaiting any possible instructions from Chen Xiao. However, he had no commands to give. Instead, he sat quietly, glancing at the assortment of herbs positioned beside him before storing them within his spatial ring. In such a place, he preferred to avoid utilizing his supreme upgrade system whenever possible. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed once more from outside, as the maid led a stern-looking middle-aged man into the room. Upon their entrance, the imposing figure clasped his fists and greeted Chen Xiao with a respectful smile. "Greetings, esteemed guest." In response, Chen Xiao rose and returned the gesture. The middle-aged man continued, "Are you here to have this vial of elixir appraised?" He gestured towards the porcelain vessel beside Chen Xiao without directly reaching for it. "Indeed," Chen Xiao affirmed with a slight nod. Once Chen Xiao confirmed, the middle-aged man stepped forward, carefully took the vial, and gently opened it. After inhaling the fragrance delicately, He then poured out a single pill. As the perfectly rounded elixir emerged, a delightful aroma immediately filled the air, causing the man's eyes to brighten with intrigue. After a careful observation that lasted the duration of half a tea session, the middle-aged man finally raised his head and remarked, "Indeed, this is a fourth-grade advanced elixir, and it surpasses the usual high-grade variants by a considerable margin, possessing almost no impurities. If we were to assess its value based on the current market price, it would range between 8,000 to 10,000 gold coins per piece. If you wish to use this item as collateral, I can authorize an exchange at the rate of 10,000 gold coins each. May I inquire how many of these elixirs you possess?" "This transaction shall be settled entirely with these elixirs," Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, he waved his hand, revealing another 10 vials, each containing 10 elixirs, totaling 110 pieces. "Please count them," he added, before quietly sitting down to sip his tea. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. Initially, he had anticipated that Chen Xiao would offer a few elixirs and pay the majority in gold, but to his surprise, Chen Xiao showed no intention of parting with any coins. However, he pondered whether the quality of these elixirs was consistent. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing them, instead standing still to meticulously open and inspect each vial. While this methodical examination took some time, it was his duty, and given the substantial value of the items, it was warranted. As time gradually slipped away, after another half-incense stick's worth of time had passed, Chen Xiao finished his cup of tea. The middle-aged man finally straightened his back and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Esteemed guest, I have completed the inspection of the elixirs you provided, and I can confirm that there are no issues. Their quality is virtually identical. It is a pleasure to cooperate." "A pleasure indeed," Chen Xiao replied with a faint smile. As the middle-aged man began to collect the elixirs, Chen Xiao then produced another item from his possession, stating, "I find myself in need of funds lately. Could you assist in auctioning this item for me?" "What is this?" The middle-aged man, having stored away the vials, was momentarily stunned at the sight of the white lotus root, about a foot in length, that Chen Xiao held. He certainly did not perceive it as merely an ordinary edible lotus root. The moment it was revealed, a peculiar and enchanting fragrance enveloped the room, and the spiritual energy within the space seemed to swell significantly. Without needing to guess, he understood that it must be a remarkable item. Chen Zhao's subsequent explanation confirmed his suspicions. "This is a segment of a 5-colored lotus root, which I fortuitously acquired from a seller. Initially, I intended to reserve it for alchemical purposes, but I find it unnecessary for the time being. Thus, it is suitable for auction to procure some funds." Chen Zhao's words elucidated the origin of the item. Of course, even without his explanation, the middle-aged man would not have inquired further. Chen Zhao's clarification merely served to dispel any unwarranted thoughts in his mind. A 5-colored lotus root? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly reached out to take the lotus stem from Chen Zhao's hand, examining it with great care. This object exudes a subtle vitality, brimming with spiritual energy and integrity. Indeed, it is a rare and remarkable find. It is even conceivable that, if entrusted to a sect specializing in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and plants, it might be nurtured back to life. After observing for a moment, the middle-aged man conveyed his conclusion to Chen Xiao. "Indeed, there is a certain probability of survival. If we were to auction it, how long would it take? What might be its worth in gold coins?" Chen Xiao inquired softly, casting a glance at the middle-aged man. "This 5-colored lotus has already been classified as a 6th-grade spiritual herb. Unfortunately, it is not the variety with the most potent medicinal properties, yet even so, it cannot be casually auctioned. We would require approximately 2 days to prepare, and we shall conduct the auction prior to the commencement of the alchemy and martial arts tournament. What do you think?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Xiao, seeking his opinion. "That sounds acceptable." Chen Xiao nodded, expressing no dissent. "Excellent. It is thus agreed." A smile illuminated the middle-aged man's face as he deftly produced a jade token. After inscribing the details of the item upon it, he handed it to Chen Xiao, saying, "This token serves as your proof of participation in the auction. With it, you may directly enter the auction and subsequently claim your proceeds." Chapter 161. Auction here. "I have a few more elixirs. Please auction them off as well." Chen Xiao pondered for a moment, then produced a porcelain vial with a flourish. "More." The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished by the abundance of treasures Chen Xiao possessed. These are merely some breaking realm pills for martial generals attempting to ascend to the martial king realm. They are not particularly valuable. Just help me auction them off. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Not particularly valuable. The middle-aged man's lips twitched at his words. It is crucial to note that these breaking realm pills are 5th-grade spiritual elixirs. And among the 5th grade, they are notoriously difficult to concoct. Even an average 5th-grade alchemist would struggle to produce them. Yet here was Chen Xiao presenting them so casually. More importantly, the man himself had just barely reached the pinnacle of the martial general realm. These pills were indeed treasures for him. However, the auction house had its rules, and he could not simply approach Chen Xiao for private purchase this time. If he was so intrigued, how could those outside, trapped in the martial general realm and unable to break through to the martial king realm, possibly resist? Even without any promotion, he could foresee that once the news of the breaking realm pills being auctioned by their Guangxing auction house spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. If managed well, it could even allow Guangxing auction house to surpass several other establishments in one fell swoop, thanks to these pills. Cautiously, he opened the vial, revealing 6 breaking realm pills lying quietly within. A subtle fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses. Indeed, they were 5th-grade breaking realm pills, and moreover, they were high-grade elixirs. The astonishment on the middle-aged man's face was no longer concealable. Such a grade of elixir could be considered a treasure of the establishment, yet here was Chen Xiao, offering them with such ease. Who exactly is Chen Xiao? Is he perhaps a core disciple of a super-large sect, out for training? Yet, if he were a disciple of a prominent sect, he wouldn't likely be short on funds, would he? For a moment, the middle-aged man felt a tinge of apprehension and began to speculate anxiously. Chen Xiao seemed to sense his thoughts and cast a deep glance at him, stating calmly, "Once these items are auctioned, please exchange them all for the materials listed here. I will need them for the upcoming alchemist martial combat tournament." "Oh, so you are a master alchemist participating in the tournament." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. "Indeed, it is unfortunate that my master does not provide me with funds, compelling me to sell the elixirs he entrusted to me," Chen Xiao replied with a grin. "By the way, how is the pricing determined?" The middle-aged man, seeing this, ceased his inquiries and focused on the elixirs, contemplating silently. There are 6 elixirs in total, each conservatively estimated at 100,000 gold coins, possibly even higher. In my opinion, setting the starting price at 100,000 gold coins would be quite appropriate. "Very well, proceed as you see fit." Chen Xiao nodded affirmatively. Thus, the middle-aged man once again prepared a receipt for Chen Xiao. After receiving the items, Chen Xiao, escorted by a maid, slowly exited the Guangxing commercial firm. Once Chen Xiao departed, the maid returned to the reception room. The middle-aged man looked at her with a faint smile and remarked, "Well done this time. I shall submit a request to the higher-ups to grant you a reward of 10,000 gold coins." "Thank you, esteemed manager." The maid's face lit up with joy, and she promptly expressed her gratitude with a bow. "Haha, very well. Please go out and announce that our Guangxing commercial firm will host a grand auction in 2 days during the Shen hour, featuring the 5-colored lotus and the 5th-rank breaking realm pill," the middle-aged man whispered. "Understood." The maid replied eagerly and hurriedly stepped out to relay the message. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man also turned and hastened towards the 5th floor, as he needed to inform the higher-ups about the events that had transpired. After exiting the Guangxing commercial firm, Chen Xiao did not head directly home, but instead wandered along the bustling streets, exploring the surroundings. Within Tianwu City, to maintain the appearance of the city, street vendors were prohibited from setting up stalls haphazardly. However, with so many people, not everyone could afford to rent a shop. Thus, designated areas were established for these small vendors to gather and trade. In addition to the common gathering spots for ordinary vendors, there existed a specialized market for martial artists, the martial market. Chen Xiao had heard discussions about the martial market during the banquet the previous day. It was an expansive area specifically allocated for martial artists to interact and trade. Here, one could rent a stall for a day for just 1 gold coin, whether for selling or exchanging goods, without any interference. Furthermore, the patrolling guards of Tianwu City ensured order. Any troublemakers would be promptly apprehended. Beyond safety, the quality of goods in the martial market also sparked much discussion. While inferior products were certainly a concern, the majority were of decent quality. Yet, there were also tales of extraordinary fortune, where individuals selected random items only to discover their value far exceeded expectations. Among the most renowned stories were two notable incidents. The first involved a martial artist who purchased a blank tome in the martial market. The seller had struggled for months without unraveling its secrets and decided to sell it. To the astonishment of the buyer, he uncovered a transcendent, heavenly-level technique within, complete with notes from a powerful master, propelling him to become a formidable figure, reaching the rank of 8-star martial king in just a few short years. Another individual, however, was a martial disciple. The veracity of the tale remains unknown. Yet it is said that a martial disciple spent several gold coins at the martial market to acquire a dying, unknown herb. Upon returning home, he unexpectedly discovered that it was, in fact, a 7th-tier spiritual herb, which was subsequently auctioned for over 10 million gold coins. This martial disciple, therefore, amassed a considerable fortune, ensuring a steady supply of cultivation resources and even establishing a renowned family within a secondary city of the Tianwu kingdom. Such stories are widely discussed with logical reasoning, and nearly anyone can recount them. Naturally, Chen Xiao was drawn to the commotion as well. Moreover, Chen Xiao's supreme upgrade system possessed an impressive appraising function, enabling him to discern items within the martial market that others might overlook, potentially allowing him to seize an unforeseen opportunity. Chapter 162. A profitable venture. The martial market was distinctly delineated, situated near the western city. After departing from the Guangxing Trading Company, Chen Xiao inquired of a passerby and acquired the precise location. He proceeded without pause, traversing nearly half an hour before finally arriving in the vicinity of the martial market. Even before entering, the cacophony of lively chatter and commotion assaulted his ears. Along the streets, a throng of martial artists hurried past, many clad in the distinctive attire of Tianwu Academy, all evidently sharing a common objective of joining the lively scene. Chen Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the bustling crowd, then continued onward, striding along a 10-meter-long bluestone path that led him into the market. This particular martial market was enveloped by a series of lofts, encompassing an expanse of over 20,000 square meters, adorned with rows of stalls. Between these stalls, 5-meter-wide passageways were thoughtfully allocated for ease of movement. At the entrance, the first row of stalls greeted visitors, where martial artists sat behind their displays, each showcasing a variety of wares. A mere glance allowed Chen Xiao to discern that the items were of no use to him, prompting him to press forward without hesitation. As he advanced, the number of wares on either side increased, as did the throngs of people nearby. Fortunately, the thoroughfare was sufficiently spacious, preventing a sense of congestion. Yet, to Chen Xiao's dismay, he found nothing of interest in the first row. Just as he stepped into the second tier, his attention was suddenly seized by a merchant's enthusiastic cries. "Walk on by, don't miss out. Come and see. Behold these freshly unearthed ores from the monster beast forest, perfect for alchemy." The vendor's spirited pitch elicited a faint smile from Chen Xiao, reminiscent of the merchants from his previous life. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted direction and approached the stall. Many others, sharing his curiosity, began to converge on the vendor's location. The stall was modest, and with the crowd gathering, a bottleneck ensued. Those inside could not exit, and those outside could not enter. Even Chen Xiao found himself relegated to observing the backs of those in front of him. However, this scenario did not persist for long. Within a brief interval, the crowd began to disperse, leaving behind a significant number who wore expressions of disappointment, which only heightened the intrigue of those remaining. It was precisely this that permitted the few left to advance, and Chen Xiao was among them. This stall was unlike the others nearby. While the neighboring stalls displayed a myriad of items, some even accompanied by descriptions, this vendor seemed to offer something uniquely enticing. Yet, one particular stall here is quite peculiar. It not only removed the original booth, but also arranged various stones of different sizes on the ground, each accompanied by an assortment of names inscribed beside them. For instance, there is dark iron ore and even black wuss stone, while Chen Xiao also caught sight of an exceedingly rare type of phosphorus ore. However, what made Chen Xiao's lips twitch was the fact that these so-called ores were not the commonly mined and extracted materials ready for immediate use in crafting. Rather, they remained entirely encased within the stones, or to put it simply, they were merely rocks of varying sizes and shapes. The names adjacent to these stones provided no clarity to an outsider. Even Chen Xiao could discern no distinction, as, regardless of perspective, these items appeared largely similar. differing only in color and size. As Chen Xiao observed, the crowd around him had already erupted into a flurry of discussion. "Boss, why are all these or just stones?" One individual stepped forward, perplexed, and glanced up at the vendor. The vendor, a robust young man appearing to be in his 30s, was seated at the stall, and upon hearing the inquiry, looked up and replied with a smile, "Purchasing here relies entirely on luck. If your eyesight is keen and you choose wisely, you may strike gold. If not, then you can only blame your misfortune. I take no responsibility for that. However, I can tell you that just days ago, someone spent 100 gold coins here on a stone and uncovered a fist-sized purple gold diamond, a splendid material for forging, which he sold for over 10 times his investment." "Really?" Others nearby reacted with skeptical expressions, their lips twitching in disbelief. "Indeed, it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask around. There are certainly those who have heard of it." The vendor quickly stood up, thumping his chest as he spoke. Chen Xiao's smile grew increasingly pronounced. He found this vendor to be quite intriguing. Stepping forward, he casually picked up a stone and weighed it in his hands, internally commanding, "Identify." As he uttered the command, an imperceptible wave emanated from Chen Xiao's hand, penetrating the stone's interior. Moments later, a notification chimed, "Identification complete. This item is level 2 iron ore, valued at 0.1 gold coins." Chen Xiao understood that this 0.1 gold coin represented the currency within the supreme upgrade system, though even when converted to outside currency, it was hardly worth much, being merely the most ordinary iron ore. Yet, beside this stone was a sign proclaiming dark iron ore, 100 gold coins. Clearly, anyone lacking discernment who purchased this would undoubtedly be deceived. "Is this a gamble on stones?" Chen Xiao smiled as he looked toward the vendor. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the stall owner was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and nodded, saying, "The name Gambling Stone is quite fitting and resonates well with reality. From now on, I shall call it that." "Haha. Brother, feel free to take a look. If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount of 20%. As a gesture of friendship." Chen Xiao chuckled, standing up once more. Meanwhile, someone nearby spoke up. "A few days ago, I happened to pass by here and witnessed someone spending 100 gold coins to acquire a piece of purple gold ore. I tried my luck then, but alas, fortune did not favor me, and I ended up with merely an ordinary stone. However, I did not incur any losses." This statement, once uttered, sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Moments later, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, surveying the stall before finally pointing to a stone as large as a grinding wheel, exclaiming, "I will take this one." With that, the man tossed 500 gold coins to the stall owner, who, after counting the amount with a beaming smile, lifted the hefty stone and handed it over to the bearded giant. Chapter 163. The Gamble of Stones. Upon receiving the stone, the burly man with a bushy beard turned to leave. However, the onlookers nearby, unable to contain their curiosity, spoke up. "Brother, since you have already purchased it, why not unveil it here for us to witness? It would be delightful to see how fortunate you are." Indeed, indeed. If something remarkable emerges, it would certainly be an eye-opener for us all." A chorus of enthusiastic voices echoed, clearly reflecting the intrigue sparked by this novel selling method. Had it not been for their reservations, many would have already approached to try their luck with a stone or two. The burly man, initially intent on departing, chuckled heartily upon hearing the crowd's excitement, and said, "Since everyone is eager to see, let us unveil it here." With that, he placed the stone, about the size of a millstone, back on the ground and turned to the vendor with a cheerful demeanor. "Good sir, is it permissible to open the stone here?" "Of course, it is no problem at all. Do you require a hammer?" The vendor replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. "No need." The burly man shook his head, then suddenly clenched his fist and struck the stone with a powerful punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed, yet the stone appeared unscathed. The crowd gasped in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the man, who had boasted so confidently, would fail to shatter the stone with a single blow. This was indeed quite embarrassing. Even the vendor looked taken aback, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. However, Chen Xiao, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly. While others might overlook it, his cultivation far surpassed that of the burly man, and he quickly discerned the ruse. Sure enough, the man, seemingly unconcerned, casually dusted off his hands and stood there, fixated on the stone. Crack! A sound reminiscent of something shattering suddenly pierced the air, The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the stone, as it seemed the only thing that could possibly break. Indeed, as their eyes fixed upon the stone, the crackling sounds intensified, resonating throughout the atmosphere. The surface of the stone began to display cracks resembling a spider's web. Crack! A louder sound erupted, and instantly, the entire stone shattered. As the pieces scattered across the ground, the crowd hurriedly leaned in to glimpse what lay within. In the sunlight, a lustrous black stone lay quietly at the center, its edges interspersed with numerous fragments. Yet this did not deter the spectators from admiring it. A nearby individual immediately recognized the origin of the stone, bemusedly exclaiming, "This must be Black Wu's stone, right?" Others nearby chimed in with uncertain agreement. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard displayed a fleeting expression of disappointment, yet he bent down to pick it up. After a brief inspection, he remarked, "Indeed, it is Black Wu's stone. While it may be worth around 200 to 300 gold coins, it still feels like a loss. It's all a matter of luck. We have drawn Black Wu's stone this time, but who can say if a purple crystal diamond will appear next?" The stall owner, standing in the back, added with a cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of surprise or embarrassment. The bearded man shot a sidelong glance at the stall owner, clearly disinclined to engage further. He gathered his belongings and squeezed through the crowd, evidently dissatisfied with the situation. With his departure, several others followed suit, all sensing that wagering on such elusive luck was unwise. However, Chen Xiao remained, his gaze fixed on the stall. After a moment of observation, he crouched down and picked up another stone, roughly the size of a bowl. Identification. Ding. Identification complete. This item is a Tier 3 tungsten iron ore, valued at 1 gold coin. Identification. Ding. Identification complete. This item is an ordinary stone, utterly worthless. Identification. Ding. Identification complete. This item is a Tier 5 phosphate ore, valued at 100 gold coins. As the system alert sounded, Chen Xiao's hand finally paused, his attention focused on the stone, which was but the size of a fist. Meanwhile, the gazes of those around him converged on Chen Xiao. Since earlier, he had been continuously inspecting these stones, seemingly engrossed in his scrutiny, while the stall owner, though silent, exhibited signs of displeasure. Chen Xiao's relentless examination, without any intention to purchase, had significantly disrupted the stall owner's business. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Xiao abruptly halted with a stone in hand, prompting all, including the stall owner, to look toward him, uncertain if he had finally made a selection. "All right, my good man, I shall purchase this phosphate, or it is 800 gold coins, correct?" Chen Xiao's gaze shifted from the sign to the stall owner. The stall owner, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a professional smile and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is 800 gold coins. It is clearly stated on the sign. Here are the coins. Please make sure to accept them." Chen Xiao casually handed over the gold coins, showing no inclination to haggle. The stall owner, naturally pleased, then turned his attention to Chen Xiao, eager to see how fortunate his selection would prove to be. In truth, the stall owner had previously scrutinized the contents through special means. Most were merely ordinary stones of little value, with perhaps a few worthless pebbles mixed in. Yet, there had been instances of individuals uncovering genuine treasures, such as the famed purple gold diamond. "Young brother, why not unveil your luck here for us to witness?" "Indeed. Young brother, why not take a look?" Someone nearby nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chen Xiao smiled slightly and gently tapped the stone with his hand. Without any further movement, fragments of the stone began to fall away, dislodged by the force of his fist. Before long, the stone had shed its outer layer, revealing a pale green stone, slightly larger than an egg, graced with a hint of white. This was a unique phosphor stone, exclusive to this world. Not only could it be employed in the art of weapon forging, but it also served to create another item that Chen Xiao found quite essential. This serendipitous encounter was indeed fortuitous. Is this a phosphor stone? Furthermore, it appears to possess quite good quality. Someone nearby remarked, pointing at the stone in Chen Xiao's palm. Chapter 164. The Mysterious Shop. Indeed, this is phosphorite. The proprietor displayed a fleeting grimace of pain upon his visage, yet turned to the onlookers with a cheerful smile, proclaiming, "As you can all see, the phosphorite is indeed genuine. We are honest in our dealings." At that moment, the spectators could no longer remain seated. They surged forward to examine and select stones of their liking, hoping to test their luck. Before long, A significant number of them were parting with their coins. Beside them, Chen Xiao's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated becoming a living advertisement for this fellow. However, upon acquiring the phosphorite, his spirits soared, and he dismissed the matter, departing without a second thought. Little did Chen Xiao foresee that after his departure, the majority of the purchases made by the remaining onlookers would result in financial losses, with only a scant few breaking even. In their hearts, they nearly cursed Chen Xiao to oblivion. I still require a suitable weapon, along with some materials to repair the ship, Chen Xiao mused, stroking his chin. He could exchange for a weapon within the supreme upgrade system. Yet while the items therein were undoubtedly excellent, their exorbitant costs rendered them unattainable for him at the moment. Currently, he wielded merely a fifth-grade treasure. And beyond that lay spiritual weapons, which commanded prices in the tens of thousands of gold coins, clearly beyond his means. Thus, Chen Xiao resolved to survey the market for a suitable weapon. If his search proved fruitless, he could always resort to the system to procure one. Moreover, he sought materials to mend the ship. Although he lacked the skill to forge weapons, he could exchange for beginner or even intermediate forging manuals from the system, which would suffice to repair the vessel he had seized from the bandits of Tianfeng. While he possessed a rudimentary flying device, he would certainly not turn his nose up at acquiring a small hovering ship. Furthermore, Chen Xiao intended to select an effective ranged weapon. During his confrontation with the bandits from Tianfeng, he had nearly fallen victim to a sneak attack. Had he possessed a ranged weapon at that time, the outcome could have been vastly different. Initially, he planned to make his purchase directly at the Guangxing Trading Company, but regrettably, after inquiring with the manager, he learned that they did not stock suitable weaponry. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of shops, bustling with a continuous flow of people. As Chen Xiao ambled along, he occasionally peered into various establishments. Unfortunately, while the quality of goods in Tianwu City was reasonably good, they still fell short of his expectations. At long last, after traversing a considerable distance and nearing the end of an alley, Chen Xiao's footsteps came to a halt once more. His gaze settled upon a modest shop on the left. Unlike the surrounding establishments, this one appeared somewhat weathered, its sign, Old Sue's General Store, bearing a faded hue that suggested it might tumble down at any moment. The interior of the shop exuded an air of dimness, rendering the contents obscured from view. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Xiao felt an inexplicable sensation within him, compelling him to walk to the entrance of the shop and step inside. Upon entering, his eyes swiftly adjusted to the dim lighting within. In the rear center of the space, there stood a counter where an elderly man sat, engrossed in a weathered book of uncertain origin. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's arrival, the old man merely lifted his gaze momentarily, displaying no intention of standing to welcome him. However, that single glance caused Chen Xiao to freeze, as if the old man had pierced through his very essence in an instant. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to Chen Xiao, leaving him profoundly astonished. Diverting his gaze from the old man, Chen Xiao began to examine the shelves flanking the shop. These shelves were also encased in glass, allowing outsiders to view the contents without the ability to touch. Yet, a slight frown crossed Chen Xiao's face as he observed that some of the items were covered in a thick layer of dust. Was this how the old man conducted his business? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao had already approached the old man, observing keenly while simultaneously utilizing the supreme upgrade system to scrutinize him, sensing an oddity about the elder. As Chen Xiao came within approximately 5 meters of the old man, the system revealed the elder's true cultivation level. To his astonishment, the old man was at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. However, the system's notification was peculiar, indicating that the old man bore injuries, classifying him as a severely wounded 9-star martial emperor. It was implied that prior to his injuries, the elder's cultivation might have been even higher, possibly that of a martial sovereign. Chen Xiao was internally taken aback. No wonder a mere glance from the old man made him feel as though he had been completely seen through. This individual surpassed him by several realms. This shopkeeper, the elderly man named Song Duo, had once suffered a grave injury that left him with lingering internal wounds, rendering him unable to recover fully. He had chosen to live in seclusion in this location, both to evade his enemies and to seek a remedy for his afflictions. Regrettably, after all these years, he had yet to discover an effective solution, and his cultivation had diminished to that of a martial emperor. Just moments ago, a young boy had approached, and the old man had observed him, stunned to realize he could not discern the boy's cultivation at all. If that were the entirety of the matter, it would be understandable. Perhaps the boy possessed a treasure that concealed his aura. Yet, what struck him as peculiar was the sensation that he felt as if someone was peering into his very being, as if he were an unclothed maiden exposed before a lecherous man, an utterly bizarre feeling. Nevertheless, with his keen perception, he could ascertain that Chen Xiao's cultivation could not possibly reach the martial emperor level. Without even achieving that, how could he possibly see through him? Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts as Song Duo gradually rose to his feet and addressed Chen Xiao. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you wish to select? Our establishment guarantees the finest quality at reasonable prices. Do you possess any ranged weaponry, such as crossbows or longbows? Chen Xiao's gaze shifted from the elder to a nearby counter, where an array of seemingly unique herbs was displayed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that many were indeed 4th or even 5th grade spiritual herbs, which could be deemed quite valuable. Yet, astonishingly, they were carelessly arranged on the counter, some already beginning to wither due to inadequate preservation. Such extravagance seemed rather excessive, did it not? Chapter 165. The excited elder, even Chen Xiao, possessing such medicinal herbs, would handle them with utmost care, never leaving them casually displayed. This merely indicates that these herbs held no value in the eyes of this old man. As Chen Xiao was appraising those items, the elder emerged from behind the counter, casting his gaze around before approaching a side cabinet, where he pulled open a drawer. A long, pitch-black bow was revealed, and as he retrieved it, he casually handed it to Chen Xiao, saying, "This is a bow I used in my youth. Regarded as a 9th grade treasure. It has remained untouched for many years, and I shall part with it for a mere 1 million gold coins." A 9th grade treasure? 1 million gold coins? Chen Xiao could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The so-called treasure was merely a weapon of slightly better quality than ordinary iron, yet even the finest treasures could not compare to spiritual weapons. As far as Chen Xiao knew, even a typical spiritual weapon started at several 100,000 gold coins, with over 1 million able to procure a weapon of superior quality. Despite the twitching of his lips, Chen Xiao could not resist taking the ebony longbow from the elder's hands. Given the likelihood that this elder was far more formidable than he appeared, Chen Xiao was curious to see if the elder intended to deceive him or if there was indeed something worth 1 million gold coins. The longbow measured 4 feet in length, with a thickness akin to that of a baby's arm, entirely enveloped in darkness. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns, and the grip felt remarkably comfortable, as if it had been held for an eternity. Most importantly, the bow emanated a peculiar aura, with a faint hint of murderous intent, likely a residue of the bloodshed it had witnessed over the years. Identification. Chen Xiao silently commanded. Ding. System notification, identification complete. This item is a 9th grade treasure longbow. It has claimed countless lives, hence the slight essence of killing intent. Note, the material of this bow is exceptionally unique, comparable to standard spiritual weapons. With some refinement, it may evolve into a true spiritual weapon. The system's lengthy appraisal results caused Chen Xiao's eyes to brighten suddenly. He had not anticipated this bow to possess such a rich history, and even more importantly, it had the potential to ascend to the rank of a genuine spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons, also known as spiritual arms, are so named because once they reach this level, their materials can safely harbor the true energy of a martial artist, allowing for seamless integration. Not only do they enhance a warrior's combat prowess, but they can also amplify true energy, increasing attack power and enabling swift eliminations of foes. However, reaching the spiritual arm level is heavily reliant on materials. While Chen Xiao's system contains spiritual arms, they often cost several thousand gold coins, and even now, he hesitated to expend such resources for one. To his surprise, he could acquire a semi-finished spiritual arm here. Redirecting his gaze from the longbow back to the elder, Chen Xiao nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is a fine bow, but is 1 million gold coins not a tad excessive? After all, this is merely a treasure. In my opinion, 500,000 gold coins should suffice." "Huh, 500,000. Are you dreaming?" The old man replied with a cold smile, stating calmly, "This item has accompanied me for many years. Had I not found myself in dire straits, would I ever consider parting with it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao fell silent. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and said, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall take this bow. Additionally, Do you possess any materials for repairing a floating ship? Repairing a floating ship requires special materials, which Chen Xiao did not have on hand and thus needed to purchase. I only have some materials suitable for reinforcing the array patterns and the deck. Would you be interested? The old man's eyes brightened as he rubbed his hands together. Certainly. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. A smile crept onto the old man's face as he swiftly tapped his storage ring, and in an instant, a plethora of various materials emerged. This is star sand, priced at 50,000 gold coins. This is a century-old poplar wood, costing 10,000 gold coins. This. As the old man continued to list his wares, Chen Xiao could not help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. He realized that although this old man was a reclusive master, he was equally a cunning merchant driven by greed. Although Chen Xiao was wealthy, he found it hard to accept such exorbitant price increases. After a prolonged discussion, he finally waved his hand, saying, "Wait a moment, esteemed senior. These prices are simply too steep. I cannot afford them." Chen Xiao shrugged in resignation. Afterward, he casually presented a storage ring, stating, "There is 100,000 gold coins within. Please count it. I will take this longbow, but I wish to ponder over the rest." Oh, young brother. One cannot merely consider the price when purchasing. One must also regard the quality and age of the materials. For instance, this star sand boasts a purity of 100%, making it an exceptional material for refining weapons. Charging you 50,000 is hardly excessive. And this century-old poplar wood is top-notch for repairing the deck of a floating ship. As the old man seemed poised to continue his lengthy discourse, Chen Xiao quickly interjected. "All right, I will take these items, but you must offer them at an 80% discount." "Very well, a straightforward deal," the old man replied suddenly in a serious tone. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the old man's unexpected willingness to agree so readily. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, as it spared him the trouble of seeking these items elsewhere. Chen Xiao had never been one to relish complications. "Can I pay with medicinal pills? I find myself lacking in gold coins." After inspecting the items, Chen Xiao turned to the old man and inquired. Although he still had some gold coins, it was wise to retain a reserve, especially since he had already spent a significant portion on the longbow, leaving him with very little. "Medicinal pills? What grade?" the old man asked, momentarily puzzled as he looked at Chen Xiao. "Grade 5. Chen Xiao spoke as he handed over a porcelain vial, slowly articulating. "This is a specially crafted Yunshui pill, designed to mend internal injuries. Even for those at the martial emperor level, it possesses certain efficacy. Pray tell, how much can you offer?" The elder, whose gaze had initially been indifferent, suddenly sharpened, locking his eyes onto Chen Xiao as he replied gravely, "Let me examine it first." With that, he extended his hand, receiving the elixir from Chen Xiao and opening it for inspection. The pill, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg and exuding a faint ethereal aura, rolled into the elder's palm. His eyes fixated on it, revealing a flicker of brilliance within. Chen Xiao stood by cautiously, his gaze fixed on the elder with trepidation, his internal essence already beginning to circulate, preparing for any possible threat. The elder's reaction upon receiving the pill was markedly intense, given his disregard for even 4 or 5-tier spirit herbs and his casual demeanor. Such a pronounced response could only signify that Chen Xiao's elixir had truly captured his interest. Contemplating the elder's formidable cultivation, Chen Xiao realized that if the elder were to harbor any ill intentions, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to remain unguarded. Chapter 166. Su Wanli, are you a Dan master? Did you concoct this elixir yourself? The elder finally lifted his gaze, a flicker of excitement evident in his eyes as he regarded Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. The elder before him was a stark contrast to the cunning merchant he had encountered moments ago, leaving Chen Xiao momentarily disoriented. Nevertheless, he caught the elder's words and raised an eyebrow, responding, "Indeed, I am a Dan master. As for the origin of this elixir, what does it matter? Whether I crafted it or not is inconsequential." Upon hearing this, the elder quickly realized that his exuberance may have startled the youth. He immediately tempered his demeanor, striving to adopt a gentler tone as he spoke. "Young friend, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to confirm. For the master who forged this elixir must possess extraordinary skills in the art of alchemy, perhaps even having reached the esteemed rank of a 6th-rank Dan master." Chen Xiao remained silent, merely observing the elder. Yet, he was inwardly taken aback by the elder's perceptiveness, for he indeed had the capability to successfully concoct 6th-rank elixirs. Noticing Chen Xiao's reluctance to speak, the elder felt a surge of admiration for his composure, but pressed on sincerely. If you are a Dan master, I have a proposition that could yield tremendous benefits for you. Oh, what sort of proposition? Chen Xiao's gaze returned to the elder, finally breaking his silence. Although he had yet to explicitly acknowledge his identity, his words had effectively served as an implicit admission, causing a mixture of surprise and joy to adorn the elder's face. He was astonished by how remarkably youthful Chen Xiao appeared. A 5th or even 6th-rank Dan master at such a tender age was unprecedented, even in his extensive experience. The joy stemmed from the fact that Chen Xiao's words seemed to confirm the suspicions he had harbored during his prolonged stay here, a glimmer of hope finally emerging. The elder's changing expressions did not escape Chen Xiao's notice. While he remained unaware of the elder's intentions, he surmised that they were likely connected to his identity as a Dan master. As anticipated, the elder, after a brief pause, looked earnestly at Chen Xiao and inquired, "Young friend, may I boldly ask if you intend to participate in the Danwu competition at the Heavenly Martial Academy?" "Indeed." Chen Xiao nodded, finding no reason to conceal this fact. "Haha, splendid. In that case, I shall dispense with the pleasantries and speak plainly." The elderly man appeared to be conversing with himself, yet it seemed he was addressing Chen Xiao directly. He began, "I am Su Wanli. Several years ago, I suffered a grievous injury due to an unforeseen accident. The internal damage remains unhealed to this day. I have sought out numerous individuals, yet none have been able to remedy my affliction. Ultimately, I have learned that during the final trial of the Danwu Academy, one may enter a secret realm where a rare herb known as the soul-eating flower, a 7th-grade spiritual plant, resides. Only by procuring this herb and refining it into a 6th-grade pinnacle soul-eating pill can I hope to restore my health. Regrettably, despite my prolonged stay here, I have yet to find the soul-eating flower or even encounter an alchemist capable of crafting such a high-grade pill. However, this time feels different. Upon seeing your elixir, I am convinced that the alchemist who produced it must be at least of 6th grade, if not higher. Whether it is you or someone you are associated with, I implore you to assist me in locating the soul-eating flower and in concocting the soul-eating pill to alleviate my suffering." Upon concluding his plea, the old man fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Xiao, awaiting his response. Chen Xiao, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied with a light smile. "Crafting a 6th-grade pinnacle pill is no simple task. There is a risk of failure and backlash. Moreover, you are aware that the soul-eating flower is a 7th-grade spiritual herb. If you have not acquired it after all this time, how can I possibly assist you in obtaining it? The quest for the soul-eating flower does not rest solely on your shoulders. I have sought others as well. I will also venture out to procure it. And whoever finds it, I will find a way to acquire it from them. Naturally, if you are able to secure it, that would be most excellent. Once obtained, I would then ask for your assistance in refining the pill. In return, I can offer you various forms of assistance, be it spiritual weapons, wealth, or even help with your endeavors, without any complaints. However, do note that such opportunities are limited and must not endanger my life." The old man added. Upon hearing the final statement, Chen Xiao felt a sense of relief. As for the elusive soul-eating flower, he had yet to lay eyes on it, and thus he decided to consult the Supreme Upgrade System for further information. The soul-eating flower, a 7th-grade treasure, is the primary ingredient for crafting the soul-eating pill, with a redemption price of 13,000 gold coins. Almost instantaneously after Chen Xiao reviewed the information, a crisp notification from the system rang out. Ding! System notification. The task system has triggered Su Wanli's request. Su Wanli, a formidable martial sage, has sustained severe injuries to his spirit and body in a conflict and requires the soul-eating flower for healing. Task objective: locate the soul-eating flower and refine it into a soul-eating pill. Task deadline: 1 month. Task rewards: 200,000 experience points, 8,000 gold coins, and advanced alchemy skills. Do you accept? Accepted. Chen Xiao responded with a hint of a smile, unhesitatingly choosing to accept the task. Even he did not anticipate that the system would issue a quest. Regardless, he intended to enter the secret realm, and this was merely akin to having additional tasks within the same instance. Chen Xiao, naturally, welcomed the opportunity with open arms. Agreeing to the request, Chen Xiao gazed expressionlessly at Su Wanli and said, "While I can consent to your proposal, I must inform you that my success rate in refining the soul-devouring pill does not exceed 60%. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed? Indeed, I am certain, the elder promptly replied. He continued, furthermore, the materials for restoration that you previously purchased, I shall accept no payment for. Consider it a deposit in advance. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the elder before he nodded in agreement. Very well. He refrained from inquiring why Su Wanli chose to trust him or why he was not concerned about the possibility of Chen Xiao absconding, as such questions were superfluous. Given Su Wanli's status as a 9-star martial sovereign, escape was not an option unless he intended to sever his ties with the Tianwu kingdom. By the way, I am yet to learn your esteemed name, young friend, Su Wanli inquired, seeking to gauge the situation for his forthcoming plans. I am Chen Xiao, he replied with poise. Su Wanli did not take offense at Chen Xiao's demeanor, although he was a martial sovereign. Chen Xiao's status as a 5th or potentially 6th-tier alchemist was certainly not inferior to his own. In fact, if one were to overlook the disparity in their ages, they might even be considered equals. Chapter 167. Ship repair. Young friend Chen Xiao, this matter is settled. I wish you great success in the Danwu tournament, Su Wanli said, clasping his fists in respect to Chen Xiao. All right. I shall be at the Tianwu Academy. Feel free to reach out to me whenever needed. Chen Xiao responded without hesitation, accepting the materials handed to him by the elder, before turning on his heel and striding out, quickly vanishing from sight. Once Chen Xiao departed, the elder returned to his seat, his expression shifting from one of indifference to a subtle glimmer of anticipation. Upon exiting Su Wanli's general store, Chen Xiao found himself back on the bustling street, his gaze sweeping around as he felt quite pleased. In truth, his spirits were elevated. A casual stroll had unexpectedly led him to a richly rewarding task, which was certainly a cause for his delight. Now, any mission that promised to enhance his experience and swiftly elevate his cultivation was one he welcomed with open arms. On his way back, Chen Xiao was taken aback by a piece of news. The Guangxing commercial firm was set to host a grand auction in 2 days. This auction would not only feature an abundance of rare materials and spiritual artifacts, but also the legendary 5-color lotus and the coveted breakthrough elixir, the Breaking Realm Pill, which had ignited the fervor of countless martial practitioners. The Breaking Realm Pill was something most had only heard of but never seen. This auction promised not merely one, but several. The news ignited a fervent excitement among the crowd, whether for personal use or as gifts for friends and family. The Breaking Realm Pill was undoubtedly a prized possession, and it was clear that no one present was unmoved by the prospect. Consequently, many individuals began to pawn or sell off their less useful, yet valuable belongings, in hopes of gathering sufficient funds to secure a Breaking Realm Pill. In a flash, the already vibrant martial market became exponentially more animated. However, Chen Xiao paid little attention to this commotion. That day, he returned to his residence and, after making some inquiries, arrived at the imposing headquarters of the Tianwu Academy. The building, viewed from the outside, spanned at least several thousand square meters and boasted a grand 9 stories, emanating an air of majesty. Nearby, the atmosphere was thick with the rich aura of celestial energy. This location served as a sanctuary for disciples of the Tianwu Academy to engage in secluded cultivation. Chen Xiao's purpose for visiting was to rent one of the training rooms within. Upon entering the grand hall, a middle-aged man with a goatee reclined against the counter at the front. He merely cast a cursory glance at Chen Xiao before returning to his previous focus. Chen Xiao, unfazed by the man's demeanor, approached him briskly and courteously stated, "Esteemed manager, I am Chen Xiao from the Northern Xian branch, seeking to rent a larger training room." Certainly, the branch does not operate on contribution points. Simply pay in gold coins. For a larger room, you may go to room B2. The fee is 10 gold coins per day. How many days do you wish to rent? The middle-aged man responded in a deep voice, his gaze now fixed on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao immediately spoke, 2 days will suffice. After saying this, he produced 20 gold coins and handed them to the middle-aged man. The man accepted the coins, casually tossed them into a nearby drawer, and recorded the transaction in a ledger before retrieving a pitch-black jade token, which he handed to Chen Xiao, saying, "Room B2 is on the 4th floor. Insert the jade token into the slot outside the training chamber to gain access." "Thank you very much." Chen Xiao expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and swiftly ascended the nearby staircase. In no time, he reached the 4th floor, where he found no one on the first 3 floors, and even on the 4th floor, there was not a soul in sight. However, many training rooms had their doors firmly shut, with the slots outside illuminated, indicating that there were indeed individuals training inside. Not wishing to linger, Chen Xiao explored the 4th floor briefly until he found the training room marked B2. The entrance was secured by a thick wall of blue stone, controlled by a mechanism to prevent disturbances. Approaching it, Chen Xiao took out the pitch-black jade token and inserted it into the adjacent slot. In the next moment, the slot began to glow softly. A low hum resonated as the massive stone door slowly creaked open, revealing the inner sanctum of the training chamber. Withdrawing the jade token, Chen Xiao stepped inside, then turned around to reinsert the token into the wall, causing the enormous stone door to gradually close with a resounding thud. Inside the chamber, 4 fist-sized, softly glowing moonstones adorned the ceiling, illuminating the entire stone room in exquisite detail. His gaze swept around the expansive stone chamber, measuring over 50 square meters, which was indeed ample space for Chen Xiao's use. Reaching the edge of the chamber, he focused his thoughts, and a small floating ship, measuring 10 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 5 meters in height, materialized within the stone room. Chen Xiao effortlessly leaped onto the ship, inspecting the marks of blades and swords on its surface. The reason for retrieving the floating ship was, of course, to repair it. He had heard that the final round of the Danwu duel would require entering a so-called secret realm, and knowing it would pose some challenges, especially since he had made enemies with the likes of Zhao Chang'an and Zhao Hao. Thus, ensuring the ship was fully repaired would provide an additional safeguard for his life. While he knew he could not forge a floating ship from scratch, he was confident in his ability to mend the existing damages. Without haste, Chen Xiao first connected with the supreme upgrade system, exchanging for an intermediate refining technique, which he studied before turning his attention back to the floating ship before him. Unlike before, with the knowledge acquired from the intermediate refining technique, he now understood precisely where to begin the repair process on the floating vessel. Lacking an iron furnace, he retrieved his alchemical furnace, which would perfectly serve as his melting pot. Subsequently, Chen Xiao retrieved various materials, carelessly discarding them aside, and then commenced a swift and thorough cleansing of the suspended vessel. Since acquiring this ship, he had yet to utilize it, but during this meticulous tidying, he unexpectedly uncovered a considerable cache of gold coins, a delightful surprise. The remaining remnants were merely traces of blood from prior skirmishes. However, under Chen Xiao's adept handling, these stains swiftly vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the scars inflicted by combat began to mend gradually, accompanied by the rhythmic clinking of his hammer as it struck the surface, restoring the ship to its former glory. Chapter 168. Prelude to the Danwu duel. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Throughout this period, the rhythmic sounds emanating from the training chamber did not cease. Fortunately, these training facilities were designed to contain noise, thus drawing no attention from outsiders. After a day, the once battered levitating vessel had vanished completely, replaced by a seemingly brand new flying ship, its insignia representing the Tianfeng stronghold having been removed by Chen Xiao. Although the ship's rank remained unchanged, Chen Xiao had made some modifications to the interior, rendering it quite comfortable. Should any danger arise, he could simply take to the skies in this vessel. Finally accomplished, Chen Xiao clapped his hands, sighing in relief. He had spent the entire day mending this contraption, and thankfully, he had exchanged for intermediate refining skills from the supreme upgrade system. Though he had faced some challenges, he had ultimately succeeded. After inspecting it a few more times, Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction and stored the levitating ship away. It would be wise to keep it concealed for the time being. Upon putting everything away, Chen Xiao discovered a light green stone, slightly larger than an egg, with a faint white hue. This was the precious find he had brought back from the gambling stone stall. It was a rather rare item, perfect for crafting something unexpected. And just like that, another day had passed. Today marked the first day of the Danwu duel. Simultaneously, it was the inaugural day of the Guangxing Trading Company's auction. However, the Guangxing Trading Company had its own agenda. The Danwu duel would commence at midday, while the auction began in the early morning. For martial artists, going without sleep for several days posed no issue, let alone rising early. Furthermore, as this day coincided with the start of the Danwu duel, the number of attendees in Tianwu City was immense, coupled with the company's promotional efforts. making the turnout for the auction predictable. This time, Chen Xiao did not participate in the auction. Previously, Xiao had instructed him to take the group early to familiarize themselves with the setting, leaving him no time for the auction. However, even in his absence, he could retrieve the funds from the Guangxing Trading Company later. Not long after dawn, the students from the Beixian branch, having completed their morning preparations, gathered in the courtyard where Xiao and others resided. Shortly thereafter, Xiao, along with two other senior members of the Beixian branch, emerged. They surveyed the assembled students and nodded in unison. "All right, everyone, follow me. The initial rounds of the Danwu duel will be held at Tianwu Square. Let us proceed to familiarize ourselves with the venue and secure advantageous positions." Naturally, there were no objections to this statement, and thus, a group of 23 departed the Tianwu Academy, heading towards Tianwu Square. Within the esteemed Tianwu Academy, there exists a vast square, ample enough to accommodate all participants for a grand competition. However, given the magnitude of this event, which pertains to the entire Tianwu kingdom, it is anticipated that the audience could number in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, all gathered to witness the spectacle. With such a multitude, it is clear that the academy itself could scarcely contain them. Even if it could, the sheer chaos of so many converging would render order nearly impossible. Upon exiting the academy, a throng of individuals found themselves amidst a veritable sea of humanity, the streets lined with an unending stream of heads. Fortunately, the city guards of Tianwu had arranged a designated pathway exclusively for the competitors heading to Tianwu Square, alleviating potential disruptions. Alongside the team from the North Xian branch, several other groups had also set out, some having departed even earlier. The journey from Tianwu Academy to Tianwu Square was brief, taking no more than half an hour. And soon Chen Xiao and his companions arrived at their destination. Although Chen Xiao had never visited the square before, he was now struck by its enormity. The expanse, along with the surrounding grounds, must cover at least 100,000 square meters, an almost intimidating size. Yet, upon closer inspection, the vastness seemed diminished, as the periphery was already teeming with spectators. Closer to the center, numerous benches offered seating for onlookers, but beyond that point, standing room only remained, and even then, the crowd was densely packed, easily numbering no fewer than 500,000. Is the Danwu duel truly so captivating? Chen Xiao mused, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attendees. Ah, Chen Xiao, now you comprehend why those prodigies from the academies feel compelled to participate, came the jovial voice of Xiao. Even the proudest of geniuses cannot resist the allure of the Danwu duel when the opportunity arises. Without needing further elaboration, Chen Xiao grasped the essence of the situation. The fervent desire to partake in the Danwu duel was driven not only by the potential rewards of victory, but also by the vibrant atmosphere it attracted. The presence of so many spectators inevitably included individuals from esteemed families and prestigious sects, and even members of the royal family might be among them. To catch the eye of a prominent sect and be accepted as a disciple could yield immense benefits, both for the student and their family. In the pursuit of martial arts, mere solitary practice at home is insufficient. Once a certain level is reached, lacking superior techniques and guidance from a master could result in stagnation for a lifetime. Should one gain entry, a splendid future awaits him, beyond merely joining the prestigious sects. Another possibility lies in being favored by the imperial family of the Tianwu kingdom. Once noticed by the court, or even the emperor himself, it is conceivable that one could be summoned to serve in the royal administration. In such a case, one might attain a modest position, or, in a more significant turn of fortune, govern a region as a lord with command over military forces, or even rise to the rank of a general. This potential is precisely why a steady stream of gifted individuals willingly joins Tianwu Academy, infusing it with fresh talent, while the academy in turn cultivates outstanding individuals, creating a flawless cycle. Not only does Chen Xiao comprehend this, but the young prodigies, participating in the alchemy and martial arts competition for the first time, also grasp the significance of this moment. It is a golden opportunity for them to shine and to elevate themselves to prominence. Should they seize it, the riches and honors will be boundless. Chapter 169. The preliminary rounds commence in that moment. Every contestant began to prepare themselves, some even casting glances around as if to gauge the strength of their opponents. Chen Xiao and his companions followed closely behind Xiao, entering the inner sanctum of the Tianwu Square through a specially designated passage. Within the inner layer of Tianwu Square, an abundance of tables and chairs were strategically arranged, encircling a colossal platform at the center, allowing all present to observe the proceedings clearly. This inner sanctum had been reserved long in advance by Tianwu City, specifically for those participating in the Danwu contest. At that moment, it was already filled with thousands of individuals, predominantly youths and young adults, all evidently competitors in the contest. Han Xiaolai led Chen Xiao and the others directly to a spot in the 5th row of the inner layer, casually selecting a seat before settling down. While Chen Xiao and his companions surrounded him, time passed gradually, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and the influx of attendees increased. In the span of half an hour, the crowd had swelled significantly. Beside Chen Xiao, individuals from other academies began to take their seats, and it appeared that Han Xiaolai was engaged in friendly conversation with their leader, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. As half an hour slipped by, the sun continued to rise, its radiant light spilling over the assembled multitude. It was at this moment that a stir erupted from a passageway on the left. A group of armored guards emerged, escorting a distinguished figure who strode purposefully toward the center of Tianwu Square. At the sight of this individual, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even Han Xiaolai's expression turned serious. As he quietly informed Chen Xiao and the others, the man in the resplendent yellow robe is the emperor. The individuals following him are generals and chancellors. Let us pay our respects together shortly. As he spoke, the group had traversed the crowd and positioned themselves at the center of Tianwu Square, forming a line behind the middle-aged man. At this point, Chen Xiao could discern that the man was fair-skinned with a resolute and handsome visage. Most notably, an aura of inherent authority emanated from him, compelling those around him to avert their gaze. In that instant, both the competitors and the onlookers rose in unison, extending their hands in a gesture of respect toward the middle-aged man, bowing deeply as they proclaimed, "We, the humble subjects, pay our respects to your majesty." Their voices resonated, echoing for miles around. At that moment, the only figure remaining upright was the middle-aged man clad in the brilliant yellow robe, exuding an air of dignity even in the absence of imperial regalia. Despite the multitude bowing before him, he maintained a gentle smile, raising his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement and proclaiming, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd responded in a thunderous chorus, and even Chen Xiao found himself compelled to bow in reverence. Fortunately, on the continent of Fengyue, the martial arts spirit prevails, allowing the subjects to pay their respects without the need for prostration. Otherwise, Chen Xiao would truly be at a loss as to whether he should kneel and bow his head. Once everyone had risen, the emperor's fierce gaze swept over the standing students of the academy, revealing a hint of satisfaction on his face as he smiled and proclaimed, "The upcoming Danwu competition is about to commence. I hope all of you scholars achieve outstanding results. For the top 10 in this contest, I shall make an exception and allow 2 individuals to enter the court as officials." These words sent shockwaves throughout the assembly, igniting fervor among the crowd. Even Han Xiaolai and others were momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for such an outcome. It was well known that previously, only the top 3 could enter the court. Now, the opportunity was extended to the top 10. The emperor's decree, once uttered, was as good as law, and the positions granted would surely be significant, lest he undermine his own authority. This revelation not only stirred excitement among the onlookers, but also ignited a fervor within the competitors themselves. Chen Xiao, observing the exhilaration around him, turned his head in surprise toward Feng Wan, who, throughout their journey, had maintained an unruffled demeanor except for a brief moment of agitation directed at Chen Xiao. Now, seated beside him, Feng Wan exhibited palpable excitement, while on the other side, Mo Yun remained as composed as ever. Glancing around, it was evident that everyone was in a state of excitement, invigorated by the emperor's words. Chen Xiao conjectured that the forthcoming battles would undoubtedly escalate into fierce contests. Feng Wan, no longer daring to regard Chen Xiao with the same disdain as before, turned his gaze to the distant arena and remarked softly, "Once one enters the court as an official, they could potentially become a significant figure in charge of a region. In such a case, resources for cultivation would be abundant, making it an exceptional opportunity for both my family and myself." Upon hearing this, several individuals nearby nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. However, Feng Wan soon deflated, glancing at Chen Xiao and muttering, "Nevertheless, With prodigies like you around, I have little hope. As long as I can achieve a respectable outcome. It would be wonderful if a major sect took notice of me. At this, the attention of those nearby instinctively shifted to Chen Xiao. They wholeheartedly concurred with Feng Wan, all too aware of Chen Xiao's prowess as a martial king, not to mention his status as a fifth-tier alchemist, in both alchemy and martial arts. There was no one at Beixin Academy who could rival Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, the emperor continued to offer a few encouraging words from the stage, merely exhorting the participants and expressing his anticipation of their return to the court. After delivering these remarks, the foremost figure of the Tianwu kingdom departed amidst a retinue of guards. At present, we are merely in the preliminary rounds. His mere presence and a few spoken words are indeed a significant honor. To expect him to watch the competition here is utterly implausible. It is only during the finals that one might anticipate the emperor's attendance. As the emperor of the Tianwu kingdom departed, the crowd naturally rose to pay their respects, remaining standing until he was completely out of sight, after which they resumed their seats. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform at the center of Tianwu Square, an elderly gentleman clad in a deep blue robe had mysteriously appeared. Chen Xiao and the others instinctively held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events in silence. This venerable figure was none other than the president of Tianwu Academy, a personage of the highest standing within the institution. Traditionally, it is the president who presides over the annual Danwu competition, and this year, he himself has taken the helm. Chapter 170. The Alchemical Contest. Subsequently, Dean Sun commenced a comprehensive introduction to the illustrious history of the Tianwu Academy, recounting the remarkable figures who had graced its halls and elucidating the purpose behind its establishment. In essence, he inundated the audience with a wealth of motivational discourse. After an arduous exposition, he transitioned to the regulations governing the upcoming contest. The attendees were already well versed in these rules, and this was merely a reiteration. After nearly an entire TS worth of time spent on his discourse, Dean Sun finally ceased his verbosity and proclaimed, "Now, I hereby declare the alchemical contest officially commenced." With these words, he surveyed the assembly before making his way to the designated seating area that had been prepared for him. Upon his departure, a middle-aged man ascended the stage, casting a keen gaze around before intoning, "Disciples preparing to participate in the alchemical contest, please ready yourselves to take the stage." As he spoke, the man suddenly raised his hand and gently clapped. In an instant, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a platform beneath him began to tremble, descending gradually. Once it reached the same level as where Chen Xiao and the others were seated, it began to rise once more. However, unlike before, this platform appeared uneven and bore several small long tables, each adorned with an array of peculiar medicinal herbs. "The contest has officially begun. Go forth, and I await your favorable tidings," remarked Han Xiao, cheerful as he observed Chen Xiao and his companions. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun and the others stood, with Chen Xiao among them, and they ventured towards the center of the square, joining the throng of participants. Should one gaze from above at that moment, they would witness a gathering of 4,000 to 5,000 individuals converging towards the elevated platform. There were 4 entrances near this platform, allowing direct access, where Chen Xiao and his peers awaited. At these entry points stood 4 elders of the Tianwu Academy, diligently inspecting the tokens that signified the contestants' eligibility. Only those possessing the contest token were permitted to ascend the platform for the competition. This selection process was expeditious. Within the span of a mere t's time, thousands of alchemists had ascended the platform. Chen Xiao, guided by the markings on his contest token, effortlessly located his designated position. The platform boasted thousands of similar long tables, densely arranged with approximately 3 meters between each, ensuring no interference while maximizing the available space. Now that you have found your respective places, please take your seats. The first round is quite straightforward. It involves identifying herbs, a crucial aspect for any alchemist. Each long table is adorned with 33 types of medicinal herbs. Your task is to accurately list the names and properties of these herbs, as well as identify at least one possible medicinal concoction that can be created from them. The names and properties must be flawless, and for the concoction, at least one pairing must be provided. The middle-aged man traversed the rows of long tables, scrutinizing the students on either side as he spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the alchemists present displayed no change in expression, indicating their prior knowledge of the matter. Only a few individuals cast their gazes upon the herbs before them, their faces paling slightly, as if confronted with a dilemma. The middle-aged man, without further ado, stepped directly to the center of the square, where a large cauldron, standing at a height of 1 meter, was quietly positioned. The surface of the cauldron was intricately adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, and at its center stood a stick of incense, as thick as a thumb, known as the concentration incense. Approaching the cauldron, the man waved his hand, and a flicker of pale yellow flames suddenly erupted, igniting the incense. Very well. The time is set for the duration of an incense stick. Let the contest commence. With that declaration, the middle-aged man departed the elevated platform, making his way towards the seats below. Following the announcement of the competition's commencement, numerous alchemists quickly took their seats, focusing intently on the various items laid out before them on the long table. In mere moments, several individuals grasped their brushes, dipping them in ink, and began to swiftly inscribe their findings on the prepared rice paper beside them. Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings, noting that nearly everyone was engrossed in writing. Even those he recognized were diligently focused on their tasks, displaying no surprising actions, and similarly directed their attention to the long table before them. The long table, measuring 1 meter in width and 3 meters in length, was arrayed with 33 distinct herbs of varying sizes. These herbs differed in shape and aroma, and even their classifications were diverse, comprising roots and stems of plants, fruits, grasses, and even the more peculiar segment of a dry branch. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao did not exhibit any signs of astonishment, for these were indeed all herbs, and a glance was sufficient for him to recognize the majority. However, there were a few items that eluded his immediate recollection, including a fruit no larger than a pigeon's egg, which he seemed never to have encountered, and the aforementioned piece of dead wood, of which he had no recollection whatsoever. It seemed the challenge was indeed formidable. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, never expecting such a question to arise so soon. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely find themselves truly stumped. Yet, Chen Xiao was not an ordinary individual. He possessed an unparalleled upgrade system within him. Even if he could not identify the herbs himself, what of it? A simple identification by the system would suffice. Casting his gaze around once more, Chen Xiao was taken aback. Aside from a select few individuals, everyone else had taken up their brushes and begun to write rapidly. Was it truly the case that only he was unfamiliar with the items before him, while the others were well acquainted? Chen Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At that moment, he even questioned whether he was a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. How could it be that others recognized what he did not? Very well. I shall resort to a little trickery. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Xiao's mouth as he casually picked up a dark red spiritual herb in his left hand, murmuring to himself, "Identification." Ding. The system notification sounded, indicating that the identification was complete. The item in question was the 3rd-grade yang returning herb, characterized by its yang properties, which could be combined with the ice-condensing fruit to concoct the 9 transformation pill. As soon as the system message echoed, Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly began transcribing the information onto the prepared parchment before him. Thus, as he engaged in successive identifications and meticulous copying, time gradually slipped away. The middle-aged man seated below withdrew his gaze from the square, nodding towards elder son beside him, remarking, "This batch of students surpasses previous years in quality, granting us greater confidence in the forthcoming endeavor." Chapter 171. Suspicion indeed. This time I have discovered numerous individuals who have reached the Martial King realm, with several even surpassing the 5-star Martial King level. Dean Sun nodded with an approving smile, clearly in agreement with this assertion. Although the other senior members from various academies did not openly express their opinions, their silence indicated tacit acceptance of the statement. Are all preparations for the upcoming trials in place? The Emperor is quite concerned about the final assessment. Dean Sun inquired in a hushed tone. All is ready. We merely await the commencement, replied the middle-aged man quietly, and thereafter he lapsed into silence, their gazes collectively focused on the square. The incense stick's burn time, though not extensive, felt rather pressing for the aspiring alchemists, who needed to identify the types of herbs before documenting their properties and even detailing the elixirs that could be concocted from them. While the quantity of answers required was not specified, it was evident that the more comprehensive their responses, the higher their potential scores would be, thus securing a stronger position in the subsequent competitions. Not just one, but numerous participants shared this sentiment, making the time feel increasingly constrained. In contrast to the majority, a small faction of individuals appeared utterly bewildered. Although their scrolls were filled with writing, each held a singular substance, scratching their heads in confusion, clearly unable to identify the remaining items. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had just set down his brush. Before him lay a scroll, densely inscribed with notes, resting quietly on the long table. After completing his tasks, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that many others were nearing completion. Observing the central bronze cauldron, he saw that nearly a quarter of the focus incense had already burned away, signaling that time was running short. His gaze returned to the viewing platform where the senior academy officials were seated. The middle-aged man had indeed risen, scanning the area before making his way steadily toward the central platform. Upon his approach, a stir swept through the crowd. As many students who had yet to finish their work grew increasingly anxious, being eliminated in the first round would be an immense embarrassment. Time is up. All participants must set down their papers and pens and rise from their seats, the middle-aged man proclaimed, glancing at the extinguished focus incense. His voice, amplified by his vital energy, resonated throughout the vicinity, reaching even the outermost spectators, who were jolted to attention. The first round of the alchemist preliminary contest was about to conclude. Judges, please step forward to verify the correctness of the students' responses. Those who are correct may advance to the next round, while those who fail will be eliminated. Almost simultaneously with the middle-aged man's declaration, 15 others, some middle-aged, others elderly, approached the arena alongside Dean Sun and the others. In the end, these 15 lined up, each responsible for reviewing the answers of the students seated in their designated sections. Due to the considerable distance, Chen Xiao stood silently, observing from his position, while the 15 evaluators sequentially approached the first candidate's long table, lifting their responses and meticulously examining the herbs laid before them for approval. Chen Xiao noted that after reviewing the materials, the evaluators would mark each answer with a small seal before proceeding to the next candidate. Moments later, one of the judges suddenly rose and announced in a booming voice, "Su Lin, you have incorrectly named and described 3 herbs. You are eliminated." Upon hearing this, a pale-faced youth behind him walked dejectedly back to his seat, his expression vacant, clearly devastated by the turn of events. This was merely the beginning, as one after another, candidates were announced as eliminated. Each of these individuals wore a look of profound disappointment, with many blushing in shame and hastily exiting the crowd, unable to bear the humiliation of remaining. Given the number of evaluators and their extensive experience, the speed at which they assessed the papers was remarkably swift. And soon it was Chen Xiao's turn. The evaluator responsible for his assessment was an elderly man with a youthful countenance, his temples prominently bulging, exuding an aura of a true master as he moved with a commanding presence. Chen Xiao observed and discovered that this elder had actually reached the realm of 7-star Martial King. The other evaluators nearby were similarly formidable, each at least of 5-star Martial King caliber. It was only natural that those who could adjudicate the written works of the candidates would be highly knowledgeable alchemists, likely at least 5th-tier alchemists. As 5th-tier alchemists, wealth and cultivation resources were certainly not a concern for them, provided they lived long enough. Their cultivation talents would surely allow them to amass significant prowess. Suddenly, the elderly evaluator examining Chen Xiao's paper let out a quiet exclamation, drawing Chen Xiao's attention back. What was the matter? The elder's tone was somewhat grim as he stood, holding the examination paper in one hand and a dry twig in the other. First casting a glance at Chen Xiao before directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man overseeing the proceedings nearby. Although the elder's voice was not loud, the audience comprised skilled martial artists, and everyone heard his words. A wave of surprised and curious expressions washed over the crowd, all eyes turning towards Chen Xiao. At the location of Beishan Academy, Han Xiaolai and the others were also fixated on the stage. Upon hearing the elder's low shout and seeing Chen Xiao standing beside him, their expressions stiffened, and Han Xiaolai nearly leapt to his feet in anxiety. After all, Chen Xiao was the central figure of their group, and as the team leader, it seemed implausible that he could suffer such bad luck and be eliminated in the first round. The initial round, albeit somewhat challenging, posed little difficulty for those whose alchemical prowess had surpassed the 3rd rank. Those eliminated earlier were merely 2nd-rank alchemists. Yet, Chen Xiao was a 5th-rank alchemist. It seemed inconceivable that he could be ousted in the first challenge. Not only Han Xiaolai, but also the 11 others, including Fong Wan, who were seated nearby and not participating in the alchemical duel, wore expressions of confusion. Some even began to murmur amongst themselves. Director Han, is it truly the case that Chen Xiao is a fifth-rank alchemist? A student inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, others turned their attention towards him. Although they refrained from voicing their doubts, it was only natural for them to harbor skepticism, especially given Chen Xiao's apparent difficulties on stage, which only intensified their suspicions. Chapter 172. The manifestation of power. Chen Xiao's martial prowess is undeniably formidable, a fact acknowledged by all at Beixin Academy. However, it is imperative to note that martial arts and alchemy are not synonymous. One cannot master both disciplines simultaneously. The higher Chen Xiao's martial cultivation ascends, the more it signifies a decline in his alchemical expertise. After all, an individual's energy is finite, making it impossible to excel in both martial and alchemical arts concurrently. Even if one were capable, the talent in either field would not be extraordinarily exceptional. A fifth-grade alchemist is undoubtedly a remarkable existence, raising suspicions among the onlookers. At that moment, even Han Shaolai could not suppress a sigh. Yet, he was aware that Chen Xiao's alchemical proficiency had undoubtedly reached the 5th grade. And not merely as an ordinary 5th-grade alchemist. It was simply a truth he could not articulate. Nevertheless, he reassured the others, saying, "Rest assured, Chen Xiao will not undertake actions without confidence. Let us wait and see. Haha, indeed courting death. After opposing me, he dares to step onto the stage for the alchemical duel, and lo and behold, he is eliminated in the first round. What a disgrace." A low, hearty laughter resonated from a certain corner. If Chen Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the voice as belonging to Zhao Chang'an. "Is he truly the person you mentioned?" inquired a youth of approximately 20 years, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chang'an. "Indeed, how good, this is the individual I spoke of. Upon further inquiry, I discovered he is merely a country bumpkin from a third-tier city named Chen Xiao, with cultivation likely at the martial king realm. Initially, I speculated he might participate in the martial duel, but to my surprise, he has chosen to enter the alchemical contest instead, and is set to be eliminated in the first round." Zhao Chang'an's eyes gleamed with evident excitement, eliciting a subtle disdain from Zhao Hao. Casting a glance toward the stage, Zhao Hao replied coolly, "Do not celebrate too early. It appears he has not yet been eliminated. Furthermore, this is not the Zhao family domain. Do not overstep your bounds. Understood?" The final words carried a faint warning tone. Zhao Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he responded, "Yes, I will be more cautious moving forward." With that, he returned his gaze to the stage, awaiting the elder's announcement of Chen Xiao's elimination. In truth, everyone present believed that Chen Xiao was destined for elimination. Otherwise, why would the judges summon him? Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, even as the middle-aged man responsible for maintaining order approached Chen Xiao, he did not declare his elimination. Instead, he approached the youthful elder with silver hair, taking the answer sheet from the elder's hands, seemingly scrutinizing its contents. After a brief interval, the middle-aged man returned the answer sheet to the elder and inquired in a low voice, "Who is responsible for arranging the medicinal materials here? Is there an issue with the herbs?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Reporting to Dean Gao, "I am the one who arranged these medicinal materials." Not far from the martial arts arena, a warrior suddenly emerged from the crowd, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "What is this herb?" the middle-aged man inquired, as he picked up a piece of withered wood from the long table before Chen Xiao. "This is a branch of the purple maple vine, which can be used to concoct spirit-nourishing elixirs," the warrior replied without hesitation after a brief glance. "Hmph, take a closer look," the middle-aged man scoffed, tossing the piece of wood towards him. The warrior, daunted, hurriedly caught it, yet after examining it thoroughly, he remained perplexed, unable to ascertain what to say. He even wondered why the esteemed headmaster had summoned him. Could it truly be that there was an issue with the herb? Seeing that the warrior could not discern the problem, the headmaster let out a cold snort and spoke in a grave tone. "This is dragonwood, not purple maple vine. The two bear a striking resemblance. Even their scents are similar, yet their effects are entirely disparate. While purple maple vine can be used to create healing elixirs, dragonwood is a poison. Should it be mistakenly used in place of purple maple vine during the concoction process, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic." What? This is dragonwood? The warrior's expression changed dramatically. As an instructor at the Heavenly Martial Academy, how could he not have heard of the infamous dragonwood? It was a rare 7th-grade spiritual herb, specifically employed in the crafting of poisons. However, he had never personally encountered it, knowing only that dragonwood closely resembled purple maple vine. Never suspecting he would overlook it and present it at the competition. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hastily bowed, saying, "It was my oversight. I deserve punishment. Hmph, you shall forfeit a year's salary and be demoted 1 rank in your teaching position. Should there be any further incidents, you need not remain at the Heavenly Martial Academy," the headmaster declared, shifting his gaze from the warrior to Chen Xiao. "You very well." A rare smile graced the headmaster's face as he nodded at Chen Xiao, then casually reclaimed the piece of dragonwood and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the elderly figure with white hair standing beside Chen Xiao stamped an imprint, announcing in a booming voice, "Chen Xiao from Beixian City has passed the assessment." With that, he continued on to the next participant. Throughout this, Chen Xiao stood quietly, observing. Initially, he had thought the others had intentionally placed a piece of dragonwood among the materials to heighten the difficulty, but it was evidently not the case. Chen Xiao inwardly cursed, for the similarity between purple maple vine and dragonwood was striking, and he indeed had failed to identify it earlier. Even if he had suspected the truth, he would have likely assumed it was purple maple vine, given that the former was merely an ordinary 4th-grade herb, while the latter was a 7th-grade rarity. He never believed the Heavenly Martial Academy would use such a valuable material in the first round. Now, Chen Xiao could only be grateful for his supreme upgrade system. Had it not been for this system, he would have likely been eliminated by now. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to other locations. Below the stage, Han Zhao's taut nerves finally relaxed completely, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Beside him, those who had previously doubted Chen Xiao turned crimson, their expressions filled with embarrassment. The explanation from the esteemed dean resonated with everyone present. During the trial, a rare 7th-grade spiritual herb had been mixed in, which few could recognize. After all, many individuals might go a lifetime without encountering a genuine 7th-grade spiritual herb, so how could they possibly identify it? Yet, Chen Xiao not only recognized it, but did so amidst a plethora of easily confusable items. This was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a testament to his formidable prowess. Chapter 173, The Second Round. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant incense stick's worth of time had passed. The 15 judges had returned to their respective seats, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Soon, the middle-aged man, the head judge, stood once more and briskly ascended the platform. Continuing, "Very well, we shall now commence the second round of competition. This round will involve scoring for each participant. The higher your score, the greater the benefits you shall reap later. The rules for this second round are as follows. Within the span of 1 hour, you must utilize the 33 herbs from the previous round to concoct at least 1 successful elixir. The herbs before each participant varied in type and complexity, though the discrepancies were slight. However, those facing greater challenges would receive correspondingly higher scores. Only the top 1,000 participants would advance from this round, after which they could await the next day's competition with peace of mind." Upon hearing these words, the audience was instantly invigorated. Even Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. Earlier, Han Xiao had elucidated that subsequent alchemical battles would rely on cumulative scoring for comprehensive assessment. It was not simply a matter of securing second place in the first round and first place in the second to guarantee an overall victory. Participants could potentially be surpassed, landing them in third place. This approach was intended to holistically evaluate the potential of all contestants, ensuring that no singular aspect could entirely eliminate the chance of claiming the championship. From one perspective, this was an exceedingly fair system, yet, from another, it presented stark unfairness. For Chen Xiao, however, notions of fairness or difficulty held little significance. His sole concern was that he appeared to be lacking 1 herb. As he pondered this, the head judge strode purposefully towards him, halting before Chen Xiao and declaring, "This is the purple maple vine, which will replace the previously used dragon's withered wood. I have high expectations for you. Keep up the good work." "Thank you." Chen Xiao rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. The head judge nodded with a smile before turning to descend the platform, while a larger, more potent incense was ignited at the center of the stage, burning for precisely 1 hour. The competition officially began. Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings before retracting his gaze. Although others had already begun to write, he felt no urgency. Instead, he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he murmured internally, "Identification." His eyes swept over the herbs, swiftly memorizing their properties and rapidly simulating various combinations within his mind. Most of the herbs before him were of the third tier, with only a few fourth-tier herbs mixed in, and there were no fifth-tier herbs to be found. The previously mentioned seventh-tier dragon's withered wood had also been removed. The medicinal herbs of inferior quality, whether utilized for concocting third-grade or fourth-grade elixirs, pose no significant challenge. One simply needs to formulate a suitable recipe. As for those second-grade alchemists, it would be a gross misallocation of resources for them to attempt to craft second-grade elixirs from these herbs. Moreover, it is imperative to note that a considerable number of participants will inevitably be eliminated in this round, with thousands vying for survival, ultimately allowing only 1,000 to remain. Those aiming to produce second-grade elixirs will undoubtedly lack any competitive edge. Initially, Chen Xiao contemplated directly forging a fifth-grade elixir, but upon reflection, he recognized that this was merely the first round. Even if he produced a third-grade elixir, elimination was not a certainty. Thus, he resolved to utilize the available herbs to create a specialized body-refining elixir. This body-refining elixir offers immense benefits to martial artists below the general rank, enhancing physical prowess while also facilitating the opening of meridians. Upon consumption, it would consequently accelerate the practitioner's future cultivation. Although this elixir is classified as a basic fourth-grade concoction, its intricate preparation process rivals that of intermediate fourth-grade elixirs. Given Chen Xiao's expertise, he harbors confidence in his ability to produce exceptional elixirs within the fourth-grade category, effortlessly surpassing the majority of competitors present. With determination, Chen Xiao wielded his brush, meticulously inscribing a flawless recipe for the body-refining elixir. Yet, he did not cease his writing. He was not merely here for amusement. He recalled his mission, to secure a higher ranking for the North Xian branch, thereby reaping more substantial rewards. Clearly, the greater the number of recipes he produced, the higher his potential score would be. With over 30 varieties of herbs at his disposal, Chen Xiao could devise at least 3 distinct recipes, making it illogical to forego such a lucrative opportunity to accrue points. In a matter of moments, 2 additional recipes were crafted and set aside, weighted down by a paperweight. Turning to his side, he noticed a finely crafted alchemical furnace that had mysteriously appeared. This furnace emerged when the ground beneath him had suddenly sunk during his writing, revealing that the elevated platform was, in fact, a mechanism designed to achieve specific aims through continual adjustments. However, Chen Xiao was uninterested in the mechanism beneath. His gaze fell upon the furnace before him, which was surprisingly of superior quality, a third-grade furnace. Without hesitation, he removed the lid with a decisive strike, activating a formation within the furnace and channeling a substantial amount of true essence into it. As his essence flowed in, sparks ignited like a wildfire, quickly generating intense heat that enveloped the entire furnace, facilitating rapid refinement. The flames burned with extraordinary intensity. In mere moments, the furnace was cleansed of all remnants, and any residual debris was eradicated through Chen Xiao's successive strikes. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, Chen Xiao enveloped more than a dozen types of medicinal pills with his true essence, casting them directly into the opened alchemical furnace. With a resounding thud, the lid of the furnace swiftly sealed, and the flames surged forth, engulfing the contents in a fervent embrace, as the inferno began its relentless refining process. At this moment, Chen Xiao gently closed his eyes, yet his hands moved with remarkable speed, executing a series of alchemical seals that harmonized with the true essence circulating within him, meticulously controlling the intensity of the flames and the decomposition of the herbs within the furnace. In truth, the state of affairs inside the furnace was vividly etched in Chen Xiao's mind. He could have easily relied on the system to assist him in the alchemical process. But after a moment's contemplation, he chose to engage personally this time. After all, idleness was a bore, and it was hardly appropriate for him to simply sit and cultivate in front of hundreds of thousands of onlookers. Chapter 174. The fifth-rank elixir having undergone countless alchemical endeavors previously, even though the majority of the time the system had taken charge of the process. Chen Xiao had amassed considerable experience merely by observing. As he deftly manipulated his hands, streams of true essence cascaded into the alchemical furnace, enveloping a plethora of herbs and flames, dissolving and purifying them. Time slipped away, moment by moment. During this interval, numerous individuals began their own alchemical processes, while some faced the misfortune of their furnaces erupting with a resounding bang, leaving them dazed and disheveled as they descended the competition platform, signifying their failure. Nevertheless, failures were ultimately in the minority. Only about a dozen had to step down from the elevated stage, a remarkably low ratio compared to the thousands present. As time progressed, noon approached, and the scorching sun above cast its intense rays, causing beads of sweat to form on many foreheads. Chen Xiao remained seated in meditation. His once flourishing fingers had stilled, occasionally casting a few alchemical seals to stabilize the temperature of the flames within the furnace. Nearby, many spectators began to whisper amongst themselves, as a medley of aromas from various herbs began to waft through the air. Above the platform, vibrant spiritual energy coalesced, forming a unique cloud of celestial essence, creating a breathtaking spectacle. During the alchemical process, the elixirs naturally emanated a captivating pull, absorbing the surrounding celestial energy. While a pair of alchemists working together would hardly make a significant impact, the sheer number of participants, thousands, created an overwhelming force, drawing vast amounts of spiritual clouds to converge. Fortunately, such occurrences had transpired in previous years. Aside from a few astonished newcomers, most remained unfazed. Chen Xiao's gaze withdrew from the kaleidoscopic clouds overhead, preparing to engage in other pursuits when a sudden murmur arose from the distance, prompting him to turn his head in curiosity. Upon observing, Chen Xiao's brows arched in surprise, a hint of astonishment gracing his lips. Someone was indeed concocting a fifth-rank elixir. Not only had he noticed, but others had as well, as the commotion generated by the individual crafting the fifth-rank elixir was rather pronounced. In the central area of the high platform, a resolute young man sat cross-legged, a subtle confidence gracing his smile. His hands intermittently released streams of true essence to regulate the fire of the furnace before him. A tremendous force of attraction emanated from the alchemical furnace, drawing a portion of the spiritual clouds hovering above into the furnace itself. The creation of such an elixir, which had established a connection with the anomalies of the heavens, could not possibly be a mere fourth-rank elixir. It was assuredly at least a fifth rank, if not higher. However, based on Chen Xiao's deductions, the likelihood of it being fifth rank was greater, as the 33 herbs provided by these individuals could not possibly yield a sixth-rank elixir, something even he could not achieve without the aid of the system. On the adjacent stands, Elder Sun narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the young man. He stroked his beard and remarked, "This young fellow must have concocted a fifth-grade elixir. His aptitude is commendable. Haha, if my judgment serves me correctly, this must be Wang Yi from our Tianwu Academy. At merely 20 years of age, he has ascended to the initial stage of a fifth-grade alchemist, marking him as one of the most exceptional talents in the Alchemy Institute." Beside Elder Sun, an elderly man with a head of silvery hair wore a gentle smile. Haha, then congratulations to Brother Wu for having nurtured such a promising disciple. Others nearby also displayed smiles, while they upheld the law impartially. It did not imply that they would not take pleasure in the emergence of a genius from their own academy. Suddenly, a pair of muffled explosions echoed, capturing the attention of many. Soon after, the crowd noticed two alchemists, covered in soot, rising from a cloud of smoke not far from Wang Yi. Their alchemical furnace had unexpectedly exploded. Wang Yi, who was immersed in his alchemical endeavors, merely glanced up at the noise before returning his focus, appearing unfazed. The others quickly regained their composure, unwilling to dwell on the incident. The simultaneous explosions were evidently a result of the distraction caused by Wang Yi's presence, leading to their unfortunate mishap. The two men, their faces flushed with embarrassment, dared not utter a word as they descended from the elevated platform, acknowledging their defeat. Time continued to elapse swiftly, and before long, more than half an hour had passed. Most participants were engrossed in their alchemical processes, while a select few remained preoccupied with writing. The anxious expressions on these individuals indicated their struggle to finalize the types of elixirs and formulas they should prepare. Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze from them, shaking his head in resignation. It was evident that those who had yet to commence their alchemical work were running out of time. Only 1,000 would advance, while the rest would be eliminated. However, those eliminated could still partake in the martial competitions, as both contests were interconnected but not simultaneous. With proper time management, one could engage in both competitions, allowing them to observe the other should they falter. Ultimately, participants in both contests might enjoy certain advantages, such as higher scoring. Suddenly, a resonant gong reverberated through the air, prompting all students to halt their activities. Time's up. All students must vacate their seats. Those who have failed in their alchemical attempts or have not concocted any elixirs should promptly exit the competition stage. The voice of a middle-aged man echoed as he ascended from below, surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, a stir arose among the crowd. In the wake of this commotion, hundreds of individuals stood and left their seats, making their way towards the competition stage, clearly indicating their elimination from the contest. The stage, once bustling with a throng of individuals, soon became sparse and scattered. At that moment, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and calmly instructed, "Collect all these elixirs and commence the evaluation. Categorize them accordingly." Understood. A cohort of disciples from the Heavenly Martial Academy, having been poised and prepared, promptly responded to the command. Each of them, holding trays, swiftly advanced to gather the jade vials marked with personal insignias that had been placed on the seats still occupied. Their movements were remarkably swift, within the brief span of an incense stick's burning. The remaining elixirs and formulations produced by the participants had been entirely collected and arranged on a designated evaluation platform. Chapter 175, Supreme Body Refining Pill. The 15 alchemists responsible for the first round of evaluations rose once more, gathering around the table laden with porcelain vials. Exchanging glances, each extended a hand to retrieve a vial before pouring out a singular pill, commencing their examination. As they scrutinized, they occasionally inhaled the fragrance, revealing expressions of either satisfaction or furrowed brows. Upon completing their assessments, these reviewers seized a nearby jade slip, inputting their scores and comments into it. There were a total of 15 jade slips. Every pill underwent scrutiny and grading by all 15 alchemists, with the collective scores determining the ranking. While this process was somewhat cumbersome, it ensured fairness, as no one could guarantee they would not overlook a potential genius. Averaging the scores from 15 evaluations eliminated any possibility of error or oversight. However, this meticulous review was indeed time-consuming. The results would be announced the following day. Now, the alchemical evaluations were paused, making way for the martial competition. The voice of the esteemed principal resonated, his gaze sweeping over Chen Xiao and the others before settling on the crowd below. The first round of the martial contest would adopt a knockout format, with competitors facing off in pairs. All alchemists were to leave the stage, and the students participating in the martial contest were invited to draw lots. As the principal concluded his remarks, two individuals approached, carrying a wooden box measuring 1 meter on each side. They placed the box down, and the principal's eyes turned towards the elevated platform. Chen Xiao and his companions understood that this signaled the clearing of the stage in preparation for the upcoming martial contest. They promptly descended, not returning to the crowd, but instead standing below the platform alongside several others who had made the same choice. Clearly, these individuals were also poised to participate in the forthcoming martial trials. Although practitioners who excelled in both alchemy and martial arts were rare in the Tianwu Kingdom, they certainly existed. With nearly 1 billion inhabitants in the realm, even a fraction of 1 million would yield individuals who chose to master both disciplines. As those on stage departed, fewer than 300 remained below, self-organizing to draw lots from the box, each pulling out a paper slip inscribed with distinct numbers. Since Chen Xiao had descended directly from the elevated platform, and with few people ahead of him, he quickly approached the box. Instinctively, he attempted to peer inside. But the box, crafted from an unknown material, effectively obscured his view, rendering the contents invisible to him. Accepting the inability to see, Chen Xiao withdrew a slip and made his way towards Han Xiao's position. The ensuing martial contest promised to be intricate, and lingering here served no further purpose. All participants were required to return to their seats. The 11 individuals seated beside Han Xiaolai had already arrived at the square and formed a line. Upon spotting Chen Xiao's return, they greeted him with nods and smiles. Chen Xiao reciprocated with a nod before taking his place beside Han Xiaolai. "How do you feel?" Han Xiaolai inquired, his demeanor instantly invigorated by Chen Xiao's presence as he straightened up to look at him. "Not bad," Chen Xiao replied with a subtle nod. At this, Han Xiaolai's lips twitched involuntarily, unable to suppress his curiosity. He asked, "What grade was the elixir you just concocted?" "It was merely a 4th-grade body refining pill, certainly sufficient to secure a position within the top 1,000, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. 4th-grade elixir? A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Han Xiaolai's eyes, yet he maintained a smile as he responded, "Indeed, a 4th-grade elixir is adequate to place among the top 1,000, and it might even allow entry into the top 200. Seeing Han Xiaolai's reaction, Chen Xiao chose not to comment further, instead focusing on the participants of the martial competition swiftly collecting their numbers on stage. The process of obtaining the numbers took approximately the duration of a half-incense stick, during which the previously elevated platform for Chen Xiao and the others' competition sank back down, replaced by 20 identical square arenas, spaced 10 meters apart. Each arena measured 10 meters on each side, ample for the preliminary elimination rounds. Moreover, the transformations within the Tianwu Square intrigued many observant individuals. Even Chen Xiao, given the chance, would likely be tempted to investigate further. Time passed quickly, and soon, thousands of students competing in the martial contest had completed their draws and returned to their seats. At that moment, the esteemed headmaster stepped forward, announcing, "The drawing is complete. Everyone, please keep your drawn slips safe. Now, those who drew numbers 1 to 20, please come forward and select your respective arenas according to the markings present." With this proclamation, 20 dignified men emerged from the higher echelons of the Tianwu Academy, standing silently at the base of the arenas, clearly designated to maintain order. Concurrently, another 40 individuals rose from their seats, brimming with martial spirit as they advanced towards the platforms. Each slip bore a unique number, with identical slips pairing participants for combat, making the outcome largely a matter of chance. Should fortune not favor them, it was entirely possible for a martial artist to draw against a martial king. However, the Tianwu Academy was indifferent to such occurrences, for even if one avoided elimination by a martial king, they could still be ousted by others. What they sought were formidable experts, not those who merely climbed the ranks by sheer luck. With all 20 arenas commencing their bouts simultaneously, each bore clear markings from 1 to 20 for easy identification. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over the 40 contenders, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Among them, he spotted a familiar face, Zhao Chang'an. The individual, having been slighted by Chen Xiao when a seat was not offered to him, now unexpectedly finds himself fortunate enough to ascend to the duel platform at the first opportunity. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Zhao Chang'an's opponent and shook his head in bemusement. Zhao Chang'an had already reached the mid-level of a 9-star martial general, while his adversary was merely a fledgling, barely having attained the 3-star martial general realm. Engaging in combat with Zhao Chang'an was akin to courting death. After inspecting all the participants' tokens, they ascended the duel platform together, prompting a jolt of excitement from Han Xiao and others. To many observers, although alchemical duels were formidable, the majority found them incomprehensible. In contrast, martial battles were tangible and straightforward to witness. Spectators could clearly observe the fierce exchanges and the application of various techniques and bloodline powers. For those with exceptional talent, a single viewing could significantly enhance their own prowess, offering myriad benefits that alchemical duels could never rival. Chapter 176. Martial combat. As a low rumble marked the commencement, 20 combat arenas simultaneously fell into a state of vigilance. Chen Xiao's gaze settled upon Zhao Chang'an, eager to discern what strengths this individual possessed. Opposite Zhao Chang'an stood a young man clad in a pale gray long robe, gripping a silver sword tightly in his hand. It was evident that he was exceedingly nervous, his face etched with tension as he stared intently at Zhao Chang'an. Yet he lacked the courage to advance. "Step aside, you are no match for me," Zhao Chang'an remarked dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "You." The gray-clad youth's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Zhao Chang'an's blatant disrespect. It was merely a contest, devoid of any life-threatening peril, and with so many spectators present. How could he return home without even the valor to engage? With that thought, he trembled his sword and could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward and lunged towards Zhao Chang'an. "Hmph, seeking death." A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Chang'an's eyes. Chen Xiao, having avoided elimination in the first round, felt a surge of irritation at this audacious little 3-star martial general daring to challenge his authority. In a fit of annoyance, he no longer held back. As the opponent charged, a sword appeared in his hand, descending with great force. This strike appeared deceptively ordinary, yet the gray-clad youth's expression shifted dramatically. His forward momentum abruptly halted as he instinctively retreated to evade the assault. However, Zhao Chang'an was not one to allow his opponent an escape. In an instant, he closed the distance, swinging his sword down ferociously. The gray-clad youth, merely a 3-star martial general, could not hope to match Zhao Chang'an's speed. In the blink of an eye, he was overtaken, left helplessly watching as Zhao Chang'an's sword descended upon him with no means of evasion. Fortunately, Zhao Chang'an was clearly aware that martial combat should not result in unnecessary harm. At the last moment, he altered his strike, redirecting it to collide with the youth's sword. The immense force caused the young man's grip to shatter, blood gushed from his torn palm, and even a trickle stained the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained a significant injury. The youth quickly retreated to the edge of the arena, hastily raising his hand to declare, "I concede." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, reverberating in waves. Zhao Chang'an was the first to conclude his battle, achieving victory with astonishing swiftness. In a mere strike, he had vanquished the gray-clad youth, a feat that left many in awe. A faint smile graced Zhao Chang'an's face. He felt a profound satisfaction with his accomplishment. Especially in front of such a large audience, he mused that even his brother, Zhao Hao, might regard him with newfound respect. Yet, when Zhao Chang'an sought his brother's gaze, he found only a slight nod in acknowledgement, devoid of any sign of approval, causing Zhao Chang'an's smile to falter. Although the two were brothers, Zhao Hao's innate talent was undeniably exceptional. No matter how hard he strived, it was nearly impossible for him to catch up to even a fraction of his brother's prowess. Out in the world, anyone who laid eyes on him would invariably refer to him as Zhao Hao's younger brother, rather than the other way around, which left him feeling quite displeased. As his gaze swept across the crowd below, preparing to leave the stage, he noticed another pair of eyes fixated on him, igniting a flicker of fierce animosity within Zhao Chang'an. The one who was watching him was none other than Chen Xiao. Previously, Chen Xiao had offended him, and though he had yet to settle the score, it was astonishing that the latter dared to meet his gaze now. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Very well. I shall grant you a few more days of life, Zhao Chang'an thought grimly. Almost simultaneously, the host from Tianwu Academy, standing beneath Zhao Chang'an's arena, announced in a resonant voice, "Nanyu branch, Zhao Chang'an, victorious." With that, the host recorded Zhao Chang'an's identity and blandly instructed, "You may descend." Yes. Zhao Chang'an dared not to be presumptuous, promptly leaping down from the stage, while the young man in gray had already left the arena in a disheveled state. With the duel concluded, the host refrained from summoning the next combatants. Instead, he turned his attention elsewhere, as each wave of 20 participants was to engage concurrently, a measure taken to avoid unnecessary chaos. After all, what kind of order would it be if everyone clamored to take the stage for their matches? Not long after Zhao Chang'an descended, victories were declared from several other fighting platforms. Wuqing branch, Lu Shun, victorious. Yang'an branch, Sun Wei, victorious. Anyang branch. The announcements echoed in succession, and in the blink of an eye, the battles across 19 platforms had concluded, with only the 18th arena still embroiled in conflict. In that arena, two warriors, both at the 2-star martial general level, were locked in combat. Their bloodline powers shimmered brightly, and the shadows of blades and spears danced continuously, indicating an intense struggle. While many experts regarded such battles with disdain, those whose cultivation had not yet reached the martial general realm watched with rapt attention. For them, this level of combat was the benchmark for reference. If everyone could effortlessly vanquish their foes, what would be the point of fighting at all? Fortunately, the two combatants were aware that prolonging the fight was inadvisable, and each unveiled their trump cards. Ultimately, one warrior, who had reached the late stage of the 2-star martial general, narrowly overcame his opponent, who was at the mid-stage of the same realm. Even so, his own complexion appeared quite pale, revealing the toll that this battle had taken on him. Vine branch, Imohan, victorious. With this announcement, all battles across the 20 platforms reached their conclusion. Beside the elevated platform, the high-ranking academy head overseeing the matches reappeared, maintaining a calm demeanor as he declared. Combatants numbered 21 to 40, please ascend the stage. Time trickled by, second by second. The battles unfolded round after round. However, due to the sheer number of participants, a full 2 hours had elapsed, and they had merely reached the halfway mark. It was likely that the remaining matches would stretch until well into the evening. Seated beside Chen Xiao, Fang Wen had just descended from the arena, having participated as contestant number 872. With a spark of curiosity, he turned to Chen Xiao and inquired, "What is your draw number?" "I am 2281. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting down from the distant stage. It seemed there was still ample time. A perfect opportunity to rest. Beside them, Han Xiao chimed in cheerfully, "Indeed, there is still plenty of time." Chen Xiao, however, felt a twinge of exasperation as he rubbed his temples. He had been basking in the sun for the entire afternoon, and though every warrior around him was robust and resilient, he feared he might succumb to the relentless heat. Yet, he knew he had no choice but to continue waiting. "Look, Zhao Hao is on stage." Suddenly, Mo Yun, who sat next to Chen Xiao, lowered her voice to whisper. Chapter 177. Zhao Hao's strength upon hearing these words. Not only did Han Xiaolai and the others unconsciously lift their heads, but even Chen Xiao found himself drawn to the spectacle. Zhao Hao was one of the most promising candidates for the championship in this year's Danwu Grand Competition, and he stood among the few elite figures whose cultivation had surpassed the 5-star Martial King realm. Of course, aside from Zhao Hao, there were several formidable competitors from the Tianwu Academy who had attained the 8-star Martial King level, all of whom were exceptional talents, now gathered in one place. Many gazes instinctively gravitated towards Zhao Hao, eager to discern the true extent of his prowess. After all, it was highly probable that they would soon encounter him, and understanding both themselves and their opponent would significantly enhance their chances of success. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, scrutinized Zhao Hao to grasp his nature, wishing to avoid an embarrassing situation should they cross paths later without any prior knowledge of each other. Zhao Hao, clad in a flowing white robe, ascended the contest platform with his hands clasped behind his back. Even in the absence of any ostentatious display of power, his resolute visage sent many young women into a frenzy. Among the throngs of spectators surrounding the platform, a considerable number were chanting Zhao Hao's name, leaving one to wonder how they had come to recognize him. The more fervent the crowd became, the more composed Zhao Hao appeared, which only deepened Han Xiaolai's dismay. Zhao Hao, at the pinnacle of the 8-star Martial King realm, undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in this year's Danwu Grand Competition. The fact that such a formidable individual was now an adversary of Chen Xiao weighed heavily on him. Initially, after witnessing Chen Xiao's terrifying combat prowess, Han Xiaolai had high hopes for him, not merely to rank within the top 500, but to place in the top 20 of the Dan duel and the top 10 of the martial duel, which excited him and his companions immensely. However, having offended Zhao Hao, there was a real concern that Zhao Hao might deliberately create obstacles for Chen Xiao during the competition, potentially leading to his elimination. Yet, the situation had already unfolded, leaving them with little recourse but to gather as much information on Zhao Hao as possible. Unfortunately, the more they sought, the more Han Xiaolai's anxiety intensified. A year prior, Zhao Hao had successfully ascended to the 8-star Martial King level and had even fought against the peak 9-star Martial King instructors of the Academy without suffering defeat, an accomplishment that was indeed remarkable, one that the vast majority could scarcely hope to achieve. While Chen Xiao was undoubtedly formidable, Han Xiaolai did not believe he could match a peak 9-star Martial King, and naturally, he doubted whether Chen Xiao could contend with Zhao Hao. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao dismissed Han Xiaolai's concerns entirely, setting aside his unparalleled upgrading system. The numerous divine martial techniques and skills he possessed rendered Zhao Hao far inferior in comparison. Not to mention, Chen Xiao himself possessed the ability to combat above his level. In retrospect, observing Zhao Hao proved not to be without merit. Zhao Hao stood upon the third combat platform, facing an equally formidable opponent clad in a resplendent crimson robe, which billowed dramatically in the wind, exuding an air of authority. Of paramount importance was the fact that this individual had also attained the esteemed rank of a 3-star Martial King, placing him among the select few Martial Kings participating in the Danwu competition. However, fate was decidedly unkind to him, for he found himself drawn against Zhao Hao in the very first round, a daunting challenge indeed for this 8-star Martial King. From Chen Xiao's vantage point, it was evident that the young man in red wore a countenance so dark it seemed it could rain. After all, he had finally encountered an opportunity to showcase his prowess, only to face elimination due to such unfavorable circumstances. Who could blame him for harboring discontent? As the competition commenced, the deep voice of a middle-aged man resonated, plunging the 20 platforms into a palpable tension. "You are no match for me. Surrender," Xiao stated calmly, his gaze fixed upon the young man in red. "Though I may not match your strength, I shall not yield so easily. I wish to discern the true extent of our disparity." The red-robed youth retorted grimly. With that declaration, a formidable weapon, a hefty 4-foot-long blade, materialized in his grasp. As he wielded the thick-backed sword, his aura transformed, brimming with a fervent battle spirit. Yet, in the face of this display, Xiao remained unfazed. His hands clasped behind him, observing his opponent with an air of indifference. "Draw your weapon," the red-robed youth commanded coldly, having conquered his fear of Xiao and his resolve to engage in combat. "No need for weapons to deal with you," Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Hmph, you court death." The anger in the eyes of the red-robed man flickered momentarily before he unleashed his attack, raising the heavy blade high. A brilliant arc of light surged forth from the sword, slicing through the air. Simultaneously, a fiery phantom of a fearsome beast appeared beside him, its hooves ablaze. Adorned with horns, and bearing a majestic dragon-like beard, radiating an aura of authority as it unleashed a silent, yet thunderous roar toward the heavens. In that instant, the red-robed youth charged forward, aiming the thick blade directly at Xiao's shoulder. Yet, Xiao remained stationary, his expression betraying no sign of concern, as if he were utterly oblivious to the impending strike. Below, many spectators furrowed their brows. While Xiao's prowess was indeed commendable, this seemed to border on sheer arrogance. Even if his opponent was merely a 3-star martial king of inferior cultivation, such hubris was unwarranted. The bloodline power emanating from the red-robed youth was unmistakably extraordinary, potentially surpassing the 5th tier, a level of bloodline that could significantly enhance combatability. How could Xiao afford to be so presumptuous? As the gathered crowd pondered these thoughts, the hefty blade of the red-robed youth descended at last. "Ah, you!" The scream abruptly ceased. The crowd was taken aback, many rising to their feet in shock, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they stared at the stage. There, Xiao remained silently rooted in place, as if he had not moved at all. Yet, the red-robed martial artist who had rushed towards him and had even struck him with a heavy blade had vanished without a trace. This outcome was a tremendous surprise to everyone present. What on earth had transpired? How had the figure in red suddenly disappeared? Fong Wen and others furrowed their brows, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Just then, on the opposite side of the arena, a young man clad in red slowly rose from the ground, struggling to stand with his sword. At that moment, his disheveled hair and tattered clothing revealed the severity of his injuries, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This individual possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Han Xiaolai's lips twitched slightly, his brows knitting together in concern. Xiao's prowess had entirely surpassed his expectations. "Director Han, what exactly just happened?" Mo Yun inquired, blinking in confusion, for her limited cultivation had left her unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded. Chapter 178. The fortunate ones. Not only Mo Yun, but also the others gazed at Han Xiaolai with curiosity. In the North Shen Academy, aside from a few deans and Chen Xiao, there were no other martial kings present, making it quite normal for them to be unable to comprehend the earlier scene. Chen Xiao, standing nearby, had indeed witnessed the event. The surprise on his face flickered momentarily as he began to reassess Xiao's strength in his mind. After an extended period, Han Xiaolai had recently managed to break through to the 1-star martial king realm. Now, in response to the crowd's inquiries, he stroked his beard and explained. Just now, the young man in the red robe, at the moment of attacking Xiao, suddenly evaded and struck a punch at the red-robed youth, sending him flying. If you were to face him, you would likely stand no chance at all. Upon hearing this, a sense of tension gripped Fong Wen and the others. Chen Xiao had offended Xiao, and as they were all associated with the same academy, should they encounter Xiao next, he would not be inclined to show them any mercy. This realization dawned not only on Fong Wen and his companions, but also on Han Xiaolai and others, who each wore expressions of helplessness. South Wu Branch, Xiao victory. The resounding voice echoed around, and all eyes turned toward Xiao. At that moment, Zhao Hao was slowly descending from the high platform, not even glancing at the red-robed youth, and made his way back to his seat. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted, and even Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Hao's popularity exceeded their expectations by far. As time passed, waves of challengers continued to step forward for the competition. Those who were eliminated descended with expressions of disappointment, while the victors wore faces brimming with excitement. Next up, contestants numbered 2281 to 2300, announced the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, many curious gazes swept across the surroundings, eager to gauge the abilities of the upcoming competitors. Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, slowly rising to his feet, and made his way toward the first ring. However, to his astonishment, he found himself the only one stepping forward. The middle-aged man displayed a look of surprise, glancing towards Chen Xiao, perplexed as to why he was the only one advancing. Below, one individual quickly checked the jade tablet in his hand, then stepped forward to whisper something to the middle-aged man. Afterward, the individual retreated, but the middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly. He then looked at Chen Xiao and said, "No need for a match, as there are only 4,561 participants. You are the last to compete, and thus, you advance by default. Please register." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the scene erupted into a commotion. No one had anticipated that Chen Xiao would triumph in such a manner. It was truly beyond everyone's expectations. This fellow's luck was indeed remarkable. A young man clad in a red robe gazed enviously at Chen Xiao, his expression rife with admiration. He was the very one who had been sent tumbling from the stage by a single strike from Zhao Hao. If only he possessed the same fortuitousness as Chen Xiao. How could he have so effortlessly faced defeat? He was confident he could even contend for a position among the top 100. Indeed, this fellow's luck was enviable. One could only wonder about the depths of his cultivation. Another individual concurred with a discontented tone. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. Zhao Chang'an's face was a mask of dissatisfaction as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Hao, only to find him in a state of tranquil repose, utterly disinterested in the proceedings, regardless of the murmurs from the audience. The senior official from the Tianwu Academy overseeing Chen Xiao's combat on the first stage had already recorded his information and then announced in a booming voice from the North Xian branch, "Chen Xiao victorious." Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement to the official and turned to make his way back. At that moment, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a breathtaking tapestry of crimson clouds, a sight both magnificent and unsuitable for continued competition, lest it extend into the night. Indeed, as Chen Xiao descended, the middle-aged man proclaimed, "Today's matches conclude here. Tomorrow, we shall announce the rankings of the top 1,000 competitors in the alchemical duel. In 3 days, the martial duel will resume." No one questioned the middle-aged man's words, for the martial duel was inherently scheduled to occur every 3 days. In truth, given the physical prowess of these warriors, enduring 7 days without food or water to spectate would pose no challenge. However, those participating in the martial duel could not afford such luxury. Alchemists might endure minor depletions of their true essence and mental energy, recoverable within a day. Yet those engaged in combat suffered genuine physical strain, leaving them with injuries and significant depletion of their true essence. Continuous bouts would be utterly unfair to those whose injuries hindered their ability to perform at their peak, something the Tianwu Academy aimed to prevent. Hence the regulation of 3 days between competitions. Once the middle-aged man declared the conclusion, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Fortunately, the Tianwu Kingdom's Imperial Guard was present to maintain order, preventing any chaos, as everyone proceeded to exit through designated pathways in a slow, orderly fashion. However, the sheer volume of participants made it impossible to exit swiftly. Meanwhile, many from the academies involved in the martial duel appeared to have agreed to remain seated, patiently awaiting the next developments. Chen Xiao, having returned, settled into an empty chair beside Han Xiaolai. The surrounding disciples from the North Xian Academy turned their gazes towards him, each one filled with envy. Han Xiaolai, grinning, remarked, "You were quite fortunate." "Quite so," Chen Xiao nodded, his expression devoid of exuberance. This round was merely the simplest elimination. The true brutality of the battles lay ahead. "Everyone, prepare yourselves," Han Xiaolai added, surveying the group with a sweeping glance. Although Dan Dou remained unaware of the outcome, on the martial arts front, 2 individuals from the North Xian branch had already been eliminated due to their insufficient prowess. Let us depart, Han Xiaolai declared, rising to his feet and leading the way down a side passage. Naturally, Chen Xiao and the others promptly followed suit, retracing their steps as a collective, much like the disciples from other academies. However, as they exited the central plaza and approached the Guanxing commerce, Chen Xiao took the initiative to greet Han Xiaolai before veering off from the group, making his way towards the Guanxing commerce. At that moment, the maid who had originally attended to Chen Xiao stood nearby, poised to welcome the incoming patrons. Chapter 179. A windfall. Suddenly, a figure entered from outside. Upon seeing the visitor's appearance, the maid's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "My lord." "Ah, it is you," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, glancing around and noting the surprisingly quiet atmosphere within the Guanxing Trading Company. He promptly said, "Please take me to retrieve the items from the auction." After speaking, Chen Xiao produced the root of the multicolored lotus and the certificate for the breaking boundary pill, handing them to the maid before him. "Of course, the steward has already instructed me. Please follow me, my lord." The maid respectfully responded and led Chen Xiao towards the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and entering a tranquil reception room, the maid had someone bring forth a cup of fragrant tea. She then swiftly exited to fetch someone to assist Chen Xiao in exchanging his items. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the maid returned, accompanied by the steward who had originally attended to Chen Xiao. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, the steward's face broke into a joyful expression as he laughed heartily and clasped his hands together in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Chen. I trust your participation in the Danwu competition was smooth sailing?" As Chen Xiao possessed a token allowing him direct access to the auction, it was unexpected that he had not attended. Moreover, given Chen Xiao's remarkable prowess as a high-level alchemist and the fact that he was not a native of Tianwu City, it was evident that he was likely a formidable individual. Recognizing the steward's astute mind, Chen Xiao regarded him with newfound respect and, having nothing to conceal, nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I extend my sincere congratulations to you, Brother Chen, on your triumph," the steward exclaimed with a hearty laugh, once again clasping his hands. He then retrieved the 2 tokens from the maid and, holding them in his hand, addressed Chen Xiao. "Your items have caused quite a stir in Tianwu City, especially the breaking boundary pill, which has sparked intense competition among many. Haha, this time, Guanxing Trading Company has certainly reaped considerable benefits." Chen Xiao remained silent, a faint smile on his lips as he observed the steward, sensing that the man seemed eager to curry favor with him. Noticing Chen Xiao's silence, the steward continued cheerfully. "Indeed, the root of the multicolored lotus is a remarkable item, sought after by several alchemical sects and medicinal schools. Its price soared, ultimately fetching 1,830,000 gold coins at auction. As for the breaking boundary pill, we auctioned it in 6 separate sessions, each with varying prices. However, the lowest reached 52 million gold coins, with the remaining 5 being sold for 61 million, 68 million, 72 million, 83 million, and 84 million gold coins, respectively. In total, we auctioned off 6,300,000 gold coins. Here is your share. Please count it." With that, the steward produced a storage ring and handed it to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao accepted it with ease, his consciousness sweeping through its contents. And he quickly confirmed that it indeed contained 6,300,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. "Does Guanxing Trading Company not take a commission?" Chen Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Typically, any auction house that assists in selling items would retain a portion of the proceeds. Yet this time, astonishingly, there was no commission taken. "Haha, Brother Chen, you jest. This time, our Guanxing Trading Company has truly made a significant impression. For us, this is not merely a matter of monetary value. We have already benefited from Brother Chen's patronage, so it would be inappropriate to impose a commission. Furthermore, this purple jade token is our membership card. In the future, Brother Chen can use this card to purchase or sell items at our Guanxing Trading Company, and you shall receive the most favorable prices." The steward concluded, producing a purple jade token emblazoned with the character Guan and presenting it to Chen Xiao. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao accepted it and continued, "As I mentioned earlier, please exchange these gold coins for 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Here is the list." "Certainly," the steward replied with a smile, promptly handing the list to a nearby maid, instructing her, "Quickly select the finest medicinal herbs for Brother Chen." "Yes." The maid responded respectfully before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and the steward sat across from each other, engaging in casual conversation. Just as Chen Xiao felt a sense of languor, the maid returned, respectfully presenting a ring to the steward. The steward took the ring, gave it a cursory glance to ensure everything was in order, and then smiled as he handed it to Chen Xiao, saying, "Brother Chen, everything you requested is here. Here is the list." Accepting the list and confirming its contents, Chen Xiao nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With that, a porcelain vial suddenly appeared in Chen Xiao's hand, which he tossed to the maid, stating, "Thank you for your hard work. This is a medicinal pill for advancing from a martial master to a martial general. It may prove useful to you." Afterward, Chen Xiao smiled at the steward, rose, and swiftly exited, disappearing from sight. The steward glanced at the maid, but said nothing. After a moment of stunned silence, the maid cautiously opened the porcelain vial and poured out its contents. Gasp! "Is this a fourth-grade cleansing marrow pill?" she exclaimed, staring at the grayish-white pill in her hand. Even the steward, upon seeing the pill, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The fourth-grade cleansing marrow pill was indeed a high-level elixir, notably challenging to concoct, with a value approaching that of fifth-grade pills, worth at least 50,000 gold coins. To think that Chen Xiao casually gifted several of these to her, as the vial contained no less than 5 or 6 pills. Recovering from her astonishment, the maid instinctively glanced at the steward. Realizing her apprehension, the steward chuckled warmly. "This is a gift from Brother Chen. Just accept it. Remember to use it for your own cultivation." With that, the steward stepped out, eager to escape the emotional weight of the moment. After the initial shock, the maid promptly stored the elixir in a vial, her small face flushed with excitement. Naturally, Chen Xiao was oblivious to the conversation between the two behind him. Upon exiting the Guangxing Trading Company, he made his way directly to the training room of the Tianwu Academy. Previously, while repairing the floating ship, Chen Xiao had discovered that the spiritual energy within the training room of the Tianwu Academy was several times denser than that of the outside world, making it exceptionally conducive for cultivation. With no pressing matters at hand, he headed straight to the training room, paid for 2 days' access, and immersed himself in his practice. Chapter 180. Alchemical rankings. Having acquired an abundance of medicinal herbs, Chen Xiao was resolute in seizing this exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, he first employed these herbs to concoct 10 batches of 6th-grade Tianyuan pills, specifically designed for enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, he began to ingest these pills to further his training. The Tianyuan pill is a potent elixir that warriors above the martial king realm can utilize for their cultivation. For those who have transcended into the martial king realm, ordinary pills no longer serve any significant purpose. Only the Tianyuan pill can rapidly elevate their cultivation levels. However, the efficacy of this pill varies among individuals. Some absorb its essence slowly while others do so with remarkable speed, naturally affecting their progression. Chen Xiao, evidently, belonged to the latter category, as he required no gradual refinement. He harbored no fear of the potential violent impact or pill toxicity that could arise from consuming these elixirs. For him, once he swallowed the pills, his unparalleled upgrading system would automatically guide the medicinal energy through his body, swiftly transforming it into vast amounts of experience points to facilitate his advancement. Indeed, this was the case. On the afternoon of the second day after Chen Xiao entered the cultivation chamber, an extraordinarily chaotic wave of spiritual energy erupted within the room. The source of this tumultuous energy was Chen Xiao himself, who, at that moment, emanated an overwhelming gravitational force. The surrounding spiritual energy was mercilessly drawn into his being, completely devoured and refined. This phenomenon did not last long. Within a mere moment, Chen Xiao, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled, followed by an even more formidable aura surging forth from him. His momentum began to rise exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the power radiating from Chen Xiao had increased by more than double. Had he finally reached the 8-star martial king realm? Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy graced his countenance. After such a lengthy period, he had finally broken through to the 8-star martial king realm. Although he still lacked the means to defend against top-tier experts, he felt considerably more assured against ordinary 1-star or even 2-star martial emperors. Even if he could not vanquish them, he was confident in his ability to ensure his own safety. After gauging his newfound aura, Chen Xiao once again retrieved a pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes once more to fervently consolidate his newfound realm. In Tianwu City, at Tianwu Square, during Chen Xiao's seclusion, Tianwu Square remained a bustling hub, teeming with people. Although the Tianwu Academy would not host any competitions over the course of these 3 days, throngs still flocked to the square. This was due to the forthcoming announcement of the rankings for the top 1,000 alchemists from the Tianwu Academy, which would be publicly displayed. This list, not only released by the Tianwu Academy, but also intertwined with the royal endorsement of the Tianwu Kingdom, held considerable prestige and could not be fabricated in the slightest. At this moment, the rankings had already been unveiled in the square. Chen Xiao could have chosen to disregard the alchemical rankings entirely, even opting to retreat into his cultivation. Han Xiaolai, however, was determined. His purpose for coming here was to ensure that the Beixian branch could achieve commendable results. Naturally, upon the announcement of the Dan rankings, he was eager to discover which alchemists from his branch had made it onto the list. Although only the top 1,000 positions were available, with a stroke of good fortune, it was still possible for all 8 alchemists from their branch to secure a spot. Beside Han Xiaolai, Mo Yun and Fong Wen were present. Mo Yun had come over out of concern regarding the strength of the alchemists this time, anxious to ascertain her own ranking. Fortunately, she found her name at a modest 300th position, confirming her successful advancement. Haha, I'm on the list too. I ranked 563, exclaimed an alchemist from the Beixian branch, beaming with delight. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Han Xiaolai's face. The more individuals who advanced, the happier he felt. At that moment, others began to chime in as well. I've advanced too, slightly better than you, in 487th. I'm in 609th. I'm at 323rd. Another young man added. In total, 5 individuals had discovered their rankings, and they continued their search for others. Aside from these 5, Chen Xiao and 2 others remained unaccounted for. Regrettably, the latter 2 had yet to find their names, clearly indicating they had been eliminated. Han Xiaolai recognized this and promptly offered words of encouragement. Do not lose heart. This is merely your first attempt, and you are only second-tier alchemists. There will be opportunities in the future. Yes, the 2 responded respectfully. How strange. I found names above 200. Yet I still haven't seen Brother Chen Xiao's ranking, remarked a student who had been searching from the bottom up, rubbing his weary eyes. I haven't seen it either. Another chimed in. At this, the group exchanged glances, astonished. Could it be that such a formidable individual as Chen Xiao had been eliminated on the very first day of competition? This seemed highly improbable. Mo Yun's brows furrowed in concern. She had heard from her grandfather that Chen Xiao was a 5th-tier alchemist, thus his ranking on the list should not be low. With this thought in mind, she decided to look up from the top of the list, scrutinizing the rankings. The first was a person named Fei Xia, who had refined a 5th-tier high-grade Ronglua pill used for mending martial artists' meridians, which was quite impressive. The second was named Hong Ji, who had concocted a 5th-tier intermediate Tiansheng pill. The third was also a 5th-tier elixir. It wasn't until the 10th position that she encountered a 5th-tier beginner elixir. As Mo Yun reached the 11th position, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "There, in the 11th position. It's Chen Xiao." Upon hearing this, the others, who had been slowly searching, instinctively looked up to the 11th position. Indeed, when they saw it, the name Chen Xiao was elegantly inscribed there. 11th place. Chen Xiao, 4th-tier body refining pill, supreme quality elixir. In just a few brief words, the elixir crafted by Chen Xiao was elucidated with remarkable clarity. Even Han Xiaolai, upon witnessing that Chen Xiao had concocted the most challenging 4th-grade body refining pill, and a superior one at that, could not contain his astonishment, his face alight with a blend of delight and surprise as he repeatedly uttered the words excellent. It was not only Han Xiaolai who was elated. The 2 other senior members from the North Xian branch accompanying him also displayed expressions of exhilaration. How many years had it been? Within the North Xian branch, how many individuals had failed to secure a position in the top ranks? This time, Chen Xiao not only ascended into the top 100, but nearly broke into the top 10. The significance of this ranking is indisputable. It is certain that the quality of the elixirs crafted by Chen Xiao has reached a formidable level, for otherwise, such a high ranking would be utterly unattainable. Chapter 181. The 11th on the alchemy ranking this time. It seems that our Beixian branch will indeed make a name for itself across the realm. Beside Han Xiaolai, A middle-aged man with a stern demeanor revealed a hint of a smile, clearly in high spirits. Indeed, it is unexpected to secure the 11th position in the first round. Moreover, this young friend Chen Xiao is a 5th-tier alchemist. It is apparent that he has yet to unleash his full potential. Should he exert himself completely, a place among the top 10 would not be out of reach. Han Xiaolai nodded in acknowledgement of the man's words. Aside from the 2 alchemists who failed to qualify, the remaining participants wore expressions of joy. Even Feng Wan, who harbored discontent toward Chen Xiao, could not help but admire him at this moment. Chen Xiao's prowess in alchemy had undeniably left him in awe. Glancing at Mo Yun standing beside him, Feng Wan noticed no signs of disappointment on her face. Instead, her eyes sparkled with a growing brightness, clearly undeterred by Chen Xiao's formidable talent. While the crowd here rejoiced, elsewhere, some individuals wore grim expressions. At the Tianwu Academy's main branch, within the courtyard of the Nanwu Division, Zhao Chang'an's countenance darkened upon hearing reports from those around him. After a lengthy pause, he exclaimed with anger, "Is it true that Chen Xiao has indeed secured 11th place in the alchemy competition?" "Yes, I personally went to verify it," replied a dark-skinned young man standing before Zhao Chang'an, who appeared eager to ingratiate himself. "Damn it, this fellow possesses such remarkable alchemical skills." Zhao Chang'an's expression grew increasingly grim. Not far from them, Zhao Hao, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and remarked calmly, "This is merely the first round. Many have yet to reveal their true capabilities. Even if one secures a spot in the top 10, it is hardly a cause for concern. You should focus on the upcoming martial battles. We are not alchemists, and if we cannot achieve good results in combat, our chances of entering the secret realm will be entirely out of your hands." Startled by his brother's sudden interjection, Zhao Chang'an quickly came to his senses. Realizing that he had been overly preoccupied with Chen Xiao, he nodded cautiously and replied, "Yes, Brother Hao, you are right. I will be more mindful going forward." Aside from Zhao Chang'an, numerous talented alchemists were also voicing their astonishment. The name Chen Xiao, previously unheard of, had now surged forth from obscurity, even garnering attention at the Tianwu Academy's headquarters. He had unexpectedly broken through in the alchemical competition, nearly reaching the top 10, a true dark horse in every sense. Even some high-ranking officials from the participating divisions had turned their attention to Chen Xiao and this previously overlooked Beixian branch from a small 3rd-tier city. For many, Chen Xiao's emergence posed an obstacle to their pursuit of greater advantages. Thus it was wise to pay closer attention to him. Not only Chen Xiao, but this round of alchemy competition also witnessed several other dark horses rising unexpectedly. However, aside from Chen Xiao, most of the top 20 were already renowned figures, with the rest falling outside this elite group. Nevertheless, the emergence of numerous dark horses in this round has ignited a fervent discussion among the masses. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiao, who had just stepped out of the training room, the excitement outside had completely eluded him. After spending the better part of the day, Chen Xiao had finally solidified his cultivation at the initial stage of the 8-star martial king realm, rendering any suspense in the martial competition non-existent. He was determined to secure the first position. As for the possibility of achieving the top spot on both leaderboards, Chen Xiao harbored such aspirations, and he believed the realization of this goal should not pose significant difficulties. Upon exiting the training room and returning to his courtyard, Chen Xiao noticed an individual emerging from his residence, prompting him to inquire with curiosity, "Do you seek my presence for something? Brother Chen, so you have returned. Dean Han has instructed me to invite you to his quarters. I did not find you when I entered, but now that you are back, shall we go together?" The young man was one of the 2 eliminated from the alchemy branch of the Northern Shin Academy, and Chen Xiao recognized him. Nodding in agreement, Chen Xiao replied, "That sounds fine." With that, the 2 turned and made their way to Dean Han's residence. Along the way, the young man looked at Chen Xiao with admiration and remarked, "Brother Chen, you secured the 11th position in this alchemy competition. You have truly brought great honor to our Northern Xian Academy. Dean Han and the others are exceedingly pleased, and you shall likely receive some rewards for this achievement." Haha. Taken aback, Chen Xiao realized he was unaware of his 11th place finish. This revelation left him somewhat speechless. In truth, he had hardly exerted himself during the alchemy trials, merely concocting a few potions, yet he had achieved such a commendable rank. The alchemical standards in the Tianwu Kingdom were indeed rather subpar. What Chen Xiao did not comprehend was that reaching such a level before the age of 30 was a rare feat. And had it not been for his supreme upgrade system, it would have been inconceivable for him to attain the status of a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age. As they conversed, they arrived at Dean Han's courtyard. Within, not only were the 3 senior members of the Northern Xian Academy present, but also the students who had come to compete. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, they all promptly stood to greet him. "Ha ha, Brother Chen. You have certainly made a remarkable impression for the Northern Xian Academy this time." Dean Han was the first to step forward and extend his greetings. "Just fortunate, really," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. "Regardless, we are likely to achieve an excellent outcome this time, and the secret realm may very well be within our grasp." Another senior member of the alchemy branch chimed in cheerfully. Even though Chen Xiao was not a true disciple of the Northern Xian Academy, his accomplishments had undeniably brought them recognition. Moreover, following the conclusion of this contest, the Tianwu Academy will undoubtedly acquire a substantial influx of resources. Subsequently, these resources can be utilized to cultivate several prodigious disciples who will surely achieve remarkable results. Thus, in this cyclical manner, the Beixian branch will inevitably flourish. Chen Xiao had not anticipated that this individual had contemplated such far-reaching implications. He merely smiled, choosing not to linger on the topic, and instead turned his attention to Han Xiaolai. Chen Xiao was aware that Han Xiaolai's summons to him was not a matter to be taken lightly. Indeed, Han Xiaolai looked at him and continued, "The reason I called you here is that I wish to discuss some matters with you." After a brief pause, as if pondering how to articulate his thoughts, he proceeded, "Initially, we did not anticipate achieving a ranking within the top 100 of the Danwu competition, as that would be exceedingly challenging for our Tianwu Academy. Therefore, I refrained from elaborating to you, my friend Chen. However, given your astonishing prowess, it is imperative that I provide you with a detailed explanation." Chapter 182. The quota for the secret realm. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. One of the primary reasons he undertook the task from the North Xian branch was indeed this secret realm. Within the confines of this realm, not only are there extraordinary treasures, but also immense opportunities for growth. Many individuals experience remarkable breakthroughs in their cultivation within such environments. This is precisely the kind of secret realm that Chen Xiao yearned for. Now that Han Xiao had taken the initiative to explain, Chen Xiao listened intently, as it pertained to his own vested interests. Noticing Chen Xiao's keen interest, Han Xiao continued, "As it stands, those who rank within the top 100 of the Danwu competition are entitled to enter the secret realm. However, only those who secure a position within this elite group possess this privilege. In other words, only 100 individuals may enter the realm. Yet, this time is different. Just yesterday, the Academy's higher-ups convened a meeting and significantly expanded the quota for rewards. This time, each of the top 100 not only has the opportunity to enter the realm, but is also granted 3 additional slots, allowing them to select 3 individuals to accompany them. Hence, I sought you out to discuss this matter, should you secure a position within the top 100. Han Xiao hesitated to articulate the latter part of his statement, yet Chen Xiao grasped the implication without needing further prodding. He promptly interjected, "I only require 1 slot. The remaining 3 can be allocated to others. As for the distribution, you may decide among yourselves. I will not interfere." Haha. Indeed, Brother Chen is quite generous. If you truly achieve this, your action will represent a tremendous contribution to our North Xian branch, exclaimed an elder beside Han Xiao, his laughter echoing with evident delight. "Thus, we shall shamelessly accept this offer," Han Xiao remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Initially, he had intended to grant Chen Xiao 1 slot, but now he was asking for 3, which felt somewhat unfair. However, since Chen Xiao genuinely needed only 1, the surplus would serve no purpose for him. The sudden alteration of the rules did, however, leave Chen Xiao feeling somewhat perplexed, as he was not fully aware of the intricacies surrounding the secret realm. Aside from Han Xiao and his companions, the other students of the academy revealed expressions of astonishment. If Chen Xiao were to relinquish 3 slots, undoubtedly, 3 among them would benefit from this opportunity. Thus their gazes toward Chen Xiao brimmed with respect and admiration. As for whether Chen Xiao could attain a position within the top 100, this question had been subconsciously overlooked by them. They did not even consider the possibility that Chen Xiao might fail to secure a spot among the top 100. His demeanor was so composed and relaxed that it led them to instinctively disregard such a scenario. As the sun rose and set, another night passed. Today marked the second round of the Danwu competition. Early in the morning, the bustling atmosphere of Tianwu City returned once more. As throngs of eager spectators arose to enjoy breakfast before hastily making their way to Tianwu Square to secure their spots for the impending contests. Chen Xiao was among the first to rise. Having experienced the awkwardness of a previous gathering where many awaited his arrival, he was determined to rise earlier this time. Thus, he completed his morning routine and quietly practiced in the courtyard while waiting. After a brief interval, Han Xiaolai indeed arrived with a group, prompting Chen Xiao to rise immediately. And together they set off towards the Tianwu Square. The streets remained bustling with crowds, even though this was the second round of competition. The popularity within Tianwu City showed no signs of waning. If anything, it appeared to have increased. Chen Xiao understood that as the competition progressed, the battles would grow increasingly captivating. Many spectators tended to overlook the first two rounds, only to truly engage in the excitement following the third round. Upon their arrival at the square, it was already teeming with spectators, and numerous participants had also gathered. Fortunately, ample seating was available, and they chose a relatively inconspicuous spot to sit quietly and await the proceedings. As the sun ascended into the sky and temperatures began to rise, the final participants for the competition arrived. On the elevated platform, Dean Sun stood silently, observing the throngs below as they engaged in animated discussions. After a long moment, he raised his hand, and the once boisterous square fell into sudden silence. With a nod and a smile, Dean Sun began to speak. Thank you all for attending the Alchemy and Martial Arts Tournament of Tianwu Academy. This marks the second round of our competition. Many students performed admirably in the previous round, which brings me great satisfaction. I hope everyone continues to maintain this momentum. After offering further words of encouragement, he stepped down, and his colleague, the esteemed High Dean who had previously overseen the order, took to the stage to announce, the second round of the Alchemy Tournament officially commences. Alchemists participating in this round, please proceed to the stage. As the High Dean's words echoed, a series of sounds erupted, and the central area of the platform began to rise, revealing an array of alchemical furnaces and long tables, clearly prepared for the upcoming contests. The alchemists ready to compete promptly stood and made their way to the elevated platform. Chen Xiao, followed closely by Mo Yun and the others, ascended the stage and found their respective seats. Unbeknownst to many, as few recognized Chen Xiao, the mysterious figure seated near the edge of the platform attracted little attention. Before them lay 22 varieties of medicinal herbs, and the challenge for this round was to select suitable materials from these herbs to concoct a rare elixir. The complexity and quality of the produced elixirs would determine their scores. At this announcement, the atmosphere surged with excitement, and Chen Xiao instinctively glanced at the herbs before him, then at those of his peers, and was astonished to discover that everyone had been given identical materials for this round. However, Chen Xiao merely observed for a moment and was astonished to discover that among the 22 herbs before him, several possessed identical medicinal properties, implying that they could be utilized interchangeably. What could this signify for the Tianwu Academy? Were they attempting to assess whose understanding of medicinal properties was more rational? While Chen Xiao was still lost in contemplation, the esteemed headmaster had already raised his hand and proclaimed, "The duration of the competition is 1 hour, and it commences now." As his words echoed, a colossal incense known as Ningxian Xiang was ignited. Once this incense had burned down completely, the hour would come to an end. Without a moment's hesitation, all participating alchemists immediately reached for the herbs before them, examining them closely while jotting down their properties on the white paper in front of them to avoid any discrepancies. Chen shouted the same. Yet while he scrutinized the herbs, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Chapter 183. The Insidious Dan, Duel. Having sensed something peculiar earlier, Chen Xiao finally comprehended the source of this oddity. Before him lay a sheet of pristine white paper, densely inscribed with the names and properties of various medicinal herbs. These revelations, derived directly from the supreme upgrade system, left Chen Xiao with no doubt regarding their authenticity. However, he found himself at a loss as he observed numerous herbs that bore striking resemblances to one another in appearance, properties, and even scent. Yet, should these two herbs be incorporated into a medicinal concoction, the outcomes would be entirely disparate. The first, known as purple quartz, serves as an excellent auxiliary material for concocting 4th or 5th tier elixirs. Remarkably, it requires minimal purification to neutralize its medicinal properties. enhancing the quality of the elixir and increasing the likelihood of success, a truly invaluable herb. Conversely, the other herb, which shares a similar appearance, properties, and aroma, is not purple quartz, but rather a plant known as purple moneygrass. Although it also falls under the category of fourth-tier spiritual herbs, its value is but a fraction, less than 1/10, of purple quartz. This is not due to an abundance of purple moneygrass. On the contrary, it is quite rare, perhaps even scarce. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that purple moneygrass possesses a volatile essence that is notoriously difficult to eliminate. Should this ferocity remain unpurged, it would inevitably corrupt the spiritual energy of other medicinal liquids, rendering them waste and incapable of being refined into an elixir. Even if fortune were to favor a successful concoction, the resulting elixir would be utterly worthless, harmful rather than beneficial to the body. Thus, despite its scarcity and classification as a fourth-tier herb, few would desire purple moneygrass, and acquiring it externally is a formidable challenge. This is why very few can discern the differences between purple quartz and purple moneygrass. Now, among the two purple herbs before Chen Xiao, one was indeed purple moneygrass. Should he lack the discernment to distinguish between the two, he would surely fall victim to its deception. Chen Xiao was convinced that the number of those ensnared would not be limited to just one or two. It could very well ensnare a multitude. After all, who would suspect that Tianwu Academy would engage in such treacherous tactics during the Danwu competition? It could only be said that the academy was genuinely committed to evaluating their students, even at the expense of numerous third- and fourth-tier herbs. What left Chen Xiao particularly speechless was not only the presence of purple quartz and purple moneygrass, but also the inclusion of another herb, celestial bamboo, alongside a fruit known as the kuei fruit. Their similarities to purple quartz and purple moneygrass were such that, without careful attention, one might easily fail to differentiate between them, as if one deceiving herb were not enough. The addition of the kuei fruit only served to amplify the insidious nature of Tianwu Academy's higher-ups. Undoubtedly, this approach will effectively eliminate the majority of alchemists who have not diligently inspected their medicinal materials, which, paradoxically, is advantageous for Chen Xiao. Otherwise, as the rounds of competition continue, they may not grow weary, but Chen Xiao certainly would. Setting aside the materials in his hands, Chen Xiao turned his gaze toward other areas. Not far from him, a young alchemist had already ignited the furnace, continually feeding various medicinal ingredients into it. Clearly engaged in the alchemical process, casting a glance at the slowly burning concentration incense nearby, Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze. He lightly tapped the furnace before him, causing the lid to instantly open. A surge of true essence swept through the furnace, entirely eliminating the impurities within. He then forcefully directed a pulse of true essence into the array at the bottom of the furnace. This type of furnace is equipped with an activation array capable of directly converting true essence into flames, a skill at which Chen Xiao had long since become adept. The flames surged, and in the blink of an eye, the furnace became exceedingly heated. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xiao suddenly gestured, summoning the 13 types of medicinal materials that had been previously separated, which were then swept into the furnace by his true essence. Almost simultaneously, the furnace emitted a resounding thud, and the lid snapped shut. Gasp! Just now, did Chen Xiao really throw all those medicinal materials into the furnace? Fang Wen's eyelid twitched as he instinctively drew a sharp breath. Knowing Chen Xiao's prowess, and recognizing that if he emerged victorious, they too would have the prospect of immense rewards, Fang Wen and the others began to focus their attention on Chen Xiao. However, upon observing, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Even though they themselves were not alchemists, they understood that it was utterly impossible to indiscriminately toss such an array of materials into the furnace, as that would undoubtedly lead to failure. Yet, here was Chen Xiao doing precisely that. This realization caused many to subconsciously glance at Han Xiaolai and the others nearby. Even the two senior members of the North Xian branch, beside Han Xiaolai, instinctively turned their eyes toward him. However, in the face of the anxious and tense expressions of the crowd, Han Xiaolai appeared utterly unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not worry. This fellow Chen Xiao is just like this. He previously concocted a third-tier elixir in front of me by directly tossing all the materials into the furnace. And he succeeded. Not only succeeded, but the quality of the elixir was quite exceptional." Han Xiaolai refrained from mentioning that this exceptional quality was, in fact, that of a supreme elixir, but his words did indeed provide a measure of reassurance, as the anxious expressions on Fong Wan and the other students gradually faded. I must say, old Han, you certainly speak with great alacrity. Now I am all the more eager to witness what grade of elixir this lad will concoct. A somewhat dark voice interjected from the side, leaving the gathered individuals momentarily taken aback. Han Xiaolai's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he replied coolly, Director Qiu, there is no need for your concern. Regardless of how Chen Xiao performs, it is at least highly unlikely that he will fall short of your Qingyan branch. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Qiu Ji's eyes. The North Xin branch was not situated too far from his own Qingyan city. Both frequently traversed to Longyang City, inevitably crossing paths and engaging in skirmishes. Over time, they had become accustomed to their bickering. The onlookers paid little heed to their exchange, fully aware that a physical confrontation between the two was improbable. Indeed, one could hear the Director Qiu emit a cold snort, sneering, "Oh, is that so? I shall eagerly await the outcome." With that, he offered no further words, as their conversation had clearly reached an impasse.